reborn in the kingdom of Chu. My 8 brothers are plotting to seize the throne of the 9 dragons. However, I turn a deaf ear to this matter. As for the position of the crown prince, whoever wants it can have it. From today on, I will leave the imperial city, travel the world, and never inquire about the affairs of the kingdom of Chu again. You know well that the position of the crown prince and the Chu dynasty are just fleeting clouds in the long river of time. Only stepping into the immortal realm is the eternal path. Standing on the cold and oppressive Golden Luang Palace, everything around you seems like a sarcastic backdrop. The magnificent decorations and the majestic dragon throne are nothing but shackles that imprison the soul in your eyes. You fool! Just a few words from me and you're acting all high and mighty. Emperor Chu Ming's roar echoes in the hall like thunder, making your eardrums ache. He suddenly rises from the dragon throne, his angry expression as if he wants to devour you. Do you really think that no one else can be the crown prince if you don't? 2nd, 5th, 9th, aren't they all better than you? Excellent. Over the years, how much effort have you put into the great Chu dynasty? Only you know. Countless days and nights. You corrected memorials in the study until late at night. Every decision was carefully considered, only to make the people live and work in peace, and to make the country prosperous and thriving. But now, all these efforts have been easily denied by him. Those accusing words are like sharp knives, piercing your heart. The grievances and resentment in your heart are like a bursting flood. No longer able to listen to these hurtful words, you reach out, trembling slightly, and tear off the python robe symbolizing the prince's status on your body. This dragon robe once carried your ambitions and ideals, but now it has become the source of your pain. Empress Xiao's face is full of dissatisfaction, her eyes full of disappointment. Shinner, how can the heart of one who serves the ruler be so narrow? You have disappointed your mother. You no longer speak, turning and walking heavily towards the outside of the palace. Each step feels like bidding farewell to the past, to the self that was once bound. Rebel! What a rebel! If you walk out of this palace gate today, you will no longer be the crown prince of my great Chu dynasty. Never come back. Emperor Chu Ming's voice crazily chased after you from behind. But you remained steadfast. You raised your hand as if to brush away all worries and constraints, then left without looking back. With only one voice echoing in your mind, rest assured, I would rather die than regret. You left the Golden Luang Palace filled with painful memories, involuntarily heading towards the East Palace. The outside world was already abuzz at this moment, but to you, it was just a passing cloud. You returned to the East Palace, only to search for something crucial to you. You skillfully walked to the bedside, reaching under the pillow to retrieve the storage ring given to you by the Empress Dowager. As your fingertips touch the ring, a warm feeling rushes to your heart. Grandmother is the only person in this cold palace who has shown you care and love, but her health is not good, and she has been recuperating in the deep palace for years. The time you spend together is few and far between. In the Na Jia, the spirit stones shimmer with a soft light. These spirit stones are the precious capital for you to start a new journey. You calm down. The experiences of the previous life are playing in your mind like a movie. Those difficult years of cultivation, thrilling battles, have all become the source of your motivation at this moment. You have carefully planned the path of cultivating immortality for yourself. Unable to experience the magic of the immortal realm in the previous life, this life you are determined to make immortality your ultimate goal. At this moment, a supreme immortal scripture slowly emerges in your mind, the Book of Hongmeng Creation. This was taught to you by your master in the previous life, and it can create the Hongmeng, derive creation, with power beyond imagination. In the previous life, you relied on it to establish an invincible reputation as an immortal in a world full of strong individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, you immediately activate the Hongmeng creation scripture and crazily absorb the spiritual stones in the ring. As the spiritual power flows into your body like a stream, you can clearly feel your physique rapidly transforming. Every strand of spiritual power is reshaping your body, making you stronger. When the spiritual stones turn to ashes, you have successfully advanced to become a 5th grade warrior. This astonishing cultivation speed, if spread out, will surely shock the entire Great Chu dynasty. The most miraculous aspect of the Hongmeng creation scripture lies not only in its incredibly fast cultivation speed, but also in its ability to refine the treasures of heaven and earth, forging the Hongmeng holy body. You already have many treasures in mind that can forge the Hongmeng holy body. These treasures are like the most dazzling stars in the night sky, constantly attracting you to explore further. Grandmother Empress Dowager, forgive your unfilial grandson. When the grandson has successfully cultivated, he will definitely come back to accompany you well. You looked up towards the direction of the deep palace, eyes full of longing and reluctance, then resolutely turned around and left this East Palace full of memories. After leaving the Imperial Palace, you did not choose to go far away, but walked towards the Heavenly Tower in the center of the Imperial City. The Heavenly Tower is not only the tallest building in Dechu, but also the sacred trial ground of the Dechu royal family. In the previous life, During the terrifying period of chaos and rampant demons, you accidentally learned a shocking secret. The founding emperor of Chu once placed the heavenly fate stone on the top floor of the heavenly tower, carrying the fortune of the Chu dynasty. After millennia of precipitation under the nourishment of the majestic fortune of the Chu dynasty, this stone might have already advanced into a peerless gem. If you can obtain it, it will definitely help you forge the primordial holy body, which is an extremely rare opportunity. When you arrived at the Tower of Ascension, the sky was gradually darkening, and there was silence all around, with no one in sight. The guards on duty had long since left, and the entire Tower of Ascension was shrouded in a mysterious and tranquil atmosphere. On the outer wall of the tower, a leaderboard gently swayed in the breeze, listing the rankings of members of the Chu royal family, but your name was nowhere to be found. Once, you were unable to cultivate and couldn't even bear the pressure of the first level, only able to look up at this tall building with a heart full of helplessness. But now, everything is different. You take a deep breath, calm the excitement in your heart, reach out and slowly push open the door of the building, stepping inside. Just as you step in, the door behind you bangs shut automatically, and the entire building emits a deep and heavy rumbling sound, as if a giant beast that has been asleep for 1,000 years is awakening, and the massive restrictions are quickly activating. The heavenly tower has a partially hollow structure, with wooden steps winding upwards like a coiling dragon. If you look at it for a long time, you will feel a dizzying sensation. When the restriction is activated, a pressure descends from the sky, corresponding to the pressure of a 9th grade warrior on the first floor. However, for you, who are already a 5th grade warrior, this pressure is like a gentle breeze brushing past your shoulders, without causing any hindrance. You take firm steps and begin to climb up the steps. On the 3rd floor, 4 layers, 5 layers. In a few short moments, he stepped through floor after floor, straight to the top. On the way, although the pressure was getting heavier and heavier, it had even gradually surpassed the level of pressure corresponding to Chu Xian's own 5th grade martial artist. However, Chu Xian remained unaffected. In less than a moment's time, he arrived at the 10th floor of the Heaven Ascension building. This achievement has already surpassed 90% of the names on the off-floor leaderboard. Boom! At the 10th level, the corresponding pressure already belonged to the true martial level. True martial realm, has realized the true meaning of martial arts, is an expert among experts. This kind of pressure has been extremely strong. Even a 1st grade martial artist in front of this kind of majesty, is close to inches. Looking at the royal family of Chu, there were not many that could ascend to this level in recent years. Chu Xian also felt some pressure, and his steps slowed down a bit, but that's about it. As a peerless immortal, in his last life, what kind of pressure hadn't he carried? The high and mighty Saint King, the nearly invincible Buddha, the true immortal who destroys the world with a single thought, and so on. Compared to that kind of person, this kind of pressure in front of him was completely different from the sky, and with something like intimidation, the aura thing takes over more. As long as you are burdened with the power of invincibility, no one's might can crush you. Swish! Only seeing Chu Xian successfully ascend to the 11th floor with only a few large strides, he had already tied the records of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. One must know that the two were two great masters of the great Chu dynasty that had shaken the Central Plains. However, Chu Xian did not stop. His goal was always the top floor. Carrying a pressure comparable to that of a patriarchal powerhouse, he approached the 12th floor. Boom! However, just as half of his feet had just arrived at the top floor, a terrifying and overwhelming pressure suddenly fell down from the roof of the building. This kind of pressure was like a big mountain. Even if a strong sect master came, he would be crushed without a single moment of suspense. This was celestial mighty pressure. Anum! Creak creak! Only to hear that the bones in Chu Xian's entire body were actually emitting a burst of creepy friction sounds. The blood in his body was slowing down, and his skin was reddening immensely, as if it was going to explode in place. Ha! Tiny celestials, also want to press me, when my invincible name is for nothing. In the face of such heavy pressure, Chu Xian nevertheless smiled in a bland and self-contained manner. In the next moment, an invisible aura spread from Chu Xian's body from the inside out, and the terrifying celestial pressure around him suddenly subsided. Chu Xian straightened his back and easily took a dozen steps up to the 12th floor, only to see that the 12th floor was no longer hollow, but a wide attic. The attic was empty, with only a stone statue sitting in the center. It was a middle-aged man dressed in imperial robes, his temples slightly white, his gaze domineering and boundless, heroic and divine. Chu Xian recognized it at a glance. This person was none other than the founding emperor of the great Chu dynasty, ancestor Chu Tianyin, who was once a genuine celestial realm powerhouse. The hands of Chu Tianyin's statue, on the other hand, were holding a piece of jade, crystal clear, in which it seemed as if there was a sea of clouds churning. Heavenly luck stones. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. In his last life, He had only heard of this stone and had not seen it with his own eyes. Now that I've seen it, its quality is even higher than I thought. In the mortal spirit, true dharma, Taoism and immortality, lower, middle and upper, the 6 levels of the 4 grades are already of the highest quality. On second thought, though, it's not surprising. This kind of strange stone that reliably enhances the quality of qi is extremely rare, coupled with the Chu dynasty's qi breeding enhancement for a full 1,000 years. Its quality is not rare even in the second heaven, and it can definitely help him forge the legendary Hongmeng sacred body. Without hesitation, Chu Xuan immediately took the heavenly luck stone in front of him. However, he had just placed the heavenly luck stone into his storage ring when the stone statue in front of him buzzed abruptly and a burst of light erupted from it. In response, Chu Xuan did not panic, as if he had anticipated this. After all, the celestials had already condensed their divine souls, and leaving a trace of residual thoughts was not a difficult task. Only the light and shadows coalesced, and it was none other than the great Chu Emperor, founding Emperor Chu Tianyin. Aha! After 1,000 years, a descendant has finally reached the top to get the heavenly luck stone. Little fellow, you possess such talent potential. I wonder who is my great Chu imperial family. Chu Tianyin looked straight at Chu Xuan, as if looking at an absolute treasure. After all, after so many years, even he didn't expect that the offspring's talent would actually pull so much that no one would be able to successfully reach the top in 1,000 years. Now that there was finally one that could reach the top, how could he not be excited? This one person alone can extend the throne of the Chu dynasty for another 1,000 years. For Chu Tianyin, Chu Xuan did not have any awe and viewed it flatly. My name is Chu Xuan. I am the former crown prince of the great Chu dynasty. A former prince? That's why. Chu Tianyin was puzzled. Your talent potential is not weaker than mine at all, and even higher than mine. When it comes to being the rising lord of my great Chu dynasty, why would you become a former prince? Where is your father? Is he blind? Chu Xuan shook his head. There's no why. I'm just tired and don't want to do it anymore. What kind of reason is this? Chu Tianyin was puzzled and just wanted to ask again. Chu Xuan, however, clasped his fists and said, Ancestor does not need to say anymore. Now I would rather be a mortal scholar for a lifetime than a prince emperor for a day. Bye. And then Chu Xuan ignored Chu Tianyin's objections and drifted down the heavenly ascension building. Looking at Chu Xuan's departing back, Chu Tianyin's face was somewhat ugly. Better to be a mortal son for a lifetime than a prince king for a day. How disappointed one had to be in the Chu royal family to be able to say these words. It's harder to comment. It was still a descendant of one whose talent potential surpassed his. What? Is the Chu dynasty all so powerful now that they don't even care about such geniuses? The more Chu Tianyin thought about it, the more angry he became, and finally slammed his stone statue. His divine thoughts surged by 12 feet to leap out of the heavenly ascension building, and in the darkness of the night, it was like a divine lamp that lit up the entire night sky. And then, a shout filled with anger shook the entire imperial city. A bunch of little-than pups, all roll over to the old ancestor. Chapter 5 Great Chu Emperor Ancestor's Anger. Boom! Chu Tianyin's furious shout was like muffled thunder that spread over the imperial city. For a time, the entire imperial city was lit up, and countless people were awakened, especially in the direction of the palace. What's going on? Whose voice is actually this grandiose? This direction seems to come from the Dengtian building in the center of the imperial city? Get up and look. The great Chu imperial ancestor has manifested himself on the Tower of Ascension. Hurry, hurry, something big has happened. The ancestor has manifested. The ancestor has manifested. Upon noticing the vision on the Ascension Tower, countless people were dismayed. In particular, the members of the Chu royal family were stunned with their jaws dropping. Hiss, that's the founding emperor ancestor. What's going on? How did the imperial ancestor suddenly manifest himself, and seem to be angry? The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yiru, exchanged glances, their moods sinking. Glancing behind him, the 8th son, who was 8 feet tall and as strong as an ox and could tear a tiger or leopard at the age of 10, had fallen into a deep sleep. The two did not dare to delay and hurriedly summoned all the members of the Chu royal family, along with the civil and military officials, to rush to the Dengtian building. Emperor of the great Chu dynasty, 9th generation grandson of the royal family. See the imperial ancestor. Empress of the great Chu dynasty, the 9th generation of the royal family's granddaughter-in-law. See imperial ancestor. We greet the emperor ancestor. Long live the emperor ancestor. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yiru, led everyone to rush and kneel down at Chu Tianyin, including the people of the entire city who were bowing down in pilgrimage towards the Dengtian building. However, Chu Tianyin did not pay the slightest attention to these red tape, and with a flash, he came to Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yiru's two people near the front, eyes filled with dissatisfaction and scrutiny. You are the contemporary emperor as well as empress of my Chu? Facing a celestial divine thought like Chu Tianyin coupled with the identity of an ancestor, both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru felt heavy pressure. The former nodded in fear, while the latter asked in disbelief. Imperial ancestor, I wonder why you manifested your spirit and summoned us here for what purpose? Seeing that the two had an uninformed look, Chu Tianyin became even more furious and questioned. Chu Xuan is your son? Ha? Xianer? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both shocked and became even more terrified inside. It simply did not occur to me that the ancestor's manifestation was actually for that rebellious son. Could it be that it was because that rebellious son had given up the crown prince's position today and affected something, which led to the ancestor's manifestation? Chu Tianyin once again shouted in a deep voice. I want to know what happened to Chu Xuan, why he became a former crown prince. Tell me everything. Sure enough, it really is. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both colored in shock. Thinking that they had guessed correctly, the two did not dare to hide, rushed to both tell Chu Xuan for Chu Tianyin. However, listening to the two people, Chu Tianyin was dried silent. The text doesn't work. Wu is not on. Can't do a little thing right. Compared to his 8 brothers, it's a no-brainer. This made Chu Tianyin suspect that both sides were not talking about the same person at all. Or maybe, prejudice? Chu Tianyin thought of a possibility and immediately interrupted the two. That's just it. There's no need for you guys to say anything. Old ancestor will see for himself. Swish! Chu Tianyin immediately pinched a spell and grabbed towards the center of the two people's eyebrows. At once 2 memory auras were captured and flashed in his eyes. From Chu Xian's birth, to Chu Xian's growth, to Chu Xian's supervision, all the way to today's morning court Chu Xian giving up his position as crown prince. Swish! After reading it, Chu Tianyin's divine thought remnant's face was terribly gloomy. I would rather be a mortal lady for a lifetime than a prince king for a day. Ha! Oh! He finally understood why Chu Xian had said such desperate words. He was angry. Really angry. Even in life he had never been this angry. Ah. How could I Chu Tianyin have such a descendant? Chu Tianyin looked up to the sky and angrily drank. With that, he lowered his head and just wanted to rant at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. However, the remnants of the divine thoughts collapsed away on the spot as their power was consumed. Royal ancestor? The imperial ancestor has reverted to silence again. This scene made many people present feel a little too sudden. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, could only lead everyone to rise. However, the next moment, Emperor Chu Ming spoke with eyes full of anger. A rebellious son. What a treacherous, rebellious son. My great Chu imperial ancestors actually manifested their anger because of what he did. This is simply a disgrace to a whole bunch of ancestors. Empress, you actually want to retrieve that rebellious son to redo the crown prince during the day. Do you think he's worthy? He's not worthy at all. Xiao Yuru's face turned white. As for the others, they all shook their heads. After all, the great Chu imperial ancestor had inquired about Chu Xuan as soon as he came up, and combined that with the last sentence. How could I have such a descendant? It was clearly angry at Chu Xuan. Ugh, it seems that the grand imperial prince Chu Xuan is truly talentless and unethical, so even the ancestor can't stand to look at him anymore. At the loss of my morning court, I was still pleading for him, simply blinded my eyes, being the crown prince, to be so dim as to provoke the ancestor's manifestation to rain down his wrath. This is a first. Listening to the whispers in the room, Chu Mingyue no longer hesitated. Immediately, he gave an icy order. Come on man, prepare the decree at once. Crown Prince Chu Xuan has no talent and no virtue. Not only does he defy the Golden Palace and bump into me and the Empress, but now he has even caused the Emperor's ancestor to show his spirit and descend in anger. Formally depose Crown Prince Chu Xuan, and as for the new Crown Prince, establish another one at a later date. Soon after, the decree to formally depose the Crown Prince was made known to the world overnight. Until the light of day just dawned, the entire De Chu dynasty rises huge waves, and even caused a storm, even more than yesterday. After all, yesterday was only Chu Xian's own letting of the throne of the Crown Prince, and now that the Emperor has officially deposed him, the two are naturally different. A lot of heartthrobs, ambitious people, and others, have begun to plot. 30 miles outside the imperial city, Chu Xuan did not know what Chu Tianyin had done after he left, nor did he know the news that he had been formally deposed by Emperor Chu Ming. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Who the hell cares about the Crown Prince? He only wants to step into immortality nowadays. At this moment, he was sitting in a cliff pavilion on a green mountain. This is a beautiful and sparsely populated area, a place of tranquility. Swish! Only with a wave of his hand, he took out the crystal clear heavenly luck stone. Although the heavenly luck stone was less than the size of a palm, it seemed to contain a sea of clouds, and the vast, smoke-like clouds were constantly surging. It's nothing else but the accumulated qi of the great Chu dynasty for thousands of years. If I melt and refine this stone, I wonder what kind of surprise it can bring me. Chu Xian's gaze burned. After all, this item was extraordinary. Enough for him to forge the legendary Hongmeng sacred body, and the vast and majestic qi in it might be able to be used for him as well. Buzz. In the end, Chu Xian, with excitement in his heart, began to operate the Hongmeng creation scripture. This process was naturally not as fast as directly absorbing spirit stones. A full half a day had passed before the heavenly fortune stone was successfully melted and refined. Chapter 6 Hongmeng Sacred Body. 1,000 Years of Qi. Boom! When the heavenly luck stone completely disappeared, Chu Xian's entire person was suddenly shaken. The skin blossomed with a glistening radiance. The flesh and blood of the body became solid and incomparable, and a metaphysical and mysterious aura surged up and down around his body. At first glance, it looks like a cast of Rohan's precious body, which is intimidating. Well, Chu Xian opened his eyes, and two bright purple auras immediately crossed his eyes. Utilizing the heavenly fortune stone, he had already forged the Hongmeng sacred body. Both the talent potential and the strength of the physical body had undergone a qualitative change. Under the true martial realm, I'm afraid that not many people can be a match for this Hongmeng sacred body of theirs, enough to punch a small child. And most importantly, with the miracle of the heavenly fortune stone, he had also derived a special kind of creation, the Qi Luck bodyguard. Buzz. Seeing that Chu Xian's mind had only moved gently, there was a strand of cloud-like solid mysterious gas continuously emerging from his body, which was clearly the Qi Luck that the great Chu dynasty had accumulated over the past 1,000 years. And now this 1,000 years of Qi Luck had clearly become Chu Xian's means. Chu Xian estimated that if he were to fully activate these Qi against the enemy, it would be enough to resist the realm of the Celestials, and anyone under the Celestials could be killed. After all, this was a full 1,000 years of Qi of the Chu dynasty. Naturally non-trivial. Ha! It's kind of like having a kind of undercard that you can use at will. Chu Xian smiled in relief. Although he possessed many divine immortal techniques in his mind that could be considered as base cards, but with his weak cultivation realm today, he simply couldn't use it, and even if he could force it, he would need to pay a great price. However, this 1,000 years of Qi Luck was able to allow him to drive it as he wished. Go away! In the end, Chu Xian got up and prepared to hit the road and embark on his traveling journey. After all, although this side of heaven and earth was only the lowest level of the 9 heavens continent, a heavy heaven, but there were still quite a few treasures that could help him at the moment. Swish! Who knew that just as he had gotten up, a group of figures suddenly flashed from the bottom of the mountain, piercing through the bushes and skimming the trees, their movements extremely capable and skillful. These people are all colorful masked, dressed in black, holding a sword in the hand, killing intent, afraid that others do not know as a killer. In an instant, this group of masked assassins surrounded Chu Xian. Chu Xian faintly swept a glance. This group of killers' cultivation were not weak. All of them were upper third-grade martial artists, and there was even no shortage of second-grade martial artists, which could be considered elite when looking at the entire territory of the great Chu dynasty. Your Highness the Crown Prince. No, your former Highness the Crown Prince, how do you want to die? At this moment, a masked middle-aged man at the head of the group coldly opened his mouth. The back of his sword-wielding hand had a special black blood mark. His aura was also the strongest in this place, and he was already a first-grade martial artist. Chu Xian had not moved the slightest bit in response to the other party's threatening words. Instead, he stretched himself and inquired, "Before you die, can you say who sent you?" "I'm sorry, we only do things and don't say much. Your Highness can only be an unjust death." The middle-aged leader shook his head in response. The long sword in his hand was already raised, and the blade flashed with a cold light. Chu Xian smiled. "Since you guys aren't saying anything, let me guess. Well, you're the black-blooded death guards secretly trained by the Chancellor's office, aren't you? And this is your first mission, right?" When Chu Xian's words fell, what he saw was none other than the middle-aged chief's dramatically shrunken pupils, which were filled with shock and incomprehension, because what Chu Xian said was not wrong at all. Even their first mission was right. But how was this possible? Because the ones who knew about the existence of their group of deadly servants were by no means more than 3 people in this world. How did the Chu Xian in front of him know about it? Let me guess again. Is your Sangha Master Qin Yuan siding with my second brother Chuan, and is also preparing to betroth his daughter to him? After all, I'm not going to be the crown prince anymore, and according to the system of obedience, there's a high probability that the crown prince position will fall to Chu Wen's head. But that brother of mine felt that if I didn't die, the probability of this would be small, so he signaled Qin Yuan to send you guys to come and kill me, right? Boom! When Chu Xian's words fell, the middle-aged leader's brain completely exploded. He knows. I can't believe he knows all about it. Was this a guess? But it couldn't be. After all, everything happened in one day. and even they were on the brink. Or is it? The Chancellor's mansion had long been infiltrated by Chu Xian's men, but know so well that the Chancellery is infiltrated into a sieve. Couldn't figure it out. The middle-aged chief couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Ha! Chu Xian smiled darkly. The other side naturally couldn't figure it out. For these things he spoke of were things that had happened in the last life. In his last life, the 9 dragons seized the throne, and Chancellor Qin Yuan was precisely the Chuan who stood in line. Even he almost died once at the hands of these black-blooded death squads. Kill him! The middle-aged chief suddenly shouted harshly, because he felt that the Chu Xian in front of him was too eccentric and had to be killed earlier to avoid a long night's sleep. Clang! As soon as he gave the order, there were dead guards who were eager to get credit for their work swinging their swords towards Chu Xian. Though masked, the other man's sardonic smile was clearly felt. After all, it was common knowledge in the world that the Crown Prince was unable to achieve anything in literature or martial arts. He was a third-grade martial artist, and it wasn't more than enough to decapitate a mere mortal. Bang! Yet the next moment, Chu Xian had only lightly swung out a fist, and the attacking third-grade black-blooded death servant was blown away on the spot, his blood spattering. When he landed on the ground, he didn't even let out a scream, but he was already dead. Ah, a 5th-grade martial artist? No, this is definitely not an ordinary 5th-grade martial artist. That group of dead guards, led by the middle-aged leader, all exclaimed in shock. Didn't you say that Crown Prince Chu Xian is unable to accomplish anything? Isn't your family Wu a 5th-grade martial artist? Your family's Wu didn't just blow away a 3rd-ranked martial artist with one punch? Intelligence is wrong. Altogether. The middle-aged leader did not have time to be more shocked and rushed to bring his men to surround him together because Chu Xian was increasingly making him feel dangerous. Looking at the group of dead guards that were surrounding him, Chu Xian remained calm and relaxed. Being burdened with the Hongmeng sacred body, coupled with the 1,000 years of qi in his body, he would not be afraid even if the Celestials came. Not to mention these minor characters. Swish! In an instant, some of the closer dead guards rushed to Chu Xian's front. There were 3rd-grade martial artists and also 2nd-grade martial artists. Seeing that the sword was added to his body, Chu Xian was unperturbed and did not rush a clipping palm. The palm of his hand imitated transforming gold and iron. The wind whistled, and all the swords and knives were broken. At this moment, all of the dead guards led by the middle-aged leader were dumbfounded. Unarmed broken soldier. Is this something a 5th-grade martial artist can do? Even a true martial powerhouse couldn't do it, right? As the crowd was shocked, a strange sound began to emanate from the field. Chu Xian's figure flickered across the crowd, and his hands, elbows, legs, and feet all seemed to have transformed into the most terrifying weapons in the world. The black-blooded dead guards roared in pain and screamed. Their figures flew backwards one after another, and when they landed, no matter whether they were 3rd or 2nd grade, they were all dead. Damn it! The middle-aged leader shouted angrily and fully operated his own 1st-grade force, chopping out the strongest sword towards Chu Xian. The sword power was enough to shake the true martial realm. In response, Chu Xian, however, smiled disdainfully, and immediately stored up his strength to clench his fist and blast. Bang! The middle-aged leader screamed miserably as he flew backwards several feet, heavily injured on the spot. A few moments later, the battle was over, and all of the black-blooded death squires died horizontally. Chu Xian took a step and came close to the middle-aged leader, who shook his head in shock. Blood came out of his mouth. No! No way! You're not the prince! You're never the prince! Who are you? After all, it would be enough for all of them to surround and kill a true martial realm even if they did. Now that they were all countered by Chu Xian, this was the scrapped crown prince that everyone was talking about? Naturally, I'm not a prince. I'm just a mere mortal who wants to claim the path to step into immortality. Chu Xian shook his head and completely ended the middle-aged leader with a kick. And then, one by one, he kicked all the corpse weapons off the cliff. A glance in the direction of the imperial city. My good brothers, we have plenty of time to play in this life. Chu Xian smiled coldly, then took a step away from the great Chu imperial city. Chapter 7 Departure. Gale Envoy. And just as Chu Xian was following the official road south, away from the imperial city of Great Chu, on the way, a group of people rushed from south to north towards the imperial city of Great Chu. One could only see that there were hundreds of people in this party. The carriage was tall and luxurious, and the accompanying guards were all upper 3rd-grade martial artists with an extraordinary aura. There was even one that had surpassed the 1st grade and had reached the true martial realm. And on the roof of the carriage stood a large flag, which was not the national flag of Great Chu, but was embroidered with a large word for wind. Chu Xian and the caravan missed each other above the official road between the two sides. When the two sides were far apart, Chu Xian murmured, "The great wind envoy has entered the court. You mustn't bother me, or I'll kill someone." The other side, Great Wind Fleet. In the center and driving a luxury carriage, only to see the wide carriage, sitting in a middle-aged Confucian, a green shirt, with a kind face, was holding a volume of bamboo books for perusal. Master Shang, there's still a dozen miles to go before we reach the imperial city of Dechu. At that moment, the true martial realm's great wind commander, reminded through the car window. The middle-aged Confucian scholar known as Master Shang put down his bamboo slips and lifted the curtain to look out. Great Chu Imperial City. Ah, the last time I came. I vaguely remember it was 8 years ago. 8 years ago, my great wind was in the midst of stormy times and turmoil, and there was a hidden crisis of annihilation. 8 years later, my great wind, however, has favorable winds and rains, and the country's power is so vast that it can be called the top 3 in the Central Plains. Our great wind empress truly has the eloquence of warping the heavens and the earth. At this time, the great wind commander was puzzled and said, Master Xiang, nowadays, compared to our great wind, the national strength of the Great Chu has been weakened by more than one chip. Why do we need to come back to renew the two countries' cooperation program with the Great Chu dynasty? Isn't it not dragging our great wind's leg? The middle-aged Confucian shook his head and said, You don't know. When our doffing female empress was young, due to various reasons, exiled to the imperial city of Dechu's dental line, was the current Dechu crown prince Chu Xuan ransom rescue. Then the doffing turmoil royal family without a head, is also Prince Chu Xuan secretly support, and ultimately help the female empress ascended to the imperial throne. It can be said that if it weren't for their identities, Crown Prince Chu Xuan of Great Chu and our great wind empress would have been destined to be a pair of lovebirds. Although the two were unable to accompany each other, their relationship was still excellent. The first cooperation plan between the two countries was proposed by Chu Xuan, in order to support our great wind and stabilize the position of the empress, and now 8 years have passed. Although our great wind's national power has surpassed that of the Great Chu, one must always learn to be thankful. No, of course. Speaking at this point, the middle-aged Confucian smiled mysteriously. What's more important is that the empress has feelings for Chu Xuan. The reason why the plan for the two kingdoms was continued was to stabilize Chu Xuan's position as the crown prince and allow him to ascend to the throne smoothly. So when she came, the empress also explained that the plan for the two countries must be finalized by the crown prince Chu Xuan himself, and if anyone else is replaced, this plan will be nullified. After hearing this, the great wind commander lamented. It seems that our empress and the prince of Dechu are really a pair of lovers who watch out for each other. But it's a pity. Well, the matter is not confidential, but there are still very few who know about it. Don't spread the word. Notify them and speed up the entry into the imperial city of Great Chu. As the middle-aged Confucian gave the order, the great wind envoys began to speed up their horses. Soon, the delegation sailed into the imperial city of Dechu, and went straight into the imperial palace. Not much longer, the two of them, the middle-aged Confucian and the great wind commander, were standing on the golden palace. The civil and military officials were lined up, and Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were seated on top of them. Only both were visibly ill-faced and obviously still angry. Chancellor Yan Shangru of the Great Wind, with the Great Wind envoys, meet Emperor Chu and Empress Xiao. The middle-aged Confucian scholar and Great Wind commander Li Mu cupped their fists towards the top and saluted. After all, as a minister of the Great Wind, it was only natural that he would not go kneeling to the Emperor of Great Chu. I wonder what Minister Yan's visit to my Chu with the Great Wind envoy is all about, Chu Mingyue routinely inquired. Yan Shangru immediately said, Back to Emperor Chu. I was ordered by my Great Wind Empress this time to come and renew the plan between the two countries with your country, including foreign trade transactions, cultivation exchanges, and resource sales and purchases. If your country is willing, this cooperation can be changed from an 8-year period to an indefinite one. When Yan Shangru finished speaking, the eyes of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru lit up. It's been a bad few days, so it's nice to finally hear something good. After all, the national strength of the Dechu dynasty today could be far inferior to that of the Great Wind dynasty. If he could indefinitely start all sorts of deep-level cooperation with the Great Wind dynasty, it would naturally be of much benefit to his Great Chu dynasty. Yes, we are naturally willing. Thus, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Yan Shangru could not have predicted this, and the next moment he laughed softly. But our empress has a small request. But there's no harm in saying it, not to mention one request. It's not impossible to make 10 requests. Emperor Chu Ming waved his hand and responded with an atmospheric response. The small request is that all plans for cooperation between the two countries in question need to be completed by your country's crown prince Chu Xuan himself. Jar. Upon hearing these words, the smiles of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru immediately froze, including the civil and military officials in the temple. All of them also looked odd. Seeing this, Yan Shangru was puzzled. What's the problem? This request is not considered abrupt. After all, The last time the cooperation plan between our two countries was finalized through the hands of the Crown Prince Chu Xuan. If we really talk about it, this is not much of a request. Chu Mingyue and the two of them were a little embarrassed. In the past this was naturally nothing. Even if it wasn't Chu Xuan, they could change it to Chu Xuan. But now, Chu Mingyue hurriedly tried. Yan Xiang, why don't you guys change someone else? Besides that rebellious son, my royal family still has many talented royals, such as the second Prince Chu Wen, the third Prince Chu Wu, the fourth Prince Chu Jian, etc. So you guys can pick at will. Excuse me, when I, the Great Wind Empress, came here, I personally ordered that the person in charge of this plan we would only recognize the Crown Prince Chu Xuan, otherwise the plan would rather be cancelled. Therefore, Empress Xiao of the Chu Emperor, it's better to call Crown Prince Chu Xuan. Although Yan Xiangru's voice was flat, it was filled with imperturbability. After all, this was also the tone of voice the Empress used when giving orders. Seeing that the other party was so resolute, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru became even more embarrassed. Chancellor Qin Yuan immediately stepped out. Yan Xiangru, you do not know, Prince Chu Xuan yesterday in the court of the Chu Emperor Xiao Queen's self-abandonment of the position of prince, but also attracted my Chu kingdom royal ancestor late at night to reveal the spirit of descending wrath. So talentless and unethical, how can be worthy of being a prince? So he has been His Majesty the Empress formally deposed of the position of the crown prince. What? Yan Xiangru was startled. Talentless? Ancestor's wrath? It wasn't that he hadn't seen Chu Xuan before, and to be honest, the latter, aside from not being able to cultivate, was truly a great talent in ruling the country and serving the people. It has the image of a wise ruler, otherwise how could it be remembered by their empress? However, now the other party was talking about what followed, and even the Chu imperial ancestor had manifested his spirit and descended his anger, which was also too much of an exaggeration. Minister Qin is right, that rebellious son has been deposed, so it would be better for your country to pick a new master. At that moment, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both personally nodded their heads as well. Yan Xiangru fell into silence. The Great Wind Empress had intended to rely on this matter to stabilize Chu Xuan's position as crown prince. As a result, Chu Xuan was deposed, which should, how is it? Chapter 8 Finding Chu Xuan. Yan Xiangru pondered for a moment, and immediately clasped his fists. I'm sorry, the Empress order is in place, and we will only recognize Crown Prince Chu Xuan in this matter. If Crown Prince Chu Xuan is not here, the plan of the two countries will end. You guys, looking at Yan Xiangru, who was oil and salt, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's two faces were especially ugly. After all, it was only last night that they had issued the imperial decree to depose Prince Chu Xuan. Is it going to change its mind today? Once again letting Chu Xuan rejoin the crown prince? So capricious. What have the two of them become? Yan Xiangru knew that there should be a hidden agenda, and did not press too much. Chu Emperor Xiao Ho, our great wind's meaning is clear enough. I can wait in the imperial city for some time. If Chu Xuan can hand over to us, our two countries' plan can be carried out at any time. If we cannot see him, this matter will end there. Farewell. After saying that, Yan Xiangru did not grind his teeth with Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru anymore. Immediately with the commander Li Mu left the temple and went, leaving only the ugly face of the Chu Emperor Xiao Ho as well as the dynasty full of stunned civil and military officials. Upon returning to the inn where he was staying, Yan Xiangru rolled his eyes and commanded, Li Mu, send someone to inquire about Crown Prince Chu Xuan. Li Mu nodded his head and immediately led people to inquire. Not to mention Yan Xiangru, even he, a big and thick martial artist, could tell that there was definitely a hidden agenda in the matter of Crown Prince Chu Xuan. After all, what kind of person was their Great Wind Empress? Would she be able to look at such an unbearable Chu Xuan? Same time, the Imperial Palace. Chu Xuan, Chu Xuan, Chu Xuan. Why did it have to be that rebellious son? Might a Chu dynasty's array of royal sons, picking one at random, which one is not better than that rebellious son, weren't able to do anything in literature or martial arts. Even the ancestor couldn't look down on the waist. The Great Wind dynasty ate the wrong medicine and had to choose this rebellious son. Emperor Chu Ming was furious, silencing many eunuchs and palace maids. On the side, Xiao Yuru's face naturally did not look very good either. After all, the Great Wind dynasty's move was like saying that other than Crown Prince Chu Xuan, her other sons were all some unachievable trash. But clearly Shen'er is the one who was the most wasted. This is something that even the ancestors have confirmed. Your Majesty, the Empress, rest your anger. The old slave does know some hidden information. At this time, Wei Tong, the chief administrator of the Grand Inner Chamber, walked up stiffly and said, Oh, speak. Emperor Chu Ming could only collect his anger and signal. Wei Channel, the Great Wind Empress is named Feng Linglong, and she once had a past with the Crown Prince. No, Emperor Chu Xian had a past. Wait to hear it. Both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru froze, their faces full of disbelief. The Great Wind Empress actually has such a past with Xian'er, how come we didn't know? And wasn't the plan for the two countries back then their Great Wind dynasty begging us to cooperate with Great Chu? According to you, wouldn't Xian'er have facilitated it? If Xian'er really had this ability, wouldn't our Great Chu dynasty's national strength be getting worse every year? In response to the two's questions, Wei Tong was somewhat stunned. No, Your Majesty Empress, are you mistaken? When has the national strength of our Great Chu dynasty gotten worse from year to year? On the contrary, since the Crown Prince has been supervising the country, the national strength of our Great Chu dynasty has been increasing every year, just not as fast as the Great Wind dynasty's increase, but this is justifiable. After all, the Great Wind dynasty is originally one of the oldest dynasties in the Central Plains, although 8 years ago suffered a disaster, but the dynasty's heritage is still there. In other words, the Great Wind dynasty's national power is not increasing but recovering, while our Chu's national power is increasing in real terms. Jar. Upon hearing these words, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both froze a bit. This. Due to the proximity of Chu and Defeng, coupled with the deep cooperation between the two countries, that's why they've been comparing Chu to Great Wind for so long. So since Chu Xian began to supervise the country 8 years ago, their Great Chu's national power began to be caught up, surpassed, and crushed by the Great Wind. This caused them to always feel that Chu was lagging behind and weakening, so they naturally did not have a good look for Chu Xian, who was the supervisor of the state. And now after Wei Tong's point, they immediately panicked a bit. Present the country's original immediately. Chu Mingyue drank steeply. Soon there were eunuchs who brought over the national power playbooks of these years. After all, the two of them had gotten a little lazy since the Crown Prince had overseen the country. Outsiders don't know it, but they know themselves, and they haven't dealt with state affairs in a long time. When the two men had perused the state book, they were somewhat dumbfounded. It clearly shows that their Chu dynasty in these 8 years, the national strength has increased at least 10 times, far more than before. But they had always thought that the power of the Great Chu was rapidly diminishing. No, it's still not right. This year's treasury revenue we can see. The whole treasury money but a lot of sharp decline. This is not the country's power is weak. As if Chu Mingyue suddenly thought of something, he hurriedly rejoiced. Who knows? Wei Tong was puzzled. Your Majesty Empress, what's the matter with you all? Haven't you all finished reading the Zhenzhua? Ahem. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru subconsciously both coughed. And the next moment, Wei Tong has explained, yesterday I was in the Great Hall to pack up the fallen folds, had seen His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the back of the folds of the annotations. The reason why the treasury income has sharply reduced, the majority of the spending is given to the other 8 princes in addition to the Crown Prince. For example, the second prince often set one Xian banquet, invited the world of literati and artists' poetry, who if made good is a great reward thousands of gold. Often a banquet will cost off tens of thousands of taels of gold. And then there's the fifth prince, who has waged several wars in a single year, fighting rebels and invading the desert north, spending at least 100,000 taels of gold each time. Right, the main thing is still on the ninth prince. Due to him becoming the holy son of the heavenly martial sect, in just a few months, he spent more than 300,000 taels of gold worth of spirit stones. What? Upon hearing these words, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both shuddered in unison. Panic, eyes messed up. Xiao Yuru even looked at Emperor Chu Ming with her eyes lost in thought. Your Majesty, all these years we weren't wrong to blame Xian'er. After all, according to the current situation, where was Chu Shen, the supervisory crown prince? Unqualified, simply too qualified. Anyone else up there wouldn't necessarily do a better job than him. But what have they done? Either beating or cursing, the banning of feet and the punishment of salary. Even the palace maids and subordinates of the Eastern Palace were all removed. The treatment of any random courtier was much better than he, the crown prince. It could be seen that Emperor Chu Ming's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water as well. Have we wronged him? But the ancestors have all manifested their wrath. How to explain this? He glared at Wei Tong. Horizontal tablet or inscribed board. Wei Tong scowled. He just said some facts that are known to all. As for the ancestor manifesting his anger, the devil knows how to explain it. Your Majesty, at this time, Xiao Yuru was a bit guilty. Ancestors matter aside, we do owe Xian'er a bit these past few years. We'd better hurry up and get Xian'er back. We have to make it up to him. And you can only rely on Xian'er in the matter of the Great Wind dynasty. I understand. Chu Mingyue responded with a cry, though he was unwilling to overturn his decision. But working with the Great Wind dynasty indefinitely was just too tempting. Only he began to ferry back and forth, thinking incessantly within himself. Until a certain point, he paused and finally ordered. That's just it. I'll give this rebellious son another chance. If he can make this happen, he may be allowed to return to the position of Crown Prince. Chapter 9 Princess Chu Mingyue. This rebellious son. Perhaps he had expected this day to come. That's why you dared to give up the Crown Prince's seat in faith before. Emperor Chu Ming's face did not look good, and he always felt that he was taken by Chu Xuan. Xiao Yuru, however, said with a bitter look on her face, Your Majesty, we have indeed misjudged Xianer, and it's nothing for him to play a few tricks. Let's just go along with him for once and make some amends for him. Aha! Emperor Chu Ming nodded, and immediately wanted to order. Someone come. Xiao Yuru stopped. Your Majesty, perhaps Xianer is still breathing. If you just send someone to find him, he's afraid he won't come back easily. Then what to do? Should I personally go and invite him back? It's really against him, Chu Minghuang said with displeasure. It was extremely magnanimous of him to go this far. Looking at a number of dynasties, which emperor could be as enlightened as he was? It's naturally not appropriate for you to go as the king of a country. Nor is it appropriate for me, but I do have a suitable candidate here. Who? Rapunzel Chu Mingyue. Xiao Yuru laughed softly. You forget that when he was a child, Xianer spent the longest time with Mingyue, his little aunt, and had a deep bond. If Mingyue were to go searching, she would definitely be able to persuade Xianer to come back. Emperor Chu Ming nodded and immediately ordered. Go, summon the eldest princess to come. Soon, a woman with delicate features and a delicate figure, wearing a gorgeous brocade dress arrived, and it was none other than Chu Mingyue, the eldest princess of Chu, imperial brother, imperial sister-in-law. What is the reason you summoned me here? Chu Mingyue inquired. The two Chu Minghuangs immediately stated their purpose, but the former frowned in response. Haven't you all deposed that little punk? Why are you thinking of asking me to retrieve that little loser again? Xiao Yuru was dissatisfied. Mingyue, don't talk about a little punk in one breath. He's your own nephew. How can you talk about him like that? I have quite a few of my own nephews, but one of them is more competitive than the other. Only this one. I heard that even the ancestors manifested their wrath in the middle of the night. Is there something wrong with me calling him a little trash? Chu Mingyue teased. The faces of both Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru immediately became somewhat ugly. Regardless of Chu Xian's accomplishments, the matter of the ancestor manifesting his spirit and descending his wrath was undoubtedly a huge stain that could not be washed away even if one wanted to. Chu Minghuang had just regretted it. After all, in case Chu Xian returned, what if I offend the ancestors again? Xiao Yuru, however, had already said, Alright, Mingyue, no matter how Xianer is, he is your own nephew. Other things aside, at least this file of the Great Wind Dynasty still needs him to come back to preside over it. You tell Xianer that as long as he can get this done, this crown prince position will still be his, and the future throne will be his as well. No one can take it away from him. No need to play any more tricks. Okay. Although Chu Mingyue was reluctant, she could only lead the order to do so. The other side. Chu Xian had long since thrown all sorts of things in the Great Chu dynasty to the back of his mind. He measured the mountains and rivers on foot, trekked through the mountains, ate and slept in the wind, drank water from the mountain springs when he was thirsty, and ate some wild game when he was hungry. If he happened to come across some places with rich aura, he would also stop to cultivate. In the short span of a few days, he was already 300 miles away from the imperial city of Chu, and his own cultivation had risen by 1 grade once again, becoming a 4th grade martial artist. Almost there, Chu Xian looked out at the mountains in front of him based on his memories and murmured. Naturally, he wasn't wandering aimlessly, but had a goal in mind. There were 7 major cultivation sects in the Chu dynasty, one of which was called the Xuan Ling Sect, although this sect ranked at the bottom of the 7 major sects. However, within the clan, there was a treasure that none of the other clans had. Odd flower, Xuan Ling. It is rumored that this flower takes a full 100 years to bloom, and if it is consumed on the day it blooms, it can greatly increase one's cultivation speed. The Xuan Ling Sect is all named after this flower and has been established for 800 years. Although in the past 800 years, there were not many Xuan Ling flowers left in the Xuan Ling Sect, but Chu Xian remembered. At this time period, there was exactly one Xuan Ling flower that was in a state of budding, and in the previous life it was still obtained by the 4th brother Chu Jian. Such a strange flower such as the heavenly fortune stone could help him forge and refine the Hongmeng sacred body, and even derive a new creation. So of course he had to get it. With this thought, half a day later, a mountain peak appeared ahead. Just see, this mountain peak is as high as 1,000 feet, lofty and majestic, bells and whistles, from afar, like a divine pillar in the sky and the earth. A closer look, you can see that the clouds and mist is vaguely situated in a palace and pavilion, as well as flying springs and silver waterfalls, flowers and exotic grasses and other scenery. It was a pure land of cultivation. Precisely, the Xuan Ling Sect. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up, and he then quickly stepped to the foot of the mountain. After looking at the spiritually beautiful mountain peaks, he was just about to take a step onto the Xuan Ling Sect. A fragrant wind but suddenly swept across his face. Chu Xuan could only pause, only to see a woman with a beautiful figure blocking his way. Face like the bright moon. Features as delicate as porcelain. A gorgeous brocade-colored dress. The delicate body set off the best. The woman held her snow-white neck high, like a proud swan. It's you! Looking at the visitor, Chu Xuan could not help but furrow his brows. Chu Mingyue tilted her chin and said somewhat angrily, "Good you little punk. I thought that you were at most cad in whichever place outside the imperial city. I didn't think that you actually ran to the Xuan Ling Sect's territory in a single breath. And these past couple of days have really made me do some good chasing. What are you chasing me for? Did I ask you to chase me?" Chu Xuan opened his mouth. The words were cold and indifferent, as if they were facing a stranger. "You think that I, a half-step sect master powerhouse, am willing to waste my precious cultivation time to find a little punk like you?" Chu Mingyue had a disdainful look on her face. "It's your father and mother, who asked me to find you back. They want to re-establish you as the crown prince." "Oh, why? I'm the one who contradicted them and drew the wrath of the ancestor's spirit, and was finally deposed by them overnight," Chu Xuan asked with a smile. He had naturally heard about the events of the previous few days on the road, but he hadn't cared, and had even found it a little funny. The great Chu Emperor ancestor, a former celestial realm powerhouse, spent a strand of his residual thoughts in the middle of the night to manifest his spirit just to bring down the wrath of a ruined prince? And I don't know who was the first to say such brainless stupidity. Chu Mingyue frowned. "Little trash. Don't play any more of your little tricks of desire here. It's all known about your relationship with the Great Wind Empress. Your father and mother have already made it clear that as long as you go back and do this matter of the Great Wind Dynasty's cooperation, the position of the crown prince will still be yours, and the future throne will be yours as well, and no one will be able to take it away from you." "Ha!" Chu Xuan laughed, but it was a sneer. "Who told you that I'm trying to capture the enemy? Was it Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru and the two of them? Then you can go back and tell them to get over themselves. I made it very clear in the Golden Palace. Crown Prince of Great Chu, they can let whoever they like do it. Let their Wen Xian do it. Let their God of War do it. Or let their Kirin Zi do it. I, Chu Xuan, will definitely not be the Crown Prince again. Nowadays, I just want to travel around the world and be immortal." Chu Xuan's words were clanging and resounding, filled with determination. However, it caused Chu Mingyue to frown fiercely, and immediately scolded. "You waste thing, have you made enough of a scene? Your father and mother went out of their way to defy the will of your ancestors and paved the way for you to get off. So what are you still doing here on your end? Is it a demonstration to them? Or are you trying to make things difficult for me? Or do you feel like you've seized an opportunity with great difficulty and want to play up your crown prince's authority to the entire Great Chu dynasty? You are the cutie." Chu Xuan frowned. Hasn't he made it clear enough that he won't do the crown prince position? Why can't you understand human language? How dare you scold me? Chu Mingyue stared at her beautiful eyes, rising with a look of incredulity. One must know that the Chu Xuan of the past was one who did not return blows and curses. Sometimes when she glared, the other hated it and would kowtow to her. But today, why did she seem like a different person? Not only did she talk tough, but she also dared to call her a cutie, which made her anger rub off on her. "Little punk, I think you've got an itchy skin and have forgotten what my whip tastes like, haven't you?" Chu Mingyue waved her hand and a ghostly blue whip snapped into existence. Chu Xuan's face sank, and there were really some bad memories surging up. "Anyway, your father and mother just asked me to take you back. They didn't say how. I'm going to whip you today before I carry you back. Let's see if you still dare to put on an act for me here." Phew! As soon as the words fell, she suddenly swung her whip and struck hard towards Chu Xuan. Chapter 10 Chu Mingyue's Defeat. Snap! With a crisp ring, the ghostly blue whip fell. However, it did not land on Chu Xuan's body, but rather, still halfway there, the end of the whip was firmly gripped by a large, powerful hand. Chu Xuan looked at Chu Mingyue with an indifferent face. "You're playing with fire. It's gone against the grain. You dare to threaten me even if you're a punk. You really don't know how much you weigh, do you?" Chu Mingyue's eyebrows stood erect. Immediately releasing some of her cultivation, the spirit deity flowed through the whip body, trying to shake Chu Xuan's hand holding the whip off. As for whether or not it would shatter Chu Xuan's palm, she didn't consider it at all. Humph! Chu Xuan coldly snorted. If placed in his previous life, he naturally had no way to deal with Chu Mingyue. After all, the other party was ranked at the top of the true martial arts, only half a step away from being a sovereign. But today he is naturally fearless. Bang! Only his palm glowed as the hegemonic power belonging to the Hongmeng sacred body surged. The two forces from the head and tail of the whip quickly collided in the center of the whip body, instantly sending out a crackling and exploding sound. Unawares, the whip-wielding Chu Mingyue actually stumbled. When she stopped, her beautiful eyes were wide with incomparable shock. Ah, this kind of power. Are you a fourth-grade martial artist? How is this possible? Aren't you a loser who can't cultivate? In the face of Chu Mingyue's drunken question, Chu Xuan naturally did not bother to answer for him. This ignored scene made Chu Mingyue feel even more furious. Asshole, you must have used some tricky tactics. A punk is a punk pretending to be a genius. See if I don't whip you. Chu Mingyue glared at her beautiful eyes, and in the next moment, she actually directly exploded. A bright and fiery astral aura spread like a storm, and even the swinging whip was filled with awe-inspiring power. Humph. In response, Chu Xuan did not panic, but instead threw a punch. When the fists and whips met, an explosive sound erupted in the air. With a bang. Although Chu Xuan fell back a foot, he did not suffer any injuries. Instead, in the next moment, he once again took the initiative to rush towards Chu Mingyue. The two of them started fighting in place. The muffled sound of thumping was endless, a wave of air spreading, and they exchanged a dozen rounds in an instant. And after a dozen rounds, Chu Mingyue was already shocked, because she had already unleashed to a cultivation level comparable to that of the true martial realm, yet she still hadn't been able to do anything about Chu Yuan, which was outrageous. Waste. What kind of sorcery did you use? Boom. Annoyed, she was a bit uptight and released a large amount of her cultivation on the spot. The long whip in his hand blossomed with blazing astral energy, just like a dragon swinging its tail. Whip across the sky and whip. Winds sound whistling and exploding. On the way accidentally swept a jackstone, even directly exploded into pieces. It could be seen that its power was so strong that, not to mention dealing with a fourth-grade martial artist, even if it was a true martial powerhouse, it would have to be either dead or crippled. Apparently, in her anger, she didn't think about the consequences at all. Humph. Seeing this, Chu Xian's expression was cold. Since the other party did not consider the consequences, he naturally did not need to be polite. Buzz. The Hongmeng sacred body shook slightly as a cloud-like chi surged out, quietly adding to his clenched fist. Scram! A single word was drank out, as if spring thunder had risen from the flat ground, only to see Chu Xian's fist blast out. His chi was like a rainbow, surging with impact. It was actually like a torrent, and on the spot, with the momentum of destroying and destroying, the whip that was drawn horizontally crumbled into pieces. After that, the power did not diminish, and in an instant, it had already blasted its way to Chu Mingyue's near front. Ah! What? Chu Mingyue's eyes were suddenly shocked, and she couldn't wait to think about what kind of power this was. One could only cast a party of defensive spells, heavy astral transforming spirit walls, but useless. The spirit wall shattered in just an instant, and then the whole person was like being hit head-on by a huge mountain, and flew out on the spot, spilling blood. Ah, poof! Enough to fly out backwards 3 or 5 feet, to be a stop. In place half-kneeling sprayed out a mouthful of blood, instantly stained red chest lapels. Ah, you piece of, what kind of demonic magic did you use? This is definitely not your power. Chu Mingyue covered her chest and shouted angrily, her hair scattered in anger and shame. She didn't believe she could lose, and it was also to the trashy prince that she had always despised. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Xuan opened his mouth to spit out 2 words, but inwardly, he was secretly nodding his head. This was because the power of qi that had just been utilized was only about 50 years. However, these 50 years of qi had injured Chu Mingyue, who was a half-step sovereign. Although there were reasons why Chu Mingyue had not gone all out in her lightheartedness, but it was also enough to prove that the power of these qi fortunes was even more powerful than he had imagined. Asshole. Punks. Asshole. Chu Mingyue was completely exasperated by Chu Xuan and cursed as if she was a shrew. And the next moment, she even got up, wanting to strike at Chu Xuan again. She didn't believe that Chu Xuan was so powerful, and even more so, she wasn't convinced that Chu Xuan was more powerful than her. Seeing that the other party was not prepared to give up, Chu Xuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Although the other party is his own bloodline, but there has been the experience of the last life. Annoyed him, kill as usual. But before the two could fight again, a rush of footsteps came. Apparently the commotion of the two fighting had provoked the Xuan Ling Sect's disciples. Little punk, you wait. I'm not done with you on this one. Seeing this, Chu Mingyue did not dare to linger and hurriedly dashed away from this place. After all, due to her status, she didn't want to be seen in such a sorry state, and Chu Xuan had really surprised her today. Seeing Chu Mingyue leave, Chu Xuan could only withdraw his hand and shook his head. Just leave. Even though killing the other person would dirty your hands. What a guy. Dare to strike at the feet of my Xuan Ling Sect. Don't you know that fighting is forbidden in my Xuan Ling Sect's territory? At that moment, with a burst of qualitative drinks, a group of figures flashed down from Xuan Ling Mountain. This group of people were all dressed in the clear color of the Xuan Ling sect clothing. There were disciples, deacons, and elders, etc., all of whom were at least upper third-grade martial artists, and there were even some true martial cultivators among them. The most striking is a young and beautiful woman at the head, wearing a purple veil on her head, with the distant mountains in her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes is especially soulful. A white dress fluttered, and between walks, it was as if a fairy had descended from the sky. As for the cultivation level, it was also not weak, already possessing the 4th level of the true martial realm. The white-clothed woman led a group of disciples and surrounded Chu Xuan in unison, and the many gazes were filled with scrutiny and dissatisfaction. What are you? Were you the one fighting someone just now? How dare you fight in my Xuan Ling Sect's territory and violate my sect's authority? The woman in white looked Chu Xuan up and down and questioned in dissatisfaction. Chu Xuan tidied up his clothes before he rushed to give him a respectful salute with a clasped fist. My name is Chu Xuan, and I have come here because I wish to join your sect for cultivation. Unluckily, I was intercepted by an enemy just now, but fortunately, I've already fought them off. Chapter 11 Upper Xuan Ling, Junling Bell. Listening to Chu Xuan's words, the woman in white slightly pondered. Chu Xuan, I remember that the crown prince of my great Chu dynasty is also called Chu Xuan, right? I heard a few days ago that it was also deposed, so you shouldn't be. Chu Xuan guffawed. He, the girl is joking. I'm just a mere mortal. How can I be compared to someone else's crown prince? The white-clothed woman once again glanced at Chu Xuan. Although her looks were handsome and peerless, she was dressed in a cloth robe without any flamboyance. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that the crown prince Chu Xuan was only a mortal, while Chu Xuan in front of him exuded the aura of a 4th-grade martial artist. How could it be the same person? The white-clothed woman shook her head, no longer associating too much, and said, You just said that you want to worship my Xuan Ling Sect to cultivate? That's right. Chu Xuan nodded his head. The white-robed woman asked again, Then do you know the conditions for my Xuan Ling Sect to recruit disciples? Chu Xuan said, Junling Bell, 3 rings of the spirit bell is an outer disciple, 6 rings of the spirit bell is an inner disciple, and 9 rings of the spirit bell is a true disciple. Looks like you've done your homework. In that case, come with me. As it happens, we are in the middle of a group of newcomers to the shock bell initiation. The white-robed woman nodded, then gestured for Chu Xuan to follow up the mountain. Many thanks to Sage White. Chu Xuan said thank you, and the woman in white turned around a little surprised. You recognize me? The Xuan Ling Sect has a holy maiden, whose delicate name is called Bi Linger, whose talent is overwhelmingly brilliant and talented 8 buckets, and whose name is honored by the heavenly pride of the 4 directions. Chu Xuan casually said. The white-clothed woman known as Bi Linger was a bit pouty. His face reddened. Yeah, what talent 8 buckets, total respect name. You guy, just talk, don't be so complimentary. Chu Xuan was stunned. Only then did he remember that although Bi Linger was the Xuan Ling holy maiden nowadays, she had yet to become famous. As he remembered, the other party was burdened with a special spiritual body, but it was in a sealed position, and it wasn't until the great change in heaven and earth and the demonic blood chaos that it was able to be unsealed. At that time, she, who had unsealed her special spirit body, was incredibly talented, and in just a few short years, she had leapt to become the strongest heavenly pride in the first heaven. Due to her beauty and strength, she was called the White Spirit Fairy by many good people, and was known as the 2 great fairies alongside the Great Wind Empress, Fong Linglong. It's me who's being a mongrel. Chu Xuan shook his head. Although Bi Linger didn't speak again, she was beautiful inside. A good feeling also rose towards Chu Xuan, thinking that he could take care of it later. Soon, Bi Linger brought Chu Xuan to step onto the towering Xuan Ling mountain and arrived at a square paved with white jade, visible above the white jade square. It was very wide and cloudy, and in the center, there was a big ancient and heavy bell hanging. The large bell was bronze in color, and it was inscribed with dense spiritual patterns. This clock was the most famous thing in the Xuan Ling sect besides the Xuan Ling flower, talented spirit bell. It is rumored that this bell was cast by the Xuan Ling sect's ancestor with great effort. As long as the martial artist placed his palm on it, the spirit pattern on it would be stimulated, probing the talent potential of the martial artist in terms of the bell ringing. The bell ringing 3 times means that you will be able to reach at least the realm of true martial arts in the future. The bell ringing 6 times means that you should be able to reach the realm of a zongshi later on. The bell rings 9 times, which means that one can reach a great master or a half-step celestial in the future. It is rumored that after the 9 chimes, there are 10 more chimes, representing the possession of a celestial being. Unfortunately, since the bell was inaugurated, no one has yet rung it more than 9 times. Otherwise, the Xuan Ling Sect wouldn't be ranked at the bottom within the 7 great sects, only to see that a large group of people had already converged around the gifted spirit bell. Among them, the middle-aged old man was naturally the deacon elder of the Xuan Ling Sect, and the rest of the young men were obviously the ones who had come to vibrate the bell. Hundreds of men and women, all energized and excited and apprehensive. There were both high and low cultivation levels, with the high ones already in the upper 3rd grade and the low ones still in the lower 3rd grade. But no matter how high or low the cultivation level was, before the vibration of the bell, the crowd was in the same mood. After all, the Xuan Ling Sect doesn't look at your own cultivation, it only listens to the bell. Sometimes you can enter the clan even if you are immortal, if you vibrate 3 times. On the contrary, even if you are a 1st grade martial artist, if you only vibrate out 1 sound you shall not be initiated. Holy maiden, you're back. What was going on down the hill just now? As soon as Bi Linger and the others returned, some of the deacon elders inquired. It's no big deal. It's calmed down. Bi Linger briefly explained a couple of sentences. Then her jade hand pointed at Chu Xuan. This person's name is Chu Xuan, and he wants to join our Xuan Ling Sect. I see that his temperament isn't bad, so I'll let him join the Xinzhong team as well. Yes. The crowd of elder deacons merely glanced at Chu Xuan and nodded their heads. After all, the holy maiden's status within the clan was higher than a group of elders. They did not dare to say anything more since Chu Xuan smoothly stepped into the line. And then an elder announced. Next, the bell shaking begins. It's the same old rules. I won't repeat them. Go up in order. Those who fulfill the conditions stay. Those who don't leave. The first one, Zhao Chang. As soon as the shouts came together, a man stepped forward with a face full of excitement. This person seemed to be a son of a rich family. His cultivation had reached the 6th grade, and it looked like he hadn't been utilizing various medicinal herbs to help refine his body since he was a child. Ha ha, I'm only in my 20th year and I already have the strength of a 6th grade martial artist. My talent has been unrivaled since I was young. I will be able to vibrate at least 6 or even more than 6 times. And I will be a hit. Zhao Chang confidently put in his words. Then he placed his palm on top of the spirit bell in full view of everyone. Buzz. Only to see that the spirit patterns on the spirit bell suddenly began to rapidly brighten in all 8 directions from Zhao Chang's palm. And in the blink of an eye the spirit bell blossomed with spirit light. Dang! Openly, a thick and loud bell chime rang out, cleansing the square. The melodious sound of the bell made Zhao Chang's eyes incomparably exuberant. As for the many eyes in the square, they were filled with watchfulness and anticipation. Unfortunately, after an instant, the spiritual light converged and the spiritual bell fell back into silence. This. No way. Zhao Chang's face turned green. 1 ring? Doesn't this mean that he doesn't even have the talent potential of the true martial realm? The presiding elder mercilessly pronounced the sentence. Zhao Chang. 1 ring? Fail. No. 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 I have unrivaled talent. 20 is a 6th grade martial artist. How could this be? There must be a mistake somewhere. Zhao Chang's voice trembled as he lived up to the confidence he had just shown. But the deacon in charge of the examination didn't listen to his beeping and cleared him out immediately. Next, Chen. The second man went up, but Zhao Chang was in front, and he clearly had little confidence. Dang! As expected, the spirit bell activated, although it had 1 more ring than Zhao Chang, but it still doesn't pass muster. The third one, Sun Hai. 4th one, Li Kong. 5th, Zhou Chuanwu. Next, the crowd participating in the examination went up one after another to vibrate the spirit bell. However, the result caused Bi Linger and the group of Xuan Ling Sect elders to shake their heads. Most of them can only vibrate 1 or 2 rings, and only a small percentage vibrate 3 or 4 rings to meet the recruitment criteria. As for the 5 ringers and 6 ringers, none of them appeared until it was almost over. Ugh, geniuses are harder and harder to find these days. If this continues, I'm afraid that my Xuan Ling Sect will even fall out of the ranks of the 7 great sects. Many deacon elders shook their heads and sighed, only feeling that the future of the sect was bleak. After all, geniuses would always be the element of sustainable development for the clan. Without geniuses, it means the clan has no future. Just as the crowd shook their heads in lamentation, the elder's voice sounded once again. Last one, Chu Xuan. Chapter 12. The spiritual bell rang 10 times, and the heavenly man's posture appeared. Chu Xuan. As the voices came together, everyone's gazes fell on Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan was brought by Bi Linger. Everyone had an impression, but the crowd's eyes were flat, clearly not reporting much hope. Bi Linger also looked towards Chu Xuan, a pair of spiritual eyes that had expectations but not much. Although Chu Xuan was handsome and had a unique calm temperament, viewing the other party's age and 4th rank strength, it was not considered good. Thus, she whispered to the presiding elder, even if this person cannot shake 3 bells, he can be kept as a handyman disciple afterward. Understood. The officiating elder nodded. At the same time, outside the white jade square, next to a steep cliff, a bloodstained woman's figure was secretly observing Chu Xuan. It was none other than Chu Mingyue. She did not leave, but secretly tailed Chu Xuan and the others up the mountain. With her half-step sect master's strength plus the fact that she practiced a method of restraining her breath, she didn't startle the powerful people in the Xuan Ling Sect. She had long since taken the entire examination in her eyes and saw that it was Chu Xuan's turn. She could not help but grunt darkly. A waste? How dare you come here to shake the bell? Just as she said that, she suddenly stopped again, thinking of Chu Xuan's 4th grade martial artist's cultivation as well as his bizarre memes just now at the bottom of the mountain. No, that is by no means his true strength. After all, since he was a child he has been a waste. Genius is not connected to him. I know. It must be the secret means of protection given to him by his royal brother and sister-in-law. Yes, what did I say? Why is he suddenly powerful? A wise light erupted from Chu Mingyue's pair of beautiful eyes. Horror. A glimpse of the truth. You little trash. Do you really think that you can join the Xuan Ling Sect just because you have some means of protection? Spirit bells are based on talent. Just by you. You can't even vibrate out with one ring. Chu Mingyue bristled. Chu Xuan couldn't shake the spirit bell. So naturally, he couldn't join the Xuan Ling Sect. At that time, she would then take Chu Xuan back and educate him in the process. The plaza. Although being the last one on the stage was quite a bit of attention, Chu Xuan was lighthearted and easily stepped in front of the gifted spirit bell. As for whether he could vibrate the spirit bell, to that, he hadn't even thought about it before he came here. Okay, after all, being burdened with the Hongmeng's sacred body, invoking the spirit bell was nothing. Snap. Without hesitation, Chu Xuan immediately placed his palm on the spirit bell. The spirit bell was originally ancient and lightless, but as Chu Xuan's palm landed on it, the spirit patterns up and down the body looked like they had been greatly stimulated all of a sudden, instantly brightening up all over. A bright and dazzling spirit light flickering. Dang! And along with this dazzling spiritual light, a bell vibrated. But with the previous assessment of the crowd, vibration of the bell sound is different. The sound of this bell is ancient and great, as if the flood bell, penetrating people's hearts and souls. Everyone present was all shaken so violently that their souls seemed to be going out of their bodies. The sound of the bell was melodious, and the sound waves were so volatile that it actually cleansed the entire Xuanling mountain, startling a large number of spirit sparrows and cranes. I'll be damned. Why is this bell sound different from earlier? The sound of this bell is also too loud. My scalp is numb from the shock. Could it be that this Chu Xuan in front of us is an exceptionally gifted genius? There was some commotion. Some people, however, shook their heads. What's the use of a louder bell? The spirit bell relies on ringing to determine one's talent, not on loudness. It got a lot of nods, and the bells were not big enough for one ring. Dang. However, at that moment, the spirit bell emitted 2 more loud bell sounds in succession. The voice and aura were still in full force, once again cleansing the Xuanling mountain. Well, 3 rings. This man is up to par. Those present raised their eyebrows, and the holy maiden Bi Linger was also slightly pleased. Since Chu Xuan was able to rely on his own talent to successfully enter the sect, it couldn't be better. After all, Chu Xuan had given her an extremely favorable impression. He can actually vibrate 3 times. Does he really have talent? On the other side, Chu Mingyue, who was hanging from the mountain wall, was frowning fiercely. After all, the 3 bells were undoubtedly going to overturn the truth she had just spied. The next moment, however, shocked her as well as the people of the Xuan Ling Sect even more. After the spirit bell rang 3 times, not only did it not stop, but it began to vibrate continuously. Dang! 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 The bells chanted one after another, the sound deafening and cleansing the Xuanling mountain. Look! It hasn't stopped. The sound of the spirit bell hasn't stopped. 4 rings, 5 rings, 6 rings. He actually shook out 6 rings. Doesn't this mean he possesses the talent of a grandmaster? No! What 6 rings? It's already 7. Oh my god! It's still ringing. 8th ring. The 9th ring. He shouldn't. At this moment, the eyes of everyone present began to vibrate level by level. More and more amazing. Until the end, the shocked looks of many in the room hadn't kept up. Dang! The spirit bell bloomed with light and had already emitted the 10th deafening bell sound. The sound was like a shock to everyone's soul, and the whole room was shaken. 10 rings of the spirit bell. This had broken a record that had not been seen in the Xuan Ling Sect for 800 years. Oh my god. This. Bi Linger opened her rosy mouth, not even knowing what to say. The person she casually brought down the mountain with her actually broke the spirit bell record. As for the others, some were stunned, some were excited, and some were incredulous. Obviously, they were unprepared to witness a miracle. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Chu Mingyue was even so shocked that she almost didn't bite her tongue off. What the 10 rings of the spirit bell meant, she naturally knew very well, that it represented having the legendary celestial posture. She didn't doubt that there was such a genius in the world. But the one at hand was Chu Xuan, the most wasted waste amongst the royal family of her great Chu. He has a celestial presence? Just kidding. Clank. The remnants of the melodious and clear bell sound continuously echoed up and down Xianling Mountain, the plaza. Chu Xuan withdrew his hand and retreated, his face light and unruffled. From start to finish it was like doing something sparse. After all, in other people's eyes, perhaps 10 rings of the spirit bell was already an extraordinary miracle, but it was nothing to him. Even the reason why the spirit bell is 10 rings is not because he can only invoke 10 rings, but because it is only 10 rings at its highest. Aha! What did I hear? The gifted spirit bell actually rang 10 times? The spirit bell rings 10 times, and a celestial stance emerges. My Xuan Ling Sect has encountered a super genius. Quickly, go and see who has caused the spirit bell to ring 10 times. At this moment, the Xuan Ling Sect became lively up and down. Not only did a large number of disciples run to see the fun, but even more powerful people who were in seclusion had come out to check the situation. Rustle of skirts. Until finally, with a sound of breaking wind, there were 7 or 8 figures flying through the air, instantly descending into the white jade square. Flying through the air, a patriarchal powerhouse. Chapter 13 Xuan Ling Holy Sun. A group of figures flew through the air and landed on the square one after another, only to see that most of them were old men, and a few were middle-aged, with their essence transformed into wolf smoke, and their auras were all like a lofty mountain. Grandmaster realm is beyond the real martial arts realm of the unearthly strong. Martial arts has entered the realm of realization, can fly through the air, spit out the air to kill people, and even more, can palm crack the mountain, fist open the river. Although according to Chu Xuan's eyes in his previous life, this was nothing at all. In this heavens, a patriarch was still terrifying. Patriarchs. Every one of them had the strength to start a sect. Ha ha ha, who is it? Who is it that invoked the 10 rings of the spirit bell? Just arrived. The head of a white-robed middle-aged man will laugh and ask. A breath in a crowd of sect masters is also the most powerful. See you, master. See the group of elders. Whether it was the disciples or the deacons and elders present, they all bowed their heads in obeisance towards the white-robed middle-aged man as well as the group of sect masters. Dad, Bi Linger, on the other hand, ran all the way to the white-robed middle-aged man's nearness. Without selling the story, he directly pointed for him to see Chu Xuan. Father, his name is Chu Xuan, and he is the one who triggered the gifted spirit bell's 10 chimes. Oh, Bai Luhong shook his tiger's eyes and hurriedly took a step to come close to Chu Xuan. As the saying goes, it is better to look at the earth and the stone than to look at the gold and the jade. And if Chu Xuan had not induced the spirit bell to ring 10 times, the most he would have complimented was a Jun Ho Shang. But looking at it again at this time, the more he looked at it, the more he rejoiced and the more satisfied he became. 10 chimes of the spirit bell. A heavenly man. My Xuan Ling Sect has waited 800 years since my ancestors sat down before finally waiting for this kind of genius. My Xuan Ling Sect should prosper. As for the rest of the group of patriarchal elders, their gazes were all burning and blooming. Everyone was looking at Chu Xuan as if they were looking at an absolute diamond in the rough. After all, the Xuan Ling Sect had been weakening more and more over the years, and the green and yellow had not been able to catch up. It can be said that if this continues, the Xuan Ling Sect will sooner or later fall. But today, Chu Xuan's appearance, it could be said to have given the entire Xuan Ling Sect a dose of super stimulant, celestial manhood. If this was cultivated, not to mention becoming a celestial and recreating peak splendor, at least a great master could emerge. What is a grand master? An invincible person among the patriarchs is called a great patriarch. As long as the celestials did not come out, the great masters were completely capable of traveling across the world. At that time, their Xuan Ling Sect would naturally sweep away the decline and rise again. This patriarch has decided that with immediate effect, Chu Xuan will be established as the holy son of my Xuan Ling Sect, with a status second only to ours and equal to that of the holy maiden. Bai Luhong opened his mouth and looked around at the group of patriarchal elders. What do you all think? Very good. I agree. 2 hands up. The crowd of patriarchal elders all nodded happily. Joking aside, it would be foolish not to value such a talent. Wow. At this moment, the whole room was in an uproar. Whether it was the outer sect, inner sect, or the true transmission, all of them were filled with envy. After all, entering the sect meant becoming a holy son, which was clearly a step to heaven. But who called people who can induce the spirit bell 10 ringing to possess the posture of a celestial being? This kind of talent was so excellent that they couldn't even be jealous of it. Chu Xuan, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them with this patriarch. At that moment, Bai Luhong's eyes once again fell on Chu Xian's body. Continuing to throw the olive branch, he wanted Chu Xuan to see enough sincerity. Chu Xuan cupped his fists and saluted. Patriarch Bai, I really do have a request. As long as it's something I can do with the Xuan Ling Sect, there's no harm in saying it. Bai Luhong was so bold that Chu Xian said, I need a Xian spirit flower. Xuan Ling Hua? Bai Luhong was stunned. I didn't expect Chu Xian to ask for their Xuan Ling Sect's sex treasure the moment he opened his mouth. But a single Xuan Ling flower was really nothing compared to a celestial being. Yes, he agreed with alacrity. But then he added in a whirlwind. But there are not many Xian spirit flowers left in my clan. And the one that will blossom recently needs to wait for another month. So I can't give it to you at the moment. Never mind. Chu Xian smiled. Just have that promise. He doesn't really care to wait another month. Yes, come with me. This patriarch will personally arrange a cultivation cave for you. In the end, Bai Luhong brought Chu Xian away, and the rest of the people gradually dispersed. This storm has apparently come to an end. However, the related fervor and clamor spread endlessly in the Xuan Ling Sect. Boo! On the other side, Chu Mingyue, who was hiding in the shadows, looked at the departing Chu Xian, and accidentally held a stone into pieces. That originally lonely and cool cheeks were at this moment terribly gloomy. No, this can't be. He's obviously just a waste that can't be wasted anymore. How can he invoke the spirit bell's 10 chimes? By what right does he become the Xuan Ling Holy Sun? She was a bit frantic, unable to believe that the waste she had watched grow up with her own eyes was actually a super genius with a heavenly appearance. If he really had such a terrifying talent, how could he be called a waste? And even called it for so many years at a time? Is she blind? Is your brother and sister-in-law blind? Is the entire Chu dynasty blind? Or maybe it's all fake? Is this a setup made by both Chu Yuan and the Xuan Ling Sect in order to build up momentum for Chu Yuan so that he can firmly hold onto the position of the crown prince? In the end, when Chu Xian takes the throne, he will then turn around and vigorously support the Xuan Ling Sect? Chu Mingyue looked like she had grabbed a thread, and the more she thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. After all, what was Chu Xian? Abolish the prince. What is the Xuan Ling Sect? Fallen sect. It's all too likely that the two sides will come together to work together in a wolfish way. And most of all, how many years had the gifted spirit bell been placed in the Xuan Ling Sect? A full 800 years. A situation that hadn't appeared for 800 years. But on the contrary, it appeared on Chu Xian today, and was even seen by her, the eldest princess, with her own eyes? Ha! So that's how it is. This little punk. What a deep heart. It's a pity that I still see through your little trick. Chu Mingyue swept away her depression, and her complexion regained its haughty look. Glancing once more at Chu Xian's departing back, she smiled coldly. If you're a waste, just be your waste. What's the point of pretending to be a genius? Just wait, I'll dismantle you soon. Finally, Chu Mingyue's figure flickered and disappeared into the shadows in an instant. Chapter 14 Chu Mingyue comes at night. In the Xuan Ling Sect, there were hundreds of large and small cave dwellings combined. According to the distribution of aura concentration, it is divided into 4 regions of heaven, earth, basilica and yellow. Generally speaking, outer disciples practiced in the yellow character area, inner deacons in the Xian character area, and true disciples and elders in the earth character area. The patriarch and a group of patriarchs, including the holy maiden Bi Linger, were in the heavenly character area. Chu Xian was now established as the Xuan Ling Holy Sun, and was naturally brought to the heavenly character area by Bai Luhong, and it was the best place in the heavenly character area. Saying that it was a cave, not only did it have a cultivation hall, it also had a side courtyard. Next to the mansion is the cliff bank, and as far as the eye can see, an endless sea of clouds churns. It is an excellent place to either absorb the essence of the sun or the splendor of the moon. Chu Xian, this is your sacred sun's cave. This is the sacred sun's order. Keep it. Bai Luhong handed Chu Xian a violet gold token with spirit patterns all over it. This order's authority is second only to mine, and is comparable to Spirit's holy maiden order. With this order in hand, you can mobilize most of the resources within the clan. And there is also the function of summoning. As long as you activate the spirit pattern, you can use this order to contact me and the other elders at any time. Bai Luhong was amiable, patiently and carefully explaining to Chu Xian. It really made Chu Xian feel at home. At least, it was much better than that cold Chu Palace. Thank you, Sovereign, for your love. Chu Xian received the Holy Sun order and cupped his fists in thanks. No need to be polite. Bai Luhong shook his head, then asked with a smile. Right. Do you want me to find you some people to come and wait on you? Of course, to ensure that they are all understanding and pleasing to the eye of a good woman. This is not necessary. Chu Xian shook his head and refused. After all, after years of living alone in the Eastern Palace, he was used to being alone. Even in his last life when he stood at the top of the earth, he was still human most of the time and never had any maidservants or underlings. Okay, Bai Luhong smiled happily, and then pointed to the cave next to him. Next to it is where Linger's cave is located. You are all young people. If you are bitter and bored with your cultivation, you can look for her to chat. After saying that, Bai Luhong turned to leave, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. Chu Xuan glanced at the Holy Maiden's cave, which was only separated by a wall. It always felt like Bai Luhong had an implication of setting him up with Bi Linger. Is it an illusion? Shaking his head, he was about to return to the mansion when a white-clothed figure flashed back, with an absolutely beautiful face and beautiful eyes. It was precisely Bi Linger. Hey, Chu Xuan. Bi Linger was lively and youthful, and she patted Chu Xuan's shoulder. Good lord, do you have any idea what stupid thing I just did in the square? I'm actually saying to the presiding elder that if you can't shake 3 bells, good or bad, I'll keep you as a handyman disciple. As a result, the handyman turned into a holy son, and the loach turned out to be a true dragon. At the end of her words, Bi Linger exaggeratedly poked her spirit eyes. You say, should I gouge out these eyes of mine? I really have no eyes. Looking at Bi Linger's delicate touch, Chu Xuan somewhat endured it. Bi Linger was only just acquainted with herself, but she was secretly prepared to leave herself a retreat, so it was evident that she was beautiful and kind-hearted. It was worthy of being the white fairy who, in her previous life, had cut down demons and removed demons with valor. White sage. Chu Xuan was about to open his mouth, but Bi Linger gave him a blank look. What white holy maiden? It's hard to hear, since we're all from the same sect, and now we're neighbors. Just call me Linger. Well, spirit. Chu Xuan changed his words and talked with Bi Linger on the cliff bank. Although Bi Linger was like a little girl who hadn't grown up in front of him, she gave him a relaxed and cheerful feeling. It's not like facing your royal relatives, calculating and fighting and being cold-blooded. The two men talked for half a day, parted pleasantly, and went back to their respective mansions. After Chu Xuan returned to his cave, he began his cultivation, for this place to be used by the Xuan Ling Sect as a residence. The aura of heaven and earth was naturally extraordinary. Of course, in fact, if you look at the Chu dynasty, the place where the aura is the most dense is the Chu Imperial Palace. It was just that Chu Xuan would not stay in that place even if it had immortal qi. Boom! In the next moment, Chu Xuan's body shook as the Hongmeng creation scripture operated, and instantly, the spiritual qi in a 100-meter radius began to be absorbed. The aura rolled into the body and began to continuously refine one's physique. Late at night, lonely as water, a lone moon hangs high above the 9 heavens. Chu Xuan was still cultivating, but a figure was floating down to the courtyard. Chu Mingyue tilted her lofty chin and stepped into the hall. Chu Xuan stopped his cultivation, and when he saw that it was Chu Mingyue, disgust immediately rose. What are you doing here again? Haven't you learned enough lessons during the day? Chu Xuan, you need to stop pretending here. You're still pretending to sit here and make seals. You're not bad at acting. Chu Mingyue looked as if I had already seen it all, pointing her finger. I understand that it's hard for you to accept that you're a loser, but who can do anything about it? It's an indisputable fact. Do you think that you can get rid of your status as a waste by coming here to cooperate with the Xuan Ling Sect in some kind of spirit bell 10 ringing drama? I know you're trying to use this to solidify your position as the crown prince, but what I'm trying to say is that you actually don't have to go through this much trouble at all. After all, when I came here, your father and mother had really made it clear that as long as you go back and complete your cooperation with the Great Wing dynasty, you'll still be the crown prince and claim the title of emperor in the future. So why bother? Chu Xuan had a head full of question marks. Half the time, he said, no, are you seriously ill? Or that during the day, I accidentally blew your brains out. Chu Mingyue was furious. Then she sneered. Pretend. Keep pretending. Don't think I don't know that the reason you were able to injure me during the daytime must be the protective means given to you by your father and mother. After all, it's easy to do that with both of their realms. Chu Xuan didn't say anything. It always felt like if he talked too much with Chu Mingyue, he would become stupid as well. And as soon as she saw that Chu Xuan had stopped speaking, Chu Mingyue became even more excited. Ha! I've been told, haven't I? After all, your silence is deafening. Chu Mingyue burst into mockery, sneering, blah 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 a whole lot. However, Chu Xuan still didn't say anything, which caused Chu Mingyue to become a bit exasperated, and a feeling of a fist hitting cotton rose within her. Speak, you have my permission to retort. Chu Xuan, however, shook his head. Or not. Go ahead. Why? Chu Mingyue subconsciously inquired. But Chu Xuan was the one who got up from his cross-legged sitting. The dark and deep eyes flashed with a cold and regal killing intent. Because these words will be your last words. Thud. Chu Mingyue subconsciously took a step back in shock. seemingly startled by Chu Xian's killing intent, but after reacting, she was annoyed abnormally. Good for you, a punk, how dare you pretend with me here? If I don't teach you a good lesson today, I won't be your little aunt. Snap. As soon as the words fell, Chu Mingyue's delicate body suddenly shook, and that half-step sovereign realm's cultivation was in full force exploding. Chapter 15 The Might of 100 Years of Qi. Although he looked down on Chu Xian's flaunting of his power by relying on some means of body protection, however, when it came to fighting, Chu Mingyue didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Not only did she fully explode her half-step sect master realm cultivation, but she even secretly took out a small artifact. It was a jade pendant with a dense spiritual qi and astral aura, which was containing the power of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. It must be known that generally belong to the same family and the same source of power. Once each other on the will have some constraints and even cancel each other out of effect. In Chu Mingyue's eyes, this hand of hers was undoubtedly a killer weapon against Chu Xian, and once the latter lost his means, he couldn't even be considered a fart. Boom shoo. However, before Chu Mingyue could strike, Chu Xian was the first to move. The entire person was like a bolt of lightning, stepping and storming towards Chu Mingyue. Still halfway there, Chu Xian then clenched his fist and moved, while a large amount of qi fortune surged forth. In a flash, a full 100 years of qi luck, clouds and mist steam, as if transformed into a real dragon around the fist, the wind whistling like a dragon roar. The entire hall shook with the impact of the terrifying might. This scene caused the cold smile on Chu Mingyue's face to instantly freeze, because she felt that the power of this punch was much more terrifying than that punch during the day, and the other party seemed to really want to kill her. Damn, how dare he? He himself was his aunt, his own aunt by blood. Boom! Under the crisis of death, Chu Mingyue hurriedly carried out full defense. Her spiritual energy was like a wave, turning into a heavy spiritual wall. However, Chu Xian on the opposite side of the table was laughing coldly. This punch of his, which was fully loaded with the power of 100 years of qi, could not be resisted by her, a half-step sect master of the realm. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, the fist prince crushed through. The Dao defense formed by Chu Mingyue fell apart in an instant, and could not even slow down the fist prince. Miku, Chu Mingyue, heart alarmed, can only use her killer. As soon as he crushed the jade pendant, two strands of vast power immediately surged out of it, instantly transforming into two majestic and thick spirit deities across his body. One was Chu Mingyue's power, and one was Xiao Yuru's power. The two were great masters, and the power they had sealed was naturally extraordinary. Humph, little punk, you didn't expect it. I also have the means of my royal brother and sister-in-law. When their powers cancel out, let's see what else you can do. Chu Mingyue regained her confidence and raised her eyebrows to sneer at Chu Xian. Stupid. Without any pause, Chu Xian's fist seal was like a rainbow as he heavily smashed down. Knock! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the fist seal smashed into the two strands of spirit deity. However, the forces of both sides did not hold each other back or double cancel each other out at all as Chu Mingyue had expected, but instead produced a violent collision. Ah, this. No, this isn't right. This isn't right. At this moment, Chu Mingyue felt like she had been viciously gripped by her heart, thoroughly panicked. The fact that the two forces did not cancel out undoubtedly proved that the power in Chu Xian's body did not come from the two Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru at all, and based on that, all of her previous conclusions and truths have been overturned. He's not an invalid? He's really talented. He really has the power to crush himself. Boo! And the next moment, what made Chu Mingyue even more desperate was that the power belonging to both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, in just an instant, was hardened by Chu Xuanyuan's fists and completely collapsed. And then the power of the fists raged towards her like a torrent. Ah, no, I'm your sister-in-law, Chu Mingyue screamed, but with a loud boom. Her screams were interrupted directly and heavily. The power of the fist shook her internal organs, causing her to spray a large amount of blood, and her figure was like a cannonball, shooting towards the outside of the hall, to be smashed on the ground, but also in the ground rolled more than 10 circles, and finally crashed a wall of the courtyard wall which can only be stopped. When the eyes looked back, there was blood and broken flesh everywhere along the way. This punch extremely vicious. Swish! Chu Xian followed him out of the great hall. One could only see Chu Mingyue lying on the ground like a dead dog, with her head cloaked in hair, and many parts of her body had long been bloodied and blurred. However, due to the fact that the power of the last punch was offset a lot by the power of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, she didn't die, but the wounds suffered all over her body also caused her to completely lose her battle power. You said you guys. I'm so far away from you guys. Why do you have to bother me? Do you think I care for the crown prince? Do you think I care for the throne? Chu Xian condescended to look down on Chu Mingyue, his killing intent not diminishing in the slightest. Little waste. Chu Mingyue's gaze was resentful and she just wanted to get up with great difficulty, but with a bang, a big foot ruthlessly stepped her into the mud. As she got harder and harder, Chu Mingyue only felt a splitting headache. Hurriedly, he begged for mercy in a dismal voice. No, don't! I'm your sister-in-law. It's treason for you to kill me. Ah, spare my life. In response, Chu Xuan ignored it in the slightest, completely acting as if he would not stop until Chu Mingyue's head was stomped out. This made Chu Mingyue crumble in despair. It didn't even occur to her that she had only been ordered to come and find a ruined nephew. It turned out to be a murderous mess. Chu Xuan, what are you doing? At that moment, a startled voice sounded, only to see Bi Linger startled by the commotion of the fight and flashing from next door. A pair of eyes blinked and blinked, clearly puzzled by the scene before them. In the middle of the night, Chu Xuan actually wanted to step on a woman? Chu Xuan stopped moving and was thinking about how to explain with Bi Linger. Chu Xuan, who's fighting? Where's the Holy Sun? The Holy Sun is not well. An anxious shout rose, and in an instant, Bai Luhong and some of the patriarchal elders flew in. When they saw the scene in the field, they too rose in shock and disbelief. Chu Xuan, what just moved? Hey, what's with this woman at your feet? In the face of the crowd's inquiries, Chu Xuan smiled faintly and said, all of you patriarchs and elders, I'm sorry to have made you all worry. Nothing big. Enemy, sneaked up the mountain late at night and tried to assassinate me, but I've already restrained him. What? Bai Luhong and the others all glared, their anger instantly soaring to the top of the heavenly spirit. Everyone's gazes were eager to eat Chu Mingyue alive. After all, their Xuan Ling Sect had waited 800 years for a celestial being, only to be assassinated in the middle of the night on the first day of joining the sect. This, patriarch, elder, don't be angry. I'll exterminate this ungrateful fellow. Chu Xuan smiled apologetically, then raised his foot and prepared to completely stomp on the other party. But between life and death, Chu Mingyue rushed towards Bai Luhong and the others, yelling in a deadly manner, "Help me! I am the eldest princess of the great Chu dynasty Chu Mingyue." Chapter 16 The blood tie breaks. Stop! Bai Luhong wailed in shock, and the surrounding group of elders also looked like they were suddenly gripped hard by the heart, and almost didn't turn their backs. Cthulhu! They heard something. Rapunzel of the great Chu dynasty. Chu Mingyue? Chu Xuan, stop it! Bai Luhong shouted again, and only then did Chu Xuan have no choice but to withdraw his foot. He knew that this woman could not be killed for fear. Sure enough, the next moment, Bai Luhong and the others surrounded close by with a brain. Bai Luhong took a closer look at Chu Mingyue, but the other party was just too woefully out of shape to see any princess temperament at all. He could only sink his eyebrows and say, "You just said that you are the eldest princess of the great Chu dynasty. Do you have any proof?" "Yes, I have the princess's order right here in my arms." Between life and death, Chu Mingyue didn't dare to have any more arrogance. Survivalist. Bai Luhong turned around and signaled Bi Linger, who stepped forward and fumbled around for a while, and really did take out a crystal token. Bai Luhong knew that this token was as good as a fake just from the moment he put his hands on it. The woman in front of her who was almost stomped on by Chu Xuan was really the first princess of Chu. At the same time, he realized something even weirder. The aura emanating from the Grand Princess of Chu was that of a half-step grandmaster. Chu Xuan was only a 4th rank, so how could he trample him under his feet? Of course, Bai Luhong knew that it was not the time to delve deeper into this. Waving his hand to return the token to Chu Mingyue and turning his head to look at Chu Xuan, the expression was extremely complicated. Chu Xuan, she is the eldest princess of Chu. Between you and her, what the hell is going on here? End of question. Bai Luhong was a bit backed up. If he hadn't stopped him in time just now, once the great Chu princess died here, the Xuan Ling Sect would undoubtedly have to bear the wrath of the great Chu imperial family. If they were at their peak, their Xuan Ling Sect might still be able to withstand it, but nowadays it would undoubtedly be the end of the world if they were to take on the Chu royal family. Chu Xuan was silent. If Bai Luhong and the others didn't know Chu Mingyue's identity, it would be fine for him to kill, and afterwards, the Xuan Ling Sect would at most not know of the crime. But now that he knows, if he kills again he is inviting trouble for the Xuan Ling Sect. Most importantly, he had no intention of staying in the Xuan Ling Sect for long. If he tried to have a moment of pain, he would end up letting the Xuan Ling Sect take the blame afterward. He had a bad conscience. Chu Xuan, who are you again? Bai Luhong suddenly asked in a deep voice. Intuition told him, Chu Xuan was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise how could he even dare to kill the eldest princess of Great Chu? This boldness was simply going to the heavens. After all, in the Chu dynasty, the Chu royal family was the sky of Chu. He is my nephew, the current crown prince of the great Chu dynasty, Chu Xuan. At that moment, Chu Mingyue got up with difficulty and revealed Chu Xian's identity. Ha! Crown Prince Chu Xuan? So you really are the Crown Prince of the dynasty, Chu Xuan. Rumor has it that the Crown Prince isn't a wasted who can't practice cultivation. Bi Luhong and the others were openly shocked, while Bi Linger was somewhat enlightened. After all, when she first heard of Chu Xian's name on the mountain, she associated it with Crown Prince Chu Xuan. It was only later that I felt there were too many discrepancies between the two, and now I didn't realize it was really a person. Snap! Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out as Chu Xuan slapped Chu Mingyue over. Idiot, did I tell you to talk? Get on the ground and don't move, otherwise I'll kill you immediately. Chu Mingyue had a face of aggression and resentment, but she didn't dare to get up again. She was truly afraid of Chu Xuan, and what bloodline affinity didn't work at all. The other side is really daring to kill her. Only after slapping Chu Mingyue did Chu Xuan look at Bi Luhong and the others. Open mouth. I have long since ceased to be the crown prince. I'm sure you've already heard of this. And nowadays I'm just a mere mortal bent on Taoist cultivation, with no connection to the Chu royal family. Got it. Hearing this, Bi Luhong and the others nodded with bitter smiles after pondering for a moment. Although Chu Xian's words were incomparably ruthless and determined, did they believe them? Let her. Believe what the hell? In their eyes, Chu Xuan was clearly having a falling out with his family. Only this chicanery seemed a little too big, and it had all but killed his own aunt just now. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Chu Xuan shook his head and secretly sighed. He knew that there were some things that no one would really understand without experiencing them firsthand, but he was too lazy to declare any suffering for Bi Luhong and the others. Straightening up, he said, Patriarch Bi, I'm not deliberately hiding anything from you. It's just that there are some things that I don't want to talk about. If the Xuan Ling Sect can tolerate me, I'll stay, and if the Xuan Ling Sect can't tolerate me, I'll leave. Bi Luhong was silent. He knew that it was a choice, one with pros and cons. Chu Xuan stayed. Their Xuan Ling Sect was destined to be involved in a royal battle. The risk was naturally extremely great. But on the contrary, if Chu Xuan succeeded in ascending to the throne in the future, their Xuan Ling Sect would have countless benefits. As Chu Xuan left, the Xuan Ling Sect was left alone and continued to remain as it was. How do I choose? Bi Luhong was a bit torn. And even the group of patriarchal elders were also torn. After all, the Chu royal family was a behemoth, and rashly getting involved in the royal family's battles would likely lead to a place of no return. And while the whole place was silent, Bi Linger was saying, that goes without saying, naturally I'll let you stay. After all, you guys have the legendary heavenly man's posture. Upon hearing this, Bi Luhong was immediately shaken. Yeah, how he forgot. Chu Xuan was a celestial who was able to induce 10 rings of the spirit bell. Could it be that the great Chu dynasty would leave such a supremely talented person unchosen to allow someone else to inherit the great dynasty? Can there be such a stupid person in this world? Yes, even if we take it 10,000 steps back, Chu Xuan really could not inherit the great unity, but with its own celestial beauty, it was also destined to be a thick leg in the future. So he doesn't really have to think about this wave at all. It's a completely mindless stand. Thoughts to this point. Bi Luhong color has been greatly determined. Immediately solemnly said, Chu Xuan, as long as you are the Xuan Ling Saint's son, you will be my Xuan Ling Saint's son for life. No matter when or where, my Xuan Ling Sect will be your strongest backing. Chu Xuan smiled, although he could not use the Xuan Ling Sect to back him up at all. Since the other party tolerated him, he would naturally not fail the Xuan Ling Sect in the future. Thank you, Patriarch. Chu Xuan thanked him, and Bi Luhong smiled and waved his hand. But after turning his eyes and seeing Chu Mingyue, who was lying on the ground and didn't dare to move a muscle, his expression became heavy again, and he immediately whispered, Chu Xuan, I don't know about your conflicts, but she is ultimately the eldest princess of Great Chu. If she dies in my Xuan Ling Sect, don't worry, Patriarch, I won't invite any trouble for the Xuan Ling Sect. Chu Xuan responded. With that, he kicked Chu Mingyue. Idiot, you can get lost. Chu Mingyue was instantly delighted. Life saved. She rolled and was about to leave, but suddenly, Chu Xuan added, slow down. Chu Mingyue had a jolt, only to hear Chu Xuan coldly instructing, you go back and tell Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru that the matter of the Great Wind Dynasty is for them to find whoever they like, and that I definitely won't be the crown prince again. If they feel that I am playing around, then today I will officially cut my hair and break my marriage, and from then on, I will be completely cut off from the Chu royal family. Thumbs up. At the end of his words, Chu Xuan merged his fingers like a sword to chip off a lock of hair at the back of his head. As the saying goes, the body hair skin received by parents, and in the Chu dynasty, everyone from childhood to adulthood will be in the back of the head to keep a lock of hair, since the beginning of time will not be cut, is known as draw blood silk. And Chu Xuan today will be long for more than 20 years. This lock of blood-drawing silk cut down. Visible its determination. Never just verbal words. When catching Chu Xuan's blood-drawing silk, Chu Mingyue inwardly seized for no reason. Like there is something. Suddenly. Broke. Just as he was about to say something, Chu Xuan was the one who abruptly let out a furious roar. Get out! Chu Mingyue was frightened and hurriedly rolled and crawled to escape. Chapter 17 Pain. It hurts too much. Looking at Chu Xuan's action of cutting off his hair and breaking his kin, Bi Linger and the others were stunned. Great disbelief rose within. A family in the end, what hatred and resentment. Let Chu Xuan so desperate. Very have 100% do not want to be involved with the royal family. However, Bi Linger didn't ask more questions and only ordered people to repair the cave and send resources. Since he had made a choice, he, the Xuan Ling Sect, would naturally have to support Chu Xuan unconditionally. Aha! In response, Chu Xuan did not say anything more and returned to the hall to continue his cultivation. To him, what Chu Mingyue, what did Chu dynasty, are just some worthless roadside scenery on the road to immortality. And while Chu Xuan was cultivating, Chu Mingyue had already escaped the Xuan Ling Sect. She looked back at the Xuan Ling Sect, and in her pair of beautiful eyes there was resentment and doubt. But more than anything it was a disappointment. She resented the fact that Chu Xuan had disregarded her bloodline kinship so much and almost killed her. She was puzzled as to how Chu Xuan, who was clearly just a waste, could possess such powerful talents and means. As for the disappointment, it is naturally due to the lock in the hand. Blood-tugging silk. She saw it. Chu Xuan really didn't want to be the crown prince, really wasn't interested in the throne, and really didn't even want her as an aunt as well as the royal family. Pust. Thinking of this, Chu Mingyue violently covered her heart and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Full of misery. Nephew. A few days later, Chu Mingyue's eyes were lifeless and she returned to the palace in a state of disorientation. But once she returned, she did not go to Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru to resume her orders. Instead, they returned to their own Rapunzel's mansion as if they were walking corpses. She still hadn't figured out why Chu Xuan was so desperate towards her as well as the royal family. Even if he didn't want to be the crown prince, there was no need to sever ties with the royal family. Little Xuaner. However, as soon as she returned to the Rapunzel's mansion, it was as if her memories had been lifted by a pair of invisible hands. It was more than 20 years ago, and since Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru had both just ascended to power not long ago, their daily state affairs were very busy. So every day a cute figure is delivered to her mansion. Auntie, want a hug? Auntie, lift high. Auntie, you're the best to Xuaner. You're the best aunt under the sky. Chu Mingyue revealed a happy smile. This memory was so beautiful. The little one warmed her life like a little fairy child. It made her daily cultivation as if she had divine help, and her realm soared by leaps and bounds. But I don't know when the memory quietly changed. Auntie, did I upset you? Xuaner knows he's wrong. Auntie, I won't cry. Don't hit me with the whip. Papa. Auntie, this is the little clay figure I made for you. I'm sorry, Auntie. It's my fault for making you ugly. Papa. Auntie, please, I'll give you all my best candies. Don't hit me with the whip. Okay. Papa. Unconsciously, the happy smile on Chu Mingyue's face had long since disappeared, replaced by pain that could not be shaken off. She stumbled all the way to a storeroom, and some of the court ladies came up to her. Princess, what are you looking for? The minions can help you. Chu Mingyue, however, didn't pay the slightest attention to the palace maids, but instead, without regard to her status, she swooped into the treasury room and rummaged through a small mountain of miscellaneous items. A rummage sale. Finally she found a small dusty box from the corner. Phew! She shakily blew off the dust and probed to open the box, only to be met with a pile of miscellaneous objects. There are ugly little clay figures that have long since dried up and cracked, candies with yellowed icing and melted flesh, and little windmills that have long since been half destroyed. Xiao Xuaner. When stroking these things, the images in Chu Mingyue's memory became clearer. It made her tears break out completely and she couldn't stop them. He was obviously so young, but she had done something about it all, and she began to grow impatient, and she began to fall into a rage. Once Chu Xuan had something to cry about, she would take out her whip and whip it. Even if Chu Xuan laughed too noisily, she would take out her whip and whip. In the end, Chu Xuan even took out wooden carvings, candy windmills, and other things he cherished to please her. But she didn't care about this garbage at all and then hit Chu Xuan harder and harder. Now the sound of a whip from many years ago was like crossing time and space. Whip after whip fiercely lashed at Chu Mingyue's heart. Pain. It hurts too much. Little Xuaner, my good nephew, why is this happening? This isn't right. What have I done? Chu Mingyue's mind crumbled, and with a wave of her hand, she took out a whip and handed it to the palace maids. You use this whip. Whip me. Ha, princess, what's wrong with you? Don't scare the minions. This made the court ladies scared and confused, kneeling down and silenced. Over the years, they all understand their own this master. Strong and domineering, cold and indifferent. Are her whip others share? Which others dare to whip her? This is not to take their lives. Pump! I'll kill you all if you don't smoke. Seeing that Chu Mingyue really revealed her killing intent, a palace maid then tremblingly got up to receive the whip, but hesitated to lay her hands on it. Pump! Chu Mingyue, however, cried and ordered. Snap! The palace maid could only harden her head and swing the whip on Chu Mingyue. Give it to me hard. Don't hold back or I'll kill you all anyway. Chu Mingyue once again droned, a heart that aches even more because she back then didn't have any hold back. Forgive me, princess. The courtesan had no choice but to use all her strength to swing the whip hard. Snap! When this whip hit, Chu Mingyue immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air in pain. Pain! The whip was so painful, so hot, so painful that it shivered all over. It was a little too much for her to bear as an adult, and he was so young back then. It would have been. How much it hurt. Ah! Keep smoking. Chu Mingyue broke down and shouted as the palace maid began to continuously swing her whip. For a while, the sound of snapping was endless, interspersed with muffled grunts and cries of pain. Pain! It hurts. It really hurts too much. But compared to the physical pain, Chu Mingyue was even more torn up inside. Her whips were so painful that even she couldn't withstand them. But Chu Xuan had taken so many whips for no reason as a child. No wonder Chu Xuan wanted to kill her. She deserves to die. She really deserved to die. He is clearly my little Xuaner. He clearly said that I was the best aunt to him. How could I have done such a thing to him? Could it be that I, Chu Mingyue, was born to be a snake-hearted woman? No, not right. I to Chu and Chu Wu Chu Jian they never read face. Why signal to Xian air that kind of vicious? What the hell went wrong here? Chu Mingyue was in agony, trying to find the origin of all her sins. Finally, she thought of it. Right, it's royal brother and sister-in-law. It's only since they told me that little Xianer doesn't have any talent and is just an invalid that all of this seems to have quietly changed. Chapter 18 Ridiculous. Ridiculous to the core. But is Chu Xuan an invalid? Before the trip to the Xuan Ling Sect, she was naturally convinced of this argument, but now she had seen Chu Xuan's natural strength with her own eyes. That was a legendary heavenly figure. A complete super genius. What the hell is going on here? Xianer clearly possesses such a high level of talent. Why did royal brother and sister-in-law say that Xianer was a talentless invalid since he was a child? Could it be that the two of them are deliberately snowing Xianer to avoid him being assassinated by hostile forces? Or another hidden agenda? Chu Mingyue couldn't figure it out, so she decided to investigate. After all, Chu Xuan cut off his hair and broke his kinship, making it clear that he wanted to break off with the De Chu royal family. It would be a shame if this all started because of a misunderstanding. Chu Mingyue began to probe, yet this time, she was completely dumbfounded. There was not a single palace maid underling in the prince's East Palace. Just like a cold palace, the 8 years of supervision had caused the power of the great Chu to surge, but he was condemned by the dynasty. It's like a big joke. This one. How? How can this be? Royal brother and sister-in-law. What the hell are the two of them doing? These things, just hearing about them. Chu Mingyue was chilling enough. Not to mention that all of this was really happening to Chu Xuan. She didn't even dare to imagine how heartbroken and aggravated Chu Xuan had been all these years. No wonder he cut off his hair and his family. With an aunt like her and parents like her royal brother and sister-in-law? Who's gonna stay? And who can stay? At this moment, Chu Mingyue regretted almost being unable to breathe. However, at the same time, he was also upset by what had happened to Chu Xuan in recent years, so she ignored her injuries and rushed directly to the Dragon Phoenix Palace in a fit of pique. Found Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. I saw that the two were eating the imperial meal in the palace, and beside them sat a young man who was 8 feet tall, as strong as an ox, and who laughed nervously. It was none other than the 8th Prince Chu Ban. Just see a family of 3 seated around the table. The table is full of tonic meals. Standing aside a dozen eunuchs and palace maids serving. Barbarian child. You fell from under a tree a few days ago. Don't break your body. These medicinal meals were specially formulated by the Queen Mother's order to her palace pharmacists, with mountain spirit ginseng from the heavenly martial sect, chi and blood fruit from the great wind, and night moon syrup from the night moon kingdom, all of which are great tonic substances. You need to eat more. Not only will you recover from your injuries, but it will also boost your strength. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were constantly chucking meals for Chu Ban. Ha! Chu Ban laughed nervously and came to eat in a whirlwind. Looking at the cozy scene of a family of 3, not only was Chu Mingyue not the slightest bit touched inwardly, instead, extreme anger rose within her. Ha! Akatsuki, you're back. Xianer can. At that moment, The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, noticed Chu Mingyue, but before the words were finished, Chu Mingyue had already rushed to the table in a furious manner. I'll let you eat. Hula! She lifted the table on the spot, spilling meals all over the table. The messy scene startled the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids. Asshole! Akatsuki! What are you doing? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru rubbed up, very dissatisfied with the question. As for the Chu barbarian on the side, his eyes also flashed with a hint of tyrannical killing intent. What are you talking about me for? Don't you know what you've done to deserve this? Chu Mingyue had long been furious, pointing at the two men's noses and cursing. Emperor Chu Ming's eyes sank as he waved his hand for the subordinates around him to exit. Xiao Yuru, on the other hand, asked, Mingyue, is it because Xian'er's matter is messed up? Oh, you still know that you have an older son named Chu Xuan? Chu Mingyue sneered. Xiao Yuru, on the other hand, was dissatisfied. Mingyue, what do you mean by that? Chu Mingyue did not answer, but instead teased. I finally know why you guys don't go looking for Xian'er instead of letting me do it. Because for all that you've done, how can you have the face to go to him? Asshole, what are you mad about here? What do you mean by the we did? At this time, Emperor Chu Ming glared and shouted with authority. If in normal times, Chu Mingyue naturally feared this imperial brother of hers, but today, she had long since gone to her head and continued to growl with her burgundy neck. Is what I said wrong? Xian'er is the crown prince, usually on behalf of you two to work for the country. But what have you done? You have actually removed all the palace maids and underlings in his eastern palace. How is this different from putting him in the cold palace? There. What's even more infuriating is that he supervised the country for 8 years, and clearly raised the power of the entire Chu dynasty by more than 10 times, while you all reprimanded and belittled him every day, and even descended on him in court. You are still the emperor and empress even if you are not his parents. Is this how you treat meritorious officials? Facing Chu Mingyue's questioning drink, Chu Mingyue's face instantly turned ugly. Xiao Yuru's face also rose with a touch of panic at being caught. She said with a slight sense of guilt, Mingyue, we admit that these things were indeed negligent on our part, but Emperor Ming and I have already understood. The two of us decided long ago that when Xian'er returns, we'll make it up to him. We'll send someone into the Eastern Palace, and we'll honor him for his political achievements. Chu Mingyue, however, snorted coldly, imperial sister-in-law. No, Xiao Yuru, don't you think that what you're saying is a bit hypocritical? If you guys really feel sorry for Xian'er, why haven't you thought of going to him in person? Is this your attitude of being sorry? Why we didn't? We were going to. Xiao Yuru retort words have not finished. Chu Mingyue but turned her head to look at Chu Ban, and then turned back full of sarcasm. Are you trying to say that you originally wanted to go to look for the result of my nephew Chu Ban but accidentally climbed a tree to pull out a bird and fell down? You guys went to look at him so delayed. Is that right? Yes. Xiao Yuru opened her mouth, but in the end, she could only nod her head. Ha ha ha. Chu Mingyue laughed up to the sky, tears spilling out of her eyes as she laughed. Look at you guys, this is what you call being sorry. You don't care for a son who has clearly supervised the country with merit, but has been wounded by you all? You guys go to care about a son who was born tyrannical and naive, and whose cultivation has reached the true martial realm accidentally fell from a tree pulling out a bird. Speaking here, Chu Mingyue probed her finger to Chu Ban, who was on the side. The voice grew sharper and more agitated. You tell me. You guys come tell me. What kind of fall can he take for a true martial realm? He's afraid that he hasn't even rubbed his skin. Ridiculous. Ridiculous in the extreme. You guys can't call this favoritism anymore. You call it lack of morality. The moment those words came out, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's faces both looked a bit ashamed and angry. Boom! And at the same time, the Chu barbarian on the side was the one who suddenly erupted, raising his fist towards Chu Mingyue. Dare to spill my rice? I'll kill you. Chapter 19. Just want to get away from everyone. Chu barbarian's copper bell-sized eyes were filled with naivety and tyranny. Although he was only 15 years old, he was born with demonic brute strength and had infinite power. Coupled with the true martial realm cultivation, the entire person was very strong. With just one punch, a terrifying astral aura swept through the entire room. Brute! Mingyue! Don't hurt him! Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both startled, and due to the proximity and the fact that it was too sudden, neither of them had time to stop them. Only yell. After all, although Chu barbarian was powerful, he was by no means Chu Mingyue's opponent. Bang! However, the next moment, to the astonishment of both of them, Chu Man unexpectedly blasted Chu Mingyue out with a single punch, ruthlessly hitting the doorframe. Go to hell! Chu barbarian dodged to catch up, his fists bombarding out madly as if they were raining down. On the spot, it blasted Chu Mingyue with a wild spray of blood and staggered. Ah! Barbarian, stop it! She's your aunt. Only then did Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both return to their senses and rush to stop them. Chu Ban roared. What are you guys doing stopping me? I'll beat you to death. Boom! Chu Ban raised his fist towards the two men, tyrannizing them like a mad demon. Oh, ha ha. Look, take a good look. This is the good son you favor. He's just a tyrannical little darling, and he'll kill even you guys when he feels bad. On the contrary, Xuan is so understanding, filial, and talented, yet you treat him like that. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both had very ugly faces. Asshole, this isn't even something you've provoked. Barbarian child is usually very well behaved. As they spoke, the two men restrained Chu Barbarian, knocked him out and had him taken away. Finally, only then did the two of them look again at Chu Mingyue, who was leaning against the doorframe. Seeing that the other party had been spitting out blood, Xiao Yuru hurriedly took out pills, but Chu Mingyue slapped them away, not appreciating them at all. Xiao Yuru frowned, while Chu Mingyue inquired with dissatisfaction. Didn't I tell you to go find Xuan and come back? What's wrong with your injuries? How come even barbarian children can hurt you? Chu Mingyue wiped a splash of blood from the corner of her mouth and said indifferently, if I say that I was beaten by Xuan, who you call a waste every day, how should you two feel? What? Xuan beat you? Can you stop fooling around? Xuan isn't even an entry-grade martial artist. How is he going to injure you? A half-step sect master powerhouse. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both frowned, growing more and more dissatisfied. Ha! Chu Mingyue sneered. You know what? I was wondering before, who in this world was the first to call Xuan a waste? Then it occurred to me. That's right. It was you guys. You were the first ones to say that he was a waste. And because you guys hung the word waste on your lips every day, it led to the fact that I, along with the civil and military officials, including everyone else in this world, who had obviously never had anyone examine Xuan's body, all thought that Xuan was a waste who was unquestionably incapable of practicing cultivation. What do you mean by that? Although waste is somewhat unpleasant to hear, it's a fact that Xuan is unable to cultivate. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both said helplessly with puzzled faces. Ha ha, yeah. Chu Mingyue laughed out loud and steeply raised her voice by 8 degrees. Then why would I see with my own eyes that the person you call a waste of space has shaken out 10 spirit bells ringing in the Xuan Ling Sect? I'm sure you all should know what the gifted spirit bell of the Xuan Ling clock means. When the spirit bell rings 10 times, the heavenly man's posture appears. Do you guys know that the son you've been calling a waste for over 20 years has the legendary heavenly man stance? Boom! As soon as these words came out, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both shocked in unison, and both pairs of pupils were also drastically shocked and shrunk at the same moment, as the two men turned their heads to look deeply into each other's eyes, but then they shook their heads. No, it can't be. Akatsuki, you must have been mistaken. Although you haven't examined Xuan's body, the two of us have examined it and have done so for many years one after the other, and we dare to guarantee that Xuan truly does not have any cultivation talent. Why else would we, as parents, call our children trash? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru spread their hands with a sigh, looking at the two people who did not look like they were faking. Chu Mingyue was shaking her head. I don't know what you guys do for food, but the 10 rings of the spirit bell in the Xuan Ling Sect is what I have seen with my own eyes, including my body injuries are all from Xuan. Xuan is by no means. Enough! Emperor Chu Ming steeped his voice and interrupted Chu Mingyue on the spot. We know that you have feelings for that rebellious son, that we have neglected him all these years, and that you have a problem with the two of us, but you didn't have to make up some bull ***** here. Create some genius persona for him so you could guilt trip us, and don't you think you're overdoing it by portraying him as a genius? 10 rings of the spirit bell is not enough, but how brainless are you to say that you, a half-step sect master, were injured by that rebellious son? What? Is that rebellious son still a sect master? Xiao Yuru also sighed. Sigh. Mingyue, I understand that you're heartbroken for Xuan, and as a mother, I'm even more heartbroken for him than you are, but there's really no need for you to be so nonsensical. Lying? Establishing a persona? I'm fooling around? Listening to the words of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, Chu Mingyue was extremely angry, but whirling around, her heart felt like it was being hammered, and it hurt even more, for how similar the two were to her before at this point. He didn't believe Chu Xuan at all, and even thought that he had discovered the truth. Oh, ha ha, stupid. I was really stupid before. Chu Mingyue laughed at herself, and then stopped talking, because she knew that in the case that the two Chu Mingyues had already subjectively determined, even if she said the big sky the two would not believe. Mingyue, you've been fooling around for so long, and you still haven't said anything about Xuan? Did you talk to him about whether he's coming back or not? As long as he does a good job with the Great Wind Dynasty, the Crown Prince will definitely still be his. At this time, Chu Mingyue Xiao Yuru and the two of them once again asked about the main matter. The matter of the Great Wind Dynasty? Chu Mingyue's face once again revealed mockery and sarcasm. The two of you are really using people towards the front and not towards the back. Let alone Xuan is a genius, even if he isn't. What makes you guys think that using the crown prince position can keep him firmly tethered? By the fact that you call him a loser every day? Because you sent him to the Cold East Palace? On the basis of his outstanding political achievements. Yet you condemned him in court? Asshole. Chu Mingyue flung a slap at Chu Mingyue with a snap, but the latter at this time was not caring. Instead, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I only said a few words to you guys and you can't stand it. Then you guys want to think about it. You guys have either hit or scolded Xuan before, and you've been prejudiced in 100 different ways. So why would he still want to come back and be the crown prince? Let me tell you, he doesn't care about any crown prince. He doesn't care about any throne at all. He just wants to stay away from you, and from me, and from all of us in the Chu royal family. Snap. Speaking of the end, Chu Mingyue slammed Chu Xuan's lock of drawn blood in front of the two men's eyes. Chapter 20 The Great Wind Empress. Looking at the blood-drawn threads in front of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both shuddered. They were great masters. Their five senses were incomparably sharp. So naturally, they could easily sniff out that this lock of blood-drawing silk was from Chu Xuan. This is blood-drawing silk? Xuan has cut the blood-drawing silk. No. How? Xiao Yuru was completely flustered. In this moment, she just felt something inside her. Far away, Emperor Chu Ming's face was also very ugly. As a person from Chu, no one would fail to understand the meaning of the blood-drawing silk. That is the bond between the bloodline. That is the connection between the kinship. And to take the initiative to cut off the blood tie belongs to the act of completely severing the kinship. It's even worse than cutting the robe. And you have the face to ask how that happened? What else is going to happen to Xuan if it doesn't? Is it possible to come back and continue to be subjected to your blank stares and your abusive put-downs? To be called a loser by all of us every day? Chu Mingyue coldly said, while all the while, her insides had been violently aching. Although she was talking about the two Chu Minghuangs, she was including herself. Ooh-hoo. Xiao Yuru held the strand of blood-stretching silk and shed 2 lines of tears. No, it's not. We have already decided that when he comes back to be the crown prince again, we will definitely make it up to him. How can he be so heartless and actually want to cut ties with us? This rebellious son. In vain I am looking forward to his return. It is simply treasonous. Chu Mingyue fell into anger, and a strong disappointment rose even more on his face. At those words, Chu Mingyue screamed at the top of her lungs. You are all kind-hearted? You look forward to his return? You say he's heartless? If it weren't for the matter of the Great Wind Dynasty, would you be looking forward to his return? Hypocrisy. You're so hypocritical. You don't deserve it. Snap. Before Chu Mingyue could finish her sentence, she was slapped by Chu Mingyue. Blood spurts. Ha ha, go ahead. Beat me to death. I deserve to die anyway. I'm sorry little Xuan. As for you guys, for the lackluster things you've done, wanting Xuan to come back for you to settle the matter of the Great Wind Dynasty, dream on. Looking at the crazy-faced Chu Mingyue, Emperor Chu Ming was extremely angry and ordered in a furious voice. Men, drag the princess back to the princess mansion and ground her. Without my order, she is not allowed to take half a step away from the princess residence. Immediately, a forbidden guard appeared and took away the crying and laughing Chu Mingyue. After Chu Mingyue left, Xiao Yuru, on the other hand, sobbed, Your Majesty, what should we do? Xuan has even broken his blood ties. This is an iron will not to come back. Oh, did the two of us really do such a bad job all these years? The child we raised with one hand would rather cut ties with us completely than come back for the crown prince position. Emperor Chu Ming's face was gloomy and uncertain, angry, annoyed, and uncomfortable. Xiao Yuru added, Your Majesty, why don't I go apologize to Xuan? I'll admit my mistake to Xuan. I'll ask for Xuan's forgiveness. I can't live without this son. Chu can't live without this crown prince. No go. At those words, Chu Mingyue however shook his body, a mighty energy instantly sweeping across the entire room, the entire person resembling an angry lion. Asshole, I gave him such a big step. He won't go down it, and he even embarrassed me in turn. He thinks that I, Chu, can't do without him as the crown prince. Come on man. Finally, he summoned Wei Tong. Go inform Great Wind Yan Shangru. As long as they don't demand that the mastermind be Chu Xuan, I, Chu, am willing to concede enough benefits in the cooperation program between the two countries. Soon, Wei Tong transmitted the message to the Great Wind Envoy. Since we can't wait for Crown Prince Chu Xuan, the plan for the two countries ends here. Let's go. Yan Shangru, however, did not say a word more and left with the Great Wind Envoy. When the news reached Emperor Chu Ming's ears, it almost didn't lift the palace. The thunderous anger was vented for an unknown length of time in the vast palace. I only heard that a palace maid just accidentally mentioned Chu Xuan. The result was caned on the spot, so Chu Xuan's name has become a taboo in the court. On the other hand, Yan Xiangru returned to the Great Wind dynasty with the Great Wind Envoy, and as soon as he returned to the imperial city, Yan Xiangru changed into his phase robe and entered the palace to face the saint. Soon, Great Wind Palace, in front of the imperial study room, my humble servant, Yan Xiangru, has come to have an audience with Her Majesty the Empress. Yan Xiangru rushed into the room and drank respectfully. Enter. After a very majestic woman's voice came out from the room. Only then did Yan Xiangru straighten his phase robe and pushed the door into the imperial study. Visible in the imperial study, books in ancient ink, green sandalwood curls, a side of carved dragons and phoenixes of the bookcase is situated. The case on the folding like a mountain. A woman with a phoenix crown on her head was sitting in front of the case and correcting the folders. A gold and red imperial robes hanging down on the ground. The brush wanders with the jade hand, vaguely exudes a kind of control of rivers and mountains to shake the power of the situation. Yan Xiangru took a step to the front of the bookcase and immediately knelt down to salute. Greetings to His Majesty the Empress. Long live His Majesty the Empress. Swish. The emperor-robed woman finished correcting the last word before stopping her pen. Heads up, revealing a flawless face. Eyebrows like faraway mountains containing diaper. Eyes like stars bright. Agar nose white teeth. Exquisite as a fairy in the picture. Exempt. The emperor-robed woman opened her mouth, her voice sounding like heavenly music, but carrying great majesty. Only then did Yan Xiangru rise, his face filled with respectful awe and reverence. As the Chancellor of the Great Wind, under one person, above 10,000 people, and the woman in front of him was that one person, the Great Wind Empress Ling Sect. Prime Minister Yan, this trip to Chu and back is a laborious one. It's really hard work. Ling Sect was concerned, while Yan Xiangru shook her head to indicate that she was fine. I wonder if this trip went well. Can you and brother Chu Xuan, the imperial crown prince of Chu, finalize the plan of cooperation between the two countries? As for the empress's inadvertent display of a small woman's posture, Yan Xiangru was not surprised. On the contrary, he had long been accustomed to it. Even more so, he knew that this kind of gesture would only be revealed once or twice when talking about Chu Xuan. Yan Xiangru bowed and responded, "Back to your majesty. This trip did not go well. To be precise, there have been some changes in the Chu dynasty." Oh, Ling Sect raised an eyebrow, signaling to speak on, and only then did Yan Xiangru say, "Emperor Chu Mingyue of Great Chu has deposed Crown Prince Chu Xuan." "What did you say?" Ling Sect rubbed herself up from the dragon chair, her brows filled with shocked anger. "What's going on?" "Crown Prince Chu Xuan has been doing a peaceful and steady job, especially in the 8 years of supervising the state, raising the power of the state of Chu by an unknown amount, and with such merit, why would he be deposed?" Yan Xiangru explained. The obvious reason is because the great Chu imperial ancestor had manifested his spirit late at night at the Dengtian building to rain down his wrath on Chu Xuan, thus drawing the wrath of the Chu Ming Emperor, who deposed Chu Xuan overnight. The emperor ancestor descending in anger? How is this possible? Ling Sect stared at her beautiful eyes. What kind of character was the great Chu emperor ancestor? Once a towering celestial being, how could he manifest his spirit in the middle of the night to bring down the wrath of a latter-day prince? What's more, Chu Xuan has been a just and honest prince all these years, and his political achievements are noteworthy, so what is there to be brought down in anger? Yan Xiangru reported. It is also extremely difficult for the micro-consultant to believe such a thing at first hearing, so I purposely ordered Li Mu to poke around, and the results are unbelievable. Chapter 21. The wind is picking up. Rather than that, Emperor Chu Ming deposed Chu Xuan as the crown prince. It would be better to say that Chu Xuan took the initiative to relinquish the position of the crown prince. Voluntarily give up? Why is that? Ling Sect frowned. When she was in distress, she had known Chu Xuan for several years, and knew Chu Xuan's character, and was bent on ascending the throne and becoming an emperor. It would have been understandable if someone had persecuted her. It was more or less unthinkable to give herself up to the throne. Your Majesty will know at a glance. Yan Xiangru did not say much, only presenting a fold from his sleeve. When Ling Sect received the folded document and read it, the whole person was almost furious. A tiger's poison does not yet eat its children. What that Chu Emperor and Empress Shao have been doing all these years is simply worse than that. Yan Xiangru thought deeply about this. Need to know. After Li Mu found out about all this, he simply doubted his eyes. Prince Chu Xuan. Not to say great credit, but also at least hard work. Who had thought? Private actually lives so miserable. The entire Chu Palace casually pulled out a person even if it is a subordinate, over the prince or more comfortable, which simply subverted his 3 views. I deduced that Chu Xuan must be unable to endure this persecution. So that's why this took the initiative to give up the crown prince position at the Golden Palace. And according to the last we checked, he has left the imperial city alone, rumored to have traveled around the world. After hearing Yan Xiangru's words, Feng Linglong's lone and absolutely beautiful face, all that's left is heartache and anger. Damn the Chu royal family, they're simply a bunch of inhuman things. Not to mention that Chu Xuan is the supervisory crown prince. Even if he is an ordinary subject, he cannot be treated like this. The future generation of bright ruler, actually forced to give up the throne to travel around the world. Chu, what a great Chu. Towards the end, Feng Linglong's chest rose and fell, obviously infuriated. After a few moments of contemplation, she suddenly ordered, pass on my decree. Since Great Chu has forced Chu Xuan away, then I, Great Wind, don't need to be polite to them, Great Chu, or anything, immediately sever all cooperation with Chu. Remember, I said everything, whether it is favorable or not, break it all off. Daring to persecute Chu Xuan like this, I, Feng Linglong, will make him look good for Great Chu. Yan Xiangru had expected things to be like this and did not persuade anything. After all, if it were not for Chu Xuan's sake, they, the Great Wind, would have been able to get rid of the Great Chu a long time ago. Now that Chu had lost the trump card of Chu Xuan, what else were they polite for? Yes, Yan Xiangru nodded heavily and was about to go out when he was called back. Also, send someone to find out about Chu Xuan. I want to know where he is now, what he's doing, and how he's doing. If Great Chu doesn't want him, Chu Xuan is my Great Wind Emperor. Yan Xiangru shuddered and once again took orders, then walked out of the imperial study. When one comes to the outside world, the originally cloudless and clear weather had been covered with dark clouds, and a gale gradually picked up, blowing the trees and shaking them violently. Yan Xiangru's pair of eyes flickered with essence as he opened his arms to feel the heavens and earth. A wind has risen, and this gale is destined to sweep the world. The next day, the Great Wind Dynasty suddenly issued a series of decrees to sever all cooperation with the Great Chu Dynasty. The two countries, which had been working closely together for 8 years, broke up completely. In just a few days, the Great Wind's move had thrown Chu into chaos. Chu, the Golden Palace. Report to Your Majesty Empress. Due to the Great Wind Empress severing the cooperation plan between the two countries, our Great Chu All People into the product program was aborted, and the 500,000 taels of gold invested in front of us all went down the drain. Reporting to His Majesty the Empress, the 3,000 pill refiners and 3,000 weapon refiners of the Great Wind stationed in our dynasty have all withdrawn. The pill refining hall and weapon refining pavilions of our dynasty have been largely shut down, and it is expected that 800,000 taels of gold will be lost. Reporting to His Majesty the Empress, the Great Wind border has opened a total ban. All of my Chu's industries as well as funds in the Great Wind dynasty have been frozen. At least millions of taels of gold have been lost. Report to Your Majesty the Empress. Listening to the news that the 100 officials were constantly reporting, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, both of them, were all caught up in anger, their faces hard to see to the extreme. Since the first 8 years of the cooperation program were all finalized and advanced by Chu Xuan, although they knew that the cooperation program between the two countries was important to Chu, they didn't expect it to be this important. The heavy blows one after another have just knocked Chu off its feet, and its overall national strength has dropped at least several times. This Great Wind Empress, how can she act in such a way when buying and selling is not a matter of benevolence? She's completely trying to mess with my Great Chu's national power. Xiao Yuru glared in anger. Lost, she still has feelings with Xianer. How to say we are also counted as half of her relatives? Too heartless. Don't mention that rebellious son again. Emperor Chu Ming sank his anger and drank. The reason why that Great Wind Empress acted in such a manner, I'm afraid that it was for that rebellious son to demonstrate to us, and perhaps, there is still a sign from that rebellious son in all of this. Ha! You said this is Xianer. Impossible. Xianer is our son. How can any son help an outsider target his parents? Xiao Yuru hurriedly shook her head with a look of disbelief. Chu Mingyue, however, said in a cold voice, how is it impossible? What else is there that rebellious son does not dare to do? Have you forgotten? Even the ancestor has shown his spirit to descend his wrath on him. He is a scum. This, Xiao Yuru's face sank. If this is true, then she had really misjudged this son. Originally, she had insisted on picking Chu Xuan back up to make amends. But how can such a narrow-minded villain hold a great position? Finally, Emperor Chu Ming gave his order in a cold voice. Pass on my decree that all people do everything in their power to check for defects. In addition, pass the decree to Chuan, Chu Wu, Chu Jian, and the other 8 imperial princes, so that each of them will find a way to stabilize my Great Chu's kingdom and country. I don't believe that with so many excellent sons, I'm still no match for a ruined prince. The Rapunzel's mansion. When Chu Mingyue, who had messy hair and was a bit crazy, learned about the court meeting. Oh, ha ha ha, she couldn't help but lean back and laugh her face off. He's clearly left of his own accord. He's clearly cut his hair and broken off his family. He's clearly done everything he can to stay away from you guys. And you guys are blaming him for everything. Chu Mingyue, Xiao Yuru, you are simply two crazy perverts. And me, I'm also a wicked aunt. Xianer, I really regret it. My heart really hurts. Pain. It hurts too much. Chu Mingyue only felt that her heart was being cut with a knife. It only cut her near suffocation. It only hurt so much that she couldn't help herself. If she hadn't been under house arrest in the mansion, she would have long ago run off to the Xuan Ling Sect. She would kneel and beg Chu Xuan to forgive her, hit her, scold her, even killing her would be better than the pain. Chapter 22 Modified Celestial Techniques. Xuan Ling Sect, Holy Sun's Cave. Chu Xuan could naturally guess about the matters of the two countries of the Great Chu and Great Wind, but he did not pay any attention to it, and only cultivated himself. Chu Mingyue regrets? Chu Mingyue Xiao Yuru anger? The Great Chu dynasty is regressing? It's all his business. He's not the crown prince of Chu, so who the hell cares? Who cares? The only thing he can do in this life is to cultivate and step into immortality. I cultivate, 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 cultivate. Just like this, cultivating without time. A month passed in a flash. This day, early in the morning, a round of red sun broke out from the endless sea of clouds, and the sunrise was like broken gold spread all over the sky. As the saying goes, a year's plan is in the spring, and a day's plan is in the morning. The sunrise contains the essence of heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would there be the saying that one should eat the sun and drink the dew? One can only see Chu Xuan sitting cross-legged on the cliff bank in front of the mansion, with a green pine standing next to him. The Hongmeng creation scripture operated, inviting a strand of morning glory essence into his body. The entire body was paved with broken gold, as if he had forged a supreme golden body. Boom! When the red sun rose high and the sunset hid, Chu Xuan's body shook violently. A person's cultivation level was just like promoted to the first grade. That's right, being burdened with the Hongmeng creation scripture, coupled with the Xuan Ling Sect's strong support. In just one short month, Chu Xuan had been promoted from the 4th rank to the 1st rank, having traveled the path of many people for more than 10 years or even most of their lives. And he's a one-of-a-kind, or the kind that doesn't have any water in it. But even so, he would not actively seek to break through the true martial realm. He wanted to properly compress and firmly solidify his cultivation realm until the limit of compressing and shrinking was no longer possible. Then he would choose to break through. After all, in a new life, he would cultivate every realm to perfection. Each step must lay a strong foundation before one can step into immortality in the future. Swish! At that moment, a white-clothed silhouette flashed over, lively and agile. Yeah, Chu Xuan, you've made another breakthrough. 3 breakthroughs in just 1 month, or the hardest to break through. The upper 3rd grade, worthy of possessing the appearance of a celestial being. You are truly a demon. Only to see Bi Linger surround Chu Xuan and come up with a bunch of compliments. Chu Xuan got up and suddenly pretended to say, "Yeah, what demon? You guy, just talk, don't be so boastful." Hey, Bi Linger was first stunned, only feeling that the words seemed somewhat familiar, but she reacted immediately, her ears reddening. Good, you actually learned to talk like me. You want to find a fight, even though you're a 1st grade. I can already be a true martial 5th grade, and as the senior sister who was initiated first, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Watch the move. At the end of her words, Bi Linger was actively clapping her hands towards Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan knew that the other party just wanted to spar and did not spoil the fun. Greeting the opponent, he rushed forward, stepping and clenching his fist, suddenly blasting out. Bang! When the 2 fists and palms met, a wave of air instantly swept across the cliff bank. So then Chu Xuan did not move, but Bi Linger retreated. What? Bi Linger's spiritual eyes vibrated. Although she didn't use her full strength with this palm, but she was a true martial 5th level and she actually failed to help Chu Xuan. This is too much. Again, Bi Linger was naturally unconvinced. After all, it would be too frustrating for her. A true martial 5th level if she couldn't even restrain Chu Xuan. A 1st level. This time, she used her full strength. The power of the 5th level of true martial arts blossomed, and the bright and blazing astral energy swam around her body, resembling waves. Xuan Ling palm. Bi Linger once again clapped her palms, utilizing the Xuan Ling Sect's renowned stance. The Xuan Ling palm. This palm was created by the Xuan Ling ancestor, and it is powerful enough to shake the heavens and move the earth. Although Bi Linger couldn't exert herself to that extent, she was still not bad in terms of power. Only a 10-foot spirit deity palm print was pushed out horizontally, the impacting wind sound whistling and exploding, enough to defeat an average true martial cultivator. This palm is somewhat powerful, but the drawbacks are obvious, and watch carefully how I break it. As a peerless immortal in his previous life, Chu Xuan's eyesight was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary person, and the seemingly perfect Xianling palm was actually full of loopholes. Only spiritual energy was seen lingering on his fingertips, so he joined his fingers and pointed them forward. Wave. This finger immediately hit the Xianling palm, and it is this floating finger is like pointing the fatal acupuncture point. The large Xianling palm actually collapsed like a pile of sand and instantly disappeared. And then look at Bi Linger, silly. She had originally thought that once she used her Xianling palm she would be able to restrain Chu Xuan, but it turned out that the other party had easily broken the Xianling palm with a single finger. The fact that she, a true martial 5th level, was helpless against Chu Xuan, a first-grade martial artist, caused a great sense of frustration to rise in her. Linger, it's not that your power isn't good, it's that this Xianling palm has obvious flaws. This palm is condensed with spiritual power, but several of the nodes are not secure and too deadly. Once seen through, this palm can be easily broken. Next, you can rerun, the way I told you to. Originally, Bi Linger had thought that Chu Xuan was deliberately showing off to her, but as she listened, she became mesmerized, and when Chu Xuan finished, she once again executed the Xianling palm, and the result almost didn't make her jaw drop in shock. After Chu Xuan's instructions, the Xianling palm not only did not have the fatal flaws it had just had, but its power had even skyrocketed by 3 or 4 points compared to just now. Boom! She had shattered a 1,000-pound boulder into pieces with just one palm. My God! Bi Linger exclaimed in shock. Her eyes surged with admiration as she looked at Chu Xuan. At the same time, a middle-aged figure hurriedly flashed over. It was none other than Bai Luhong, only to see the same shock in his eyes. Chu Xuan, just now you did. It turned out that he had been here a while ago, but just didn't interrupt when he saw the two talking. As a result, he actually saw Chu Xuan improve the Xianling palm. Need to know. This Xianling palm was a method created by their Xuan Ling Sect's ancestor himself. Who is the Xuan Ling Sect ancestor? That's a celestial powerhouse. Chu Xuan was only a first-grade martial artist, but he was actually able to improve the celestial technique. This is simply divine. Greetings, Patriarch Bai. Just now I was just blessed with a good heart, and that's why I'm making a fool of myself, Chu Xuan casually explained. After all, the matter of his rebirth was too heaven-defying, so naturally he wouldn't proclaim it. Bai Luhong smiled bitterly. What kind of extreme demon is this? Under the blessed spirit's heart, he was actually able to improve the art of the celestials. At this moment, Chu Xuan once again became 3 times heavier in Bai Luhong's heart. After all, although Chu Xuan had possessed a heavenly figure before, but after all, natural talent is natural talent, and there are too many things that can affect natural talent on the road to cultivation, such as resources, state of mind, and calamities. He had always felt that Chu Xuan did not have much hope of reaching the celestial realm, but today's events made him feel that Chu Xuan would definitely be able to reach celestial. And so, he said in a deep voice, Chu Xuan, haven't you always wanted my sect Xian spirit flower? I've already confirmed that the latest Xianling flower will open tomorrow. I'm sure you know that the Xianling flower blooms once every 300 years, and the blooming period only lasts for 1 day, after which the flower loses its effect. So early tomorrow morning, I'll take you to pick the Xian spirit flower. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up, said thanks. After all, the reason why he had come to the Xuan Sect, the Xianling flower was the top priority. Chapter 23. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Great Chu Imperial City. The Imperial Study. Rice bucket. It's all a bunch of mealies. Emperor Chu Ming was thunderously furious, and the Great Master's spiritual energy pressurized the room. The folds on the dragon case were suddenly broken, like snowflakes falling down. Room. A group of civil and military ministers knelt and bowed, their bodies trembling and silent. Xiao Yuru's face was also unsightly, but she still went forward to advise. Your Majesty, calm down. Being angry really hurts your body. It turned out that over the past month, although the Chu dynasty had used everything it could to check for leaks and fill in the gaps, it had done little. What Gale did was like an overwhelming flood, impacting Chu with violent turmoil, completely unable to hold back. Martial arts, money, the army, commerce, etc., were all hit hard, and many folders were submitted from all over the counties every day. After preliminary statistics, just this month, the loss of the Chu dynasty is as high as 8 million taels of gold, and it is still increasing dramatically. The overall national power has been set back by at least 3 years. If things continue like this, sooner or later the Great Chu dynasty will completely decline. Your Majesty, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. Xiao Yuru opened her mouth, and Chu Minghuang seemed to know what the other party wanted to say. So with a wave of his hand, he let a group of civil and military ministers exit the imperial study. Only then did Xiao Yuru say, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, to solve the bell. Only Xian'er can solve the predicament of my Chu today. Empress, how could I not know? But that rebellious son is just too much. To actually help outsiders target his own family, he's a white-eyed wolf who eats his own family. I really can't do it if you ask me to go and get him back. Chu Mingyue had a face of indignation. Ugh, Your Majesty, you are father and son. And how can a father and son have an overnight grudge? Xiao Yuru sighed and added, there is a misunderstanding between us and Xian'er, that's why this situation is created. As long as this misunderstanding is solved, I think Xian'er will definitely come back. Humph. Seeing that Chu Mingyue was unwilling to bow down, Xiao Yuru could only say, Your Majesty, I know that you have anger in your heart and it's not appropriate for you to go and look for Xian'er, so let me, as a mother, go and get Xian'er back. Xian'er is a piece of flesh that fell from my body. We are mother and son. I'll persuade him so that he'll put the ice on it and come back to share your worries. At those words, Emperor Chu Ming fell into a deep thought. A few moments later, only to spit out, alright, then, I'll give the Empress a hard time. No commiserations. Whether I'm a mother or a queen, it's what I'm supposed to do. Xiao Yuru shook her head and left the imperial study, heading straight to the eldest princess mansion. When she saw Xiao Yuru, Chu Mingyue was insane. He, ha ha, what are you, a snake woman, doing here looking for me? Mingyue, stop acting crazy. As a grand princess, it's unseemly for you to be like this all the time. Xiao Yuru reprimanded. Ha ha, I'm pretending to be crazy. I'm being stupid, but my heart hurts. It really hurts. Xiao Yuru, you've done so many unethical things. Doesn't your heart hurt? Chu Mingyue pointed at Xiao Yuru's heart. The latter's face changed slightly as she sighed. Alas, Mingyue, I know you're blaming us for neglecting Xian'er's affairs. How can I, as a mother, not be heartbroken about this matter? I'm heartbroken too. That's why I came to find you this time. I want you to take me to Xian'er. I will apologize for Xian'er, and I will make amends for what happened before. In response, Chu Mingyue only sneered. Is that so? I see that you guys clearly see that now that the Chu is in turmoil, you can't handle it, and only then are you thinking of going to Xian'er to apologize. Xiao Yuru's eyes dodged. Chu Mingyue laughed. Ha ha, see, I guessed it. Xiao Yuru made some tears of anger. I admit that there is indeed a reason for this, but that's only in passing. The main thing is that I want to apologize to Xian'er, who is my own flesh and blood. I don't want him to suffer out there all the time. I want him to come back and enjoy himself. In response, Chu Mingyue just snorted with laughter. Enjoying happiness? Oh, Xiao Yuru had a tired look on her face. That's all, whether you believe it or not. I'm only asking you, are you willing to take me to Xian'er? If you don't want to, then I'll go by myself. He's in the Xuan Ling Sect, isn't he? Before Xiao Yuru left, Chu Mingyue was steeply shouting, Go! I'm going, but not to take you back to him, but I have sinned. I have sinned. I have wronged him, and I ask him to forgive me. Even if he kills me, I will atone. Xiao Yuru glanced at Chu Mingyue and only felt that the latter was even crazier. But with all the things going on lately, her mind was too exhausted for her to bother sparing her. Since it was considered a family matter, Xiao Yuru did not bring any guards. Only she and Chu Mingyue secretly left the imperial city and rushed to the Xuan Ling Sect. The next day, early morning, outside the Xuan Ling Sect, there were two uninvited guests, but instead of Xiao Yuru and Chu Mingyue, there were two men, one old and one young. The old man had a head of white hair flowing. His face was emaciated, and a pair of pale eyes were actually bursting with wisps of fine sword-light between flashes. As for the breath, it was also like a lofty mountain. It was clearly a Zongshur. The young man on the side, probably around 20 years old, with a handsome appearance, sword eyebrows raised, gaze full of arrogance. At his waist he carried a sword with a scabbard made of gold and jade. One could imagine its sword was absolutely sharp and had an awe-inspiring aura around it. Apprentice, this is the Xuan Ling Sect. As far as I know, there happens to be a Xian spirit flower about to bloom today. If you are able to take it, it will be extremely beneficial to your cultivation. The white-haired old man smiled at the young man with the sword, while the latter raised a sword eyebrow. Great! With this flower, my cultivation will definitely skyrocket in a short period of time. At that time, I'd like to see those royal brothers and sisters, who can compete with me for the crown prince position. The white-haired old man smiled, then brought the sword-carrying teenager to the bottom of Xianling Mountain. The former took in a sharp breath, sinking his chi into his dantian before roaring out, My sword Dao Patriarch, Gu Jianfeng, with his disciple Chu Jian, has come to pay homage to the mountain. Rumbling. The sound of the drink was like thunder, rolling and moving, spreading throughout the Xuan Ling Sect. Patriarch Bi Luhong and a group of patriarchal elders were naturally startled. I could hear that the visitor was not good. so I flew down the mountain at the first opportunity. Chu Xuan also awoke from his cultivation, and his pair of eyes flashed with a brilliant essence. My good brother, are you finally here? My brother is here, waiting for you, for a long time. Chapter 24 Fourth Prince Chu Jian, Xuan Ling Sect. At the mountain gate, Bi Linger led a group of sect elders to fly down from the mountain at the first opportunity. Great Chu's #1 sword Dao master, Gu Jianfeng. Bi Linger frowned, including the crowd of patriarchal elders. A touch of gravity rose between their brows. Gu Jianfeng stepped forward and cupped his fists and laughed. Ha ha, it's exactly me. I guess you're Xuan Ling Sect master Bi Linger, right? It's me. Bi Linger spoke in a deep voice, without the slightest bit of contempt or carelessness in his eyes. Because the Gu Jianfeng in front of him was not only the #1 sword Dao master in Chu, it was even ranked among the top 10 sect masters of Great Chu, with the ranking still ahead of him. With such a character, Bi Linger naturally didn't dare to be slow, and said in a deep voice, I wonder what the ancient Taoist friend came to my Xuan Ling Sect for? Gu Jianfeng put his hands behind his back and laughed softly in a faint voice. Since Patriarch Bai has asked, then someone from Gu won't beat around the bush. Today I came here for my disciple, to ask for something from your clan. What is it? Xuan Ling Hua. Swish. Bi Linger's eyes sank, a trace of uncontrollable anger rising within him. Fellow Daoist ancient, you are not related to my Xuan Ling Sect, and you don't even have a fragrant relationship. Don't you think it's too rude of you to come and demand my clan's town treasure? The rest of the group of patriarchal elders also stared with furious brows, their breath rising in alarm. Regarding the hostility of Bi Linger and the others, Gu Jianfeng didn't care at all. Pneumatic and calm. Patriarch Bai, just because there's no incense love now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. I know that there is a Xian spirit flower about to bloom within your clan today. As long as you give it to us today, we'll have our own reward in the future. Bi Linger's face sank once again. I really didn't expect the other party to even figure out today's Xian Ling flower bloom. His voice was a little chilly. Just by your empty words you want to claim my clan's greatest treasure. Your calculations are too loud. No. How can it be considered empty talk? Gu Jianfeng shook his head and then pointed to Chu Jian who was standing quietly beside him. Do you know what this disciple of mine is like? Swish. When the crowd looked away, Chu Jian stepped out, arrogantly saying, My name is Chu Jian. I am the 4th prince of the Great Chu dynasty. I know that your Xuan Ling Sect has been very declining these years. If you send me a strange flower Xuan Ling today, it is to make a love of incense with me. When I ascend the throne and become an emperor in the future, I will vigorously support your Xuan Ling Sect. How about that? Wow. Upon hearing this, Bi Linger and the group of patriarchal elders were somewhat baffled. Chu Jian, the 4th prince of Great Chu? Isn't that Chu Xian's own brother? This was really strange. Both of the Chu emperors had come to their Xian spirit sect, and both happened to want the Xian spirit flower that was blooming today. Although by the looks of things, Chu Jian did not know that Chu Xuan was in the Xuan Ling Sect, but this is clearly a royal fight. Ugh, this situation is finally here. Bi Linger let out a dark sigh. Early on, when he had chosen to support Chu Xuan, he had known that their Xuan Ling Sect would definitely be involved in the struggle between the imperial families of Great Chu. I just didn't expect it to come so soon, but this problem could not be avoided, and he had no choice but to face it. Emperor Chu Jian, I'm so sorry. Although my Xian spirit sect has a blooming Xian spirit flower today, it already has a name flower and cannot be transferred to you, Bi Linger said in a slightly apologetic manner, turning it down politely. Although he, Xuan Ling Sect, was not afraid of Gu Jianfeng, it was not good to offend the Chu imperial family. Gu Jianfeng and Chu Jian both frowned, and the latter asked in a deep voice, You said that the famous flower has an owner? I wonder who this owner is. The owner of this flower is none other than my Xuan Ling Sect's newest saint son, Bi Linger said, not saying Chu Xian's real name, because he was afraid that once he said his real name, he would instantly annoy Chu Jian. He tried to use his good offices as much as he could. Xuan Ling's newest saint son? Gu Jianfeng frowned. Chu Jian also sank his eyebrows, and then snorted. Che, what am I Dao? How can you Xuan Ling saint's son be compared to me? If I didn't come, it wouldn't matter if you gave him this flower, but since I'm here, then he doesn't deserve it and can only give it to me. Chu Jian's words were as strong as they could be. After all, as the 4th prince of Great Chu, he had strong capital. Swish, Bi Linger and the others all sank their brows, very unhappy with Chu Jian's attitude. It's just because you have a good father and a good mother. What's so arrogant about it? Then think about Chu Xuan is the dynasty prince but never like this, obviously is a brother. This kind of a comparison, the gap is too big. Emperor Chu Jian. Thus, Bi Linger stopped being euphemistic and said in a cold voice, the Xuan Ling flower is the property of my Xuan Ling Sect. and it's not up to you to say who my Xuan Ling Sect is willing to give it to and who it's not. Besides, many things always have to be a matter of first come, first served, and since this flower has been promised to the saint son of our clan, we can't go back on our word. Of course, our Xuan Spirit Sect is not an unreasonable person. If you really want to beg for the Xuan Spirit Flower, just wait for the next one. Speaking of the end, after all, Bi Luhong had left a line open, unwilling to offend deadly Chu Jian. However, Chu Jian still rose in anger and immediately snapped. Asshole! There is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject in the land of the ratepayers. Since your Xuan Ling Sect is within the territory of my Chu dynasty, you are a vassal of my Chu dynasty, and the Xuan Ling flower naturally belongs to my Chu. I'll take a plant on behalf of the Chu today, and I'll see who dares to say a word. The words came out. Bi Luhong and the others were all rising in anger. These words were too arrogant. It is really intolerable. Chu Jian, if your father, Emperor Chu Ming, had come with these words, our Xuan Ling Sect would have suffered, but you're only a prince in the end, not even a crown prince. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of our Xuan Ling Sect? Although my Xuan Ling Sect is not at its peak, it's not something that you, a royal son, can bully. Boom! Bi Luhong completely flipped out, and the aura belonging to the Zhongshe realm startled him, including the rest of the group of patriarchal powerhouses. They also similarly displayed their breaths, and the terrifying pressure immediately pressured Chu Jian to change color. However, Gu Jianfeng was the one who stepped forward to resist these sovereign mighty pressures for Chu Jian. Drinking heavily, Patriarch Bai, it's just a Xuan spirit flower to the left and right. My disciple is the imperial prince of Great Chu. What's the benefit of offending him? Bi Luhong didn't answer, and the rest of the group of patriarchs didn't care. After all, they were standing for Chu Xian, and it didn't matter if they really offended Chu Jian. Seeing that Bi Luhong and the others didn't care, Gu Jianfeng felt tricky. After all, although he was strong, it was impossible for him to deal with the entire Xuan Ling Sect alone. Rushingly, he transmitted his voice to Chu Jian. Apprentice, the patriarch is not to be offended. What you just said was too much. Although the Xuan Ling Sect's splendor is gone, it's not something you can scorn. If you only rely on the authority of the royal family, I'm afraid you won't be able to take this Xuan Ling flower. Chu Jian's face was gloomy and uncertain, and in the end, he could only collect his arrogance. Patriarch Bai, I didn't mean to offend just now. Please forgive me. Gu Jianfeng also said. Patriarch Bai, we came 1,000 miles to beg for flowers, and even though the name of the flower has an owner, for the sake of the face of the Chu royal family, you must at least give this disciple of mine a chance. How about this? Let's use the Xuan spirit flower as a bet, and both sides will spar. As long as you Xuan Ling Sect disciples can defeat my disciple Chu Jian, then we, master and disciple, will leave immediately and never say anything more. By the same token, if my disciple Chu Jian wins, you will give away the Xuan spirit flower. How? At the end of his words, Gu Jianfeng's pale eyes looked straight at Bi Luhong. Bi Luhong naturally didn't want to agree. After all, he had said that he would gift the Xuan Ling flower to Chu Xian and must not go back on his word, but he knew that if he didn't agree, he was considered to have completely offended Chu Jian. Chu Jian is naturally not scary. The scary thing is still the royal family of Chu. That's what's so scary about royal rivalries. No matter who you support, you'll have to face the royal wrath head-on if you're not careful. Just as the dilemma arose, Chu Xian's voice resounded in his ears. Patriarch, promise them. Chapter 25 Bi Linger vs Chu Jian. Chu Xian only secretly transmitted his voice and did not reveal his figure. At this point, a large number of Xuan Ling Sect's disciples had long since converged at the mountain gate, and his figure mingled among them, observing the scene. In his last life, when the 9 dragons seized the throne, he had almost died at the hands of Chu Jian once. In this life, since he had encountered it, he naturally wanted to have a good time with it. Moreover, he had an extremely important thing that was still on Chu Jian's body. He had to get it back. It was about his path to stepping into immortality. Yes, I promise. Seeing that Chu Xian had agreed to it, Bi Luhong did not dwell on it too much. Patriarch Bai, cool. Gu Jianfeng laughed, and then a pair of pale eyes looked at Chu Jian. Apprentice, the opportunity has been fought for you. Whether or not you can grasp it next depends on your own performance. Don't worry, master. Not to mention this tiny Xuan Ling Sect, even if you look at the entire young generation of the great Chu dynasty, I, Chu Jian, have nothing to fear. Chu Jian responded, his gaze confident and open, filled with disdain. Immediately, he stepped out, his slanted gaze sweeping across the room. Chu Jian, the 4th prince of Great Chu, which one of you will fight me? Only to see that wherever his gaze went, hardly any disciple of the Xuan Ling Sect dared to meet it. Not only was the identity of the other party's prince too intimidating, but more critically, Chu Jian had the true martial fifth realm despite his youth. When looking at the disciples of the entire Xuan Ling Sect, this kind of realm was rarely reached. Bai Luhong was also well aware that Chu Jian, as the fourth prince of the great Chu dynasty, had long been renowned and was not something that ordinary disciples could fight against. If you're going to send the strongest, you're going to send the strongest, so he barked an order. Where's Spirit? Father, I am. Bi Linger immediately rushed out from the crowd and clasped her fists heavily. Bai Luhong said in a deep voice, Linger, as my Xuan Ling Sect's holy daughter, whether or not my Xuan Ling Sect can preserve the Xuan Ling flower depends on you. Don't worry, Father, I will never allow a villain to get his way here. Bi Linger droned, a touch of anger hidden in her spiritual eyes. Same with the Chu Emperor's son. Chu Xian made her revered, while this Chu Jian only made her feel disgusted. Swish, with a flash, she arrived opposite Chu Xian. My name is Bi Linger. I am the holy daughter of the Xuan Ling Sect. I will fight you in this battle. Ha! Xuan Ling Holy Maiden Bi Linger? Chu Jian raised his eyebrows and smiled. I think you'd better take the initiative to admit defeat and let your father take the initiative to offer up the Xian spirit flower. After all, you're a good-looking person. It would be a shame if you accidentally died under my sword. Where's all this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? As the same prince of Great Chu, I'm annoyed when I see you. Bi Linger droned out and took the lead in taking the initiative to charge towards Chu Jian. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep, only to see Bi Linger come up with nothing to hold back, slapping out 18 palms one after another, each palm setting off a bright and fiery astral wind. Gang Chi whistling, from all directions toward Chu Jian crazy sweeping, mountain door place, suddenly flying sand, grass and trees all folded. Oh, it's pretty intense. Chu Jian sneered and instantly drew out his golden jade sheath sword with a clang. Silver splendor suddenly poured out, and a regal sword aura flowed above the 3-foot green peak. Then Chu Jian shook his sword and pulled out a brilliant sword flower in an instant. The sword was like silver light, constantly flashing, sweeping away all the incoming palm winds. Kill. Bi Linger naturally did not think of defeating Chu Jian right off the bat. After all, while the other party was annoying, his natural strength was really extremely strong. It was rumored that the other party was born with sword bones, and his talent potential was no less than heavenly. So Bi Linger did her best to fight each other with all her strength. To this, Chu Jian, however, was unperturbed, with one sword resolving all attacks, even opening their mouths to flirt during it. Oh, girl, what's the point of being so grumpy? Don't get married. I have a guard who is not weak in talent, and you would be a good match for the Xuan Ling Holy Maiden. Shall I be your matchmaker and fulfill this good marriage? Swish. Chu Jian's words, not to mention Bi Linger, were inaudible to the entire Xuan Ling Sect. Taking a guard to match their Xuan Ling Holy Maiden? This is outright mockery and contempt. Damn it! Bi Linger was also infuriated by the other party, her chest heaving. Under the anger, she directly used her strongest means, the Xuan Ling palm. This palm was originally the Xuan Ling Sect's Jinzong technique, the art of the celestial. After Chu Xian improved it, the power of this palm was even stronger to the point of explosion. Boom! Even with a cultivation level like Bi Linger's, once it was performed, the field actually exploded with the sound of wind and thunder, and the vast and majestic astral deities swept through. A 10 feet long and thick spiritual power palm print coalesced and pushed across the sky. The palm prints were all in one, with spiritual light, as if they contained the Tao and reason. At first glance, it actually seemed to have the flavor of the palm of a Buddha and the seal of a true immortal. Bang! With just one strike, the originally relaxed and calm Chu Jian, who was still mouthing flowers, on the spot, he was slapped and flew out, woefully withdrawing a full 3 feet. The long sword in his hand roared in shock, and a wisp of blood crumbled out of his tiger's mouth. What? Chu Jian's eyes sank, while Gu Jianfeng, who was on the side, even raised his eyebrows in alarm. Apprentice, the means used by this female child is a bit odd. Actually even I can't see any weaknesses. Don't be careless, not to mention this pair of master and disciple. The people of the Xuan Ling Sect were all a bit stunned. This is the Xuan Ling palm? The Xuan Ling palm that the Holy Maiden utilizes. How come it's a bit different from ours? Strange. The power of the Holy Maiden Xuan Ling palm is too amazing. Bi Linger ignored the clamor, her confidence skyrocketing as she scored a hit. What fourth prince of Great Chu is nothing more than that? Come again. Accompanied by an ear-shattering dirge, she once again killed towards Chu Jian. Boom! Only to see that she once again performed the Xuan Ling palm. The palm print was incomparably mysterious, and once again carried the power of pushing everything across the board, slapping to Chu Jian's near front. Break! Chu Jian's eyes were grave, and all of his previous contempt and aloofness was converged, only to see him swing his sword up and blatantly use a sword strike. Boom! accompanied by a blast. The two figures fell back, but the next moment, both sides coincidentally charged at each other again. Then, booms erupted as Bi Linger and Chu Xuan continuously collided. It could be seen that Bi Linger, who was originally a chip weaker, had made up for the gap by relying on the Xuan Ling palm, and fought with Chu Xuan on equal footing. After just tens of rounds had passed, Bi Linger was getting more and more courageous. I shoot. I shoot. I shoot shoot shoot. In the end, Bi Linger directly poured out all of her spiritual energy and slapped a full 8 Xuan Ling palms towards Chu Xuan in an instant. This scene left the disciples and elders of the Xuan Ling Sect dumbfounded. After all, the Xuan Ling palm as a celestial art was naturally extremely spirit energy consuming. It was good enough for the average person to be able to slap 1 or 2 slaps, and it was unprecedented to use it like Bi Linger did. They naturally did not know that this was also the effect of Chu Xuan's homeopathic improvement, consuming the least amount of spiritual energy to maximize its power. Boom boom. The 8 Xuan Ling palms were like 8 small mountains, thrusting horizontally from 8 directions in unison. That kind of pressure was enough to squeeze an average true martial cultivator into a meat cake. Sparing the unrivaled Chu Xuan, he couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm, actually feeling a cold and regal threat of death. He didn't hesitate. Immediately, he shook his body and let out a violent shout from his mouth. Sword bone. Clang. Accompanied by a shocking sword chant, a bone shaped like a sharp sword emerged from Chu Xuan's chest, and a vast sword might suddenly rose. See this scene. Chu Xuan, who was mixed in the crowd, his eyes suddenly shot out a flash of cold light. Chapter 26 Calling Big Brother. Clang. Chu Xuan catalyzed his sword bone, and his entire person was like a supreme sword unsheathing. A majestic and vast sword might rose up in shock, filling the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Abruptly, no matter whether it was a martial artist or a true martial realm, all of them were physically and mentally aghast, only to feel that there was a sharp sword hanging over the top, and their bodies were chilling all over. Even by Lu Hang and the other group of towering Zhongshe realm powerhouses, a touch of palpitations rose, and vibrations welled up in their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. As the entire arena shook, the Xuan Ling palm that had been pressed horizontally around Chu Xuan's body had been collapsed by the force of that sword bone in a destructive manner. The 8 Xuan Ling palms were like 8 collapsing mountains, bursting with thousands of spiritual light, and Chu Xuan was like a heavenly sword, breaking through endless obstacles. Clang. In the end, accompanied by a sword light sweeping across, Bi Linger was actually unable to fight. Her delicate figure was chopped up on the spot and flew more than 10 feet away. When she landed, Bi Linger's face turned pale and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It's just like a heavy hit. Spirit. Holy Maiden. Not good. The Holy Maiden Lord is defeated. Bai Luhong rushed forward to protect Bi Linger, taking out pills to heal her injuries. As for the people of the Xuan Ling Sect, it was a riot. Hiss. That was the legendary sword bone just now, right? Its power is too terrifying. When the sword bone comes out, it's like the sword Tao Supreme is coming to the world. Rumor has it that the natural sword bone has the posture of Qi Tian. Although the Holy Maiden of Linger is strong, she's still a step behind when compared to this kind of demon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too suffocating. Could it be that thousands of disciples of my huge Xuan Ling sect are just going to watch him take the Jinzong Qi flower? Although I'm not willing to do it, what can we do? That's a natural sword bone. The Holy Maiden has been defeated. Who else can compare to it? That said, didn't my Xuan Ling sect's new Saint Sun, who was established not long ago, invoke the 10 chimes of the spirit bell and possess a celestial stature? Alas, although the newly established Saint Sun's talent is not weak, he has only just been initiated for a short while, so how can he be Chu Jian's opponent? The faces of the people of the Xuan Ling sect didn't look too good, and they were all suffocating and depressed. Aha! Gu Jianfeng laughed out loud. The reason why he dared to propose a bet was because he knew that once Chu Jian's innate sword bone came out, not many people of his generation would be able to resist it. Chu Jian stood with his sword in hand, and also resumed his usual high and cold arrogance. Shocker said, "Does anyone else from your Xuan Ling sect dare to come forward to fight me? If you don't have it, then offer the Xuan spirit flower to this emperor." The entire sect's disciples were silent. Just kidding, even the strongest Bi Linger had lost. How could anyone else fight against Chu Jian? Bai Luhong's face was also a bit ugly, only feeling that he had been hasty just now. Just when he didn't know what to do, his complexion was suddenly stunned. Hesitate for a moment. He could only grit his teeth and said, "Who said that my Xuan Ling sect has no one? Although my Xuan Ling's holy maiden has lost, our Xuan Ling sect still has a holy son. This Xuan spirit flower should have belonged to him as well. Since you are not forced to take it, then let my clan's Xuan spirit saint son personally meet you." Hear this. Chu Jian was disdainful. "Che, what Xuan Ling saint son? Let him roll out, and watch me beat him up to call me big brother." "Oh, yeah, My good brother, you can't grasp the title of big brother. At that moment, laughter rang out, and a figure was walking out from the crowd. Seeing this, Chu Jian's brows knit tightly, and he shouted sternly and coldly, "Asshole, what is your status? And you dare to call me your brother?" As Chu Jian was speaking, the figure had already rode through the crowd and walked out. Upon seeing its looks, Chu Jian steeply exclaimed, Big brother?" As soon as Gu Jianfeng frowned, many Xuan Ling Sect disciples and elders were also stunned. What's wrong with this guy? Didn't he say he'd call someone else his big brother if he beat him? How is this not yet hit? Take the initiative to call others big brother. My good brother. We've really haven't seen each other for a long time. Chu Xian took a step to the opposite side of Chu Jian, and there seemed to be infinite memories in his eyes. After all, for him, seeing Chu Jian again had been separated by a lifetime. You are Xuan Ling Holy Son? You're kidding. How is this possible? This can't be. You're playing me here. Chu Jian had a look of disbelief. Gu Jianfeng hurriedly asked in a deep voice, Apprentice, what's wrong? Why do you look like this? Could this person be some kind of unimaginable heavenly pride? Only after being asked this way did Chu Jian collect the expression on his face. Only snickers and scorn remain. Ha! Master has no idea. This fellow's name is Chu Xian. He is my elder brother from the same mother. Also the former crown prince of Chu, a civilized and incompetent waste. At those words, Gu Jianfeng was stunned, including the Xuan Ling Sect, which was also in an uproar. What? Crown Prince Chu Xian? Our Xuan Ling Sect saint's son is Prince Chu Xian? Good fellow. I said how come Emperor Chu Jian shouted big brother as soon as he saw my sect's saint's son? So this big brother is really big brother. That's not right. The world rumor is that the Prince of Chu is a famous trash, but not this saint's son of ours. That's a super genius who shook the gifted spirit bell 10 times. What the hell is going on here? Why do I feel like there's a melon in here? A super big melon that concerns the royal family. At this moment, a large amount of gazes fell on Chu Xian and Chu Jian. There is a complex mix of curiosity, doubt, disbelief, etc. The faces of Bai Luhong and some others who knew the inside story were a bit odd. They realized that none of the people of the great Chu imperial family seemed to understand Chu Xian. Last time, the eldest princess Chu Mingyue was like this, and the fourth imperial prince Chu Jian in front of him was like this as well, both feeling that Chu Xian was a waste. In fact, Chu Xian was completely a super genius. My good big brother. I don't know how you came to the Xian spirit sect and by what means you mixed up to the position of Xian spirit saint son. I advise you to be more sensible and hand over the Xian spirit flower that bloomed today to me. In the future, when I become the crown prince and ascend the throne to become the emperor, my brother will be able to let you enjoy your old age in peace. Chu Jian opened his mouth, but his face was completely scornful. It was as if he were speaking to an inferior, with condescension and charity. This attitude made everyone present frown. It is said that the most ruthless emperor's family, today they have seen it. It seems like you really want the Xian spirit flower. Ha? Chu Xian asked with a smile. Chu Jian had just nodded his head, but who knew that Chu Xian had turned his words around and said directly, but I won't give it to you. So what can you do? Swish. Chu Jian's face instantly sank, only feeling that he was being teased, especially since the person teasing him was still the big brother he had despised since childhood. Damn it! Chu Jian was furious, and that aura that belonged to the 5th level of true martial arts rose. Do you feel like giving you face when I call you big brother? You, Chu Xian, are a waste of space. If it wasn't for your status as the grand prince, what qualifications do you think you have to become the crown prince? What's more, you're not even a crown prince now, and you still dare to pose as a big brother in front of me. Are you worthy? Clang! At the end of his words, Chu Jian directly aimed the blade of the sword in his hand at Chu Xian. I'll check 3 counts. Voluntarily give up the Xian Ling flower, or else I won't be blamed for being merciless with my sword. 3, 2. Regarding Chu Jian's intimidation, Chu Xian was unconcerned. It just stood quietly, a cold smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. Soon, after the 3 count, Chu Jian was ruthless and directly swung out a sword chi, straight to Chu Xian. Chapter 27 Chu Xian vs Chu Jian. Seeing Chu Jian make his move, that Xuan Ling Sect's people led by Bai Luhong, none of them were mind-numbingly tight. After all, in their eyes, although Chu Xian's talent was not worse than Chu Jian's, his realm cultivation was quite a bit worse. Could he be an opponent? Swish! The sword chi was like a silver rainbow, and in an instant, it chopped to Chu Xian's near front. The latter looked as if he hadn't reacted and stood still without moving. What a waste! Chu Jian coldly hummed. Although he didn't use his full strength with this sword, it was enough to make Chu Xian a mortal, a cripple in bed for the rest of his life. Sure, if you accidentally kill each other, it's accidentally killed. Bang! In the end, the sword chi whistled and chopped down, but it did not land on Chu Xuan. Instead, it was an arm's length away from the body, held firmly in place by 2 fingers. Buzz! The sword chi buzzed and trembled, but it simply could not break free from Chu Xuan's fingers. What? This sudden scene caused Chu Xuan to be shocked and exclaim in succession. First grade? A first-grade martial artist? How is this possible? How can you have cultivation? Aren't you an invalid who can't cultivate? Both having grown up in the imperial palace, he thought that he understood Chu Xuan's big brother very well. A complete invalid who was unable to cultivate. When he first entered the pin, Chu Xuan was immortal. When he entered the first grade, Chu Xuan was immortal. When he entered the true martial realm, Chu Xuan was still immortal. Chu Xuan's name as a waste had long been seared into his heart. And yet, what's going on now? The other party actually displayed a cultivation realm that belonged to a first-grade martial artist. Although a first-grade martial artist was no different from a waste to him. But this is Chu Xuan, his big brother, Chu Xuan. It left him very much in 100% disbelief. My good brother, so I'm a waste without the slightest cultivation in your eyes. But you chopped out such a sword. Are you trying to kill your brother? Chu Xuan's 2 fingers held the sword chi, and his icy, qualitative shout spread throughout the entire arena. The crowd, who originally didn't feel anything, all had their pupils drastically shrunk. This guy, what a grudge! Is it possible to kill one's own big brother just for a single Xianling flower? Not to mention the others, even Gu Jianfeng, the master teacher, thumped inwardly, an invisible layer of separation rising in his heart. After all, can a master teacher be as close as a pro big brother? No. No, right. Observing the strangeness in the expressions of the people present, Chu Jian was somewhat flustered. After all, manslaughter and active murder are 2 entirely different things. If the name of fratricide is realized, what else will he fight for the crown prince throne? The Chu dynasty would never let a man who actively kills his brother be emperor. What nonsense! Since we have been companions since childhood, how could I not know that you have cultivation? I just didn't expect you actually have such a cultivation level, Chu Jian hurriedly explained, but knew that the explanation was more or less pale. One could only shout in a stern voice, you and I are both here for the Xianling flower. Swords have no eyes. If I accidentally hurt you, you can't blame me. Swish! When the words fell, Chu Jian took a single step, and then once again rushed Chu Xuan, stabbing the long sword straight in his hand, actually bringing out a sound of sonic boom. With this sword, he had already used 70% to 80% of his own strength, obviously wanting to make it quick. After all, it's in plain sight and he's saying more than he can say. Humph. In response, Chu Xuan let out a cold smile. How could he not know what Chu Jian had in mind? But he was going to have a good time with Chu Jian today. Must know that in his last life, he did not have the cultivation. In the 9 dragons to seize the first, a group of good brother cannot be less to toy with him, so that he lost his reputation, so that his close friends died tragically, so that his face is destroyed. Reincarnation was too cheap to kill the opponent with just 1 punch. What he wanted was to kill the heart. Go! Only to see Chu Xuan flinging both of his fingers. That sword chi was actually reflected towards Chu Jian at an extremely fast speed, and the sword might on it was actually far superior to that of just a moment ago. Dang! The sword chi was like a blazing bolt of lightning that slammed into the tip of Chu Jian's sword. The 2 burst out on the spot with a deafening explosion of gold and iron. A fierce air wave swept through the 8 directions, and Chu Jian's rushing figure was lifted out on the spot, withdrawing straight for 5 or 6 feet. He only felt his chest tighten and his body's chi and blood violently churned. Chu Jian was once again in shock, including everyone present watching the battle. Just now, when Chu Xuan was able to clip the sword chi, it could still be said that Chu Jian was gullible, but this time, everyone could thoroughly see that Chu Xuan was extraordinary. Although he was only a first-grade martial artist, his battle power was by no means inferior to that of the true martial realm. Good. You've been hiding pretty well in the palace all these years. Chu Jian sank his eyebrows. He naturally could not imagine that Chu Xuan had only been cultivating for over a month, and only thought that Chu Xuan had been hiding his realm cultivation all these years. It made him kill inside. After all, Chu Xuan was originally the Grand Prince, the first successor to the throne. Once waste when it was done peacefully, now revealed the cultivation, the crown prince's seat which can still turn to them these royals. What's more, today, Chu Xuan had blocked his path to claim the Xian spirit flower. Clank! With this in mind, Chu Jian shook his longsword, and his cultivation of the 5th level of the true martial realm no longer fully exploded without the slightest bit of reservation. As he had just dealt with Bi Linger, the sword intent around his body surged like a tidal wave. Abruptly he swung his sword and moved, cutting out a sword chi in a flash. The sword chi whistled horizontally and horizontally. enveloping Chu Xuan with an impermeable momentum. In response, Chu Xuan was cloudy and unchanged. Seeing that the sword chi was about to approach, he then swung his own fist. Ordinary fist, but a fist on the smashing of a sword gas. Domineering fist gangblaze will attack the sword gas have smashed the collapse. The two of them engaged in a fierce clash, with roaring bursts and spiritual energy overflowing. But after only a dozen rounds, Chu Jian's face completely changed, because he already did not have the slightest bit of retention, and had long since brought his own sword power into play to the extreme point, but still did not help Chu Xianyuan. On the contrary, Chu Xian, although also in the fierce battle, but always a relaxed and indifferent color, and even vaguely, the corner of the mouth also seen a touch of contemptuous smile. Damn it! This kind of smile made Chu Jian angry to the extreme. After all, since he was a child, he was the one who scorned Chu Xian from on high, but now it was the other way around. How could he stand it? Wind and thunder break, and in the midst of his rage, Chu Jian brazenly performed a masterpiece sword technique. Click! With just one sword thrust, a gust of wind and thunder exploded in the field. The sword whistled like the wind, while a flash of lightning bloomed at the tip. Boom! The long sword suddenly chopped. A fierce and overbearing sword energy surged and swept. The boulders around the circumference of the square all exploded under the sword energy. Seeing this sword, Gu Jianfeng, who was originally a bit gloomy, secretly nodded his head. This sword technique was the celestial sword technique that he had imparted to Chu Jian, and it was powerful. People in the same realm couldn't carry it. How could Chu Xian, a first-grade martial artist, carry it? Can't carry it. Chu Xian, be careful. As expected, Bai Luhong and the others immediately pinched a sweat for Chu Xian. Xianling palm. In the middle of the field, Chu Xian did not move much and merely slapped a palm in the air. It was the Xianling palm, but as the same Xianling palm, Chu Xian's palm was even more perfect and powerful than the one that Bi Linger had previously executed. It was like the palm of an immortal Buddha, giving a great power that could not be matched. With a bang, the spirit palm easily shattered the swordlight and slapped Chu Jian. Ah! Chu Jian screamed miserably, and his entire body suddenly flew out radically towards the back. Along the way, even an ancient tree was shattered, blood splattered everywhere, and finally hit the mountain wall hard and fell down before stopping. Chapter 28 Xiao Yuru Chu Mingyue's arrival. Chu Jian half-kneeled on his sword, his entire body cloaked and drenched in blood. He was no longer as cool and arrogant as he was just now, and he was in a terrible state. Tu Chan, Gu Jianfeng exclaimed in shock, while Bai Luhong and the others from the Xuan Ling Sect were pleasantly surprised. Everyone didn't expect it. For Chu Xian, a first-grade martial artist, to actually be able to thwart Chu Jian, who was at the 5th level of true martial arts, it was like seeing a child defeat an adult. Unbelievable. My good brother, what is wrong with you? Why did you fall down before I, as a brother, could exert myself? You called me a loser before. How come you're not even as good as a loser as me? At that moment, Chu Xian spread his hands and revealed a look of utter disinterest. Once again, heartbreaking. Ah, sure enough, being stimulated by Chu Xianyuan like this, Chu Jian simply couldn't endure it. Leaning back in place and spraying out 2 mouthfuls of blood mist once again, his face livid. Damn it, how could I lose to a punk like you? I'll never lose to a punk like you. Sword bone. Clang. Suddenly, Chu Jian once again began destroying the sword bones within his body. At the sight of this, the hearts and minds of everyone present tensed up. Need to know. Just now, Bi Linger had also suppressed Chu Jian, but with Chu Jian destroying his sword bones, he completely re-injured Bi Linger with a devastating momentum. It could be said that the Chu Jian before activating the sword bone and the Chu Jian after activating the sword bone, completely different people. Right now, could Chu Xian be a match for Chu Jian, who had activated the sword bone? Bai Luhong and the entire Xuan Ling Sect had no bottom in their hearts. Sure enough, as the might of the sword bone rose, Chu Xian's aura was fully covered. The chill of a sharp sword hanging over the top of the roof rose again in the hearts of everyone present. Wahahaha, I was born with a sword bone. I am the supreme of the sword Dao. I have the posture of Qi Tian. So what if you have hidden your cultivation in front of my sword bone? You Chu Xian are ultimately a waste of space. What are you going to compare me with? What gives you the right to compare me? At that moment, Chu Jian laughed rampantly, once again resuming his arrogance from a moment ago. It was evident that the sword bone gave him enough backbone. Absolute confidence. Born with a sword bone? Sword Dao Supreme? Ha! At that moment, Chu Xian smiled. Only the smile was very cold. Stop. Just as the two of them were about to fight again, a sharp chorus of voices suddenly rose. Only 2 female figures were seen rushing towards the Xuan Ling Sect's mountain gate from a distance. At the head of the group was a beautiful woman, dressed in a golden phoenix robe, graceful and elegant, but she had an anxious and difficult look on her face. Behind her is followed by a woman in brocade. Although her face and temperament are also not bad, but her look and gaze are quite a bit crazy. Oh, ha ha. Xiao Yuru, did you see it? Did you see it now? Your oldest son, who you claim is a waste of space, defeated your proud fourth son. Now you still think I made everything up. It turned out that the two women were none other than Xiao Yuru and Chu Mingyue, who had arrived from the imperial city. I didn't expect the two to see a hand-to-hand fight just after they arrived. Stop it. At this moment, Xiao Yuru, her heart burning with anxiety, ignored Chu Mingyue's mockery and hurriedly accelerated to the Xuan Ling Sect's mountain gate. Without any hesitation, she rushed to Chu Jian's side at the first opportunity, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with concern and heartache. Jianer, how are you? So much blood on your body? Are the injuries serious? Do you want mother to take you back to see the imperial physician? Bi Luhong and the others naturally recognized Xiao Yuru, the empress of the great Chu dynasty, and had wanted to come forward for an audience, but looking at this scene, all were silent. Same son, this queen who claims to be the mother of all seems to have some favoritism. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Yuru turned her eyes to look at Chu Xuan across the room. Not only was there little concern, instead, he angrily rebuked. Xianer, you've gone too far. Jianer is your younger brother. Your own younger brother. How can you hurt him like this? How can you be so heartless? Looking at this scene, Chu Xuan snorted and did not say a word more. After all, he had encountered this situation too many times since he was a child. With his 8 younger brothers, he was always the one who got the lecture and took the blame whenever something went wrong, no matter what it was for. In his last life, he might have felt aggrieved and argued for himself, but in this life, he had long since looked away and would never engage the cutie argument. Xiao Yujiu. At that moment, Chu Mingyue rushed in, but she was rushing close to Chu Xuan, opening his arms in a manner that was extremely protective of Chu Xuan. He rebuked, "Are you nervous? Are you lacking in virtue? Jianer is your son. Is Xianer not your son?" The two of them fought, and you cared for Jianer and blamed Xianer? Xiao Yuru, on the other hand, said in a deep voice, "What did I do wrong? Look at how Jianer has been beaten up. And look at Xianer, there are no injuries at all on his body." Listening to this explanation, Chu Mingyue, however, became even more furious. Does having an injury make you justified? Can you take sides just because there is an injury? Do you blame Xianer for the cause of the incident after you've asked about it? What if Jianer took the initiative? What if Jianer wanted Xianer's life? How is this possible? Don't I know what kind of person Jianer is? He can't be. While Xiao Yuru shook her head, Bi Luhong directly came out to speak. Empress Xiao, I am Bi Luhong, the patriarch of the Xuan Ling Sect, and I have witnessed the causes and consequences of today's matter in the Xuan Ling Sect. Bi Luhong hurriedly told the matter, including Chu Jian's act of fratricide. What? This? After hearing this, a flash of panic immediately rose on Xiao Yuru's face. Somewhat unbelievable. After all, in her eyes, Chu Jian had always been an excellent son, so how could he be linked to such a treacherous word as fratricide? Xiao Yuru, did you hear that? That's what happened. You don't ask anything and come up here to blame Xianer. Is this what you said before you came here? That you were prepared to make amends to Xianer? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. After Chu Mingyue finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Xiao Yuru, who had an ugly face, but instead turned to look at Chu Xuan, unable to stop the tears from running. Xianer, I'm sorry. Auntie knows it's wrong. Auntie's heart hurts. It really hurts. Auntie shouldn't have done that to you. Will you forgive Auntie? Snap. In response to Chu Mingyue's repentance, Chu Xuan, however, smacked him away with a slap. Annoying thing, get the hell out of my way. Chu Mingyue, however, didn't get annoyed and just cried even more pitifully. He was about to step forward again, but was stopped by a killing glare from Chu Xuan. Stay away from me. Come over again and I will kill you. Only to see the hallowed half-step sovereign realm eldest princess being shocked, she had to pause her feet 10 meters away and look at Chu Xuan aggrievedly. It wasn't that she was afraid of dying, but she had to obtain Chu Xuan's forgiveness in order to die. Otherwise she'd die in peace. Chapter 29. Your sword bone is an anti-bone, right? Is Chu Mingyue pitiful? Perhaps very pathetic in the eyes of some uninformed people, but in Chu Xuan's eyes, Chu Mingyue was not worth pitying one bit. There is a price to pay for wrongdoing, and belated repentance is worthless. Xianer, how could you do this to Mingyue? She's your own aunt. You're being disrespectful and treasonous. At this time, Xiao Yuru couldn't look on and glared at Chu Xuan in reprimand. Before Chu Xuan could reply, Chu Mingyue was shouting back, Xiao Yuru, are you finished? Xianer is your son, not your enemy. How come you reprimand him for everything he does? Have you let your heart be eaten by a dog? Akatsuki. You. Xiao Yuru was stunned. Anger and aggression rose within her, not expecting that when she spoke for the other party blamed herself instead. And looking at the quarrel between Chu Xuan and the three of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, the people present were all confused. What kind of family ethics drama is this? It's so messed up, blah blah blah. Mother, get out of the way. I'm going to fight this punk to the death. At that moment, Chu Jian could not stand to watch, and immediately roared out, pushing Xiao Yuru away and killing towards Chu Xuan once again. He didn't care about any messy quarrels. The shame that he had suffered today could only be washed away by decapitating Chu Xianfeng. So what if he kills his brother? Big deal. He won't fight for the crown prince throne. Jian don't. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yuru was startled and hurriedly probed her hand to pull Chu Jian, but the two of them missed their hands in the air and failed to pull. Chu Jian instantly rushed out to catalyze the sword bone with all his might, and his chest gleamed. A palm-sized piece of bone vibrated, its entire body sharp and pointed, as if it was a natural sword tire, on which the sword's might was astonishing. Boom shoo! Suddenly, the sword bone erupted with a divine light, which condensed into a sword. The sword light shot out with a roar, like an absolute heavenly sword, carrying a heaven-shattering might as it caved in towards Chu Xuan on the opposite side. That kind of sword might is terrifying and intriguing, not to mention the general true martial realm cultivators. Even the sect master powerhouses like Bi Luhang have chills all over their bodies. Chu Xuan, holy son, Xianer, Bi Luhang, Chu Mingyue and a large number of other people were all horrified and exclaimed in shock. All of them had the intention to intercept, but they were not allowed to do so due to the distance. The only person on the scene who was close enough to be in a position to intercept was Xiao Yuru, but Xiao Yuru seemed to be shocked by the scene of brothers fighting each other. Her face pale and stopped in place, completely without any action. Only the sword light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it exploded to Chu Xian's near front. That vast sword energy impacted Chu Xian's head of black hair dancing wildly. Ha ha ha! Chu Jian laughed up to the sky, and many people couldn't bear to close their eyes. They all felt that even if Chu Xuan did not die, he would be seriously injured with this sword chop. And just in the nick of time when everyone thought the tragedy was about to happen, jar! The thing that made everyone not dare to believe happened. That sword light actually came to a screeching halt 3 inches away from Chu Xian's brow. It was as if it had been forced to a halt by an invisible force, and could no longer advance an inch. What's going on? The crowd was puzzled, and Chu Jian's face changed in shock as he once again shouted harshly, "Sword bone, kill me!" But no matter how much he pushed, that sword light was never allowed to advance an inch. And the next moment, what was even more shocking was that Chu Xuan nearly beckoned, and that sword light looked like it had mutinied in place, and was actually wandering up and down the circumference of Chu Xuan, happily shuttling around. My good brother, this sword light seems to be somewhat disobedient to you. Chu Xuan finally clutched and exploded the sword light and sneered at the opposite Chu Jian. This can't be right. What demonic technique did you use? How could you restrain my sword bone killing power? My sword bone will not be overcome. My sword bone kills nothing. Chu Jian's face was livid as he began to destroy the sword bones at any cost. Boom shoo shoo. Only to see the sword bone suddenly blossomed with endless light. Actually in an instant again condensed dozens of hundreds of sword light. Each sword light is horrifyingly regenerating, enough to easily kill the same realm of true martial arts. At this moment, even the pupils of Bi Luhang and a host of other sect master powerhouses shrunk violently, deeply feeling a destructive might. These sword lights were a bit too much to carry down even for them. These sect masters, which had already surpassed the power that the true martial realm could control. Sure enough, Chu Jian's face was hideous and terrifying, and his 7 orifices were vaguely bleeding. Kill! Finally, with his killing cry, hundreds of sword lights exploded towards Chu Xuan. With the power of this blow, even if Bi Luhang and the others had the intention, they wouldn't dare to stop it. As for Xiao Yuru, who had the ability to intercept, she still had a scared look on her face. The sword light whistled horizontally and horizontally, like a party of sword rain approaching Chu Xuan in an instant. Scatter! However, the next moment that caused everyone to be dumbfounded was that Chu Xuan had merely lightly waved his hand, and all of the incoming sword lights collapsed away. 1 minute it was thunderous, the next it was calm. Ha! My good brother, do you think this is strange? Isn't the sword bone yours? How come it falls apart when I say so? This sword bone of yours is a piece of anti-bone, isn't it? At that moment, Chu Xuan assumed a magical stance and his words were derisive. This can't be right. Chu Jian's face was completely twisted. His sword bones had truly been restrained. At the same time, those present also saw it. Although Chu Jian's sword bone was powerful, it could not help Chu Xuan at all. As for why, unknown. Get over here. At that moment, Chu Xuan suddenly drank, probing his hand toward Chu Jian and violently grabbing it. Boom! Only to see Chu Jian screamed in pain. chest sword bone burst overflowing blood haze radiance. The whole person uncontrollable forward pouncing was Chu Xuan clutched the neck. A face quickly reddened and a choking look suddenly rose. Ah! Stop! At this time, Xiao Yuru seemed to have finally come back to her senses from the shock, and at the first opportunity, she wanted to rush forward to free Chu Jian. Stop, or I'll strangle him at once. Chu Xuan, however, suddenly drank, and Xiao Yuru hurriedly stopped in place in fear, the look of anxiety and exasperation. Xianer, do you know what you're doing? Jianer is your younger brother. Your own younger brother. Ah, how can you take a shot at him? Are you trying to kill him? Release your younger brother immediately. As soon as these words came out, the entire Xuan Ling Sect was plunged into a moment of dead silence, and everyone actually had the urge to curse for no reason. Chu Mingyue angrily rebuked. Xiao Yuru, do you know what you're doing? Xiao Yuru said, how do I not know? I am protecting my two sons. They are blood brothers. How can they kill each other? Chu Mingyue sneered. You speak with such great righteousness. Then what were you doing just now when Chu Jian attacked and killed Xianer? Xiao Yuru was stunned. I was shocked just now and didn't return to my senses. He, ha ha. Chu Mingyue snorted twice and stopped talking. Everyone present shook their heads. It's common to be a parent with favoritism, but they didn't think that there were actually parents who favored to such an outrageous extent. Chapter 30 Digging up bones and giving them to a brother. At this moment, everyone present was very sympathetic and heartbroken for Chu Xuan. With a mother and father like that, I can't imagine how miserable it usually is. Regarding these strange looks, Chu Xuan was completely unfeeling. Just his eyes looked straight at the Chu Jian in front of him and continued to punish his heart. My good brother, weren't you born with a sword bone? Weren't you the supreme of the sword Dao? Aren't you Qi Tian's stance? What's wrong now? How come you're not even as good as your wasteful big brother? Only to see that Chu Jian had long ceased to be conceited and arrogant. His face was red and twisted. This sense of death close at hand made Chu Jian fearful. No, big brother, let me go. I'm your own brother. Don't kill me. However, Chu Xuan ignored Chu Jian's pleas for mercy. The killing machine is always overflowing. After all, the suffering of his last life was still fresh in his mind, and he really couldn't think of a single reason why he could spare Chu Jian. If so, it must have been because he thought it was just too cheap to kill the other guy. Seeing that Chu Xuan wouldn't let him go, Chu Jian could only turn to Xiao Yuru for help with difficulty, crying out, "Oh mother, save me, I don't want to die." Xiao Yuru's face was full of heartache as she pleaded. Xianer, although Jianer tried to kill you in a moment of confusion, but didn't you not suffer any harm? You're the one who is the elder brother, so don't bother with your brother. Let him go. You are blood brothers. Do you really want to kill your brother? If you commit the act of regicide, how will the world look at you? How will you still be the crown prince of my Chu? How will you still ascend to the throne and be called the emperor? These words came out like an old punch, straight to the hearts of everyone present. Chu Mingyue is even more angry to the point of explosion. Once again angrily shouted, Xiao Yuru, the same are your son. Do you want to be so shameless? Do you want to be so biased? Xiao Yuru, a pair of beautiful eyes red, sobbed, Mingyue, when I am biased eyes, I am when the mother, whether it is Xianer or Jianer as my body fell off the heart of the flesh. I really cannot bear to see their brothers hand in hand. I'll punish Jianer for his mistakes, and I'll make it up to Xianer. I really can't see anything happening to either of them. Towards the end, a line of tears slid down from Xiao Yuru's eyes. It was just that Chu Xuan completely ignored Xiao Yuru's slipping tears. Instead, he suddenly laughed coldly. He is my hand and foot brother's beloved family friend. How can I be willing to kill him? As long as you promise me one thing, I can spare his life today. Well, as long as you no longer fight each other hand to hand, not to mention one thing, or even 10 things, 100 things, mother will also promise you. Xiao Yuru looked delighted, and then also guessed to himself, Xianer, do you want to return to the position of the crown prince? Don't worry, your father has long promised that as long as you go back and immediately return to the position of the crown prince, this river and mountain will be yours after all. Do you think that I scarcely care about the crown prince position? Chu Xuan sneered. Xiao Yuru was stunned. Only then did he realize afterward that the Chu Xuan in front of him was really different from what he once was. He was no longer a waste who was unable to cultivate, but a super genius who was able to defeat the 5th level of true martial arts with a first-grade martial artist. Perhaps he really wasn't interested in the so-called crown prince position. Then what is it that you want mother to promise you? Xiao Yuru was puzzled. At that moment, a strand of bizarre cold chill rose from Chu Xian's pair of eyes. Mother, I, for one, seem to have some bad memories as a child, often forgetting important things for no reason. I want to ask you to help me recall my memories. The year I was 8 years old. Also the day Chu Jian was born. What happened? Boom! Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yuru's pupils shrunk dramatically, and her entire body almost didn't fall over as if she had been hit in the head by a heavy hammer. No one knew what Xiao Yuru was thinking, only that she was panicking at the moment. The words were clearly veiled. Xianer, 20 years have passed since you were 8 years old. Where would mother still remember things from that long ago? Chu Xuan smiled coldly. Ha, is that so? Then, do you want me to give mother some tips? Such as, digging? Boom! As soon as the word dig came out, Xiao Yuru's face actually instantly turned pale. The figure shook. At this time, Chu Mingyue said in dissatisfaction. Xiao Yuru, what are you doing? Didn't you say that you wanted to make it up to Xianer when you came here? Now Xianer just wants to know what happened on that day when she was 8 years old. Why are you still pushing the issue here? What exactly happened on that day? Why don't you just say it outright and be done with it? At this time, Chu Jian was also urging. Yes, mother, it's just one thing. Is it more important than my life? However, Xiao Yuru acted as if she had not heard Chu Mingyue and Chu Jian's words, just rushed at Chu Xian and pleaded. Xianer, it's really too long ago. I can't recall. I really can't recall. Ugh, that's a shame. Chu Xian shook his head, his gaze looking towards Chu Jian. My good brother, what a pity. I gave you the chance to live, but someone couldn't grasp it, so I can only ask you to die. Jar. The palm of his hand exerted force, and that suffocating sensation resurfaced, and Chu Jian instantly roared in horror. Mother, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why didn't you save me when you could have? I'm your son. Don't kill me. Mother, I'm going to die and it's all your fault. Looking at Chu Jian's resentful expression, Xiao Yuru's heart ached as tears fell like rain, but a pair of eyes were still flickering with the intention of struggling. But in the end, before Chu Jian was about to suffocate, Xiao Yuru's psyche completely collapsed. I say, hey! Exclamation. Chu Xian loosened his grip in time, and Chu Jian was suddenly like a fish that had almost suffocated, which allowed him to take a large breath of air. Xiao Yuru, what in the world have you done that is so outrageous that you would even disregard the life of your favorite son? At this point, Chu Mingyue asked angrily, and the Xuan Ling Sect's people also looked over. Intuition tells them, this matter was not simple, otherwise Xiao Yuru would not be so difficult. Xiao Yuru looked at Chu Xian, who was looking at her with a playful expression. She looked at Chu Jian again, but the latter was filled with resentment. Xiao Yuru opened her mouth, wanting to say something but was slow to say it, and a great pain rose up on that elegant face. This thing, no one should know about it. Say it. You hurry up. You wicked woman. You had to get me killed. Chu Jian resented the anger. Seeing this, Xiao Yuru finally couldn't support herself and clenched her fists and shouted. Sword bone. The sword bone in your body is your big brother's. Jar. With this shout, a dead silence suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone in the room was wide-eyed and shocked, only thinking that they had heard wrong. Chu Jian was also confused. Her lips were trembling. Mother, what did you say? Xiao Yuru knew that since she had said it, there was no point in hiding it anymore. It can only be done in full. Jianer, your sword bone isn't natural. It is your big brother's. It was father and mother. It was us who dug up your elder brother's sword bone and transplanted it into your body on the day you were born. Afterwards, we also sealed your elder brother's relevant memories, so that he would forget that your elder brother is the true owner of the sword bone. Chapter 31 Retrieving the Sword Bone. Wow! The moment this kind of hidden secret came out, the entire Xuan Ling Sect was completely sensationalized. Digging up bones to give to my brother. This kind of thing that only exists in fictional biographies actually happened. And it still happened in the middle of their royal family of the Chu dynasty. My goodness. This melon is too big blah blah blah. What are we hearing today? A shocking secret. The fourth prince Chu Jian. The famous natural sword bone of my Chu dynasty. The sword bone is actually dug from his own big brother Chu Xian. No wonder just now Chu Xian was able to easily restrain Chu Jian's sword bone. It wasn't that Chu Jian's sword bone was some kind of anti-bone, but that it was originally a sword bone belonging to Chu Xian. What kind of parents are these, to actually dig up their eldest son's sword bone and transplant it to their fourth son? This is simply heartless. Hot topic. Hustle. Boiling. Everyone was given a shocked scalp by this royal secret. Chu Mingyue was also dumbfounded. Chu Jian's sword bone was actually not natural, but dug into Chu Xian's. This. Swish. Chu Mingyue dodged to Xiao Yuru's proximity and tore at the other party with force. Xiao Yuru. You crazy. You pervert. I always thought that you and your royal brother were just a bit eccentric, but I never thought that you guys were completely vicious. Obviously Xianer is the one who was born with a sword bone. You actually dug it out alive and transplanted it to Chu Jian. Do you guys have a brain problem? The most disgusting thing is that you actually call Xuan a waste every day. You really deserve to die. You are parents in vain. Not only was Chu Mingyue drinking and cursing, Chu Jian was also shouting with a face full of panic. Mother, what are you talking about? What do you mean my sword bone is digging my big brothers? Mother, tell me. All this is a lie, right? You are swindling me, right? I was born with a sword bone, the supreme of the sword path, the posture of the Qi Tian. How could I be someone else's bone? It's impossible. It's impossible. In the face of the abuse and questioning, Xiao Yuru's body trembled violently. The face was pale without a trace of blood. Akatsuki, I have a hard time. We have a hard time. Jenner has just been born and has the appearance of an early death. We can only come up with this solution. Xuaner, it's father and mother who have wronged you. Jenner didn't know about this. You mustn't kill him. He's your own brother. Don't kill him. In the end, Xiao Yuru's eyes were full of collapse as she pleaded to Chu Xuan. To this, Chu Xuan, however, ignored it. My good mother, since you did what I asked, I naturally won't kill him if I keep my word. Xiao Yuru Chu Jian were both delighted. However, the next moment, Chu Xian's words caused their hearts to half cold. Now everyone in this world already knows that the sword bone came from me. Next, it makes sense for me to get the sword bone back, doesn't it? Chu Jian trembled. Since he was a child, all of his talent and glory was given by the sword bone. If this was lost, what difference would he have with a wastrel? Xiao Yuru also begged. Xuaner, don't. The sword bone has been growing in Xuaner's body for 20 years. The bone is connected to the tendon. The tendon is connected to the bone. You can't dig it out. Xuaner will die of pain in the past. And you're powerful even without a sword bone. You can invoke the spirit bell to ring 10 times. You have the legendary heavenly man's posture. There's no need for you to take back your brother's sword bone. You're his own big brother. You're not separate from each other. What's the harm in giving it to him even if you do? Don't worry. Father and I will make it up to you elsewhere. Xiao Yuru opened her mouth one after another, but her words completely stirred up the group's anger. Damn it! You serpentine woman. You also know that digging up bones hurts. Then when you dug up Chu Xian's bones, did you ever think that he was also in pain? And he was still only 8 years old back then. Asterisk. Tell us properly why Chu Xuan can't get back the sword bone if he's powerful. What kind of bull asterisk reasoning is that? They are brothers without distinction. What harm is there for the elder brother to give the sword bone to the younger brother even if he does? Do you listen to what you're saying? What's even more ridiculous is that you're still the queen who claims to be the mother of the world. Ah shucks. Are you worthy? You are totally unworthy. Can't help it. Can't really help it. A burst of verbal attacks rose up and down the entire Xuan Ling Sect. However, these words were what caused Xiao Yuru to look aggrieved and annoyed. What's going on? What's going on here? Wasn't she right? Shouldn't brothers help each other? Chu Xuan didn't say anything. None of it. Because no one can stop him from getting his sword bone back today. It was because the sword bone was a thing derived from his innate origin root. In his last life, it was because he failed to recapture the sword bone and his innate origin root was insufficient, which was why he ended up collapsing under the immortalization cauldron. This life, if he wanted to successfully step into immortality, he had to replenish his innate origin roots. Pust, only to see that he clutched Chu Jian's neck with one hand, and with the other hand and palm as a knife, he pierced through Chu Jian's chest to hold the sword bone on the spot. Only Chu Jian let out a miserable scream. His 5 senses nearly twisted in pain. The legs were even swinging wildly like a dying fish. No! Xiao Yuru shrieked in alarm, but before she could make any movements, she only heard a plopping sound, and Chu Xuan pulled out the sword bone as soon as he did so, only to see that it was a crystalline jade-like bone shaped like a sharp sword. It was covered with innate spiritual patterns, intertwined with all kinds of great Taoist principles, and vaguely, it also blossomed with a share of regal sword power. Puff! After pulling out the sword bone, Chu Xuan threw off the Chu sword with a wave of his hand. The latter grunted and rolled several times on the ground like a dead dog. Jianer, Xiao Yuru was the first to step forward and take Chu Jian into her arms. Looking at the big bloody hole in her chest, she burst into tears. He hurriedly took out all kinds of elixirs from his nascent ring to heal his injuries. Sword bone! My sword bone! Give me back my sword bone! That's my sword bone! After simple pain relief and healing, Chu Jian temporarily slowed down and yelled at Chu Xuan, his features hideous and twisted. He couldn't accept that he had lost the sword bone that he had relied on since his childhood. Even with the departure of the sword bone, all of that true martial 5th level cultivation had been reduced to nothing, and he had become a complete and utter waste. Mother, I'm in pain. Help me. Help the child. Get my sword bone back. I can't live without it. I can't live without it. Chu Jian hurriedly pleaded towards Xiao Yuru with a pained expression. This immediately induced Xiao Yuru to be flooded with love and affection. Fine. I'll discuss this with your big brother and ask him to return the sword bone to you. Swish. Xiao Yuru got up and looked at Chu Xuan, pleading with eyes full of pain. Xuaner, although this sword bone is from your body, but it has been away from your body for 20 years. Now even if it is forcefully planted back into your body, you will not be able to utilize 1/12 of its power. Just return the sword bone back to your younger brother. It is considered that the Queen Mother is begging you. Your younger brother. He really can't do without the sword bone. Ah. Who said I retrieved the sword bone to plant it back into me? Who knows? Chu Xuan shook his head and glanced at the sword bone in his hand. The sword bone is derived from the root of my innate origin. What I want is the origin of this bone, and I have never thought of wanting any sword bone, and this bone has been away from my body for 20 years, stained with selfishness, soaked with malice, long since soiled, not worthy of entering my body at all. At the end of his words, the corner of Chu Xuan's mouth pulled out a determined smile. So there is only one thing that can happen to this bone, and that is destruction. Chapter 32 Innate Origin Roots. Boom! As soon as the word extinguish fell, Chu Xuan violently exerted a strong grip, and the sword bone in his hand was instantly gripped and exploded on the spot by an irresistible force of greatness. Boom! As soon as the sword bone broke, a terrifying sword chi might reverberated against the heavens and the earth, twisting the clouds in the 10,000-meter high sky into smithereens. At the same time, an origin surged into Chu Xuan's body as if it were flowing water. Well, as the innate origin entered his body, Chu Xuan only felt a violent tremor in his body, as if he had eaten a great tonic immortal pill. Although the realm of cultivation has not changed in the slightest, but the eyes are bright, the 5 senses are sharp, for heaven and earth, for the avenue, are invisible closer to a kind of distance, indescribable refreshing. Every living being has an innate origin, which is the substance that accompanies reincarnation. Only some more, some less. Those who have more innate origin naturally have higher talent and enlightenment, etc. Those with fewer innate origins will have less talent, enlightenment, and so on. But no matter how much, once the innate origin was missing, it would affect the foundation of cultivation. The initial stage of cultivation might not be able to notice anything, but as the cultivation level gets higher and higher, the shortcomings become more and more magnified. And the reason why he hadn't crossed the immortalization tribulation in his last life was because he had been ruined by this. Ah, my sword bone. Once the sword bone was broken, Chu Jian was greatly stimulated, and with a loud cry, he sprayed a mouthful of blood mist on the sky and completely fainted. Jianer. Xiao Yuru was flustered and a touch of resentment rose in her eyes as she looked at Chu Xuan. Xianer, how could you do this? You're too vicious. You actually preferred to destroy the sword bone rather than give it to your brother. You're really too much. Have you ever been a brother like this? As for the others, although they could not do anything to complain about Chu Xuan, but they were very sorry. Good lord, the Holy Sun's vigor is too great. This is a sword bone, and the first time it was recaptured it actually pinched and exploded. It's a waste. It's such a waste. You can give it to me if you don't use it. Ignoring the clamor of those around him, Chu Xuan only looked at Xiao Yuru coldly. I can do whatever I want with my sword bone. What do you care? You. Xiao Yuru was furious. At this time, Chu Mingyue also shook her head from the sidelines. Xianer, you're too impulsive. That's a sword bone. Even if you dislike it being dirty, there's no need to damage it. It's a complete waste. You guys are done. I'll do what I want with my sword bone. If you guys are still bleeping around, I don't mind killing you. Chu Xuan was in a great mood, and his killing intent was at an all-time high. Asshole. I am your mother. Do you still want to kill me along with you? Xiao Yuru's face sank, completely enraged by Chu Xuan. Ha! As you wish. Boom! Without hesitation, Chu Xuan blatantly struck out towards Xiao Yuru on the spot. Knowing that the other party was a great master, and that there were few rivals under the Celestials, he had added 800 years of chi to this punch. Boom! The fist prints were like rainbows, like a heaven-destroying holy fist thrusting horizontally. The air exploded, and the entire Xuan Ling Sect's mountain gate shook violently. Not to mention the real martial arts realm. Even the sect master realm, and the power of this fist is as frightened as a mole cricket. Terrified, only feel like falling into the death cave. Ah! The originally enraged Xiao Yuru was also appalled in an instant, completely not expecting Chu Xuan to actually be able to exert such power. At the first moment, she mobilized her great patriarch power with all her might to counteract it, but is not the opponent, simply cannot stop the attack of the fist prince, but is itself by the fist prince recoiled one after another, wildly spraying blood. A thick wave of death stunned her insides. Ah! On the other side, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Chu Jian, were also under the shroud of fist power. The two of them were even struck by lightning and crazily sprayed blood, especially Chu Jian. Ben has become a waste of man. How can resist such a fist power? The whole person's vitality is like burning paper. In the rapid extinction, Xiao Yuru was horrified, knowing that Chu Xuan was not talking about it at all. It is true that they are going to kill them. Transported Spirit Pearl. In the nick of time, Xiao Yuru hurriedly took out a Spirit Pearl. The power of the Spirit Bead instantly encompassed the three of themselves, Chu Jian and Chu Mingyue. Buzz. In the end, before the fist print hit, the three suddenly disappeared. Seeing that the three disappeared into thin air, Chu Xuan understood that this was a move to run away. But now, this fist has been out. There is no reason to take it back. Hey, your great Chu's #1 Sword Dao Master, Gu Jianfeng, aren't you? As the saying goes, a son's debt is paid by his father. Once a teacher, always a father. Now that your disciple Chu Jian has run away, you will take this punch for him. Only to see Chu Xuan suddenly change direction and swing his fist at Gu Jianfeng. Gu Jianfeng was horrified and simply did not hate Chu Jian Xiao Yuru to death. His original intention was to bring Chu Jian to beg for a Xian spirit flower. Nothing more. Who would have thought that in the end it would be such a big pot to carry? Crown Prince, spare your life. This doesn't concern me. I'm not familiar with Chu Jian. Spare me. I'm willing to be an ox for you. Gu Jianfeng screamed horribly one after another and begged loudly for forgiveness towards Chu Xuan, completely losing the air of calmness and trembling in fear when he had just come up the mountain. However, seeing Chu Xuan ignoring it, Gu Jianfeng could only choose to fight for his life. Wind and thunder break, only to see him brazenly draw his sword to meet the attack. The power of the patriarch was immense. The same sword technique, wind thunder break. The power that Gu Jianfeng exerted was naturally far greater than Chu Jian's, and was enough to defeat a sect master powerhouse of the same realm across the board. However, Chu Xuan's punch could not even be carried by a grandmaster like Xiao Yuru. How could Gu Jianfeng resist? The sword art wind thunder break collapsed in an instant. Boo! Then, a fist smashed down, and Gu Jianfeng collapsed on the spot with his sword, leaving behind only a piece of blood and broken bones and pieces of the sword weapon on the spot. De Chu's #1 Sword Dao Master, Gu Jianfeng. Blood splattered at the Xianling Mountain Gate. Eventually, when the fist's might gradually dispersed, the entire Xuan Ling Sect's people came back to their senses. Everyone's eyes that looked at Chu Xuan were filled with shocking shock. Originally, Chu Xuan defeating Chu Jian was already shocking enough, but who would have thought that this last punch would simply frighten an individual to death? Not only did it make Xiao Yuru, a great master, move to escape in fear, the great Chu's #1 Sword Dao Master, Gu Jianfeng, was even destroyed by a single punch. This is a punch of invincibility. Holy Sun, this is my Xuan Ling Sect's Holy Sun. The Holy Sun is invincible. Holy Son of God. Immediately, a burst of shouts and cries rang out from all over the Xuan Ling Sect. Chu Xuan's fame and prestige reached its peak at this moment. Even Bi Luhong and a host of other sect masters were in awe of it. After all, Chu Xuan's performance today was too astonishing. With the realm of the first grade, he defeated Chu Jian, seized the sword bone, and destroyed the sect master with his fists. This kind of battle performance was not even comparable to the Xuan Ling Sect's ancestor back then. At the same time, they see it. There was simply no kinship to speak of between Chu Xuan and the great Chu imperial family. One could even say that they are enemies in life and death. They, the Xuan Ling Sect, were destined to be on the opposite side of the Chu imperial family, yet they have no regrets. After all, digging up bones to give brother this kind of dirty thing, simply outrageous. Chu Xuan, if you don't mind, in the future, my Xuan Ling Sect will be your home, and we will be your family and friends. At that moment, Bi Luhong and the others opened their mouths to comfort, and Bi Linger, who was on the side, also patted Chu Xuan's shoulder, her eyes filled with heartache. It's a miserable time to have parents like that. Oh, there's no harm in that, but it's just a bit of frost. Chu Xuan shook his head and smiled, his face filled with spontaneity and indolence. After all the heartache and pain was left long ago in the last life. But the more Chu Xuan was this spontaneous, the more the people present were heartbroken. And even Bi Linger had already turned her head and secretly wiped up her tears. To this, Chu Xuan was rather helpless. In the end, one could only change the topic. Patriarch, I see that it's getting late. Can you take me to pick Xian spirit flowers? Ah, look at me. I almost forgot about this important matter. Bi Luhong snapped back to his senses and hurriedly led Chu Xuan to pick Xian spirit flowers. Chapter 33 Hypocrisy. I'm hypocritical too. On the other hand, a mountain forest 100 miles away from the Xuan Ling Sect. Buzz. Space violently, a burst of distortion flicker. Three figures openly appeared. It is through the means of hiding to escape Xiao Yuru. Three people. Pust. Only to see that as soon as he landed, Xiao Yuru once again sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood. Chu Mingyue was also coughing up blood, but it was Chu Jian who didn't move much. Hiss, is that really Shinner? How could he possibly exert such a terrifying power? Xiao Yuru's eyes were filled with horror and fear, but then she was greatly annoyed. Look at that look on his face. He really wants to kill me. I'm his own mother. How dare he kill me? Treason. Whooping sound. At that moment, Chu Mingyue couldn't stop snickering even though her mouth was full of coughing blood. How can you still have the face to say such things? How do you think Shinner dared to kill you? You ordered the removal of the East Palace underlings. You blamed him for failing to govern. You favored all the sons except him, and that's all there is to it. The most shameless, despicable, and vicious thing is that you actually dug out his sword bone hard and transplanted it to Shinner. Saying that, Chu Mingyue poked the other party's heart with her finger in the air. Full of mourning. Xiao Yuru, he's your son. He's your first oldest son. He's a piece of meat that fell from your body. You keep saying that you mother and son are connected. So when you dug up Shinner's bones, did you hurt? Did you die from the pain? Did you feel like you were missing a bone in your chest? Buzz. I don't know if it was because he was stimulated by Chu Mingyue's words or if it was due to his injuries. Xiao Yuru, who was originally furious, had a sudden buzzing in her ears. It only felt like the sky was spinning. A memory that she had long forgotten in a corner crept to the surface. Mother, what are you doing with knives? My son. Some fear. Mother, what are you tying us up for? No, don't. Ah. Mother, I'm in pain. My chest really hurts. Mother, no, please, I beg you. Ha, mother, why am I lying here? Why do I feel some pain in my chest? Oh, so it was my own carelessness that made me fall on a rock? I'm sorry, mother, my son has made you worry. Mother, I've heard that my fourth brother was born with a sword bone and is the supreme of the sword Dao, with the posture of Qi Tian. This is truly God blessing my Chu. Then my fourth later will definitely be able to step up to the top of the sword path due to his natural sword bone. Since this is the case, why don't we let my fourth brother take the sword as his name and call it Chu Jian'e? How about it? Shinner, good Shinner. Xiao Yuru suddenly laughed and probed her hand to try to caress towards Chu Xian, but suddenly the memory image shattered and was replaced by a scene of Chu Xian mercilessly swinging his fist at her. It's so strange. It's so cold. It's so relentless. This punch was like a heavy blast on top of Xiao Yuru's heart, causing an unprecedented intense pain to permeate her heart. Ah, Shinner, my Shinner, what have I done? What have I done to my Shinner? Mother shouldn't have deprived you of your sword bone. I'm sorry, mother was wrong. Mother's heart hurts. It really hurts. Pust. Suddenly, Xiao Yuru sprayed out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, covering her heart and kneeling on the ground, her expression pained and twisted, as if she was about to suffocate. Ha ha, you're heartbroken too. You're actually heartbroken. That's a big joke. You're a vicious snake woman. You shouldn't be heartbroken. You deserve to die. Oh, I'm damned if I'm a wicked ant. Too. We've all apologized to Shinner. Why don't we die? How about we die together? Chu Mingyue laughed maniacally, waved his hand and took out two swords on the spot, and threw one of them in front of Xiao Yuru's eyes. Yes, I'm a wicked mother. I dig up bones and give them to my brother. I'm no thing. Shinner tried to kill me. It's not even his fault. It's me who deserves to die. Xiao Yuru picked up the long sword on the ground with a painfully sad face and then placed it across her snow-white neck. With gradual force, the blade cut through the neck and blood flowed down. Chu Mingyue's eyes were stunned as she watched this scene with an unforgiving gaze. He was about to go forward to stop him, but he saw Xiao Yuru suddenly throw away her long sword. No! I still have sword. Shinner still needs me. I can't die. I can't die. Saying that, Xiao Yuru hurriedly ran towards Chu Jian with a heartbroken face. Ha! Ha ha ha! Chu Mingyue was stunned. Then she let loose with a loud laugh, not hiding her mockery. Xiao Yuru, if you really cut yourself off, I still respect you as a good mother. Now I really see through you. Hypocrite! You're so hypocritical. Xiao Yuru, however, ignored Chu Mingyue's mockery and murmured to herself. No, Shinner, it's Shinner who still needs me. I can't die. Eventually, Xiao Yuru picked up the faintly alive Chu Jian and fled as if flying away from this place. Looking at the fleeing Xiao Yuru, Chu Mingyue straightened up and bent over with a smile. Suddenly, she stared at the long sword in her hand. Her face was stunned, and she raised it several times, but then put it down several times. There was a struggle on his face. Dang! Finally, she threw away her longsword with a face of pain and let out a miserable laugh throughout. Oh, so I am also a hypocrite. Xuan Ling Sect. Bai Luheng brought Chu Xian all the way to the highest point of Xianling Mountain. Just see here is located in a naturally formed small pond, on which the clouds are filled with mist, dense aura, as if a sacred pond. Through the clouds, 3 or 5 strange flowers could be vaguely seen growing in the pool. Spiritual light flowed through the body, but it was mostly in a state of budding. Only one of them had a 5-petaled flower, each petal flickering with brilliant spiritual light, its surface covered with naturally formed spiritual patterns. The wind is blowing, and it also gives off a penetrating fragrance. It was the strange flower, the Xuan Ling, Chu Xuan. This is my Xuan spirit sect's greatest treasure. The Xuan spirit flower. Bi Linger brought Chu Xuan to the pond and introduced him. This flower counts from the time it breaks out of the water. The only way it will bloom is if it's a full 100 years old. And the flowering period is pitifully short. Only one day. Such harsh conditions naturally make it strange and extraordinary. If a cultivator takes this flower, he will have a doubled or even tenfold cultivation speed in the coming period of time. According to the records of my Xuan Ling Sect, once a sage of my Xuan Ling Sect had a tenfold cultivation speed for 3 consecutive years after consuming this flower, offsetting 30 years of hard cultivation in just 3 years. In the end, even Bi Linger himself rose in envy. He had also taken the Xuan Ling flower back then, and possessing 5 times the speed of cultivation for half a year in a row was truly a huge benefit to cultivation. It was a pity that this flower would only be effective if taken for the first time, and would be gone if it was repeated. Otherwise his Xuan Ling Sect would not be in decline. Well, Chu Xuan's eyes lit up. He was aware of the strange effects of the Xuan Ling flower. He just hadn't taken it in his previous life, and he was very much looking forward to it. Swish! Seeing that Chu Xuan was very much looking forward to it, Bi Linger no longer hesitated, and with a wave of his big hand, he plucked the Xuan spirit flower that had already bloomed. Turning his hand, he handed it over to Chu Xuan again. Chu Xuan, this flower will be gifted to you. Thank you, Patriarch. Chu Xuan took it and said thank you, and then he couldn't wait to take the Xuan Ling flower back to his cave. Sitting cross-legged in the cave room, Chu Xuan's pair of gazes burned brightly. According to quality, the Xuan Ling flower was on par with the heavenly luck stone. Once melted into the body, it was enough to raise the Hongmeng's sacred body to another level, and there was also a chance that a new creation would be derived. Buzz. In the end, Chu Xuan no longer delayed and immediately revolved the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. Start melting the Xuan Ling flower. Chapter 34 Great Chu Dragon Vein. Late night, a stream of light crossed the sky and rushed straight into the Great Chu Palace. Humph. What a guy. Dare to break into the palace grounds at night. There were palace powerhouses who secretly rose in alarm to stop them, but when the figure was clearly seen, none were surprised. Empress Xiao? How did you get hurt? Oh my god. Is that the 4th prince? Xiao Yuru, however, ignored the inquiry and, with a face full of anxiety and worry, rushed into the Chu Palace and then flew straight to the Dragon and Phoenix Palace. Just as she flew down to the Dragon Phoenix Palace, she let out a loud shout. Your Majesty, quickly summoned the imperial physician to save Jianer. Swish! Such a commotion immediately alarmed the entire Dragon and Phoenix Palace. Chu Mingyue, even the dragon robe cannot even wear, is from the room rushed out. Ah! At the sight of the blood-covered Xiao Yuru and the nearly meteoric Chu Jian in his arms, Chu Mingyue was shocked and rushed up as if it were a whirlwind. Empress, what happened and why are you so badly injured? Jianer, oh my, who injured you all like this? Xiao Yuru couldn't wait to elaborate and urged. Your Majesty, quickly, Jianer is dying. I'm too injured to protect his heart vein. You quickly protect his heart vein and then send the imperial physician to save him. Well. Chu Mingyue knew that the matter was urgent, and no longer asked more questions, rushed to use his power to protect Chu Jian's heart and veins, and then ordered to summon the imperial physician. Not much longer. Hundreds of imperial physicians from the entire imperial hospital were all summoned to the Dragon Phoenix Palace. Emperor Chu Ming mercilessly ordered. I don't care what methods you use. You must bring Jianer back to life, or else I'll chop off all of your heads. However, when a group of imperial doctors checked Chu Jian's injuries all over his body, all of them felt that their necks were cold, and they only felt that their heads were unstable. Because Chu Jian was too badly injured, there was absolutely no hope of survival. But a group of imperial doctors have bitter words, can only begin to do their best to save. What panacea? Life fruit holy water, all use. But after working most of the night, all the royal doctors were all as if they were dead in the water. Can't be saved. It simply can't be saved. Seeing this, Xiao Yuru covered her face and cried, oh my poor Jianer, I'm sorry, it's the mother who didn't protect you well. Imbeciles, a bunch of imbeciles. Men, pull them out and chop them up. All of them for me. Emperor Chu Ming's anger was so great that all the imperial doctors were all scared and begged for mercy on their knees. The head doctor, who was also silent, hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, spare your life. It's not that we're not good at healing, but the 4th prince was injured too severely. His chest sword bone was dug out, his cultivation was reduced to nothing, and he was eroded by a kind of hegemonic power. As much as 90% of his vitality has passed away, It's not something that can be saved by medical skills. In the face of his explanation, the killing intent in Emperor Chu Ming's eyes was undiminished. The medical head knew that if Chu Jian died, the entire imperial hospital would be buried with him. So he had a flash of inspiration and shouted, "Your Majesty, I've thought of a way to keep the fourth prince alive." "Speak." Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru both hurriedly signaled. The head doctor hurriedly said, "The unusual art of Dan healing can no longer save the fourth prince's life. Now we can only take some extraordinary paths. At the beginning of the founding of my great Chu dynasty, the founding emperor ancestor, as a strong celestial being, used great magic to gather 3,000 miles of aura, and used the bones of the dragon as a base to set a dragon vein in the imperial tomb. This dragon vein can be said to be where the underpinnings of my great Chu dynasty lie. It's extremely anticlimactic. If we can place the fourth prince in the dragon vein to cultivate, it will definitely allow the fourth prince to survive a near-death situation. And even with luck, he will be able to rely on the dragon vein to forge a supreme cultivation level." The moment these words came out, the two of them, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru, brightened up, obviously very impressed. Was about to give the order. However, someone opened his mouth to drink in the resistance. "Your Majesty, Empress, you mustn't." It turns out that the civil and military officials have long heard of the news rushed to the Dragon and Phoenix Palace. Drink to stop as the Chancellor Qin Yuan. He stepped forward and shouted, "Your Majesty Empress, the dragon vein is the foundation of the founding of my Chu dynasty. It is the dragon vein in the 3,000-mile radius of the territory of the Chu dynasty can be a constant output of the world's spiritual qi. And once the fourth prince is allowed to enter the dragon vein to contain it, it will definitely consume the dragon vein's ancestral qi, and with that, the heaven and earth's spiritual qi within the 3,000 li territory of my great Chu dynasty will have to be significantly reduced. Such an act is a complete destruction of the country and injury to the people. Your Majesty and Empress, the two of you must think twice before you act." Hear this. The two of them, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru, immediately looked a little unsightly. Xiao Yuru sobbed, "O Qin Prime Minister, these words are said lightly. Jianer is the son of this palace, not your son." Chu Minghuang also said, "Minister Qin, I know you have a heart of worry for the country, but now that Jianer's life is at stake, isn't there really no other way? As for your concerns, not much of a problem. After all, the dragon vein is huge and Jianer can't consume much dragon vein ancestral qi by entering. Your Majesty Queen." Qin Yuan didn't retreat and opened his mouth again to persuade. "We fully understand your feelings as parents. But you mustn't forget that in addition to being a father and mother, you are also the emperor and empress of the Chu dynasty. The life of the emperor is certainly important, but the foundation of the Chu dynasty can't be ignored either. And have you forgotten? Back then there was a time when former Crown Prince Chu Xian's life was suddenly in danger for some unknown reason, and some of the old ministers in the courtroom all petitioned for former Crown Prince Chu Xian to enter the dragon vein to recuperate. At that time, the two of you once personally opposed, but also issued a decree to the public that the dragon vein is the foundation of my Chu dynasty, and can never be used to save a person's life, such a scourge of the country and hurt the people's behavior. In the future, no one is absolutely not allowed to mention it again. Back then, Chu Xian as a crown prince had not even entered the dragon vein. Now Chu Jian is just a prince. What qualifications does he have to enter the dragon vein to cultivate? Qin Yuan said this. The faces of both Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru immediately turned iron blue. At the same time, a group of civil and military ministers also came forward to request, "Your Majesty, Empress, please think twice. Your Majesty, Empress, please think twice. Your Majesty, Empress, please think twice." At this moment, the civil and military officials, no matter what faction, were extremely unified. After all, the dragon vein was a matter of great importance, not just for the royal family, but also for the cultivation interests of everyone in the entire great Chu dynasty. The head doctor on the side did not speak again, having long ago dropped his head to the ground. He naturally knew that the method of entering the dragon vein was more or less a loss of virtue, but what can he do? If he didn't come up with a method that could keep the fourth prince alive, the entire imperial hospital would be beheaded. As for now, it's none of his business. After all, the way he mentioned, "You do not do it, dead cannot then wish us incompetence." Asshole. Bunch of assholes. Looking at the civil and military officials who were kneeling to stop them, Emperor Chu Ming was irritated for a while, but looking at Xiao Yuru who was crying her heart out as well as Chu Jian who was about to completely gag, he finally got a hard look in his eyes. "Order. My mind is made up on this matter. Men, immediately send fourth Prince Chu Jian into the dragon vein to recuperate." Qin Yuan and the others were just about to speak, but Chu Minghuan was once again shocked. "Anyone who dares to say one more word of note, shoot to kill." Chapter 35 Other Things. Looking at such a determined Chu Minghuang, Qin Yuan and the others didn't dare to die admonishing him anymore. Eventually, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru brought Chu Jian together to the great Chu imperial tomb. When the family of three stepped into the depths of the imperial tomb, they were able to see the dragon vein. One could only see that the dragon vein was huge and boundless, and the dragon chi was intricately intertwined with the aura and the power of heaven and earth, forming a special strand of dragon vein ancestral chi. This kind of dragon vein ancestral chi can constantly produce heaven and earth spiritual chi, incomparably rare, due to non-ordinary means can be formed. So this is regarded as the founding fundamentals of the great Chu dynasty. All the ancestors, my fourth son Chu Jian, life is at stake, is not ordinary means can save, so I have no choice but to come out of the next strategy. I hope you ancestors forgive me. Emperor Chu Ming rushed to pay homage to the four directions of the imperial tomb and hurriedly utilized the spirit dipper to carefully hold up the Chu sword and place it into the dragon vein. As soon as Chu Jian's figure touched the dragon vein ancestral chi violently churned, and at first glance, it looked as if a real dragon had come to life. Buzz! Only to see that the dragon vein was truly heaven-defying. Chu Jian's figure had just disappeared into the dragon vein. A strand of dragon vein ancestral chi then involuntarily surged into its body. The bloody hole in front of Chu Jian's chest immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, including the other injuries on his body that were also rapidly improving. Even the vitality that should have died was gradually flourishing. Great! It's working! Sword's life is saved. Seeing this, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both looked delighted. Even the next moment that shocked the two was that Chu Jian's figure was gradually covered by the dragon vein ancestral chi, vaguely forming a large cocoon. Apparently the dragon vein was too heaven-defying, and not only was Chu Jian able to preserve his life, he even entered a special state of nirvana. It's conceivable. Once Chu Jian was reborn in nirvana, he would definitely be able to obtain an unimaginable creation. This dragon vein set into place by our ancestor is truly astonishing. Rumor has it that it's not just for healing, but also has an even more heaven-defying effect. Chu Mingyue's refined aura flickered, but he quickly shook his head to himself. Using the dragon vein to save Chu Jian is already risking universal condemnation. You can't fight too many more ideas or you're really ruining your country and hurting your capital. Empress, it will take time for Jianer to reach nirvana. Let's retreat first. When Chu Mingyue opened his mouth, Xiao Yuru could only glance at Chu Jian with reluctance. Then the two of them followed the path they had come from, and both of them exited the royal tomb. Meanwhile, in the imperial city, one of the three divisions and 6 supervisors, the Qin Tian supervisor, the supervisor of the Qin Tian supervisor, who was responsible for supervising the heavenly phenomena and measuring the earth's spirit, was suddenly startled, and his gaze was fixed on a huge crystal bead in front of him. This bead is called the spirit measuring bead, and as the name suggests, it can measure the concentration of spiritual chi in heaven and earth. Since the beginning of the Chu dynasty, the level of aura is divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple from low to high, and the heavier the color, the more intense the aura. Over the past 1,000 years, the aura of heaven and earth in the territory of Chu has mostly been maintained at around the blue and purple color, during which it may have dropped to the green color at most due to certain reasons, but it will subsequently rise due to the dragon vein's throughput. In the last 8 years, the color of the aura has always been maintained at the deep purple color, which can be said to be the most prosperous period in the past 1,000 years. Ran. Just now, the spirit measuring bead, which had originally emitted a deep purple color, suddenly turned lavender. What's going on? How did the heaven and earth aura of my great Chu dynasty suddenly drop so much? Qintian supervisor is surprised and uncertain, because Qintian supervisor is dry as some of the view of the sky to measure the aura of the work, so his official position is not high, usually cannot enter the palace, naturally do not know the Chu Jian thing. After observing for a moment, he suddenly shook his head and smiled, his demeanor returning to normal. Hey, it's been a peaceful 8 years, this seance is almost forgotten. I'm sure the aura will rise again after a while. In the end, the Chinatown superintendent stopped thinking about it and continued to close his eyes. The imperial palace. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, had already re-entered the Dragon Phoenix Palace. Until now, only then did Emperor Chu Ming have the time to inquire. Empress, what exactly happened and who harmed Jianer? Didn't you and Mingyue go to look for Jianer? Quickly tell me everything. Your Majesty. Xiao Yuru's eyes suddenly red. The strings want to cry. Oh, it's Jianer. It's Jianer who beat Jianer into this shape. What? Jianer? How is this possible? Emperor Chu Ming's expression was stunned, his face full of incredulity. Xiao Yuru, on the other hand, said, Your Majesty, Mingyue didn't lie to us. Jianer really does have a heavenly presence. He is now the holy son of the Xuan Ling Sect. Jianer happened to go up to the Xuan Ling Sect to beg for the Xuan Ling flower, and ended up going up against Xian'er, but he didn't beat Xian'er. Woo! Towards the end, Xiao Yuru had already sobbed painfully once again. Asshole! The rebellious son! This rebellious son! Did he injure his own brother to this state just for a single Xian spirit flower? He's too vicious! Emperor Chu Ming shouted violently, his eyes spewing out an uncontrollable rage. Then he asked, what happened to Jian'er's sword bone? Could it be the work of the Xuan Ling Sect? Are they going to exterminate the sect? Oh no! It's not! Xiao Yuru cried even harder, her face full of pain. Your Majesty, it's still Xian'er. He's remembered it all. He knows that we dug up his sword bone and transplanted it into Jian'er. Boom! Chu Minghuang's 7-foot tiger body suddenly shook. That was still angry face suddenly rose a touch of shocked stagnation. What? What? Stunned and stagnant for a long time, he then said incredulously, how is this possible? This can't be we obviously will his memory. How could he possibly remember this matter? He shouldn't know. I don't know how Xian'er remembered, but he really did. And not only did he dig back his sword bone from within Jian'er's body, but he also forced me to reveal what happened back then in public. Now the entire Xuan Ling Sect knows about our digging up bones and gifting them to our disciples. Boom! Chu Minghuang stumbled and almost didn't fall, very flustered. How can you say it? How can you admit it yourself? Even if Xian'er remembers, you can't admit it. Although this matter we have bitter feelings, but this matter is not too good after all. Once it spreads, what will the people of this world think of us? Xiao Yuru shook her head and cried, I don't want to, but Xian'er is blackmailing me with Jian'er's life. I have to say it. What? This rebellious son, how could he blackmail his own mother-in-law with his own brother's life? Is this still a human thing to do? Emperor Chu Ming was trembling with anger. And why does he have to dig up the sword bone again? Doesn't he know that he won't be able to utilize much of the sword bone's power even if he plants it back? He could well have informed us of this secretly, and we would certainly have made it up to him in another way then. Xiao Yuru sighed. That's what I told Xian'er as well, but he's too angry and won't listen to persuasion at all. No. Sword bone's talent is unrivaled. It's about a future celestial powerhouse of my great Chu dynasty. It can't be wasted just like that. How about this? I personally descend to find him and order him to return the sword bone to Jian'er, and I'll make it up to him with other treasures. Emperor Chu Ming made his decision, but Xiao Yuru was shaking her head. Your Majesty is late. Xian'er has already had the sword bone destroyed. What? He destroyed the sword bone. Upon hearing this, Emperor Chu Ming completely jumped to his feet and fell into a violent rage. This rebellious son. This asshole. He put his brother through so much pain, and even the two of us will suffer great indignity. But in the end, his purpose is actually just to destroy the sword bone. How could I give birth to such a son? This is simply a stupid, idiotic waste of money who doesn't know how to benefit himself even when he damages others. Xiao Yuru also had some difficulty. If Chu Xian retrieved the sword bone and used it himself, she would not feel this uncomfortable. But Chu Xian's act of destroying the bone, she really could not agree with it. Swish! However, Chu Minghuang, who was in the midst of his anger, looked like he suddenly remembered something and calmed down in an instant, a pair of eyes brightening and darting. Looking around, he pressed his voice to the very bottom, nearly as thin as a fly. In addition to the matter of the sword bone, he did not recall any other. Nope, I don't think so. Xiao Yuru's eyes flickered, and a touch of great trepidation rose from their depths. That's good. Emperor Chu Ming took a long breath, and after that, a dead silence fell between the two. Finally, Xiao Yuru was the first to break the silence. Your Majesty, what do we do now? Emperor Chu Ming's face was complex, angry, helpless, and thankful at the same time. Final word. It's just, since the matter of the sword bone can no longer be concealed, we can only let nature take its course. But let the matter of bringing back that rebellious son to be the crown prince be never mentioned again. Chapter 36. 10 times the practice. Wanting to leave. At that time, the Xuan Ling Sect, in the Saint Sun's cave, Chu Xuan had already successfully melted the strange flower Xian spirit into his body, causing the Hongmeng's sacred body to rise to another level. Underneath the inner view, the skin was as firm as gold and stone, the flesh and blood were like silver and mercury, and even the bones of his body glowed with a faint jade luster, and his entire body was permeated with a touch of purple intent. Nowadays, just relying on the strength of the saint body was enough to push an average true martial cultivator sideways. On top of that, he had also managed to derive a new creation through the strange effects of the Xuan Ling flower, tenfold cultivation. Now, as long as he used this new creation on top of his original cultivation base, he could obtain 10 times the speed of cultivation. Need to know, with the Hongmeng creation scripture, his cultivation speed was already terrifying, and now that it had increased tenfold, it was even more unimaginable. Plus, the sword bone had also complemented some of his innate origin roots, and his talent potential today had gradually surpassed that of his previous life. It seems like we still need to replenish our innate origin as soon as possible. Once the innate origin is sufficiently complete, no one will be able to stop me from treading the path of immortality. Chu Xuan looked in the direction of the great Chu imperial city, his face cold and terrifying. Chu Mingyue, Xiaoyuru and the two of them were glad that Chu Xuan did not know anything else, but where did they know that Chu Xuan knew? All of them. In fact, in his previous life, before he met Master Lu Yu, Chu Xuan did not know anything. He often wondered why he was born an invalid, why he couldn't be as talented as Chu Jian and the others. As a result, he waited until Master Lu Yu led him onto the path of cultivation, and only then did he gradually recall the memories that had been sealed in his mind. When he found out everything, he almost didn't go crazy and nearly broke down. My good father, my good mother, my good brothers, the karma of my last life. I'll finish it all in this life. Just wait. In the end, Chu Xuan withdrew his gaze, no longer thinking much, and began to cultivate. The Hongmeng creation scripture operates. 10 times the speed of cultivation is turned on. Chu Xuan's cultivation breath was like a rising tide rapidly increasing. In just a few short days, he had reached the first grade perfection level. You can break through to the true martial realm anytime, anywhere. However, Chu Xuan didn't break through and instead began to forcefully suppress the realm. After all, cultivation was like building a tall building. The more securely the foundation was laid, the higher it would be built in the future. Especially the initial cultivation. Every time before breaking through a big realm, it is pressed, and there will be unimaginable benefits in the future. But, the realm could be suppressed, but Chu Xuan's heart of thought and movement could not be suppressed. After all, now that the Xuan Ling flower that he wanted the most was already in his hands, and there were several other treasures in the plan that he still needed to fetch in time, it's time to leave. However, considering that the Xuan Ling Sect hadn't helped him much these days, and that his identity was still that of the Xuan Ling Saint's son, he naturally couldn't just walk away. And so, he came out of the gate to find Bai Luheng, and it just so happened that a group of patriarchal elders were there as well. Chu Xuan, you've come out of the customs? How is it? Did your cultivation speed skyrocket after taking the Xuan Ling flower? Bai Luheng lightly laughed and inquired, while Chu Xuan cupped his fists and responded, Many thanks, Patriarch, the Xuan spirit flower is singularly extraordinary, and has helped me greatly. It's good to have help. After all, you are the Xuan Ling Saint's son. Who do we in the Xuan Ling Sect help if not you? Bai Luheng shook his head and smiled. The rest of the patriarchal elders also nodded their heads in a favorable manner. Patriarch Bai, elders, I came to tell you that I'm leaving. Chu Xuan was not polite and opened the door. What? You're leaving? Bai Luheng and the others stagnated. Their faces not very nice or even ugly. After all, they had already treated Chu Xuan as the Xuan Ling Sect's hope. For this reason, they had set up a saint's son, gifted them with a strange flower, and even went so far as to oppose the great Chu imperial family, only to have Chu Xuan now actually say that he wanted to leave. Patriarch Bai, all the elders, don't misunderstand me. When I say go, I don't mean severing sect ties with the Xuan Ling Sect. I am a Xuan Ling Saint's son for life as soon as I am a Xuan Ling Saint's son, and no matter what time it comes, the Xuan Ling Sect is my sect. Chu Xuan explained. Bai Luheng and the others' faces eased up quite a bit, but they were still anxious. Bai Luheng even rushed to retain him. Chu Xuan, why do you have to leave? Although my Xuan Ling Sect is not at its peak, the resources in the sect are still able to fulfill your cultivation. Patriarch, I know all this, but the way I cultivate is not suitable for hard cultivation in the same place. I need to go out and travel to see this great world. Chu Xuan explained a sentence, and then he added, Of course, I won't forget the favor that the clan has done to me, so before I leave, I would like to make some contributions to the clan. Please also ask the Patriarch to fetch some pen and paper, and in addition summon Linger over. Seeing that Chu Xuan's mind was very determined, Bai Luheng could only let out a sigh and had someone fetch some pen and paper while sending someone to summon Bi Linger. Patriarch, I once obtained some inheritances by chance, and there are some arts in them that should be of some help to the sect. After Chu Xuan received the pen and paper, he began to write furiously. Within a short time, he handed the written paper to Bai Luheng. Bai Luheng was originally sighing, but subconsciously glancing at it was a tiger's torso trembling, and when he finished reading it, the whole person even jumped up. Sovereign, what are you? The crowd of patriarchal elders wondered and took the paper and read it one after another, and after reading it, they were so shaken that they were all amazed. It was because on top of the paper that Chu Xuan had written, there were 2 feats and 3 techniques recorded. None of the grades were celestial techniques. No, It should be said that all of them were even more perfect and subtle than the celestial technique. All of them were just like that Xianling palm that had been improved by Chu Yuan. Chu Xuan. This is too precious. Every technique here is called the treasure of the town. Ah, how can we? Bai Luhong stuttered a bit in his speech. Just now, they had felt that Chu Xuan was going to leave the sect after obtaining the Xian spirit flower, and was more or less a bit desperate, but now compared to these things, the Xianling flower was nothing. Patriarch, this is my small contribution to the clan. Feel free to accept it. Chu Xuan gently shook his head. To him, these jutsu were completely the highest things. He didn't know how many spiritual skills and Dao techniques or even immortal techniques that were stronger than that were available to him. It just wasn't appropriate to give it to the Xianling clan. For one thing, it was difficult for the other party to cultivate, and for another, getting it wrong would invite trouble. Okay, then we'll take it. Bai Luhong could only accept it, but the corners of his mouth had long since stopped curling up. Can't help it at all. Chu Xuan, where is Chu Xuan? At this time, Bi Linger anxiously arrived, her face somewhat pale so far. Upon seeing Chu Xuan's figure, Bi Linger hurriedly walked up and inquired, Chu Xuan, I heard that you're leaving, is that true? Yes. Chu Xuan nodded. Bi Linger immediately became anxious. Why you just joined the sect for over a month. Why do you have to leave? Is there something that our Xuan Ling Sect has failed to do? Linger, listen to me. Chu Xuan explained for it. Only then did Bi Linger's expression ease, but her pretty face was still unwilling to let go. At that moment, Chu Xuan was laughing. Spirit, before I leave, I'll send a gift, and it'll be considered your repayment for recruiting me into the sect. Chapter 37 I will catch up with him. Hearing this, Bi Linger was puzzled. Gift? What gift? Chu Xuan looked around at Bai Luhong and the others before explaining. Patriarch, elders, Linger is burdened with a special physique which is sealed by heaven and earth, and will only be unsealed when there is a great change in heaven and earth. Once this body is unsealed, both the talent potential and cultivation speed will be unparalleled, no less than a martial artist taking Xianling flower every day, which is why this body is also known as Xianling's body. What? Special body type? The body of the Xian spirit. Bai Luhong and the others were startled, obviously unaware of this. Even Bi Linger herself was stunned. As it happens, in the inheritance I have mastered, there is a way to unseal this body in advance. It just requires Linger's cooperation. When Chu Yuan finished speaking, Bai Luhong and the others were somewhat incredulous though. However, thinking that Chu Xuan did mysteriously have unknown means, and that this should not be said for no reason, they all looked towards Bi Linger. Chu Xuan, are you telling the truth? Bi Linger said hopefully. After all, ever since she lost to Chu Jian, Bi Linger understood that although she was second to none in the Xuan Ling Sect, she was still a step behind compared to true geniuses. If there was an opportunity to enhance her talent, she naturally sought it. Linger, do you believe me? Chu Xuan merely asked with a gentle smile. I believe it. Bi Linger didn't hesitate and answered on the spot. Chu Xuan nodded, and then went up and gently whispered something. Not knowing what he said, Bi Linger's ears turned red all of a sudden. Spirit, a man and a woman are not related. If you don't feel right about it, then forget it. After all, this physique of yours will also be automatically unsealed when the time comes in the future. Chu Xuan said. Bi Linger slightly collected the shyness on her pretty face and solemnly nodded her head. Chu Xuan, this isn't a big deal. I'm willing. Yes, then come with me. Chu Xuan nodded, then entered the inner room in front of Bai Luhong and the others. In the aftermath, Bi Linger also followed in with a blushing face. Hey, this caused an odd color to rise on the faces of Bai Luhong and the others. And not a moment later, there was even a burst of Bi Linger's voice coming from the inner room. Somewhat painful, but with a few moments of pleasure mixed in with the pain. This young man. The crowd of patriarchal elders were a bit dumbfounded, and Bai Luhong even almost raised his sword. While he didn't object to the two, he couldn't be so reckless. However, on second thought, Chu Xuan should not be such an incommunicado person. One could only wait, and that wait was a full 2 hours. Until finally, Bi Linger's high voice came out from the inner room. 10 or so breaths later, Chu Xuan walked out of the inner room sweating profusely, his clothes soaked through. Afterward, Bi Linger followed out, similarly drenched in fragrant sweat, her face flushed. Hey, it's good to be young, a full 2 hours, with the demeanor of my youth. Seeing this scene, a group of patriarchal elders transmitted their voices and exchanged information. Chu Xuan, Linger, you guys. Bai Luhong then grinded his teeth and inquired. Back to Patriarch. Although the process wasn't very smooth and the path was twisted, it was still fortunate enough to take it. Chu Xuan wiped his sweat and clasped his fists in response. These words completely broke Bai Luhong's heart as a father. He couldn't wait to go up to Chu Xuan and beat him up, but thought that he wouldn't necessarily be able to do so. One can only accept the reality and sigh. Alas. Well, since you all have already cooked rice, what can I say? You kid can't negatively affect my daughter in the future. Ah, right? Chu Xuan opened his mouth in confusion. Behind, Bi Linger's face also instantly turned red. Yeah, father, what are you talking about? What raw rice is cooked? Didn't you guys just? Bi Luhong was stunned. Bi Linger hurriedly explained. Just now, Chu Xuan was only unsealing my physique. He used a finger technique to stimulate my acupuncture points all over my body. Only it hurt and itched. I just couldn't help it. Chu Xuan also understood that Bi Luhong had misunderstood. He also hurriedly waved his hand and said, Patriarch Bai, you mustn't misunderstand. I'm simply unsealing Linger's physique, and I've always thought of Linger as a younger sister. Nothing else. Think of it as, sister? Listening to Chu Xuan's explanation, Bi Linger's spiritual eyes however crossed a touch of loss. As for Bi Luhong and the group of patriarchal elders, they were all embarrassed. Together, they're all mistaken. Patriarch, now that Linger Xian's spirit body has been unsealed, the talent potential of this physique is definitely no less than that of a celestial being. Hearing Chu Xuan's words, Bi Luhong and the others' hearts and minds were all shaken. Sure enough, the next moment, Bi Linger demonstrated it live for the crowd, and that cultivation speed was somehow much faster than before. Ha ha, what a strong physique. My Xuan Ling Sect has gained another celestial plus those celestial techniques gifted by Saint Sun Chu Xuan. Within the next 100 years, my Xuan Ling Sect is definitely going to prosper. Bi Luhong and the group of patriarchal elders were all excited. Bi Linger was also ecstatic inside. With this body, she was confident that she would never lose to any pride of the same generation in the future. Looking at the delighted crowd, Chu Xuan also nodded in satisfaction. Now that he had done everything he needed to do, he could leave the Xuan Ling Sect without worry. In the future, even without him as the Xuan Ling Saint's son, relying on Bi Linger alone would be enough to bring the Xuan Ling Sect to a new glory. Patriarch, Linger, all the elders, it's getting late, I should get going. Finally, Chu Xuan offered his resignation to the people present. Although Bi Luhong and the others were unwilling to give up, they were not in a good position to stop Chu Xuan any longer. One could only notify the entire Xuan Ling Sect's people to join together to bid farewell to Chu Xuan. Not much longer. Thousands of disciples of the Xuan Ling Sect, all of them gathered at the Xuan Ling Sect's mountain gate. We greet the Holy Sun. May the Holy Sun's traveling trip be like a true dragon patrolling the heavens and soaring into the 9 heavens. One could only hear a neatly harmonized voice that resounded up and down the Xuan Ling Sect. Countless spirit sparrows and immortal cranes rose up and circled as if they were also bidding farewell to Chu Xuan. Gentlemen, there is a meeting in the landscape. The coming days are all to be expected. We see you in the jungle. Chu Xuan clasped his fists at the Xuan Ling Sect before turning to leave. Although there were countless unwanted gazes behind him, Chu Xuan did not turn back. This life, his path was destined to go far, far away. Some people are destined to fail to keep up with him. Some things are destined to become roadside scenery, and some avenues are destined to be traveled alone, guilt-free, just fine. Eventually, Chu Xuan stayed away. The people of the Xuan Ling Sect gradually dispersed, except for a white-clothed silhouette that hesitated to retract her gaze, which was filled with reluctance and attachment. Chu Xuan had come suddenly and left in a hurry, but had left an indelible mark in her fragrant heart for the rest of her life. Linger, go back. He's gone far away. Bi Luhong let out a light sigh. Father knows what's on your mind, but you have to understand that Chu Xuan is not something that ordinary heavenly prides can be compared to. He's very mysterious and powerful. If you really want to double up with him in the future, you can only keep up with his footsteps, or else even if you guys are together, time will separate you. Bi Linger was stunned. Gradually the eyes changed from reluctance and attachment to tenacity and conviction. Father, I understand. I will definitely catch up with him. Chapter 38. Old silver-haired woman. After Chu Xuan left the Xuan Ling Sect, he traveled all the way south. His target, the Great Wind. The reason why I went to Gale, besides taking the treasure, was to see a person. Someone who had sheltered him for half his life in a previous life. Someone he regretted missing in a previous life. Someone who had ended up alone for him in a previous life. In fact, having been a man for 2 lifetimes, how could he not know what was in Bi Linger's mind? The reason why he never broke the news, besides the fact that he treated Bi Linger as his own sister, the biggest reason was because of this person. He owed her so much from his previous life, and he still remembered it. After he had accomplished his cultivation and returned to the first heaven with great difficulty after 1,000 hardships, her pale white hair, the regret in her dying days, the love in her eyes that could not be melted away, and this person's name was Wen Linglong, the female emperor of the Great Wind dynasty. Of course, The Great Wind Dynasty was far away, so Chu Xuan was not in a hurry. On the way, he traveled over a famous mountain and passed by a monument, traveling through the lively and noisy streets, wandering in the rough river, while looking at the wind and the scenery and the landscape. He was also always running the Hongmeng creation scripture, constantly compressing his cultivation realm. Although his cultivation level never broke through, his battle power was getting stronger and stronger. In the meantime, Great Chu Palace, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru and the two of them were inwardly apprehensive, worrying about the naysayers of the world. But after waiting and waiting, I didn't hear any bad remarks. It was only after checking that he learned that the Xuan Ling Sect did not make a big deal about the sword bone, because the people who know, in addition to the already dead Du Jianfeng, only Xuan Ling Zone. Xuan Ling Zone does not publicize. Naturally, not many people know. Count on that by Lu Hong to be sensible. Otherwise I will make the Xuan Ling Sect look good. Emperor Chu Ming coldly grunted, and only then did he put his heart down a little. However, he had just dropped his heart on his side. The bloodstained Chu Mingyue, however, returned to the palace and did not enter. Instead, he knelt directly in front of the palace gate, sobbing blood and yelling, "Crown Prince Chu Xuan, great injustice. The Chu Emperor and Queen Xiao Tu digging up the bones to give younger brother heavenly reason is not tolerable." Such words almost didn't scare the guards guarding the palace gates. What did they hear? Is this what they should be listening to? Is it too late to be deaf from now on? Asshole, what are you babbling about? Chu Mingyue flashed out at the first opportunity, his eyes full of horror. Xiao Yuru also followed, looking around in relief. Today is not on the morning court. The palace door did not have any silhouettes. Otherwise, if the 100 officials heard, the next day will be known to all the world. Am I wrong? You Emperor Chu Ming, you Empress Xiao, the two of you digging up Crown Prince Chu Xian's sword bone and transplanting it onto 4th Imperial son Chu Jian. You're heartless. You don't deserve to be a father. You don't deserve to be a mother. Bang bang. As soon as the words fell, the group of forbidden guards over there decisively poked their ears. Mud. Can't listen to it anymore. Listen to the head again. Absolutely nothing. Asshole. You're a madman. You're just babbling. Empress. Smash her mouth. Smash her mouth for me. Emperor Chu Ming was furious. Damn thing. How could he have such a sister? Outsiders know it is not even declared. You fell here hard to tear down the old bottom. Swish. Xiao Yuru hurriedly flashed to Chu Mingyue's near front and covered her mouth to stop. Mingyue. Stop it. Quickly stop talking. What's to stop people from talking when you can do such filth? The Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao have lost their conscience, digging up bones and giving them to their younger brothers. And heaven's justice is hard to tolerate. Snap. Seeing that Chu Mingyue did not stop, Xiao Yuru could only ruthlessly fling out a slap. Chu Mingyue was already injured, and this slap instantly made her spit out blood, but she is regardless of this, and is still deadly yelling, the Emperor Empress digging up bones to give to his brother. Heartless. Snap. Xiao Yuru opened her bow left and right, and in an instant, she beat Chu Mingyue's mouth full of blood, and in the end, she even sealed the latter's mouth completely. However, the latter was still whimpering and screaming. Emperor Chu Ming ordered in a deep voice, Empress, the eldest princess has contracted madness. Bring her back to the princess mansion to be taken into custody. She is not allowed to take a step out of the mansion without my order. Xiao Yuru nodded heavily and waved her hand to knock Chu Mingyue out and take her away. At that moment, Emperor Chu Ming looked at the palace gate guards, who were jolted. What? Your Majesty, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all. We're deaf. We're deaf guards. We can't hear any words. Chu Mingyue did so with a cold snort, flung his sleeves and left the place. The group of guards all breathed a long sigh of relief. Although deaf, lives were saved after all. The other side. Chu Mingyue was brought back to the princess's residence by Xiao Yuru and ordered to be guarded. It wasn't until the evening, after the royal physician had healed his wounds, that he tossed and turned and woke up. Chu Mingyue, Xiao Yuru, you two have lost your conscience. Have you no remorse for doing such evil? Chu Mingyue cried her heart out. Poor Xianer. She must get justice for it. But that's the current emperor and empress. How can she, a princess, beg? Right. Fine mother. Mother knows, and will definitely seek justice for Xianer. Chu Mingyue's eyes lit up as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. The mother in her mouth was naturally the Empress Dowager of the Great Chu dynasty, although perennial recluse in the deep palace, but back then the residual power is still there. Even if the Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru, two people have to be in awe of 3 times. Most of all, the Empress Dowager was very fond of Chu Xuan, the eldest grandson of the Crown Prince. Think it and do it. Although the princess residence was heavily guarded, Chu Mingyue had lived in the palace since she was young and was more than familiar with the guards and patrols of the palace. Just a little trick to escape from the princess's residence, all the way to the deep palace. Finally Chu Mingyue came before a lonely and deep palace. The palace is called the Empress Dowager's Palace, which is the place where successive Empress Dowagers have retired to. Child Mingyue, I beg to see the Empress Dowager. Chu Mingyue knelt down and shouted. Not long after, the palace door was opened and an old sister stepped out, looking very disgruntled. He said, "Why is the eldest princess suddenly shouting in front of the Empress Dowager's palace door? Don't you know that the Empress Dowager is physically ill and needs to recuperate?" Chu Mingyue hurriedly said, "Sister Rong, I know that mother is in poor health, but I have a matter concerning the great injustice of the crown prince's eldest grandson, Chu Xuan, and I need to seek mother's appeal, so I hope that Sister Rong will give me a word." Sister Rong frowned and could only go back to the palace to inform, and soon walked out again. "The Empress Dowager wants to see you." "Great." Chu Mingyue followed Sister Rong as she stepped into the Empress Dowager's palace, and within a short time, she stepped into a room. The room was situated on a translucent screen, and behind the screen, a silver-haired old woman could be vaguely seen nursing on a bed. "Ahem, Mingyue, you said that you've come to mother to seek justice for Xuan? What's wrong with my prince son? Isn't his crown prince doing fine?" A slightly weak, old voice came out from behind the screen. Upon hearing the question, Chu Mingyue immediately cried out, "Mother, Xuan was deposed as the crown prince a long time ago. He has a great injustice." Boo! This statement was made. The screen exploded, and the silver-haired old woman behind it stepped out with anger. Chapter 39 The Empress Dowager's Wrath. A head of silver hair like snow. Appearance although pale and much withered and wrinkled, but still can see the beauty of youth. Old eyes contain anger. Hand on a phoenix crutch, although the steps show the old, but a breath is very powerful pressure. People in the heart of the austere. It was none other than the Empress Dowager of the current dynasty, Empress Yun Zhao. "Why was my prince's son deposed as crown prince? You say he has a great grievance. And what great grievance is that? Give mourner a full account at once." Empress Dowager Yun Zhao coldly shouted, a pair of pale phoenix eyes throbbing with anger. Chu Mingyue only felt like falling into a mighty prison, and her heart couldn't stop trembling. After all, his own mother, back then, was the #1 powerhouse of the great Chu dynasty, and at one point, he wanted to achieve the legendary realm of celestial beings. Although his strength had regressed more and more over the years due to his age and injuries, that kind of might was unabated and frightening. "Don't dare hide it." Chu Mingyue hurriedly knelt down and told everything she knew, not even pulling down the things she had done. "I only saw that Empress Dowager Yun Zhao was stunned from the moment she first heard it, and when she heard it halfway through, her body could not stop trembling, and when she finished listening to it, that phoenix abduction frantically knocked on the ground. The sound of thumping was incessant, and the pale face had long been surging with uncontrollable anger. Assholes, a bunch of assholes, how could you have done such an abominable thing? Cold dongong? Counter-surrender? Favoring the 8 sons? Digging up bones to give to a younger brother? Geez, what has my Taiko son been through since he was a child?" In the end, Empress Dowager Yun Zhao couldn't help but cover her heart. A pair of pale eyes shook dramatically, and she only found it somewhat difficult to breathe. Even Sister Rong, who was on the side, was shocked and her scalp went numb. These things merely appearing in fictional biographies were enough to make people feel cold-blooded and gray, and now they were actually happening for real in the body of Chu Xuan, the crown prince of their great Chu dynasty. "Mother, please do it for Xuan. He's just so pathetic. My daughter's heart aches." Chu Mingyue knelt and went up to plead, her face full of pain and difficulty. Bang! Empress Dowager Yun Zhao was the one who sent Chu Mingyue flying with an abduction. "The head is broken and bleeding. You bastard. How do you have the face to cry heartache here? When you whipped Xuan in the first place, why didn't your heart ache? You just said that Xuan is very mysterious and powerful, and almost didn't kill you guys? He should have killed you all. You shouldn't have escaped. You should have died at the hands of Xuan." Cough. Towards the end, Empress Dowager Yun Zhao coughed one after another, nearly fainting. Sister Rong was quick to hold her in place, probing her hand to smooth out her breath. "Empress Dowager, calm your anger, and be sure to take care of your health. Mourners can't rest their anger." Empress Dowager Yun Zhao simply could not suppress the anger in her heart. The things that Chu Mingyue had told her were simply like knives stabbing her heartache. She shuddered to think how the Taizi son had gotten by all these years. At the same time she was blaming herself for not knowing the truth in time. She had always thought that the prince's son's natural wasted body was just a bad fate. Who would have thought that it wasn't a bad fate at all? But that people's hearts were not the same. "Oh mother, I know I'm wrong. I regret it. I'm willing to make up for my faults." Chu Mingyue cried bitterly. "You know you're wrong now? You regret it now? It's too late. You can't make up for it. You'll never make up for it. You deserve nothing but severe punishment. You deserve nothing but heavy punishment. You deserve nothing but scorn." Empress Dowager Yun Zhao rebuked angrily one after another, and in the end, She even ordered Sister Rong, immediately hang this rebellious daughter. For the mourning family, give mourner a hard beating. Mourner wants the whip you beat on Xuaner to be returned to yourself 10 or even 100 times over. Chu Mingyue remembered that she had beaten Chu Xuan's whip. Her body and mind couldn't stop trembling and hurriedly begged for mercy. Mother, spare me. I know I'm wrong. I really already know I'm wrong. You don't know it's wrong. You just know it's scary. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao's expression was icy cold, and she ordered again. Pull down. Give the mourner a beating. No stopping without the mourner's order. In the midst of a burst of crying and begging for mercy, Chu Mingyue was hung up and beaten, straight to the point where her skin was split open and dripping with blood. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao, however, no longer paid any attention to her, but left the palace on her phoenix crutches. Come on man. Pendulum Dragon Phoenix Palace. In the Dragon and Phoenix Palace, the sound and music were in full swing, and the garments of the clothes were in full bloom. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were enjoying the pleasing songs and dances while enjoying the massages and acupuncture from the palace physicians. The two of them were filled with comfort, and there was a great relaxation in both their spirit and physical body. After all, the frequency of things these days had left them a bit frazzled. The weather is on fire and you have to take it easy or something will go wrong. The two of them, as the two pillars of the Chu dynasty, once something went wrong, who could carry the behemoth that was the Chu dynasty? So relaxing the flesh and pleasuring the mood was the top priority. And just as the two were enjoying themselves, a voice rose abruptly. Empress Dowager arriving. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru immediately rubbed themselves up, looking flustered. Looking at the Chu dynasty, the two of them hardly feared anyone, but the only thing they feared was Empress Dowager Yun Zhao, and it wasn't just the suppression of their status. More importantly, back when the two of them were still the crown prince and crown princess, Empress Dowager Yun Zhao's kind of majesty was firmly embedded in her heart. Swish! Only to see Empress Dowager Yun Zhao step into the Dragon Phoenix Palace. Once she saw the scene of singing and dancing inside the palace, her face once again became 3 times angrier. Mother, what brings you here so suddenly? You're not well. Just send someone to let us know if something happens. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both straightened their clothes in order to go forward to meet the salute. Ha ha ha. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao let out an angry laugh. You two actually have the face to listen to songs and dances here. You are really good. Come on people. Give mourning family smashed the Dragon Phoenix Palace. All the palace made subordinate all clear out. This palace within the forever no longer allowed to have subordinates. As soon as Empress Dowager Yun Zhao gave the order, Sister Rong immediately brought a team of old palace maids forward and started to make a big smash inside the Longfeng Palace. And the dancers, subordinates, physicians, and so on, were also cleared out one after another. In an instant, the luxurious and extravagant Dragon and Phoenix Palace became a mess. Mother, what are you doing? What did we do to mess with your old man? This is the bedchamber of the Empress and I. If you let people vandalize it like this, how can we live in the future? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's faces were a bit ugly, and they asked in disbelief. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao, however, shook her phoenix crutch. How do you live? Xuaner, how to live? You two in the future will give the mourning family how to live. What? Xuaner? You, what do you know? Upon hearing Chu Xuan's name, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both panicked immediately. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao, however, coldly rebuked. You shouldn't ask what mourner knows. You should ask yourselves what you've done to Xuaner all these years. Long Donggong, counter-surrender, favoring the 8 sons, digging up bones and giving them to a younger brother. The two of you are truly great. Boom! Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's 2 brains exploded and they only felt bad. Chapter 40. Either the crown prince returns to the court, or the mourning house will kill itself. Mother, who told you all this? Was it Mingyue? Listen to us as we explain to you. There's a misunderstanding in all this. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both spoke. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao let Sister Rong bring a chair and sat down. The expression was as cold as frost. Well, you also do not say that the mourning family arbitrary power wronged you, mourning family, to give you a good explanation of the opportunity. Immediately, she took the lead to ask, why did you empty all the palace maids and subordinates in Xuaner's eastern palace? As if it were a cold palace without a doubt? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both opened their mouths to try to explain, but found it difficult to explain, and could only look embarrassed. We intended to just withdraw for a few days, but then, forgot. Oh, you've forgotten? You've forgotten for 8 years, haven't you? Empress Yun Zhao laughed angrily, and then asked, and why did Xuaner's 8 years of supervising the state allow the power of the state of Chu to surge by more than 10 times, and you instead descended on the court to depose him from his position as the crown prince? This matter. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru and the two of them opened their mouths, but they were still unable to explain. Oh, It seems that you guys can't explain down. Then I come to explain for you. That's because you two incompetent stuff. Since the crown prince's sons supervise the country, you either listen to songs and dances, or swim in the mountains and play in the water. For 8 years, you didn't even deal with the political affairs once, so you mistakenly think that the crown prince is inactive. That's why you will be the dynasty on his descent and even deposed. Swish, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, became very ugly, and in the next moment, the silver-haired old madam continued to ask really, now explain to the grieving family again why you want to dig up bones and give them to your younger brother. Emperor Chu Ming hurriedly said, Mother, we really do have bitter reasons for this matter. Xiao Yuru also chimed in. Mother doesn't know that when we first gave birth to our fourth son, Chu Jian, we discovered that he was born with a congenital deficiency and had the appearance of an early death, which coincided with the awakening of Xian'er's innate sword bone. So once I conferred with Emperor Ming, that's why I moved. We both did it for the sake of Xian'er's life. That's why we came up with this plan. Bang! The two men thought this explanation would be enough to convince the other, but were greeted with a jarring blow from the cane. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao was completely furious, pointing at the two men's noses and scolding them. Two assholes, Xian'er is your son, but Xian'er is not your son. Digging up the bones of your eldest son to save the life of your fourth son? You guys are really noble. If you guys are so noble, why didn't you dig up your own bones or essence blood in the first place and transplant it to your fourth son? Don't say that your own blood and bone can't work. You guys were already patriarchs at that time, and you're still Chu Jian's real parents. Your blood and bone is too good. Why don't you go and save it? Tell the mourning family. Facing Empress Dowager Yun Zhao's questioning, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were filled with panic. We were that moment. We, the two tried to explain, but realized that they simply couldn't go any further. Woohoo! Xiao Yuru suddenly fell softly to the ground, covering her face and crying, her eyes full of pain. Mother, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Xian'er. I shouldn't have dug up the bones and given them to my brother. I regret it. I really regret it. My heart hurts. It hurts. Emperor Chu Ming hurriedly comforted Xiao Yuru while opening his mouth to plead. Mother, we're already very regretful. Already very heartbroken. So don't stimulate us with this matter anymore. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao, however, laughed angrily. Ha, you guys are so sorry? You are heartbroken? Then what were you doing just now? Xian'er, a great talent in ruling the country and a heavenly pride in cultivation, was forced by you all to stay away from our royal family. You don't go to look for him to come back and beg for his forgiveness, but you actually have the face to make a song and dance here. How could the mourning family give birth to a heartless bastard like you? And you, a snake-hearted poisonous woman. In response to Empress Dowager Yun Zhao's tirade, Emperor Chu Ming was somewhat unpleasant, retorting, Mother, Xian'er isn't as good as you say he is. Do you know that he once drew the wrath of the imperial ancestor's manifestation late at night? A person who is disliked by even the imperial ancestor. What am I looking for him to come back for? Snap! Hear this. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao could no longer hold back and slapped Chu Mingyue in the face. The latter looked furious. What are you doing? Mother, I am the emperor. What I'm mourning is hitting you, stupid emperor. What kind of person is the imperial ancestor? A towering celestial powerhouse. Do you think his old man manifested his spirit in the middle of the night at the Dengtian building just to bring down the anger of Xian'er? Xian'er, what is there to be descended to anger? It's you two foolish fools. I heard that in order to save Chu Jian, you actually put him into the dragon vein of the imperial mausoleum. This kind of destroying the country's capital is something you also dare to do. Sooner or later, the great Chu dynasty is going to die into your hands. The more Empress Dowager Yun Zhao spoke, the more angry she became, and finally shook her phoenix crutch and ordered, Come on people, give mourners a beating. Wake up the two of them. Sister Rong immediately led the crowd forward, but Chu Mingyue was openly shocked, and the aura belonging to the realm of the great masters made up for it. Asshole, I am the 9 to 5, the supreme emperor. Which one of you dares to make a move? When these words came out, Sister Rong and the others could only stop, their hearts scornful. They don't dare to touch you. I dare. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao immediately got up and swung her phoenix abduction towards Chu Mingyue. Bang! But Chu Mingyue was a bit angry, and immediately waved his sleeve robe. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao was instantly shaken back several meters with her crutches. Mother, you've gone too far. I'm the emperor of Great Chu. Well, you treacherous bastard. It's just the opposite. You think Mourning House is old, and now you're just an old loser. Don't you? Well, with a son like you, it's a shame for the mourning family to live. In that case, I will kill myself in this dragon and phoenix palace of yours today. Let the ancestors see how awesome you are as an emperor. Speaking of the end, Empress Dowager Yun Zhao immediately lowered her head towards the beams on the side and slammed it. Queen Dowager don't. Mother, never. Everyone there was shocked. In particular, Chu Mingyue, Xiao Yuru, and the two of them were the first to block it. After all, if the Dowager Empress of the current dynasty were to kill herself, they, the Emperor and Empress, would be disgraced the next day, which would be worse than killing them. Let go of mourner. If I can't control you, you don't have to control me. Empress Dowager Yunzhao looked as if she would not stop until she crashed here. Xiao Yuru cried and begged. Mother, we are wrong. We know we are wrong. Don't be like this. Chu Mingyue's face was blue, but he could only soften. Mother, I was impulsive. I know I'm wrong. I'll listen to you on everything. Okay? Yes. Since you listen to the mourners, then the mourning house orders you now. No matter what you use, whether you plead or apologize, you must personally go and bring the Taizi son back to the mourning house. What you owe him will be made up. What is due to him will be paid back. And even if he tells you to die, you are not allowed to say a single word. At those words, Emperor Chu Ming's face turned blue. Mother, you are too forceful. I am the king of a country and his father. How can I stoop so low? If you don't go, I'll die here today. Empress Dowager Yunzhao was very rigid and once again wanted to bang her head against the pillar. Xiao Yuru hurriedly stopped it. We promise you. Chu Mingyue also struggled for half a day. Final word. Yes, I promise you. I'll personally go and get Xianer back. That's totaled. Only then did Empress Dowager Yunzhao stop her movements and open her mouth icily once again. Now. Immediately. Right now. Mourner tells you that you have only two ways now. Either the crown prince returns to the court, or the mourning house kills itself. Chapter 41. The court stops and the dynasty is in turmoil. Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru were forced to take people out of the palace overnight. But just 30 miles out of the palace, Emperor Chu Ming ordered the people to stop. Call it down. Go to the summer resort for a respite. The group turned at once and traveled towards a mountain resort not far away. Xiao Yuru was stunned. Your Majesty, didn't Mother ask us to retrieve Xianer? What are we doing in the summer villa? Chu Mingyue did not reply. And soon, the team was entering the mountain village to station themselves. Until here. Only then did Emperor Chu Ming look offended and said, that's because Mother is confused. What is my status? It is the 9 to 5. The Supreme Emperor who rules over hundreds of millions of subjects in Great Chu. If I were to slink off like this to beg a former prince to return to the court, where would I put my face? And what would my prestige want? Xiao Yuru was stunned and thought about it. She, the Empress, sometimes suffered some aggravation as well as some aggravation. The Emperor can't be like that. Otherwise how else can he manage this huge world? But she glanced in the direction of the palace and said with a slight sadness, but the Queen Mother is still waiting in the palace. If we can't find Xianer, and if she gets excited and really kills herself, we can't afford to be scolded for this kind of treachery. I understand. Mother has loved Xianer since he was a child and has a deep bond with him. That's why she's so angry. But there is no need to worry too much. Let's take refuge in this summer resort for 10 days and a half months. Not live for a year and a half. By that time, when the mother's anger subsides, naturally she won't be like this day. Chu Mingyue opened his mouth and saw that Xiao Yuru still had a worried look on her face. He added, for insurance, of course, and to cover Mother's ears, I will send someone to continue to lead this team to search for Xianer. Xiao Yuru frowned. Your Majesty, what if Xianer refuses to come back? After all, last time he acted really determined. No room for him. I will let Lin Yu personally lead the team. He is the first of the 10 great masters of the Great Chu. His strength is only second to that of a great master. If that rebellious son doesn't come back, then let Lin Yu forcibly captivate him back. Seeing that Xiao Yuru was still worried, Emperor Chu Ming added, Empress, I know what you're worried about, but I don't believe that the kind of means that can injure a great master can be used casually by that rebellious son. If you are still not assured, then I will draw up another holy decree to carry on the essence and spirit thoughts of the two of us. Lin Yu plus the essence spiritual thoughts of the two of us. Even if that rebellious son can still use extraordinary means, it's still enough to deal with it. Hear this. Only then did Xiao Yuru feel slightly relieved. After all, she didn't really want to face Chu Xuan directly either. Firstly because of guilt, and secondly because that punch last time had cast a huge shadow over her. Your Majesty, you instruct Lin Yu and the others to communicate properly when they see Xianer, and if Xianer can come back of her own accord, don't make a move. Xiao Yuju instructed. Emperor Chu Ming nodded his head, and after drawing up the holy decree, he immediately summoned a person, only to see that this was a middle-aged man with a country face, his temples bulging high, his body's chi and blood like a dragon, and his essence transformed into rolling wolf smoke filling the air. That kind of patriarchal aura was far stronger than the generation of Bai Luheng ancient swordblade. Lin Yu, you take this holy decree with you and continue to lead people to search for Chu Xuan. Meet him first and tell him that as long as he is willing to come back, I and the Empress will definitely make it up to him. If he won't come back, then bring him back by force." Lin Yu nodded his head and led the group onward. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, on the other hand, both live in seclusion in the summer residence. In order to prevent Empress Yun Zhao from knowing, they simply blocked all news. It was only after Chu Xuan was brought back by Lin Yu that he would follow up. Meanwhile, the Great Wind Dynasty, the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study. Upon reading the folders presented by Yen Shangru regarding Chu Xian's recent situation, this Great Wind Empress was instantly plunged into unprecedented indignation. Flinty and compelling, the entire Imperial Study was plunged into oppression. Digging up bones and giving them to your brother? Digging up bones and giving them to your brother. They actually dug up Chu Xian's sword bone and transplanted it to their fourth son, Chu Jian. These two people, Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao, are simply shameless, vicious, and bereft of conscience. Where do they deserve to be a human father and a human mother? Feng Linglong was so angry that her chest kept heaving. She just felt like she was going to explode. She had thought that Chu Xian's experience over the years was already miserable enough, but she had not expected the truth to be even more tragic than she had imagined. He was just 8 years old when he was gouged out of his sword bone. That should have. How much it hurts. Feng Linglong was filled with heartache just by putting herself in his shoes for a moment. Finally, she scuffed up and ordered angrily, "Pass on my order. From now on, list Chu as my Great Wind's #1 mortal enemy, and immediately impose all-round suppressive sanctions on the Chu dynasty, especially the border between the two countries. Immediately give me an order. Let the border army will be those disputed territory for a long time. All give me all accounted for back. I wind an inch and a millimeter are no longer tolerate Chu. I will make the Chu Emperor and Empress shall pay a terrible price for what they have done. If they dare to dig up Chu Xian's bones, I, Great Wind, will skin their great Chu." Boom! Yen Xiang Ruchong focuses on the head to lead the order, a touch of emotion rising on his face. Actually, this gale, the last thing that should be scraped is Chu, but it is a pity that Chu has two talents, and will be a good ace of the scourge is not like this. In the end it backfired and became the first dynasty that would endure this gale. The next day, as the Great Wind issued one order after another from the palace, the Great Wind dynasty began to raise its national strength to sanction and suppress the Chu dynasty. This time, Chu completely exploded. After all, the Great Chu dynasty had suffered great losses on all fronts because of the Great Wind severance of the two countries' cooperation program. However, before the various losses on this side could be stopped, the gale on the other side started to take the initiative again. It's like when two people are walking hand in hand, and one of them suddenly breaks his foot, and before the injury is healed, the other one starts to take a mallet and hit his head hard. Who can stand that? 10 short days, Great Chu's martial arts, education, commerce, and so on all began to crash. In particular, the border of the two countries, which has been stabilized for many years, has rekindled the fire of war, and the border army of the Great Wind has occupied all the originally disputed border territories in a swift and forceful manner. Chu was caught off guard and nearly lost nearly 100 miles of its deep border. At the same time, folders like snowflakes were presented to the court from all over the place, and when the civil and military officials were scratching their heads anxiously and preparing to report to heaven, only to be shocked to find that the Emperor and Empress gone. In fact, in the past, the Emperor and Empress have disappeared into thin air, but at that time there is the Crown Prince Chu Xian for it to deal with political affairs. Even if you cannot find the Emperor and Empress too is nothing, but now the Crown Prince Chu Xian has long been deposed. The Emperor and Empress too and cannot be found. Things are still more than one tricky. Civil and military officials naturally no one dares to make a decision. And so, the Great Chu dynasty came to a halt. With that, the entire Chu dynasty was in complete disarray. Chapter 42 The Fifth Prince Chu Battle. Southwest Border. Jinyuan Camp. The Center Tent. The Fifth Prince Chu War, known as the God of War, was walking back and forth inside the tent, his expression full of anxiety and an unstoppable berserk will to fight. On the side, although a group of great generals were sitting at the end of the table, they were all unsettled. At some point, a scout entered the tent, and the group of generals all drew up. Chu Zhan even paused and asked, "How is it? How did the court reply to our Jinyuan army going to stop the battle against the Great Wind?" The scout knelt down and reported back. "Back to the God of War. The court didn't reply to us. According to the understanding of the person we sent back to the imperial city to deliver the letter, the Emperor and the Empress were both absent from the palace, and the civil and military officials didn't dare to make a decision on the matter so easily, so there was no one to reply to." What? Chu War frowned. He had learned that the Great Wind had struck out against their Great Chu, and that 100 miles of the border had fallen. He could not bear such a declaration of war. For this reason he immediately asked to go to war. Who knew that no one in the court was even in charge? What are father and mother both doing? Gale has invaded the border, and they're not even in the palace. Chu War sank his eyebrows, and after walking back and forth for another moment, he made a decision. Whatever. The general is not under imperial orders. Immediately pass on my commander's order. The entire army will march to the southeastern border to meet the Great Wind. With Chu War's order, none of the great generals present refuted it. Clasp your fists in unison. Yes, sir. And after, the Xingyuan army's 100,000 generals and tens of thousands of warhorses drew up their camp and marched in unison, from the southwest border to the southeast border, all the way to the warhorse neighing. The essence of the wolf smoke seems to have the momentum of swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. In just a few short days of hasty marching, 100,000 generals rushed across 1,000 miles from the southwest border to the southeast border with the Great Wind. Just as they reached the southeastern border, they came face to face with a routed army. God of War. It's the Southeast Frontier Army. A scout reports. Chu War didn't say much, but immediately led his army to intercept this routed army. I am the 5th Prince of Great Chu, the Commander-in-Chief of the Xingyuan Army. Chu War is also. Where is the Commander-in-Chief of your southeastern border army? Get your ass out here and answer me. Chu War glared and snapped. So it is. Out of the routed army came a high horse, on which rode a middle-aged man with a long beard, his handsome robe and armor stained with blood. Due to his injuries, the half-step patriarch's aura was very disorganized. Greetings to Prince Chu Battle. I am the commander of the southeast border army, Pei Zhendong. The long-bearded middle-aged man walked out and rushed Chu War to cuddle his fist but was not humble. Chu Xuan coldly asked, Lord Commander Pei, you are the southeastern border army. Where are you going if you're not guarding the border? Prince Chu Warrior, the Great Wind has come with great force and has fully occupied the 100-mile border area. We have no border to defend. Pei Zhendong shook his head. Asshole. Great Chu border army. Even if all of them die in battle, we can't retreat to let the border. And yet you flee and retreat and fall back. What is your offense? Chu Battle drank in a deep voice. Pei Zhendong's face sank, very dissatisfied. Prince Chu War, even if we are guilty, we still need the court to convict us. You're just the commander of the Xingyuan army. Who are you to come and ask questions about us? By what? By virtue of my sword. Clang. Chu War suddenly urged his horse and drew his sword, at the same time letting out a shocking shout from his mouth. Pei Zhendong, commander of the southeast border army, privately retreating and causing the border to be lost, in accordance with the laws of the Great Chu beheading. Boom shoo. Accompanied by the drink, the snowy blade light swept like a tidal wave. Damn it, you Chu warrior don't have the qualifications to behead me, nor do you have the ability to do so, Pei Zhendong shouted. Naturally he would not be a sitting duck and returned fire to meet the attack. Although he was injured, he was still a genuine half-step sect master. Once the hegemonic power was exerted, the incoming blade lights were immediately collapsed. See this. Chu warrior, however, did not stop in the slightest, but instead, his eyes blazed with battle intent. Battle blood boiling. Boom. Only to see him suddenly shake. The blood in his body suddenly boiled, and then a terrifyingly regal power rose from his body. Enhanced by the power of battle blood, the long sword in Chu Xuan's hand emitted an ear-splitting buzz. Boom click. In the end, as he slashed down, he actually broke Pei Zhendong's protective spirit deities with the momentum of destroying the body, cutting straight through the main body. Ah! Pei Zhendong shrieked in horror, his eyes reflecting a flash of deathly blade light. Snorting and pulling, the knife light swiftly chopped through. Pei Zhendong was directly torn apart even with his horse, the sky pouring blood. The scene was horrifying. Herod. At the same time, Chu War tugged on the reins, and the warhorse abruptly raised its front hooves and hissed at the sky. The domineering and magnificent figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless people. The God of War is invincible. The God of War is invincible. The God of War is invincible. 100,000 Xingyuan generals raised their arms in unison and shouted, and the sound of their voices rushed through the clouds. For his part, Chu Xuan's gaze was like a torch as he looked towards the southeastern border army and shouted, Pei Zhendong is dead. This marshal is giving you southeastern border army a chance to redeem your sins. Turn around and follow this marshal to meet the gale, or else all of you kill them all without amnesty. Hula! Without any hesitation, the southeastern border troops rushed to turn around one after another. Just kidding. Their Lord Commander was a genuine half-step sovereign, but he was actually decapitated by Chu Xuan, a true martial 6th level. This kind of battle power scares the hell out of people. Plus there are 100,000 generals marauding the battlefield. They would not dare to disobey. Depart. So the next moment, Chu War integrated the southeast routed army and killed the southeast border together. Southeast border, Lin Feng City, an overcrowded restaurant. By the window, a young man in cloth ordered 2 plates of small dishes and a pot of small wine. It was quite comfortable to take a sip of wine and a bar of food. The only beautiful thing was the overly loud buzz in my ears. Ugh, what a mess the world is in. Who would have thought that the Great Wind Dynasty, which was once on watch with my Chu, would suddenly begin to mercilessly strike out against my Chu? The Great Wind can be really something. Buying and selling is not benevolent. Even if you don't cooperate with us in the Chu, there is no need to be an enemy. I've heard some gossip that the reason why the Great Wind Dynasty is targeting our Great Chu is because of our Great Chu's former crown prince, Chu Xuan. Former Crown Prince Chu Xuan? Speaking of former Crown Prince Chu Xuan, recently there are a lot of rumors in the community, said that this Crown Prince cannot be imagined in the scenery. I heard that the East Palace, even a subordinate, is not as cold as the palace, and obviously outstanding political achievements but tragically deposed. That's not right. Didn't the imperial decree say that the Crown Prince's lack of talent and virtue provoked the wrath of the great Chu Emperor's spirit, and that's why he was deposed? Hey, you guys listen to me first. I have a cousin's aunt's cousin's second uncle's great aunt's third brother, doing odd jobs in the Xuan Ling Sect. According to him, after drinking and spitting out his words, the sword bone of the fourth prince of the Chu, Chu Jian, is not natural at all, but is transplanted by the emperor and empress to dug up the crown prince, Chu Xian Queen. Shut up. Hurry up and shut up. This kind of untuneful words you also dare to say, even if it is true. You can't talk nonsense. If this is heard by someone with a heart, the head will move. Listening to the various heated discussions circulating within the restaurant, although Chu Xian did not interrupt, but inside, it was clear. He understood that the reason why the Great Wind Dynasty was targeting the Chu Shou dead, it must be that Feng Linglong had pried into the matter of his sword bone being dug up. It's taking it out on him. Alas, our borders have suffered greatly from the dispute between the dynasties. I've heard that the Great Wind Dynasty just sent troops to occupy the ever-disputed Two Boundaries Pass, and the Great Chu Dynasty has another army coming to retake it. It is said that the commander-in-chief of this army is none other than the fifth Prince Chu War, who is known as the God of War, and now both sides are fighting at the Two Realms Pass. Yes? How about casualties on both sides? Hearing the name of Chu War, Chu Xian's drinking movements immediately lurched. Smile openly. Ha, isn't it fate? My good fifth brother. The 3 knives and 6 holes of the last life are still fresh in Big Brother's mind. Since you and I are not yet far from the mountains and the sea, then Big Brother must go and see you. Chu Xuan finished the wine in his cup with a tilt of his neck and dropped a silver ingot. Turning around, he descended from the tavern and headed straight for Two Worlds Pass. Chapter 43. Pushing across 2 battlefields. Not long after Chu Xuan had just left, a group of people hurriedly arrived at Linfeng City. The number of people was small, only 7 or 8, but they were all clear of the sovereign realm. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a country face, precisely Lin Yu. It turned out that after Lin Yu led the team out of the summer resort, he followed Chu Xian's trail all the way down, and only halfway down the trail, he realized that Chu Xian should be heading to the Great Wind Dynasty. So in order to be able to intercept Chu Xian in time in the territory of Dechu, he simply took only the Zhongsher with a light vehicle and fast horse, and hurriedly chased all the way here. Have you ever seen this man? Has this man appeared? Which direction did he go? As Lin Yu and the others interrogated, they quickly learned of Chu Xian's whereabouts. My lord, half an hour ago, someone saw that Prince Chu Xian took a nap in this city, and then left the city in the direction of the Two Realms Pass. Two Worlds Pass? Lin Yuichi frowned. At this time, someone reminded, my lord, the Two Borders Pass is a border city that has been disputed between my Chu and the Great Wind, and we've found out that the fifth prince, Chu War, is fighting with the Great Wind's army there. What? You said the fifth Prince Chu War is there? Bad. Quickly go after him. Lin Yu looked like he suddenly thought of something, and with a jolt, he hurriedly led his team to turn around and leave the city, and pushed his horse in hot pursuit. Although he was not clear about the matter of digging up bones and gifting them to a younger brother, he knew that Chu Xian had nearly killed the fourth imperial prince Chu Jian not too long ago. This showed that there was a great enmity between Chu Xian and these imperial brothers of his own, and now that he was heading straight for the Two Realms Pass, it might not be favorable to Chu War. A fourth prince's accident made the two Chu Huang Xiaoho anxious. If another fifth prince was added, it would undoubtedly add insult to injury. The other side, Chu Xian did not know that Lin Yu and the others were chasing after him, but of course even if he did not care. At this time, he had already approached the Two Worlds Pass. Into the eye, yellow sand filled the air, dust flew up, and all kinds of shouts and killings shook the sky. One could only see a small city made of yellow earth standing on top of 100 miles of plains. The small city was extremely simple in construction, with only one citadel plus 4 walls. But at this moment, With this small city as the center, there were two armies, nearly more than 200,000 people, fighting fiercely, war horses neighing, weapons clashing, screaming and roaring, broken limbs, rivers of blood, corpses almost covered the entire earth. The bloody cruelty of war is on full display here. The Gale garrison, the great Chu Mingyue army. Chu Xuan watched from outside the battlefield as the two sets of armored clothing were clearly separated. Under his breath, he murmured, "These two armies are both called the elite of the two countries, and this battle is somewhat of a tit-for-tat." With that, Chu Xuan extremely exhausted his eyes and looked out over the Two Realms Pass. It was faintly visible that at the gates of the Two Realms Pass, the battlefield was even more intense, with many true martial realm generals on both sides fighting each other. Vaguely, Chu Xuan even felt a special fluctuation. Battle blood. My good fifth brother. There is something new, it's time to return. Chu Xuan let out a cold smile, then took a step and directly entered the battlefield. After all, at this time, there was killing in all directions, and there was no way to go around. The only way is to go hard. Which side are you on? As soon as Chu Xuan entered the battlefield, the soldiers of the two countries who were fighting questioned each other. After all, the battlefield was chaotic, and the enemy and us could only be distinguished from each other by the armor and clothing. However, Chu Xuan was dressed in a cloth robe, and the soldiers of both countries were a bit uncertain, so they didn't make the first move for fear of accidentally injuring a friendly army. I'm not on either side, so go ahead and leave me alone. Chu Xuan shook his head as he looked to himself and wanted to march towards the center of the battlefield. Asterisk. You're watching, aren't you? Looking for death. Cut him down. Cutting off his left ear is also a war merit. Both the Great Wind soldiers and the Great Chu soldiers angrily killed and drank. After all, Chu Xuan had nothing to worry about as long as it wasn't a friendly army. For a moment, there were 5 or 6 soldiers from both countries hacking towards Chu Xuan in unison, and at this moment, the stances of both sides were extremely unified. To this, Chu Xuan did not have the desire to make a move, and merely shook the Hongmeng's sacred body. A wave of astral aura swept the incoming soldiers out on the spot. Although no one was killed, every one of them landed with broken bones and tendons. If it were normal times and seasons there would be no big problem, but in this bloody and cruel battlefield, the probability is that it will be reduced to someone else's war effort. Asterisk. What are you? Where did the rabble-rouser come from? Even daring to enter the place where two armies are at war. Quickly, let's slaughter this unknowing fanatic together. Only the commotion caused by Chu Xuan immediately attracted more soldiers. Seeing that it was an enemy and not a friend, the soldiers of the two countries naturally had no scruples, and immediately there was another group of people, with grim faces, killing towards Chu Xuan. What a pain in the ass. Seeing this, Chu Xuan bristled and could only strike out and begin to break in hard. Stormcloud Palm, Dragon Tiger Fist, Giant Elephants Ringing Bells, Heavenly Unity Qigong, only to see that Chu Xuan did not make a move, but when he did, it was a thunderous attack, with all sorts of overbearing and powerful techniques constantly erupting into impact. Palm winds whistled and fist marks were like rainbows, which were mixed with various whistling sounds. The surging astral energy was like a strand of dragon scrolls, sweeping across thousands of troops. And then, Chu Xuan strongly pushed across, his figure rushing straight towards the Two Realms Pass, Two Borders Pass. In front of the city gate, the Great Wind and the Great Chu, the true martial realm generals of both sides battled incomparably fiercely. Especially at the top of the Two Realms Pass citadel, 2 battle flags fluttered hungrily. There were 2 figures under the banner, and they were fighting with clanging metal and thunder. One of them was a godly martial mighty, holding a battle sword. His body was filled with battle intent. True martial 6th realm. It was the 5th Imperial Sun Chu War. On the opposite side was a middle-aged man, mighty and majestic, with clanging battle armor, holding a long-handled greatsword. The aura of his body had reached half-step Zhongshe, and he was Yang Song, the commander-in-chief of the Great Wind Garrison Army. Bang! Only to see Chu Xuan and Yang Song once again face off against each other with a heavy slash, and both of them fell back. Yang Song only felt a tightness in his chest, his chi and blood boiling, and his expression was grave. What a Chu warrior! Just at the 6th level of the true martial realm, he was actually able to fight me, a half-step sect master realm, at no more than up and down. I've heard that there are a total of 9 imperial sons in your Chu royal family. And aside from Crown Prince Chu Xuan, the remaining 8 imperial sons are all exceptionally gifted. And your gift is the famous battle blood, is it? Chu War snorted coldly, his battle sword pointed at Yang Sang on the opposite side, and he droned mightily. That's right, I was born with battle blood, and this blood can drastically boost my battle power. If you can die under my battle blood today, even if you go down to the Yellow Springs you'll be proud enough. The words fell, Chu warrior wanted to fully activate his battle blood and strongly exterminate Yang Sung. But at that moment, the sudden change on the battlefield caused him to sink his eyebrows. Yang Sung on the opposite side was similarly startled. What's going on? What kind of man rushes across the battlefield? Chapter 44 Fifth Brother. Long time no see. The two of them, Chu Xuan and Yang Sung, stood at the top of the towering Two Realms Pass citadel. The high mountains are so far away that you can easily overlook the entire situation on the battlefield. At this moment, the two men had the battlefield in their line of sight, facing the direction of Chu. It looked like some ancient ferocious beast had appeared there, and it was making a crazy impact in the direction of the Two Realms Pass, with dragons roaring and tigers roaring and giant elephants roaring, and along the way, the soldiers on both sides were defenseless, and they were thrown away by large swaths of people. This sight instantly gave the two skippers a twinge of bad luck. After all, under the sovereign, very few people could have such furious battle power. The most crucial thing was that the visitor's enemy was unknown, which would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the battlefield situation and had to be cut out as soon as possible. Chu, Great Wind, passes on my marshal's order. Someone is disturbing the battlefield. Catch and kill him at once. At this moment, both Chu War and Yang Sung ordered in unison. Gotcha. Once the marshal's order was given, only a pair of the 5 major generals of Jinwu who were in the middle of a fierce battle could be seen. While riding his horse and fighting, he killed in Chu Xian's direction. Not long after, the two great generals charged and killed Chu Xian's front. Great Chu War General Zhou Xiong is here. Nameless curmudgeons suffer death. Great Wind War General Wu Ling is here. Nameless curmudgeons suffer death. Upon observing Chu Xian's ferocity, the two great generals glared and snapped. All together, one person was holding a sword, and as the sword slashed out, the sword chi gulped 2 or 3 feet, and the majestic sword diameters pressed the surrounding stones to crumble. One person held a gun and stabbed it out. A little bit of cold aura arrived first, then the gun came out like a dragon. The terrifying gun energy, swirling a large amount of wind and sand. This sword and spear were especially wild and domineering, causing the surrounding soldiers to retreat in shock. Phew! Just looking at the two people who were attacking, Chu Xian's running figure did not pause at all, and as always, he met the two people's swords and spears stepping and rushing. Dragon Tiger Fist. With a tremor of the Hongmeng's sacred body, Chu Xian's left and right fists simultaneously blasted out. The two strands of spirit deity surged. The left fist condensed into the shape of a dragon, and the right fist gathered into the shadow of a tiger. Dang! Between the dragon's roar and the tiger's roar, on the spot and the sword and gun ruthlessly collided together, accompanied by a burst of overbearing metal popping sound. The sword collapsed and the gun collapsed. Ah! What? The two great generals of the Great Chu Great Wind cried out in horror, inwardly astonished. It had not occurred to him that Chu Xian would be able to rout out the two men's killing moves so easily. In the end, the two could not dodge in time. Even with the horse was blasted out, enough to fall out 7 or 8 feet, and both fell to the ground heavily injured and could not afford. Phew! Resolving the two generals blocking the way, Chu Xian continued to sprint towards the Two Realms City Pass, and this time, he impacted faster, force chiseling the battlefield. After all, many soldiers had personally seen Chu Xian solving 2 true martial 5th realm generals with a single punch, and his battle prowess was astonishing. So many soldiers avoided snakes and scorpions and did not dare to intercept Chu Xian too much longer. Damn it! What's going on? At the top of the citadel, the two Chu warriors Yang Sung who were fighting each other once again sank their eyebrows. It was not at all expected that two great generals would go over and fail to catch and kill the incoming man. Without hesitation, the two once again ordered a group of generals to go forward and intercept them. After all, that person who pushed across the battlefield caused a great crisis to rise on both sides. But after a few moments, the two men's side had yet to distinguish a winner from a loser. That group after group of generals who had gone to intercept them were all out of action. Taking the opportunity to take a look, the two main commanders, Chu War and Yang Sung, were completely shocked, only to see that a road had been carved out hard on the huge battlefield. Above this road, countless soldiers and even generals wailed and screamed in pain. Although no one died, all of them lost their strength. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is coming? Although the two of them, Chu Warrior and Yang Sung, were still fighting, they didn't dare to spar anymore. Boom! In the end, Chu Xian killed in front of the Two Realms Pass, and the Heavenly Harmony Unity Qigong erupted. Enough dozens of soldiers were sent flying into midair by this strike. Taking advantage of this, Chu Xian made a stepping dash and stepped on the bodies of these soldiers, ascending into the air with a single step and leaping towards the top of the Two Realms Pass city tower at great speed. Flop! 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 As a group of soldiers fell in succession like dumplings, Chu Xian's figure was rising higher and higher, seemingly going straight up into the clouds. Bang! In the end, he stepped on the last soldier, and his entire body landed precisely on the top of the citadel like an eagle with spread wings. A flash of dust splattered the sky. This scene caused the two main commanders, Chu War and Yang Song, to completely stop fighting. Who's coming? The two men drank in unison, defending each other while keeping a wary eye on the visitor. No sound, only the wind. As the wind blew, the cloud of smoke and dust gradually dissipated, in which the figure loomed, and the two of them, Chu Xuan and Yang Song, became more and more tense and vigilant. Eventually, as the smoke and dust cleared, Chu Xian's figure was completely exposed to the eyes of the two. Yang Song raised his eyebrows. There was some astonishment, not because he knew Chu Xian, but he did not expect that this person who had chiseled through the battlefield was actually so young. As for Chu War on the other side, he was frozen for the first time. A flash of disbelief filled those cold eyes. After a split second, he even lost his voice and exclaimed, Big brother? Without bothering to look at Yang Song, Chu Xian's pair of gazes gazed straight at Chu Xuan, grinning. Fifth brother, long time no see. After all, like Chu Jian, seeing Chu Xuan again was already a lifetime away. Big brother? Fifth brother? You are the crown prince of the great Chu dynasty, Chu Xian. At this time, Yang Song exclaimed in succession, a touch of heaviness rising on his face. He, a military man who was always on the border, naturally did not know the relationship between Chu Xian and the Great Wind Empress. He only knew that Chu Xian was both the crown prince of the Great Chu dynasty and naturally on the side of the Great Chu army. And given Chu Xuan Yuan's battle prowess, Great Wind was in danger in this battle. I don't know. On the other side, Chu Xuan's heart was even more terrified and alert than Yang Song's. Although he is always out marching and fighting, the palace naturally has eyes and ears. It had long been known that Chu Xian was no longer the waste he knew, but a cultivation genius, so mysterious and powerful that even that fourth brother of his had almost died in its hands. Therefore, when Chu Xian arrived, Chu Xuan did not think that he had come to help at all. Kill. Just as the two brothers were gazing at each other, Yang Song, who was on the side, suddenly shouted and swung his sword at Chu Xian in a swift manner. His idea was simple, taking Chu Xian by surprise and resolving him, then turning back to continue dealing with Chu War. Otherwise, once the two brothers joined forces, he didn't have half a chance of winning. Therefore, when he struck, he utilized the strength of a half-step sect master to the extreme. Big Dipper Chi rolled out. All of them were like big dragons pouring into the big sword. The big sword boomed and spat out 3 feet of cold ons, and the power of the sword soared up layer by layer. The air was squeezed with a sonic boom sound as the blade slashed down. This blade was fast, strong, and vicious enough to cut down a strong person of the same realm. Even if a patriarch was not able to defend himself, he would be traumatized. Ha ha, Yang Song couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling that this slash had been stabilized. Closer. Seeing that the great sword was crossing the air, it was about to split Chu Xian in half. However, Chu Xian suddenly shook his head. There's nothing for you here. Stay aside. As he spoke, Chu Xian gently waved his hand towards Yang Song. Boom! Yang Song's big sword was thrown to the ground, and his figure retreated 3 feet on the spot. Finally, the whole person fell to the ground with an uncontrollable thud. Chapter 45 Brothers Catching Up on Old Times. At this moment, Yang Song was confused and only felt that his mind was blank, because at this moment, he was completely suppressed by a force. Unable to resist, unable to struggle, he could only remain in a kneeling position. One must know that he was a half-step sect master realm under full force. Even a sect master powerhouse would not dare to underestimate him. But now, he actually raised his hand and was subdued to his knees by a first-grade martial artist, which simply turned his worldview upside down. As for the Chu War on the other side, his pupils were also drastically shrunken, and chills ran throughout his body. After all, he had fought with Yang Song for so long, and hadn't been able to distinguish a winner from a loser. As a result, Chu Xian had suppressed Yang Song in just one look. This kind of strength was too astonishing, far more powerful than he had predicted. My good fifth brother, no one will bother us now. We, brothers, can catch up. Chu Xian grinned. However, Chu Xuan's body was taut, and he looked as if he was facing an enemy. After all, he naturally knew exactly what he had done to Chu Xian since he was a child. Catching up? Liquidation is more like it, he said in a deep voice. Big brother, you are the crown prince of Great Chu. Are you going to help Great Wind against Great Chu? You are committing treason. Ha! I have long since ceased to be the crown prince, and have even severed myself from the Chu royal family, so you don't need to put any hats on me, and I don't care. Besides, today, I simply came to find you to catch up on old times. It has nothing to do with national politics. Chu Xian shook his head and smiled, and even probed his hand to point at Chu Xuan. Phew! At the sound of the voice, The suppressed and kneeling Yang Tsung secretly let out a sigh of relief. Original. It's him now. Chu Xian's arrival was not at all for today's battle at the border between the two countries, but rather for the internal struggle between their Chu royal family. Swish. Chu War's face was once again 3 times heavier. He didn't expect that Chu Xian, who had once been dedicated to the great Chu, would even hold an attitude of indifference to even the crime of treason. When a person has great strength and is no longer bound by worldly morals and ethics, this will undoubtedly be a disaster. At least today's Chu Xian was like that for him at this time. Ha! Chu Xuan wanted to smile and lighten the atmosphere, but instead, he smiled hard. Big brother, although my younger brother once had a place where he couldn't do right by you, but we are all blood brothers, there's no need to. You know about Chu Jian, right? Chu Xian, however, suddenly asked. Chu War heart and soul openly tightened, eyes embarrassed. No, I heard that fourth brother almost died in your hands. Oh, he's not dead yet? But it doesn't matter. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, but then immediately shook his head and indifferently asked, how do you think Chu Jian is different compared to you? Chu War's face was gloomy, knowing that the two of them would not be able to make peace today. After all, what he and Chu Jian had done was half a catty to 8 or 2. Since Chu Xian dared to kill Chu Jian, he naturally dared to kill him, Chu Zhan, so he could only shake his battle sword, and his berserk battle intent gradually surged. Big brother, come on if you want to, I'll take it all. My good brother, what are you anxious about it? Big brother did not say it. Big brother came today is to find you to catch up on the old Chu Xian, however, did not panic and deliberately bit the sound of the word old very heavily, continuously put pressure on Chu War. After all, for him, killing Chu War was merely a matter of flipping his hand. What he wanted to do most was to kill Chu War's heart. He wanted this arrogant and domineering great Chu god of war to go a little bit towards collapse, fall into despair inch by inch, and fall into the abyss step by step. Don't say he's vicious. He is merely returning the favor of the past life to the present life. So you want to catch up on what? If he were to put it on a normal day, Chu Zhan would have long ago been unable to resist going forward to fight. However, Chu Mingyue's single-handed suppression of the half-step sovereign Yang Tsung had too great an impact on his heart, and he could only force himself to calm down. Can't keep his hands off. Just don't do it. Big brother remembers that you were only 3 years old the year you first entered the product, right? Big brother was 12 years old at the time. To say the least, it's really embarrassing. I'm a 12-year-old who was actually beaten by a 3-year-old you with a bruised nose and a bloody head, and I had to lie down for half a month before I got well. Oh, and when you were 7 years old, you were promoted to the upper 3rd rank. It was really awesome. You accidentally kicked and broke father's favorite luminous cup. Hey, guess what? But father searched for the shards from my room in the middle of the night, and hung me for 3 days and 3 nights. By the way, I think of another old thing. That is the first year I supervised the country. There is a self-proclaimed 5th master of the mysterious thief actually late at night to steal the treasury. Because of this matter big brother Hard 80 Heavy Cane almost died in the past. Chu Xian's face revealed a peaceful smile as he recounted various old stories as if he were counting his family's treasures. Although the tone of voice was relaxed and flat, it made Chu War listen with a heavy heart. It was like there was a hand that was gradually clenching his heart. Tension. Depressing. It was as if the clouds were pressing down and a violent storm would pour down at any moment. Hey, these old stories are not very interesting. Big brother will tell you something interesting. Suddenly, Chu Xian waved his hand, and his cold eyes suddenly fixed on Chu War. Open mouth. There was once a high and mighty brother of the god of war who led an army all the way from the border to the palace, and kicked a crown prince's brother, who had just recently ascended to the throne. Off the throne, the crown prince's brother had no choice but to kneel on the ground and ask his brother, the god of war, to spare his life, and said that blood is thicker than water between brothers. And as a result, guess what the god of war's brother did? He used his own knife on the body of the crown prince's brother, avoiding the vital stab 3 times one after another. 3 knives down, a full 6 blood holes, and then he sat and watched the crown prince's brother bleed out. The 6 blood holes gushed in unison, until the blood was nearly dried up, and the crown prince's brother was dying, and the brother of the god of war said, "My good brother, now your blood should not be thick." Swish. Chu War frowned greatly. He can hear it. The war god's younger brother and the crown prince's older brother were talking about him and Chu Xian. But, when did he ever do such a thing? Big brother, what are you babbling about? What just ascended the throne and struck it down? What 3 knives and 6 holes makes blood thicker than water? I admit that once something was indeed wrong with my brother, but you can't make up some trumped-up charges, Chu War hurriedly retorted, wanting to argue with reason. Ha, mojo? Chu Xian, however, suddenly laughed, his gaze coldly looking at Chu War. My good brother, Just because you don't do something now doesn't mean you won't do it in the future. Oh, maybe you won't do it in the future if I say that. So just think of all this as a dream that Big Brother used to have. But for Big Brother, even if it's done in your dreams, you've done it. Chapter 46 A Word to Suppress Chu War. Swish. Hear this. Chu War's face turned green. What do you mean I did it even if I did it in my dream? What kind of asshole logic is this? Should he be held responsible for what happened in his dream? Anger. Extremely angry. That berserk battle intent that had been restrained was nearly impossible to suppress. Chu Xuan. Don't bully people too much. Chu Xuan drank in a deep voice. Hey, you got it. I'm just going to bully you, insult you, and slander you. So what can you do? To this, Chu Xuan admitted it greatly, with an unreasonable look. He knew that for Chu War, a domineering and arrogant person, you can only be more condescending, domineering, and unreasonable than he is. It's the only way to kill him. Sure enough, this caused Chu War to become so angry that he exploded, and his anger roared to the top. You're the crown prince. You're the big brother. You've been familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics since you were a child. Propriety, righteousness, honesty and shame. How can you be so shameless? Though he had often done the same to others. Now it was his turn. Can't stand it. Totally unbearable. At this time, Yang Song, who was kneeling on the side, then suddenly snorted a bit. He naturally heard the old love between the 2 brothers just now. Obviously blood is thicker than water blood brother. Chu wore actually from childhood to Chu Xuan all kinds of beatings. Ostracized, framed and so on. Chu War took Chu Xuan as a sandbag, as a shield, as a backstabber, only not as a loved one, not even as a people. Now, Chu Xuan has only wronged you once, and you, Chu War, can't stand it anymore? Oh, yuck, Chu Xuan, I'll chop you up. Seemingly sensing Yang Song's look of disdain, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the anger and killing intent that Chu War had suppressed within his heart to be completely ignited. Swish! Suddenly, Chu Xuan stormed forward, killing towards Chu Xuan with his sword, knowing that Chu Xuan is now a means of strength that is not trivial. So Chu War does not make a move. A move is a thunderous blow. Boom! Visible he did not have the slightest retention. The first time will fully catalyze the sacrifice of the body's war blood. Suddenly seems to have thousands of horses in the body galloping. A share of terrible regal war power rises up. At the same time, the long knife in his hand emitted a violent buzzing and trembling, and the tip of the knife spat out a blazing blade aura that was 5 feet long. Boom click. Then, he slashed out, and all the spiritual energy and battle might poured out like a flood all through the long blade towards Chu Xuan. The air emitted an ear-splitting popping sound. The light of the knife made the scenery in all directions distorted, and the killing power was majestic and vast, and the battle might was unrivaled. It seemed that even if there was a small mountain in front of them, it would be enough to be split open. Hiss. Seeing this, Yang Song on the side couldn't help but suck in cold air. Chu Xuan's slash was extremely strong, and even he was unable to resist it. Can only dodge. Just do not know Chu Xuan. What should I do? But since he was able to suppress himself single-handedly, he thought he should be fine. Ha! Sure enough, in the face of this dominating strike of the battle blade, Chu Xuan shook his head and smiled. His face clouded over, not having the slightest sense of crisis. Dang! And the next moment, along with a vibrating sound, this blade chopped down. However, there was no build-up, and it was easily received by Chu Xuan with his 2 fingers. The power of that regal and incomparable battle blood. In the moment it came into contact with Chu Xuan's twin fingers, it was like mud entering the sea, instantly dissipating. Chu Xuan lightly laughed, filled with scorn. My good brother, your knife is far inferior to what it once was. Is your war blood cooled? Chu War fell into silent horror. He knew that Chu Xuan was strong, but he did not expect that he could actually be this strong. That was a slash where he fully activated his battle blood, almost unbeatable under the patriarch. Even if Yang Song couldn't avoid it, he would still be chopped. However, it was such a powerful and overwhelming slash that was received by Chu Xuan's 2 fingers. The fall, the sight, the image, it was too much of a shock, completely unacceptable to the high and domineering and strong Chu War. No, I don't believe it. My war blood is invincible. War. Boom. Suddenly, Chu Xuan went completely berserk, madness and hideousness rising in his eyes as he began to destroy his battle blood and burn it regardless of the cost, only to see his body trembling violently, a flash of blood flame rising abruptly. Immediately after that, the blood flame was like a reddish haze, becoming more and more prevalent and fiercer, and after a split second, the entire person had been covered by the blood flame. At the same time, his aura also crazily skyrocketed in an instant, and an incomparably terrifying battle might rose and tumbled. Finally, The blood flames rushed 20 meters into the sky, and 1,000 meters around was covered in battle might. From afar, it looked like a red-armored god of war with a shocking breath. At this moment, not to mention Yang Tsong who was close by, even the entire battlefield of the two countries was attracted by this shocking battle might. The true martial realm generals who were fighting and the soldiers of the two countries who were engaged in a fierce battle all subconsciously stopped and looked in the direction of the two realms pass. Kill. Under the gaze of countless gazes, Chu War once again attacked and killed Chu Xuan. With an earth-shattering bellow, the long blade exploded with bloody light. The monstrous war might erupted, strangling the clouds in the sky. The blazing blood flames were raging. The burning air was distorting. The terrifying power erupted, and the whole two worlds pass was rapidly cracking. This kind of battle prowess, this kind of killing power, caused countless people to feel horrified. This had completely surpassed the power of a true martial realm cultivator. Even if an ordinary patriarch came, he was afraid that he would be blasted to death. There's no suspense. Humph. However, Chu Xuan coldly drank without panic or fear. There wasn't even any extra movement, just a vibration of both fingers and a simultaneous mighty shout. Shun. Boom. As soon as the word came out, Chu Xuan's destructive battle power that was about to erupt was like a balloon that had been punctured, and it instantly broke. Even the soaring blood flame was like being doused with cold water all at once, as if it had suddenly shifted from a state of extreme violence to a state of extreme stillness. Chu Xuan's entire body seemed unable to withstand this sudden change, and with a fluttering sound, he fell to the ground in place on the spot. Bang! Chu Xuan clutched Chu War's neck again and lifted him off the ground. A scornful smile filled his face. My good brother, a fight is a fight. What's the point of fighting for your life? Besides, to spar with your big brother, do you have the strength? Silence. Dead silence. At this moment, the entire battlefield of the two countries was plunged into a deathly silence. Those battles, those fights, those blasts, all stopped, and the generals of the two countries were only left with shock and disbelief. Not only was it astonishing to witness Chu Xuan suppressing the Chu warrior who had erupted with all his might with a single word, but there was also Yang Tsong who was kneeling on the side. The two countries are at war. The two skippers. The whole is ambushed. Need to know. The commander-in-chief will always be the essence and even faith of an army. And if the commander-in-chief falls, the war is undoubtedly half lost. But now both of the major skippers have been subdued. This battle, how else to fight? Chapter 47. A single sword cuts down the sect masters. No, it can't be. How and why is this happening? What despicable means did you use? And why were you able to suppress my battle blood? At that moment, Chu War broke down and roared while struggling violently. His pride, his dignity, his glory, all of them were shattered by Chu Xuanyuan's light word just now. Even now, he was secretly still desperately urging his battle blood, made useless. The battle blood that had once been invincible. The battle blood that had once allowed him to cross the ranks and kill his enemies. The battle blood that had once brought him endless aura and distinction. Now it was completely silent. No reaction no matter how much he prodded it. And this taste of losing control made him fearful like never before. Oh, mean tricks? It seems like you still don't understand clearly about me and Chu Jian. Chu Xuan shook his head and smiled, and a cold light began to flash up in his eyes. My good brother, Big Brother gave you a chance, but it's a pity that you're not useful. Next, it's time for us to liquidate. Clang! With a wave of his hand, Chu Xuan grasped the long sword that Chu Xuan had dropped in his hand. The cold and stern blade traveled up and down the latter's torso, directly making Chu Xuan's skin tingle with pain and chills all over his body, rushing to beg for mercy from the heart. Big brother, spare me. I'm your own brother. Our blood is thicker than water. Ah yes, blood is thicker than water. Chu Xuan nodded his head indistinctly, and an icy smile rose on his face. Do you still remember that old story I told you just now? Blood is thicker than water. 3 cuts and 6 holes. I don't know if you can handle it. Chu Xuan panicked and said fearfully, Big brother, you were dreaming. It didn't really happen. You can't do this to me. I don't care about that. Chu Xuan's roguish appearance completely caused Chu War to break down. Big brother, please, spare me. If you do this to me, how will you explain to father and mother? You are the crown prince of Great Chu. You still have to ascend to the throne and become an emperor. You can't bear the name of fratricide. However, Chu Xuan no longer paid any attention to Chu War's pleas for mercy. Slowly raising the knife, the cold blade reflected Chu War's fear. Just as Chu Xuan was about to lay down his sword, a loud shout rang out abruptly. Stay under the knife. With a burst of rapid wind-breaking sound, a group of figures could be seen actually flying in the air above the battlefield, all of them as bloody as rainbows. A middle-aged man with a country face at the head had an even more astonishing aura. Seeing this, the soldiers of the two countries were all in an uproar and shook. Sovereign Master, a group of patriarchs. It must be known that it is rare to see a patriarch. and it is even rarer for a group of patriarchs to join forces. Ha! My good brother. Looks like this is someone coming to your rescue. Chu Xuan paused his movements, a playful smile pulling at the corner of his mouth, while Chu Xuan's eyes lit up, bursting with the hope of surviving, only to see that this group of patriarchs were extremely fast, flying to the two realms pass in an instant. Seeing Lin Yu at the head of the group, Chu Xuan's face suddenly became agitated. Commander Lin, help me, help me. Chu Xuan knew Lin Yu and knew that the other party was not an ordinary person. He was the head of the 10 great masters of Chu, the premier powerhouse in the palace. Moreover, in addition to Lin Yu, there were also 7 patriarchs behind him. This kind of formation is very powerful, enough to push a small country on one side. Even though Chu Xuan was no longer strong, he would not be able to deal with this kind of formation. As soon as Lin Yu flew in, he opened his mouth to persuade with a flustered expression. Your Highness the Crown Prince, calm your anger, have a good conversation, don't kill. No matter how guilty his 5th Highness is, he's still a royal son after all, so he can't be beheaded at will. Chu Xuan naturally did not retract his sword as he looked at Lin Yu as well as the group of patriarchs and curiously said, did Lin Tong lead a group of patriarchs to come here just to plead for mercy for this good brother of mine? If so, then I'm sorry, but your affections are worthless. The moment these words came out, the faces of all the soldiers present shook, daring to defy the face of a group of sect masters in such a manner. One had to say that this was too bold. As expected, the faces of Lin Yu and the others became somewhat ugly and embarrassed. But thinking of the imperial order when he came, Lin Yu could only press down his heart's displeasure. Said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, we are not here specifically to plead for the 5th prince. We have come to find you by order of both His Majesty the Empress. Chu Xuan raised one eyebrow, his expression snickering. The Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao asked you to look for me? Could it be that they are still delusional enough to think that I will return as the Crown Prince? Still delusional enough to think that granting some amends will appease me? Why do they have such a big face? Do they think that I, Chu Xuan, can't live without them, right? Lin Yu did not expect Chu Xuan to hold such a grudge against the 2 emperors and empresses, and even guessed exactly what the 2 had commanded. What else does that leave him to say? So he decided to tell the truth. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Don't call me Your Highness the Crown Prince. I'm disgusting. Call me Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan interrupted him. Lin Yu could only helplessly change his words. Prince Chu Xuan. In fact, finding you to return to the court was not the intention of the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao, but the Empress Dowager's will. The Empress Dowager is still in the Dragon and Phoenix Palace today, and has given an ultimatum for the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao to welcome you back to the court, or she will not stop. Grandmother Dowager? Only then did Chu Xuan's face move. Looking at the Chu Palace, the only person who can be called a relative is Grandmother Empress Dowager. But in a flash, he still shook his head. Go back and tell Grandmother Empress Dowager that I appreciate her old man's feelings. Returning to the court is not necessary. I'll go back to see her old man when I want to. Lin Yu's face sank. It was already understood that wanting Chu Xuan to go back on his own was simply impossible. Since soft doesn't work, we'll have to do it the hard way. So he quietly gestured while rushing towards Chu Xuan. Prince Chu Xuan, we can leave, but before we go, can you hand over Prince Chu War to us, so that we can also be considered able to give an explanation to the 2 Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao? Can't. Chu Xuan decisively refused. Lin Yu's face sank by 3 points once more, and his voice became cold. Prince Chu Xuan, is there really no room for discussion? No. Chu Xuan shook his head once again. Lin Yu's face was already very cold, and he snapped his head up and drank, his eyes blooming with cold electricity. In that case, then offended. Take that. Only to see that the 7 sovereigns brought by Lin Yu had long been unconsciously separated on all sides of Chu Xuan, and with the former's command, the 7 great patriarchs erupted in unison, all striking out towards Chu Xuan to suppress him. A strand of patriarchal pressure was majestic and vast. A strand of patriarchal spiritual energy was strong and unrivaled. Not to mention just dealing with a first-grade martial artist. Even a patriarch of the same realm would be suppressed in an instant. The moment. Many people present were creeped out, while Chu War was agitated. 7 great masters striking out together. This kind of might, who would be able to fight against it? Even if Chu Xuan had more means, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to match it. However, in the face of the 7 great patriarchs who had struck out, Chu Xuan's complexion did not move in the slightest, and he only pulled out a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. What asking for death? Buzz. He waved his hand and threw out the long knife in his hand, on which he added a full hundreds of years of chi. And then the long knife suddenly turned into a flying sword. Like a flying rainbow, it shot up to a patriarch's nearness in a matter of moments. That patriarch was shocked out of nowhere and immediately blocked the flying dagger with all his might. But it simply couldn't be blocked. With a muffled sound that penetrated the heart, the flying dagger pierced directly through his heart with a swift and powerful momentum. Boom shoo! Even more astonishingly, not waiting for this patriarch to die completely, the flying dagger had already made a sharp turn and exploded in front of the second patriarch. Just like the first patriarch, the second patriarch was also defenseless and was once again penetrated through the heart. And then it was only seen that the flying dagger was like a blood-colored lightning, piercing the hearts of all 7 of the surrounding sect masters with a destructive force. Bang! Until finally, the long knife flew back to Chu Xian's hand with precision. In the meantime, the 7 patriarchs were then as if they were candles blown out by a gale, falling into the air in unison. With 7 consecutive sounds, all 7 great masters were killed. This blade cut down the 7 great sect masters. Chapter 48 Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. Save me! Chu Xuan clutched Chu Xuan's body with one hand and re-gripped the longsword with the other, and from the beginning to the end, his expression was indifferent, without any ripples. It was as if the ones killed were not the 7 patriarchs, but 7 hyenas. Swish! Only at that moment, the bloodstained blade was pointing at Linyu on the opposite side. Chu Xuan laughed coldly. You say you guys? I've said 800 times that I will never go back. Why do you have to ask for trouble? On the opposite side, Linyu had long since frozen, only feeling chills all over his body. After all, those were 7 patriarchs, not 7 roadside cabbages. With 7 people joining forces, even a great master could put up a fight. But now, they were actually all killed by Chu Xuan with a single flying dagger. As for the generals of the 2 countries present, it was also as if they were being held by the throat. It wasn't until half a day later that this blew up. Hiss! Cthulhu! Dead! Dead! All dead! He actually used only 1 slash to cut down the 7 great sect masters. Is this one still a human being? Isn't he a first-grade martial artist? Who's a first-grade martial artist who can kill 7 sect master powerhouses with 1 slash? A dream? Are we dreaming? This is too unreal. A great deal of feverish clamor brought the entire battlefield back to life. Only just now it was the boil of killing. Now it was the boil of shock. Voodoo. At the top of the citadel, Yang Song swallowed and secretly righted his kneeling position. None of it. Only the goons. And that originally felt that he was going to be saved by the Chu War. But also the eyes burst glaring. Like a pot of cold water completely doused the hope of survival. To kill 7 sect masters with a single slash. This kind of battle power was simply heaven-defying. How can he live? Wait to die. Come on. I'll give you 1 shot. Remember, you have and only have 1 shot. At this point, Chu Xuan shook the long sword in his hand and drank at the opposite Lin Yue. Since he had started a killing spree, there was no reason for him to let Lin Yu go again. Chills ran through Lin Yu's insides. There seemed to be some understanding as to why the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao both didn't come to Chu Xin in person. Was it really just in the way of their own face? By no means. Perhaps they had already known of the strength of Chu Xian's means. He went from heart to heart. Prince Chu Xian, calm your anger. I won't persuade you to go back. I don't want the 5th prince person. I'll leave on my own. Chu Xian, however, shook his head coldly. Sorry, it's late. Since you don't choose to make a move, then eat my blade. Boom click. While the words were still resounding, Chu Xian had already slashed out a blade towards the other party, and at the same time, a full 500 years of chi power was added to it. This knife chopped out, overbearing and incomparable. The knife chi was like a rainbow through the sky, and wherever it passed, the air emitted a sonic boom sound. Ah! Lin Yu exclaimed. A strong threat of death was felt from above this blade chi. He didn't dare to have the slightest reservation and exploded in full force. As the head of the top 10 great Chu masters, Lin Yu's strength naturally far exceeded that of ordinary masters. Boom! Once he erupted, his majestic spiritual energy was like a raging wolf's smoke, and his chi and blood erupted violently, rushing and scattering the clouds in all directions, only to see him unleash all his power without reservation, actually setting off a full 18 terrifying waves of spirit dipper on the spot. One wave is stronger than the other. One wave is higher than the other. And the 2 worlds pass shakes dramatically. That shocking momentum seemed to be enough to bulldoze a huge mountain. Just, when Chu Xian's blade chi chopped down, that wave of spirit astral waves, however, collapsed at an extremely fast speed. The first, the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, all 18 waves of spirit deity that were enough to bulldoze a large mountain collapsed. The blade chi seemed to have the power to split rivers and seas, breaking through all obstacles. Basalt iron shield. At this moment, Lin Yu could only roar again and take out his shield. The shield was half the size of a man, and was made from 1,000 years of basalt iron that had been tempered through 100 days, with some special spirit patterns inscribed on it. Need to know, Shen iron was already extremely hard, and with the addition of the spirit pattern, this shield had almost reached the level of an extreme mortal treasure. The defense was so amazing that it had once blocked a Grand Master's attack. Click. However, when the sword chi chopped down, Lin Yu's face was completely terrified. Under one slash, the hardened Xian iron shield was actually strewn with cracks. The powerful recoil caused him to vomit blood furiously, only feeling that death was imminent. In the end, at the juncture where the Xian Tai shield was about to collapse, Lin Yu could only use his last resort and take out an item once again. Swish! One could only see that it was a roll of golden-colored imperial decree, and as the decree unfolded, a majestic and vast aura of the imperial way swept out. At the same time there were two essence spiritual thoughts that were diffused above the holy decree. One wore an imperial crown and a golden dragon robe with 5 claws, and his face was as majestic as a god. One head topped with a phoenix crown, wearing a golden red phoenix robe, with a face as exquisite as an immortal. It was precisely the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. Lin Yu, did you find Xianer? As soon as Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both appeared, they inquired. However, Lin Yu was too late to reply and hurriedly shouted at the two figures with eyes wide open. Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao, save me! However, without waiting for Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru to react, a cold and merciless voice resounded in the ears of the three. Not to mention that the two of them are just a mere two essence spiritual thoughts. Even if their true selves were to come, they wouldn't be able to save your life. The words fell. Chu Xuan fiercely pressed the long blade, and the blade chi completely shattered the Xian iron shield, cut straight through Lin Yu. How dare the rebellious son! Xianer, stop! Hearing Chu Xuan's voice, the two Chu Emperors and Empress Xiao rushed to both strike. Although the two men were essence and spirit thoughts, they had the power of their own body carried on the holy decree, and as they were mobilized, the dragons and phoenixes chimed, deterring the sword chi. Humph! However, Chu Xuan disdained it and suddenly added many more chi blessings. The might of the sword surged, and on the spot, it tore apart the scroll of golden holy decree, including the power carried by the two men on it, and all of it was broken. In the end, under the astonished gazes of the two Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, Lin Gu, this powerful man with the title of the head of the 10 great Chu masters was split in two from his heavenly spirit to his crotch in despair. Blood spurted like a fountain, so bloody that no one who touched it was shocked. The essence spiritual thoughts of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru froze in midair. They guessed that Chu Xuan was still able to use mysterious means, which was why they allowed Lin Yu to lead the group and bestowed the holy decree that carried their power. In order to prepare for this kind of situation, it turned out that they had still far underestimated Chu Xuanyuan's methods. Neither Lin Yu nor their powers could resist it at all. Rebel son! Immediately, Chu Mingyue was furious, and Xiao Yuru's face was unsightly. However, when the two turned around, Chu Xuan laughed coldly. Adverse son? Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about this good brother of mine? Ah, war child, how did you get together? The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, fixed their eyes and both exclaimed in shock. It hadn't even occurred to him that Chu War had actually been restrained by Chu Xuan. This made the two men not care about their anger, and they panicked inwardly. After all, how similar the scene was to how he had restrained Chu Jian in the Xuan Ling Sect. Chapter 49 3 Knives and 6 Holes, the blood of battle flowed out. Father, mother, save the child, save the child. At that moment, Chu War, who was already waiting for death, sparked hope again. After all, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were Chu Xuan and his parents. The chances of them saving him were far greater than Lin Yu, who was an outsider. Sure enough, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both flew over with panicked faces. Xianer, what are you doing? What did Battler do to piss you off again? You've already harmed Xianer. 10,000 can't maim Battler again. At that moment, Chu Xuan, however, directly placed his long knife on Chu Zhan's neck. Jar! The divine thought figures of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru came to a screeching halt. Emperor Chu Ming's face was furious. Rebellious son! You rebellious son! What do you want to do? Battle's son is your own brother. Xiao Yuru's eyes were filled with heartache and panic. Xianer, please, don't kill your younger brother. Battler has no grudge against you. No offense? What a good one. No grievances and no enmity. Chu Xuan laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, Yang Song, who was kneeling on the ground, was immediately gripped by him. That who? I'm too lazy to bother with these two. You should have heard it all just now. Come and give it to them. Yang Song was a bit confused, but he also knew that he had no right to refuse. Hurriedly while Chu Xuan and Chu War two people said the old story said. Wow! When it was finished, many of the people in the room had a vicious chill in their bodies and minds. Is there such a brother in this world? No killing? Save it for New Year's? No, 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 it's fake. It's got to be. Battle Child grew up kind and well behaved. How could he do such things? The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, had a look of disbelief. Shut up you guys, However, Chu Xuan suddenly rushed at the two of them coldly and snorted, "Is it fun to be fake and pretentious every day? Pretending? Posturing? Xianer, where did that come from?" Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru had innocent faces, but they were interrupted by Chu Xuan. "Oh, whether you guys are pretending or not, you are the only ones who know. The biggest stain on my life is becoming your son. This, even if I become an immortal later, I won't be able to wash it away." Chu Mingyue's face was extremely ugly, while Xiao Yuru had a pained look on her face. Tears were streaming down his face. "Xianer, I'm sorry. I know we've wronged you in places. You scold us. You can scold us all you want. You can even beat us to death. As parents we can take it. But Mother Queen only begs you. Although the war child is wrong, but he is your younger brother. Your blood is thicker than water. Ah, you must not poison him. You must not kill him." Watching this scene, the soldiers of the two countries present vaguely frowned and sighed. A mother crying her heart out just to stop her oldest son from killing her fifth son really struck a chord of empathy with a lot of people. In response, Chu Xuan smiled disdainfully as if he had already anticipated it. Tears, always a magic bullet for empathy. There are even times when no one cares about whether things are right or wrong. They just need to see who cries badly to be on the side of reason. Unfortunately, in his eyes, crocodile tears don't deserve sympathy. "My good mother, since you're so good at crying, I'll let you cry properly today." Chu Xuan inwardly snorted coldly, but on the surface, a light smile rose. He, father and mother, look at what you guys are saying. I have deep feelings with my fifth brother. Blood is thicker than water. How could I be willing to kill him? That's more like it. In that case, release your fifth brother at once, and then return to the court yourself. Your grandmother, the Empress Dowager, is still waiting for you in the palace. Emperor Chu Ming's face eased a bit, and Xiao Yuru wanted to step forward to receive Chu War. "Take it easy. I can't afford to kill fifth brother, but I can't afford to let him go either," Chu Xuan added. Emperor Chu Ming instantly became angry again. "Asshole, you don't kill or release. What the hell do you want?" "What do I want? Can't both father and mother guess?" Chu Xuan smiled mysteriously, seeing that both still looked confused. He added, "After all, we brothers. Blood is thicker than water." The moment these words came out, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's eyes jumped violently. Panic surfaced in the depths of his pupils, as if a taboo had been rattled. Swish! At that moment, Chu Xuan, however, no longer paid attention to the two of them, but instead turned his head to look at Chu Xuan and laughed softly. "My good brother, don't you want to know why I was able to suppress your battle blood so easily?" Chu War subconsciously wanted to ask, but at that moment, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, abruptly drank. "Don't ask. War child, don't ask." Tension, panic, can't live with myself. Looking at the two people who were so abnormal, everyone present felt puzzled. Something's up, something big. Otherwise, as the empress of a dynasty, how could she be so flustered? Why can't you ask? "Father and mother, my battle blood was easily suppressed by big brother just now." Chu War was puzzled. However, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were incomparably flustered, one shaking his head and the other swinging his head. Their lips could not stop trembling. "War child, please, don't ask. Don't ever ask." "No." Chu Xuan, however, shook his head and asked with a firm gaze. "Why?" This question was asked. In addition to Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, two people, the people present all vertical ears to listen. Only Chu Xuan let out a laugh up to the sky, his gaze fixed firmly on Chu War. One word bellowed, "Because the war blood inside of you is me." Boom. It was as if these words were like a heavy hammer, hammering Chu battle into a daze. Everyone at the hammer froze. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru of the hammer, closed their eyes in despair. "Our dear father and mother, on the day you were born, personally drew my war blood to replace your mortal blood. What do you think? What makes you different? What makes you enter the great at the age of 3? What makes you the war god that everyone admires? All of this, I gave it to you. Now you understand why I can suppress your war blood, because it was originally my blood. The two of us, blood is thicker than water." Chu Xuan continuously opened his mouth, ruthlessly executing the heart of this condescending god of war. At the same time, Yang Song, including the generals of the two countries, all exploded. "My goodness, this is truly a great scandal for the Chu. The battle blood of Chu War, the fifth prince of Great Chu, is actually not his own innate blood, but the battle blood of his elder brother Chu Xuan, which he drew and exchanged from a young age. No wonder Chu War will be suppressed by Chu Xuan with a single word. Can one not be suppressed? One's strongest battle blood that belongs to others. Blood is thicker than water. So this is the blood thicker than water that Chu Xuan has been emphasizing. The surrounding questions, ridicule, contempt, etc., thoroughly irritated Chu War. No, no way. The battle blood is my own. He's been in my body since he was young. How could it be yours? It can't be yours. It's absolutely impossible. Chu War hissed in disbelief. Finally, he looked hard at both Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru, father and mother. Tell me, what big brother said isn't true. Battle-chan. We, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru both had long since paled, wanting to explain but how could they not? This completely made Chu War collapse, full of dead weight. However, at that moment, Chu Xian did not let him go and whispered with his ear. Do you now know why I wanted to kill Chu Jian? Chu War glared. That's right, the sword bone in his body is also mine, but it has already been dug out by me. And now, it's time to return your battle blood. Pust. The words fell. Chu Xian's blade penetrated through Chu Zhan's abdomen, and the latter immediately let out a miserable cry. War child, Lord Commander. Chu Minghuang, Xiao Yuru and the two of them exclaimed in shock. And the generals of Great Chu also shouted. But the first two are just essence and spirit thoughts and have no power at all. As for the latter, although there were many of them, they did not dare to act rashly. Thus, those present could only watch the bloody scene. Pust. Only to see Chu Xian pull out his sword. Two bloody holes immediately appeared in Chu Zhan's abdomen, and blood flowed out, which was mixed with a faint golden color. Those blood that emanated a light golden color were precisely battle blood. My good brother. 3 cuts and 6 holes. That's not enough. Saying that, Chu Xian stabbed 2 more times in succession. A stab through the chest, a knife through the shoulder. In an instant, 4 more bloody holes appeared on Chu Zhan's body once again. 3 knives and 6 holes. The blood in his body was like a spring gushing, and in the blink of an eye it converged on the ground in a large puddle, and the golden light was dotted, vaguely diffusing the battle might. And after, Chu Xian was in no hurry, carrying Chu Zhan in this manner. He allowed the 6 bloody holes to continuously flow battle blood, until the stream runs dry. Chapter 50. Everything that belongs to me will be taken back. Period. Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru, two people at the sight of the natural burst of drinking and crying. Xianer, stop it. He's your brother. Your own brother. Adverse son. Stop. Stop now. Battle blood, you can't utilize any power even if you take it back. You let your brother go. Oh Xianer, please, stop. It's all mother's fault. Don't maim your 5th brother anymore. Fine. Fine. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. I apologize to you. Now you're satisfied. You can stop. However, Chu Xian never paid any attention to the two of them and laughed coldly. Apologize? Remorse? It's not working. One apology and repentance for doing something wrong and it's over? Fart. Can't turn it over a bit. In this life, he is to return the pain of his past life tenfold and 100-fold. Clattering. Only to see that as time passed, Chu War's face grew paler and paler, and the blood from the 3 swords and 6 holes had turned from gushing to dripping. In the end, even the drops were no longer dripping. A body of war blood completely flowed out, all converging on the ground, golden light, blood haze steamed. Only then did Chu Xian throw the long-fainted Chu War off the 2 realms pass. As soon as he did so, ignoring the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao as well as the great Chu generals who panicked and pounced over, he immediately waved his hand and extracted all the battle blood into his hand. A ball the size of a full fist, with bright golden light and steaming blood chi, like a golden sun, emitting a terrifying battle might, like the sword bone that was once there. The battle blood was also extraordinary. Is this war blood? Really strong fluctuations. Under close proximity, Yang Tsong couldn't help but swallow his envious saliva. After all, the war blood is incomparably terrifying. Only the true martial arts 6 Chu War, relying on this blood, can fight with him, a half-step sect master, not up and down. This is priceless heavenly treasure. He also thought of Chu Xian, who was already very powerful, and if he were to retrieve this battle blood back into his body today, it would definitely be like a tiger adding wings. Boom! Who knew that the next moment, something that made Yang Tsong's eyes explode happened. One could only see that after Chu Xian extracted the battle blood, he did not incorporate it into his body. Instead, he boomed and transported his power, and began to frantically wear down the battle blood in his hands. As the battle blood evaporated, a destructive battle might shot straight up into the sky. The clouds were shattered by the impact, and huge fluctuations startled everyone. Asterisk. Chu Xian, what is he doing? Oh my god, he's actually destroying the battle blood. It's legendary battle blood. Doesn't he have a heartache? At this moment, the pupils of everyone present were all drastically shocked. Even Chu Minghuang couldn't be bothered to check Chu Zhan's injuries, rubbing up and indignantly glaring and shouting, "No, don't!" Boom! Chu Xian naturally would not listen to him, and expressionlessly ground out his battle blood. Every time he wore down a trace of battle blood, a strand of origin crept into his body, until finally, he refined all the battle blood into flying ash, and this innate origin belonging to the battle blood all returned to his body. Buzz, with another vast stream of innate origin entering his body, Chu Xian's unseen and untouchable root essence once again roared back up. That exhilarating feeling as if it were a life-enhancing experience struck again. Boom! And being so stimulated, the first-grade cultivation that had been suppressed and suppressed again by him, at this moment, was completely unable to be suppressed anymore. In the end, with a roar, the entire person was promoted to the true martial realm with a bang. A circle of astral spirit ripples spread outward in waves of impact. That kind of fluctuation was so vast that those who didn't know would think that they were breaking through to the sovereign. Yes, eventually, Chu Xuan could not help but let out a long whistle. Every time he replenished his innate origin, it was no less than taking a 10 perfect immortal elixir. Plus his cultivation had also advanced to the true martial realm. Chu Xian's mood at this moment was unprecedentedly refreshing and exhilarating. But, he was cool with it. On the side, Chu Mingyue, however, almost did not die from anger and was filled with heartache. Loser! You loser! How could you destroy the battle blood? Do you know that this battle blood will likely promote the birth of a celestial realm in the future? You're simply going to be struck by heavenly thunder. Regarding Emperor Chu Ming's bitter rebuke, Chu Xian, however, only snorted coldly. This is my war blood. I can do whatever I want. It's none of your business. I won't give you a single drop even if I refine it into ashes. What can you do? Chu Mingyue was immediately choked. So he was furious that his 3 corpses were jumping up and down. At this time, Xiao Yuru, who was on the side, also raised her head with a grimace on her face. Xianer, since you know about the matter of the battle blood, you can absolutely talk to us if you want it back. We can discuss it with Battler and have him return it to you again. But you, what have you done? You almost killed your brother. You stabbed 3 times and 6 times. You sat and watched him bleed out of his battle. Mother remembers that you weren't like this once. When did you become so vicious? You've really disappointed Mother. Ha! Upon hearing those words, Chu Xian was the one who almost didn't laugh out loud. I'm vicious? You're disappointed in me? Are you being funny? Get it right. It's you. It's you. It was you who drew my blood and gave it to your 5 sons. And if I don't tell you, do you think I've forgotten? Your 4th son's sword bone is also the one you dug out of my chest. Now you turn around and call me wicked. Do you have any more face? Wow. Once this statement was made, the entire room was once again in an uproar. What the hell? 4th Prince Chu Jin's sword bone was also dug from Big Brother Chu Xian's? This. Countless gazes fell on Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, questioning, despising, disgusted and so on. This made the 2 of them sit on pins and needles, and Chu Mingyue glared at Xiao Yuru. Xiao Yuru hurriedly explained with a flustered face. We have bitter reasons. After all, whether it's Jinner or Battler, the moment they were born, they had the phase of premature death. We can only use your sword bone and battle blood to save them. Ha! Chu Xian smiled coldly, and suddenly, with a voice transmission, he opened his mouth to question. Then, do all my other younger brothers also have the phase of premature death? What? What other brother? The 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, had their eyes glazed over and were completely flustered. Oh, do you guys think I don't know anything? Did you guys think that by sealing my relevant memories, that you can be unknown to heaven and earth, to ghosts and gods? You guys are wrong. Chu Xian steeply drank, and the sound of his drink violently shook Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru's mind. If you want people to not know, unless you do it yourself, Chu Jian and Chu Battle and the 2 of them are just the beginning. What I've lost, everything I've been deprived of, I'll get it back with my own hands. Not to prove how marvelous I am, but I want to tell you that good and evil will be rewarded in the end. And heaven is good. I'll get you back one by one for all the bad karma you've done to me. In this life I will have my revenge. Buzz. These words were deafening, causing Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru to falter, their brows and complexion completely falling into panic. It was because they had never thought that Chu Xian actually knew everything. After all, those things, he shouldn't have thought about them. Xianer, listen to us, everything can be explained. Chu Xian waved his hand to interrupt the 2 of them and said expressionlessly, save your breath. What you have to do is not to explain, but to prepare to endure my wrath. A look of horror rose on the faces of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. Without waiting for the 2 to say anything more, Chu Xian slashed the past, and the 2's essence, spirit, and thought bodies were split apart on the spot. So it is. Chu Xian raised his head. The sky was clear. It was truly a great day. It's time. When to meet, she did. Swish. With that thought, Chu Xian waved his hand and withdrew the chi that suppressed Yang Song. You're free. Yang Song's face was delighted as he hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. Many thanks to Prince Chu Xian for not killing me. In order to repay your kindness, I am willing to immediately withdraw my troops and cede the 2 realms passed to the Great Chu dynasty. No, as I said from the beginning, I am here only for personal reasons. Do as you wish, I will not meddle in any of the political affairs of Great Chu. Swish, Chu Xuan left a sentence and then drifted and leaped down to the 2 realms past citadel. The direction of travel, however, was not towards Chu, but rather Deposition. Along the way, the soldiers of the 2 countries all retreated and watched Chu Xuan leave. Until, only after Chu Xuan completely disappeared into the Great Wind border did Yang Tsong return to his senses. Glancing at Chu War, who had long since fallen into near death, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha, it's true that God's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Finally, his face suddenly became incomparably cold and he waved his hand to give the order. Kill. Chapter 51. The royal family is dead. The Great Chu is dead. Outside the imperial city of Great Chu, 30 miles. Summer resort. The 2 instants of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were sipping tea and enjoying the qing. Away from the hustle and bustle of the imperial city and the mundane business of the court, they were happy. It was only at a certain moment that the 2 men's bodies quietly shook. Tea splashed everywhere. An uncontrollable panic and disorientation welled up in their eyes. Get out of here, all of you! Chu Mingyue abruptly shouted. The zither player who was playing and the maid who was making tea retreated in fear. At this point, Xiao Yuru's tears had long been dripping down in a flutter. Oh, your majesty, Xianer, he knows all about it. Jianer's sword bones, battler's battle blood as well as the other. He knows all of it. What to do? What are we gonna do? Woo woo. Emperor Chu Ming's face was no longer as calm and collected as it once was. Although it was not as bad as Xiao Yuru, who covered her face and cried bitterly, her face was also ugly to the extreme, as if she had eaten a large pile of dead flies. Asterisk. How would he know? He shouldn't be able to think. We've obviously sealed all the relevant memories. Could it be because his cultivation has gotten stronger recently? Interge, boo-hoo. Xiao Yuru's tears flowed, and a painful sense of regret rose on her face. Your Majesty, I regret it. We shouldn't have treated Xianer like that in the first place. Mingyue and Mother are right. Jianer Battler is our son, but Xianer is too. We deprived him of his qualifications as a celestial pride, and even just stripped so many times. We have sinned. We are wicked. We really deserve to die. Snap, snap. Xiao Yuru's expression became more and more painful and unbearable, and even waved her palm to fiercely beat her cheeks, and in a moment her face was red, swollen, and overflowing with blood. Empress! Emperor Chu Ming hurriedly stopped Xiao Yuru and said in a deep voice, don't be like this. After all, we have our share of misery. If we don't dig up Xianer's sword bones and draw Xianer's battle blood, are we going to stand by and watch Xianer's battle son die an early death? Is it Jianer Battler in their lives that are important, or Xianer's sword bones and battle blood? Xiao Yuru looked stunned, but the next moment, still full of pain. But, obviously some sons are not. There, let's not discuss this, now that it's happened. There's no point in discussing it any further. Emperor Chu Ming raised his hand to interrupt Xiao Yuru's words and changed the topic. Our priority right now is to save Battler's life. Although he has lost his battle blood, there is still hope for him to live. And you don't want to see Xianer truly fall into the name of a fratricide. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuru stopped crying. Yes, go save War Child. We've already wronged Xianer enough. We definitely can't let him land another charge of regicide. Absolutely no more. Chu Mingyue nodded his head, and then he said heavily, the battle blood of Battle Child is exhausted and he is too injured. I'm afraid it's too late to send someone. We too will go in person. Yes. So the next moment, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both walked out of the hall hand in hand, and it was too late to command any more decrees. The two of them directly rushed up to the sky in place, transforming into 2 rainbow lights. He sped towards the southeast border. Being in too much of a hurry, the two were so fast that they nearly pulled off a sonic boom. Thus, in just most of the day, the two of them flew close to the southeastern border. A little poking around, he learned that the great Chu Mingyue army had been completely defeated and retreated to Linfeng City. Fortunately, Chu War was saved by a group of generals who desperately tried to cover the situation. Eventually, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, managed to find Chu War in Linfeng City, only to see that the once mighty and godly Chu War was already like a dry corpse. The skin was as pale as paper, with only the slightest hint of life remaining in his body. Battle Child, my War Child, it's all because of Mother's harm. It's all because of Mother's sorry. Xiao Yuru once again cried bitterly, and Chu Mingyue also looked very gloomy. The two first utilized their own power to protect the last of Chu Xuan's vitality, and then without delay, rushed to bring Chu Xuan back to the palace. After all, the border conditions are difficult. Want to save Chu War must return to the palace. In the meantime, Palace, Dragon and Phoenix Palace. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao had been sitting in the Dragon Phoenix Palace for 7 days and 7 nights. Aside. I don't know how many times Sister Rong has come forward to advise. Empress Dowager, your phoenix body is in poor health. You can't sit in silence like this anymore. Why don't you go back to the palace to rest first, and the old slave will bring people here to wait for news. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao, however, firmly shook her head. No, even if I sit here and die, I will wait for my Tai Zi son to return. Sister Young could only retreat with a sigh. Good on. Not much longer. Finally a female scout entered the palace to report. Greetings, Empress Dowager. Come on. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao shocked her abduction and asked, and Sister Rong also listened with her ears open. The female scout kneels. Reporting to the Empress Dowager. Crown Prince Chu Xuan has not returned to the court and has now left for the Great Wind. What? Empress Dowager Yun Zhao frowned once. The female scout was about to speak, and the former bellowed. What else? Speak. Back to the Empress Dowager. Before Crown Prince Chu Xuan left for the Great Wind, he clashed with 5th Prince Chu War again at the two borders pass on the southeast border. It has been determined that the war blood in the body of the 5th Imperial Prince Chu War and the sword bone in the body of the 4th Imperial Prince Chu Jian, likewise, are both Crown Prince Chu Xian's. Swish. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao rubbed herself up, her pale face filled with horror. Even with the crutches in his hands, his dry, light and thin body still couldn't stop shaking. What did you say? The 5th Prince's war blood is not innate, but is also created artificially by the 2 men of the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao who extracted the blood of the Crown Prince Chu Xian. Now Crown Prince Chu Xian, at the top of the 2 Worlds Pass Citadel, 3 knives and 6 holes, personally drained the war blood from the 5th Prince's body and refined it into flying ash in front of everyone present. This matter was witnessed by soldiers of both countries, and I'm afraid that it won't take long for the word to spread gradually within the 2 countries. Asshole! Asshole! Empress Dowager Yun Zhao was just as angry to the extreme, frantically striking her walking stick. Even the Rong Mama by the side was filled with vicious chills, totally unexpected. The digging up of the bones and giving them to his brother doesn't even come close. I can't believe we're out of the blood drawing and brother giving thing again. Twice, Crown Prince Chu Xian had actually been deprived of his supreme heavenly aptitude twice in a row. This is not a word that can be described as tragic. More to the point, the instigator of all this was not some great enemy, not some enemy, but his own biological father and mother. Where is the Emperor? Where's the Empress? Where are they? Where are they now? Empress Dowager Yun Zhao was furious and asked one after another. The female detective could only be truthful. Back to the Empress Dowager. According to the investigation, we learned that the Emperor and Empress did not personally go looking for Crown Prince Chu Xian. Instead, he has been hiding in the summer resort 30 miles away from the imperial city, swimming in the mountains, sipping tea and enjoying the qin. Boom! The moment Empress Dowager Yun Zhao had her head full of silver hair upside down, and her dry and thin body trembled violently. A pair of pale eyes filled with anger, disappointment, and a sense of death. Perished the thought. I have this emperor and this empress in Dechu. The royal family is dead. Dechu dead. Pust. Suddenly, Empress Dowager Yun Zhao's body stagnated and she sprayed out a large mouthful of blood on her back. Blood spilled in the wind, coloring a head of silver hair crimson. The body fell straight down. Ah! Empress Dowager! Quickly! Call the imperial doctor! Rong Ma and the others exclaimed in horror. And for a while, the palace was in chaos. Chapter 52 Chu War re-entered the dragon vein. The 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were carrying the dying Chu War all the way back to the palace. Just returned. I heard about the matter of the Empress Dowager's coma and re-entry into the deep palace to recuperate. In response, although the 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were worried inwardly, more than anything else, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They could imagine the Empress Dowager's anger when she found out about the battle blood, and were even prepared to be scolded. In this way, the 2 men were saved a good deal of reprimanding. Hurry! Call the imperial doctor. Save War Child. In the end, the 2 of them placed all of their minds on Chu Xuan's body. Once again, he ordered the entire imperial hospital to be summoned. Same order. As soon as he saw the state of the Chu War, all the imperial doctors in the imperial hospital collapsed again. The head of the head doctor of the imperial hospital couldn't stop his head from buzzing. My own grandma and grandpa. This isn't a cure. It's clearly an attempt on their heads. Busy half a day. The medical head decisively led the imperial hospital crowd of doctors on their knees. Your Majesty, the 5th prince's injuries are no worse than the 4th prince's at the time, and there's really nothing we can do at the imperial hospital. I suggest that it's better to put the 5th prince into the dragon vein to save him. Having said that, The medical head heaved his head against the ground. Guilty as hell. Assholes, what did I raise you for into Chu? The dragon vein concerns the state capital of my great Chu dynasty. How can it be utilized one after another? Emperor Chu Ming looked as if he was furious with the dragon's face, but he didn't wait for the medical head to speak again. His words had taken a steep turn, but since you guys have strongly brought it up, then I can only move it once more against my will. Head of medicine. Something inside him wanted to curse, already realizing that they had been summoned here today not to save the day at all, but to take the blame. But, the king let me die. I had to die. What could he do as a subject? One can only bury one's head and agree. Your Majesty loves his son. I'm sure the world will understand. Ugh, to the royal tomb. Emperor Chu Ming sighed longingly, and with Xiao Yuru, he prepared to lead Chu Xuan to the imperial tomb. However, before the family could leave the palace, the civil and military officials arrived in a hurry. Your Majesty Queen, it must not be done. Never do this again. The head chancellor, Xin Yuan, was kneeling in front of the palace gate upon his arrival. Last time, when the fourth prince entered the dragon vein, he had already consumed quite a bit of the dragon vein ancestral qi, so now would it not be able to be used again to save the fifth prince? Your Majesty, Empress, the dragon vein is the foundation of my great Chu dynasty. Using it once has already hurt the origin. How can it be used 3 times? My Chu is already in an eventful period. If Your Majesty the Empress tries to move the dragon vein again, Chu really can't carry it. Your Majesty Queen, you must think twice before you act. Think twice before you act. A crowd of civil and military officials all kneeled down to block, each voice harsh voice. After all, in their view, the two Chu Ming Huang Xiaoyuru were completely taking their future and using it to fulfill their own selfishness. How can this work? Even the Emperor and Empress can't do it. Asshole. What do you want? Emperor Chu Ming, however, glared as the grandiose aura of the imperial Dao swept through. Do you want me and the Empress to stand by and watch our son die? Do you want me and the Empress, both of you, to be selfish parents who see death? Along with you Ru, if I can't even be a good father and mother, how can I be the Emperor and Empress of Great Chu? On the side, Xiao Yuru hugged Chu Xuan's body and cried bitterly. Wu Qin Prime Minister, all the love ministers, you look up to see the war child. He is young and gentle. This year is only 18 years old. There is life in him yet. He can still be saved. Please, have mercy on him. You guys are parents too. You can understand us, right? Oh, this palace kowtows to you all today on behalf of Warchild. Finally, Xiao Yuru even directly knelt down towards Qin Yuan and the other civil and military officials. Empress, this cannot be allowed. Qin Yuan and the others rushed to hide. At this time, Emperor Chu Ming also said with a sad face, Dear ministers, the Empress and I, we are only trying to save our son. I know that the dragon vein is very important, so don't worry. After saving Battle's son this time, I will definitely not hit the dragon vein again. Seeing that Qin Yuan and the others wanted to stop again, Emperor Chu Ming suddenly also made the move of wanting to kneel and kowtow. Then, I will also kowtow to you all on behalf of Jean Eyre. Your Majesty, make no mistake, never. Qin Yuan and the others retreated with a roar. Just kidding. If the Emperor kowtows to them, they're not far from death. Thank you for your fulfillment, Empress. Let's go. Seeing Qin Yuan and the others retreating and dispersing, Chu Mingyue's trio smoothly passed through the palace gates, only left a group of in situ face-to-face civil and military officials, or chagrin, or long sigh, or indignation, complex color. The other side, Chu Mingyue's family of 3, once again entered the imperial tomb, only this time the person was changed, from Chu Jian to Chu War. Soon, the two of them, Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru, once again saw the huge and boundless dragon vein, only to see that in the depths of the dragon vein, Chu Jian's figure was still wrapped in a large cocoon formed by the dragon vein's ancestral qi, and had not yet broken the seal. However, it could be clearly felt that Chu Jian's life fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. Hurry, put War Child in there too. At Chu Ming Huang's urging, Xiao Yuru placed Chu Xuan into the dragon vein as well. Just as Chu Jian did, Chu Xuan was also instantly enveloped by the dragon vein ancestral qi. That 3 cuts and 6 holes injury suddenly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the ancestral qi entered the body and began to spawn a large amount of newborn blood, and Chu Xuan's entire vitality began to gradually recover and pull up. Not much longer. Next to the large cocoon originally formed by Chu Jian, a human-shaped cocoon once again appeared, and Chu Xuan also fell into a special kind of nirvana. Yes, great. Luckily, the dragon vein is against the heavens, or else we would have definitely lost Battlechild. Xiao Yuru was overjoyed, stopping her tears and smiling. Emperor Chu Ming also let out a long breath, inwardly celebrating, but immediately, He was filled with resentment and rushed to pay 4 obeisances to the imperial tomb. Empress, we used the dragon vein again to save Battlechild, and there's a lot of resentment in the court. Not next time. No, definitely not next time. Otherwise, the 2 of us are really going to be centrifuged again. Xiao Yuru nodded heavily, indicating that she understood. Alas, it's all because of that rebellious son. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to hit the dragon vein more than 3 times. Even if he wanted to return the sword bone and battle blood, he could have discussed it with us, but he had to brutalize his own brother like this. How did I get into such a mess of treachery? Chu Mingyue was opening his mouth angrily, but Xiao Yuru on the side suddenly cried out. Oh, no, Your Majesty, don't blame Xin'er, it's all our fault, it's all our sins. Well, I won't say anymore. Emperor Chu Ming hurriedly stopped talking. Finally, he once again glanced at Chu Jin and Chu Xuan in the middle of the dragon vein. The 2 men then retreated. Same time, Imperial City, in the middle of the Chinatown. Buzz, the spirit measuring bead buzzed, and in no time it shifted from purple to blue again. What's the situation? What's with the seance again? The Qintian supervisor was once again startled, and only felt that something was wrong. In less than a month, the aura had actually dropped 2 notches in succession. However, he still reported a fluke in his heart because he did not meet the criteria for reporting. Never mind. I should be overthinking it. The follow-up should go up. It will. Chapter 53 Second Imperial Prince Chu Xuan. Third Imperial Prince Chu Wu. Originally, it was thought that after resolving the matter of Chu War, the hearts of the 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, would be able to put down a large stone. Who knows? The following day, the Golden Palace. As soon as the morning court began, the civil and military officials were noisily reporting to the court. A flood of bad things kept stuffing the 2 men's minds. Your Majesty Empress, the great wind has thundered against us, snatching all of our Dechu's cooperation with Deqian de Wu and a host of other dynasties, estimating the loss to be as much as millions of taels of gold. Your Majesty Empress, there are many heavenly talents within my Chu territory that have been bewitched by the great wind and have turned their heads to join the great wind nationality. Such a loss of talent would be unimaginable. Your Majesty Empress, the great wind garrison army first defeated the southeast defenders and then the Jinyuan army led by the 5th prince, and has completely encroached on the 100 miles of border centered on the 2 borders pass. Your Majesty Empress, in just half a month, the power of my great Chu has regressed by at least 8 years. Listening to these, one thing is worse than the other. Xiao Yuru's face was ugly, and Chu Mingyue was even more filled with anger. Damn it, asshole, how could this happen? Why is it that these things have been happening for half a month and have not been dealt with or responded to by now? What are you doing? A splitting angry scolding made the civil and military officials suffocate to the extreme. Chancellor Qin Yuan hurriedly stood out. Hi, drink. Your Majesty Empress, unjustly accused. We had already organized the Jinzhua the first time we received these news. But, we can't find His Majesty and the Empress in person. Horizontal tablet or inscribed board. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both stunned, their faces somewhat embarrassed. Count the hours. The 2 were sipping tea and enjoying the qin at the summer residence when these events took place. Asshole. Chu Mingyue immediately some shame. Once again shocked to drink. I have a big thing with the queen to be busy. You cannot find us. Cannot go to find the crown prince. The crown prince is not responsible for the supervision of the state. Was saying. Chu Mingyue's voice came to a screeching halt, and the civil and military officials also stared. Ahem. Chu Mingyue was even more embarrassed, and Xiao Yuru's face was also very ashamed. After all, over the years, it was the crown prince who had handled the political affairs for the 2 of them, and now that the crown prince had been deposed, they felt constrained at every turn. Asshole. Even without us? Without the crown prince? Can't you make your own decisions? What did Dechu raise you for? Eventually, split face of anger and abuse or fall on the head of the civil and military officials. Civil and military officials are naturally very aggrieved, full of belly, but one can only suffer in silence. After the tirade, Emperor Chu Ming and Empress Xiao could only begin to work on their political affairs, but it had been so many years since they had dealt with political matters. Plus anything that could be presented to them in the meantime was tricky. This caused both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru to have 2 big heads. Your Majesty, I'm so sorry. These things used to be handled by Xin'er for us, but what have we done? We forced him away hard. We shouldn't have treated Xin'er like that. We're really sorry for Xin'er. Xin'er, my Xin'er, ooh-hoo. The imperial study. Xiao Yuru, who was dealing with political affairs, suddenly broke down and cried. Tears rolled down like beads, wetting the sangha in front of him. Chu Mingyue stopped writing, walked over, and wrapped Xiao Yuru in his arms, soothingly. Queen, don't. Although there are things that we have wronged Xin'er, they were all forced upon us. And to take a step back, we have given Xian our life. Even if we owe him something, he should understand us. Xiao Yuru buried her head and sobbed. But, nothing but. Emperor Chu Ming shook his head and comforted. Empress, you've already dealt with a full half a quarter of an hour of Zhangji. You should be too tired. First take a rest. Come to make tea for the Empress. Then come to pinch the shoulder for the Empress, as well as present the spiritual fruits from my collection. Soon, the crowd served, which finally eased Xiao Yuru's emotions. Empress, I feel that although there has been some turmoil and unrest in our great Chu recently, it's not too much of a problem, but these questions are a good way to hone in, don't you think? Xiao Yuru raised a willow eyebrow. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Now that you've seen Xianer's attitude, he's angry in his heart, and I'm afraid he won't be coming back in a short period of time. However, I believe that our other imperial sons are by no means inferior to Xianer, and I would like to leave these matters in the hands of the other imperial sons, whoever handles it well. Even if they are not directly established as the crown prince custodian, they may consider granting them the right to supervise the country. Chu Mingyue opened his mouth. Xiao Yuru's eyes also lit up, but immediately she frowned. Your Majesty, your thoughts are good, but today there are 8 royal children. Barbarian child can't. Jenner battle child 2 are in the dragon vein to renew their lives. Fonger Yuner 2 are not in Chu, and Dust child is practicing in the heavenly martial sect. The only ones who are in the imperial city today are Wunner and War. The 2 of them. Emperor Chu Ming pondered for a moment and laughed softly. That's fine. Then we'll test the 2 of them first. It's not too late to test the other royal children when you have the chance later. Xiao Yuru nodded, and Emperor Chu Ming immediately summoned the decree. Someone come. Summon 2nd Imperial Son Chu Wen and 3rd Imperial Son Chu Wu to come for an audience. Soon. Not much longer. Inside the Imperial study, 2 youths with similar looks and ages stepped in. One wore a tall hat and a white Confucian robe with big sleeves, and his body faintly exuded an aroma of books and ink. A man with a jade crown on his head and a black Chinese dress with an extremely steep figure. His body was surrounded by a wolfish essence and spirit ripples surging with power. Wunner, see father and mother. War, see father and mother. As soon as the 2 emperors, Chu Wen and Chu Wu, arrived, they were greeted with a salute. Exempt. Emperor Chu Ming waved his hand, and after the 2 of them got up, Chu Wen observed intently and looked at Xiao Yuru. Mother, why are you crying? I heard that big brother and almost killed my 5th brother, such as the 4th brother sent into the dragon vein before renewing his life. Is it because of this matter? Chu Wu also violently clenched his fists. His eyes had a blazing cold aura blooming. Damn it, what is big brother doing? Last time he almost killed the 4th brother. This time he almost beat and killed the 5th brother. Is it because of some friction and fighting when he was a child? He is also too ruthless. Don't blame your big brother. It's mother's fault. It's all mother's fault. Xiao Yuru's eyes reddened again, watering. For his part, Emperor Chu Ming was unwilling to say more on the matter, waving his hand and drinking. Alright, don't mention your big brother's matter. Do you know what father has asked the 2 of you to do? The 2 of them, Chu Wen and Chu Wu, shook their heads in a positive manner, indicating that they did not know. Chu Mingyue solemnly said, you should know that lately we've encountered many things in Chu, and although it's not bad, it's still quite tricky and troublesome. I called you here because I want to test you with these tricky and troublesome political affairs, and if any one of the 2 of you handles them well and to my satisfaction, I will grant the right to supervise the state to whoever I want, or even it's not impossible to be made a crown prince in the future. Chapter 50 for the battle between the civil and military forces, and the order of the Empress. As soon as Emperor Chu Ming's words fell, both Chu Wen and Chu Wu's spirits were shaken, their eyes lit up, and a touch of excitement and thrill faintly rose. Their minds had been active for a long time, ever since they heard the news that the crown prince had been deposed. After all, the crown prince was the rightful future emperor. Who wouldn't want to fight for it? And for that reason they had even made quite a few moves. However, Emperor Chu Ming never mentioned the matter of re-establishing the crown prince, so they could only wait. Today, I didn't expect that the opportunity had suddenly come, and the key thing was that there weren't many royals involved, which made it even more rare. I am terrified. Such a great responsibility, and I don't know if I can satisfy my father and mother in the end. Don't worry, father and mother. My son will never fail to meet your expectations and will definitely satisfy you. Chu Wen and Chu Wu rushed to both state their positions. It is evident through the words that the 2 brothers have very different personalities. One is introverted and calm, the other sharp and exposed, but neither is a generalist. I and mother will watch over you too. During the examination period, whatever resources you want just ask. I, along with mother, do not look at the process, but only at the results of your handling. Chu Mingyue spoke again, and Xiao Yuru encouraged the 2. My son accepts the decree. Chu Wen and Chu Wu both thanked him in unison and were just about to exit. Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru, however, suddenly called out to the two again. Wait! When Chu Wen and Chu Wu both paused to look back, they saw that Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru's faces were filled with a touch of extremely heavy gravity. Whatever you guys want to do, don't mess with your big brother. No, is not to see him, never to meet with him, do you hear me? Chu Wen and Chu Wu's faces were stunned, but they still both nodded their heads. Well, go on. I will divide these Zhengshui into two halves and send them to your respective houses. Finally, Emperor Chu Ming waved his hand, and only then did Chu Wen and Chu Wu leave. As soon as they stepped out of the imperial study, the two showed hostility towards each other. Two pairs of gazes collided in a burst of invisible fire in the air. Chu Wu lightly laughed. Hee. Second brother, your physique is weak. Weekdays recite poetry for the endowment is still okay, but dealing with political affairs is afraid of some injury. If you really feel tired, then you will send your copy of the folders. The younger brother can be for you to share. Chu Wen responded coldly. Don't bother third brother. You still manage your share. After all, you're just a ranked martial artist. State affairs and politics must not be handled in a mess. The two men's words were eerie and hostile, and neither of them would let the other go. After all, this koan was a struggle that belonged to the two of them. Humph. In the end, the two of them grunted at each other and immediately went their separate ways. Chu Wen returning to the Wenxian Palace and Chu Wu returning to the Wukuan Palace. Soon, the two mountainous folders were then sent to each of the two men's house palaces. This side of the Wukuan Palace, the Zhengshui just delivered. Chu Wu, full of energy, immediately began to deal with, between the eyebrows full of excitement. After all, in the past, these political affairs could be the work of the crown prince only. Now, it was finally his turn to point the finger and show off his skills. Instead, it's the Wenxian Palace. Chu Wen didn't deal with the Zhangfu at first, but fell into deep consideration. Intuition told him, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru's final admonition should have some deep meaning. He felt that there was a need to understand things about Chu Xian clearly. Thus, he waved his hand and summoned his secret guards, commanding in a deep voice, you immediately go and find out what's going on between fourth brother Chu Jian and fifth brother Chu Battle and my big brother Chu Xian. The more detailed the better. When the dark guards were ordered to leave, Chu Wen waited in place for news. Half a day later, the secret guards came back to report, and after hearing this, Chu Wen's eyes were shocked. What? Fourth brother's sword bone and fifth brother's battle blood were actually both transplanted from big brother's body by father and mother. How is this? How is this possible? This. Hiss. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over, conjuring up an extremely frightening possibility. It was because over the years, it was known that the 9 imperial sons of Great Chu, with the exception of Chu Xian, the other 8 imperial sons were all exceptionally talented. Chu Jian possesses a sword bone, Chu War possesses battle blood, Chu Wu possesses a martial vein, and he, Chu Wen, also possessed the legendary Wen guts. This boldness made him amazingly gifted, with wonderful writing and even words. Hiss, my literary guts, Lao San's martial vein, and the other royal brother's talents. It shouldn't all come from big brother as well, right? The more Chu Wen thought about it, the more he felt a chill down his spine and chills all around him. As much as he hated to admit it inside, he thought it was absolutely impossible. However, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru's admonition was like some sort of confirmation. After all, if his guess was true, they naturally couldn't see Chu Xian. It was because once the two sides met, their talents were in Chu Xian's presence as Chu Jian's sword bones and Chu warrior's battle blood. There will be nothing to fight back. God, if this is true, father and mother, what on earth did you do to big brother back then? Chu Wen didn't dare to make any more associations. At the same time, he inwardly made a note that he must stay away from Chu Xian. Whether it's true or not, always take responsibility for your life. The Great Wind Dynasty. Imperial Palace. Imperial Study Room. What? Say that again. Hearing Yan Xiangru's report, Empress Feng Linglong rubbed herself up. That stunningly beautiful and flawless face was filled with shock and disbelief. Yan Xiangru once again said, Your Majesty, this is true, and many people have been informed. Emperor Chu Ming and Empress Xiao not only dug up Chu Xian's sword bone and gifted it to their fourth son, Chu Jian, they also drew Chu Xian's war blood and gave it to their fifth son, Chu Zhan. Bang! After hearing this, Feng Linglong directly overturned all the dragon cases with one hand. His face was furious to the core. Chu Minghuang, Xiao Yuru, you two are simply two pigs and dogs that are worse than dogs. Digging up sword bones is not enough. They actually draw war blood. Pass the word. Pass the word. Immediately give me full power. I must crush Great Chu. I must make Great Chu regret treating Chu Xian like this. Yan Xiangru immediately took orders, but did not retreat, but waited. Sure enough, After passing the initial anger, Feng Linglong inquired with an anxious face again. Have you ever found out where Chu Xuan is right now? Yan Xiangru returned. Back to your majesty the empress. We have long since checked that after Chu Xuan resolved the matter of the Chu War, he did not stop Yang Song from occupying the Two Realms Pass, but instead crossed the Two Realms Pass alone and entered the territory of my Great Wind. Oh, Chu Xuan has come to our Great Wind? Feng Linglong raised her eyebrows, her peach blossom eyes rising in delight, and there was even a touch of the shyness of a young girl who was about to meet her beloved. After a split second, she asked drily, Commander Zhan, where is he? Subordinate, a breeze blew, and a silver-faced woman in armor with a proud stance appeared, carrying a narrow sword at her waist with an astonishing aura. This caused Yan Xiangru, who was on the side, to subconsciously tense up 3 times inside, only because of this woman's name Zhan Yan. Not only is the female emperor's most trusted and close to the commander of the close guards, but also has the title of the first master of the Great Wind. Looking at the sword-carrying, armor-clad woman who appeared, Feng Linglong hurriedly commanded, Commander Zhan, I order you to, immediately, bring someone to fetch Chu Xuan to the court. Yes, sir. Zhan Yan immediately clasped his fists and turned around, leaving the imperial study. Watching Zhan Yan leave, Feng Linglong gazed out into the distant sky. A pair of beautiful eyes with autumn water like waves murmured inwardly, Brother Chu Xuan, after 8 years of separation, we're finally going to meet again. Extra long dividing line. Chapter 55 The world clamors for death. The Great Wind Dynasty. Inside, Chu Xuan was dressed in a cloth robe and traveled through the mountains and across the river without haste. Now it had been several days since he had entered the country from the Two Realms Pass, and he had gradually stepped over the Great Wind border and into the Great Wind hinterland. Since the two countries, Dafeng and Dechu, are neighbors, and the same Central Plains dynasty, the customs of the two countries are not much different. Coupled with the fact that he had nothing planned, he headed straight towards the Great Wind Imperial City. Just as Feng Linglong was doubly delighted by the fact that she was about to meet him, how could he not be filled with anticipation of meeting Feng Linglong in his heart? Suffice it to say, it's a ravishing two-way run. However, during the time that Chu Xuan was running straight to the Great Wind Imperial City, about the war blood sword bone two things, gradually hidden, began in the territory of the Great Chu dynasty. Spread. Fermentation. My goodness, have you heard that Chu Xuan, the former crown prince of our Great Chu, turned out not to be some kind of scum who couldn't cultivate at all, but was born with battle blood, but was hardened by Empress Xiao of the Chu Emperor, who siphoned off the battle blood, replacing it with the 5th imperial son, Chu War. This still need to hear about it. My son is a soldier of the Southeast Border Army. He witnessed with his own eyes, Prince Chu Xuan on the Two Worlds Pass Citadel, a word to suppress the 5th Prince Chu War, a knife to kill the 7 great masters, and finally 3 knives and 6 holes to drain the war blood in Chu War's body. Hiss, is what you guys are saying true or not? It can't be a rumor, right? This kind of thing like drawing blood to give away a younger brother is too outrageous. Some people couldn't believe it and found the whole thing too unbelievable. Instead, someone else continued to break the news, once again stimulating all senses. Outrageous? There is even more outrageous it. Someone from the Xuan Ling Sect learned that the 4th Prince Chu Jian, also non-natural sword bone, is also the Chu Emperor Xiao Queen Tu digging the Prince Chu Xian's sword bone after transplant. Asterisk. What kind of ancient joke is this? Digging up sword bones and gifting them to the 4th son, drawing battle blood and gifting them to the 5th son, depriving Crown Prince Chu Xuan of his supreme talent twice in a row. Is still something that people do. The Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao are the Emperor and Empress of our Great Chu dynasty, one fathering the world and the other mothering the world. How could they do such heartless and vicious things? What's even more disgusting is that they actually had the face to call Crown Prince Chu Xuan a waste all these years? They even deposed Chu Xuan as the Crown Prince. Vile, shameless, vicious, they don't deserve to be parents, much less the Emperor and Empress of our Great Chu dynasty. Hush, keep your voice down. It's a head-killing offense if these words are heard. Great Chu world. 36 counties, all around the hot discussion. 8 parties clamor. There were even a lot of questions and abuse mixed in, which was very hard to hear. When those voices reached the ears of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yiru, originally just dumped the political affairs to Chu Wenchu, and then fell back into a free two people, suddenly once again such as 100,000 heavy mountain plus body. Emotions are also doubly out of control. Ooh-hoo. No, it's not. We had no choice. Xiao Yiru covered her face and cried bitterly, unable to stop the tears from flowing and gushing out. She only felt that a heart was completely exposed to the public and was viciously whipped by countless people, so painful that she could barely breathe. As for Emperor Chu Ming, he was even in a thunderous rage. Difficult people. A bunch of damn unruly people. What do they know? They don't know anything. How dare they say that I'm wicked, that I'm stupid, that I don't deserve to be an emperor? Jinyu, where are the Jinyu? In the end, Emperor Chu Ming directly summoned the brocade commander and ruthlessly ordered, immediately send out all the brocade guards, arrest all those unruly people who are chewing the cud, copy their families, and exterminate their clans. At the emperor's command, the entire Chu dynasty immediately set off a storm of bloodshed. The Empress Dowager's palace. When hearing this decree, Empress Dowager Yun Zhao, who had just woken up, once again, he was so angry that he spat blood. The rebellious son, this rebellious son. Justice in the world lies in the hearts of the people, and 1,000 rights and wrongs have their own merits. Are they afraid of others commenting on them since they have done such a filthy thing? Kill? There are so many people in the world. Can he kill them all? Even Mourner must scold him for his wickedness, not worthy of being a parent at all, and also let him send his brocade guards to kill Mourner. Sister Young rushed forward, smoothing his heart and soothing him. The Empress Dowager rests her anger. Anger hurts the body. You must take care of your body. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao coughed one after another, her angry face unabated, completely unable to quell her anger. Mother, mother! At that moment, a mournful sound rang out, only to see a cloaked woman's figure stumble into the room. It was none other than Rapunzel Chu Mingyue. After being hung up for so many days, today's Chu Mingyue had long since lost the noble aura of an elder princess and the proud appearance of a half-step sovereign, cloaked and bloodstained, like a beggar in the marketplace. Mother! I heard the underlings talking about how the royal brother and sister-in-law not only dug up Xianer's sword bones for Chu Jian, but also drew Xianer's battle blood for Chu War. Is this thing true? Your old man told me that this is not true. Chu Mingyue knelt down in front of Empress Dowager Yun Zhao, her face terrified, only to see. Empress Dowager Yun Zhao turned her eyes to stare at Chu Mingyue. Her face did not show any hint of pity. Instead, she drank word by word. Really, it's true. Not only did the two of them dig up Xianer's sword bone, they also drew Xianer's battle blood. Xianer was hardened by the two of them and scourged from a double overwhelming super genius to a cultivation wastrel. What's more, during the years when Xianer lost his sword bone and battle blood, there was still an ant beside him who loved him with a whip every day. Xianer was really lucky. Has your whip ever struck Xianer's chest where the sword bone was gouged out? Has it ever beaten the only mortal blood left in Xianer with blood stasis? Ah! Before Empress Dowager Yun Zhao finished speaking, Chu Mingyue was suddenly covering her heart and screaming, her entire face pale and in pain. It was as if one of her fleshy hearts had been completely torn apart and then broken and rubbed apart, flap by flap. At this very moment, pain, pain to the marrow, pain to the soul. Where is Xianer? I want to atone for my sins. I want to go to Xianer to atone for my sins. This time I won't run away. I'll die. I'll atone for my sins with my death. What I deserve Xianer, what I owe Xianer, I'll pay back with my life. Xianer, Xianer, wait for Auntie. Auntie is coming for you. Chu Mingyue got up with an open heart and ran towards the outside shouting and screaming, with a crazy look of having lost her mind. See this, Sister Rong hurriedly said. Empress Dowager, the eldest princess's sanity seems unclear. Should she, leave her alone? Empress Dowager Yun Zhao, however, waved her hand. A pair of pale eyes looked at Chu Mingyue's figure as she ran away, her gaze icy cold. If she can really pay Xian's debt with her life, I will still recognize her as a daughter, and after she dies, she can have her body buried in the imperial tomb. If she fails to do so, my Chu's 18 miles of imperial tombs will no longer have the eldest princess Chu Mingyue's one coffin place. Chapter 56, The 5 Sect Trials by Poltergeist. Only to see Chu Mingyue running out of the palace with her hair cloaked and full of insanity. Not long after, she rode a fast horse and flew out of the imperial city, all the way to grief and crying, all the way to inquire about Chu Xian traces wildly chased down, from the imperial city of Dechu, to the Xuan Ling Sect, to the border of the Two Realms Pass, and finally, she rode into the territory of the Great Wind Dynasty. As she got closer and closer to Chu Xian, a heart of Chu Mingyue's heart ached more and more. It even sometimes hurt so much that she would fall right off the fast horse, but she didn't care, her face as determined as ever. Xianer, Auntie is here. Auntie will definitely not retreat half a step even if she dies this time. Chu Xian, who was ahead, naturally did not know that Chu Mingyue was chasing after him, or else he would have definitely taken the initiative to hide his tracks. Nowadays, he had already traveled 500 miles on foot within the Great Wind territory, but there were still more than 1,000 miles to his destination, the Great Wind Imperial City. He didn't want to be delayed on the way, but on this day he stopped of his own accord. Just because the front stretches across a continuous mountain range, the mountain range above the aura breaks through the clouds. The sun essence and moonlight is as thick as the huagai. is certainly a heaven and earth spiritual chi incomparable gathering condensation of a good boundary. Ha! Chu Xuan was slightly surprised. Although he had returned from rebirth, he didn't know everything. Just like this mountain range in front of him, he didn't have much of an impression from his previous life. Oh, since we met by chance, it's fate. Just in time to get in and see what can be gained. Chu Xuan made his decision and immediately took large strides towards the mountain range in front of him. It was only that he had just approached the mountain range and had not yet officially entered it. Behind them on the avenue, but there was a sharp sound of horses' hooves. At the same time, an ecstatic drink came over. Xianer, Auntie is here. Auntie is here for you. Chu Xuan turned his head to look, and when he saw the figure of Chu Mingyue galloping with her horse, his originally good face sank. Asterisk. How is this still shady? I've run into a gale. Why are you guys dipping me? Chu Xuan cursed angrily. Without any hesitation, he directly scurried into the mountain range and disappeared. After all, in addition to the remaining several like brothers and sisters, love each other, harmonious and friendly brother, he is now a little bit or not willing to be involved with the royal family of Chu. If he can't afford to mess with it, he can't afford to hide from it. Xianer, wait Auntie is here to pay for your life. Ignoring the shouts coming from the avenue, once Chu Xuan entered the mountain range, he switched directions one after another and darted away, ditching Chu Mingyue. It just stopped, and the somber mood was instantly replaced by surprise, only to hear the mountain range and the beast roar constantly. Actually survived a lot of spiritual beasts. The so-called spiritual beasts, naturally, is the opening of the spirit of the wild beasts. These spirit beasts would already be able to simply gulp down heaven and earth auras for cultivation, thus condensing something known as a spirit core within their bodies. This kind of spirit core wasn't as good as a spirit stone, but it wasn't too far off. Thus, Chu Xuan decided to have a good hunt in this mountain range. Roar! He was the first to encounter a white-fronted eyedrop tiger, with a mouth as big as a blood basin, limbs as thick as pillars, and fur all over his body glowing with a spiritual light, a breath that was not weak enough to compare to the realm of the third rank among martial artists. Plus the demonic beasts had an innate racial advantage. Thick skin and flesh. This third-grade spirit tiger was enough to deal with an average second-grade martial artist. Of course this kind of strength was naturally not enough for Chu Xuan to see, and with a casual slap, he slapped the pouncing spirit tiger to death. And then he took out a dagger from his storage ring and picked out a pigeon egg-sized spirit core with crystal clarity in the tiger's abdomen area. The aura in it was dense enough to be worth a small half of a spirit stone. Nice! Chu Xuan nodded. It must be known that this life is not like the past life. In his previous life, not to mention pigeon egg-sized spirit cores, or sun-sized Jindan immortal babies, he didn't know how many he had refined. But in this life he was just starting out in his cultivation, and it was great to have that. Including it in his nascent soul ring, Chu Xuan continued to hunt in the mountain range. There were many types of spirit beasts in this mountain range, such as the greenwood wolf, the flowing cloud leopard, the earth bear, and the red-blood shin python, etc., with cultivation levels of at least 3 grades, and there was even no shortage of spirit beasts that had already reached the true martial realm. But no matter what grade of spirit beast, it was all the same to Chu Xuan. After a slap, a spirit core was pocketed. As for Chu Mingyue who was chasing after him, she had long been left behind. What hook ate? It doesn't matter at all. However, just as Chu Xuan was hunting the other side of this mountain range, however, there was a high platform on which 5 large flags were waving in the wind, embroidered in 5 scripts: Tian Yuan Sect, Ling Xiao Sect, Sword and Sword Sect, Jin Wu Villa, Wen Luo Ancient Sect and other 5 fonts, and underneath the 5 big flags, there was a party sitting on each end. At the head of the group were middle-aged men, beautiful women, and gray-haired old men. All of them had lofty auras and vast spiritual might. All of them were clear patriarchs. Aha! This time we, the 5 great clans, have joined forces to organize the first 5 clans trial. This seat believes that my Ling Xiao sect will be able to win this trial. A middle-aged man with a long beard stroked his own long beard and let out a loud laugh. Fart! A white-haired old man beside him was snorting and retorted. I see that most of your Ling Xiao sect disciples are in the upper 3rd rank, and there aren't many in the true martial realm. So do you also presume to win the championship of this trial? My blade and sword sect is different. There are many true martial realm in a single grab. The champion of this first session will definitely be my blade and sword sect. Looking at the 2 men blowing their beards and glaring, a graceful and elegant beautiful woman next to them, but covered her mouth and laughed. The 2 of you don't argue. The rule of the trial held by the 5 clans this time is to hunt the spirit beasts in the spirit beast mountain range, and then calculate the results with the number of spirit cores at the end. But hunting spirit beasts not only depends on the strength, but also depends on luck. Maybe someone is very strong but can't meet a spirit beast for half a day. Maybe someone has mediocre strength but can frequently hunt spirit beasts. Speaking of which, the beautiful woman, however, turned her words around and said with a smile on her face, "Cluck, but the disciples of my true martial villa have always been very lucky, so the champion is destined to fall on the head of my true martial villa." The two of them, the long-bearded middle-aged man and the white-haired old man, were stunned, and then they glared at the beautiful woman in unison, as the three of them argued amongst themselves. Vice Clan Lin, Tai Shuang Wang, Lady Jin Wu. At this time, a feathered scarfed Confucian scholar opened his mouth to dissuade him. Which side can win the trial championship? We still need to wait for the final result. Now that the result hasn't appeared, there's no need to argue about it. Only after the persuasion of the feathered scarfed Confucian scholar did a few people stop arguing. At this point, the last cloud-robed middle-aged man with his eyes closed suddenly said in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, this five-sect trial can also be related to the exchange of interests of the five sects, must ensure sufficient fairness. The sects can had all done a good job. Don't let anyone stir up." Upon hearing this, Vice Zong Wang Lin and the others were slightly more upright. "Don't worry, it won't be a problem. It has long been announced to the world that the five clans are holding trials in the Spirit Beast Mountain range today, and that idle people are not allowed to enter, or else they will be severely punished. Looking at the Great Wind Dynasty, where would any ungrateful person dare to disregard the five clans' common order? Even the other three clans wouldn't dare." The feathered scarfed Confucian even said, "Don't forget, Patriarch Yuan, that our five great clans have also formed a monitoring team of a few dozen people. Every member of the monitoring team is equipped with a bird of prey as well as a timely summoning order. Not to mention accidents. Even if a disciple cheats, he can be easily caught and reported back at the first time. So this trial is guaranteed to be fair, just and open." Only then did the cloud-robed middle-aged man nod in satisfaction. But suddenly, he teased, "As long as the trial is fair and there are no accidents, the champion of the trial will definitely be our Tian Yuan sect. Oops, you guys, together, waiting for us here. Put your ing inflection fart. This championship must be our sword and sword sects. Easy, talk a good game. Why are they all in a hurry again?" Above the high platform, a group of sect master powerhouses began to argue again. Chapter 57 Swords. Tian Yuan Ling Xiao, Jin Wu Feng Luo. Chu Xuan naturally did not know that the five great sects were conducting trials in this place, and now he had gradually entered the depths of the mountain range from the outer perimeter. Once they went deeper into the mountain range, the spirit beasts they encountered obviously increased as well as strengthened. This made him slightly pleased, so the harvest could naturally be greater, but not before he had made a big show and reaped the rewards. Rustle of skirts. Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind rang out, and a group of people flashed and swept closer. The group of men looked different, but wore identical costumes, and all had a seal of crossed swords embroidered on their chests and backs. The cultivation levels were all at least upper third grade, and there was even no lack of some true martial realm, especially a black-eyed, white-clothed youth at the head, with a sword hanging from his left waist and a sword on his right waist, with two lines of ancient seal scripts, Spring Thunder and Autumn Frost, inscribed above the sheath of the sword and the scabbard. His body's aura also overpowered everyone, and he actually had the realm of the 6th level of true martial arts. "Kid, what sect are you from?" As soon as the young man with the sword arrived, he rushed at Chu Xuan and questioned him, his eyes looking over the spirit core in the latter's hand and the nascent sacred ring that he wore one after another. "Me? No sect or faction." Chu Xuan gave an expressionless response. "Ha, no sect? You even pulled off such a poor lie. Do you think you can muddle through by taking off your clan costume?" The sword youth laughed disdainfully and finally drank coldly once again. "Regardless of which sect or faction you are from, you are by no means a member of my Blade and Sword sect. Otherwise you wouldn't have failed to recognize me. The Blade and Sword sect's Saint's son. So now, immediately hand over that spirit core in your hand, including all the spirit cores on your body altogether." Chu Xuan indifferently said, "Your Excellency, on our first meeting, you guys are robbing the spirit core that I worked so hard to obtain. Don't you think it's excessive?" Ha, excessive? This kid is really naive. You think everyone is as stupid as you are hunting spirit beasts? How many spirit cores can be obtained by topping the big sky like that? And if you want more, you only have to go and rob someone else's. Don't you understand that? The Blade and Sword Saint's son snorted, with the appearance of a simple, didactic wise man. "Oh, that makes sense." Chu Xuan immediately raised his sword brows and nodded with a deep thought. And after, he then droned coldly towards the crowd. "Since that's the case, you guys now, immediately, hand over the spirit cores on your bodies right now." Crowd. "Ha, you're a fast learner." The Blade and Sword Saint's son's complexion was cold, and he immediately waved his hand and ordered, "Go man! Break both his arms, and bring back all the spirit cores on him." Clang! Once this order was given, a true martial third grader drew his sword and rushed towards Chu Xuan. However, in the next moment, the expressions of those present changed vigorously, only to see that in the face of the stabbing long sword, Chu Xuan's figure loomed unmoving, only lightly flexing his fingers to flick right into the tip of the stabbing sword. With a clanging and popping sound, the long sword in the hands of the true martial triple triad disciple, which was already a mid-grade mortal treasure, broke in an inch in a split second. A hegemonic force impacted that sword-wielding arm as if it was twisted. With a miserable scream, the true martial triple disciple flew backwards on the spot. When he landed, he was already dead or alive. Ha! This scene caused the blade and sword Saint Sun's face to sink. To actually be able to defeat a true martial third grader, this young man has really underestimated you. Pile it all on, I'd like to see how capable you are. The blade and sword Saint Sun once again gave the order, and a group of blade and sword sect disciples all struck out, led by 4 true martial realms. First-grade cultivators even abounded. The swords were brilliant and the spiritual energy burst out, all of them pouring towards Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan's face was calm and collected as he took the initiative to step forward to meet the killers. Only a dull sound was heard, and the disciples of the blade and sword sect who rushed up, in an instant, were flying back one after another. Even those true martial disciples could not carry Chu Xuan's fists and legs, lightly spitting blood and falling back, or fainting in place. Damn it! When did the 4 clans have such a strong person besides the Holy Son and Holy Daughter? At this moment, the sword and sword Saint Sun's expression sank, no longer able to calmly watch the battle. Clang! Accompanied by a sound of a sword being drawn, his figure suddenly leapt to the top of Chu Xuan's head. The spring thunder blade in his hand slashed down, and a loud thunder rose from the mountains and forests. The astonishing blade light carried a dominating power and slashed Chu Xuan directly. In response, Chu Xuan's face remained ancient and unperturbed as he held his fist and smashed it hard. In just one stroke, his iron fist hardened and smashed through the spring thunder blade light. Ah! The blade and sword Saint Sun exclaimed in shock and horror, shocked to the bone by this punch. After all, in his eyes, Chu Xuan was only at the beginning of the true martial realm, not even a true martial first level, yet he had injured him with one punch. This is outrageous. Swish! What made the blade and sword Saint Sun even more terrified was that Chu Xuan did not know what technique he had used under his feet, but actually stepped and instantly chased him to his near front. Once again, he slammed out a punch so hard that the air rippled. Sword combination attack. The moment, the blade and sword Saint Sun was like a titanic mountain, not daring to hold back in the slightest. Instantly, he drew the autumn frost sword hanging from his right waist and clashed with the spring thunder sword. Dang! The swords clanged, and a vast and majestic power burst forth. This is the sword and sword sect's celestial stance, which is claimed to be unrivaled in the world by the combined strike of swords and knives. Boo! However, in the next moment, this so-called invincible technique was smashed hard by a pair of fists, including the 2 swords of spring thunder and autumn frost, which became incomparably bent under the impact of the hegemonic force. Bang! In the end, the power was transmitted through the sword, hardening the blade and sword Saint Sun to kneel out a large crater on the ground, and the mountains and rocks crumbled in all directions. The entire person's face was so painful that it was twisted, and blood was also spewing out of his mouth one after another. Spare my life, I will give you all my spirit cores. Spare my life. The blade and sword Saint Sun hurriedly begged for mercy. The terrifying fist power that could not be counteracted was only then quickly converged and dissolved into nothingness. When Tough looked up, Chu Xuan was already reaching out to look at him. The blade and sword Saint Sun said with a heavy expression, "Your Excellency, I am." Bang! Chu Xuan slapped him across the face, hitting him straight in the eye. "Cut the crap and bring out the spirit core or your head will be twisted for you." The blade and sword Saint Sun's eyes were nearly spitting fire. Thinking that he, as the holy son of the sword and sword sect, was usually high and mighty, how had he ever suffered such humiliation? But now he could only endure it. With a wave of his hand, he took out the spirit cores in his nascent sack, which amounted to more than 100. And then Chu Xuan searched out hundreds more on the rest of the blade and sword sect disciples. Counting the ones he had obtained, there were more than 200. Nice! Chu Xuan nodded and unceremoniously put all the spirit cores into his nascent soul ring. At this point, the blade and sword Saint Sun asked in a deep voice, "Which sect is your excellency from?" "Didn't say so earlier. No clan or sect, just a loose cultivator." Chu Xuan responded. "Really? Loose cultivation?" The blade and sword Saint Sun's pupils shrunk, and a touch of strange shame rose within his heart. "How dare you, a loose cultivator, rob our blade and sword sect spirit core? You're a loose cultivator. How dare you disrupt our 5 sect trials?" Looking at the angry blade and sword Saint Sun, Chu Xuan once again became interested and sneered coldly. What? You're very unconvinced? Without waiting for the blade and sword Saint Sun to respond, Chu Xuan droned. Come, call someone. What? The blade and sword Saint Sun was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Since you're not convinced, I'll give you the chance to call anyone you want. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I'll be right here waiting for your revenge. After saying that, Chu Xuan sat his butt right back down on top of the green stone again. Chu began to wait with his eyes closed. The blade and sword Saint Sun did not expect Chu Xuan to actually be so wild and arrogant. The anger was at once extreme. Well, looking at the Great Wind Dynasty, no one dares to disregard our 5 great clans like this. You loose cultivator have guts. Wait. Thus, the sword Saint Sun took out the communication order and started shaking people in a big way. After all, in his opinion, the matter at hand was no longer a mere grabbing of spirit cores. It was already about the face of their 5 great clans. If they didn't settle the arrogant Chu Xuan, wouldn't their 5 great clans' trial today become a laughingstock in the eyes of others? Within a short time, with the sound of gusts of broken wind, there were people arriving in droves. In the beginning, most of the disciples from the Sword and Sword sect, and then the disciples from the 4 sects of Tianyuan Lingxiao Zhenwu Fengluo also rushed over one after another. As time passed, more and more silhouettes converged at this place. This perverse scene naturally alarmed the trial's inspectors. Newbie, only a sharp cry could be heard as a man on an eagle beast descended into the mountains. It was the deacon in charge of monitoring this area, and when he heard that someone in this area was disturbing the trial, he was also startled and rushed to report it. The other side of the mountains. As the monitoring was reported, the news was instantly learned by the 5 great patriarchs. Asshole, there's really someone who dares to provoke the majesty of our 5 great sects. Patriarch Yuan's brows furrowed greatly, and a look of duplicity rose on his face. Strange. The monitoring report said that the one who disturbed the trial was an alien loose cultivator? Where did the loose cultivator come from that dares to disturb our 5 sect trials so boldly? The blade and sword Saint Sun said that this loose cultivator is not simple, and that even he is no match for him. Vice Sect Lin, Taishong Wang, Lady Jinwu, and the others also had different expressions. Finally, Patriarch Yuan solicited, Gentlemen, should we send someone to settle this unknowing loose cultivator? Before the crowd could speak, news from the monitor came again. When viewed after, Patriarch Yuan and the group of patriarchs looked at each other and put their hearts down again. Oh, it doesn't seem to be necessary. The heavenly Yuan Saint Sun, the Ling Xiao Saint Sun, the true martial Saint Maiden, and the Wen Luo Saint Maiden have all arrived with their men. Nowadays, the 5 great clans have gathered no less than hundreds of disciples there. This kind of formation, not to mention that the other party is only a true martial realm, even if it's a half-step sovereign, it's still enough for him to drink a pot of water. Chapter 58 Shinner, Auntie is here. At this point, deep in the mountains, the originally deep and silent mountain forest has long since become bustling with people and shadows, and at a glance, there are no less than hundreds of people. Hundreds of people were dressed differently, clearly separated into 5 parties. Apart from the Blade and Sword sect, which was led by the Blade and Sword Saint Sun, all the other teams were like stars arching over the moon as they each walked out with one person, 2 men and 2 women. The man was bountiful and handsome, the woman was absolutely beautiful. The cultivation aura of the 4 people was only stronger but not weaker compared to the Blade and Sword sect's Blade and Sword Saint Sun. All of them were at the 6th level of the true martial realm. It was none other than the heavenly Yuan Saint Sun, the Ling Xiao Saint Sun, the true martial Saint Maiden and the Wen Luo Saint Maiden. As soon as the heavenly Yuan Saint Sun arrived, his ghostly gaze was directed at the Blade and Sword Saint Sun. Disgruntledly, he droned, Blade and Sword Saint Sun, when you say that there are thieves sabotaging our 5 sect trials, it can't be just this one young man, can it? Nice. This is the man. The Blade and Sword Saint Sun nodded his head, and the true martial Saint Maiden immediately let out a burst of silver bell laughter. He, Blade and Sword Saint Sun. I see that this person should only be at the beginning of the true martial realm. Aren't you making a bit of a fuss? Although the rest of the holy sons and daughters did not speak up, they were obviously dissatisfied as well. Guys, don't underestimate him. I've already fought with him just now, and I am not an opponent. The Blade and Sword Saint Sun's expression was sullen and grim, but what was ushered in was a sneer from the Tian Yuan Saint Sun. That's because you're too trashy. The rest of the few were non-committal. A true martial 6th grade losing to a first-time true martial. This was simply hilarious. You guys, the Blade and Sword Saint Sun's face was unsightly, and he had the heart to refute the facts but they were not eloquent. Waste of time. Go people to finish him off. Our 5 sects trial isn't over yet. At that moment, the Ling Xiao Saint Sun, who hadn't said anything, suddenly ordered. The Blade and Sword Saint Sun had the intention of intercepting it. but withdrew his hand at the last moment. After all, these people won't believe him without some pain. One could only see some Ling Sect disciples killing towards Chu Xuan. However, before they could rush to the place where Chu Xuan was sitting on the green stone, swish, a cloaked, blood-stained woman's figure suddenly flashed out, halfway across the road, forcibly intercepting the crowd. Xuaner, Auntie is here. With Auntie here, no one can hurt you a bit. Bang! With a dainty shout, Chu Mingyue slapped her palm, and that which belonged to the half-step sect master realm instantly surged, sending a group of disciples flying on the spot. A miserable scream rang out. Some people crashed through the ancient trees. Some people crashed into the rocks. Some people smashed into their companions. And when they landed on the ground, all of them did not know whether they were alive or dead. Anyone else? A half-step sect master? So he has an accomplice. The disciples of the 5 clans present were all in an uproar, and all of them had their swords drawn. On the green stone, Chu Xuan also opened his eyes when he saw Chu Mingyue's figure. Instead, he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching and his face was grim. Without thinking about it, he could guess that it must be because he had made too much noise over here that even Chu Mingyue, who he had originally ditched, was attracted to him. What a sin! At this point, the blade and sword Saint Sun glanced at Chu Mingyue and immediately snorted at Chu Xuan. Yeah, this Saint Sun said, why are you so ballsy? So it turns out that there's a half-step sect master realm powerhouse standing behind you. Chu Xuan looked somewhat embarrassed and said, that, if I were to say that I don't know this woman at all, you guys can believe it? My strength is inferior to yours, but don't insult my intelligence. This woman just called herself your aunt, and you say you don't know each other? The blade and sword Saint Sun glared with a look that said no to insults. At this time, Chu Mingyue also turned her head, her face full of pain and sorrow. Xuaner, I'm sorry. Auntie knows it's wrong, but Auntie doesn't come here to ask for your forgiveness. Auntie is only willing to give her life to make up for the mistakes she once made. Okay, whatever. Chu Xuan no longer said anything more and was preparing to get up and resolve everyone in the field, including Chu Mingyue, but that's when Ling Saint Sun, however, took the lead and shocked. So what if it's a half-step sect master? Our 5 sect disciples have gathered so many people here. It's not that difficult to deal with a half-step sect master. Ling sect disciples listened to the order. Kill with me. Boom shoo shoo. The Saint Son of the Ling led a group of Ling sect disciples to kill Chu Mingyue. Nice. First finish off this half-step sect master, then finish off that berserker. The blade and sword Saint Sun and the rest of the group of Saint Sons and Saints also had a tacit understanding. Immediately, they led their respective disciples to all rush towards Chu Mingyue. For a time, hundreds of strands of spiritual energy were like 100 flowers blossoming, intertwining and raging, with a skyrocketing might that violently shook the entire side of the mountains and forests. Even Chu Mingyue, a half-step sect master, was fearful. However, when she glanced back at Chu Xuan, that fear disappeared in an instant. Xuaner, Auntie really wants to redeem herself this time, and I will protect you with my life. After a deep glance, Chu Mingyue took the initiative to rush towards the disciples of the 5 clans. Chu Xuan, however, had no more big words, only feeling that he had just been disgusted, but he didn't get up again, so he just continued to sit in meditation, quietly watching the action. Chu Mingyue wanted to fight, then let her fight. Whether she killed the 5 sect disciple or the 5 sect disciple killed her, it was considered a favorable thing for him. Boom! Only to see that Chu Mingyue, as a half-step sect master, although she had suffered a lot of injuries in recent times, she was still very formidable in battle. An ordinary disciple of the 5 sects would be injured by rubbing it and die by touching it, and even a true martial realm disciple would not be able to carry Chu Mingyue's bombardment. But, as the saying goes, 2 fists are better than 4. While Chu Mingyue was killing her enemies, she was not immune to being injured by them. In particular, the killing power displayed by a group of holy sons and daughters at the 6th level of the true martial realm was not small for a half-step sect master. Not a moment too soon, the swords and knives of the crowd then left wound after wound on Chu Mingyue's body, causing the latter to let out one miserable scream after another. If it was an ordinary person listening to the screams, they would naturally sympathize and be moved, but when it fell on Chu Xuan's ears, he almost didn't hold back his laughter. After all, in his eyes, Chu Mingyue was a complete joke. First, without that strength, don't be here to protect this and that, and make it look like you have to protect whoever you are. Secondly, Chu Mingyue must have felt that this act could atone for her sins, not realizing that in Chu Xuan's eyes, this was completely self-moved. That's all. Chu Xuan silently watched Chu Mingyue go from the beginning of her great killing spree, to the midway point of her screams, to the later stage of her struggles. Bang! Finally, under the combined bombardment of a group of holy sons and daughters, Chu Mingyue sprayed blood furiously and fell to the ground, completely restrained by the disciples of the 5 sects. And the next moment, the sword and sword Saint Sun even yanked up Chu Mingyue's head, the latter at this moment, full of blood and dirt. His appearance was as wretched as it could be, as miserable as it could be. Clang! One could only see the blade and sword Saint Sun placing the spring thunder blade in his hand on Chu Mingyue's neck before he rushed at Chu Xuan on the opposite side, threatening in a cold voice. Boy! Immediately bind your hands and kneel on the ground to hand over all the spirit cores. Otherwise, this Saint Sun can cut off your aunt's head. Chapter 59 Pooped a big one. At this moment, the disciples of the 5 clans present all laughed coldly, especially the sword and sacred Sun. Inwardly, he only felt stable. After all, with the hostage in hand, any opponent who was stronger would have to throw in the towel. Ugh! At that moment, Chu Mingyue quenched a mouthful of blood and dirt in her mouth, shouting towards Chu Xuan. It rather smacked of a heroic uprising. Xuaner, never mind. There's no need to worry about Auntie dying to guard you. Auntie has redeemed herself. It's worth it. Pust. Chu Xuan smiled. It really didn't hold back. Asshole. Your aunt is dying and you're still there laughing. The blade and sword Saint Sun snapped. With some force in his hand, the sharp blade immediately left a line of blood on Chu Mingyue's neck, making it feel threatening. Who knows? Chu Xuan, however, had a calm expression on his face, and even drew colorful comparisons. Not that I'm talking about you. How can you cut off her head like that? Come on. I'll teach you ha. You should raise your long knife high and then slash down hard towards the back of her neck. This way. With a plop, a full head will roll off with a grunt. But be careful. Don't let the blood spray your face. Sacred son of the sword. Disciples of the 5 sects. Chu Mingyue. Swish. The blade and sword Saint Sun noticed something odd and droned. Isn't this person your aunt? Don't you care if she lives or dies? Care. I'm so concerned that you'll be merciful and she won't die. Chu Xuan said with an exaggerated face. However, the words caused the blade and sword Saint Sun's face, including all the disciples of the 5 clans, to turn ugly. They could see that the woman in front of them, the woman who had been restrained by the half-step patriarch who had called herself her aunt, the other party didn't care about her death or life at all. It was even vaguely eager for them to decapitate the woman with a single slash. Xuaner. Seeing that Chu Xuan didn't care if she died or lived, Chu Mingyue was in agony. But soon, a deathly gray color rose on her face and she smiled miserably inside. Oh, it's right not to care if I live or die. After all the sins I've done to you, how could you care whether my aunt lives or dies? It's good to die. It's good to die. It's good to die. I'll atone for my sins. It's good to die. I'll be relieved. Finally, Chu Mingyue closed her eyes in despair and waited for that lordly slash. But without waiting for the blade and sword Saint Sun to make a move, the Ling Xiao Saint Sun on the side kicked her out, spraying blood and skidding to the side, cursing under his breath. Asterisk. I thought I had caught a big one, but it turned out to be a big ing, and it killed and injured so many people from our 5 clans for nothing. The blade and sword Saint Sun and the rest of the Saint Suns and Saints' faces were also furious to the extreme, and this anger naturally transferred to Chu Xuan's body. Marred. Give this Saint Sun to hack him to death. Hack this guy into mush, to avenge the dead and injured disciples of the 5 clans, the Saint Prince of the Ling Xiao indignantly ordered. And at that moment, a group of disciples from the Ling Xiao sect once again changed direction and surrounded and killed towards Chu Xuan. See this. The blade and sword Saint Sun also droned. Everyone, this person's strength is not trivial. Don't be careless. Everyone continue together. It was also unknown whether they had listened to the advice or whether the people were all angry at Chu Xuan. All of the 5 sect disciples present all killed towards Chu Xuan. Although the lineup was 1 or 2 dozen people less than when they dealt with Chu Mingyue just now, there were many more anger and killing intent, and the overall might was actually much more terrifying than just now. However, the Chu Xuan on the opposite side, however, did not have the slightest hint of panic or flinch, and suddenly rose up long from the green stone, his face slightly excited. After all, to him, it wasn't even hundreds of enemies, but just hundreds of spirit core storage depots that could be moved around. Kill, go to hell, eat me, only to see the Ling Xiao sect disciples attacking the fastest, a dozen or so of them surrounded in a fan shape, some wielding swords, others stabbing their swords, their cold auras brilliant. Instead of dodging, Chu Xuan thrust out a wind cloud palm horizontally, and in an instant, all of the incoming enemies, whether they were of the upper 3rd grade or the true martial realm, all screamed in pain as they were thrown out. Clank! Chu Xuan took a single step, holding his sword in a smooth manner, and took the initiative to charge. In fact, in his previous life, he had never had a fixed weapon or magic treasure. He had used swords, made knives, sacrificed pagodas and bells and mirrors and 100 other magic treasures, and even used only his own pair of iron fists a lot of the time, because he always believed in his heart that a true invincible would never stick to a certain weapon, a certain technique or even a certain Tao. Rather, he sacrifices 10,000 soldiers, passes through 10,000 laws, blends 10,000 paths, and the paths are divine. When he uses his sword, he is the sword immortal. When he uses a sword, he is the saint of swords. When he uses jutsu, he is the god of jutsu. Like right now, with a sword in his hand, his entire person seemed to be transformed into a swordsman who had crossed the world. Sword chi rushed to the sky, weaving in and out, and a large number of enemies began to fall. However, this battle was not for killing people, only for the spirit cores on these people, so every sword he stabbed out was exquisite. No lives are harmed, but every enemy is rendered hors de combat. Hiss. What? Seeing that Chu Xian's one man and one sword were actually in the crowd like nobody's business, the faces of the crowd of holy sons and holy daughters immediately became incomparably heavy. Finally, he realized that what the sword and blade saint's son had said was not exaggerated, and that the other party was, in a way, not weaker at all than the half-step sect master from just now. Together, half-step sovereigns have been restrained by us. Is he still missing a true martial realm? The blade and sword saint's son and the others shouted and joined forces to surround Chu Xuan. Facing the 5 people surrounding him, Chu Xuan did not retreat and met the attack with his sword. Anum. Clang. The 6 people fought in a group, immediately set off a burst of metal interplay sound, straight to fight this mountain forest fire splash, vibration like thunder. However, in the instantaneous exchange of blows, the blade and sword saint's son and the others were in agony. Some people's mouths burst with blood, some people covered their chests and grunted, and some people staggered backward. Even though the 5 had long since utilized their cultivation strength to the extreme, they were still firmly pressed by Chu Xuanyuan's one man and one sword. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a large number of celestial pride surrounding them holding Chu Xuanyuan physically and mentally, the 5 people only felt that they wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds under Chu Xuanyuan's sword. Hiss. What kind of demon is this? I've never seen such a character in all my life. The 5 looked at each other, and after being shocked, madness began to rise in their eyes. In a flash, all 5 read each other's looks spellbound. Blade and sword combination. Silver dragon gun technique. Force breaks 1,000 pounds. Only to see the 5 swords and sacred suns striking their own strongest power in unison. Spiritual energy erupted. Astral aura was like a rainbow. 5 people carrying 5 horrible killing moves, from 5 different directions all bombarding Chu Xian in unison. Break! Seeing this, Chu Xian, however, swept out his sword, and the tip of his tongue was like blooming spring thunder. Along with the drink, the sword in his hand, suddenly swept through the mountains and forests at a rapid speed. The tip of the sword over. Those incoming killing strokes were all broken. Knife and sword saint's son and other 5 people are like a lightning strike, screaming miserably flying backwards, to land, all of them wildly spraying blood, losing their combat power, and after resolving the 5 people of the blade and sword saint's son, Chu Xian did not stop, continuing to sweep with his sword. The surrounding disciples of the 5 clans continued to fall to the ground. My God! How? Over the mountain forest, the monitor on the eagle beast did not leave. Originally, seeing the half-step sect masters were suppressed by the 5 sect disciples, thinking that the remaining one true martial arts realm cultivator is even a small problem, but at that moment, he was stunned by the lopsided situation in the mountains. Not daring to delay, he reported the situation to the top at the first opportunity. Chapter 60 The Arrival of the 5 Great Masters. On the other side of the mountain range, on top of a high platform, the 5 great patriarchs who hadn't taken it too seriously, when they received the message, it instantly blew up. No good. That person is a tough opponent. The disciples of the 5 clans even restrained a half-step sect master, yet they are no match for that person. Damn it, where did such a strong casual cultivator come from? This isn't right. Quick, let's quickly walk up and lay down in person. We mustn't let that guy get away, or else where can we put the face of our 5 clans? The 5 great sect masters pulled themselves up from the high platform and quickly flew towards the place of the incident. Just before the 5 of them arrived, the battle had already ended. Looking at the entire mountain forest, other than Chu Xian who was standing with a sword, the disciples of the 5 sects were all lying horizontally on the ground, either wailing or roaring in pain. Oh, there was also a half-dead Chu Mingyue, lying there. Swish! Chu Xian did not pay any attention to Chu Mingyue, whether the latter was dead or not. It did not matter to him, as he came to the front of the 5 sects' holy sons and daughters at the first opportunity. A look of boredom filled his face as he looked down from above. Ugh! I thought that this one of you called the Holy Son and that one called the Holy Maiden should have no small amount of ability, but the result disappoints me. The crowd of holy sons and daughters looked gloomy, their faces reddening but unable to refute. Ever heard the saying, Those who wish to rob others will be robbed. Since you guys are trying to rob me, then I won't blame you for being rude. Hand over the spirit core on your body voluntarily, and your lives can be spared. Chu Xuan threatened in a cold voice. Other than the sword and sword saint's son, the crowd of holy sons and daughters were naturally reluctant. Not to mention the fact that the value of the spirit core was not much worse than the spirit stones, but the spirit core was also related to their 5 sect trials. If this was snatched by someone, wouldn't their 5 great sects be reduced to the laughingstock of the world? Daring, the spirit core is a voucher for the trial held jointly by the 5 great clans. If you snatch it away, aren't you afraid of the retaliation of our 5 clans? 5 clans? Some small sects that you can't even think of. Chu Xuan shook his head. He didn't despise it. It's just that compared to a few clans such as the Xuan Ling Sect, which still had the Xuan Ling flower as a treasure, the 5 major clans in front of him really didn't have much of an impression in his memories from his previous life. However, this kind of expression fell in the eyes of the crowd of holy sons and daughters, but it was like being humiliated. But under the threat of life and death, there was nothing they could do but compromise. In the end, the spirit cores of all the disciples of the 5 clans were handed over to Chu Xuan. At a rough count, there were more than 1,000 of them. A direct wave of fat. Oh, good. Chu Xuan was greatly satisfied and put all the spirit cores into his nascent soul ring. As he was planning to leave in style, a deafening chorus sounded. Hairy thieves don't go. With a whistling sound, the 5 great patriarchs hurriedly flew in. As soon as the 5 great sect masters arrived, 5 strands of vast and majestic sect master might surged and rose in unison, pressurizing the entire side of the mountains and forests, especially Chu Xuan, who was at the center of the 5 strands of sovereign's pressure. However, Chu Xuan was oblivious to it, and instead gently laughed. Ha, it seems that this is a case of hitting the little one and coming for the old one. The crowd of holy sons and daughters and others were the most agitated and rushed to ask for help. Patriarch Yuan, Taishang Wang, Lady Jinwu, these 2 thieves have come from nowhere and have seriously disrupted our 5 sect trials. We've already subdued one, but this remaining one is oddly strong and not our match, so I'd like to ask you all to personally exterminate it. Patriarch Yuan, Taishang Wang, Lady Jinwu, and the others had long since stared at Chu Xuan. Only a flash of astonishment and incredulity rose from the eyes of the 5. After all 5 of them were sect masters, and their might could not even be carried by a half-step sect master. But Chu Xuan was unaffected, which was truly unbelievable. Humph, where are you a fanatic from? What sect do you come from? And why are you causing a great disturbance in the midst of our 5 sects trial grounds? Patriarch Yuan droned, and the rest of the patriarchs also looked at Chu Xuan questioningly. After all, with such talent and strength, one shouldn't be a silent and nameless casual cultivator. Who knows? Chu Xuan responded in a faint voice. My name is Chu Xuan. I have no clan or sect. I'm just a first-order casual cultivator who happened to encounter this place. Chu Xuan, never heard of it. Really a loose cannon? Patriarch Yuan, Taishang Wang, and the others glanced at each other, and finally looked at Chu Mingyue, who was lying on the side. What about this person? No recognition. Unclear. I don't know. Chu Xuan hurriedly shook his head, but the blade and sword saint's son and the others glared. Nonsense. She clearly claims to be your aunt. Oh, even if it's an aunt, it's not close, not familiar, not caring, Chu Xuan added, but his words made it impossible for the blade and sword saint's son and the others to refute them. Asshole. Bold. A loose cultivator dares to come to the 5 sect trials grounds to cause trouble. He's tired of living. At this time, the Yuan patriarch Wang Taishang Jinwu lady and others were all shocked and shouted, and their anger was no longer restrained, surging up. Hey, I can't agree with that. Chu Xuan shook his head and said with a solemn expression, this side of the mountain range has no owner. If you can come here to try out, I can also come here to hunt. And today's incident is because you 5 sect disciples took the lead in robbing me of my spirit core, and called in so many people to surround me. So, instead of getting angry, all you have to do is apologize to me. When these words came out, the people of the 5 clans present all stared with wide eyes. Rub, this guy's crazy, injuring so many disciples of the 5 sects and robbing all the spirit cores of the 5 sects. He ended up asking the sect masters of the 5 sects to make amends and apologize for him. Sure enough, the 5 great patriarchs' expressions were cold, and a furious smile rose on all of their faces. Ha ha ha, what a fanatic. You really dare to speak up. A mere true martial realm dares to be so wildly disobedient in front of us. If you become a sovereign realm, wouldn't you dare to clamor for celestials? Asshole, don't say you're a loose cultivator. Even if there's really some power standing behind you, you won't be able to save you today. Don't talk nonsense with him, yellow-mouthed child. Take a slap from this seat first. Boom. At the end of his words, Patriarch Yuan was the first to be unable to resist striking out towards Chu Xuan. One could only see his expression of contempt as he raised his hand and waved it like he was swatting a fly on a weekday, clearly not putting Chu Xuan in his eyes at all. But even so, many of the people present were shaken in spirit. After all, the patriarch struck. Even if it was done casually, it wouldn't be something that the true martial realm could resist. In the eyes of many people, with this palm, Chu Xuan would definitely be slapped into mush. No one had mercy. After all, offending the 5 clans was a capital offense. Xuan, be careful. At this point, Chu Mingyue, who was originally lying down, looked like she was suddenly swindling. Jumping up, he used his own strength to counteract the slap for Chu Xuan. Bang! Only now that she had long been seriously injured, how could she stop a patriarch's palm? And was sent flying with a slap, her body flying straight towards Chu Xuan. However, looking at the flying Chu Mingyue, Chu Xuan's face was unmoved. Instead, he also raised his hand and slapped Chu Mingyue to the side. Pust! Having been slapped twice in a row, the already seriously injured Chu Mingyue was completely overwhelmed. She fainted on the spot with a spray of blood, but none of them looked at her again. Humph! Someone fought the first slap for you. This seat will see if there is anyone else to fight the second slap for you. At that moment, Patriarch Yuan did not stop. Instead, he once again slapped out a palm. And this palm was just as if it was even stronger than the one just now. It was as if he would not stop until Chu Xuan was slapped into mush. Ha! You guys are being unreasonable, aren't you? Fine. Since you don't want to be reasonable, then I'm also slightly skilled in fists and kicks. Seeing that, Chu Xuan snorted and raised his sword in a sudden chop. With this chop, he unexpectedly chopped that sovereign's palm imprint on the spot. And then the sword chi chopped to the top of the opponent's head in a lightning-fast manner. Ah! Patriarch Yuan exclaimed in shock. Unable to think about how the other party could be so powerful, the first thing he did was to explode with all his might to counteract it. However, useless. No matter how much he erupted with the power of a patriarch, he simply couldn't carry that sword chi. Puff! In the end, the sword chi hung over his head, and the entire person was subdued and knelt above the void. Chapter 61 Sword Pressure on the 5 Patriarchs. Zhang Yan arrives. What? How is this possible? Damn it! This guy is definitely not an ordinary true martial casual cultivator. The other party is armed with powerful means. Quickly strike together to restrain him. The rest of the 4 great patriarchs, their faces changed vigorously as they rushed to make their moves, only to see that the 4 of them didn't hold back a single bit, some casting spells, some using weapons, and the might of the sect masters storming up in full force. Humph! In response, Chu Xuan coldly snorted and once again chopped out 4 sword chi. Above each sword chi, it was raging with a vast and majestic power of chi, breaking the incoming power of the 4 great sect masters on the spot. With a muffled thumping sound, the 4 great patriarchs also followed in the footsteps of Patriarch Yuan, being subdued by sword chi as they knelt above the void. Ah! No way! Who the hell are you? At this moment, the 5 great sect masters screamed in horror in unison. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free from the suppression of the sword chi. As for the disciples of the 5 clans present, they were even more shocked beyond words. They had thought that Chu Xuan being able to kill and defeat these disciples of theirs was astonishing enough, but who would have known that he would actually be unable to defeat even the 5 great masters? This is outrageous. And after struggling for a while, the kneeling 5 great patriarchs despaired within themselves, knowing full well that their lives were already in Chu Xuan's hands. Flocking from the heart. Young warrior, this young warrior, have a word. Today's matter was indeed mishandled by our 5 clans. Just as you said, make amends. We would like to make amends. While listening to the 5 people's words from the heart, Chu Xuan shook his head and laughed coldly. Oh, I reason with you. You reason with me about fists and feet. Now I speak to you of fists and feet, and you in turn give me reason. Do you think I am stupid? Or are you stupid? The 5 great patriarchs' faces were embarrassed, but Chu Xuan stopped talking nonsense with them. With a wave of his hand, the sword chi that suppressed the 5 people began to slowly fall. No! No! Young warrior, spare your life. The 5 great sect masters were immediately terrified and begged for mercy, but Chu Xuan did not stop. Seeing that the 5 sword chi were about to suppress the 5 people, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Chu, I've finally found you. Swish! The voice was still echoing when a delicate figure flashed to Chu Xuan's nearness. The distant mountains, but also hurriedly followed by a team of female armor, all wearing tasseled helmets, wearing a tough, valiant. Chu Xuan stopped his sword chi and looked towards the delicate figure that came first. His hair was tied back and held high. His face wore a silver mask, and he was covered in armor, carrying a narrow sword at his waist. The most amazing thing was that cultivation. It was even more powerful than the first patriarch of the great Chu, Lin Yu, almost standing at the top of the patriarchs. Show your face. Chu Xuan raised his sword brows and was just about to speak. That suppressed Patriarch Yuan and the others, however, were the first to become agitated. Ha! You're the Great Wind Empress Close Guard Commander. Grand Commander Zhan Yen? Grand Commander Zhan. Help! Save us! Our 5 great clans have always looked up to Her Majesty the Empress. You must save us, Great Commander Zhan. Today, I don't know where a madman came from, relying on the fact that he has some tricks up his sleeve. He is arrogant and cocky, humiliating our 5 great clans in every way. That's right, he just cursed Her Majesty the Empress, saying that the Great Wind Empress is nothing. Such a traitor must not be spared. Patriarch Yuan and the others added fuel to the fire. After all, it was only then that this female emperor's close guard commander would be more likely to step in and help them. It was just that they did not notice that the color of humble pity surfaced in Chu Xian's eyes. The help of the exhibition face, the silver face under the pretty face is even more precipitous as frost. Snap! In a flash, Zhan Yen turned around and slapped each of the 5 patriarchs. Patriarch Yuan and the others were immediately struck dumb. Commander Zhan Yen, what are you doing hitting us? That berserker is over there. What this commander is fighting is you fools with no eyes. Zhan Yen angrily rebuked, then swung open his palm and violently hit again, straightly hitting the 5 great masters with blood in their mouths and noses, and eyes glittering with gold stars. Finally, under the 5 great patriarchs' wide gazes, Zhan Yen withdrew her hands and half-kneeled towards Chu Xuan. Respectfully, Zhan Yen see Duke Chu, there's no need to be polite. Commander Zhan, we haven't seen each other in many years. Chu Xuan lightly laughed and raised his hand to indicate that he was excused. He was naturally familiar with this female emperor's close guard commander. Even Zhan Yen was just a loose cultivator sect master 8 years ago, and the reason why he could become Feng Linglong's commander of the close guards was that he had set him up. Sir Chu, it's been 8 years since I've seen you. Zhan Yen smiled at Chu Xuan. Mr. Chu, this time I have come to receive you into the palace by order of the Empress, but I didn't expect to let you encounter this kind of trouble within the Great Wind. It's really my dereliction of duty. Chu Xuan waved his hand. No harm done. Just some minor troubles. Zhan Yen said no more. Instead, he turned around and coldly shouted at the 5 great patriarchs who had already looked horrified. A bunch of assholes with no eyes. Do you know who he is? His name is Chu Xuan. Not only is he the former crown prince of the great Chu dynasty, but he is also the benefactor, nobleman, and sweetheart of Her Majesty, the current empress. You 5 great clans actually dare to touch him. I think you want to be exterminated. Boom! The moment these words came out, the minds of the 5 great patriarchs went blank. It just feels finished. They naturally didn't care about the identity of the former prince of the Chu dynasty, but the string of names of the empress's benefactor, honored one, and beloved one, straight away made them feel that their necks were already shaking. I'm sorry, Lord Chu Xuan. It's us who have eyes without a pearl. It's us who are dog-eyed. Lord Chu Xuan, you are generous. Spare us. Chancellor Zhan Yen, do us a favor and plead for us. The 5 great sect masters hurriedly cried and begged for mercy. This time they were truly afraid, because this was no longer just about the lives of the 5 of them, but also about the survival of countless friends and family members of the 5 great clans. However, Zhan Yen ignored them and only inquired towards Chu Xuan. Sir Chu, these people, what do you want to do with them? Chu Xuan asked. Are the 5 sect masters important in Linglong's heart? Zhan Yen replied with a smile. In His Majesty's heart, nothing is as important as Duke Chu. Ha ha, that's true. Chu Xuan laughed up to the sky and then waved his hand. Then it's a waste. 5 sword chi pierced through the back on the spot, penetrating the 5 great patriarchs, only to see the blood pouring out. The 5 great sect masters were like 5 poked balls. The cultivation of the sect master realm all turned into water. It's your good fortune that Mr. Chu has kept you alive. If Her Majesty the Empress were here, not to mention the 5 of you, all 5 of your clans would be destroyed. So why don't you quickly kowtow and thank me for my kindness? At this time, Zhan Yen coldly drank. Was abolished the cultivation of the 5 great masters. Half of the hatred rose up. Terrified rushed Chu Xuan. Thank you. After all, the equivalent of the extermination of the clan. Only 5 of them were abolished when it was really called the gift of grace. As for the disciples of the 5 clans present, they had long been on the ground pretending to be dead, not to mention the gazes of hatred, and they didn't even dare to breathe again, lest it be accidentally noticed by Chu Xuan and lead to a killing. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Xuan was simply too lazy to look at them. The mole crickets were just ants. Mr. Chu, that man is? At this time, Zhan Yen noticed Chu Mingyue who had fainted to the side. She did know Chu Mingyue. It was just that now the latter was not only face down, but also cloaked and covered in blood and mud, so she naturally could not recognize him. Just an insignificant passerby. Don't bother. Chu Xuan responded with an indifferent face. Zhang Yan let out an "oh, no more questions," and finally made a pleased gesture. Mr. Chu, we've prepared a carriage back to the imperial city outside the mountain. Please come with us. Chu Xuan nodded and followed the group of female emperor's close guards as they left the mountain range. After seeing Chu Yuan and the others leave, the 5 great sect masters, along with the 5 sect disciples, also rushed to help each other and fled the place. Finally, only a fainting Chu Mingyue was left lying alone in this room, like a dying wild dog in a mountain forest, unattended. Chapter 62 Great Wind Imperial City, Imperial Court. When Chu Xuan followed Zhang Yan and the other female emperor's close guards out of the Spirit Beast mountain range, visible on the avenue outside the mountain was a carriage parked in luxury to the extreme. Instead of a carriage, it was more like 8 horses pulling aside of a small palace, which was the imperial carriage that Empress Feng Linglong usually rode on her parade. Sir Chu, this is the carriage that the Empress has specially ordered to be rushed here. His Majesty would not want Sir Chu to be subjected to the slightest bumps on the road, Zhang Yan explained, at the same time inwardly lamenting. The only one who can make the Empress care like this is Chu Xuan. Linglong has a heart. Chu Xuan smiled and did not make any pretense, lifting the curtain of the carriage to enter it. Inside the carriage, the beds and couches, tables and chairs, and tea tables, the sparrows are all complete. With Zhang Yan's order to set off, the huge carriage traveled as if it were walking on the ground, not feeling the slightest bump. In every aspect, it was indeed much more comfortable than Chu Xuan's trek. But the road, Chu Xuan did not just crave for pleasure, but sat cross-legged on the bed, waving his hand. He took out all the spirit cores obtained from the disciples of the 5 clans, which were colorful and dense with aura, making the car very bright. Boom! And after, Chu Xuan revolved the Hongmeng creation scripture and began to refine these spirit cores, ruthlessly firming up his cultivation level that was at the beginning of the true martial realm. A few days after the rush, when all the spirit cores were refined and emptied, Chu Xuan formally advanced to the true martial first level. Although he had only been promoted 1 weight, his battle power had soared by a lot. Same day, Zhang Yan's voice rang out, Duke Chu, we will arrive at the imperial city immediately. It turns out that this square carriage is not only stable, but also travels very fast, and the original journey of 10 days was completed in just a few days. Chu Xuan's spirit shook as he reached out to lift the curtain of the carriage and looked out, only to see that there was an ancient city that had withstood the vicissitudes of time and age situated in front of it, even more vast than the great Chu imperial city, with its imperial aura steaming. It was precisely the Great Wind Imperial City that possessed 1,800 years of heritage. Entered the Great Wind Imperial City, visible within the Imperial City, wide and neat, palace buildings, all tall and majestic, lined up, the restaurant market treasure workshop, including small merchants and vendors, very prosperous and noisy. Every aspect is much better than the Chu Imperial City, all the way, due to the luxury and honor of the Emperor's carriage, coupled with a group of close guards such as Zhang Yan. No one dared to make a move even though it attracted thousands of gazes. Just like that, the imperial carriage passed through the city and drove straight into the Great Wind Palace. Compared with the Chu Palace, the Great Wind Palace is also more royal charm, and the palace is tightly guarded. 3 steps a guard and 5 steps a sentry. Even Chu Xuan secretly sensed through the secret method. The entire imperial palace had no less than dozens of Zonshur level breaths alone, and there were vaguely even stronger people. It can be seen that it has a deep heritage and is worthy of being the oldest dynasty in the Central Plains. Herod. Finally, Zhang Yan and the others drove the carriage to a luxurious palace. Chu Xuan got out of the car and took a look at the 3 big words on the palace plaque: Emperor's Court. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. No doubt, means female emperor husband. Mr. Chu. As soon as Her Majesty the Empress ascended the throne, she set about ordering the best craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to build this palace garden. In the past 8 years, I don't know how many of my Great Wind Dynasty's celestial talents have fought for their heads to become the lord of this court, but the Empress's mind we accompany day and night. How can we not know that since the completion of this court, there is actually only one master? You. Zhang Yan opened her mouth to recount the origins of the Emperor's court. Chu Xuan smiled happily and did not make any pretense as he raised his steps to enter. As soon as he stepped into the imperial court, Chu Xuan's heartstrings were quietly plucked. It could be seen that although the palaces and pavilions within this court could not be said to be luxurious, the overall style made Chu Xuan feel very comfortable, especially before and after the palace garden. There are rockery flowing water, lotus pond fish, pavilion green plants, overall filled with tranquility and seclusion. Linglong is so thoughtful, Chu Xuan sighed, and a latent memory quietly surfaced within him. That was still years ago. He had confided in Feng Linglong, who was still his side mate at the time, that he disliked the layout of his mansion, which was too depressing. and told her about his ideal palace layout. As for this imperial court right now, the overall style and layout was as if it had been stripped directly from his memories. It was evident that Feng Linglong's inner love for him was as warm as the water of the spring river. In fact, this was not the first time he had entered this imperial court. In his previous life, he had also lived here for a long time, but at that time, he was blinded by hatred and all he could think about was revenge. So much so, that he ignored Feng Linglong's love for him from the beginning to the end, even if, in the end, he came to his senses. But when he returned again, what he saw was a red face, withered bones, and from then on, he left behind a lifetime of regret. Good on. Everything all over again. Hatred is to be avenged in this life, but regret is even more to be made up for. Finally, Chu Xuan looked around the imperial court and laughed freely. At this moment, Zhang Yan arched his hand and said, "Sir Chu, the journey was tiring. You take a short rest. I'll go report to Her Majesty the Empress." Chu Xuan nodded, and Zhang Yan led a group of the female emperor's close guards away. Seeing that no one was around, Chu Xuan slipped around the palace garden, discovering one place after another that he did not notice in his previous life, or even if he did not care about the subtleties of love from Feng Linglong. For a while, my heart was as warm as spring, and I felt light and happy. The other side of the palace, the Golden Palace. Empress Feng Linglong was in the midday court with the civil and military officials of Great Wind. It turns out that the Great Wind dynasty has more than just a morning dynasty, there is also an afternoon dynasty and even an evening dynasty. It could be seen that in the courtroom, whether it was the Great Wind Empress or the civil and military officials, all of them were full of vigor, and none of them were tired. This was why the Great Wind dynasty was able to develop from a dynasty that suffered a crisis of state destruction to the top 3 in the Central Plains in just 8 years. Not only is the dynasty deep, but also when the ruler and ministers are united. Your Majesty. At this time, Zhang Yan suddenly stepped into the Golden Palace and paid homage towards Feng Linglong. This scene immediately led a group of ministers' dissatisfaction. After all, the Golden Palace court is the dynasty's largest meeting, naturally not disturbed. And being disturbed in the court is also something the Empress hates the most. He thought that Feng Linglong would be furious, but the latter's beautiful eyes lit up. Your Majesty, my subordinate has brought the person safely, Zhang Yan reported. Well, great, I'm going to see him now. Feng Linglong was overjoyed and jumped down from the imperial chair without any regard for image, dragging a golden and red imperial robe and running straight towards the outside of the hall. No matter how much the group of ministers behind him shouted, they were not left behind. Looking at such an abnormal scene of the Empress, the hall full of ministers, except for Chancellor Yan Shangru, the face of all rise thick curiosity. Who the hell is that? How could you actually induce Her Majesty the Empress to go and meet her in such disregard for her image? Feng Linglong naturally knew that it was a bit out of character, but she really couldn't control it. She was seen tugging at the wide gold and red imperial robes with both hands, not caring about the curious and strange looks from the crowd of palace guards on her way. He flew all the way to the emperor's court and tidied up a bit before stepping in. As soon as he entered the palace garden, he saw the figure that he had been thinking about day and night at a glance. A pair of beautiful eyes, suddenly diffuse water mist, voice or a little light trembling. Brother Chu Xuan. Chapter 63. Seeing the Empress again. This life is not a loss. Swish. Chu Xuan turned around at the sound of the voice, and when he saw that golden red emperor-robed figure, at this moment, the memories of past lives and present lives suddenly overlapped to a thread. The woman who made him regret his life, and even if he later stood at the highest peak of the earth, he could not forget for her in his heart. Once again, he stood before him in his most vigorous, energetic, and youthful form. This was undoubtedly one of the most gratifying things since he was reborn. Linglong. Chu Xuan spread out a smile, not hiding the color of happiness within his heart. Brother Chu Xuan. Feng Linglong flew all the way here, her pair of beautiful eyes bright as stars. It could be seen that she had wanted to stop in front of Chu Xuan, but in the end, she still failed to control herself and directly jumped into Chu Xuan's arms at once. Arms tightened around the latter's waist, greedily not wanting to let go again. Feeling the softness and body odor of the woman in his arms that only existed in his memory, Chu Xuan did not shy away. Instead, he also encircled his arms and embraced Feng Linglong. The color of his eyes was firm, and in this life, he would not let go. Looking at the two people who embraced each other in their arms as soon as they met, Zhang Yan, who had just returned to the emperor's court, hurriedly closed the gate of the emperor's court and stood outside of the court's gate in a smooth manner, acting as a guard. At the same time, he couldn't help but think that the Empress Feng Linglong was the white moonlight and vermilion sandmole in the hearts of thousands of men in the Great Wind dynasty. I don't know how many people's hearts would be broken if this scene were to be known. Inside the court, the two of them embraced each other wordlessly for a long time before Feng Linglong reluctantly let go. the beautiful eyes of the autumn water were silky, and the voice was like the most pleasant celestial music in the world. Brother Chu Xuan, haven't seen you in 8 years, Ling Long, miss you so much. In the face of the world's most touching words of love, Chu Xuan was left with a heartfelt feeling. 8 years? To Feng Linglong, perhaps only 8 years of light had passed, but to him, he had long been separated by a lifetime. Linglong, I miss you too. Really, miss you very much, Chu Xuan said with a serious face, but inwardly, he felt very guilty, because in his previous life, he had heard Feng Linglong's love words countless times, but right now was the first time he had revealed his feelings to Feng Linglong. Swish! Wen Linglong's stunningly beautiful face instantly rose with 2 blushing blushes. Sweet inside. After all, what could be more delightful to a young girl with a pregnant heart than to exchange words of love with her lover? But then, Feng Linglong suddenly thought of something, and love and pity immediately surfaced above her pretty face. Brother Chu Xuan, are you still hurting? I have learned that your sword bone and battle blood were transplanted to your 2 younger brothers by the wicked parents of Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. Said. Feng Linglong stretched out her jade hand and caressed Chu Xuan's chest and body, and the water mist in her beautiful eyes finally turned into clear tears that flowed down. Although the sword bones and battle blood came from Chu Xuan, when she heard about it, it hurt on her body and in her heart. Linglong, there's no need to be sad. These are old stories long ago. I've recovered from my injuries long ago, and it stopped hurting a long time ago. Chu Xuan lightly laughed out in a comforting voice, with a face of spontaneity and uninhibitedness. However, the more Chu Xuan was spontaneous and uninhibited, the more heartache Feng Linglong felt. Tears poured down his face. Even though it doesn't hurt in the body anymore, doesn't it hurt in the heart? Chu Xuan was silent. No pain? How is that possible? After all, it was his own parents and brothers who poisoned him. It's just that after one life, he's looking down on it in this life. Swish! At this time, Feng Linglong also changed from heartbreaking concern to indignation and anger. That Chu Emperor and Empress shall both dare to treat brother Chu Xuan like this. I swear that I will definitely seek justice for brother Chu Xuan. I will make the pain and suffering that they gave to brother Chu Xuan be repaid tenfold and 100-fold to themselves. Chu Xuan did not retort, knowing full well that Feng Linglong said and did what she said, because in his last life, the other party was protecting him in this manner. Fortunately, in this life, he no longer needed to rely on Feng Linglong for shelter. Linglong, we haven't seen each other in years, so let's not talk about all my bad stuff. Tell me about you all these years. After all, in just 8 years, the name of the Great Wind Empress has shaken the heavens. With Chu Xuan taking the initiative to change the topic, Feng Linglong also stopped being sentimental. Ordering the subordinates to serve tea, the two of them engaged in a free-flowing conversation between them, talking from daytime to dusk, and then talking by candlelight until late at night. During the period there was laughter, and the atmosphere was unbelievably relaxed and upbeat. Finally, Feng Linglong pointed her jade hand at the large imperial court, saying, Brother Chu Xuan, this imperial court was built for you since the beginning. Originally thought that in this life, you have no chance to come and live. Who would have thought that the heavens have mercy on me? Feng Linglong sent you over. Brother Chu Xuan, from now on, you will be the sole owner of this emperor's court, as well as my Great Wind Dynasty's supreme emperor. So stay here at ease, and if there's anything you need, feel free to speak with me. Words. Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows, but he was not polite and spoke directly. Linglong, I really do have one more thing that I need to trouble you with. At those words, Feng Linglong not only did not recoil, but instead her beautiful eyes lit up. She was not afraid of Chu Xuan troubling her. She was afraid of Chu Xuan not troubling her, only to see Chu Xuan say in a slightly sullen manner, as I recall, 3 months from now will be your Great Wind Dynasty's once every 5 years dynasty competition, right? Yeah, what is brother Chu Xuan going to do? Feng Linglong was puzzled. I want in, Chu Xuan responded before explaining. After all, anyone who wins the dynasty competition will be able to obtain the Great Wind's national treasure, the Essence of Wind. I need a copy of the Essence of Wind. Feng Linglong, however, lightly shook her head and lightly laughed. Brother Chu Xuan, if you want the Essence of Wind, why do you need to participate in the dynasty competition? I'll personally go and fetch a copy for brother Chu Xuan. No, Chu Xuan, however, shook his head. I know that the wind essence spirit comes from your great wind dragon vein, and that each portion taken will consume the dragon vein origin. The dragon vein origin is not only related to the great wind royal family, but also closely related to the hundreds of millions of subjects of the Great Wind Dynasty. If you alone take a copy of the Essence of Wind from the Dragon Vein for me, it is by no means an act of a wise ruler. It's okay. Feng Linglong just wanted to shake her head, but she was directly interrupted by Chu Xuan. No, with my skills to participate in the dynasty competition, I will be able to win the championship to obtain the essence. There's no need for others to criticize you. If you insist on this, then I don't want this great wind essence spirit. Seeing how determined Chu Xuan looked, Feng Linglong could only give in. Alright, everything is at brother Chu Xuan's disposal. That's right. With a smile, Chu Xuan considered the matter finalized. In the end, he did not say any more words, and said with a face of deep emotion, Linglong, no matter what happens in this life, I will absolutely no longer be in your debt. Feng Linglong was stunned, and then her eyes were also filled with tenderness. Brother Chu Xuan, having you with me in this life is also my greatest fortune. Between the two, their eyes gradually became ambiguous, and finally they both fell asleep with a kiss. After this night, regrets are no longer regrets. A lover is a lover. Only the great wind's thousands of heavenly talents and wizards are still unaware that the sky has fallen. Chapter 64 Chu Xuan is the Emperor, and the Emperor is Chu Xuan. The next day, early morning, Feng Linglong did not go to the morning court, but personally cooked a bowl of porridge for Chu Xuan. Words and demeanor, where there is still half of the majestic posture of the Empress of the dynasty, clearly like a newly married wife of a small family. This scene almost didn't make Zhang Yan and the others burst their eyes. Well, excellent craftsmanship, still the same flavor as back in the day. Chu Xuan tasted a mouthful and complimented. After all, before Feng Linglong became the Great Wind Empress, she had been his personal servant girl for several years, boiling congee and tea, and was proficient in everything. Only after she became the Empress, she could no longer be used. Brother Chu Xuan likes to drink. In the future Linglong will make it for you every day. Win Linglong's sweet smile, but Chu Xuan is hastily waved his hand. Cannot be? You are now the wind of the reigning Empress. The burden of a country are on your shoulders. How can I let you every day for me to boil congee cooking tea? Will not let people criticize. The spring night is short day high rise. From now on the king does not morning court. I do. Feng Linglong happily pouted her lips in a little girl's manner. Chu Xuan laughed and fiercely scraped the tip of the other party's nose. Alright, quickly go to the morning court. You haven't been to the court for a day and a night. It might not be noticeable in other dynasties, but in your Gale, the civil and military officials are afraid that they have already blown up. Okay. Although Feng Linglong wanted to stay in this garden in Chu Xuan for a long time, but the responsibilities and burdens on her body did not allow her to indulge too much. She had to clean up and resume her empress posture and go to the court. And he was. Just as Chu Xuan had said, the civil and military officials of Great Wind had long since exploded. After all, since Feng Linglong had ascended to the throne, she had never failed to act towards the court. Especially this time, it was still to meet a man who had just entered the Great Wind Palace and had been arranged to enter the Emperor's court. TSK, I don't know which man is actually able to make our inspiring Empress, Her Majesty, even disregard the court meeting. I don't know. Nowadays, Emperor Court is personally guarded by Commander Zhang Yan. The guards are tight, so it's impossible to find out any information. Oh, I think that Emperor's Court has been without an owner since it was built, and the Ministry of Rights of Ren urged many times for Her Majesty the Empress to recruit a ruler, but Her Majesty the Empress has always refused to do so, so it turns out that she has had a sweetheart long ago. Alas, throughout history, male emperors have been most afraid of encountering the scourge of the country's red face, and since then the king does not go to court in the morning. Your Majesty, don't be bewitched by the male sex, and from then on waste your bright heart and great aspirations. In front of the noon gate, the civil and military officials of the Great Wind Dynasty, while waiting to enter the temple for the court, exchanged words and flooded with a burst of whispers. Only the Great Wind Chancellor Yan Shangru, who stood at the forefront of the crowd of 100 officials, had his hands folded over his sleeves, with an old and calm demeanor. Minister Yan. At this time, the only person alongside him, Duke of Jingguo Shao Changzheng, twisted his head and asked with a smile, "Do you know something about this man who entered the Emperor's court as soon as he arrived? Can you reveal a bit about him for old me?" Duke Shao, this is a private matter of Her Majesty the Empress. How can we be allowed to chew the cud here? The Inspector General is still around. You'd better control those disciples of yours. Be careful of trouble coming out of your mouth. Yan Xiangru responded expressionlessly and stopped speaking. After all, the matter concerning Chu Xuan still needed to be declared by Feng Linglong herself. Xiao Changzai's face was a little displeased, but he didn't ask anything more and glared back, and the whispers in this room were instantly halved. Soon, with the bell ringing, the civil and military officials stepped into the Golden Palace in an orderly manner. Visibly, Feng Linglong, who was wearing a gold and red imperial robe, had long been sitting on the temple. Long live His Majesty the Empress. All the ministers are excused. When the ceremony of audience was over, a supervisor standing beside Feng Linglong shouted, "There is something to report. Without this, retire from the court." The words, visible in the Golden Palace did not stand out of the Enlightenment. That is, until Xiao Chang, the Duke of Jinghua, gestured backward in secret. At once, Zhou Chuanli, the Minister of Rights, immediately stood out. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Say. Feng Linglong frowned. Once the Ministry of Rights was out, she had guessed what was going to be appealed. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhou Chuanli reported in a deep voice. Yesterday, the Ministry of Ceremonies received news that His Majesty had allowed a man to stay in the Emperor's court. I think it's very improper. The Emperor's court is my great Wind Emperor's residence, no less than the Empress's palace of the past generations. It must be the main palace emperor with whom Your Majesty has completed the imperial decree that you can move in. Now how can we allow a mediocre outsider man to enter the Emperor's court at will? This is inconsistent with sentiment, inconsistent with etiquette. As the Minister of Rights, I have the position and responsibility to demand that Your Majesty immediately decree that that man be expelled from the imperial court. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials secretly looked at each other with curiosity. Obviously all wanted to take the opportunity to see what the man was really about. Who knows? Feng Linglong did not respond to Zhou Chuanli, but looked around at the civil and military officials. All secretaries of state, are you all thinking like this? The old minister thought that what Minister Zhou said was reasonable. Xiao Changzai was the first to concur, and following him, the entire court, except for Yan Shangru and some others, all echoed the sentiment, looking as if they strongly supported Zhou Chuanli, just as the entire court thought that Feng Linglong was likely to be furious. Instead, she suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, I also think it's reasonable that if you're not a proper emperor, how can you be worthy of being in the emperor's court? While the crowd wondered, Feng Linglong waved her hand. Declare. Swish, only to see a side of the guards, immediately unfolded a volume of imperial decree read, by the Emperor of Heavenly Inheritance. Imperial decree that, my heart inclined to Chu Xuan, specially enthroned Chu Xuan as the main palace emperor. Xin this. When the pronouncement was finished, Feng Linglong added with a light smile, Dear secretaries, you can look at the date of this edict. It is the first edict after I ascended to the throne 8 years ago, so you know why I have not recruited emperors over the years. It is because I have always had a proper emperor in the Great Wind Dynasty. Wow! The court was in an uproar. Even Yan Shangru showed a look of surprise. Apparently even he did not know the matter of the first edict of the throne. Zhou Chuanli's face fell into embarrassment. After all, he had thought that the other party was just a wild man. Who would have thought that he had been made the emperor of the Great Wind early 8 years ago? But with a glance at Xiao Changzai, Zhou Chuanli could only grit his teeth and continue to advise. Your Majesty, the Great Wind Emperor is the rightful position in the harem, and it must be someone who can take charge of the harem and solve problems for Your Majesty. Just for example, the Duke of Jingua's son, Xiao Hongtu, who is the first talented man in the imperial city. I wonder what is the origin of this man named Chu Xuan on the imperial decree. How talented is he, and can he be worthy of Her Majesty the Empress? Feng Linglong smiled once again. Shang Shuzhou asked a good question. Indeed, it's time to let you know where my Great Wind Emperor comes from. His name is Chu Xuan. Don't you all feel some familiarity? That's right. He is none other than the crown prince of the Great Chu dynasty, Chu Xuan. When these words came out, the entire court was stirred up except for Yan Shangru. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and dismay. The emperor of the Great Wind dynasty was actually the crown prince of the Great Chu dynasty? This. Chu Xuan had been a supervisory prince in the De Chu dynasty, but also managed De Chu in a well-organized manner. Zhou Xingshu, do you think he can take charge of the harem? And can he solve my problems for me? Facing Feng Linglong's questioning, Zhou Chuanli had long been speechless. Only after half a day did a sentence pop up. Since he is the prince of Great Chu, how could he willingly give up being the emperor of Great Chu and come to be my Great Wind Emperor? Is that what you should be asking in the Ministry of Rights? Feng Linglong's eyes suddenly turned cold, instantly frightening Zhou Chuanli to kneel on the spot. The humble minister lost his tongue for a moment. Please forgive Her Majesty the Empress. Humph. Feng Linglong snorted coldly and directly got up, declaring in a domineering manner, I don't care what you think in your hearts. You just have to keep it in mind. From now on, Chu Xuan is the Great Wind Emperor, and the Great Wind Emperor is Chu Xuan. Retreat. The voice was still circling the beams, and Feng Linglong had already left the Golden Palace. Chapter 65. Stop pretending. After the end of the pilgrimage at the Golden Palace, the news that the Great Chu Crown Prince Chu Xuan had become the Great Wind Emperor began to spread. The Great Wind Imperial City and even the entire Great Wind Dynasty was thus thrown into a clamor. Xingui Gong Mansion. Damn it! The Empress is this world's son's, and the Imperial throne is this world's son's. A ruined prince of Great Chu. What right does he have to compete with this world prince? In the mansion, a handsome, plump, jade-like brocade-clothed young man, was bellowing with rage, reaching out and smashing a number of objects around him. Aside, Xinguo Gongxiao Chinji sitting on top of the end of the chair, coiled iron ball. A long time before this asked, Hongtu, venting finished yet? It turned out that the brocade-clothed youth was none other than the son of the Xinguo Gongfu, also known as the first wizard of the Great Wind Imperial City, Xiao Hongtu. No, Xiao Hongtu was still in a state of anger. Xiao Qingzai, however, got up and said in a cold voice, hold it in even if you don't have it. Wen Linglong's first edict to ascend the throne 8 years ago was to anoint Chu Xuan as the Great Wind Emperor, which shows the depth of her affection for him, so there is no hope for you in this Great Wind Emperor position. Don't think about it anymore. Remember, don't get into any trouble. The reason why my Xinguo Gongfu has been able to pass on from the Great Wind's opening of the dynasty to the present day is that we can fight for power and gain in the imperial court, but we must never mess with the royal family. Even if you can't be the Great Wind Emperor, you'll still be the Duke of Xinguo in the future. Having said that, Xiao Qingzai departed, leaving behind only Xiao Hongtu, who was filled with resentment and anger. No, not only am I going to be the Duke of Xinguo, I'm going to be the Great Wind Emperor. I'm going to make sure that Feng Linglong moans politely at my crotch. I don't believe that with my abilities. I can't handle a ruined prince of Great Chu. Xiao Hongtu's eyes turned one after another, gradually rising with a sinister glow. Finally, he summoned the dark guards he had trained. Go, inform Prince Gong's son, the general's son, the son of the Minister of Rights, this son of the world, is going to treat them to flower wine. Same time, Gale, a certain city, the Great Wind Emperor? So you went to the Great Wind Imperial City and defected to the Great Wind Empress, a cloaked and bloodied woman murmured. Because the body is too bloodstained and dirty, like a female beggar. The surrounding crowd of people who come and go all cover their noses and greatly dislike. Exactly, Chu Mingyue. It turns out that she did not perish in the mouths of those spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast mountain range, but instead woke up in the middle of the mountain range and accidentally obtained a spiritual medicine. After taking the food, not only the injuries on his body were completely healed, but his cultivation also broke into the realm of the Zongshi. It was just that this once-in-a-century encounter didn't make her happy. Instead, she suffered even more inwardly because she still had not been able to atone for her sins with her death. And so, she once again went crazy searching for Chu Xuan. It was not until today that this got Chu Xuan's trail amidst the clamor. Whoosh! Chu Mingyue didn't hesitate and directly charged into the sky, running towards the Imperial City. Half a day later, she arrived at the Great Wind Imperial City, but she didn't land. Instead, in the eyes of many shocked people, she went straight into the Imperial Palace. Asshole! What kind of person dares to break into the palace grounds? Stop right there or shoot to kill. However, how could the powerhouses responsible for guarding the palace allow her to force her way in? As they droned, a full 3 or 4 patriarchs rushed out from the shadows. Chu Mingyue, however, didn't care and forced her way into the palace with a face full of madness. Xianer, I want to find Xianer. All of you get out of the way. Seeing this, 4 strands of the power of the patriarchs suppressed Chu Mingyue in unison. Although Chu Mingyue had had a miraculous encounter and had advanced to the realm of the sovereign. But how could she, who was new to the sovereign realm, be a match for the 4 great sovereigns? In just a few moments, he was unable to fight and was knocked down in front of the palace gate. Xianer, I want to see Xianer. He's your Great Wind Emperor, and I'm his aunt, his own aunt. The 4 great patriarchs were just about to strike when they were startled by Chu Mingyue's shout. Concerning the Great Wind Emperor, they naturally did not dare to kill him, and immediately escorted Chu Mingyue, tied up, to the emperor's court. At this moment, both Feng Linglong and Chu Xuan were in the emperor's court, the latter fishing by the pavilion and the former making tea for him inside the pavilion. Your Majesty the Empress, Lord Emperor, we caught a thief outside the palace gates forcing his way into the palace, but she claims to be the emperor's own aunt and wants to see him. Listening to the guard's report, Chu Xuan's originally great mood of fishing was instantly ruined. Feng Linglong also stopped making tea, her beautiful eyes raised. The emperor's aunt? Then it's the eldest princess of Great Chu, Chu Mingyue? At this time, Chu Xuan responded, what aunt or not? Isn't it a capital offense for those who forcefully break into the imperial palace to be killed? Ha! The guard's mouth dropped open. Nice guy. Is this Great Wind Emperor of theirs so capable of great justice, defending the rules of the palace at the cost of her own aunt's life? He was speechless and was about to do as he was told, but he was called back by Feng Linglong. Slow down. The guards paused, and Feng Linglong laughed lightly. Brother Chu Xuan, she is your own aunt. How can you kill her so easily? Chu Xuan did not say anything, but secretly mourned for Chu Mingyue for a second, because Feng Linglong had long known what Chu Mingyue had done to him. Her anger towards the latter was second only to Chu Minghuan and Xiao Yuru. She didn't let kill Chu Mingyue. She must have felt that killing her was too cheap. Brother Chu Xuan, How about just leaving Aunt Mingyue to me? Feng Linglong solicited. Chu Xuan shouldered his fishing rod and moved to the nest, his eyes dotingly saying, "How happy you are. No need to ask me." Feng Linglong smiled cheekily. At that moment, he waved his hand and said, "My good aunt, please come up." The guards led the way back. Not long after, the two guards escorted Chu Mingyue to step into the court. Xianer, it's Auntie. Auntie has come to redeem herself to you." As soon as Chu Mingyue saw Chu Xuan, who was fishing on the other side of the pond, she immediately looked overjoyed and struggled to run over. Instead, the two guards took control of her and made their way to the poolside pavilion. "This is our great Win's Empress Majesty. Why don't you kneel down for an audience?" The guards coldly rebuked and were planning to force Chu Mingyue to kneel and kowtow. Feng Linglong, however, pretended to feign anger and said, "Hey, what are you doing? This is the Emperor's own aunt, and also my own aunt. How can you be so rude to it? Quick, untie the aunt." The guards could only untie him, and Chu Mingyue was immediately about to run towards Chu Xuan, but was waved by Feng Linglong to have someone stop her. "Aunt Mingyue, don't go making a fool of yourself. It was me who ordered you to come in, not brother Chu Xuan who wanted to see you." Chu Mingyue was instantly a bit dissatisfied. "Who are you? How do you know that Xianer doesn't want to see me? What do you know about me and Xianer?" Brother Chu Xuan is now my rightful emperor. What do you think I am considered? I not only know that he doesn't want to see you, but I also know what you've done to brother Chu Xuan since you were a child. When you were 5 years old. That time when you were 7 years old. Oh yeah, and at the age of 10. The corners of Chu Mingyue's mouth zinged with a smile, as if she were counting the words for it. Chu Mingyue's expression, on the other hand, was getting more and more irritated and uncomfortable. The annoying thing was that the relationship between Chu Xuan and Feng Linglong was too close, actually knowing even some secret things that she could barely remember. It raised within her a feeling that something that was hers had been taken away from her. What was hard to bear was naturally that the things she had done to Chu Xuan were being rehashed piece by piece, no less than rubbing salt into a bloody wound. "Don't! Stop it!" Suddenly, Chu Mingyue screamed, covering her heart with an extremely painful expression. Feng Linglong, however, did not stop, but instead looked aggressive. "Oh, didn't you say, under your breath, that you came to atone for your sins? How is it that you can't stand it now just because you heard about what you did back then? Then why are you here to atone for your sins? Don't be a hypocrite here. Don't be a hypocrite here. Go back to your Chu Palace. Brother Chu Xuan isn't going to get into trouble with you, so why do you need to come here and act like a hypocrite?" Although Feng Linglong's words seemed warm and soft, they were like a sharp sword, constantly thrusting into Chu Mingyue's heart, stimulating her to a frenzy. Chapter 66 Pain. No, I'm not pretending. I'm not faking it. I'm not putting on airs. I won't go. I don't want to go. I must atone for Xianer's sins. Chu Mingyue continuously shook her head and swung her head, with a look of agony. However, seeing this, Feng Linglong was nonchalantly tearing down. "Atonement? You think you can atone for your sins by showing a look of agony and a look of regret? Can you be forgiven? Can you be at peace with yourself?" Chu Mingyue's pair of pupils contracted violently, as Feng Linglong continued her output. "Humph, how can it be so easy? You have to pay the price for doing wrong. You have to bear more pain and suffering than the people you victimized. This is the true atonement." Chu Mingyue opened her mouth, but was unable to retort and lowered her head in shame. Feng Linglong's pair of cold eyes stared tightly at Chu Mingyue. The might belonging to an empress radiated as much as it could, and her drinking voice was awe-inspiring. "Look at me." Swish! Chu Mingyue's body trembled and subconsciously raised her head to meet Feng Linglong's eyes. Feng Linglong said in a cold voice, "Tell me, do you really want to redeem yourself?" I want to redeem myself." Chu Mingyue responded with a firm face. "Well then, I'll give you a chance to truly redeem yourself." Swish! With a wave of her hand, Feng Linglong instantly took out a side of sandalwood box from her nascent ring. After opening the sandalwood box, a large and a small pill were placed in it. Feng Linglong took out the smaller one and handed it to Chu Mingyue. "Eat it." "What is it?" Chu Mingyue was wary and only reached out to take it, not daring to swallow it. Feng Linglong sneered indifferently. "A kind of thing that can make you atone for your sins. If you are afraid, you cannot eat it and leave directly." I eat." Chu Mingyue hesitated for a moment, and a flash of determination flickered in her eyes. She had come with determination, not afraid to die. Gulp! Just by tilting her neck, she swallowed the elixir in her hand into her stomach, but other than being slightly bitter, she didn't feel anything strange. However, the corners of Feng Linglong's mouth curled into a wry smile. She did not say anything more and got up to signal Chu Mingyue to stay honest. With that, She took the Dan pill sandalwood box and came around the pond to meet Chu Xuan. Brother Chu Xuan, you ate this pill. Feng Linglong handed the large elixir inside the sandalwood box to Chu Xuan. Although Chu Xuan did not know what kind of elixir it was, he did not have any hesitation as he directly took the elixir and swallowed it into his mouth. He believed that Feng Linglong would not harm him. Brother Chu Xuan, thank you for trusting me. Feng Linglong spread her face and hugged Chu Xuan's face before giving him a kiss. Chu Xuan laughed lightly. Fool, if I don't trust you, who do I trust? Ah! While the two were conversing, a scream of pain suddenly came from the opposite pavilion platform, only to see that originally peaceful Chu Mingyue suddenly covered her heart. Her pretty face instantly pained to the point of distortion. Her heart was aching, but not the emotional heartache it had once been, but like there was a sharp knife that had actually penetrated the heart. Even as the blade continued to churn within it, it was a real physical pain, a pain that made her ho-ho huff, and in an instant cold sweat drenched her all over. Ah, what did you do to me? And what the hell was that potion just now? Chu Mingyue's face was livid and in agony as she screamed at Feng Linglong. Nowadays, she truly knows what it means to have a heart-rending pain. Ha ha ha. Feng Linglong, however, let out a laugh to the sky and opened her mouth to explain. Just now, these two pills are called Sorrow and Happiness Zimudan. They are genuine elixirs. What you just swallowed is the Zidan. And what Brother Chu Xuan swallowed is the Mother Dan. If the mood of the one who swallows the Mother elixir becomes happy and joyful, the one who swallows the Child elixir will instantly be plunged into the agonizing pain of a sword piercing through the heart. And on the contrary, if the mood of the one who swallows the Mother elixir becomes low and unhappy, the one who swallows the Child elixir will be at peace with himself. Explain it here. Feng Linglong looked at Chu Mingyue with a playful expression. To put it bluntly, in the future, the happier Brother Chu Xuan is, the more painful you will be. And if Brother Chu Xuan is not in pain, only then will you be at peace with yourself. Didn't you say you wanted to atone for Brother Chu Xuan's sins? Do you wish for Brother Chu Xuan to be happy now? Or is he unhappy? Listening to Feng Linglong's question, Chu Mingyue's face completely froze. Because she couldn't even answer for a moment. If she wished Chu Xuan to be happy, she herself would have to endure great pain. If she wished Chu Xuan to be unhappy, her so-called atonement would be a joke. Tangent. Embarrassing. Can't choose. Chu Mingyue felt that Feng Linglong's move was really too ruthless, pushing her into a fire pit that she could not escape or avoid. Either they are plunged into agony in the flesh or spurned in the mind. Linglong, this move of yours is really a bit ruthless. Even Chu Xuan couldn't help but shake his head and lightly smack his tongue when he heard it. But then, in a whirlwind, he broke into a happy smile. But I like it. Ah! As soon as Chu Xuan's side showed his face, Chu Mingyue immediately became even more distressed. It was as if another knife was suddenly stabbed into the heart. The pain doubled, and the whole person could not support his body and collapsed to the ground with a scream. Feng Linglong looked at Chu Mingyue, who was screaming in pain. Before she collected all her feigned smiles and her pretty face became cold and unfeeling. Humph! Who made her once actually hurt Brother Chu Xuan like that? What's the use of just a flippant apology and worthless regret? I must make her suffer up to 10 times 100 times more real pain than Brother Chu Xuan. That's what it should be, atonement. After Feng Linglong finished speaking, she waved her hand and ordered, "Come on people, change her into a maidservant's clothing. In the future, let her stay here properly to atone for Brother Chu Xuan's sins. Without my order, I can't let her leave by half a step. I want her to live in pain every day." Swish! Zhang Yan led the way, bringing down Chu Mingyue, who was convulsing with pain. To change. From now on, there was one more strange maidservant in the emperor's court. Whenever Chu Xuan was cheerful and happy, she would become sore. Brother Chu Xuan, this is the spirit soup lotus seed kanji I made for you with my own hands. Do you taste it? Yummy. Brother Chu Xuan, you must be tired from cultivating today. I'll pinch your shoulders and pound your back. Hard work. Brother Chu Xuan, this is a new batch of spirit fruits. Come and taste and savor them. It's delicious. Aha. It hurts. It really hurts. It's killing me. No. Xianer is having fun. Xianer is happy. What's a little pain for me? But, it really hurts too much. Auntie can't hold up some. Xianer, can you? Don't be so happy. Chu Mingyue had thought that even if Chu Xuan was happy, he could not be happy every day. After all, in the great Chu dynasty, Chu Xuan was not an optimistic person. But I don't know what's going on. In this great wind palace, Chu Xuan was happy nearly every single day, which caused Chu Mingyue to fall into a situation where she was in pain day and night. She screamed in pain. The pain twisted her features. The pain made her mentally insane. Ouch! 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 Chapter 67. A host of worldly families. On this day, The Imperial Court. Feng Linglong went to the Imperial study to deliberate, while Chu Xuan sat in meditation and cultivated within the court. Today, his mood was naturally pleasurable, which allowed Chu Mingyue, who was not far away, to once again fall into pain and stifle a grunt. His face was pale, and bean-sized cold sweat continuously flowed down from his forehead. Just when Chu Mingyue thought that today would be another day that was worse than death. Who knows? Outside of the Emperor's court, there was a sudden burst of drinking. Chu Xuan, come out. You're nothing more than a waste of a crown prince that the Chu doesn't want. How are you worthy of being my great Winds Emperor? I heard that on the imperial decree that deposed you in Chu. It was written that you were talentless and unethical, and that you even attracted the wrath of Chu's imperial ancestor in the middle of the night. What vile means have you? A man of no talent and no virtue, used to seduce Her Majesty the Empress. Come out and answer us. The noise made Chu Xuan frown, and his mood was naturally ruined. Chu Mingyue's pain subsided in an instant, and she had expected her mood to change for the better. Yet no, instead it was lower and harder than ever. After all, once she was no longer in pain, it proved that Chu Xuan was in an unhappy mood, which departed from her original intention of wanting to atone for her sins. This was the ruthlessness of the sadness and happiness simmering pill. Chu Mingyue would either have to suffer physically or psychologically. There was no other choice. As long as she didn't die, the pain would be with her forever. What's going on outside the court? Chu Xuan inquired. A female emperor's close guards immediately came to report. Your Imperial Majesty, there's a group of princes and ministers' sons and daughters who want to see you. The sons of princes and ministers? Chu Xuan frowned as the guard said. Among them are Prince Gong's son, Feng Huayuan, the general's son, Yan Ling, the son of the Minister of Rights, Zhou Chuanli's son, Zhou Yi, and so on, nearly a dozen people in total. What a bunch of bulls and horses. Tell them to get lost, Chu Xuan ordered. The female emperor's close guards, however, shook their heads and said in a slightly embarrassed manner, Lord Emperor, please forgive me. These people all have palace licenses in their possession and have the right to freely enter and exit the palace, and with my subordinates' authority, the most I can do is to stop them outside of the Emperor's court. So it's still a bunch of flies that can't be shooed away? Chu Xuan's mood worsened, so he had to get up and head outside the Emperor's court. On the other side, Chu Mingyue also rushed to follow, her heart filled with guilt and pain. Chu Xuan was very unhappy. She had to do something to make it right. Crunch! Just by opening the gates of the Imperial Court, Chu Xuan could see outside the court at a glance. Lin stood a group of people, clear youth figures, some handsome and handsome, some are crooked, but no matter what they looked like, but everyone was dressed in a flashy way. Purple clothes Ying, green clothes Wushuang, white clothes floating and so on. And these people had obviously just been drinking, and their faces were flushed. Well, it's out. He's definitely Chu Xuan. As soon as Chu Xuan came out, a crowd of non-rich and noble sons of the world looked over, some curious, some contemptuous, some disdainful, and so on. Chu Xuan, however, was expressionless as he swept a glance at the crowd. What is it that you people, who have come to seek an audience with this emperor, are doing? This emperor? Bah! How do you have the face to call yourself an emperor? Are you worthy? My great Wind Emperor must be a man of talent and virtue. You, a deposed scrapped crown prince of Great Chu, do not deserve to be the great Wind Emperor. The crowd of sons of the world's families were yelling, all of them looking like they were dissatisfied with Chu Xuan. To this, Chu Xuan only responded indifferently. I'm sorry, it is not for you to say whether or not to become a great Wind Emperor. The Empress likes me, the ruined prince. What can you do? Once this kind of words came out, the crowd of family sons were all furious and stormy, itching to rush up to beat Chu Xuan to his knees and beg for forgiveness. But they understood that they could not strike out at will without a proper reason. Then, someone droned, Chu Xuan, dare you to have a match with us? No essay match or martial arts match. Take your pick. Nice. Let's see what this great Wind Emperor of yours is capable of. If you don't have the talent to speak your mind and the force to sweep away thousands of troops, you don't deserve to be our great Winds Emperor. Even if His Majesty, the Empress, were to appoint you as an emperor, you would still be a talent unworthy of the position. A bunch of sons of the world family had agreed. All of them were using the agitation method on Chu Xuan, which was also a strategy that they had discussed before they came. Once Chu Xuan agreed to a match, whether it was a literary or martial competition, they were determined to trample Chu Xuan under their feet and make him lose face. Even if Chu Xuan did not agree, there was no harm in it, and they would have even more articles to write. Sessions. They wanted to see if Chu Xuan still had the face to call himself an emperor. Ha! Who knows? Chu Xuan neither agreed nor said no. Instead, he smiled contemptuously and looked at the crowd as if they were a bunch of clowns. Who the hell are you guys? And what qualifications do you have to challenge this emperor? On the contrary, you are stirring up the emperor's court for no reason and disturbing the purity of the harem. So this emperor, as the harem lord, must deal with it seriously. Come on people, give this emperor a hard beating, whether it's killed or maimed. It's all on this emperor. When these words came out, the group of guards on the left and right were somewhat hesitant, simply because the identity of each of the group of people in front of them was extraordinary, and could be said to be the most powerful sons of the Great Wind Dynasty's lineage. This is a serious matter if he is killed and maimed. What? Is it bad for this emperor to speak? Chu Xuan frowned. A group of guards were about to explain the merits of it, but at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed past the group. I'll do it. It's Chu Mingyue. She wasn't a Great Wind Dynasty guard. Naturally she didn't have that much worry, only thinking that she herself must continue to atone for Chu Xuan's sins. Swish! Just by dodging, she rushed close to a group of worldly children. She was now in the Zhongshe realm, and she shocked everyone at once. Ah! Chu Xuan! How dare you! My father is Prince Gong. Yang Ling, his grandfather, is old Marshal Yang, and Zhouya's father is Zhou Chuanli, the Minister of Rights. If you move us, you are going against half of the Great Wind Court. A group of sons of the world's families shouted, but all of them were colorful. Bang! Chu Xuan didn't open his mouth. Chu Mingyue naturally wouldn't stop, and with a single punch, he sent Prince Gong's son flying, and by the time he landed on the ground, his bones were already broken. And then Chu Mingyue struck out across the board. What with old Marshal Yang's grandson and the son of the Minister of 6 Ministries, all of them fell into a state of crying. In a short while, the group of family sons who had been clamoring just a moment ago were all knocked to the ground. The lighter ones had broken bones and tendons, and the heavier ones were already completely crippled. To this, Chu Xuan did not have any expression since the beginning. Chu Mingyue also seemed to be clear about her position, and after beating the person, she honestly retreated to the side without claiming credit to Chu Xuan. Throw them away. It's distracting to hear. Chu Xuan ordered in a cold voice and turned around to return to the emperor court to resume his cultivation. Only the guards were left behind to begin carrying the group of worldly men who were wailing in pain. I don't know. In the dark, however, there was an icy gaze that took in the matter. Chapter 68. Well played. In the darkness, a pair of eyes took in everything that happened outside of the emperor's court. The owner of the gaze was a brocade-clothed youth, none other than Xiao Hongtu. Well, this is a surprise. I thought that you this guy once as the crown prince of Chu, more or less some wisdom and strategy, but now I did not think that it is also just a reckless man who bullies others. This worldly son originally gave you 2 paths, but you made a fool of yourself and chose the third, so it's no wonder this worldly son is to blame. Xiao Hongtu murmured under his breath, and a pair of eyes flashed with joy. With a wave of his hand, the dark guard came close. Go, immediately inform Prince Gong, old Marshal Yang, Minister of Rights Zhou Chuanli and the others. Inform them of the beating of Feng Huayuan Yang Ling and the others. This son doesn't believe that under the coercion of a dynasty full of the most powerful people, the empress will still favor this trashy little white boy. Ha ha ha. Amidst Xiao Hongtu's sinister laughter, the secret guards were ordered to quickly leave. Soon, a group of princes and ministers arrived in front of the palace gate, or a python robe, the king's mighty, or white hair and silver beard, clad in armor, or purple robe and jade belt, wearing a high hat and so on. It was Prince Gong, old Marshal Yang, Minister of Rights Zhou Chuanli and others. Upon seeing the crowd arrive, Xiao Hongtu personally appeared to welcome them. I don't know what was said, but the people's faces changed dramatically, and they soon came to the imperial hospital, only to see that inside the imperial doctor's courtyard, a group of worldly sons were all lying on stretchers, either broken arms, or broken thighs, and even the serious ones are covered with bandages, already completely disabled. Ah, my son, grandson. This is the only grandson of my Yang family. Damn it, actually injuring my son to this state. I'm not done with him. Go to the emperor's court. To brutalize our heirs like this, we must find him and demand an explanation. Eventually, a group of princes and ministers immediately ordered people to carry the stretcher with a group of worldly sons on it, and walked aggressively towards the emperor's court. Seeing this, Xiao Hongtu was secretly pleased and took the initiative to lead the way ahead. Soon, everyone rushed to the emperor's court. And when the guards outside the gate of that court saw it, their eyes all flinched, and they were all glad that they hadn't made a move just now. With such a lineup, it was enough to claim half of their great wind. Even if Her Majesty the Empress came, she would still have to be polite and respectful. Can the Emperor pay for it? Can't pay. At that point it's still not about who shot the fight and who gets scapegoated. Chu Xuan, get out here. As the Great Wind Emperor, how can you bully us like this? Lord Emperor, please still come out and give us an explanation. The crowd of princes and ministers shouted, immediately provoking Chu Xuan once again. When Chu Xuan took a look, he instantly understood that this was to raise an offense. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhou Chuanli, the Minister of Rights, took the lead. Chu Xuan, as an emperor, why did you allow someone to beat my son into the state? And Prince Gong's son, old Marshal Yang's grandson, the son of the Minister of Mandarins, and others, you must give us an explanation. Although Prince Gong, old Marshal Yang, and the Minister of the Ministry of Justice did not say anything, everyone's eyes were filled with questioning and anger. In response, Chu Xuan did not say much and only shook his head and smiled. I know you guys don't even want to hear the so-called reasons, and I'm too lazy to bull asterisk with you, so fight if you want to. Wow! When such words came out, the crowd of princes and ministers present naturally exploded. Among them, Xiao Hongtu couldn't help but stand out and coldly rebuke. How arrogant! How do you deserve to be the rightful emperor of my great wind with such virtues? Swish! Chu Xuan looked at Xiao Hongtu and indifferently said, and which onion are you? Xiao Hongtu immediately introduced himself proudly. I am the son of the Zhengua Gongfu, the #1 heavenly pride of the great Chu imperial city. Xiao Hongtu, what cow and horse? Never heard of it. Chu Xuan immediately shook his head, immediately infuriating Xiao Hongtu. Damn it, you're just too crazy. Don't you rely on the fact that Her Majesty the Empress' heart is inclined towards you. And let me tell you, even if Her Majesty's heart is inclined towards you, you can't disregard the king's law. Go and invite the Empress, and let Her Majesty come and make a decision for us. A group of princes and ministers drank in a flurry, wanting to go and ask Feng Linglong to come over and make a decision. I'm coming, but at that moment, a dainty voice filled with majesty suddenly rang out. The crowd turned their heads to see Feng Linglong, who was wearing a gold and red imperial robe, walking from the direction of the imperial study, her face full of coldness and might. Behind it, he was also followed by Chancellor Yen Shangru and Duke of Jingguo Shao Changjiang and a few others. Your Majesty, we greet Her Majesty the Empress. Long live the Emperor. As soon as Feng Linglong arrived outside of the Emperor's court, everyone present except Chu Xuan knelt down and worshipped for it. Ordinary period. Feng Linglong would all say to be excused, and the crowd would rise in obedience. But the cry of exemption did not ring out after this obeisance. Wait a few breaths. Prince Gong, relying on his status as a prince, just wanted to get up. Feng Linglong's cold and merciless voice was the one that rang out. Did I tell you to get up? Ah, don't dare. Prince Gong was startled and hurriedly re-kneeled. As for the old Marshal Yang, the Minister of Rights Zhou Chuanli and others are even tighter, also kneeling respectfully. Do not dare to make a mistake. Although Feng Linglong was young, but since ascending to the throne, she had amazing means and had accumulated power for a long time. No one dared to disobey in the slightest. At this time, Feng Linglong no longer paid attention to the group of ministers kneeling on the ground, but instead looked at Chu Xuan. Brother Chu Xuan, are you alright? Nothing. It seems that because of me, I've disturbed you from handling your political affairs. Chu Xuan shook his head, but Feng Linglong said, in my heart, no political matter is as important as Brother Chu Xuan's matter. These words did not avoid anyone, causing everyone present to sink inwardly, all feeling that they had underestimated Feng Linglong's feelings towards Chu Xuan, especially Xiao Hongtu. That lowered face was jealous to the point of distortion. Speak, what are you trying to do by gathering outside the imperial court? Feng Linglong returned her head and coldly drank in the crowd of princes and ministers. Only then did Prince Gong Zhou Chuanli and the others rush to open their mouths and explain a bit, finally pointing to the group of family members who were lying on stretchers. Your Majesty, just now, the Emperor said that he can fight whenever he wants. This is too arrogant and cocky. And please, Your Majesty, you must do it for us old ministers. In the end, Prince Gong Zhou Chuanli and the others once again buried their heads towards the ground, with a stance that they would not stop if they did not give a decision. See this. Yen Shangru and Shao Changjai and some other onlooker ministers were all astonished eyebrows. After all, this kind of lineup right now was comparable to half of the Great Win dynasty, and with their united admonition, it was no less than forcing the palace. It was thought that even the current empress would have to compromise on this matter. Who knew that the next moment, Feng Linglong was coldly shouting, well played. Chapter 69 Behind the Scenes. What? The moment Feng Linglong's words came out, everyone present froze. Prince Gong and the others even raised their heads openly, their faces full of disbelief. At this time, Feng Linglong once again said, Chu Xuan is my great wind emperor, comparable to the main palace empresses of other dynasties. In this huge harem, he is the unique master other than me. Is there anyone he can't fight? This, Prince Gong and the others wanted to retort, but they couldn't. After all, the final reveal, the main palace emperor has this kind of right in the body. Seeing that Prince Gong and the others couldn't say anything, Feng Linglong began to descend in turn. It's you guys, on the contrary, who came to cause havoc in the Emperor's court without asking any questions. And do you clear yourselves as to what your good children and grandchildren, who lie on stretchers, did before you came? Swish! When these words came out, Prince Gong and the others' faces all sank in unison. When they heard that their children and grandchildren had been badly beaten, they hurried here, and they hadn't really gotten a close look at what had happened. Zhan Yen, with a wave of her hand, Feng Linglong walked with her face spread out and drank on the spot. Your Majesty, I have ascertained that Prince Gong's son, the grandson of old Marshal Yang, the son of the Minister of Rights, the son of the Minister of Mandarins, and 13 others entered the palace drunk at noon today. 13 people came straight to the Emperor's court, spoke out of turn outside the court, insulted the Emperor as a waste several times, and contradicted the Emperor several times. Swish! As Zhan Yen opened his mouth, Prince Gong, old Marshal Yang, Zhou Chuanli, and the others, cold sweats came down on their faces in unison. After all, drunkenness into the palace, insulting the Emperor and so on is not a small matter, really to talk about, have been the crime of killing the head. Gentlemen, do you still feel aggrieved now? Wronged? With the sins your children and grandchildren have committed, the Emperor has only allowed a beating, and that's because the Emperor is a man of great kindness. If it were me, I would instantly have someone beheaded in place as a warning to others. The word kill was like a thunderous sound, fiercely exploding in the hearts of Prince Gong and the others. Everyone was suddenly pale with fear, including the son of the worldly family on the stretcher. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter, and all of them knelt down and begged for forgiveness, kowtowing their heads with a banging sound. Feng Linglong, however, shook her head coldly. Humph, you shouldn't beg for forgiveness from me. What you need to do is to obtain the Emperor's forgiveness. Ah, yes. Lord Emperor, please forgive me. It's us who didn't understand the cause and effect. We misjudged you. My dog's son made a big mistake but only broke one foot. Thank you Emperor for your grace. Prince Gong and the others hurriedly reversed their direction and pleaded towards Chu Xuan. Exempt. You are all pillars of the Great Wind Dynasty. Pillars of the dynasty. Your children and grandchildren have been in trouble. You are anxious. This Emperor can understand. This Emperor can leave it at that. All of you get up. Chu Xuan waved his hand. He hadn't taken it seriously, so he just took the opportunity to sell it. Thank you, Emperor. The Emperor's magnanimity is truly a blessing for my Great Wind Dynasty. Your Majesty, the Empress, has truly been wise to find a good Emperor. Prince Gong Yang, the old marshal, and the others rose to their feet, without rising in gratitude. After all, today, if Chu Xuan really wants to act according to the rules, not only will his children and grandchildren have the crisis of killing their heads, even they are afraid that they will not be able to eat. Damn it! How? Watching this scene, Xiao Hongtu in the crowd secretly clenched his fists, very dissatisfied. After all, he had carefully set up this bureau, originally prepared to make Chu Xuan lose his reputation, but as a result, now the other party not only didn't lose his reputation, but instead harvested the goodwill of a group of princes and ministers. It made him no less uncomfortable than eating a bowl of dead flies. Since the Emperor has chosen to forgive you, then take the people and leave. If there is a next time, even if the Emperor spares you and others, I will never forgive you lightly. At this moment, Feng Linglong chimed in a cold voice. A group of princes and ministers said yes and were about to leave with a group of lineage children. Slow down. At that moment, Chu Xuan's drinking voice immediately caused the hearts of the crowd of princes and ministers to retense, thinking that Chu Xuan regretted it. Don't panic, gentlemen. I have something else to ask these princes and sons. Chu Xuan took a step to the side of those stretchers, his gaze scrutinizing the crowd of lineage sons. Gentlemen, are you all coming to imperial court today to stir up trouble spontaneously, or are you instructed by someone? Swish! The moment this question was asked, everyone present's face changed, especially Xiao Hongtu, who was in the crowd. His face was secretly shocked, but in an instant, he returned to normal, because these sons of the world, not only had they received huge favors from him, but they also had fatal handles in his hands, would never betray him unless in a crisis of death. Sure enough, although these sons of the world's families had fluttering eyes, their caliber was unified, and they all claimed that they had been drinking to the point of excitement and had come spontaneously. Ha! Do you think that if you keep your mouths shut, this emperor won't know? Chu Xuan smiled mysteriously. If it was placed on a regular person, the other party refused to admit it, so naturally there was no way to find out. But for him, there were so many ways to do it. One of the simplest ways to do this is a spell called the reflected memory technique, which can reflect the memories of the other party once it is performed. Gentlemen, this emperor once occasionally obtained a spell that could reflect a person's memories of a recent period of time. whether or not they were instructed. We'll see together, Chu Xuan explained. Immediately, he cast the reflective memory technique on the group of worldly sons present, buzzing. Before the crowd of lineage sons could react, the memory images in their heads were reflected in midair along with Chu Xuan's spiritual energy. Well, what a marvelous spell! Lord Emperor has something. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, as Chu Xuan cast his spell, the memory images of the crowd rapidly rewound as if they were time rewinding. From what happened just now, to the previous treatment of injuries in the Imperial Hospital, to the crowd coming to stir up trouble in the Emperor's court, to entering the Imperial Palace together. See this scene. Xiao Hongtu, who was in the crowd, simply looked like he had seen a ghost, completely panicked inwardly, and just intended to secretly retreat. Everyone's memory screen has been rewound to a box. The banquet was full of wine and meat. The prostitutes and prostitutes were lustful. The people were having a good time. And at the head of the party was a handsome and incomparable youth, drinking and lusting while talking to someone. Brothers, that Chu Xuan is nothing more than a trashy prince of the great Chu dynasty. Yet he can live in the emperor's court and manipulate Her Majesty the Empress, while we can only manipulate these whores that are savored by millions. So here, I would like to ask you brothers to do me a favor. Of course, I will definitely not let you brothers work for nothing. Only the youth in the picture was visible. It was none other than the son of the Duke of Jin, the #1 talent in the imperial city, Xiao Hongtu. Chapter 70. The storm broke up and the pain started again. At this moment, everyone's gazes swarmed toward Xiao Hongtu. None were filled with shock and consternation. Nice guy. What a great guy. In front of him, this gentle and elegant talented first genius of the imperial city actually had such an unknown side in his private life. That's a real knife in the ass. Eye-opener. Rebel son. Among them, Duke of Jinguo Xiao Qingji almost didn't fall on his butt. Deep down inside, Xiao Hongtu is finished. Even the Jingui Gongfu will be implicated. Sure enough, Feng Linglong's pretty face was covered in frost, as if she had been plopped on the top of her foot by a toad. Although there was no harm done, she couldn't stop feeling nauseous, but she was not yet angry. Chu Xuan abruptly stared at Xiao Hongtu, and that cold and merciless gaze, with just a single glance, caused the latter to only feel that he was being stared at by a god of death, and the entire person was like falling into an extremely cold ice cave. Your Majesty the Empress. Ministers, you guys, let me explain. It's not true. It's not real. This must be a trick played by Chu Xuan. He's harming me. Xiao Hongtu shook his head one after another, and he even pointed at Chu Xuan and shouted false accusations, but no one in the room believed it. Even the Duke of Jinguo Xiao Changzai shook his head. After all, the faces of those lineage children were all paler and more frightened than one another. Almost had the word truth printed on his face. You're saying it's fake? Who would believe it? Chu Xuan stepped towards Xiao Hongtu, his face icy cold and abnormal. Just like you, you're also worthy of coveting Linglong, and you also delude yourself into thinking of becoming a great wind emperor. You're really ugly looking and thinking of beauty. Ah, it's you. You did this to me. If it weren't for you, the great wind emperor would definitely be mine. Xiao Hongtu grimly shrieked. Today he had wanted to make Chu Xuan lose his reputation, but he didn't expect that in the end it would be himself who would lose his reputation instead. Anger and jealousy overtook his reasoning as he brazenly struck out at Chu Xuan. Boom! Xiao Hongtu, as the first genius of the imperial city, the cultivation is naturally not weak, has already reached the realm of the 6th realm of true martial arts, and the cultivation technique is also extremely not bad. Once he strikes, the figure is like lightning, pulling out the residual shadow. The power is even more explosive. The force can quake the mountain. Ah! Emperor, be careful! Quickly protect the emperor. This sudden scene immediately caused many people present to be startled. Among them, Feng Linglong was even more furious. Asshole, if you dare to hurt Chu Xuan a hair, I will destroy your Jingui Gongfu. Together with these words, they almost didn't make Xiao Changzai behind him faint from fear. Retrograde son, stop it. Do you want to destroy our Jingui Gongfu? Swish! Xiao Hongtu, however, ignored it, his eyes filled with blazing killing intent. Chu Xuan was very close to him, and even though Zhan Yan, Chu Mingyue and some other sect master powerhouses flew to block him at the first opportunity, they were still quite late. Go to hell! Just a split second, Xiao Hongtu rushed to Chu Xuan's close proximity and threw a full-force punch towards his heart. Closer! A hideous smile appeared on Xiao Hongtu's face. Since today he was made to lose his reputation by Chu Xuan, then he wanted Chu Xuan to truly lose his reputation. Bang! Suddenly, there was a dull sound, and everyone's faces were stagnant. Only a large hand was seen easily catching Xiao Hongtu's all-out punch, and the overpowering and surging astral energy was instantly calmed down in its entirety. Chu Xuan was like a lofty and unmoving ancient mountain of Tarzan. That gaze that looked at Xiao Hongtu was like looking at a jumping clown. No, this can't be right. Aren't you the abolished prince of Great Chu? How can you block my full strength strike? Xiao Hongtu exclaimed in shock and horror. Very incomprehensible. Just you are still to know. One talent of great wind? A real dumbass. Chu Xuan did not say much, and between cold snorts, that palm snapped. Bang! Xiao Hongtu was slapped away on the spot. His miserable screams mixed with a large amount of blood. The boom set deeply into the palace wall and fell straight into unconsciousness. Hiss! A sound of cold air being sucked in rose from everyone present in unison. Especially Prince Gong Yang, Old Marshal of the Ministry of Ceremonies Zhou Quanli, and a host of princes and ministers. All eyes rise in a touch of shock. It was completely unexpected that the Chu Xianyuan in front of him was actually so strong that he had heavily injured Xiao Hongtu, the number one talent of the imperial city, with just a single palm. Is this the famous abolitionist prince of the Chu dynasty? What a joke! Brother Chu Xian. Feng Linglong's eyes also brightened. Although she had long since found out that Chu Xian's current talent strength was extraordinary, but now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she still could not stop shaking. True Marshal 1 instantly defeats True Marshal 6 with one hand. This is no longer something that can be described as a heavenly pride. This is an uncompromising demon. Hooray! Xiao Changzai naturally couldn't help but worry about Xiao Hongtu and was planning to go forward. Feng Linglong was icy cold and ordered. Xiao Hongtu, the son of the Duke of Jin, not only secretly instructed people to make things difficult for the emperor, but also wanted to plot to kill the emperor. Come on, put him into the heavenly prison, and ask him to be executed after the fall. Jar! Xiao Changzai's body trembled and hurriedly knelt down to plead for mercy. Your Majesty. But before he could say the words to plead for mercy, Feng Linglong was asking with a slanted eyebrow. Duke Xiao, how old are you this year? Ha! The old minister is 52. Xiao Changji was stunned and hurriedly responded. Feng Linglong nodded indifferently. Still old and strong. For the sake of Jingui Gongfu's successors, seize the time to have another one. Sha standing. On the side, Yan Shangru, Prince Gong, and the others all shook their heads in sympathy. Although Feng Linglong did not demote the Jingui Gongfu, Xiao Hongtu's life could never be saved. There, break it all up. Remember, I don't want to see something like today again in the future. Finally, Feng Linglong ordered again. The crowd of princes and ministers said yes and then left as if they had fled. Inwardly, they have all made up their minds. In the future, in the Great Wind Dynasty, it would be better to mess with the King of Hell than to mess with Chu Xian. Soon, the imperial court, which had been in a flurry of clamor, had regained its previous purity and stability. Only Chu Xian, Feng Linglong, and Zhan Yan, Chu Mingyue, and some other guards remained. Swish! Feng Linglong gazed around the group of guards, her eyes still cold and unchanging. Have I ever told you that the Emperor's orders are my orders? Your Majesty. The crowd of guards trembled in shock, and without waiting to apologize, Feng Linglong had already ordered mercilessly. If you don't respect the Emperor's order, then what's the use of having you? All of you get out of the palace. Zhan Yan stepped out, ignoring the crowd of guards begging for mercy and clearing them out of the palace. In the end, the two of them, Chu Xian and Feng Linglong, retraced their steps into the imperial court. Brother Chu Xian, I'm really sorry for disturbing you today. At that moment, Feng Linglong emerged as a small woman and embraced into Chu Xian's arms. Chu Xian stroked the other party's green hair and shook his head with a smile. Linglong, to me, this is just a trivial and insignificant matter. There is no need to apologize. Not much longer. Both of them have been smiling and laughing. For a while, Chu Mingyue on the other side was once again in intense pain. Obviously his face was twisted, but a strange relief surfaced inside. It hurts. It's starting to hurt again. Chapter 71. The Crown Prince is mine. The matter of Xiao Hongtu. A group of people in the know didn't make a big deal out of it though. Still, over time, word spread among the circle of princes and nobles. Countless princes and nobles at the helm were alarmed, and all of them strictly ordered their own children to take warning and absolutely not to provoke Chu Xian. At the same time, many people were curious about the talent and strength that Chu Xian had displayed that day, and so they began to look into Chu Xian's details. It turned out to be a shock not to check. Sword bone, battle blood. All of these famous talents in the world actually came from Chu Xian's body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nice guy. What a great guy. There's actually such a scandal in the Chu royal family. No wonder Chu Xian let go of being the emperor of Great Chu and instead became the emperor of our great wind. This Chu Mingyue and Empress Xiao too. Simply not a bit of human nature. Tiger poison is still not eat the sunnet. They are good. One after another. Ruthlessly gave their eldest son 2 knives. Countless princes and ministers were hotly discussing and clamoring, all sympathizing with Chu Xian's encounter. Plus, Chu Xuan also had extraordinary natural strength and talent for governing, up and down the court. From the initial disapproval and hostility, it gradually turned into recognition and friendship. Even Prince Gong, Old Marshal Yang, Minister of Ceremony Zhou Chuanli, and a host of other princes and ministers, specially formed a group to come to the emperor's court once, specifically to apologize for Chu Xuan Yuan, and to send generous compensatory gifts. To this, Chu Xuan was not polite and accepted them all. After all, years of experience as the crown prince's supervisor told him that the courtroom is not all about fighting and killing, but more about human affairs. Otherwise, if any of the higher-ups have ambitions and ideas, once the people below them don't execute them properly for you, the whole country will decline. And the most crucial thing is that you can't find any hard evidence yet. Moreover, there was no lack of spirit stones and treasures in these compensatory gifts, which also possessed great benefits for Chu Xian's cultivation. Sure, the one who supported his cultivation the most was still Feng Linglong, the female emperor of the Great Wind Dynasty, who almost moved the entire Great Wind Dynasty's treasury. Although he was rejected a lot by Chu Xuan, the spirit stone treasures were still at his disposal. And so, the next time, Chu Xuan, apart from talking about love with Feng Linglong, spent the rest of his time cultivating, with the Hongmeng creation scripture and the amazing creation of 10 times cultivation. His cultivation could be said to be growing by leaps and bounds, which, he had carried out extreme compression and condensation at each realm, but more than 2 months later, it was still unavoidable to advance to the true martial triple perfection realm. Brother Chu Xuan, your advancement is also too rapid. Looking at Chu Xuan's progress, Feng Linglong was simply astonished. Need to know, the realm of true martial arts is not comparable to ordinary martial artists. Many heavenly pride in wizards, once they enter this level, fast a year and a half before they can be promoted to the first level, and slow need to be accumulated for several years. And like Chu Xuan's promotion speed of 1 realm in a month, looking at the Great Wind Dynasty, no, the entire Central Plains could not find one. Ha, it's okay. Chu Xuan let out a faint smile. For him, if he didn't want to compress his realm in order to surpass his previous life, more than 2 months were enough for him to reach the peak of true martial arts to impact the sovereign. Chu Xuan inquired. Linglong, there aren't many days until your Great Winds Dynasty competition, right? Feng Linglong nodded. There are still 10 days to go. I've already sent out an edict for the great competition. Anyone who is qualified to participate in the great competition is making their way towards the imperial city. Oh, very good. I've been salivating over your Great Wine Dynasty's wind essence for a long time. Chu Xuan was slightly excited. The wind essence of the Great Wind was comparable to treasures such as the heavenly fortune stone Xian Spirit Flower, both of which were one of the topmost spiritual objects in this heaven and earth. Once melted, it would definitely bring the Hongmeng sacred body to another level. Nowadays, his Hongmeng sacred body was enough to sweep away ordinary true martial cultivators. If they were to go up another level, under a half-step sovereign, they would all be considered invincible. Husband, go for it. With your ability, you can definitely win the championship and obtain the wind essence. Feng Linglong didn't half question this. Ha ha, Chu Xuan laughed out loud, and Feng Linglong followed suit. Only Chu Mingyue, who was not far away, was convulsing in pain and screaming in pain. She remains daily at atonement. In his time, the Great Chu Dynasty, more than 2 months later, within the dynasty's borders, the gossip about the two of them, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru, had become much less, at least on the surface. After all, over the past 2 months, I do not know how many people have been copied and exterminated by the brocade guards, and now the words sword and bone, battle blood, Chu Xuan and so on, have simply become the biggest taboo of the Great Chu Dynasty. Once you talk about it, you risk being copied and destroyed. Well, that's just fine. Recently there has been peace within my Great Chu. Inside the Dragon Phoenix Palace, Chu Minghuang enjoyed the palace maid's shoulder rubbing, full of coziness and comfort. On the side, Xiao Yuru was also applying her face with the extreme skin nourishing cream and responded, yes, all the gossip in the community has disappeared. It seems that everyone understands what the two of us have done. That's right. After all, what are we two doing this for? It's still not for the strength of the Great Chu Dynasty, and for the stability of hundreds of millions of people. Chu Minghuang thought deeply, and then he changed the topic and inquired, by the way, Wonder and War, how have the two of them been handling their political affairs lately? Xiao Yuru pulled down the membrane, the delicate and glossy face, rising with suppressed appreciation. Your Majesty is wise. Wonder War both have great talent. In the last 2 months or so, the two of them have handled the political affairs in a well-organized manner. Although they have not yet restored the previous national strength for the time being, but they have already stopped the decline. Oh, ha ha, true enough, Aside from that traitorous son who ate his way out of the country, there's no bad son of my Chu Mingyue. Chu Mingyue laughed up to the sky. Xiao Yuru frowned, wanting to have a good talk about Chu Xuan with Emperor Chu Ming. After all, no matter what happened, that was ultimately the son of two people, and the relationship between the two sides couldn't just stagnate like that. But before she could speak, Chu Mingyue interrupted her thoughts. Empress, pass on my decree. If one are in war, whoever of the two is able to bring back the power of my great Chu, I will immediately establish whoever is the crown prince. When the will is communicated, whether it was Chu Wen or Chu Wu, both of them appeared to be very excited, and both of them were riveted to wanting to solve the hidden dangers of today's great Chu. Eventually, both of them inevitably landed their eyes on Gale. After all, the bell must be tied. Chu's situation today is a big wind suffered into. Want to recover, naturally, but also rely on the big wind. It was just that Chu Wen always insisted on not seeing that bottom line of Chu Xian. Chu Wu, however, didn't care, and also paid attention to the Great Wind competition. Now that the Great Wind is going to hold a dynasty competition, this opportunity is extremely rare. If this prince goes to participate in winning the competition, he will have the opportunity to ask the Great Wind Empress to recooperate. Once it succeeds, the country's power will recover, and the position of the crown prince will be secure. Just by thinking about it, Chu Wu was extremely excited and made a decision right away. However, he did not take this trip to the Great Wind lightly, not only gathering a group of strong men, but even inviting the palace patriarch to accompany him as an escort. Finally, he was confident and spirited. Departure Gale. When this emperor returns, the crown prince is mine. Chapter 72 Dynasty Competition. Chu Wu arrives. As the dynasty competition approached, the Great Wind Imperial City gradually became lively. People kept arriving at the Imperial City. For example, the princes, county governors, assassins, and other court officials from all over the Great Wind were not only here to observe the ceremony, they were also here to lead those notorious heavenly talents from all over the world to compete. After all, the dynasty competition was the grandest martial arts test in the Great Wind, and if the Heaven's Pride wizards of their Earth realm could achieve excellent results in this competition, they would have many benefits afterwards. In addition to officials from all over the world, there were also the clan forces of the Great Wind dynasty. Many times in previous years, the champions of the great competition had come from these sect forces. The Great Wind dynasty has a total of 10 major sects: Tianyuan Sect, Blade and Sword Sect, Lingxiao Sect, and Jinwu Mountain Villa. Among them, the Blazing Sun Sect, the UUS Sect and the Stardust Sect were the strongest. Of course, there were also a large number of merchants, wealthy swordsmen, martial artists, and other good people from all over the dynasty, just to witness the grand competition event with their own eyes. These days, the entire Great Wind Imperial City was as loud as a boil every day. Well, the great competition is approaching, and nowadays you can see a lot of famous heavenly pride talents everywhere in the restaurants, inns, and even on the streets. Yes, I just turned around and saw Li Tai Lai of the Running Thunder Poem, Ling Feng of the Fast Dagger Hand, Lu Yutong of the Demoiselle Gunner, and others, all of which are renowned as the pride of a city and even a county. Humph, what do these people you speak of count for? Have you not seen the heavenly pride and wonders from a host of sect forces? Those scattered cultivators and wildcatters cannot be compared to them at all. Yes, it's said that the holy sons and daughters of the Blazing Sun Sect, UU Sect, and Stardust Sect are all here, and we should know that these three great sects have already swept the titles of 3 consecutive dynasty competitions. The wind from the hustle and bustle of the Great Wind Imperial City naturally blew into the imperial court. However, Chu Xian was an ancient well and just fished for himself. In the eyes of others, the dynasty competition was a gathering of heavenly pride and wondrous talents. It was difficult to win the championship in a crowd of heavenly wizards. However, for Chu Xian, it was far easier than fishing. After all, fishing is a matter of luck, and winning the big match is just in the bag. That's all. Amidst the clamor, on this day, the dynasty competition was officially held. Location: not at the palace. Instead, it was at a mountain peak called Yunxia outside of the imperial city. Because the dynasty competition did not come up with a ring battle, but rather, before the ring battle, there were 3 levels of examination that needed to be conducted. The first level is called 7 killings. There will be 7 kinds of human figurines made of gold, silver, copper, iron, stone, wood and clay under Yunxia Mountain, and the participants are required to break the 7 kinds of human figurines made of these materials respectively in order to pass the first level successfully. The second level is called Breaking the Army. Participants need to climb Yunxia Mountain as fast as possible, but when climbing the mountain, they will encounter a gale force blocking the way. Participants need to break through the armies blocking the way without hurting the soldiers' lives, and successfully reached the top of Yunxia Mountain. The third level is called Greedy Wolf, and there are 4 stone platforms at the top of Yunxia Mountain. Once on the platforms, wolf smoke will burn, and participants need to hold on to the platforms until the wolf smoke burns out to be considered as having passed. And after those 3 hurdles, it's the final ring for the championship. Present day, Mount Yunxia. Early in the morning, the red sun rises in the east, and the sunset is a beautiful sight. At the top of Yunxia Mountain, there is a staggered 3-story viewing platform on one side. The uppermost part of the view was the most open. Looking down on it was enough to observe the entire Yunxia Mountain, on which were situated 2 golden chairs carved with dragons and phoenixes, precisely the seats of both Xuan Ling and Chu Xuan. On the second level, the seats were in rows, a place for a group of princes and ministers as well as clan powerhouses, while on the first level, there were some merchants and tycoons who had spent a lot of money or the powerful guests and celebrities who had been invited. By now everyone had taken their seats, making the place bustling with activity. The afterimages of most of the people on 1 or 2 of the floors were stealing glances at Chu Xuan. After all, the Empress Wen Linglong had long been famous in the heavens, and most of the people present had seen it before. But for Chu Xuan, the Great Wind Emperor, many had yet to see it, and those who knew its details were even more curious. Regarding these gazes, Chu Xuan ignored them and only closed his eyes to rest his mind. When the hour was up, Xuan Linglong then got up and said something official. Finally waving his hand, he said, "Well, more I will not say more. Next, all people are ready to start the 3 levels of examination." Hula. This word, those who have long been rubbing their fists and stupidly moving heavenly pride wizards, immediately converge on a place, or excited, or apprehensive, or nervous, etc. Looked different. Just as the participants had gathered and were about to open the examination, a high-pitched voice, however, came from mid-air. Wait, only to see someone stepping into the air, and there was more than one person. There were 8. What's more, these 8 people are also carrying a side of luxury gold curtain jade sedan chair. Through the sedan chair curtains can be vaguely peeped. Sedan chair. Sitting in a grade is not a large youth figure. 8 patriarchs carry the sedan chair. Needless to say, this kind of rehearsal did startle many people present. In an instant, the 8 patriarchs flew to the top of the mountain, and the sedan carriage landed steadily. Who is the visitor? At this point, Zhang Yan stepped forward and bellowed mightily. The might of the first patriarch of the Great Wind swelled. His palm had fallen on top of the hilt of his sword as if it would be sheathed at any moment, and the crowd of the female emperor's close guards also had their swords drawn. As for the others, they all gazed at the sedan carriage with curious eyes, obviously wanting to see what this uninvited guest was all about. On the contrary, it was Chu Xuan who couldn't stop raising his eyebrows, because the 8 people who carried the sedan chair, all of whom he knew, were all Zhongshe powerhouses belonging to the Chu imperial family. And those who could make the Chu Zhongshe willingly carry the sedan chair must be full-fledged members of the Chu imperial family. And there were only so many full-fledged members of the Great Chu. And in an instant, Chu Xian's mind had already scratched through some names. Is it the second oldest Chu Wen? Or is it oldest 3 Chu Wu? Or perhaps Chu Feng Chu Yun? Swish! Sure enough, the next moment, the sedan chair curtain woven with gold thread and jade beads was lifted, from which a black-clothed young man stepped down, with a jade hairpin on his head, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, nose like a hanging gull, a black and gold suit, his body filled with the air of arrogance and nobility. The youth smiled with the corners of his mouth, and the first thing he did was to introduce himself. My name is Chu Wu. I am the 3rd prince of the Great Chu dynasty. Ha! So it's my good 3rd brother. The moment he saw Chu Wu, Chu Xuan rose with a smile of surprise. He was truly surprised that he could still meet Chu Wu at the Great Wind's dynasty competition. Obviously, today was another great day. Chu Wu, the 3rd prince of Great Chu? Is it that Chu Wu who was born with a martial vein and is known as the martial god progenitor? Nowadays, the relationship between my Great Wind and Great Chu is not good. What is he doing here? Chu Xuan, the former crown prince of Great Chu, is now the emperor of our Great Wind. Could it be that he came here for Chu Xuan? The scene picked up some noise. Xuan Linglong also stared at Chu Wu, her beautiful eyes covered in a layer of frost. Thanks to the blessing of the 2 Chu Minghuang Xiaoyuru, now that she saw the members of the Chu royal family, she had an urge to take out her anger for Chu Xuan. Chu Wu meets the Great Wind Empress. Chu Wu, escorted by the patriarch, ascended the high platform and saluted towards Xuan Linglong. After seeing Xuan Linglong, his gaze couldn't help but fall on Chu Xuan's body, and a cold color of contempt immediately surfaced in his eyes. After all, Chu Xuan was once the crown prince of Great Chu, but now he has become the Great Wind Emperor. It was tantamount to treason in his mind, so his words were full of derision. Isn't this the crown prince Chu Xuan who was deposed by my Great Chu dynasty? Should I call you Big Brother now? Or the Great Wind Emperor? Looking at the provocative Chu Xuan really wanted to laugh, but he ultimately held back. There's no rush. Don't be manic. It was not easy for him to meet a good brother again. If he did not play well with him, really God forbid. Chapter 73 The Strength of Chu. Before Chu Xuan could respond, Chu Mingyue suddenly rushed out, nearly hissing. Asshole, who told you to come here to provoke your big brother? Do you want to die? Get out. Get back now. Ha, Auntie Mingyue? Why are you here too? Chu froze, and so did the people around him. Akatsuki? Chu Mingyue? That eldest princess of the Chu royal family? Nice guy. What's going on here? His Great Wind Dynasty's martial arts competition. Yet there were 3 full-fledged members of the Great Chu imperial family here. This was really the first time in many years. One could only see Chu Mingyue covering her heart, her features nearly distorted to the point of pain. She could clearly sense that Chu Xuan was actually in a good mood after seeing Chu, which was definitely not a good thing. She was afraid that Chu Xuan would transfer the hatred of digging out the bones and drawing blood of Chu Jian and Chu War onto Chu. All the guilt by her to atone for it is good. All the pain by her to suffer can be. Really no need to Chu involved in it again. So, she ignored the pain and yelled, Chu, if you still regard me as your aunt, listen to your aunt and get out of here. Go, get out. Get out. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Why should I leave? I came here today for the rightful business of the Chu, not for this big brother who brutalizes his brother. Chu firmly shook his head, obviously not leaving just like that. In response, Chu Mingyue was about to get angry, but the pain within her body boomed and intensified, directly hurting so much that she could no longer say a word. See only. Chu Xuan rose from his golden chair with a curious smile on his face. My good brother. You said that you have come here this time for the sake of the rightful business of Great Chu. I wonder what that rightful business is. Seeing Chu's desire to snort, Chu Xuan added, don't forget, your elder brother is now the Great Wind Emperor, and has the right to decide on many matters of the Great Wind. So if you speak with me, as an elder brother, I might be able to help you out a bit. Just you? Chu laughed coldly and did not take any notice, not feeling that Chu Xuan, the Great Wind Emperor, had much power. Furthermore, he would not believe that Chu Xuan would help him, and that he would burn high incense if he did not trip him up. Thus, he still landed his gaze on Xuan Ling and was just about to open his mouth. However, the latter directly waved his hand to interrupt, and said with an impatient face, I don't want to talk too much with you people of the Chu royal family, so speak with the emperor about what's going on. The emperor can do everything for me. This. Chu Wu's face instantly turned blue. I only felt that the confidence I had been full of when I arrived was all gone in a moment. Even at this moment, he wanted to turn his head and leave, but thinking that he had come all the way here, and to go back so gray without even stating his purpose, wouldn't he be reduced to a laughingstock of the people present? Swish. Thus, he could only face towards Chu Xuan again with a stiff face. The latter could be seen looking at him with an impish smile on his face. Chu Xuan. Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows and said with a stern face, is that how you address this emperor? Chu Wu clenched his fist and could only change his words. Great Wind Emperor, does Chu not have a ministry of etiquette now? Don't even understand basic diplomatic etiquette? Chu Xuan, however, was once again nitpicking. Chu Wu's liver was furious, but he took several breaths one after another, which suppressed his inner humiliation. Bowing and clasping his fists, he gritted his teeth and said, Honorable Great Wind Emperor, I didn't come here for any personal grudges, but for the development of cooperation between our 2 dynasties. Today coincides with your dynasty's martial arts competition. Please give me a chance. If I can sweep away a bunch of your dynasty's heavenly talents and wizards to win the competition, I also hope that your dynasty will re-cooperate with our Great Chu. Having said that, Chu rushed to stand up. It just felt like the most humiliating and stifling passage I've ever said. And after saying that he regretted it, after all, the person in front of him was Chu Xuan, the Chu Xuan who had maimed 2 of his own brothers one after another. How could he agree to his request? I'm afraid that he just wanted to humiliate himself. Even the people present thought so. After all, it was human nature. Who knows? After hearing that, Chu Xuan did not make things difficult for Chu Wu, but instead laughed. Good. This emperor will allow it. Chu Wu froze. For a moment there was no reaction. The surrounding people were also clamoring, all surprised by Chu Xuan's decision, but seeing that the Empress Xuan Ling did not even refute it. Although some people felt that this move was not appropriate, they did not say much after all. It seems that Big Brother is still close to me. His younger brother. Chu Wu smiled excitedly. He did not know whether Chu Xuan really wanted to help him participate in the grand competition, or whether he was secretly holding something bad. but at least he had achieved half of what he had come for today. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that as long as he was allowed to participate in the great martial Dao competition, what happened next was not something that Chu Xuan could say. Chu Xuan heaved his head and smiled with an eager and attentive smile. That's right. Who let us two brothers be connected by blood? Looking at the conversation between Chu Xuan and Chu Wu, the crowd present only felt that there was something odd, but they could not tell exactly where it was odd. Aha! Since the Emperor has answered, then you're in. At that moment, Feng Linglong waved her hand, allowing Chu Wu to step into the ranks of the participants, and then she rushed to the rest of the contestants. Everyone, all of you, get your spirits up. Don't let a person from a foreign dynasty suppress the limelight, or else the Great Wind Dynasty's generation of young celestial pride will be disgraced. Yes, the hundreds of heaven's remarkable wizards said yes in unison, with a look of living up to their expectations. In response, Chu Wu was scoffing. He was born with a martial pulse. It is known as the advent of the god of martial arts. I've never been afraid of anyone in my life except for a few of my own brothers. The great competition officially begins. Finally, the supervisor of ceremonies declared loudly, and at once a presiding officer led a group of participants down the mountain. Visible at the foot of the mountain, placed hundreds of batches of human figurines, respectively by clay, wood, stone, iron, copper, silver, gold and other 7 materials cast, is the first level of assessment, 7 kill pass. Everyone was running their eyes and watching the foot of the mountain. Even those with bad eyesight were equipped with specialized telescopic equipment at their side. Boom boom boom. And just as the crowd was observing, the first level had already opened in a frenzy, and as soon as the results began, everyone was greatly shaken, only to see Chu Wu's incomparable frenzy, 7 palms in a row, breaking 7 figurines in a row, but in 10 or so breaths of time, he completed the first level of examination, the first one to break away from the first level of the racecourse and climb towards Yunxiao Mountain. Aha! Today, I'll show you all what it means to be a true Heaven's Pride wizard. Chu Wu's maniacal laughter reverberated through the first level of the tournament, instantly causing the hearts of the crowd of Great Wind Heaven's Pride wizards to become angry, but at the same time, the other party's overbearing and furious force really made many people's hearts feel awe-inspired. It wasn't until another 10 or so breaths later that another Great Wind Heavenly Pride broke through. But this moment, not many people in the crowd on the high platform were paying attention to the first level anymore. The eyes moved all the way to the mountainside, where the second level, the Broken Army Pass, was located, only to see that on the mountainside, 3 teams of soldiers as if they were long dragons had already been lined up. It was like pulling out 3 long distant lines of soldiers, cutting off the road up the mountain. The group at the very front was wearing light armor, while the group in the middle was wearing heavy armor. Especially the group at the very back was not only clad in heavy armor, but also holding heavy shields, almost armed to the teeth. Although the cultivation of these soldiers had not entered the realm of true martial arts, they were all of the upper 3rd grade, coupled with the equipment on their bodies. As long as they weren't a Zhongshu of Lingkong, not many people could rush through unharmed. As a result, the moment Chu Wu crashed into the line of soldiers, both the first group of lightly armored soldiers and the second group of heavily armored soldiers all screamed in pain and flew in all directions, all of them breaking bones and tendons. Break! Boom! Even the last of the heavy shield soldiers were not able to block him, and the temporary shield wall that had been formed was crumbled by him on the spot. The entire person was wildly unrivaled, like a covered martial god. Chapter 70 for the pinnacle of Chu Wu. Break the 7 kills. Breaking the 3 armies. With a domineering and furious stance, Chu Wu quickly broke the 2 barriers and was completely ahead of the crowd of participants. On top of the ceremonial platform, a group of princes, ministers and clan powerhouses all had their hearts and minds sunk. Even Feng Linglong sank her eyebrows. Both marveled at Chu's performance. Only Chu Xuan let out a faint smile, as if he had already anticipated this. After all, compared to the people present, he naturally understood Chu Wu even more. Not only did he possess the 7th level of the true martial realm, but he also utilized the martial pulse in a pure manner, and was even stronger than Chu Jin Chu War. It is normal to behave this way. It was only a short while after Chu Wu had passed the second hurdle that he reascended the top of the mountain. Above the top of the mountain stands 4 stone platforms, each placed on the stone platform a party of bronze 4-sided tripod. Is the last pass Greedy Wolf Pass? This emperor is coming. Accompanied by an arrogant drinking voice, Chu Wu ascended a stone platform. Swish! Once on stage, a yellow wolf smoke burned in the 4-sided tripod. When the wolf smoke came together, it meant that the countdown to the 3rd level had begun. Until the wolf smoke burns out, whoever's figure stood proudly on top of the stone platform was the passer. Humph! Chu Wu stood on the Greedy Wolf stage, his posture erect and his face arrogant. That haughty gaze especially swept a glance at Chu Xuan on the viewing platform. as if he wanted to ruthlessly return the suffocation he had just suffered. Chu Xuan, however, let out a faint smile, not caring in the slightest about Chu Wu's provocation. To know that the reason why he agreed to Chu Wu's participation in the competition was because he wanted to make the other party extremely pleased with himself so that he could gain the deepest despair. It took a full half a tea before a great wind heavenly pride ascended to the top of the mountain. The 2 men and 1 woman were the holy sons and daughters of the 3 clans of the Blazing Sun, Pixie Moon, and Stardust. His cultivation level was also the same as Chu Wu's, reaching the 7th level of the true martial realm. The 3 of them were naturally unhappy with Chu Wu, who had stolen their thunder, but did not strike, instead occupying the remaining 3 greedy wolf stages. 3 more wolfsbane rises. Next, for the 4. As long as they can hold their foot square before the wolf smoke burns out, they can compete for the final title as the top 4. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, quite a few great wind celestial pride ascended to the top one after another. There were other sects celestial pride wizards, as well as running thunder palm Li Tai Lai, fast dagger hand Ling Feng, demoiselle gunner Lu Yuton, and a host of other casual celestial pride cultivators. And as soon as these people arrived, they scanned the 4 greedy wolf stages. In the end, a portion of them attacked towards the 3 of them, the Blazing Sun Sacred Sun, the Pixie Moon Sacred Maiden, and the Stardust Sacred Sun, while the majority of them attacked towards Chu Wu. After all, to them, Chu Wu was just an outsider. Naturally, it's a preferential elimination. Boom boom boom. Li Tai Lai struck his famous skill, the running thunder palm, a palm that set off a thunderous sound. Ling Feng swung his sword and slashed 18 times in a flash, showing his fast sword style. Lu Yuton's straw raincoat vibrated, and the gun's awnings were like cold stars dotting, stabbing out crazily. The rest of the people were also bursting out their strongest means, joining hands in the assault, the spirit energy astral chi surging, and the sound and power was immense. Under any patriarch, all feel chilled and in crisis. Humph, but Chu Wu did not have any fear. Instead, his eyes flashed with essence. If you want to shake me, you guys are not even close, get lost. Chu Wu defended himself from attacking, slapping out palm after palm in succession, each palm carrying a berserk and incomparable potential energy, sweeping across 1,000 pounds. Boom, 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 accompanied by a deafening blast of sound. Li Tai Lai, Ling Feng, Lu Yuton, and a host of other heaven's remarkable wizards all flew out backwards. Chu Wu once again displayed his domineering and abnormal force value. Hiss! This Chu Wu is also too strong. His force is far beyond that of ordinary heavenly pride wizards. Observatory. The crowd clamored and was once again surprised by Chu Wu. After all, Li Tai Lai, Lingfeng, Lu Yutong and the others were all renowned heavenly pride wizards, and as a result, they had failed to deal with Chu Wu when they joined forces. This also shocked the others, not daring to strike at Chu Wu at will again. In an instant, the wolf smoke burned out, and Chu Wu successfully passed the 3rd level. Although the Blazing Sun Saint Son of you Saint Daughter of Stardust Saint Sun's 3 people were not as domineering as Chu Wu, but with some strong defense means, they also insisted hard until the wolf smoke burned out, and succeeded in clearing the level. Thus, the 3 levels ended, and the 4 Chu Wu became the final 4, according to the rules of the great competition. Next, the 4 need to go head-to-head to determine the final champion. Who knows? Before the ring battle opened, Chu Wu was looking around at everyone. The voice said wildly, "Why all this trouble? Just let the 3 of them go together and I'll determine the champion in 1 round." Wow! These words immediately created an uproar from many people in the room. After all, that kind of talk is no longer just arrogance alone. This is undoubtedly a contempt for the young prides of the entire Great Wind Dynasty. And even Feng Linglong's pair of beautiful eyes rise with a cold frosty color. Damn it! You don't think we're worthy of a single battle with you? You really think you're invincible? The one who was most annoyed was naturally the Blazing Sun Sacred Son of the Phantom Moon Sacred Maiden of the Stardust Sacred Sun. Need to know, the 3 of them were all at the 7th level of the true martial realm, and they were also the topmost prides of the Great Wind Dynasty, and wherever they normally stood, they were not in the limelight. How have I ever been subjected to such contempt and neglect? I don't dare to say that the world is invincible, but it's more than enough to deal with the 3 of you. Of course, if you guys don't dare, you can also just admit defeat. Chu Wu once again mocked nonchalantly. The most hot-tempered of them all, the Blazing Sun Saint Sun, was simply unable to endure it, brazenly striking out towards Chu Wu. Boom! Only to see that he did not have any reservations between his strikes, directly utilizing the Blazing Sun Sect's celestial stance. His spiritual energy gathered into a blazing sun and blasted towards Chu Xuan. That terrifying might was enough to sweep away all enemies under the 7th level of true martial. Boo! However, Chu Wu snorted coldly and blasted out with a punch, knocking it out on the spot. The blazing Saint's son stifled a grunt and directly spat out blood and flew backwards. This emperor said it. You guys, far from it. Abruptly, Chu Wu counterattacked strongly, and with one strike, he actually directly enveloped all three of the blazing Saint's son, Yu Saint daughter, and Stardust Saint's son. Look at my martial vein divine power. Boom! As he drank furiously, Chu Xuan shook his body, and it was as if a gnarled dragon like thick meridian in his body blossomed with a shimmering divine radiance. A terrifyingly vast force burst forth, pressing across the three people. The moment, countless people present were shocked, especially under the half-step patriarchs. All of them felt their hearts tremble and only felt that they could not see the mountains. Ah! What? Block! The three of them, the blazing Saint's son, the pixie moon Saint Maiden, and the Stardust Saint's son, exclaimed in shock and horror. At the first moment, they joined forces and tuned all of their power to the absolute peak. However useless. When the martial pulse divine power rushed in, all the means of the three of them all fell apart. In the end, accompanied by three screams, the three people directly flew out backwards, blood pouring, to land. The three people could no longer get up. A hit, heavily injuring a three-cosmos realm powerhouse. Chu Wu's domineering force was displayed to its peak at this moment. Chapter 75. Your martial pulse is also Big Brother Mia. The Great Chu Dynasty. In the Imperial Palace, Chu Mingyue and Xia Yuru both walked out of Wenqian Palace. Today, the two of them are quiet, so they came to Wenqian Palace to investigate. It turned out to be pretty good, and they were happy with Chu Wen's administration. Empress, let's go. Go to Wukuan Palace to see how war is doing. And after coming out of the Wenqian Palace, the two of them turned to the Wukuan Palace. However, as soon as they arrived at the Wukuan Palace, the two of them instantly both blew up. What are you guys saying? War went to the Great Wind's imperial city, trying to bring about the two countries' recooperation by winning the Great Wind's dynasty competition? Asshole, who told him to go? Doesn't he know that his big brother is also in the Great Wind imperial city? How dare he go to see his big brother? Emperor Chu Ming was furious beyond measure. His great mood was completely destroyed. Xiao Yuru was even more in shock. After all, Chu Jian and Chu War's bloody appearance was still fresh in his mind. Once Chu Wu saw Chu Xian, could it not end well? Come on, come on, come on. Let's immediately head to the Great Wind Dynasty to save war. Boom shoo shoo. No hesitation, no wandering. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, rushed up into the sky on the spot, transforming into two long rainbows that flew extremely fast in the direction of the Great Wind Imperial City. Due to too much anxiety and panic, the two of them completely operated their great master's strength to the limit, even breaking the limit. The two figures were like two shooting stars, pulling out bursts of sonic booms. At the same time both were praying anxiously inside. Don't have an accident. Never, ever, 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 ever. Gale Dynasty, top of Yunxia Mountain. Looking at Chu Wu's figure that stood proudly, countless people looked shocked, and the regret is tinged with unspeakable shame and grief. This. Damn it. The three strongest heavenly prides of the younger generation of my Great Wind Dynasty have been crushed like this? Martial Pulse Divine Power? Was that the legendary Martial Pulse Divine Force just now? It's simply terrifying. The Martial Pulse is an unparalleled talent, not to mention people in the same realm. Even if you look under a half-step sovereign, I'm afraid there are not many people who can take it. Who else can defeat this Chu Wu? Or else today the younger generation of my Great Wind Dynasty will be reduced to the laughingstock of the world. Princes and ministers, scattered celebrities, clan strongman. There was no lack of heated clamor, and naturally there was great dissatisfaction with this outcome. But this is a competition for the younger generation, and the younger generation is not as skilled as the others. There's nothing they can do about it. Ha ha ha. It seems that all the young prides of the Great Wind Dynasty are nothing more than ergs. At that moment, Chu Wu laughed up to the sky, not hiding the contempt within himself, which instantly exasperated the teeth of the people present at the Great Wind. However, he knew the importance of lightness, and his gaze towards Feng Linglong did not make a mistake. Arching his hand, he saluted. Your Majesty, the Honorable Empress of the Great Wind, I've already managed to capture the title of your dynasty competition. You can promise me that you'll cooperate with my Great Chu again. Words. Feng Linglong, however, shook her head, which caused Chu Wu's face to change. Displeased, he said, What? Doesn't Gale keep his word? Feng Linglong's beautiful eyes were indifferent as she said, As the Great Wind Empress, I naturally speak my mind. Only, this dynasty competition hasn't ended yet. I, Great Wind, still have a contestant whose turn is empty and has not taken the stage. Chu Wu frowned, and although he was puzzled, he still drank. Who is it? Let him come up. Left and right is just a matter of adding another slap. Oh, yes? At that moment, Chu Xuan faintly raised his sword brows and rose from the emperor's seat with a light smile. When Chu Wu gazed over, Chu Xuan lightly laughed. That's right. Your elder brother. I am the last participant in that round. You? Chu Wu frowned. If it were anyone else, he would not care. However, with regards to Chu Xuan, he had long since gained some understanding, and nowadays, he was no longer a mediocre person, and was said to be in possession of some non-trivial means. Well, I didn't realize that Lord Emperor was actually going to participate in the grand competition as well. I heard that Lord Emperor had once defeated Chu Jian, who possessed sword bones, and Chu Battle, who possessed battle blood. His natural strength is extraordinary. That said, but I heard that it was because the sword bone and battle blood were from the heavenly grams in his body. Now against Chu Wu is he a rival? After all, Chu Wu's martial vein can't always be his as well. There is no need for words. The Emperor is fighting for my great wind. All we have to do is support. Lord Emperor will surely win. The crowd flooded with a buzz. Chu Xuan had already taken a step down from the viewing platform and stepped towards Chu Wu. Looking at Chu Xian's approaching figure, Chu Wu had no reason to raise a touch of palpitations. Shouted at once, "Slow down." However, Chu Xian's footsteps did not stop at all as he guffawed and laughed. Why are you slowing down? Are you afraid of Big Brother? Afraid? Who says I'm afraid? Chu Wu hurriedly shook his head, but as he looked at Chu Xuan, who was getting closer and closer, his palpitations grew stronger and stronger. Wait, you wait. Sorry, can't wait a bit. Can you imagine how long Big Brother has been waiting for this day? Of course, what you don't expect, you never expect. One could only see Chu Xian's gaze burning as if two torches had risen, and a bizarre smile even surfaced on his handsome face. Hey, know why I want you to participate in the dynasty competition? Because I'm here to tyrannize you, ravage you, and destroy you when you're at your most winded and triumphant in life. Isn't this the same tactic you most often use on your big brother? At those words, Chu Wu's pupils shrunk violently, his face somewhat unsightly. In the end, Chu Xuan stood opposite Chu Wu with an oppressive aura. Although there wasn't any movement of striking out, at this moment, it was like there was a mountain of spiritual energy that was crazily impacting the latter. Cold sweat streaked down, chills ran down his spine. Chu Wu was inwardly incomparably terrified. This kind of oppression he had only ever felt when facing a Zhongshe powerhouse, yet now he felt it from Chu Xuan. Damn you! Chu Wu let out an angry cry. Unable to resist this unbearable oppression, he was just about to brazenly strike out to defeat the Chu Xuan in front of him with a thunderous force. Who knew that the latter suddenly said, "Fight me, but don't move your martial pulse." Why? Chu Wu was stunned and subconsciously inquired. But just after asking, one of his hearts couldn't stop trembling, and he actually thought of a terrible possibility for no reason. Sure enough, next moment, Chu Xuan grinned an icy smile. Because you're proud martial vein, it's also Big Brother's mine. Boom! When these words came out, they hit Chu Wu's mind hard like a heavy hammer, exactly merging with the thoughts that rose within him. It sent chills all over his body, and his entire being felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Same time, Chu Mingyue's pupils contracted violently. Endless frost covered Feng Linglong's pretty face. The minds of everyone present exploded, all of them wickedly cold. This. What a joke of 1,000 years. Chapter 76 Chu Xuan vs Chu Wu. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Chu Wu's face changed drastically, with a panicked look as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing this, Chu Xuan smiled coldly. Impossible? You'll have to ask our good father and mother. Chu Wu froze. Only then did he remember the stern warnings from both Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru. Once he didn't think so, but now it clearly corroborated Chu Xian's words. My good third brother, old 4 sword bone, old 5's battle blood. Big brother, I've already taken them out myself, and now it's time to return the martial vein in your body. Will you strip out the martial vein yourself, or will Big Brother do it for you? Chu Xuan once again threatened towards Chu Wu, his face unprecedentedly cold. Chu Wu was jolted, and then panic turned to anger. Damn it! Don't you dare swindle me! I will never believe that the martial vein inside me belongs to you. Boom! The martial vein that was as thick as a gnarled dragon vibrated once again, and a brilliant divine radiance rose. A wave of vast and majestic martial vein divine energy surged and burst out, and with his own palm, it swept madly towards Chu Xuan. At this moment, he had already pushed his martial vein to its extreme degree. That kind of might was enough to sweep away all enemies under the sect masters, and even the crowd of sect master powerhouses felt a touch of awe-inspiring palpitations. Hiss! This kind of gifted martial vein, it's simply terrifying. Yes, by relying on this martial vein, Chu Wu definitely has few enemies under the sovereign. But if the martial vein really comes from Chu Xuan, it's destined to exert little power. Sure enough, Just as the crowd was hotly debating, Chu Xuan shook his head at Chu Wu. What a sight for sore eyes scatter for me. Boom! With just a single drink, the martial vein that was originally in the midst of a great display of power was like a flame that had been instantly doused by a pot of cold water. All the power, breath, wind waves, etc., all dissipated into thin air. This sudden transformation caused Chu Wu's body to fall to the ground on the spot. Ah, no! At the same time, it also completely caused Chu Wu to collapse. His face was hideous and twisted, no longer the spiritedness of defeating the three great heavenly prides just now. Obviously, this scene undoubtedly proved that his martial vein truly came from Chu Xuan. Wow! At the same time, the entire cloud-top mountain was also completely in a state of boiling. After all, in the past, there was Chu Jian's sword bone, Chu Battle's battle blood, and now there was actually even Chu Wu's martial vein, which all came from within Chu Xuan's body as well. Wouldn't that mean that Chu Xuan was originally a triple Jedi gifted person? My God's grandma! If you look at the world, if you have an unparalleled talent, you will already be pitted by heaven and earth and favored by the immortal God. It's inconceivable that Chu Xuan was actually once a triple extremity heavenly pride. Asterisk 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 ah. The Chu's Emperor and Empress too, is it? They actually so scourge a three absolute world of heavenly pride wizards. The sword bone was gifted to the fourth son, the battle blood was distributed to the fifth son, and the martial vein was given to the third son. Are they trying to create more supreme beings with this? And just as the ruckus was going on, Chu Xuan, on the other hand, rushed at the devastated Chu Wu and laughed coldly. He, my good third brother, now you're believable? No. Chu Wu had long since fallen into a breakdown. After all, the talented martial vein that relied on fame was actually from someone else's, which was a heavy blow that no one else could accept, and after briefly collapsing, Chu Wu's eyes suddenly erupted with endless killing opportunities. Right, kill you. As long as I kill you, the martial vein will still be mine from now on. No one can take it away. Swish, only to see Chu Wu swallow a red elixir with a frantic expression. Once the elixir was in the stomach, the entire person's cultivation actually rubbed off and skyrocketed. True martial 8, true martial 9, until the peak of true martial arts. In just a few short breaths, Chu Wu's cultivation skyrocketed to the peak of true martial arts on the spot, only one step away from stepping into the realm of the sovereign master. The entire person's body had risen in size, and his skin was as red as a branding iron. Ah, what's going on? How did Chu Wu's cultivation level skyrocket so much all of a sudden? That red elixir just now, it looks like the forbidden medicine exploding spirit pill. Spirit exploding pill? He actually took the spirit exploding pill. Although this pill can briefly increase strength, it severely injures the foundation. Others might still consider the pros and cons, but now that the Chota martial vein is on the verge of being preserved, this clearly belongs to a dog that is desperate to jump over the wall. Hentaying Mountain was a hustle and bustle. Even the 8 patriarchs of the great Chu imperial family could no longer sit and watch. However, before they could dodge out, Zhan Yan led a group of great wind patriarchs to stop them, his voice ghostly cold and soul-stirring. Gentlemen, this is a feud between the two brothers, so you guys should stay out of it. The faces of the 8 patriarchs of Chu turned blue, not daring to act rashly. After all, this was the territory of the Great Wind Dynasty, and if they really fought, even if they had 8 patriarchs, they wouldn't be able to get a single advantage. The other side. Chu Xuan's face did not move in the slightest as he looked at the drugged Chu Wu, still on cloud 9. The corners of his mouth even rose in a sneer. At that moment, Chu Wu roared wildly. Chu Xuan, even if you can restrain my martial vein, so what? I can still kill you today even if I don't use my martial vein, and after I kill you, the martial vein in my body will still be invincible. Boom! At the end of his words, Chu Wu violently stepped and violently killed towards Chu Xuan, although he didn't dare to use his martial pulse again. With his current cultivation at the peak of true martial arts, the power set off was not much worse than just now, and this scene made many people around them tense up. After all, in many people's eyes, the reason why Chu Xuan was able to suppress Chu Wu was mainly due to the martial vein. Now that Chu Wu no longer used his martial veins and only used pure cultivation, how could Chu Xuan, who was at the 3rd level of true martial arts, resist Chu Wu, who was at the peak of true martial arts? For this reason, many great wind patriarchs were ready to come to the rescue. However, a snort from Chu Xuan, rang out. Ha! You think you can save yourself by getting high without using your martial veins? I have to say, you're really too naive. Chu Wu, I have long said that Big Brother will definitely give you the deepest despair, just like the one you gave me in my previous life. The last murmur was not heard by many, and even if it had been heard, it would not have been understood. After all, the 9 dragons of the previous life were not destined to occur again in this life. Swish! Suddenly, Chu Xuan raised his palm and held it. With a bang, Chu Wu's incoming massive force collapsed. What? Chu Wu's pupils shrunk in shock. And the shocking awe within his heart was even greater than just now. After all, just now, when he was suppressed, he could still say that it was because of the martial vein, but now this was his pure power. A pure power that belonged to the peak of true martial arts. But it was still crushed by Chu Xianyuan with the lift of his hand. It also shattered a heart of his martial arts path. Completely. Chu Wu, the moment of despair that is uniquely yours, it begins. Finally, accompanied by Chu Xian's cold drink, a blood abuse kicked off. Chapter 77, Chu Emperor Xiaoho. Battle of the Great Masters. Bang! Bang bang! Boom boom boom! With a burst of dull clashing sounds, it was only seen that under Chu Xian's attack, Chu Wu at the peak of the true martial arts was actually powerless to fight back. The whole person was like a leather ball, being blasted around. During this time, blood burst out and pain screams were heard, causing countless people to be shocked. This Lord Emperor is actually this strong. Hiss. Worthy of being a former triple Jedi gifted person, he was able to tyrannize Chu Wu, who was at the peak of true martial arts, with the real martial arts triple realm. Amazing. Too amazing. This is simply a demon that is rare to encounter in 1,000 years. Even if a celestial is in this realm, it is far inferior. The moment, whether it was the young generation's pride or the older generation's powerhouses, the gazes that looked at Chu Xuan were all filled with awe and admiration. Among them, the 8 patriarchs of Dechu turned blue in the face and could no longer look on. After all, those of them were here to guard Chu Wu's safety. Do it! Save the third prince! Accompanied by a bellowing cry, the 8 patriarchs struck out in unison at the same time. However, Zhang Yan had anticipated this and immediately drew his sword to intercept. Unbridled. This is our Great Wind territory. How can we allow you to be violent? Zhang Yan is the first sect master of the Great Wind. The strength of the body is naturally not covered. A knife will be sufficient to intercept nearly half of the Great Chu sect masters, and other than her, the sect masters from the Great Wind royal family also took action, with no less than a dozen sect masters encircling the 8 great sect masters. The moment, the 8 people, not to mention saving Chu Wu, were in a bitter battle. On Cloudtop Mountain, Chu Xian attacked without stopping, one moment treating Chu Wu as a leather ball to be bombarded around, one moment withholding his neck and sliding above the ground, one moment swinging his legs, and left and right continuously slamming heavily. Bloody, violence, savage, a real bloodbath, and a lot of people were horrified to see it. In the end, with the trampling of a foot in the air, Chu Wu's body smashed into the earth on the spot. A large amount of mountains and rocks crumbled, and smoke and dust rolled up, only to see Chu Wu's scalp scattered and bloodied. A miserable mess. Even that skyrocketing cultivation level had been knocked back into its original form. Bang! At that moment, Chu Xian stepped forward and clutched Chu Wu as soon as he probed his hand, as if carrying a dead dog like Chu Jian Chu wore. My good third brother, how does this taste? How is it? Chu Wu opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood foam. All of his pride and dignity was abused and shattered. No longer half arrogant, pain and horror filled his eyes as he begged for mercy under his breath. Big brother, please, don't kill me. Your martial vein has been contained within my body for more than 20 years, and is intertwined with my life. Once I lose it, I will die. Swish! At this time, Chu Mingyue, who was on the side, slightly adapted to the severe pain in her body. Once again, he drank and blocked. Xianer, don't! You can beat him, you can abuse him, you can waste him, but don't kill him. He's your own brother. You can't kill your brother. You mustn't kill your brother. At those words, Chu Xian nevertheless turned his head and asked indifferently, do you think that if I kill Chu Wu, will I be in pain or happy inside? Without waiting for Chu Mingyue to respond, Chu Xian was the one who suddenly grinned. I am naturally incomparably happy inside. Ah! Chu Mingyue screamed miserably, and the pain in her body intensified. Really? It's true. Chu Xian's mood at this moment was truly at an unprecedented level of happiness. Big brother, please. Chu Wu's voice trembled as he pleaded. Chu Xian, however, ignored it and indifferently said, actually, some talents are just that. Even if I give them to you, I don't really care. It's a pity that you shouldn't have taken my talents and used them against me. That's getting a bargain and not being able to tolerate it. You should know, right, that I didn't ask for the sword bone battle blood, and I naturally don't want the martial vein in your body, but I won't leave it to you either. What belongs to me? I'd rather destroy than give it back to you white-eyed wolves. Give me the martial vein now, give it back. The words fell. Chu Xian's other hand clenched his fingers into a claw, directly digging into Chu Wu's abdomen. Ah! Chu Wu immediately let out a mournful and incomparable miserable scream. Visible as Chu Xian's 5 fingers were like 5 blades, blossoming with radiant spirit aura, churning in Chu Wu's abdomen. and blood was pouring out. Not long after, Chu Wu's abdomen bloomed with light, and a complete martial vein manifested, resembling a gnarled dragon, meandering and twisting, vaguely forming the character Wu. Stop! Stop! Suddenly, two anxious and trembling voices came steeply from the distant sky, and the voices were still echoing as two figures rushed towards Yunsha Mountain. One person was wearing a golden dragon robe, and one person was wearing a flowing colorful phoenix garment, and it was the two people, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, who were desperately flying at high speed. Pust! However, at that moment, Chu Xian's palm that was grasping the martial vein violently yanked out, accompanying Chu Wu's mournful voice. A large amount of blood flowers suddenly bloomed. Just see a party like the outline of the word martial arts vein was forcibly yanked out. There is no blood, no rotten flesh. Martial arts vein crystal jade bloomed divine glory, as if the world's most precious and mysterious treasures. At this moment, I don't know how many people present were attracted to gaze at it. Swish! That Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, who had just rushed in, suddenly stopped in mid-air, their eyes staring blankly at that magnificent and dreamy martial vein. Unwilling, hopeless, anger, a variety of emotions surged through both of them. They didn't realize that hurrying up quickly was a step too slow after all. Father and mother. Only Chu Wu also saw the arriving Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, but he couldn't say anything else. Losing his martial vein was like losing the source of his life, and coupled with the injuries from being blood abused just now, the whole person let out a whimper. His neck lolled, and fainted on the spot. A body's vitality was also like the quicksand at his fingertips that was rapidly passing away. Rebel son! I'll kill you! The moment. Emperor Chu Ming couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and exploded at the first opportunity. The aura and pressure belonging to a grandmaster roared and swept vastly. For a time, the entire top of Yunsha Mountain was as if there were mountains pressing down on it. Not to mention under the patriarch, even a group of patriarchs were frightened. After all, a grand master was infinitely close to a celestial, and was far from being able to resist a patriarch. Asshole! This is the territory of my great Wind dynasty. How can I allow you, De Chu, to act recklessly? At this time, Feng Linglong, who had not been speaking, was openly shocked, and the cold frost in her eyes had long since turned into a blazing killing machine. After all, whether it was the sword bone battle blood or the martial vein, all of Chu Xian's suffering originated from both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. The two of them are the ones who should redeem themselves the most. Where is the bottom of the great wind? Catch and kill them for me. Boom boom. As Feng Linglong drank the order, there were two great master auras that erupted, only to see a black and a white-robed old man blatantly killing Chu Mingyue. The strongest of the great Wind Zongren mansion is here. The thieves of Great Chu suffer death. The two of them, the black-robed grandmaster and the white-robed grandmaster, teamed up to attack Emperor Chu Ming. In the sky above Yunsha Mountain, a great sectarian battle erupted. Chapter 78 exposed. 1,000 years of fame. Celestials do not come out. Great masters are the world's top battle power. This kind of battle together, the prestige can be said to be shocking. Spiritual energy aftershocks swept through the air, and violent booms were heard. The entire Yunsha Mountain could not stop trembling, and countless people were shocked, only to see Chu Mingyue although strong, but as the emperor at this time he because not in the territory of Chu, a strength and cannot play to the peak, coupled with a 1-on-2. They instantly fell into a disadvantage once they exchanged blows. Your Majesty! At this point, Xiao Yuru naturally couldn't sit and watch, and could only rush forward to assist, and under 2 against 2, the battle suddenly hit white heat. Seeing that the two of them, the white-robed grandmaster and the black-robed grandmaster, could not take down the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao, Feng Linglong once again shouted in a stern manner, by the order of the 18th generation female emperor of the Great Wind dynasty, I will once again ask the Zongrenfu to catch the enemy. When these words came out, many people present shook in their hearts. After all, generally dynasties only possessed one great master, and the strong ones only had 2. But seeing Feng Linglong's meaning, there were more than 2 great winds. Boom! Sure enough, after a few breaths of silence, another majestic grandmaster aura appeared, and a figure once again killed Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. It was also an old man, wearing a grey robe, but his cultivation was even more majestic than the 2 great masters in black and white robes. Boom boom! For a moment, a full 3 great wind grandmasters began to surround the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao, once again expanding the might of the battlefield by an unknown amount. Damn it! Empress beware! Under 2 against 3. The pressure on Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru increased tremendously. The pit full of anger from earlier also began to cool down extremely fast. It simply did not occur to them that in order to protect Chu Xian, Feng Linglong had actually invited 3 great masters one after the other. A boldness so great that it shocked them. The Great Wind Empress. We are educating our son. This is a family matter of the Chu royal family. Why do you, an outsider, care so much? Seeing that they couldn't do any good, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru began to drink heavily. To this, Feng Linglong, however, looked on with cold eyes and snorted. Your family matters? Now that Chu Xuan is my Great Wind's proper emperor. Matters concerning the Great Wind Emperor. You say that I can't control it, and why do you two have the nerve to mention the word education here? You're not done digging up Chu Xuan's sword bones and pumping Chu Xuan's battle blood. You're actually even seizing Chu Xuan's martial vein. You have victimized your eldest son 3 times in a row. You are unconscionable and perverted. You don't deserve to be parents at all. Feng Linglong had long been displeased with both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, and at this point in her tirade, she did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Straight away, he scolded Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, both of whom had a green and gloomy face. Asshole, what do you know as an outsider? We're all doing this for a reason. However, before the two could say anything in their defense, a loud and reckless laughter suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. It's Chu Xuan, only to see that he had long since thrown out Chu Wu, who was still alive or dead, and his hands were raging with surging power, madly refining his martial veins while rushing towards the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, and smiling coldly. Bitterness? What an affliction! You two are really fooling yourselves. Digging up my sword bones to give to Chu Jian has a bitter intention. Pumping my battle blood to give to Chu Battle has a bitter intention. And seizing my martial vein to give to Chu Wu also has a bitter intention. Speaking of which, Chu Xian's pair of deep eyes blossomed with 2 rays of light that looked straight into the soul, piercing Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's 2 men who somewhat dared not look directly at them. Then I would like to ask now, the wind gall on Chu Win's body, the demonic brute force on Chu Man's body, as well as Chu Feng, Chu Yun, Chu Chuan and the others, what kind of suffering? Swish, the moment the questioning came out, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both trembled. As for the looks of the people present, they all froze, all looking towards Chu Xuan with an extremely unbelievable look on their faces. Feng Linglong also looked at Chu Xuan with eyes full of astonishment, her voice slightly trembling. Brother Chu Xuan, what do you mean by that? That's right, Linglong, you thought right, all of you thought right. My 8 good brothers' overwhelming talents all came from my Chu Xuan's body alone. Boom! These words were like a super bomb that blew up the minds of everyone present, and then a gust of cold breaths rose. Geez, not the 3 Jedi. Instead, it's the 8 Jedi. Sword bones, battle blood, martial pulse, 1 guts, demon brute force, and so on. The talents of the 8 imperial princes of Great Chu actually all came from Chu Xuan alone. In other words, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both actually deprived their eldest son of his absolute talent 8 times in succession. This was simply too heartless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a pair of you are. I had thought that what you did was at most unworthy of being a parent. Who had thought that you were simply not even worthy of being a human being? You are worse than dogs and pigs. No, dogs and pigs are more compassionate than you. Dogs and pigs at least won't jeopardize their heirs like this. Feng Linglong was furious. Furious like never before. She simply wanted to dump all the trash language she knew on both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru in one brain. Swish, swish, swish. As for the rest of the people, although they didn't hurl insults, the gazes they looked at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were angry, contemptuous, snickering, and so on. It's as if you're not looking at a pair of parents. Instead, look at a pair of perverts, a pair of oddballs, a pair of trash, perverted to the core. Oddly enough, garbage is not as good. Everyone really couldn't imagine how there could be such parents in this world who simply didn't treat their eldest son as a human being. At this very moment, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru and the two of them had long since panicked and disorganized. This was a secret they had kept for many years, and now this secret was completely exposed to the eyes of the world. It was like stripping the two of them naked and holding them over a fire. Embarrassing as hell. Shame to the core. No, it's not what you think it is. It's not. Xiao Yuru was in tears, trying to explain but just repeating herself. On the contrary, it was Chu Mingyue, whose face was green for a while, white for a while, and red for a while. In the end, it was like he was completely dead in the water, and like he had accepted reality. Steeply bellowed. Nice. It was us who did it. We're the ones who took all of Chu Xian's talents. But, I am also doing this for the sake of the Great Chu dynasty, for the sake of the Great Chu royal family. After all, even if he has more talent, he is only one person, and in the future, there will be at most one more celestial, and we will transplant his talent to the remaining 8 sons, so that we can create 8 celestials for the Great Chu dynasty for the Great Chu imperial family. Speaking of this, the color of madness had risen on Emperor Chu Ming's face. 8 celestials from the same dynasty. Can you imagine such a grandeur? At that time, not to mention your Great Wind dynasty, not to mention the central plains. Even the entire world will have to prostrate itself at the feet of our great Chu dynasty. At that time, our great Chu will become the king of the entire world. And the names of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru will be known in the generations to come. 1000. Ancient. Flow. Fong. Chapter 79. You only deserve to be left in infamy. Hearing Chu Mingyue's crazy words, everyone present was horrified. Nice guy. What a great guy. It turned out that Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru actually had the ambition to unify the world. However, on second thought, if there were no accidents, the 8 imperial sons of Chu might be able to achieve the realm of celestial beings in the future. And then the 8 celestial beings in one dynasty could really help Chu to unify the world. This gave the matter a reasonable explanation. And even many people felt understanding. After all, to become a big thing heart naturally must be ruthless. Fart. However, at this time, Feng Linglong could not help but point at the two and shout angrily. You guys are quite good at justifying your shameless behavior. If it's true that you want to unify the world as you say, Chu Xuan carries 8 exceptional talents, and you guys would have topped it by taking away 7 of them. But you guys, you didn't even save 1 talent for your oldest son. What ambition! What bitterness! All of them are just excuses. You two are just unadulterated evil things. With such abhorrent and filthy deeds done by the two of you, do you still want to immortalize yourselves for ages to come? Don't dream of it. You deserve nothing but to go down in the history books of future generations, to be left in infamy. The words legacy of 10,000 years were deliberately bitten extremely hard by Feng Linglong. This caused Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru to be bombarded by thunder from the 9 heavens. His face was pale and his figure shook. After all, as the Emperor and Empress of Great Chu, if they really ended up with a legacy of stench, it would simply be harder to accept than killing them directly. Boom, boom, boom. For a while, the two of them were in disarray, but the black, white, and gray-robed Grandmaster on the opposite side was unaffected and took the opportunity to increase his attack. On the spot, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were defeated one after another. Seeing that she had fallen into a disadvantage, Xiao Yuru's tone only softened. The Great Wind Empress, even if we've wronged Xianer, we're his real parents after all, and as his wife, you are considered our daughter-in-law. We have something to say to each other. We can totally sit down and talk about it. Ugh. Feng Linglong quenched at the two, with a look of disgust. Are you guys disgusting? I can't believe you guys have the nerve to bring up kinship here. I've never seen trashy parents like you in my life. 3 of you, give me an all-out attack. Make sure to leave them behind. Feng Linglong droned, and the black, white, and gray-robed great masters once again attacked tightly. For a time, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were shocked to the point where their blood and chi were turned over. Damn it! Do you great winds really think that I and the Empress are easy to bully? Look at my spiritual treasure, only to see Emperor Chu Ming, in his rage, immediately take out a jade seal. On its crystal clear, dense aura, engraved with the words by the order of heaven, both life eternal prosperity. It is the Great Chu State Seal. Boom shoo! Only to see the Great Chu Jade Seal once out. It is actually the wind skyrocketed, transformed into 10 zhang huge, like a small mountain. It actually instantly overpowered the 3 robed great masters. Ah! Spirit weapon! The 3 robed grandmasters exclaimed in shock and rushed to resist the Jade Seal with all their might. After all, in this heaven and earth, extreme mortal treasures were already considered rare. Spiritual treasures were completely phoenix-like, and like celestial powerhouses, they possessed unimaginably great power. 1 seal covered the 3 robed great masters, but Chu Mingyue was secretly crying out, Empress, go and bring back war. We can't stay here for long. Swish! In fact, there was no need for him to remind him. Xiao Yuru was like a meteor falling into the sky at the first time, descending to the Chu Wu who was like a corpse on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he held him in his arms, and some people around him tried to stop them, but they were all lifted out by the surging might of the great patriarch. Xianer! Xiao Yuru fixed her eyes and glanced at Chu Xuan who was not far away, as if she had 1,000 words she wanted to tell and explain to this eldest son. But the latter was icy cold and indifferent. He was just refining his martial veins on his own, not caring about her gaze. It made her fume inside and she didn't understand how it had come to this. Obviously, a few months ago, Chu Xuan was still their obedient prince. Empress, go! At that moment, Emperor Chu Ming roared a reminder. Obviously even with a spirit weapon, it was impossible to defeat the 3 grand masters. Swish! At the moment of crisis, Xiao Yuru no longer hesitated and only threw an apologetic look towards Chu Xuan before holding Chu Wu and escaping by rushing into the sky. As for the 8 patriarchs that accompanied her, she couldn't be bothered at all. Stop them! Seeing this, Feng Linglong drank in a deep voice. The 3 black, white, and gray-robed great patriarchs, all of them desperately trying to intercept one could only hear a heaven-shattering roar resonate from the sky above Yunxia Mountain, and the thick clouds were dispersed as the spiritual energy swept through. But alas, even though the three black, white, and gray-robed great masters did their best to intercept them, they ultimately allowed the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, to escape. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, didn't keep them. After the three black, white, and gray-robed Grand Masters chased and killed them to no avail, they could only turn their heads to easily suppress the 8 Grandmasters of the Great Chu, and finally reported to the court. Although Feng Linglong felt doubly sorry, she could only choose to call it quits. After all, she knew that Great Masters were indeed not so good at stopping them. In particular, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were still the emperors and queens of the Great Chu, and both had very powerful means of escape and life preservation. All of you work hard. In the end, Feng Linglong waved her hand to let the several great masters return to their homes to rest. Self then took a step to Chu Xian's near front, her beautiful eyes welling up with self-blame. Brother Chu Xian, I'm sorry for not being able to keep those two. Chu Xian then guffawed. Why say sorry? The grudge between me and those two is not yet over. It's no fun to leave them behind today. I'll personally end it later. Boom! Upon relieving Feng Linglong, Chu Xian increased the rate of refinement. In the end, the martial vein that was as thick as a gnarled dragon glowing with divine radiance completely collapsed. A terrifying tidal energy spread to the 8 directions with Yunxia Mountain as the starting point. The sky crows and the earth is green, once again signaling the disappearance of an overwhelming talent. The people present all stifled their wrists and sighed, feeling nothing but regret. Only Chu Xian, full of relief, not just mentally, but physically, because the third innate origin returned once again, greatly replenishing the foundation. The feeling was incomparably wonderful, almost addictive to him. At the same time, Chu Mingyue's pain was also at its peak, only to see that she was almost crawling on her knees in pain as she came close to Chu Xian. Xianer, I'm sorry, I will never counsel you again. I will never question you again. Chu Mingyue had a mental breakdown. After all, she had, before, claimed that she did not want Chu Xian to commit fratricide. The result, the kill. Chu Wu should be killed, and the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, should be killed even more. They don't repent. Anti-repent. If they don't redeem it, anti-redeems it. I will not ask for your forgiveness again, only to be true to my heart from now on. Having said that, Chu Mingyue drew her sword and hardened it to pluck out a bloody bone from her chest, and then she screamed miserably while stripping out an entire meridian from her body. His body was suddenly covered in blood marks, and a large amount of blood began to flow. Sword bone, battle blood, martial veins. In the future, what they do to you, Auntie will experience for herself until Auntie dies. Chapter 80 The Reverse Role of the Dragon Vein. Regarding what Chu Mingyue had done, Chu Xian's eyes were without ripples. Feng Linglong also ignored it and just looked around the 8 directions to declare, Gentlemen, although the dynasty competition has had some ups and downs, it's finally over, and the champion of this grand competition is without a doubt Emperor. The crowd present naturally had no objections. Chu Xian fully deserved his name. Even many people can't help but hypothesize, if Chu Xian hadn't been deprived of his absolute talent 8 times by the two Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, how strong would his talent strength be today? Eventually, the great competition ended, and those present dispersed with the clamor. The two of them, Chu Xian and Feng Linglong, also returned to the Emperor's court hand in hand. Returning to the Emperor's court, Feng Linglong's pair of beautiful eyes became covered with water mist, and in a short while, crystal as beads of tears swirled in her eyes. Her heart ached too much for the man in front of her who had been on cloud 9 since the beginning, digging out bones, drawing blood, and taking away veins, being deprived of one's talent 8 times in a row. This kind of pain, this kind of suffering, was simply unimaginable. It was depressing and almost suffocating just to put myself in the position to think about it. Brother Chu Xian, other than that, have they done any other evil things to you? Feng Linglong asked with eyes full of heartache. Chu Xian was silent and did not shake his head. This made Feng Linglong inwardly flinch. Actually, really? There's more? Her tears were completely strained. Bitter? This man was so bitter. Linglong, I have long since ceased to mind these things, and you need not be sad. Chu Xian raised his hand to wipe away the teardrops on Feng Linglong's face and smiled faintly. Feng Linglong, however, was even more heartbroken and embraced Chu Xian's body with force. She understands that wounds, even when scarred, are still withered and wrinkled. Brother Chu Xian, even if you lose your talent, your loved ones, and everything, you will never lose Linglong. I would give my whole life to soothe the sorrowful pain in your heart. Want me? When the infatuated murmur of an empty valley orchid blew against Chu Xian's ears, Chu Xian naturally would not follow Lu Xiaohui's example, and immediately picked up Feng Linglong and stepped into the room. A spring breeze transformed clouds in rain, which really made Chu Xian's mood incomparably pleasurable. Aftermath. Wind Linglong didn't forget the main event, and personally went to the Great Wind Imperial Tomb Dragon Vein, from which she seized an incomparably pure copy of the essence of wind. The essence of wind was but the size of a fist, with a ghostly green bloom of light, which could be seen to contain a strand of wind xian, like an elf pulsating. The aura surging up and down around them was not weaker than the Xianling flower in the slightest. Nice! Chu Xuan nodded his head in delight, and his pair of gazes flickered with a burning essence. This wind essence spirit was the essence of the Great Wind Dragon Vein, nurtured by the Great Wind Dragon Vein for 1,000 years, and its grade was not in the least inferior to the heavenly Luckstone Xian spirit flower. Since he was the proper champion of the grand competition and deserved this reward, Chu Xuan stopped being polite and accepted the essence of wind. Start refining. Seeing this, Foam Linglong knowingly retreated and escorted him. The other side. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were holding Chu Wu's corpse as they flew back to the court at a rapid pace, because the two were clear that the only thing that could save Chu Wu today was the Dragon Vein. Quick! Quick! Hurry! In the end, the two of them returned to the Imperial City with Chu Wu as fast as they could, knowing that if this matter is known by the civil and military officials will be fiercely opposed. So the two people simply concealed secretly went to the royal tomb. As for consequences, they did not give it much thought. After all, that's the way people are. There are only zero versus countless times for many things. Having already saved Chu Jian in Chu battle, there was no harm in saving another Chu Wu. Thus, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru came to the Dragon Vein of the Great Chu Imperial Tomb. Before the last bit of vitality drained away, he smoothly placed Chu Wu into the Dragon Vein. With the Dragon Vein ancestral chi wrapped around him, Chu Wu was finally able to save his life, and after that, he also formed a third Nirvana cocoon in the Dragon Vein. Phew! Finally, we've saved our lives. Xiao Yuru heaved a sigh of relief, and Chu Mingyue also spread his eyebrows. But the two frowned again at the thought of the curses they were bound to receive afterward. Your Majesty, this is already the third time we've risked a big mistake. How should we end this? Xiao Yuru began to worry. Chu Mingyue did not reply, but rather a pair of eyes flickered with entanglement, until finally the nagging turned into determination. Empress, since you and I are both destined to carry this curse, we might as well not do anything about it and utilize the Dragon Vein completely. There is a record in the ancestral training that the Dragon Vein has a kind of heaven-defying effect. If a person's life essence is bound to the Dragon Vein's essence, afterward, even if that person dies accidentally, they can be reborn in the Dragon Vein afterward. Hearing this, Xiao Yuru's pair of beautiful eyes immediately brightened up. Chu Mingyue continued. Although Jianer Battler War and the three of them were saved by us in time when they had an accident, but what if one or Fomer Yuner and the others have another accident in the future and we don't get there in time? At that time, we are afraid that what we will bring back will only be a cold corpse, so we must plan early for this. Xiao Yuru was very impressed, but great concern rose on her face. Your Majesty, that being said, this is more than just consuming the Dragon Vein's ancestral chi. It could destroy the Dragon Vein. For his part, Emperor Chu Ming shook his head and said, it's alright, we're just taking precautions. As long as one or Fomer Yuner and the others don't die, we won't hurt the root of the Dragon Vein. Xiao Yuru was silent, obviously agreed. After all, she was really afraid of another incident with her other sons. 2. Empress, you sneak out and summon one or Fomer Yuner and all of them. The matter concerning their big brother has come to light. There's no need to hide it from them, and they must be made aware of the seriousness of the matter. Emperor Chu Ming instructed Xiao Yuru, and the latter immediately sneaked out of the imperial tomb. Start gathering a group of royals. A few days later, Xiao Yuru was sufficient to lead 5 teenagers back to the imperial mausoleum. Some wore jade crowns, some were richly dressed, some were steeply built, some were tall and stout, and so on. All of their clothes and temperaments were extraordinary. Exactly. The second prince, Chu Wen. 6th Prince Chu Feng. 7th Prince Chu Yun. 8th Prince Chu Ban. 9th Prince Chu Qin. Greetings, father. Father, I heard from mother that third brother was almost killed by big brother as well? What the hell is going on? Has big brother he gone crazy? Why does he always want to kill his brother? We have wronged him, but there's no need to act like we're going to drive us to extinction. Damn it, after I break through the realm of the sovereign, Xiao Jiao will personally clean up this eating thing for father and mother. As soon as they arrived, a group of imperial princes opened their mouths. Instead, Chu Wen was unspoken. After all, Chu Wu's accident had just like made his speculation come true. Sure enough, the next moment, Emperor Chu Ming then said with a deep frown, the reason your big brother hates you is because the overwhelming talent in you all used to belong to your big brother. Chapter 81 The Sinful Edict of Empress Xiao of the Chu Emperor. Boom! At the scene, other than Chu Wen, The crowd of imperial princes were all shaken, as if they had heard something incredibly strange and bizarre. Chu Man's man guts, Chu Wu's martial vein, Chu Jian's sword bone, Chu War's battle blood, Chu Feng's delusion-breaking pupil, Chu Yun's heavenly hearing ear, Chu Man's demon savage kidney, Chu Xuan's lingering heart. Chu Mingyue spoke of the talents of the crowd as if he were counting them. Finally, he shook his head and stifled a sigh. All of these overwhelming talents were transplanted to you after we took them out of your elder brother's body. Why? This. It's amazing that none of our talents are natural. Big brother was once an 8 Jedi gifted? That's too much of an exaggeration. The crowd of imperial princes yelled, all with a look of disbelief. Among them, Chu Wen asked, Father and Mother, why are you doing this? The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, looked at each other and both smiled bitterly. It's still true that there are some things that only happen 0 times versus countless times. Perhaps at first they did not want to see any of their sons die early, but then they grew ambitious to unify the world. Gradually, things started to get out of hand and ended up in the situation we have today. It's been done. Why doesn't matter anymore? Now that your elder brother has completely broken with us, and his goal is to take back the talent in you, but he didn't do it to transplant it back, but simply to destroy it. The sword bone, the battle blood, and the martial vein have all been destroyed by him. Although we are somewhat unfavorable to your big brother, I'm sure that you are not willing to return these supreme talents to your big brother and then have your big brother simply destroy them, right? Upon hearing the question, the group of imperial princes naturally looked resistant. Not to mention that these talents had already intertwined with their lives, and even if they hadn't, they didn't want to return them back to Chu Xuan. After all, these talents had given them so much glory and aura since they were young. None of them wanted to lose all this at the moment. Although you don't want to have your talents taken away from you, these talents that you are so proud of will be taken away from you by your big brother. Tian Ku. You can be called strong and powerful in front of anyone, but only in front of your big brother will you become weak and incomprehensible. Swish. The moment these words came out, the faces of all the royal princes were completely gloomy. This feeling of having their lives in the hands of others panicked them, and finally realize how serious this matter is for them. Chu Mingyue continued, so in the future, you should avoid meeting up with your big brother. Just don't be afraid of the unexpected. You can hide, but your big brother can also look for it. So today, the reason why your mother and I summoned you here is to impose a life insurance policy on you. Speaking of which, Chu Mingyue pointed to the huge dragon vein in front of him. The great Chu imperial ancestor set into this dragon vein has a strange number of roles, and one of the most counterintuitive roles is that it can allow one's life essence to be bound to this dragon vein, so that in the future, even if any of you die unexpectedly one day, you will have a chance to return reborn through this dragon vein. Wow! The crowd of royals were all shocked, and their eyes all became very hot. Wouldn't that mean that each of them had an extra life? Looking at the crowd's expression, Chu Mingyue was pouring cold water over it. Of course, whether or not one can be reborn specifically, and what state one is in after rebirth. There has never been a precedent for this since the beginning of the Great Chu dynasty, and this move will also cause devastating damage to my Great Chu dragon vein, so you must not be reckless because of this. The eyes of the crowd of royals cooled down at this, but they were still somewhat excited. Finally, Emperor Chu Ming signaled, next, the two of us, your mother and I, will help you connect your life essence to the dragon vein. In accordance with what was written in the ancestors' training, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru began to cast the spell, and it was only after a full half a day that they were able to accomplish this. Boom boom boom, and in the moment of connecting with the dragon vein, a group of royal princes were as if they were enlightened by a mysterious power, and all of them bloomed with light, and a large amount of divine radiance, from the ceiling of the heavens, rose up in the sky. Everyone's cultivation strength had undergone different levels of upsurge. Someone was promoted to the top of the true martial arts. Someone was promoted to half-step sovereign. There was even someone who was vaguely about to achieve the realm of a grandmaster. Well, so cool. Is this a perk of having our lives bound to the dragon pulse? Ha ha, I feel like I'll be able to advance to the realm of the sovereign soon. The crowd of royals either drank and shouted or laughed, all full of relief. Emperor Chu Ming nodded his head. Well, after you are bound to the dragon vein, you will naturally be able to enjoy the benefits of the dragon vein. It's just as well for each of you to go back and comprehend it properly. Be sure to remember our words today and stay away from your big brother. The crowd of imperial princes said yes in unison. With their lives at stake, no one dared to be careless. Finally, as the group of emperors left, the two Chu Ming emperors, Xiao Yuru, also glanced at the three Chu Jian, Chu Warrior, and Chu Wu, who were in the midst of dragon vein nirvana. Spinning around, he also left with a heavy look on his face. After all, paper can't wrap fire. and if they hit the idea of the dragon vein like this, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction and opposition from the court. Sure enough, Petra, when the supervisor of the Qin Tian supervision found that the luster of the spirit measuring bead had actually dropped to cyan again, and even had a hidden tendency to drop, he couldn't sit still any longer, and the first thing he did was run to the palace to report it. When hearing such news, the civil and military officials proceeded to investigate, and although they did not find out about the matter of a group of imperial princes bound to the dragon vein, they knew about Chu Wu. The courtroom exploded. First it was Chu Jian, then it was Chu Xuan, and then this time it was Chu Wu. This could really be repeated again and again and again and again. It was never ending. As a result, a large number of princes, officials and even some powerful and famous people, they all flocked to the palace and verbally attacked Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. Someone word for word. Some people secretly mocked. Some people crusade harshly. And this time, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both seemed to feel justified and did not get angry, but just hid in the Dragon and Phoenix Palace without coming out. Seeing the two of them do so, everyone turned to flock to the Empress Dowager's palace again. Eventually, Empress Dowager Yin Zhao dragged her shriveled body and once again sailed to the Dragon Phoenix Palace. No one knew what Empress Dowager Yin Zhao had done in the Dragon Phoenix Palace. All I know is that after Empress Dowager Yin Zhao came out, her eyes were incomparably hollow, and she broke her phoenix head crutch given by the late emperor on the spot, even sighed through fear of death, and finally fainted again in front of the Dragon and Phoenix Palace. The next day, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both walked out with ugly faces. In his hand was a copy of the sinful edict. I Dachu Emperor Chu Mingyue, Empress Xiao Yuru, move the dragon vein to save the sun, is really a scourge of the country's policy, sent to save themselves from waking up, and will never do it again. If there is a violation, I and the Empress immediately abdicated in favor of the Yin. Chapter 82 Parting Again. Continuing the tour. Great Wind Dynasty. Imperial Court. Chu Xuan had already succeeded in melting that portion of wind essence into his body, once again raising his own Hongmeng sacred body to a level. Now at a glance, the holy body showed perfect proportions, well-proportioned muscles, and there was a hidden layer of mysterious Hongmeng violet light flickering. Chu Xuan estimated that no one would be able to break his defense under a half-step sovereign. In other words, with this body alone the true martial realm was already invincible. At the same time, he once again gained a new creation, the power of the royal wind. This creation would allow him to use the power of the wind at will, and not to mention against the enemy. It would at least greatly enhance his stance and speed. Congratulations brother Chu Xuan. After seeing Chu Xianyuan emerge from the gate, Feng Linglong immediately offered her congratulations. At the same time, she had prepared congratulatory gifts for Chu Xuan. Not any items, but some orders directed at Chu. It turns out that under her will, nowadays the wind is almost a national effort to suppress Chu, completely according to the death target. At the same time, she even pushed the envelope, ordering people to spread what the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao had done to Chu Xuan over the years. For a time, not only did the territory of the Great Wind and Great Chu know about this matter, even the entire Central Plains gradually spread the word. Words like Empress Xiao of the Chu Emperor, addicted to harming her son, evil parent, asterisk worse than, and so on, are constantly being mentioned. There was no telling how many people in this world were cursing Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. To deprive one's eldest son of his unrivaled talent 8 times in a row? This kind of thing was simply something that even the novels penned by a group of literati would not dare to write. It's horrible. It's so vicious. It's so inhuman. Especially the Chu dynasty. Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru have just issued a sinful edict to quell the matter of the dragon vein. As a result, Chu Xian's matter had once again triggered public opinion, and the overwhelming curses were simply like a flood that engulfed the two of them. Even this time, even the deterrent means such as killing the head, copying the family, extermination, etc., do not work, and cannot be stopped at all. After all, because of the matter of the dragon vein, even the civil and military officials were boiling with resentment. Nowadays, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru could be described as centrifugal and divorced from each other. In the end, cannot carry the pressure of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, will once again dump the political affairs to Chuan, and even gave the right to supervise the state. After that, a smoke ran to the summer resort outside the imperial city to hide clean. Upon learning of the situation in Great Chu, Chu Xuan merely shook his head lightly and smiled. He knew that there was Feng Linglong, a godlike enemy, plus Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, 2 pig-like teammates. Sooner or later, Great Chu will collapse. It's just a matter of one day sooner or later. Without paying too much attention to the Great Chu, Chu Xian's mind had been on the Great Wind. Ever since the dynasty competition, in addition to his basic daily cultivation, he had been accompanying Feng Linglong, traveling around the Great Wind territory, enjoying the moon and picking flowers, and making up for all the regrets of his previous life. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye another month had passed. Chu Xuan's cultivation level had already successfully advanced to the true martial fourth realm. At the same time, Chu Xuan also formally submitted his resignation to Feng Linglong. After all, his Tao was not in one dynasty or one place, but in the entire world, and there were still some treasures in this heaven and earth that were waiting for him to take. Brother Chu Xuan, where are you going? When she heard that Chu Xuan was going to leave, Feng Linglong was instantly filled with panic and tightly hugged Chu Xuan's body with all the feelings of unwillingness to part with him. Chu Xuan reached out and rubbed Feng Linglong's green hair that was like a waterfall, and gently laughed. He, Linglong, don't worry, I'm just going out to travel a bit. It's not that I won't be coming back. No matter where I go, I will always be the Emperor of Great Wind, and this Emperor's court will always be a home for the two of us. Wind Linglong inwardly slightly sigh. Also understand that Chu Xuan is not what it used to be. Ambition has long been not in the dynasty throne, another big pursuit. Naturally, she couldn't trap it in Gale. It was just too much for her. Seeing this, Chu Xuan could only reveal some of the hidden secrets of his past life and said with a heavy expression, Linglong, in the future, there will be a great and unprecedented change in this heaven and earth that will affect everyone. I need to rise before this, or else you and the Great Wind dynasty will have a life and death crisis, which is something I absolutely cannot accept. So, you must understand that the short separation now is only for our betterment later. Understand? At those words, Feng Linglong was visibly shaken, her expression no longer squirming. Knowing that Chu Xuan wouldn't believe her words, she could only loosen her hand. Before leaving, Chu Xuan took out many dermas from his past life's memories. Linglong, these spells are the inheritance I obtained by accident. In particular, this piece of the Heavenly Sun's Qi refining technique is a supreme technique which can bind you to the entire dynasty. To put it simply, the wider the boundaries of the dynasty you rule, the stronger the power of the country, and the more prosperous the national fortune, the faster your cultivation will increase, and theoretically, there is no end to its potential. Upon receiving a slew of Dharma doors, even though Feng Linglong, as an empress of a dynasty, had long since cultivated the habit of being unperturbed, at this moment, she still couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air and was shocked to be a heavenly being. This heavenly sun alchemy was simply heaven-defying, and I'm afraid that it wasn't a legendary immortal technique. Actually, although this technique was not an immortal technique, it had the potential to become one. In his previous life, Chu Xuan had personally witnessed the lord of an immortal dynasty that had overwhelmed the earth, and he had used this technique to powerfully suppress many of the world's greatest powerhouses on earth. He was well aware of Feng Linglong's potential, extremely talented in cultivation, and now that she had this technique by her side, she would be able to walk with him on the great Tao in the future. In the end, after Chu Xuan left, Feng Linglong shouted again, Brother Chu Xuan, even if you don't have Linglong by your side, you must always be happy and joyful. Chu Xuan turned around and smiled. That's natural. After all regrets in this life can be made up. Hatred can be liquidated. What reason does he have? Not to be happy. Not to be happy. Looking at the departing Chu Xuan, the pale and weak Chu Mingyue subconsciously wanted to follow down, but was stopped by Feng Linglong. Lung Bingbing said, You don't need to follow Brother Chu Xuan's footsteps anymore. After all, looking and thinking is a sin you should atone for. Chu Mingyue's figure trembled and no longer made any movements. Eyes wide open, Chu Xuan's figure was getting farther and farther away in the line of sight. The moment she finally realized that the little Xuaner she remembered was long gone from him. Everything can never go back to what it once was. Chu Xuan cogently left the Great Wind Palace and resumed his travels. The wind comes. Just after leaving the Great Wind Imperial City, he unfolded his new creation, the power of the royal wind. In a flash, the wind swirls condensed and haunted the top and bottom of his body. Swish, only to see him take a step. The speed of the whole person, as fast as a shock, and like lightning, actually pulled out a trail of residual shadows. It was swifter than even a fast horse, more than 10 times faster than it originally was. Even under full operation, Chu Xuan could rely on the power of the gale lingering around him to manage to rise up in the air and step into the air. Need to know, stepping into the air had always been the hallmark ability of a Zhongshe powerhouse. However, Chu Xuan, who was only at the 4th level of true martial arts, could do this. It could be said that this hand alone was enough to shock the world. How wide the world is. The wind is at large. I have the aspiration of the 9 heavenly clouds, and the peak of the earthly world will not stop again. Swish, accompanied by wild and reckless laughter, Chu Xuan flew away down the official road. Chapter 83 Heaven's Pride Ranking. Heaven's Pride Post. There are 9 major dynasties in the Central Plains, namely, the Chu, De Feng, De Li, De Yu, De Zhou, De Yong, De Qian, De Li and De Yuan. 9 dynasties are not much different in terms of land area, each arching border, in the ancient central plains on top of the earth to reproduce. Development. Chu Xuan rode the wind and began to travel through the territory of a number of dynasties. He walked through the Great Wind, entered the Great Li, and stepped into the Great Yu, and then walked through the Great Zhou, the Great Qian, the Great Yuan, and other dynasties one after another. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, Chu Xuan had traveled around a number of dynasties with his ability to use the royal wind, but unfortunately, he had not been able to find any overwhelmingly rare spiritual objects. After all, this side of the heavens and earth was only the lowest level of the 9 heavens after all. Spiritual objects like the heavenly luck stone, Xuan Ling flower, and essence of wind were still too few. Of course, he hadn't gained nothing, and in the course of his travels, he had managed to advance his cultivation to the 6th level of true martial. One's strength has surged again, and it is hard to find an enemy under the sovereign. I remember, before the great change in heaven and earth, there was also a heaven's remarkable ranking tournament held in the Central Plains, and counting the time, it should be just a short while from now. The top 3 on this list will all be able to obtain a kind of heavenly chance fruit, which is one of the few spiritual objects that can be compared to heavenly luck stones and the like. Finally, Chu Xuan recalled his memories of his previous life, and his goal gradually became clearer. The Heavens Remarks list is the grandest and most authoritative list in the Central Plains. Anyone who can be ranked on the Heavens Pride list is undoubtedly the Heavens Pride of the Heavens Pride, the wizards of the wizards, and will be able to achieve at least a patriarch in the future. There was even no lack of great masters or even supreme celestials with celestial potential, just like the last Heavens Remarks ranking that Chu Yuan knew of. The Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru, who was now a Grand Master, had been ranked in the top 3. There was also the Xuan Ling Sect Master by Lu Heng, the once great Chu's first sword Dao Patriarch Gu Jianfeng, the great Chu's first Patriarch Lin Yu including the Great Wind's first Patriarch Shan Yin, and so on, all of whom had left their names on the last Heavens Remarks ranking. As for this Heavens Pride ranking was created by the renowned Tianji Pavilion. This Tianji Pavilion has a very supreme status. Not only are there many strong people in the pavilion, but its pavilion master, Tianji Elder, is even a reclusive celestial being. Tianji Pavilion is planted with a Tianji tree, which concludes the Tianji fruit, which is rumored to be very rare as it can lead to an epiphany when consumed. Although to Chu Xuan, this Heaven's Pride ranking was tantamount to a group of small children playing house on a list, but naturally, if one wanted to obtain the Heaven's Chance fruit, the best way to do so would be to personally participate in the Heaven's Pride ranking, and it's likely that you'll see some familiar faces. Therefore, Chu Xuan pressed his patience and waited for the opening of the Heaven's Remarkable ranking. Sure enough, not long after, the matter regarding the change of the Heaven's Remarkable ranking was then spread throughout the Central Plains. All the major dynasties and thousands of cities and towns were flooded with hot discussions and clamor. Well, 18 years have passed, and another new era of heavenly pride has arrived. The Tianji Pavilion rotates the Heaven's Pride ranking every 18 years, just so that the Heaven's Pride of every era has the opportunity to participate in the ranking. The old man 58 this year, still remember the last Tianjia list of the spectacle. At that time, were the list of famous people, the midway not die young, now have become a famous party of the strong. For example, the Chu Emperor and Empress Shao of the Great Chu Dynasty, the Imperial Lord Li Songhai of the Great Li, the State Master Yu Qingnian of the Great Yu, and the Great Qian Immortal seeking sect leader Chen Sun, and so on. There were characters of the older generation, looking reminiscent of their memories and lamenting. It resonates with many people, as if the past is still fresh in their minds. Hey, as the saying goes, the Yangtze River rolls on, and the waves sweep away the heroes. Now that 18 years have passed, the deeds of the older generation of heavenly prides are fading, and it is now the world of the younger generation of heavenly prides. There is also a younger generation that speaks of pushing the dust out of the way and speaks of a new heavenly pride. It drew a lot of agreement and attention. After all, the old generation of heaven's pride of all kinds of things have long been heard out of the cocoon. Most of the good people naturally prefer new characters and new legends. Speaking of the new generation of heavenly pride, I think the one who is second to none belongs to the son of Di Li Dynasty's royal lord, Li Songhai, who is also Di Li's crown prince, Li Tian. This person is both civil and military. The text can put pen to paper to secure the world. Martial arts can get on the horse to set the world. Not only will the development of Dali to the top 3 of the Central Plains dynasty, but also will be Dali's Royal Road Dragon technique refinement of the fire. And now I heard that Cultivation has been ranked in the realm of the half-step masters. It's true that Lydian is very strong, but it's not like no one can match him. That great wind Empress Feng Linglong, Isn't she also a legendary woman? Neither the way of letters nor the way of wushu is worse than Lydian. Yes, many people are saying that Lydian and Feng Linglong are the golden girls and children who are both descending to the earth and are a good match. It's just a pity that I've heard that the Great Wind Empress Feng Linglong has recently recruited and matched with an emperor. In addition to Li Tian Feng Linglong, Yu Ji, the first demoness of Great Yu, Jiang Shangzhen, the first scholar of Great Zhou, and Lin Wentian, the first heavenly pride of Great Qian, are also renowned heavenly prides and wizards. Speaking of which, suddenly, someone spoke up. Gentlemen, have you forgotten about those 8 supreme emperors of the Great Chu dynasty? Each of them possesses a kind of supreme talent, and all of them have the appearance of Qi Tian. Oh, of course I haven't forgotten. It's just that those quacks don't mention it. Someone shook his head and explained. Haven't you heard that all 8 of the Great Chu's supreme emperors were created artificially, and that their supreme talents were plundered by the Chu Emperor's Empress Xiao? And this person being plundered isn't even an outsider, but their elder brother, the former crown prince of the Great Chu dynasty, Chu Xuan. Speaking of which, if Chu Xuan hadn't been persecuted by his own family in this manner, then he would be a person with 8 types of overwhelming talent. This is simply heaven-defying to the extreme. Enough to be called the #1 heavenly pride in this world. A pity. It's really too bad. Listening to the matter of Chu Xuan, anyone who knew the inside story sighed along with it. Those who didn't know about it yet were all surprised by it. In a nutshell, with the heavens' remarkable ranking change imminent, the entire Central Plains were completely abuzz. Not only were the older generation of celestial pride being raked over the coals for those glorious past deeds, even the new generation of celestial pride was also being rumored. The buzz and clamor is always non-stop. Chu Xuan was already setting off towards the heavens' remarkable ancient city. The heavens' remarkable ancient city is exactly where the heavenly pavilion is located, and it is also the place where the heavens' remarkable ranking is changed. Although this city was situated in the Central Plains, it didn't belong to any of the 9 dynasties, but was independent. And since there was a celestial being in the Tianji pavilion, no one dared to act arbitrarily in the Tianzhou ancient city. But, still halfway through the journey, he was actively sought out by the people of the Tianji pavilion. It was a messenger with the unique felt hat and white robe of the Heavenly Hall of Justice. This person stopped the road and asked, "Your Excellency, are you the Crown Prince of Chu?" Chu Xuan. No. Chu Xuan shook his head. The Tianji pavilion emissary was dumbfounded, and in the next moment, as if he remembered something, he asked, "Then Your Excellency is Great Wind Emperor Chu Xuan?" "Oh, I am." Chu Xuan nodded his head. In the end, the Heavenly Pavilion emissary was silent for a while before presenting a gift sticker, on which the words Heavenly Pride sticker were written in iron-painted silver hooks. This is the Tianji Pavilion Heaven's Pride sticker. Invitees can go to the Heaven's Pride ancient city to participate in the Heaven's Pride ranking tournament. Presenting this sticker can skip the Heaven's Pride ranking audition tournament and proceed directly to the Heaven's Pride ranking official tournament. Of course, it's still your honor's choice whether to go or not. After saying that, the Heavenly Chi Pavilion emissary did not say anything else and turned around to leave. A quick glance at the Heaven's Pride post shows that the official tournament is scheduled for a month from now. Although there was plenty of time, Chu Xuan did not delay and continued to follow the original plan, riding the gale and traveling towards the Heaven's remarkable ancient city. Chapter 84 Widely inviting the Heavenly Pride of the 8 Directions. Great Wind Dynasty. Imperial Court. Ever since Chu Xuan had left, Feng Linglong could be said to be thinking about it day and night. Once she was busy with her state affairs, she would return to this imperial court and feel the various scents and traces that Chu Xuan had left behind in this place. And other than her, the one who missed Chu Xuan the most was Chu Mingyue, with the sorrowful and joyful Zimu Dan in place. Even though Chu Xuan had traveled far away, the two of them were still in contact, and every day she still passed through extreme pain. This was also the biggest reason why Feng Linglong kept Chu Mingyue by her side. It was because she could sense Chu Xuan's mood through Chu Mingyue. The result was not bad, and Chu Xuan was really happy and unimpressed all the time. Your Majesty. At this time, Zhang Yan came and Feng Linglong raised her eyebrows. What is it? Zhang Yan reported. Your Majesty, someone from Tianji Pavilion has come to deliver the post. Tianji Pavilion? Could it be for the recent change of the Heaven's remarkable ranking as the grandest heavenly pride event in this side of the world? Feng Linglong naturally heard about it a long time ago, and had even already approved the relevant Zhangji. Xuan. Soon, a felt-hatted, white-robed emissary of the Heavenly Hall entered the Emperor's court. The other party gave a salute, and due to the supreme status of Tianji Pavilion, he handed over the Heaven's Pride sticker without being overbearing, and opened his mouth. Your Majesty the Great Wind Empress, our pavilion's Heaven's Pride ranking is about to undergo an 18-yearly change of the list, and with Your Majesty's age and talent, you are perfectly capable of participating. And with this sticker you can exempt yourself from the auditions and participate in the main competition directly. I'm sorry, Xuan Linglong opened her mouth to refuse. After all, as a female emperor of a dynasty, every day the state affairs and government affairs are incredibly busy. How can she have any time to participate in the Heaven's Remarks ranking change ranking tournament? But suddenly she paused again and opened her mouth to inquire. Could my great Wind Emperor Chu Xuan be among those invited by your heavenly hall? Naturally. But when we at Tianji Pavilion post, the invitations are usually delivered to the inviter. So there are special people to deliver his post. The Heavens Chance Pavilion emissary explained. That's good. I accept this post. When the Heavens Remarkable ranking change ranking main event takes place, I will definitely be there on time. Xuan Linglong immediately changed her words and ordered Zhang Yan to go over and receive the Heavens Remarkable sticker. After all, she knew that the top 3 rewards of the Heavens Remarkable ranking had Heaven's Opportunity Fruit, a supreme spiritual object, and Chu Xuan had no reason not to go to the tournament. At that time, the two of them will meet just in time to ease the pain of their inner lovesickness. Same time, within the territory of the Chu Ling Sect, a Tianji Pavilion emissary also stepped onto the Xuan Ling Sect's mountain gate. Bi Linger had been on the list and naturally knew that the Heaven's Pride list was significant. Immediately, he solemnly received the arriving emissaries of the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity in the Hall of the Palmist. Patriarch Bi, I have come here on behalf of my Tianji Pavilion to invite your sect's saint daughter Bi Linger to participate in the Heaven's Remarkable ranking tournament. To be honest, previously, your sacred maiden wasn't within the scope of our Tianji Pavilion's direct invitations. But recently our pavilion heard that your sacred maiden actually killed a true martial 9th level demonic beast with her own strength. I wonder how much credibility there is in this matter. Bi Linger immediately said with an uplifted face. 10%. Absolutely true. It was because ever since Chu Xuan had unlocked Bi Linger Xian's spirit body for her, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the latter's cultivation speed was 1,000 miles a day. In just half a year, Bi Linger had advanced from the 4th level of true martial arts to the top of true martial arts. And recently, she had even been in seclusion to impact a half-step sovereign, coupled with the various mysterious and powerful art techniques and divine abilities left behind by Chu Xuan. Nowadays, Bi Linger's talent strength was enough to astonish people. I'll summon Linger to arrive, and the messenger will see for himself. Soon Bi Linger arrived, and the results were even more shocking than what Bi Linger had said. One could only see Bi Linger, dressed in a white dress that won the snow, her waterfall-like black hair rooted and crystallized, lingering with spiritual light, and surrounded by spiritual ripples up and down her body. A person's cultivation had already been promoted half-step to the realm of a grandmaster. Hiss, the year is not a double 10. It's actually reached the half-step sect master realm. Your sect's holy maiden is far more powerful than what we at Tianji Pavilion expected. The emissary of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion hurriedly pulled out the exquisite Heaven's Remarkable sticker from his bosom. My pavilion sincerely invites your sect's holy maiden to Heaven's Remarkable City to participate in the Heaven's Remarkable ranking tournament. The group of Xuan Ling Sect executives led by Bi Linger were immediately excited. After all, if Bi Linger could top the Heaven's Remarks ranking, this would be an instant hit to their Xuan Ling Sect's popularity. At that time, it would sweep away the decadence and decline of their Xuan Ling Sect. Who knows? Bi Linger, however, did not directly accept the Heaven's Remarks sticker, but inquired, Messenger, may I ask? The former crown prince of Great Chu. Not. Today he should be known as the Great Wind's rightful emperor. Although Bi Linger was often in closed-door cultivation in her cave, she still knew something about Chu Xuan's affairs through various means. When she learned that Chu Xuan had been persecuted 8 times in a row by the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao, she did not know how much her heart ached. However, when she learned that Chu Xuan had become mates with Xuan Linglong and had become the Great Wind Emperor, a piece of her heart ached even more. For this reason, she didn't know how long she had cried. And in the end, she could only secretly resolve not to think about Chu Xuan anymore, and bury her inner feelings on this. But here and now, she still couldn't stop herself from asking, is he on the invitation list? Bi Linger and the others shook their heads and sighed lightly. Naturally knowing Bi Linger's thoughts, the emissary of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion said, we know something about his battle record, and he is also the world's great pride. Naturally, he is among the invitees of our pavilion, but whether he goes or not, it is unknown. He'll be there. Bi Linger smiled delightedly. It was because she knew that Chu Xuan was in great need of all sorts of precious spirit items. The Tianji fruit of the Tianji Pavilion was no worse than the Xuan Ling flower of their Xuan Ling Sect. Chu Xuan would definitely go. I'll be there. I'm going to meet him, even if, say a blessing for him, either way. Finally, Bi Linger solemnly received the Heaven's Remark sticker, a pair of beautiful eyes flashing with tears. Great Chu Imperial City, Dragon Phoenix Palace. For the same Heaven's Remarks post, most of the many forces would only receive one copy, and 2 or 3 copies would top it off. But at this point, enough 5 copies of the Heaven's Remarkable poster were delivered to Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru. These 5 Heaven's Remarkable posters corresponded to Chu Xuan, Chu Feng, Chu Yun, Chu Barbarian, and Chu Dust. Obviously, even nowadays, there were many people in the world who felt contempt and disdain for the origins of the overwhelming talent of a group of Dechu's emperors. However, the Celestial Pavilion only considered talent and strength, not other factors, and still sent Celestial Pride postings for those who were eligible in Dechu. Even originally, Tianji Pavilion had prepared 8 copies, but it was a pity that Chu Wu, Chu Jian, Chu Warrior and the 3 of them had already been deprived of their talents, so they could only be removed. Ugh, what a way to go! If placed in the past, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru would naturally be overjoyed, but today they are sad and not happy at all. It was because their intuition told them that if they let Chu win and the others go to participate in the Heaven's Remarkable Ranking Change ranking tournament, it was very likely that they would face off with Chu Xian once again, which was something that they absolutely did not want to see again. That's just it, the name of the Heaven's Pride ranking and the effect of the Heaven's Chance fruit. Although it's very tempting, the risk of going up against that rebellious son is too great. It's better not to compete. In the end, the 2 of them, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru, decided not to send anyone to compete. However, Chu and Chu Feng, Chu Yun and the others were reluctant and fiercely opposed. After all, as a young heavenly pride, who would want to miss this opportunity to make a name for themselves? Seeing that they couldn't argue, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru could only take a step back. Barbarian child, you can't be too reckless. Wonder also can't also have to sit in the courtroom. Dusty's top priority is to consolidate his Zhongshe cultivation. Tell you what, Fenger Yuner, you 2 will represent my Chu to compete. Of course we will personally lead you to the competition for safety. Eventually, Xiao Minghuang and Xiao Yuru made a decision and no longer allowed anyone to question it. Chapter 85 The Fortune Teller. Same time, Greatly Prince Li Tian, Yu Demonis Yu Ji, Great Zhou Scholar Zhang Shangjin and a number of reputation outside the Pride of the Sky also received the Pride of the Sky sticker. In addition to the Celestial Pride invited by the Tianji Pavilion, there were also many martial artists of the younger generation who spontaneously traveled to the Celestial Pride ancient city. After all, before the official tournament started, Tianji Pavilion was organizing qualifiers every day, and those who passed were also able to participate in the Heaven's Pride ranking. It's not as if there haven't been dark horses that have come out of the preliminaries and thus topped the list in the past generations. Of course, apart from the participants, there were even more people rushing to the Heaven's Pride ancient city for no other reason than to catch a glimpse of this Heaven's Pride event. Nowadays, Tianzhou ancient city could be said to have become the most lively place in the Central Plains. In the end, when Chu Xian rushed to the Heaven's Remarkable ancient city with the wind, even though there were still 10 days before the Heaven's Remarkable ranking official tournament opened. However, the entire Tianzhou ancient city had long been overcrowded and bustling. Lots of pedestrians, coming and going, and a steady stream of traffic. Ladies and gentlemen, the new demon meat buns. Eat 1 can make you full of energy. Eat 2 immediately rise 3 points of energy. Walk by. Don't miss it. Just picked 1,000 years of spiritual ginseng. It can help martial artists break through the realm and help the Heaven's Pride qualifier. Come and play with us. Let our girls at Green Flower House serve you well, and we'll make sure you stay on the list. Heaven's Pride Atlas. Heaven's Pride Atlas. 10 taels of gold per copy. It records a host of heavenly pride talents, allowing one to understand their opponents in advance. Calling to buy, hawking, street vendors, roadside greenhouses, etc. All kinds of voices mingled together in a lively scene, especially about the matter of the Heaven's Remarkable ranking. It is even more widely spread in the city. TSK, the Heaven's Pride ranking qualifiers these past few days have been really exciting. There have been several Heaven's Pride killing their way out. For example, there was a young martial artist who came out of the mountains, a wandering swordsman with a cocked hat on his head, and a masked woman, among others. Go watch. Today's qualifiers have begun, and as we get closer to the official tournament, the qualifying events are getting more and more intense. Watch what qualifiers are. I heard that there are already some prestigious received Tianjiao sticker Tianjiao about to arrive. Go to the city gates and wait to go. After all, these people are the protagonists of the Tianjiao list. As for Chu Xian, he did not go to watch the qualifiers, much less squat on any heavenly pride, just skulking around the huge Heaven's Remarkable ancient city on his own. Eventually, he found a party of fortune-telling stalls in a corner of the old city. 3 cloth streamers, 2 vertical and 1 horizontal, stood in front of the stall like a pair of couplets. Left book, the divine planet. Right, wonderful mouth straight. The center banner, no money allowed. And in the couplet below, is sitting in a stooped white-haired old man, with a goatee, eyes not big squinting, completely a look of a jungle fortune-telling magician. Crowds of people come and go, and hardly anyone patronizes the fortune-telling stand. Even if the occasional person tries it, they turn around and walk away cursing. Ha! Looking at this scene, Chu Xuan shook his head and only felt somewhat amused. Who would have thought that the hallowed Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master, the living celestial being known as the Heavenly Chance Elder, would actually set up a fortune-telling stall in the city? The key thing is that the opening of the mouth, even if someone else's past life. A lot of people just sat down and he was blunt. Your Excellency, you used to be a dog. Ha! The girl was actually a chicken in her previous life. Or a pheasant. Brilliant kid, to be reincarnated as a pig, with a heavenly puffy martial destiny. Who can stand this kind of fortune-telling? Some of the grumpy ones were itching to turn his stall upside down. The reason why Chu Xuan knew that this fortune-telling old man was the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master, or the last world after the great change of heaven and earth learned, and then to be his cultivation is higher and higher. Insight into the secrets of the 9 heavens only to know. The old man of the heavenly plane than he originally thought even more mysterious. He naturally had to pay a visit to the heaven's remarkable ancient city on this visit, and there was also a trinket on the other party that would be helpful to him. Swish! So he stopped watching and stepped over to the fortune-telling booth and sat down. Hey! This little friend, is he trying to tell fortunes? Upon seeing that there was business on the doorstep, the old fortune-teller who was still squinting and napping was instantly energized and full of enthusiasm and eagerness. I'm sorry, I don't believe in fate, I only believe in myself. Chu Xuan shook his head. Don't believe in destiny, but came to tell fortunes. If it was placed in an ordinary fortune-telling stall, the stall owner would be afraid to get up and beat someone. Fortune-telling old man, however, did not half angry, stroked his goatee, laughed. Oh, although the little friend does not believe in fate, but can have heard of an ancient saying, that is, all things are by fate, half of them are not by people, the path of fate have to believe it. Yes? Chu Xuan displayed a look of coming to some interest. The old fortune-teller immediately pointed to the pair of couplets to the left and right of the stall. Little friend, the old monument here has written, the heavenly chances of divine reckoning, wonderful mouth straight, if it is not allowed to never ask for money. Little friend can be willing to count? Chu Xuan shook his head and laughed lightly. Some money is just money. It doesn't mean much to take or not to take it. How about this? I'll come and make a bet with the master. Bet? The fortune-telling old man was baffled, feeling odd inside. Nice guy. I can't believe someone came to the fortune-telling booth to make a bet. You really don't take a beanbag as dry food. Chu Xuan said. You come and calculate my life. If you can calculate it, you say I should. If you can't calculate my life, I say you should. How about it? Yes. Fortune-telling old man is the old boy character. Otherwise would not put Tianji Pavilion Master not to do. In this stall fortune-telling, instantly responded. After all, as the head of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, he counted the heavens above, the earth below, and past lives in the middle. As long as he was within this heavy heaven, there would be no such thing as he could not count, the difference being only how much it cost. A young brat in front of him actually dared to choke him. He had to let Chu Xuan know why the flowers were so red. Master, please. Finally, Chu Xuan signaled, and the fortune-telling old man instantly began to pinch his fingers in measure. But after a split second he froze. If it is an ordinary person, he only needs to pinch his fingers slightly. He can calculate the details of the other party. Even the details of his past life can be clearly spied. However, he could not calculate Chu Xuan's fate. It was as if there was no such person. This made him vaguely understand that Chu Xuan was definitely not some ordinary person. Just wanted to inquire. Chu Xuan was already taking the initiative. My name is Chu Xuan, and my birth date is Chu Xuan, the one who was originally gifted with the 8 extremities but was persecuted? The fortune-telling old man was stunned, clearly knowing about Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan didn't answer. Fortune-telling old man also understands that what is known to all people cannot be counted trigrams, so once again rely on the name of the birth of the 8 characters to start measuring. But this time, the old face of the fortune-telling old man was completely frozen. Couldn't count. Even with names and birth dates and such, he still couldn't count. A situation that had never occurred before. What's the matter, master? Is it that you can't calculate it? Chu Xuan smiled faintly. Little friend, don't be in a hurry. The fortune-telling old man drank in a deep voice, his heart unprecedentedly heavy. Swish! Only the next moment, he waved his hand and took out an ancient copper-colored compass. Looking at this compass, Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. It was the heavenly chance disc, the supreme treasure of the Tianji Pavilion. It was obvious that the fortune-telling old man in front of him was going to go all out. Chapter 86 Tianji Order. There's something to play with again. Buzz. Sure enough, the next moment, The old man fortune teller with a grave face began to catalyze the ancient compass. The compass trembled, in which the pointer suddenly trembled. With that, a wisp of mysterious light surged into a pair of pale eyes. But, Misty, it's all foggy. Even though he fully activated the heavenly chance disc, what he saw was all mist. I don't believe this old man. The fortune-telling old man got on top of it. Immediately, he bit through his middle finger and used his essence blood as a guide, using his lifespan as a price to try to forcefully peek into Chu Xuan's destiny in his past and present lives. Open! With a low internal cry, the fortune-telling old man glared angrily into his own eyes. It was as if the wondrous scene of the sun and moon rotating and heaven and earth changing appeared in the depths of his eyes, and that mist of destiny belonging to Chu Xuan suddenly became gradually clearer. Finally, the destiny belonging to Chu Xuan emerged. Yet just as it unfolded a corner, a monstrous golden light exploded in the fortune-telling old man's eyes. Ah! The fortune-telling old man cried out in horror. If its human's destiny light was just a glowing micro-awning, Chu Xuan's destiny light was like a great sun. In a split second, the dry and thin body of the old man fortune-teller shook violently, and on the spot, he sprayed out 3 mouthfuls of blood mist one after another on his back, and his face became pale and bloodless. As the saying goes, the sky is the limit. His strong peek at Chu Xuan's destiny had just attracted an unprecedented backlash, and the cost of this backlash terrified the old fortune-teller. It's okay. At that moment, Chu Xuan hurriedly drank and took the initiative to shake his own body, instantly cutting off the fortune-telling old man's measurements of his fate. Although the fortune-telling old man in front of him was mysterious and powerful, and could count the heavens, the earth, and past lives, it was absolutely impossible to count him. In his previous life, he was an invincible immortal standing at the peak of the earth. In this life, he was even going to surpass his previous life's achievements and step into immortality and ascend. How does he count? There's no counting. Even if he spelled out his ashes, he could not calculate Chu Xuan's life. So this bet, from the very beginning, was Chu Xuan's win. Exhale. With Chu Xuan blocking the measurement, the fortune-telling old man was then able to detach himself from the quagmire of destiny's backlash, or else he would be wasted even if he did not die. This caused him to suck in a large breath, completely shocked by Chu Xuan. Little friend, who exactly are you? The fortune-telling old man asked heavily. After all, he had always thought that there was nothing in this side of heaven and earth that he couldn't calculate, and even if someone from the upper heavens came down, he would be able to measure 1 or 2 things. However, facing Chu Xuan was completely helpless, just like a mole cricket looking at the sky. How could one know the vastness of the sky? It was simply too regal. Just passers-by. Chu Xuan shook his head and prompted. Master, you lost this bet. Indeed I have lost. So just say what your little friend wants. The old man fortune teller laughed bitterly. This was more than losing. His life was almost lost. Chu Xuan lightly laughed. I want to ask the pavilion master for a heavenly chance order that can conceal one's breath and change one's appearance and form. Master of the court? Tianji order? You turned out to know who the old immortal is. How is this possible? No one ever knows who I am. The fortune-telling old man's eyes shook once again, his face full of incredulity. He had been telling people's fortunes for his entire life, and it could be said that the people of this side of the world had absolutely no secrets to tell in front of him. But this was the first time he felt exposed to others. Perhaps, I can also tell fortunes? Chu Xuan smiled mysteriously. He had returned from rebirth and had insight into the ancient and modern future, and many things in this world had no heavenly secrets to speak of for him at all. In a way, what he said was far more accurate than what the old man in front of him, Tianji, had measured. The fortune-telling old man was astonished and secretly sighed. There is a sky outside of people, and finally gave a bitter smile and took out a token from his bosom. The token resembled gold rather than gold, jade rather than jade, and it was covered with spiritual patterns. I'm willing to gamble and lose, so this Tianji order will be gifted to my little friend. Chu Xuan reached out and received the heavenly chance order, playing with it for a while with great satisfaction. This Tianji order has the effect of concealing the breath and changing the form of the appearance. Although there was no shortage of artifacts that served the same purpose in his mind, his realm was too low today, and many of them could not be performed for the time being. On the contrary, it was this Tianji order that could unfold and change by simply inputting spiritual energy. Very convenient. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Chu Xuan rose to thank him, and the fortune-telling old man followed suit by rising and clasping his fists. The facts have been told to him. The Chu Xuan in front of him had an extraordinary origin and had unknown depths. Finally, Chu Xuan clasped his fists in farewell, but turned around again before he could take 2 steps out. A moment of contemplation. The end of the road. Pavilion Master, you've calculated a fortune for me, and I'll break a fortune for you as well. The 9 heavens are shifted. The Qianquan is turned upside down. the spiritual sources are clustered, and the great Tao is plagued with misfortune and good fortune. Boom! When these words came out, the fortune-telling old man was struck by lightning and froze in place. After a long time, when he came back to his senses, Chu Xuan's figure was long gone. The fortune-telling old man's gaze was very heavy, and he couldn't help but murmur under his breath, Chu Xuan, where the hell did you come from? Why is there a character like you in this part of heaven and earth? The other side. After Chu Xuan bid farewell to the fortune-telling old man, he did not do anything more. Finding an inn, he opened a room to wait for the opening of the Heaven's Pride ranking. The last words he said to the fortune-telling old man were naturally not a trick, but were about the fortune-telling old man's destiny. It must be known that the heavens and the earth and the world in this world have a heavenly way of reincarnation, especially in the 9 heavens. From the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven, there is a heavenly Tao in each heaven, and because of this, the heavenly Tao in each heaven is not quite complete, so the heavenly Tao will select beings to be in harmony with it. Such a person was known as the Heavenly Lord, and the person who had been a heavy heavenly Taoist in his previous life was the fortune-telling old man who was the head of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. But what he didn't know was that soon, the 9 heavens would be turned upside down, the Chuan would change drastically, and the 1st heaven would usher in unprecedented changes. This was both his avenue of opportunity and his deadly bane, so this counted as a reminder that Chu Xuan had given to the fortune-telling old man. But believe it or not, he didn't care. For the next few moments, he waited quietly in the inn for the official tournament of the Heaven's Pride ranking to open, while also waiting for the arrival of certain people. For example, the Great Wind Empress Xuan Ling, or those good brothers of his. As expected, as the official tournament approached, the Tianzhou ancient city became more and more noisy. Every day, not only were the qualifiers in full swing, but those who had received invitations from the Heavenly Pride poster had also begun to arrive one after another. Well, go and see. The greatly imperial lord, Li Songhai, has personally brought the greatly crown prince, Li Tian, to compete in the Heaven's Pride ancient city. Coming. The great Zhou's first scholar, Jiang Shangzhen, has also come, and was even personally escorted here by the great Zhou dynasty's state lord, Yu Ji. Yu Ji has also arrived. Oh my god. As a demoness, her looks are simply too beautiful. She really is a scourge. Hey, Great Chu is also coming, but not high profile. Entering the city in the evening, I heard that the 2 personally led by Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru, but the participants are only 6th Imperial Son Chu Feng and 7th Imperial Son Chu Yun. Chu Xuan naturally did not care about the arrival of other forces and heavenly prides. The only time he heard about the people from Dechu was when his eyes suddenly lit up. Aha! Looks like you guys still can't help but want to make a name for yourselves. Good. It seems like we'll have fun again this time with the Heavens Remarks ranking. Chapter 87 assumed the name Wu Enemy. Other than Chu Feng and Chu Yun, the 2 of them attracted Chu Xian's special attention. There were 2 other people who made Chu Xuan rise to the occasion. One was Xuan Ling, arriving at the Heaven's Pride ancient city on the penultimate day of the opening of the Heaven's Pride ranking official tournament, with not only Zhan Yan and the others accompanying her, but even the black and white robed grandmasters. The other one was Bi Linger, who arrived almost on the same day as Xuan Ling and was escorted by Bi Luhong and a group of other Xuan Ling Sect executives, which showed how much they expected Bi Linger. It could be seen that as soon as the 2 women entered the city, they were all inquiring about Chu Xuan's news. But in the way of the Chu Emperor Shao Queen, 2 people are also inquiring around. In order not to alarm the snake, Chu Xuan did not appear to find Wen Linglong and Bi Linger 2 people, decided to find an opportunity to recognize and catch up with them again. Finally, in an increasingly lively atmosphere, the Heaven's Pride ranking opened. Time, early morning. Location, Tianjia Square. Chu Xuan walked out of the inn at the first opportunity and headed to his destination, only to see that at this time, he had long since ceased to be in his original facial form. Utilizing the Tianji order, he had transformed into an ordinary-looking youth. A gray robe, placed in the crowd is completely flat and unimpressive kind. As for his breath, he didn't hide anything. After all, his cultivation level of the 6th level of true martial arts was ordinary enough amongst the crowd of celestial pride. Soon, he followed the dense flow of people to the center of the ancient city, only to see that here was situated a square large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, and the square had already been surrounded by a sea of people, and the clamor rushed to the sky. Even in the more peripheral places as well as those inns, restaurants and other high-rise buildings on the square's 8 sides, they are also filled with people. Thousands of gazes were watching the Heaven's Pride Plaza, and it was evident that it was getting a lot of attention. The square was strictly guarded by many cultivators of the Tianji Pavilion, leaving only one entrance and exit, and only the Tenjiao who had received the Tenjiao sticker and the wizards who had passed the preliminaries, as well as the forces behind them, were able to enter. When Chu Xuan arrived at the entrance, he took out the heaven's remarkable patch from his nascent sack. The person in charge of registration opened his mouth and asked, "Please register your name." Wu enemy. Chu Xuan immediately reported a fake name. It wasn't really a lie, because in his previous life he was then known as the Invincible Immortal. Wu enemy is invincible. The registrant was slightly surprised but didn't say much and sketched a few strokes on the jade ultimatum. Tianjia Wu enemy. You may enter. Chu Xuan nodded his head and immediately stepped into the square. At this time, the red sun rose in the east, and the morning sun spread a layer of broken gold on the square. In the center of the plaza, a tall 3-diamond-shaped jade tablet was erected, while rows of makeshift seats were situated around it. There were already quite a number of heavenly prides and people of power seated in the chairs today. For example, Great Li's Li Tian, Great Yu's Yu Ji, Great Zhou's Jiang Shangzhen, etc., as well as the powerhouses of the Zhongsher Great Zhongsher of the forces behind them. Chu Xuan again scanned to Feng Linglong, Bi Linger, Chu Feng, Chu Yun and the others, but it didn't startle anyone, just found himself a corner seat. After all, having learned from his mistakes, Chu Xuan understood that if he revealed his true face, the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao would not be able to directly bring Chu Feng and Chu Yun to abandon the competition. The delusion-breaking pupil on Chu Feng's body, the heavenly hearing ear on Chu Yun, a full 2 strands of innate origin. Mustn't miss this opportunity. Chu Xuan steady as Mount Taishan. Even when Linglong, Bi Linger and other acquaintances no longer look more under the eyes of all, do not want to reveal themselves. However, he was as steady as an old dog on his side. But he didn't know that the 2 Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao were tense inside, their gazes scanning the entrance. It was clearly checking out Chu Xian's figure. It was a pity that even if they had seen Chu Xuan just now, they had not recognized him. After all, the change of the heavenly chance order, unless it was a living celestial like the fortune-telling old man, no one could tell what the horse's footsteps were. Brother Chu Xuan, where are you? Did you not come? Same moment, the 2 of them, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, were also looking around for Chu Xuan's figure. They also saw Wu enemy long ago, but did not care. Linglong's sister. Right at this moment, a voice was the one that entered Feng Linglong's ears. When Feng Linglong raised her eyes to look, her entire body frowned. One could only see that the visitor was a young man with a golden robe, sword brows and starry eyes, a stern figure, and a gentle smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. It was none other than the crown prince of the Li dynasty, Li Tian. It was also one of the hot characters in this session of the Heavens Remarks Gala. Linglong's sister. It's been a long time since the 2 of us have seen each other. May I sit down and catch up together? Li Tian laughed softly while wanting to sit in the empty seat beside Feng Linglong. Excuse me, this seat belongs to my great Wind Emperor. You're not allowed to sit. Who knows? Without waiting for him to come over, Feng Linglong opened her mouth with a cold face. Li Tian was a bit embarrassed, and the smile on his face froze. Lingering sisters. So he just opened his mouth, and was disliked by Feng Linglong. Don't be a Linglong sister. I'm very familiar with you. Swish. Being disliked one after another. Li Tian's face naturally couldn't hang on and his smile disappeared. The voice became a bit unpleasant. Feng Linglong, what's so good about that Chu waste prince that makes you so defensive of him? Yes, I heard that guy used to be an 8 Jedi gifted. But wasn't he persecuted to the point where he lost even one of his talents? This kind of person is destined to be a wastrel, isn't he? And for you to find such a person to be the great Wind Emperor is too much of a travesty. Swish. Feng Linglong's beautiful eyes were icy cold. She could endure herself being subjected to some gossip from others, but she absolutely would not allow someone to denigrate Chu Xuan. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard a disgruntled petulant cry ring out first. You're the loser. Your whole family is trash. Wow. When these words came out, some of the surrounding people who were watching were instantly in an uproar. Li Tian was also enraged and turned his head to look, but his face was a little surprised, only to see that the one who spoke was a young girl, with flowing white clothes, and whether it was her appearance or temperament, she was not much worse than Feng Linglong. As he spoke, the entire person had already drifted and dodged to the front of the several people. This girl, who are you? Have I, Li Tian, offended you? Li Tian frowned, without outright anger. He would be more tolerant of pretty women. Bi Linger, however, was not the least bit appreciative. You have not offended me. But for you to say that brother Chu Xuan is a waste is just not okay. And the truth is, compared to brother Chu Xuan, you're the one who's nothing but trash. To belittle it like that naturally angered Li Tian completely. And the most crucial thing was that he heard out that Bi Linger also seemed to be fond of Chu Xuan. Otherwise it wouldn't have been maintained like this. Assholes. Li Tian just wanted to get angry. But who knows? Feng Linglong on the side also followed and chimed in. What a bastard. You're the one who's a bastard. I think this sister has a good point. Compared to brother Chu Xuan, You're not even comparable to one of his toes. Both beautiful women disliked him like this for someone who wasn't there. This made Weather's face redden, itching to explode in place. Chapter 88 Pre-game disputes. The commotion of the three Li Tian people arguing naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many people's gazes had gazed. Among them was Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. It was reasonable to say that the two should be doubly honored that their son could draw such controversy on top of such a grand Heaven's Pride tournament. But instead of that, they felt a pang of annoyance and impatience inside. And there were quite a few great masters in this place, such as the greatly imperial Lord Li Songhai, the great Yu State Master Yu Qingyan, and the immortal seeking sect Master Chen Sun. These older generation powerhouses, naturally, would not care about the younger generation's verbal arguments, and even had a faint smile on their faces. After all, it's normal to be young and exuberant, and if you're not exuberant, can you call yourself young? Therefore, the two Chu emperors and Empress Xiao could only pretend that they hadn't heard it. However, Chu Feng and Chu Yun both did not have such a calm and steady mind, and simply could not see Chu Xian making such a splash without even being there. And so, the two of them also got up and walked over despite the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao secretly stopping them. But they stood beside Li Tian and spoke in a cold voice. Humph, what does Chu Xian count as? He's just a scum who is addicted to fratricide. How can we compare to Brother Li Tian? Brother Li Tian, we support you. Looking at Chu Feng and Chu Yun, Lydian instantly felt a lot more bottomed out, and immediately looked provocatively at the two girls, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger. After all, even Chu Xian's own brother was saying that Chu Xian was a waste of scum. What he said is even less wrong. Who knows the next moment? The two women, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, however, instantly stared at Chu Feng and Chu Yun, the boredom and disgust in their beautiful eyes completely undisguised. Humph, two trashy goods who rely on taking their big brother's talent to stand here. How dare they snarl and bark here? You guys don't know how to be thankful just, but you also denigrate your big brother Chu Xian every day. You guys are really white-eyed wolves who can't be bred. Wow. This sentence was like a steel needle, viciously poking at Chu Feng and Chu Yun's hearts, and even the people in the entire square were all looking sideways. After all, during this period of time the matter regarding the great Chu Crown Prince Chu Xin being robbed of his peerless talent 8 times in a row by his own family had long since spread. Many people looked at Chu Feng Chu Yun with contempt and sympathy in their eyes. You guys, you really don't have any pussy inside. Don't you know what's going on with yourself? To actually dare to provoke those who defended Chu Xian, wasn't that looking for a scolding? Even the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, who were seated in their seats, were ushered in with many looks that made them unhappy. Damn it! You two are looking for death. With such insults, how could Chu Feng Chu Yun stand it? And his anger surged. Boom! Boom! The two erupted, and that aura belonging to the realm of half-step sovereigns swept through. At the same time, Chu Feng's pair of pitch-black eye pupils erupted with a regal and incomparable golden aura, like two golden lamps, and his chi washed over the bulls. Chu Yun's pair of ears, on the other hand, swung out heavy ripples of spiritual energy, actually distorting the air as a mysterious great might flowed, breaking the pupil of delusion. Heaven listens to the ear. Once the two overwhelming talents were displayed, the entire square became very depressing. Seeing this, Lydian naturally seized the opportunity and laughed out loud. Ha ha, two brothers, I've come to help you out as well. Boom! Only to see him shake his body, as if a golden true dragon was rising from his body. A real dragon's roar faintly rising at first. The Emperor's dragon chi is vast and majestic, and it is not inferior to the delusion-breaking pupil and the heavenly hearing ear. 3 strands of mighty energy that was enough to make even a patriarchal powerhouse's heart palpitate swept through. However, the two of them, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, were seen to have no fear. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. Feng Linglong and Bi Linger both instantly exploded their own might as well. Bi Linger was now burdened with the body of a Xian spirit, and possessed the realm of a half-step Zongshi, and that might was not weaker than the 3 of Li Tian in the slightest. Wind Linglong is even stronger, already extremely gifted. She also practiced the heavenly sun alchemy, and has long been bound to the great Wind dynasty's fortunes. Together with the terrifying might, they actually vaguely suppressed everyone. So much so that even though Feng Linglong and Bi Linger were only 2 people, the might that erupted was separated from the 3 of them. Lydian Chu Feng and Chu Yun. Hiss! This great Wind Empress Feng Linglong is far stronger than expected. That woman in white isn't weak either. She's the holy daughter of the great Xuan Ling Sect. She who was once notorious is actually this amazing. What's that? Lydian, Chu Feng and Chu Yun are just holding back. At this moment, I don't know how many people were paying attention to the fight between the 5. Even the strongest of the older generation were looking sideways, just not intervening. As for the young generation's pride, all of them felt a sinking coldness within their hearts. Even Yu Ji, Jiang Shangzhen, Lin Wentian, and other top-tier celestials all looked grave. All of them secretly regarded the 5 people in front of them as the great enemies of this Heaven's Pride ranking. 3 big men, bullying 2 women. Aren't you ashamed? Right at this moment, a hoarse and low voice of cold drink rang out. With a roar, a mysterious force was suddenly added on top of the mighty energy gathered by both Xuan Ling and Bi Linger. In an instant, the might of the 2 of them actually rubbed off and skyrocketed a lot. Boom boom boom. Immediately, he sent the 3 of them, Liddy and Chu Feng and Chu Yun, flying out with a counter-pressure. The 3 of them exclaimed, crashing some seats before stopping, although they did not suffer any injuries, but they were in a very sorry state. Wow! And this sudden scene naturally startled the entire audience. As everyone fixed their eyes, only a young man appeared in front of Xuan Ling Bi Linger near the 2 of them. Ordinary looking, ordinary figure, ordinary breath. It was none other than Chu Xuan. It's also Wu enemy. Ha! Who is this person again? How come there's even less of an impression? Hey, it's normal not to have an impression. After all, which Heaven's Pride ranking tournament doesn't have a few unheard of dark horses? Although this person's cultivation is unremarkable, but he was able to help the 2 women repel the 3 Lydian people, so he should have unknown skills, but to dare to go out of his way to offend the Lydian trio, this guy has a lot of guts. Sure enough, while the crowd was hotly debating, the 3 of them, Li Tian, had already stared at Chu Xuan. Chu Feng Chu Yun even questioned and shouted, asshole, what are you? My name is Wu enemy. A casual cultivator who pulls out his sword when he sees injustice. Chu Xuan responded, immediately causing a commotion among the people around him once again. Not only is it bold enough, but even the name is so wild. Wu enemy? Thanks a lot. At this time, Xuan Ling and Bi Linger both thanked Chu Xuan, but if one looked deep into the depths of their eyes, there was a trace of regret, because the first thing they thought was that Chu Xuan had come to help them. You 2 are welcome. 3 big men beating up 2 women. I can't watch anything I say, okay? Chu Xuan's words were debauched and unruly, very different from the mature and steady person he once was, so naturally, no one could tell that he was Chu Xuan. At this point, the 3 of them, Liddy and Chu Feng Chu Yun, who had suffered a loss, naturally did not want to stop, but before they could strike again, a long rainbow flew into the square. When the rainbow light dispersed, it revealed a gray-haired old man in a Tianji Dao robe, with the aura of a Grand Master swirling up and down around his body. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Vice Pavilion Master of the Tianji Pavilion, Chu Xuan. Now that the Heaven's Pride Conference has not yet opened, no more fighting is allowed. The Tianji Pavilion was the host, and its Pavilion Master was still a living celestial being. As soon as they opened their mouths, Lai Songhai, the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao and the others didn't dare to disobey, and immediately stopped Li Tian and Chu Feng and Chu Yun. In particular, the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao were secretly reprimanding Chu Feng and Chu Yun. However, Chu Feng Chu Yun was shaking his head in disdain. Father and mother, up to now Big Brother hasn't shown up. He definitely hasn't come to compete. As long as we don't run into him, what are the 2 of us afraid of? Upon hearing this, Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao nodded her head instead, and her heart felt a lot smoother. After all, as long as Chu Xuan did not come, they were still very confident in the 2 of them, Chu Feng and Chu Yun, winning the top 3 positions in this session's Heaven's Remarkable ranking. The other side, considering that saying more was more wrong, Chu Xuan did not speak more with Xuan Ling Bi Linger, and immediately returned to his seat again. On the contrary, Xuan Ling and Bi Linger, after exchanging words, talked to each other. Chapter 89 Trios Tournament. After a contentious fiasco, the atmosphere in Tianjiao Square was getting more and more heated, with more than just various noisy and heated discussions, especially the peripheral crowd watching the battle. All cannot stop the clamor, and even some gambling houses in the city. The handicap has burst. Liddy and Chu Feng Chu Yun Xuan Ling Bi Linger, even Chu Xian's incarnation of Wu enemy, all became popular contestants in this Heaven's Pride ranking. Finally, when the red sun turns into a golden sun, Chu Xuan, the Vice Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion, then rose and shouted aloud, "Everyone, the hour has come. This Heaven's Remarkable ranking tournament is about to open. Now we have all the participants converge in the center of the square." The crowd of Heaven's Pride wizards who had long been rubbing their fists in their hands and were eager to move, immediately stepped out of their seats and converged on the center of the square. Li Tian, Chu Feng Chu Yun, Yu Ji, Jiang Shangzhen, Lin Wentian, and a large number of other Heaven's Pride wizards who had won through the preliminaries. In the end, the center of the square was filled with hundreds of Heaven's Pride wizards from all over the Central Plains, all of them vibrant and refreshed. Chu Xuan also mingled amongst the crowd, neither revealing himself nor showing himself. One could only see that all of the heaven's remarkable wizards present were at least at the 6th level of true martial arts like him, and most of them were at the 7th, 8th, and 9th level of high-ranking true martial arts, and there were even some who had already reached the realm of half-step zongshi, just like Ri Tian, Yu Ji, Jiang Shangzhen, Chu Feng Chu Yun and others. As for the sovereign realm, there wasn't one on the surface, but Chu Xuan thought that someone must have hidden their clumsiness, just waiting to make a splash at the tournament. Quiet. At this point, Xiao Chuanzhen waved his hand after silencing the excited voices of a group of celestial pride. He then said with a solemn expression on his face, "Gentlemen, some of you should have understood the rules of the Heaven's Pride tournament, but some of you don't. Today, the old man will be here to unify and explain that the Heaven's remarkable ranking is a ranking system, but it's not an ordinary one-on-one ranking, but it requires all the participants to be divided into groups of 3. Groups play against groups, with the winning group advancing in rank and the losing group locked in rank, and it goes on until the last group is victorious. The 3 in this group are the top 3 in the Heaven's remarkable ranking, and at the end, there will be a duel match for the 3rd place, the 2nd place, and the champion." Hearing this, the contestants present already understood the rules. However, someone asked, "Pavilion Master Chio, the rules are clear to us, but how are the groupings divided? Are they divided freely?" All eyes were fixed. Grouping is an extremely important issue in the 2nd stage of qualifying. If you split 2 powerful teammates, you might be able to lay claim to the top 3 spots, but if you're split between 2 weak teammates, you're going to be held back. Xiao Chuanzhen laughed. "Not bad. Free points. You guys can team up as much as you want." Wow! The people present were in an uproar, and many of their eyes lit up. Eyes have fallen on Li Tian, Yu Ji, Jiang Shangzhen and others. After all, if you can team up with these people, will not take off in place soon. However, everyone realized that this was simply not realistic. It may seem like you can freely form a team, but the strongest present will only look for the strongest, and the weak can only be matched with the weak, and the team has long since been finalized. Sure enough, in the eyes of Li Tian, Yu Ji, Jiang Shangzhen and the others, there was only each other. Li Tian looked at Feng Linglong again in the first instance, raising an eyebrow. "Linglong, I don't blame you for just now. Team up with me. You and I will definitely have hopes of winning the top 3 awards when we join forces." Nervous, Feng Linglong instantly rejected with a look of disgust. Ri Tian's face darkened. Just as he was about to open his mouth again, a Thai voice sounded ahead of him. "Two big beauties. Team up with me and you're guaranteed to be in the top 3. Chu Xuan whistled and walked over with the look of a prodigal son. In response, Feng Linglong once again frowned, and Bi Linger was also displeased. Although Wuan helped them just now, it was just a casual encounter. This kind of flippant talk smacks of begging for a fight. However, before the 2 women could open their mouths to reprimand them, a familiar voice that haunted the 2 of them was directly transmitted in their minds. "Linglong, Linger, keep quiet. Wu enemy is transformed by me." Swish! Feng Linglong and Bi Linger's pupils shook as their hearts were pleasantly surprised. They had thought that Chu Xuan had not come to participate in this Heaven's remarkable ranking, but who knew that he had arrived long ago, and had even made a move to help them just now. "Yes, we'd like to team up with you." No longer hesitating, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger nodded their heads in agreement with joyful smiles, and couldn't help but lean towards Chu Xuan's side. "You guys," watching this scene, Li Tian's face became even darker like a pot. It's amazing that one's sincere invitation can't stand up to someone else's Thai words. At this time, Chu Feng Chu Yun walked over and shook his head to comfort him. "Brother Lai, under the sky, only villains and women are the most difficult to raise. You might as well team up with our brothers and take the top 3 spots together." Li Tian coldly swept a glance at Wu enemy who was surrounded by the 2 beauties. Hate nodded. At the same time, the rest of the contestants were also in the Dragon Group Dragon and Phoenix Group Phoenix. After a tease work, everyone happened to be all grouped up. Most of the groupings were not unexpected, except for Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, whose choice of true martial 6th level Wu enemy was puzzling. However, thinking that it was Wu enemy who had helped them before, they were relieved. Since the grouping is complete, then the ranking will begin next. Each round will use a lottery to determine the opponents. With Xiao Chuanzhen's support, the first round of the draw was quickly completed. Chu Xuan's trio, on the other hand, drew 3 true martial 7th heavenly pride. 2. Brother Wu enemy, you rest, just let us do it. Once in the ring, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger both took the initiative to attack. There was no need for Chu Xuan to make a move at all, and he took down the 3 people opposite him. Chu Xuan shook his head and smiled. Just as well, he had little desire to strike. After that, in the second round, although he encountered 3 true martial 8-9, he was only defeated under Feng Linglong Bi Linger. In each of the next rounds, with the 2 of them, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, Chu Xuan barely moved his hand and was very relaxed. It was the envy of many participants and even more so, it was a hot topic of discussion for many spectators. In everyone's eyes, Chu Xuan, who was only at the 6th level of the true martial realm, was completely being carried flying by both Feng Linglong and Bi Linger. Of course, the gazes of the crowd were not only focusing on Chu Xuan's group, Lydian Chu Feng Chu Yun, Yuji Jiang Shang Zhenlin asked the sky and so on. Strong group fighting also attracted a wave after wave of attention clamor. Above the square, heavenly prides battled, art techniques collided, and roared, causing the place to become noisy and the atmosphere to become more and more white-hot. Eventually more and more groups were eliminated as time went on. 32 into 16, 16 into 8, 8 into 4. Eventually, the three of them, Lydian Chu Feng Chu Yun, were up against Yuji Jiang Shang Zhenlin Xiantian, while Chu Xuan Feng Linglong Bi Linger was up against another group. The result was that Lydian Chu Feng Chu Yun defeated Yuji Jiang Shang Zhenlin Wen Feng Linglong Bi Linger resolved the other three, and Chu Xuan once again laid down a win. In the end of the end, there were only two groups left on top of Heaven's Pride Square. Chu Xuan Feng Linglong Bi Linger vs. Li Tian Chu Feng Chu Yun. Chapter 90 Kneel. Above the Heaven's Pride Square, the crowd watching the battle flooded with a large amount of hot discussion and clamor. Even for the group of great master powerhouses, some were happy and some were sad. Lai Songhai, the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao, as well as the black and white robed Grandmaster, Bai Lu Hong and the others, were naturally overjoyed, while on the contrary, Yu Qingyin, the lord of the great Zhou kingdom, Chen Sun and the other group of powerful people, were gloomy. Wahahaha, my son, Li Tian, has not disappointed me after all. Good, good, good. The top three will have 2 seats for my Chu, Lai Songhai and the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. Their laughter spread throughout the square. Many people present were also mostly optimistic about the group of Li Tian's 3. After all, look at the other group. Feng Linglong and Bi Linger were needless to say, top-tier strength, but that Wu enemy, he was completely lying all the way to the top 6. Good guy, really good guy, a true martial 6th level, actually ranked among the top 6. What an unprecedented thing, laying down and winning. This Wu enemy is completely laying down and winning all the way. This is too lucky. Don't be jealous, luck is also a part of strength. Who made people just now not afraid of Lydian and others to step in and help the beauty? Humph. The next 2 groups are going to duke it out, so I'll see how he still lies. It looks like the top 3 places have been locked up by the 3 of Li Tian in advance. In the midst of the heated discussion, Qiu Chuanjin opened his mouth to signal the last 2 groups to come on. Transient. The Chu Xuan trio then stood in the same ring as the Chu Feng Chu Yun trio. Ha! That's quite a fight, just like the 3-on-3 before the tournament. At the first moment, Li Tian's gaze was firmly fixed on Chu Xuan. At the same time, the 2 of them, Chu Feng and Chu Yun, also stared at Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, the Great Wind Empress, Holy Maiden of the Xianling. I've heard that you all have an extraordinary relationship with our scummy big brother, so today we'll meet you. For a while, all 3 of them, Lydian Chu Feng and Chu Yun, were raging with hostility. However, the Chu Xuan on the opposite side of the table was in an expressionless and cloudy appearance, and even had a touch of icy coldness hidden at the corner of his mouth. Even the 2 girls, Feng Linglong Bi Linger, were under little pressure. After all, with Chu Xuan Yuan around, Chu Feng Chu Yun's 2 men were a waste, and the only threatening Lydian was destined to do little. Therefore, the ending of this competition had already been predetermined. Dang! Eventually, with the sound of a crisp bell, the game began. Junior Wu enemy, let this prince weigh your capabilities. Only to see that at the first moment, Li Tian was violently killing towards Chu Xuan. On the side of the Chu Feng Chu Yun 2 people, also both coldly snorted, also each towards the Wind Linglong and Bi Linger 2 people to kill. All 3 of them blossomed with power that belonged to the half-step sovereign realm. All of them were as vast as mountains, and the domineering spiritual energies swung and impacted one after another. Before the person even arrived, he impacted the entire side of the ring and shook it violently. That domineering and powerful might invariably caused many people to lose their voices and exclaim, all marveling at the power of the trio of Lydian Chu Feng and Chu Yun. Facing these 3 people, the Chu Xuan trio's chances of victory were really not that great. What's the situation? Suddenly, there were cries of alarm that drew the attention of many people. It turned out that above the ring, in the face of Li Tian's trio's attack, Chu Xuan Feng Linglong Bi Linger's trio did an unexpected reaction. Chu Xuan did not engage in a fight with Lydian, but instead met Chu Feng Chu Yun straight away, while Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, who were expected to fight against Chu Feng Chu Yun, joined forces to kill Lydian. What kind of tactic is this? One-on-one is still vulnerable. This kind of sparring idle defeat is not fast enough. In the eyes of many, If the two teams were one-on-one, Chu Xuan and the others should still have some chance of winning. But now it was letting Chu Xuan go one-on-two. Wasn't this going to be a second defeat? Once he was defeated, under 3-2, naturally there was only one word left to lose. Ha! It's a disease. It looks like the top three. Our two major dynasties can lock in early. Lai Songhai, Chu Mingyue Xia Yuru and the three of them also shook their heads and smiled. Above the ring, Li Tian also couldn't stop a snort of laughter. Ha ha, you want Wu enemy to pester Chu Feng and Chu Yun so that you can finish me off before it's too late? I must say, this is really stupid. Feng Linglong and Bi Linger didn't say anything, they just sneered. Ha! Watching this scene, Li Tian couldn't help but raise a flash of panic. Who is Feng Linglong? The Great Wind Empress who is famous throughout the Central Plains. Is she stupid? Would she really do such a stupid thing as what she's doing right now? Don't you? Swish! Li Tian twisted his head and hurriedly looked towards the battlefield of the three Chu Xin, Chu Feng and Chu Yun. At that moment, Chu Feng and Chu Yun were both stunned as they looked at the rushing Chu Xian. None snickered. Che, a true martial 6th level. Do you want to deal with our brother and sister with your own strength? Ha ha ha, are you people out of your mind? Chu Xian, on the other hand, ignored the laughter of the two and was still charging towards them. Chu Feng Chu Yun also stopped talking and directly struck out towards Chu Xian, only to see the two people a person swung a fist, a person clap, and immediately hit a party of fist prints as well as a party of palm prints. Both are fierce and magnificent. The vast power of that half-step patriarch was enough to bulldoze a small mountain. In their opinion, this punch and palm did not mention Chu Xian, a true martial 6th. Even if he was at the top of the true martial, he would still be blown into a bloody mist by them on the spot. Boom boom. However, in the next moment, what caused them to be openly shocked was that Chu Xian actually did not even dodge and directly hit the seal of the fist and palm. However, under this collision, the imprint of the fist and palm that could shatter a small mountain actually failed to help Chu Xian's body in the slightest. Instead, both of them were smashed to pieces, bursting out with thousands of spiritual light. In an instant, Chu Xian stepped on the roiling spiritual light and continued to kill towards the two. My god, how is this guy's flesh so strong? Is he a physical cultivator? Chu Feng and Chu Yun both exclaimed in shock, instantly thinking of a possibility. After a short period of surprise, the two men's complexions also became grave. Whatever. So what if he's a body cultivator? He's nothing under our delusion-breaking pupils and heavenly hearing ears. The two of us will go all out and directly blast him to death. Boom boom. Chu Feng Chu Yun no longer stayed his hand, brazenly operating his own talent. One person's pupils exploded with golden light, gas rushing to the bull. One person's ears swung up with spirit ripples, mighty power ingesting, instantly condensing two forces, towards the incoming Chu Xian, viciously crushing the past. That kind of power was unknown how much more powerful than the imprints of the fists and palms just now, and even some junior sect masters felt incomparably palpitating. Actually, under these two forces, it would be very difficult for even an initiate patriarch to block them. Such was the strength of the two overwhelming talents. It was only that something incredible to those present happened suddenly. Facing the two overwhelming forces, Chu Xian still did not dodge to resist. In just the moment of contact, those two overwhelming forces that could injure the sovereign realm were like a mirror in water, instantly breaking apart, and actually did not cause a single bit of damage to Chu Xian. Boom! In an instant, Chu Xian rushed in front of Chu Feng Chu Yun without any further hindrance. On your knees! Bang bang! With a single drink, the two of them, Chu Feng and Chu Yun, looked like they had lost their minds. Kneeling in place on the spot, he chipped the lapis lazuli floor. Chapter 91 True Body Appears. Fist defeats Patriarch. At that moment, it was as if time had stood still, and everyone's gazes fell on the two people, Chu Feng and Chu Yun, who had fallen to their knees. Some people are clueless. Some people don't understand. Some were even more alarmed. After all, the two of them, Chu Feng and Chu Yun, were the favorites to win the championship, especially when the two brothers joined forces. Almost no one of the young generation of prides on the scene was their opponent. Not even Lydian. But now, opposite Wu enemy just said kneel down and the two of them knelt down? That's too obedient. But after a split second, there were many people who realized that something was wrong. One could only see that although the two of them, Chu Feng and Chu Yun, were kneeling steadily on the ground, their faces were actually filled with distortions and were struggling violently. Soon the two men were eyeing fear, because it didn't work. No matter how they struggled and resisted, it was as if they were being pressed by a great mountain, unable to move a single inch. No way. How is that possible? Chu Feng Chu Yun lost his voice and screamed in horror, his face filled with horror and collapse. This horrifying cry also thoroughly indicated the situation the two were in today. It caused the pupils of Li Tian, who turned his eyes at the same time, to shrink violently in shock. It made the three of them, like Sunhai Chu Huang and Empress Xiao, who were smiling faintly, rub up. It made the entire crowd watching the battle in the square shake in unison in an uproar. The only ones who were calm on the scene were Feng Linglong and Bi Linger. Windy, Cloud, what are you doing? Don't get up. At this moment, Chu Minghuang and Xia Yuru both couldn't stop themselves from drinking sharply. After all, directly kneeling down to an opponent in the limelight was a disgrace. We can't get up. Chu Yun's voice trembled. What? Chu Minghuang and Xia Yuru both shook inwardly. The two of them, Chu Feng and Chu Yun, were the world's first-class supreme prides. Look at the world. Other than their big brother Chu Xian, who could suppress them like this? Chu Xian. A thought was like a blazing bolt of lightning that suddenly crossed the minds of both Chu Minghuang and Xia Yuru, their pupils shaking dramatically. Immediately, the two of them fixed their eyes on Wu enemy in the field. Sure enough, the next moment, the tone of the Wu enemy in their eyes suddenly changed. Ha! Of course you can't get it up, because what you're facing, it's me. Swish! As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu enemy's facial form suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye as the golden halo of light swirled, Chu Xian's true body emerged. What's going on? Who is this? It's not Wu enemy? Looking at Chu Xian, who had revealed his true form, many people present froze. After all, although many people knew about Chu Xian, not many people had seen Chu Xian with their own eyes and only found it strange. Ah, big brother, Xianer, Chu Feng and Chu Yun exclaimed in shock, and the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao also let out a horrified cry in unison. To their death, they didn't expect that Wu enemy was actually Chu Xian, and Chu Xian was Wu enemy. What? Big brother? He's Chu Xian, the crown prince of Great Chu? Li Tian was shocked, and the people present were also shocked by Chu Xian's identity, and after the shock had passed, realization dawned within many. No wonder Chu Feng Chu Yun knelt without even a hint of resistance. Cheating! He's cheating! Pavilion Master Chiu, we strongly object. At that moment, the flustered Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao hurriedly protested towards Chu Chuanjin. Need to know, they had defended against it 1,000 times, but they had never defended against the fact that Chu Xian actually had the ability to change and participate in the heavens' remarkable ranking under a different identity, causing Chu Feng Chu Yun's life to once again be held in Chu Xian's hands. Gentlemen, what is this about cheating? Names are just code names. The heavens' remarks ranking is more than strength. Chu Chuanjin shook his head, and those present nodded their heads. After all, disguise is no different than wearing a mask and is not about strength. Chu Minghuang and Xia Yuru were speechless. However, the two knew that if they did not do something, Chu Feng Chu Yun would definitely repeat the mistakes of Chu Jin Chu War and the Chu Wu trio. He just wanted to get down and intervene, but was stopped early by Chu Chuanjin. What do you want? This is a competition for the younger generation. We at Tianji Pavilion will absolutely not allow an older generation powerhouse to come down and disrupt the fairness of the Heavens Pride ranking. Chu Chuanjin had a completely non-negotiable and icy look on his face. After all, once this happened, then their Tianji Pavilion's reputation was going to be tarnished. And how would the Heavens Remarks ranking go on in the future? Chu Minghuang Xia Yuru and the two of them were anxious, but they froze and didn't dare to move. After all, Tianji Pavilion had a living celestial powerhouse. In the end, they could only turn to Lydian in the ring, who was the only one left who could help Chu Feng Chu Yun out of danger. Lydian, go save Chu Feng and Chu Yun. We will be grateful to our great Chu afterward. Words. Ri Tian also reacted and hurriedly killed towards Chu Xian. Even if the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao didn't beg him, the only chance he had to win was to save Chu Feng and Chu Yun, not to mention the grudge just now. With us around, will you be allowed to pass? However, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, who had prepared for this, were the two who blocked it. Both of them were in the realm of half-step grandmasters, and once they struck out, the majestic spiritual energy immediately diffused heavy chains to blockade towards Li Tian. Ri Tian knew deep down that he couldn't tangle with it, so he no longer had any reservations. Boom! It was only seen that he shook his body violently, as if breaking some kind of suppression. A terrifyingly vast aura of spiritual energy immediately erupted from his body. That was clearly the realm of the sovereign. Wow! For a moment, the whole room roared. Apart from the few people in the know such as Lai Songhai, no one thought that Lai Tian was actually a genuine Zhongshe realm powerhouse, a patriarch who was less than 30 years old. This was a bit scary. Bang bang! As expected, with Li Tian's steep outburst, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, who were unable to react in time, were instantly lifted off the ground. Swish! Taking advantage of this moment, Li Tian crossed the sky and instantly killed Chu Xian. The gaze was cold and regal. Regardless of whether you're Wu enemy or Chu Xian, go to hell for this prince. Boom! Between Li Tian's cold drink, He directly mobilized his Zhongshu's energy to the limit and pushed his hands horizontally as a ball of piercing divine light abruptly erupted. It was as if there were 10,000 pounds of thunder on it, erupting with a destructive aura. Not to mention the true martial realm, even a half-step grandmaster would instantly perish. This is the power of the patriarch. My God, so powerful. Such a power of a patriarch is not something that can be resisted by the true martial realm. Chu Xuan is in danger. Many people present were shocked, and they all gazed at the battlefield. Although Chu Xuan easily suppressed Chu Feng and Chu Yun, that was because of his talent, and even if he was even stronger, even if his true cultivation was only at the 6th level of true martial arts, he could not possibly be a match for a Zhongshu. However, just as the crowd was horrified, they saw that Chu Xuan did not make any movements at all, and did not even look squarely at Li Tian. Get out! The moment Li Tian attacked, Chu Xuan then tongue-blossomed into spring thunder, and instantly blasted out a fist, which only exploded 70% of its strength, but still on the spot will Li Tian incoming attack to smash violently collapse, and then the fist seal to destroy the momentum of reverse horizontal launch. Boom! Suddenly, with an explosive sound, the patriarchal realm's Li Tian actually flew backwards at a speed faster than he came. The body exploded into a series of blood mists and screams cut through the square. In the end, the entire person slammed heavily to the ground, alive or dead. Chapter 92 Digging through the delusional pupils, cutting the ears of the heavens and listening to them. Jar. Originally in the hot discussion of the clamor of the entire square as if people directly cut off the sound source. Become a needle can be heard. A dead silence. Everyone's pupils were shrinking dramatically, and their shocked eyes couldn't stop blooming. Even a great master like Li Tsunghai Chu Huangxiaohe was no exception. After all, they could see that Chu Xuan had not used any external force. A single move from the true martial 6th heavyweight had blasted a patriarch to life and death. This is simply against all odds. After a short period of dead silence, the plaza was plunged into a huge sensation. My heavens, this Chu Xuan is too fierce. Defeating a grandmaster with a true martial. This is simply unheard of and unseen. Hiss. Worthy of being a person who once possessed the talent of the 8 absolute worlds. This is simply an uncompromisingly extreme demon. Chu Xuan did not pay any attention to the clamor that rose in all directions, and did not even care about Li Tian, and from the beginning to the end, it was as if he had casually swatted away a fly. At that moment, his gaze once again fell on the two Chu Feng and Chu Yun, and the latter have long been in a state of trepidation. Li Tian's defeat made them completely understand that even if their talents were not restrained, the two of them would hardly be Chu Xuanyuan's opponents. Their own big brother was simply so strong that it made them feel abyssal despair. And so, the two were thoroughly from the heart. Big brother, spare us. We were wrong. We were really wrong. Saying that, the two couldn't stop kowtowing towards Chu Xuan. Bang bang bang. Seeing this, Chu Xuan, however, coldly laughed. Ha, it's not that you guys know that you're wrong. You just know that you're about to die. The words fell. With a single grip from Chu Xuan, the two were immediately clutched by two large hands of spiritual energy, and a crisis of death completely enveloped the two. Chu Feng Chu Yun's heart rose in fear and rushed towards the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao to seek help. Father and mother, help us! Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru naturally could not sit back and watch Chu Feng and Chu Yun suffer. But because of the fear of Tenji Pavilion's celestial, the two do not dare to rush out to save. Can only be to explain to the feelings, to move to reason. Adverse son, stop it, stop it. You've already destroyed 3 brothers. Do you want to do it again? They're all your own brothers, the same bloodline. Xiao Yuru had also long since had her eyes reddened and her pretty face was covered in pain. During this period of time, what she was most afraid of was Chu Xuan fighting with his brothers. But I didn't expect that. After 1,000 dodges, I couldn't avoid it after all. Xianer, mother begs you, let your 2 brothers go. Mother really can't see you brothers killing each other. You're hardening and tearing one of mother's fleshy hearts alive. Don't ever. Mother will die. Really die. Speaking of the end, Xiao Yuru was already powerless and fell to the ground, crying bitterly, giving an extremely pitiful and miserable appearance. Seeing this, before Chu Xuan could speak, Feng Linglong had already laughed icily. Ha! You two are also worthy of making Chu Xuan stop. You two are also worthy of crying and shouting about your heartache here. You are at least 2 great master powerhouses. Can you still have some face? What have you two done? Are you not clear about it yourselves? You two dug up Chu Xuan's bones, drew Chu Xuan's blood, took Chu Xuan's guts, took Chu Xuan's kidneys, and plucked out Chu Xuan's heart. Let alone that he is your own son. Even if he is a pet that you have raised, you can't treat him like this. Swish, the whole place was creeped out. Until then, most people had only heard about it by hearsay. Now that it was laid bare in the open, everyone couldn't help but conjure up that bloody and brutal image. A child. It's just too dark to have a gift that grows in your body removed by your own parents with a knife every year you grow older. No. Being exposed by Feng Linglong in such a naked manner. Not to mention Xiao Yuru, even Chu Mingyue's face became incomparably ugly. At this point, Bi Linger also stepped forward and nonchalantly rushed his patch. Brother Chu Xuan once used everything he had to harden 8 peerless imperial sons for your great Chu imperial family. And then, dragging his crippled and ruined body, he became the crown prince for Dechu, supervised the country for you, and worked for you on everything in Dechu. What's the result? You either beat or scolded him, even hanging the title of waste on your lips every day, and finally deposed him easily, as if kicking away a useless piece of trash. You're just a bunch of white-eyed wolves, blood tao tai, wolf-hearted, heartless, and inferior. It could be heard that by the end of her words, Bi Linger had already said the hardest words she knew in her own head. Although no one present interjected, there were a large number of gazes filled with contempt and disdain that landed on Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. This made Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, two people were simply like subjected to the torture of 10,000 people being scraped alive. Their faces were red for a while, green for a while, and white for a while. No, what do you know? If we in Dechu want to unify the world, this is the only way to do it. Sacrificing one person for 8 celestials. Chu Mingyue roared, once again spelling out the reasons that had been given. But when he finished, he realized that this time there was little understanding, much less a dawning understanding, emerging from the gazes of those present. That gaze was still filled with deep contempt. This caused the two to panic like never before, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. My good father, my good mother, this is. Chu Xuan also turned his head and looked at Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru. Although he was smiling, his eyes were filled with the indifference of eternity. You guys, regrets? Once this question was asked, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both stunned. Seeing this look, all those present felt a chill. Hiss, doing that kind of evil thing to his own son. It's amazing that both of them have never had any regrets until now. This kind of person simply shatters everyone's perception of what a parent is. Ha, that's right, everyone can regret it, but only you. After all, you are my good father and my good mother. Chu Xuan laughed, but he laughed in a cold and bizarre manner, causing many people to shiver straight away. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, looked at Chu Xuan and wanted to say something. However, without waiting for them to open their mouths, Chu Xuan's eyes were already suddenly cold. And I wonder, next, will you all regret it? Clang, clang, with a wave of Chu Xuan's hand, 4 sharp flying daggers immediately appeared in place. The flying daggers flashed with a chilling aura, and 2 of them gouged out Chu Feng's eyes and 2 of them poked into Chu Yun's ears. Abruptly, along with 2 extremely mournful screams, Chu Feng's pair of delusion-breaking pupils and Chu Yun's 2 heavenly hearing ears were dug out and chipped down. A large amount of blood was splattered, and anyone who touched it was horrified. Chapter 93 Great Patriarchs Mixed Up. Celestials appear. Windy, Yunur. Seeing this bloody scene, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both screamed in shock, especially looking at the 2 of them, Chu Feng and Chu Yun, one covering his empty eye sockets and screaming miserably, and the other covering his bloody ears and roaring in pain. Xiao Yuru's face crumbled, tears streamed down her face, and her delicate body trembled madly. Chu Mingyue was even more caught up in heartache, partly because of Chu Feng Chu Yun, but more so because he knew that the 2 overwhelming talents were about to be destroyed by Chu Xuan. Sure enough, the moment Chu Xuan fetched the delusion-breaking pupil and the heavenly hearing ear, he directly utilized the power of Qi within his body and crumbled them on the spot. Boom boom, accompanied by 2 muffled sounds. The onyx-like delusion-breaking pupil and the jade-like heavenly hearing ear both exploded. 2 vast fluctuations instantly spread throughout the entire heaven's remarkable ancient city. Although it had been heard that Chu Xuan did not care about these overwhelming talents, when they saw it with their own eyes, those present were still greatly shaken. After all, those were 2 exceptional talents that were actually destroyed just by saying so. This kind of vigor was inferior to even a group of great masters. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 invisible and vast innate origins once again surged into Chu Xuan's body, for a moment causing Chu Xuan to roar freely. The entire person's foundation and base had once again completed a great replenishment. The physical body, soul, essence, etc., all gained an invisible increment. It was a blast to fly, but while he was enjoying himself, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were in agony. Rebellious son, rebellious son, do you realize that you are destroying the future underpinnings of our great Chu imperial family over and over again? Oh Xianer, you've already destroyed the 2 talents, and Fenger Yunner has become blind and deaf. Release the 2 of them, Xiao Yuru begged bitterly. The tragic situation of the 2 Chu Fengs and Chu Yuns had long since sent her into agony. This, however, many people rise in contempt. Really, favoritism is excessive. Even after wreaking havoc on Chu Xuan 8 times in a row, he did not see a trace of regret. Chu Yuan felt pain after being hurt only once. You're the first parent in the world to do that. Ha! Chu Xuan suddenly laughed, looking at Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru with a playful expression. Want me to release Chu Yun? That's fine, as long as the two of you, one of you gouges out your own eyes and the other cuts off your own ears. I'll spare Chu Yun. How about it? What? This. Asshole, we're your real parents, and you want me to poke my eyes and cut my ears? You're just treasonous. Xiao Yuru was panicked, and Chu Mingyue even had an angry look on his face. It's clear that neither is quite willing to make that sacrifice. Ha! Chu Xuan seemed to have known about this scene for a long time, and his face filled with sarcasm. Chu Yun, did you see that? Did you hear that? It's not that Big Brother doesn't give you two a chance to live, but your lives are far less important in the hearts of both our father and mother than their eyes and ears. No, that's not how it should be said. It should be, what you two have lost is just your lives, but what our father and mother are going to lose are their eyes and ears. Ha ha ha. Finally, in the midst of Chu Xian's snort, the two forces exploded, only to see Chu Feng and Chu Yun both crumble without any resistance. Blood and bones flew in the sky, splashing down above the square. Chu Feng, Chu Yun, both died violently. Ah! This bloody scene immediately caused Emperor Chu Ming's eyes to burst. Even Xiao Yuru's face changed, surging with shock and anger. Rebel son, how dare you? They are your brothers. Your own brothers. Xianer, you really killed your brother. You're also too ruthless and vicious. Hearing that familiar emphasis, Chu Xian snorted, unconcerned. The people present are all speechless. This in the end a pair of what oddball? Everything is blamed on others. Never internal consumption of their own right. Rebel son, you are so wicked. If I don't bring you to justice today, where is the majesty of my Chu royal family? Chu Mingyue couldn't hold back any longer, and a blazing killing opportunity surged within his gaze, knowing that Chu Xian had completely become a scourge and tumor. If he did not ruthlessly eradicate him, sooner or later, all of Chu's royal heirs would be destroyed in Chu Xian's hands, which was something he could not accept. Boom! Thus, he no longer cared about the threat of the Tianji Pavilion and suddenly erupted his Grand Master Cultivation, wanting to personally kill Chu Xian. Stop him. However, Feng Linglong had long been prepared for this and immediately drank, only to see the two black and white-robed grandmasters immediately storming up to block Chu Mingyue. And as soon as he saw that Chu Mingyue and Great Wind were battling the two great masters, Xiao Yuru naturally did not care about her heartache and also rushed to aid Chu Mingyue. For a while, a roar came out from the sky above the heavens Pride Square. The four great masters battled together, setting off thousands of heavy waves of spiritual energy. Emperor Chu Ming, Xiao Yujiu, this is our Tianji Pavilion's land. There's still no room for you to be wild. At that moment, the vice master of the Tianji Pavilion, Zhou Chuanjin, also rose in anger. He didn't care about any grudges. He only knew that above the heavens remarkable ranking tournament, there could never be any unfairness. Otherwise, the reputation that Tianji Pavilion had accumulated for so many years would be ruined. Thus, he also erupted with the power of a great master, wanting to assist the two great masters in the black and white robes in suppressing Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru. Under 2 against 3, Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru naturally fell behind. Chu Mingyue, however, was unwilling to do so and hurriedly rushed at Lai Sanhai on the side. Brother Lai, this rebellious son of mine killed his brother and harmed his brother. Heaven forbid. You can help your son Li Tian take revenge all you want, and I will never pursue the matter afterwards. Lai Sanhai's expression was suddenly moved. After all, he had long ago checked Lai Tian's state. Even if he didn't die, he was crippled in this life. Even though his skills were inferior, how could he not hate and rage against Chu Xian in his heart? Without hesitation, he also went down, ready to avenge Li Tian. How dare you break my Tianji Pavilion's rules? Suddenly, another great patriarch rushed out from Tianji Pavilion to stop Li Sanhai. The two once again opened up a side of the battlefield and fought with a roar. Who knew that in the next moment, Emperor Chu Ming looked at Grand Yu State Master Yu Qingnian, Immortal Seeking Sect Master Chen Sun, Grand Zhou State Master, and a host of other powerful people. Gentlemen, whoever can help my Dechu royal family clean up their house will be greatly appreciated by my Dechu afterward. And the Celestials' laws and spiritual weapons will be available for you to pick from. Wow! For a moment, the whole room was in an uproar. Never thought that Chu Mingyue would actually buy a murderer to try to kill his own son. Aha! The law of the Celestials, the spirit weapons and whatnot. It doesn't matter at all, okay? I for one can't look at the son of a great rebel. Emperor Chu Ming, remember your words. We've come to clean up your mess. Those who can achieve the upper echelon, which is not a ruthless person. Without much hesitation, someone decisively struck out. there were 5 or 6 great masters, like 5 or 6 mountains pressing horizontally, causing the entire crowd in the heavens remark square to feel oppressed. Feng Linglong changed in shock. Bi Linger sank her eyebrows, including the Great Wind Patriarch and the Xuan Ling Sect powerhouses. All of them were shocked. On the contrary, Chu Xuan, who was being targeted, didn't change a bit, and just watched with a calm face as a group of great masters came towards him to kill him. Since these people dared to come, he didn't mind sending them to their deaths. Stop! Who knew that at the critical moment, a pale old drinking voice would ring out in advance? Boom! At the same time, a terrifying and unparalleled heavenly might descended with a roar, suppressing the incoming group of great masters in midair on the spot, including Chu Mingyue Emperor Xiao Yuru, Lai Songhai, and the others on the other side. Everyone remained in their instant posture, the entire person no longer able to move a single bit except for their pupils, which were shrinking in violent alarm. Swish! Finally, in the midst of countless shocked gazes, a figure descended. White hair, a gray robe hunting, up and down the body exudes a breath like an abyssal sea, just standing there quietly, like with the whole heaven and earth. Divine might is inexplicable. In everyone's head, 2 big words surfaced on the spot: celestials. Chapter 94. The tournament ends with the fruit of the sky. A celestial being is a supreme being that surpasses a great master, with the great power of opening mountains and breaking rivers, flying through the sky and regretting the heavens. In this side of heaven and earth, it was a legendary supreme powerhouse, and I'm afraid that there was only one celestial who could show up in the celestial pride ancient city, and that was the pavilion master of the celestial pavilion, Elder Tianji. Sure enough, the moment the white-haired old man descended, the Tianji pavilion cultivators led by Chu Quanjun, all brushed their knees and saluted. We see the pavilion master. Elder Tianji waved his hand, and the first time was already looking at Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan looked back and only smiled lightly and did not do anything polite. In response to this, the old man Tianji, who was also the old man fortune teller from before, was not displeased and instead nodded his head to Chu Xuan with a light smile, and after, he looked around, his voice flat but filled with unquestionable majesty. For the Heavens Pride Ranking Tournament, no outsiders are allowed to break the rules. Considering that you have not yet made a mistake, we will not pursue the matter today. Don't let there be a next time, or I won't blame the old man for being merciless. The top 3 awards are no longer relevant to you, so take your people and leave immediately. Speaking of the end, that suppressed group of great master powerhouses had already regained their freedom. Hiss! Thank you, senior, for being merciful. Go, 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 go. Lai Songhai, Yu Qingyin, Chen Sun and the others had long been appalled to the extreme, including Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. The 2 of them were also forced to calm down. The people hastily gave a salute, and all of them were full of panic and wanted to leave. But just then, Chu Xian's icy cold voice, however, suddenly rose. Humph! Just because the Heavenly Chi Pavilion doesn't count on you doesn't mean that I, Chu Xuan, am going to let you off the hook. If you want to leave, you can, and take a blow from me. Whoever lives, whoever leaves. Boom! Along with the cold shout, Chu Xian's figure actually stepped into the air in place. Black hair danced wildly, green robes hunted, and a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. Just like his ever-drawing figure, his breath was also surging madly. In just a moment, Chu Xuan looked like he had transformed into the second heavenly being present. That kind of aura makes everyone tremble and horrified. Even the old man Tianji, a pair of pupils, cannot stop shrinking up in shock. Boom! In the end, under the countless shocked gazes, Chu Xuan burst out. For the first time in 1,000 years, the Chi luck was in full bloom, and for a time, it was like a torrent after another, carrying a horrifyingly monstrous power, sweeping towards Chu Mingyue, Xiao Yuru, Lai Songhai, Yu Qingyin, Chen Sun, and the other great masters, respectively, like an ancient scaly dragon. Wherever it passed, the sky trembled and the earth moved, the air distorted, and a series of explosions erupted from the shocking power. Hiss! What power is this? My God, could he be a celestial powerhouse? At this moment, Lai Songhai, Yu Qingyin, Chen Sun, and a host of other great masters, all of them screamed in horror, and the thrill that had just dissipated because of Elder Tianji surfaced again at this moment, including Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, who were also terrified abnormally. But it was too late for them to be shocked, and they could only do their best to resist. Some people dodged in the air, some people cast spells, and some people sacrificed spiritual weapons. However, when the roiling torrent struck, the power of a group of great masters was like a mud hut in a flood, and was instantly swept away and collapsed. Rebel son! Suddenly, An angry sound rang out. 2 bloodlights steeply rushed to the sky and passed away. The speed was as fast as an instantaneous movement. The blink of an eye has disappeared. It was none other than Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru. After all, the latter had suffered this kind of loss before, and the first thing they did was not to resist, but to escape. Her decision proved to be right, and after the two escaped, the remaining people such as Light Songhai Yuqingyan were not so lucky. Under that monstrous greatness, all of them had their lives swallowed up, one after another. The corpses of the Grand Masters fell from the air and landed in the square, until finally the power dissipates. Other than Chu Mingyue, Xiaoyuru and the 2 of them escaping, all of the great masters who were hostile to Chu Xuan just now had all perished in this place. Looking at this bloody scene, everyone just felt unreal. That was a towering Grandmaster powerhouse, but to have his life harvested away by Chu Xuan, who was at the 6th level of true martial arts, this was too outrageous. In the end, when Chu Xuan's silhouette drifted back down from the air to the square, the entire square completely exploded, and the clamor almost overturned the sky. Quiet. In the end, it was only when Elder Tianji opened his mouth that he suppressed the clamor in this room and ordered the Tianji Pavilion cultivators to clean up the corpses. With that, he dashed to Chu Xuan's near front, and that pair of gazes that looked at Chu Xuan clearly added a few more points of curiosity once again. However, he held back for the time being and only smiled. Little friend Chu Xuan, now that the tournament has not yet ended, I wonder if the 3 of you are still competing. No more competition. I'll admit defeat to brother Chu Xuan. I admit defeat to both brother Chu Xuan and sister Linglong. At this time, Feng Linglong Bi Linger and the 2 women both opened their mouths to make a decision. Only then did Elder Tianji nod his head, and then he whirled around to make the announcement himself. Ladies and gentlemen, this Heaven's remarkable ranking tournament has come to a complete end. The 3rd runner-up Bi Linger, the 2nd runner-up Feng Linglong, and the champion, Chu Xuan. With a single word, the entire audience cheered Chu Xuan's name. After all, this champion of Chu Xuan's was well deserved, and the gold content would be the highest in the history of the Heaven's remarkable ranking and also in the future. Xuaner at that moment, Chu Mingyue once again came to Chu Xuan's side. She had been here all along, but had remained silent since the beginning because she had long been disappointed in Chu Ming Emperor Xiaoyuru. Chu Mingyue didn't say much, just took out a dagger on the spot and gouged out her own pair of eyes, and backhandedly poked and popped her 2 ears. In an instant, blood was pouring out, and the originally pretty face was instantly disfigured, but she was smiling. Hey, Xuaner, Auntie has redeemed herself again. This bloody scene was a bit creepy to those present. However, compared to the Heaven's Pride tournament, this was only an insignificant epilogue, and amidst the clamor, the crowd in the square dispersed one after another. Elder Tianji then brought the 3 of them, Chu Xuan, to the Tianji Pavilion. 3. This is the reward that belongs to you for winning the top 3 spots on the Heaven's Pride ranking. With a wave of his hand, Elder Tianji gifted each of the 3 with a nascent sacred ring. Chu Xuan received it to check, only to see that in the nascent ring, aside from a large amount of spirit stones, there were also 3 white fruits with lingering spiritual light, the fruit of heavenly chance. As expected, Elder Tianji lightly laughed and explained, there is a difference in the rewards for the top 3. 1 Tianji fruit plus a number of spirit stones for the 3rd runner-up, 2 Tianji fruits plus a number of spirit stones for the 2nd runner-up, and 3 Tianji fruits plus a number of spirit stones for the champion. Tianji fruit is our Tianji Pavilion's unique spiritual fruit. After taking it there is a certain chance of falling into an epiphany. Of course, even if you can't have an epiphany, it can still make one's mind clear. In short, there are many benefits. Chu Xuan's 3 eyes all lit up, and they immediately arched their hands in thanks for it. There's no need to be polite. This is what the 3 of you deserve. Elder Tianji waved his hand, then saw that the 3 Chu Xuan people seemed to have something to say. He then took the initiative to leave. Young man, you guys catch up first. After Elder Tianji left, the 3 of Chu Xuan came together to have a good catch up. After all, in the Heaven's Pride Plaza, due to the fear of exposing Chu Xuan's identity ahead of time, the 2 women had barely spoken much between them and Chu Xuan. In the end, the conversation lasted most of the day, until we were satisfied. Feng Linglong and Bi Linger, only then did they reluctantly bid farewell to Chu Xuan. After all, both of them needed to govern the Great Wind Dynasty, and one needed to hold up the Xuan Ling Sect, so it was naturally impossible to stay by Chu Xuan's side all the time. Before leaving, Bi Linger did not poke through that layer of window paper after all, and with Feng Linglong present, Chu Xuan was naturally unwilling to say anything more. Just after sending the 2 women away, Chu Xuan took the initiative to seek out Elder Tianji, Pavilion Master. I wonder if there is a clean place in the pavilion. I wish to swallow the heavenly chance fruit to cultivate. Chapter 95 Elder Tianji. Heaven and earth will change. Soon. Elder Tianji arranged a cultivation room for Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan sat cross-legged in the room and took out all 3 heavenly chance fruits. He had observed that the Tianji fruit grade was not inferior to the Xuan Ling flower in the slightest. If he could melt all 3 of these heavenly chance fruits, he would definitely be able to make the Hongmeng sacred body undergo a major qualitative change, and resist the level of a patriarch. Boom! After that, Chu Xuan operated the Hongmeng creation scripture and began to melt the heavenly chi fruit. Half a day later, he had successfully melted the first heavenly chance fruit, and although the Hongmeng sacred body had yet to undergo a full qualitative change, a new creation had already been derived, a celestial epiphany. As the name implied, as long as he cast this new creation, he could 100% fall into a realm of unattainable epiphany. This was much better than what Elder Tianji had said about having a certain chance, and this is only melting 1 Tianji fruit for the time being. There are still 2 more to go. Sure enough, after another half a day, Chu Xuan once again melted the remaining 2 heavenly chance fruits, not only allowing the strength of the Hongmeng sacred body to withstand the sovereign realm, even more so, there were 2 more celestial epiphanies, a full 300% chance to fall into the realm of epiphany, which was definitely a great creation unimaginable to others. Since there was no need for an epiphany for the time being, Chu Xuan did not waste the opportunity. Straight up and out of the gate. Little friend, how is it? Have the 3 heavenly chance fruits ever fallen into an epiphany? Elder Tianji asked, stroking his beard. For his part, Chu Xuan smiled and nodded, and the other party did not doubt it. After all, he could tell that although Chu Xuan's cultivation level had not increased much, the strength of his fleshly body had increased by a large margin, and after that, Old Man Tianji wanted to speak several times, and Chu Xuan guffawed. I'm a person who doesn't usually owe favors. Since the pavilion master is giving away 2 more Tianji fruits, I'll give you the chance to ask 2 questions. Upon hearing this, Old Man Tianji's expression was stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that nothing can be hidden from little friend. It turns out that in the past, the top 3 of the Heaven's Pride rankings were rewarded with the Heaven's Opportunity fruit, and both the 3rd and 2nd place winners only had 1, even if the champion only had 2. Instead, he gave Chu Xuan and Feng Linglong an extra 1 each this time, in order to make a good karma with Chu Xuan and send a favor. Now, since Chu Xuan had pointed it out, he no longer squirmed. After deliberating for a moment, he immediately asked, Little friend Chu Xuan, whether it's your speech and demeanor or your means and depth, it's by no means something a person from the first heavens can possess, but is it someone from the high heavens? Yes, and no. Chu Xuan shook his head and gave an ambiguous reply. Elder Tianji cried and laughed. So answering was the same as not answering. It can only end the issue. Young inquired about another question that had long been bottled up in his heart for a long time. Little friend, before the opening of the heavens' remarkable ranking you had broken a line of gossip for the old man. The 9 heavens are shifted, the Qiankuan is turned upside down, the spiritual sources are clustered, and the great Tao is plagued with misfortune and good fortune. I have been pondering for so many days, but I have never been able to understand. Today, I would also like to ask my little friend to straighten out the confusion in my heart for me. Elder Tianji understood. Those 16 short words definitely mattered to him, but no matter how he measured and dismantled it, he was never able to get a true solution. It certainly made him a fortune teller and fortune teller scratch his head with 100 paws. I knew you were going to ask this. Chu Xuan smiled and took the lead in reminding. These 16 words of the trigrams. I can solve them for you, but you have to understand that this solution is equivalent to revealing heavenly chances, and what changes will occur. Even I can no longer control them, so you have to think about it clearly. I'm clear. Elder Tianji nodded his head. In the past, this kind of words were all said by him to others. He really didn't expect that one day he would also hear it. That's good. Listen up. If Elder Tianji was willing to listen, there was naturally nothing Chu Xuan could not say. After all, even if he did not say anything, what should happen in the future would still happen. He asked the old man Tianji to attach his ear over and whispered the hidden secret. Outsiders naturally did not know what Chu Xuan had said, but they could see it. Elder Tianji's pupils gradually widened as his eyes grew more and more shocked, until finally, the whole person stayed in place like a stone sculpture. Ryoko. He came back to his senses then. Heaven is above. If what little friend said is true, doesn't it mean that in the future this heavy sky will hiss? Elder Tianji said, but it evolved into a sound of sucking in cold air, because that kind of opportunity, he didn't dare to think about. At the same time, that kind of woe was more than he dared to think about. Cthulhu. Oh Earth. Why should the little old man know such things? Elder Tianji somewhat regretted asking Chu Xuan for the true solution to the trigrams. Where the hell is the real solution? This is simply a poisonous spell. How could he a tiny celestial being who set up a stall to tell fortunes in the world of red dust, take on such a great karma like the collapse of the heavens and the earth? Sorry for being late. Chu Xuan could not help but guffaw. Sometimes that's how people are, scratching their heads 100 times when they don't know, but once they do know, their ears hate to poke out. Ha! Not really. Even if little friend has more means, it's impossible to pry into such hidden secrets. Little friend must be playing a trick for old me. Suddenly, suspicion rose in Elder Tianji. Chu Xuan was not displeased. After all, it was only human to be skeptical. He shrugged. Whether it's true or not, the pavilion master can test himself afterwards. There, with 2 questions out of the way, it's time for me to leave. After saying that, Chu Xuan was about to take a step to leave. Elder Tianji, however, asked, "Little friend, where are you planning to go?" "Traveling through the 4 borders and 100 countries, with the sword pointing at barbaric demons." After leaving behind a sentence, Chu Xuan's figure left the heavenly hall. While Chu Xuan left, Elder Tianji hesitated in place. Finally, his eyes sank as if he had made some kind of decision. Immediately, his figure flickered, and in the next moment, he arrived at a height of 10,000 miles. With the pinching and pinching of the incantation, the eyes were closed and opened, and when they looked at the heaven and earth again, it was no longer the same as what they had just seen. Those heaven and earth auras that could not be seen or touched in the eyes of living beings were manifested in his eyes as if they had become flowing streams of water, with more water flowing in some places and less in others. Finally, he carefully surveyed the situation and really saw a strange scene on one side. If heaven and earth aura was like flowing water, it was as if a spring had appeared there, and a large amount of aura water flowed and gushed there. Spiritual source? It's really a spiritual source that is not encountered for ages. Tianji old man's voice was trembling, and what shocked him even more, the source of aura like this had already diffused quite a lot, although it had not yet reached the time of the gush, but there were already the beginnings of it. The 9 heavens have shifted, and the spirit source is clustered. It seems that what Chu Xuan said is true. This heaven and earth, it's going to usher in the only great change in all of history. Heavy for a moment, a blazing eye light surged steeply from the old man Tianji's eyes. Mud, as the saying goes, it is better to have a king and a marquis than to have seeds. Such a great opportunity fell on my head. There's no reason to let it go to someone else. Most importantly, now that I know about this kind of change in advance, I can completely start scheming before others do. Even if some assholes come to rob it afterward, then we'll have to see if Lao Fu agrees. At the end of his thought, Elder Tianji made a complete decision and proceeded to start plotting. At the same time, he also understood how much of a heavenly fate Chu Xuan had given him. This heavenly favor, he would naturally have to return it later. Chapter 96. The world was defeated and the great Chu collapsed. Above the vault of heaven, 2 figures were helping each other to fly. Both of them were still spitting blood while flying. Their appearance was as wretched as it could be. It was none other than Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. Although the 2 relied on their means to dodge Chu Xuan's extermination in time, they were still swept by the aftermath and suffered considerable injuries. Rebel son! This damned rebellious son! Sooner or later I will have to clean up my house. Chu Mingyue had long since fallen into a rage, and the corners of his mouth were constantly spilling blood outward. Xiao Yuru's injuries were much better, but her face was also pale and bloodless. She was also annoyed with Chu Xuan, but she knew that now was not the time to be annoyed. Reminder, Your Majesty, stop scolding, or save your strength and hurry back to the court. I don't know if the 2 Fengri have been reborn within the imperial tomb. Once reminded, Emperor Chu Ming then had a dazed look on his face. Ah, yes. Fengri is still tied to the dragon vein. Quickly go back. Eventually, after several more days of flying, the 2 finally made it back to the imperial city of Great Chu. Without bothering to heal their wounds, the 2 of them once again entered the Great Chu imperial tomb. Once they reached the depths of the imperial tomb, their eyes lit up in unison, only to see that in the huge dragon vein, next to the nirvana cocoon formed by the 3 Chu Jianchu warriors and Chu Wu, 2 nirvana cocoons once again condensed, emanating none other than the aura of Chu Feng and Chu Yun. The dragon vein is truly heaven-defying. It really made Fenger and Yuner be reborn in their cocoons. Scared me to death. I thought I was really going to lose Windy Cloudy completely. Your Majesty, it's still you who had the foresight of the mountains to lay down a backhand in advance, only to see Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both exhaling heavily, with a look of fear. After all, that sight of Chu Feng and Chu Yun both crumbling apart was too bloody and cruel. Good thing, there is still the life insurance of the dragon vein. Ugh. Spinning the next moment, the 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, rose again with intense sorrow, because although the lives of both Chu Feng and Chu Yun were saved, but what they did was kind of a complete and utter defeat. It must be known that before, above that heaven's pride square, It was a convergence of many forces and figures from the major dynasties of the Central Plains. They could already imagine when the Heavens Pride ranking ended. How will the people of this world talk about and even abuse them? Sure enough, Petra. As the crowds of the Heavens Remarkable ancient city dispersed, things about the Heavens Remarkable ranking began to spread like a hurricane in the Central Plains. 10 spread 100. 100 spread 1,000. 1,000 spread 1,000,000. Not a few days' time, the Central Plains has no one does not know about the matter of Tenjiao list. The most hotly debated among them was naturally Chu Xuan, incarnation of Wu enemy, instant defeat Ri Tian, kill Chu Feng and Chu Yun, kill 7 Grand Masters. These various deeds, like a big cannonball, blew up everyone shocked and confused, as if they were listening to some mythological legend. And apart from Chu Xuan, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were also high on the heat scale. However, unlike Chu Xuan's marveling appreciation compliments and the like, accompanying the two Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru was a monstrous tirade of abuse and contempt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These are definitely too big. What an anticlimactic hand that was actually beaten by the two of them. 8 Jedi gifted people you also scourge. Simply inhumane. How can there be such trashy parents in this world? It's a long time to live. Chu Emperor, Chu Emperor. Chu will surely die. Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao. The abusive son is not enough. Lifting the world to defeat is nothing more than that. The Chu Emperor and Empress two such virtues, naturally, also to the Chu dynasty has brought the bad influences difficult to restrain. Now whenever the people of Chu are mentioned, everyone in the world shakes their head straight. Doing business, breaking off cooperation, expulsion from the hospital if you are studying abroad, wilderness explorers, tragically hunted down. The people of Chu were treated in such a way that naturally they were all seething with resentment. And naturally all this resentment was transferred to the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. And so, there are 10,000 people writing in blood, petitioning for the abdication of both Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. As a result, within a few days, all the 10,000 people who left their names on the Book of Blood, all were copied and exterminated by the brocade guards. And I don't know how many people were implicated. And even some of the ministers of civil and military affairs were imprisoned as a result. I had thought that once this tragic disaster was over, the Great Chu would return to its former calm. Who knows not? But instead, 10,000 people's bloodletter incident, like a completely ignited the public grievances of the Great Chu fuse. Report, Your Majesty Empress. There is a pair of unruly people named Qinguang Wusheng in Hezi County, playing on the rhetoric that kings and lords would rather have seeds, and now they have gathered more than 100,000 unruly people and are in direct rebellion. Report, Your Majesty Empress. There is a typing Taoist in Jiangnan, demonizing the people, saying that the year is in the first year of the year, and the world is in good luck. Now in the 3 counties of Jiangnan, rebels are rising, and the people are not happy. Report, Your Majesty, Empress, Dali has sent troops to occupy the southwestern border of our dynasty. In addition, De Yu, De Qian, De Zhou and other dynasties are sending troops towards our Chu. Now the borders of the 4 directions are all in danger. Report, Your Majesty's Empress, the Tianwu sect, Lingyun sect, Danyan sect, and a host of other sects have come to question why the spiritual qi in their territory is dropping again and again, threatening to move out of Great Chu if it drops again. Messy mess. Within a short period of time, the entire territory of Chu was filled with smoke and wolves. There were rebellions by unruly people from all over the country, a host of dynasties invading from the outside, and even a host of sectarian forces were pressuring the Chu royal family. All kinds of zhangzhua as if snowflakes have been presented to the court above. This makes the mood gloomy. Chu Huangshao Queen, Chefa thunderous anger. I don't know how many things were smashed, how many tables and chairs were overturned, and finally even called the second prince Chu Wen and criticized him severely. This made Chu Wen, the second prince who was originally still gloating over the fact that he had gained the right to supervise the country, suffocate to the point of almost exploding. Finally somewhat understood. At first Big Brother Chu Xian's mood. After all, he had only been supervising the country for a few days, so he could be blamed for this. Simply convinced. Finally, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, called the 3 of them, Chu Wen, Chu Barbarian, and Chu Dust. These were the only 3 left out of the original 8 absolute emperors. Looking at the only 3 people left, the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao solemnly commanded, Chu Wen, I'll leave the civil unrest in Chu to you. Chu Barbarian, I'll leave the external troubles of Great Chu to you. Chu Chuan, the Great Chu clan is yours. We don't care what you use. These things must be put to rest. If any of you is the first to do so, I will immediately make whoever I can the crown prince of Great Chu. However, for the instructions of both Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru, the 3 emperors had nothing to rejoice about. After all, the current situation was too bad. Father and mother, we've got all the problems, so what are you doing? At that moment, Chuan subconsciously asked, but then he immediately felt that there was some disrespect. Who knows? Chu Mingyue Xiaoyuru and the two of them did not get angry. The two eyes were cold and morose. We're going to do just one thing next, wholeheartedly, and that is, kill your big brother. Chapter 97 Traveling the 100 Kingdoms. Sword pointing at the barbarians. For a time, the Chu dynasty became a vortex of chaos in the Central Plains, but at that time, Chu Xuan, the one who started it all, left the Central Plains. Compared to those vast, large worlds that can easily be millions of miles and billions of miles, being the lowest level of the 9 heavens, the area of the first heaven was actually not very large. The Central Plains is only about 10,000 miles in circumference, and outside the Central Plains, there are 4 borders: the south border, the north border, the east border and the west border. The 4 frontiers are much larger than the Central Plains and situate hundreds of countries, commonly known as the 4 borders and 100 kingdoms. Since the land of the 4 borders was not as fertile as the Central Plains and the aura was not as rich as the Central Plains, the overall strength of the 100 kingdoms was weaker than that of the Central Plains dynasty. And beyond the 4 borders and the 100 kingdoms lies the barbaric and bitter land. The so-called barbaric and bitter land refers to the barbaric wasteland where human beings have never set foot, where there is no human population and is known as the forbidden area of life, except for Chu Xuan, of course, and celestials like Old Man Tianji. Not many people knew that although there were few traces of humans in the savage bitter land, it was a habitat belonging to the demonic and foreign races. In his previous life, after the great change of heaven and earth, these demonic alien species gained great development in a short period of time, and finally they rushed out from the barbaric and bitter land to start bloody chaos in the world under the leadership of a demonic monarch. 4 borders and 100 countries, the 9 dynasties of the Middle Kingdom. At that time all will fall into the paradise of the demons, blood accompanied by fear. I do not know how many people become the blood food in the mouth of the demons. In the end, it was Bi Linger and some other extremely gifted human prides that quickly rose to prominence, which resisted the demonic chaos, and in his previous life, he knew that there were quite a few heavy treasures among the demonic and alien races. For example, the demon clan's 10,000 demon blade, the demon clan's heavenly demon gun, the ghost clan's ghost king bell, and so on. These treasures alone were not extreme spirits, but they were not ordinary spirits either, adding up to be enough to make the Hongmeng sacred body metamorphose again. But there was one more thing he needed to do before heading to the barbarians. That is to seize the chi of 100 nations. He had previously killed a group of great master powerhouses other than the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao with a single strike on the Heavens Remarks Plaza. And although he had looked mighty, in reality, this one strike had dissipated quite a bit of his chi. He needed to replenish back, and the 4 borders and 100 kingdoms was the place to go. After all, the 100 kingdoms were not dynasties, and did not condense the dragon veins and set their fortunes. As long as he performed a special technique, he could incorporate the chi of 100 countries into the chi creation and use it for himself right in the middle of his travels. Swish, only to see his first stop. He came to a country called Sanyuan. The customs of this country have been very different from the Middle Kingdom. While Chu Xuan was walking in the Sanyuan kingdom on the wind, he executed a special method to continuously absorb the power of the Sanyuan kingdom's chi. In response, Chu Xuan did not create any mental burden. For one thing, this kind of undefined chakra doesn't do much for the country. Secondly, when the heaven and earth changed greatly and the demons and devils were in blood chaos, the 100 kingdoms were destined to be the first to break up, and then the chi destined to die out. So it would be better to use it for him. The Sanyuan kingdom was not small, and could be 1/10 the size of Great Chu. Under the royal wind, Chu Xuan traveled around in a matter of days. A country's fortune naturally cannot be compared to a 1,000-year-old dynasty like the Chu. However, Chu Xuan was in no hurry and continued on to his next stop, the Fuyang Kingdom. A few days later, the scattered chi luck of the Fuyang Kingdom was also gathered by him, and after that, Chu Xuan began to continuously travel through the 4 borders and 100 kingdoms. Wanxiang Country, Spirit Market Country, Zhangyang Country, Dancing Immortal Country, Golden Jade Country, Nightfall Country, Arbitrary Mist Country, Moon Range Country, Lone Goose Country. The chi of one country after another was gathered into his body and filled with chi creation. Of course, during its period, Chu Xuan did not delay his own cultivation, absorbing spirit stones for cultivation while gathering chi into his body. Double header, time rushes by, time flies like an arrow, and half a year has passed in a flash. 6 months later, Chu Xuan had already succeeded in gathering all of the scattered chi fortunes of the 4 borders and 100 kingdoms. Not only will the deficit of chi be refilled, but it will even be taken to the next level. After all, Even if the chi of 100 countries was no longer good, the sum of hundreds of countries combined was enough to surpass 1,000 years of dynasties. Chu Xuan estimated that with a full exertion, he would probably be able to strongly kill the celestial realm. Of course, it needed to be an ordinary celestial being. A celestial lord like Elder Tianji would not be able to gather the chi of 100 countries even if he did so again. On top of that, Chu Xian's cultivation realm had also made significant progress. As early as 2 months ago, he had already reached the peak of true martial arts before he once again began extreme compression and condensation. Obviously he wouldn't break through the sovereign realm until it was overwhelming. As for half-step masters? Joke. As a once invincible immortal, if the breakthrough realm breaks halfway through, and falls into a half-step saying, won't it make people laugh their asses off? With his final objective having been achieved, Chu Xuan did not linger within the 100 kingdoms and immediately rushed towards the savage bitterlands beyond the 4 frontiers. However, not waiting for him to walk out of the heavenly meteor kingdom where he was stopped by a group of people. Only to see this group of people, all with bloody faces, bloody robes, and bloody swords. All of them were at least at the level of a grandmaster, and the leaders were even 2 grandmasters. Prince of Chu, Great Wind Emperor, Chu Xuan, right? A slightly hoarse voice came out from underneath the bloody face of the leading archmage. Chu Xuan nodded indifferently and thought for a moment before speaking. You are the #1 assassin organization in the world. The Blood Cloud Tower? A mere true martial realm actually knows about our Blood Cloud Tower. The head Grand Patriarch gave a surprised cry, while the other one said in a cold voice, since we know our Blood Cloud Tower, then we know our rules. Blood Cloud comes to the head fall. Even if it's a celestial, there's no exception. Who hired you guys? Chu Xuan asked curiously. After all, in the battle at the Heavens Pride Square, he had offended a bit too many people to death. Who in this world wants you dead more? Naturally, is who sent us here, the head archon said coldly. Chu Xuan was stunned, then shook his head and smiled. I see. Those 2 don't dare to come and kill me personally, so they hired you guys to die. Sent to death? Arrogant. We know that you have the means to exterminate great masters, but you can try and see if it's still useful in front of us. The 2 grand masters were calm and relaxed, obviously coming prepared. Oh, then try it. Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows and without any nonsense, he directly displayed the power of Qi again. Boom! As the majestic power of Qi swept over them, the Blood Cloud Tower Grand Masters immediately both bellowed and jointly offered up a blade Qi. That blade gas, crimson as blood, on which raged a terrifying blade intent. Vaguely there was also a blood-robed big man figure coalescing on it. That kind of saber might regretted the heavens and moved the earth. It was clearly a celestial saber Qi. Celestial blade Qi? So this is your bottom line. Chu Xuan was dumbfounded, but after the whirlwind, he violently shook his body. The power of Qi was raging in full force. Only a click was heard, and that celestial blade Qi broke on the spot, from which an unbelievable roar of shock was faintly heard. But with that, the saber Qi collapsed in full, and the 2 grand masters of that Blood Cloud Tower, as well as a group of grand master slayers, were instantly enveloped in destruction. This. Everyone panicked. It was completely unexpected that even the celestial sword Qi could not deal with Chu Xuan. They naturally did not have the power to resist, and it was evident that the Qi was like a sword, slashing through the necks of all of them on the spot, and their heads were thrown away in unison. Eventually the grunt landed. Blood clouds come and heads fall. That's a true saying. Chu Xuan shook his head and smiled. Picking up the nascent sacred rings left behind by all of them, he left the heavenly meteor kingdom. In the meantime, a certain hidden blood building, a blood-robed figure sitting on a high platform steeply stifled a grunt. Anger surged. Asterisk. That guy's undercard is far stronger than what our Blood Cloud Tower estimated. We've been punked by both Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru. Chapter 98 The 7 Great Clans of the Demon Race. Demon Monarch. The barbaric wasteland beyond the 4 borders had been known as a bitterly cold land since ancient times, because the environment here is so harsh, with thousands of miles of bare ground in some places, yellow sand in others, and 10,000 layers of frozen soil in others. Aside from those demonic foreigners, the human race seldom set foot here, and if they did, they were at most bitter cultivators of body refining. Fruity. Having just entered the savage wasteland, Chu Xuan could still see a handful of silhouettes, not the body refiners whose muscles were as gnarled as dragons and whose bodies were full of force, or the ascetics wearing Buddha beads on their heads and bare feet. And then there were the beast cultivators who had mastered the beast cultivator method. However, as he went 1,000 miles deeper, he couldn't see any more figures. But Chu Xuan didn't make any stops and continued to go deeper alone. On the road, or the desert bleak, or the sunset dim, or the wind, frost and cold snow. However, these bitter colds were nothing to Chu Xuan. Finally, He went 10,000 miles deep into the barbaric wilderness and officially stepped into the land of the demonic and foreign races. In his previous life, many people referred to this realm as the Demon Kingdom. And in this Demon Kingdom, there were 7 major races, namely the Demon Race, the Demon Race, the Ghost Race, the Bone Race, the Blood Race, the Spirit Race, and the Fey Race. The target of Chu Xuan's visit was the 7 racial treasures, the Demon Race 10,000 Demon Blade, the Demon Race Heavenly Demon Gun, and the Ghost Race Ghost King Bell. It was just that the 7 tribes had flourished in this demonic land for thousands of years, not much less than the underlying strength of the 9 great dynasties of the Central Plains. Later, after the great change in heaven and earth, there were many spiritual sources that manifested in this place. It even led to the entire Demon Kingdom's strength skyrocketing in a very short period of time, which led to the Demon Blood Rebellion that later shocked the people of the world. So, if he wanted to obtain the 7 clans' supreme treasures, Chu Xuan was afraid that he would have to put in a lot of effort. As Chu Xuan took stock of the situation, he suddenly thought of a key figure, which was co-respected by all the demons, the Demon Monarch. In his previous life, it was also this Demon Monarch who initiated the Demon Blood Rebellion. It was evident that this Demon Monarch was definitely the king of all demons. As the saying goes, capturing the thief first captures the king. As long as he could take down this Demon Monarch, Chu Xuan would naturally be able to easily obtain what he wanted. After sorting it out, Chu Xuan decided to act. However, he knew that with his human appearance, let alone going to the Demon Monarch, once he stepped into the Demon Kingdom, he was afraid that he would cause the demons to surround him. After all, there was a natural racial hatred between humans and demons. So, he took out the Tianji order. That's right, since the Tianji order can change the form of appearance. Naturally, it is not only restricted to the appearance of the human race, but can also be changed into the form of a demon. Buzz. One could only see Chu Xuan begin to manipulate the heavenly orders to change into demonic images. After an instant, the handsome and dashing Chu Xuan had already disappeared, and in its place was a demon Chu Xuan with a bloody mouth, covered in scale armor, and with bone spikes on his arms. Nice one. With an image like that, a child would have to stop crying late at night to see it. Chu Xuan shook his head and laughed. Then he swung around and stepped into the Demon Kingdom. Upon entering the Demon Kingdom, what came to the surface was a rushing demonic aura. The black fog gathered high in the sky, vaguely covering the sun and moon. Newbie. Suddenly, a sharp, ferocious cry rang out. A behemoth suddenly swooped down towards him, from high in the sky. That was a peak true martial black vulture demon, which was considered weird and vicious even amongst the demon clans, and was clearly treating Chu Xuan as prey. Get off! Without waiting for the black buzzard demon to approach, Chu Xuan suddenly flung out a bone spur. Pust! The bone spikes were like lightning, piercing through the black buzzard demon's demonic body on the spot. Accompanied by a miserable cry, the huge black vulture demon smashed down with a loud bang. Mercy! I have eyes to recognize MT. Tai. But please spare my life, my lord. The black vulture demon spoke in a mouthful of demonic words, but it was not difficult for Chu Xuan to understand. Lung Bingbing said, I asked you to answer. Do you know where the Demon Monarch is? Demon Monarch? What Demon Monarch? Do you want to ask the Demon Clan chief, my lord? Or the Demon Clan? Long? The black vulture demon was clearly confused and inquired in a very puzzled manner. What the hell? You actually don't know about the Demon Monarch? Chu Xuan frowned. In his last life, he remembered clearly that the Demon Monarch was definitely the leader of all the demons and devils, and he had even once seen a side of his back from afar when the demons attacked the Great Wind Imperial City. However, the vulture demon in front of him actually looked as if he didn't know what a demonic monarch looked like. A demon monarch is the king of your demon race, ghost race, and all other demonic and foreign races. Chu Xuan emphatically prompted once more. Who knows? The black buzzard demon was even more confused. Master, are you making fun of the kid? The 7 clans of demons and devils have each been kings in this barren land for thousands of years. Every day either the demon race fights the demon race fights the demon race, or the 7 races are mixed together. How can the 7 clans share a king? This is never possible. Swish! Seeing that the black vulture demon didn't look like it was lying, it was Chu Xuan's turn to be confused. Returning from rebirth, this was the first time a situation had occurred that he hadn't expected, but that was normal. He couldn't know everything. There must be a hidden agenda that he didn't know about in his previous life. You really don't know? I really don't know. Moncler, then what are you doing alive? In the end, Chu Xuan directly killed the black vulture demon with a few words, and after, he continued to move forward in the Demon Kingdom, inquiring about the whereabouts of the Demon Monarch. But no matter what demons and devils he encountered, what leopard demons, stone devils, ghouls, etc., He did not know about the demon monarch character. At first, he thought that it was because the strength status of these demons and devils was too low to understand, so he had specially kidnapped a demon sect. For the demon clan, a true marshal is known as a true demon. A patriarch is known as a demon sect. A great patriarch is a great demon sect. And a celestial is known as a celestial demon. The same applies to other races. Yet even a demon sect was not aware of the demon monarch. This completely left Chu Xuan scratching his head. Until he came to a demonic city. They say it's a city, but it's actually a gathering place formed by hollowing out a mountain. It is understood that although the 7 major clans of demons and devils often fight and kill each other, but when they enter the city, the 7 clans agree not to fight anymore. So the city is in the middle of the city. All of the 7 tribes are filled with all sorts of demons and devils. Chu Xuan had thought that if he couldn't inquire about the demon sovereign again in this city, then he wouldn't look for it, and a hard robbery wasn't out of the question. Results: don't wait to inquire. I heard a demon shouting from the city. Go and see. A young demon has appeared on Demon Ancestor Mountain. He has already killed and defeated hundreds of 7 clans heavenly pride one after another, and has threatened to be the sole monarch of all demons and devils. Once these words came out, not only the demons and devils in the city clamored. The originally depressed Chu Xuan also had his spirits lifted. The sole monarch of all demons? It wasn't exactly the demon monarch. Chapter 99 Demon Ancestor Mountain. Jun Lin Tian. The moment Chu Xuan finally realized why he could not find the demon sovereign, because at this time, the demon monarch had not yet unified all the demons. Swish! Without hesitation, Chu Xuan immediately followed some of the good deeds demons and headed together to what everyone was talking about, the Demon Ancestor Mountain. Soon, he then came to the Demon Ancestor Mountain. On the way, he had already learned from the mouths of some demons that this Demon Ancestor Mountain was a holy mountain of the demon kingdom. Rumor has it that back then, all demons and devils had a common demon ancestor. This demon ancestor was still from the high heavens, having been knocked down to the first heavens, and the place where he fell in the first place was this Demon Ancestor Mountain. Since then, this mountain has been the holy mountain in the hearts of all demons and monsters. Only to see this Demon Ancestor Mountain. It wasn't high, only 100 or 10 feet. Compared to the surrounding 1,000 feet of mountains, it was like a small dirt bag. At this point, Demon Ancestor Mountain. Regardless of the mountains and hills, a large number of demons and devils converged, and even in the air, there were many demons and devils of the Zhongshe realm hanging in the air. Hilarious. Incredibly hilarious. Chu Xuan's first feeling. This scene was not much worse than the previous Central Plains Heaven's remarkable ranking tournament in the slightest, only that the gatherers had changed from the human race to demons and devils. Boom boom. Just listening to the top of the Demon Ancestor Mountain, there was a burst of roaring sounds coming from it. Obviously there were people fighting at the top of the mountain, and it was loud and powerful. Although the top of the mountain had long been overcrowded, Chu Xuan still relied on the power of the royal wind and squeezed his way to the top of the mountain with a hard row of demons. Visible above the top of the hill was a wide and huge stone platform. It wasn't regular, like it had been chiseled out with a giant axe. All around the stone platform is obviously distinctive 7 parties, or demonic aura in the sky, or demonic aura, or ghostly aura, etc. It is clearly the demonic ghost's bone blood spirit is the 7 major clans. Not to mention Zhongshe, there were quite a few demons in the Grand Zhongshe realm. At that time, on top of the stone platform, there were 2 demons fighting fiercely. One of them was undoubtedly human at first glance, with a head of blonde hair, handsome looks, and a cold arrogance in his eyes. But if you look closely, under the blonde hair, there are 2 golden horns. In addition, the exposed skin is also diffuse a kind of purple and gold lines, vaguely also has a metallic luster. This demon's aura wasn't particularly strong, only at the first level of the Zhongshe realm, while his opponent, the demon, had reached the 3rd level of the Zhongshe realm. However, the shocking thing was that the blonde demon was calm and relaxed, and between his strikes, he had completely suppressed the opposite demon. Get out! Suddenly, the blonde demon suddenly let out a domineering drinking roar. Under one punch, it broke thousands of demonic chi, and on the spot, the opposite demon sect spat out blood and flew backwards, rolling down the stone platform in a sorry state. And with that, the blonde demon stood upright on the stone platform, his arrogant gaze sweeping all directions, and flew. Wow! The Demon Ancestor Mountain and below were all in an uproar. It was only because the demon sect that had just lost was the recognized #1 heavenly pride of the younger generation among the 7 great clans of demons, devils, and monsters, but the result was completely undefeated by the blonde-haired demon, which was truly too shocking. Oh my god, even Demon Knight was defeated. The younger generation, Who else can be a match for this blonde demon? This demon that appeared out of nowhere. How could he have such a powerful talent? Just as the whole place was in a flurry of demonic talk, the blonde-haired demon was arrogant and introduced himself. My name is Xuan Ling. I wish to be the demon monarch and take you to the world. Madness. It's crazy. However, no one from the younger generation of demons and devils dared to speak out against it. After all, the facts proved that the other party was indeed strong enough to make people despair. Chu Xuan naturally saw Xuan Ling. Inwardly, he was already certain that the other party was the demon monarch from his previous life, but he frowned a little. It was because although this Xuan Ling was very strong, at best he could only reign supreme among his peers. How could he subdue the entire 7 great clans of demons, devils and monsters? Who among the 7 clans of demonic powerhouses would be willing to submit to a young demon? Sure enough, the next moment, only to see a figure from each of the 7 races of demons, devils, and monsters step out. There are huge demons with bloody mouths that look like small mountains, mountain devils with sturdy bodies and fierce armor, stiff ghosts with steaming flames and raging aura, and ugly and unnameable foreigners. There were a total of 7 figures, without exception. All up and down their bodies exuded an aura belonging to a great master, and through the demonic words rising around them, these 7 people were precisely the patriarchs of the 7 great clans of demons and devils. Aha! A milquetoast hairy little demon who also presumes to be a demon monarch? Jia. You little demon, looks like you haven't been severely beaten by a big demon. Your talent isn't weak, but you're a piece of trash as usual until you grow up. Are you worthy of making us submit to you? The patriarchs of the 7 clans spoke up. Everyone exuded a cold smile as well as contempt towards Xuan Ling. After all, trying to subjugate the 7 clans of demons and monsters with just talent? This is undoubtedly delusional. I told you so. The entire barbarian wasteland, all those who defy it, can come up and fight, including you clan leaders. If you don't submit, come and fight. Ordinary demons would have already trembled in fear under the regal demonic might of the 7 patriarchs. But Xuan Ling still looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye. Looking at the meaning, it was obvious that even the chief of the 7 clans of demons and devils couldn't see it. Arrogant little demon. Then suffer death. The human race still talks about martial virtues, but the demons and devils apparently don't. All of the 7 demon clan patriarchs struck out in unison towards Xuan Ling. Boom boom. For a while, with the roaring sound, the stone platform looked like it was erupting 7 volcanoes, with raging demonic aura, devilish aura, ghostly aura, and so on, all sorts of majestic energies, interweaving one surging and terrifying killing energy after another, all blasted straight towards Xuan Ling. This caused the entire demon ancestor mountain's demons and devils to let out a shriek. After all, when 7 great masters join hands, that kind of power shook the heavens and moved the earth, not to mention a junior level master. Even a great master in the same realm would not be able to carry it, and would be instantly blasted to dregs. However, Xuan Ling did not panic at all and instead sneered coldly. It wasn't until the 7 strands of killing energy were about to come to him that he steeply bellowed. A vast power instantly added to his body, and immediately, he threw out 7 punches in a row, punching violently, and blasted the incoming 7 strands of killing energy on the spot. And after, he backhanded and pressed, and 7 strands of vast power pushed back towards the 7 clans patriarchs. What? What power is this? The patriarchs of the 7 clans were horrified and shocked, and at the first moment, they all blocked with all their might. But it was simply useless. The power that Xuan Ling had unleashed was far too powerful, far beyond the realm of a grand master. In the end, with a roar, all 7 clan heads were sent flying. It was fortunate that Xuan Ling had withdrawn his hand in time, which prevented him from killing the 7 tribes patriarch. But even so, the patriarch of the 7 clans threw himself off the stone platform and suffered a heavy blow. Xuan Ling stood in place from the beginning to the end, his figure not moving a single step. Once again, he looked around the 8 directions, like a supreme demon king making a sound. I, Xuan Ling, will be the demon monarch and unify the 7 demonic clans. Who's for it? Who's against it? Chapter 100. Chu Xuan came on and became a grandchild. At this moment, the entire demon ancestor mountain's demons and devils all fell into regret, with all kinds of hissing, roaring, and howling. After all, the demon 7 clan chiefs were the most powerful people in the demon kingdom. As a result of joining forces, they were unable to defeat this young demon who claimed to be Xuan Ling, which simply overturned the worldview of all demons. Well, Chu Xuan's eyes then lit up. Finally, he understood why Xuan Ling was able to unify the demons and become the demon monarch. So it turned out that he was in control of a non-trivial external force. This external force was not much worse than the great Chu's chi luck that he had previously held. Hiss! Who the hell are you? What kind of power was that just now? How are you able to master that kind of power? The patriarchs of the 7 demonic clans spoke one after another, the shock and fear in their eyes simply unable to be concealed. Jun Lin Tian did not explain for him, but only said with a cold gaze, "You are in no position to ask questions. You need only answer. I'm going to be the demon monarch. Are you guys for it or against it?" All 7 patriarchs were silent. Objection? How to object? With such a powerful force, whoever opposes it is afraid that his life will be lost. Moreover, unlike the human race, demons have always worshipped the strong. Thus, the 7 clan chiefs of the demons and devils bowed their heads in unison towards Jun Lin Tian. "I, the demon clan, am in favor. I, the demons, am in favor. I, the ghost clan, agree. I, the blood clan, would like to follow my lord." Watching the 7 clan heads all bowing down to Jun Lin Tian, the demons and devils on Demon Ancestor Mountain were even kneeling in unison towards Jun Lin Tian. Scene. All of the demons and devils in the mountains were kneeling down, yet there was still one that was still standing, which made its figure extremely conspicuous, and it was none other than Chu Xuan. And the next moment, Chu Xuan even spoke directly. "I object." Hula. This sound was no less than a thunderbolt in the middle of a 10,000 mile clear sky, and the gazes of countless demons and ghosts fell on Chu Xuan. One look at the breath. "You're a true demon. What's the point of opposing it?" Swish. Jun Lin Tian looked at Chu Xuan and frowned, but then he smiled. "Ha ha ha, yes, you come up here, and as long as you can defeat me, your objection is naturally valid." Chu Xuan nodded his head, and then he took a step towards the stone platform. "Rub, how dare you go up there?" Looking at Chu Xuan's actions, the crowd of demons and devils were all stunned, and all felt that this true demon was afraid that his head was not broken. "Can't you see that people even 7 great master powerhouses were easily re-injured? You are just a true demon. What are you doing here blindly?" Swish. One could only see that Chu Xuan had just walked up to the ring, but he was stopped by a figure. It was none other than the Demon Knight, the #1 heavenly pride of the younger generation of demons and devils who had just been defeated by Jun Lin Tian. "Asshole. With you being a true demon, how can you be worthy of fighting the demon sovereign? If you want to challenge the demon monarch, first pass through me." Demon Knight. Demon Knight stood across the room like a small mountain, with a look of loyalty. He could see that Jun Lin Tian's unification of the 7 races of demons and demons had become unstoppable, decidedly showing his loyalty to him. He wanted to be Jun Lin Tian's #1 war general. To this, Jun Lin Tian did not stop him. After all, if one couldn't even defeat Demon Knight, one naturally didn't deserve to fight him. "Yes? Then pass." Chu Xuan smiled with a demeanor that did not place Demon Knight in his eyes. Wah. This deja vu look instantly sent Demon Knight into a rage. After all, he was the strongest heavenly pride of the young generation of demons and devils, and before today, he was highly honored by the entire demon kingdom. Today was unlucky. It was fine to accidentally encounter a Jun Lin Tian, but now another demon had walked out and dared to defy him like this. If he doesn't make a move, they all think he's a sick cat, don't they? Boom! Without hesitation, he abruptly exploded. The sovereign triple realm was enough for him to compare to many older generation demons. He did not hold back when he struck out, brazenly swinging a wolf-tooth rod that was as thick as a pillar, and smashing it fiercely towards the top of Chu Xuan's head. The wind whistled. The sound wave exploded. This stick immediately caused many demons and devils to be horrified inwardly. Not to mention flesh and blood, even a small mountain would be smashed down. None of them felt that Chu Xuan's little demon body was afraid that it would turn into mush. Bang! Immediately, the wolf-tooth stick smashed down hard, but instead of landing, it was easily blocked by Chu Xuan with a raised hand. What? Demon Knight's eyes exploded, and the crowd of demons and devils were also appalled. Hey! You've grown so big, how come you have so little strength? Haven't you eaten? Chu Xuan skimmed his head and glanced at the Demon Knight whose demonic body was tall and sturdy. Without waiting for the latter's response, he grinned. Unfortunately, I ate it, only to see that he violently shook his palm. A majestic and horrifyingly huge force directly acted on top of that thick wolf tooth stick. Boom click click. With an ear-piercing sound that made people rub their teeth together, the thick wolf's tooth rod looked like it was being ravaged by a large hand, breaking off inch by inch. Ah! Demon Knight exclaimed. Sensing that a destructive force was being transmitted from the wolf's tooth rod at great speed, he shifted to reveal his true form on the spot. It was only natural for the demon race to show their true form in order to maximize their power. But the next moment, he despaired. Even though he had shown his true body, he still couldn't carry that destructive power. Bang! 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 Only to see that Demon Knight's huge demon body was also like a wolf's toothstick. It actually began to burst inch by inch, blood flying and bones bursting. No! Eventually, accompanied by an unwilling roar, The demon knight's body completely exploded. The roiling blood mist flew with the wind, not only coloring the top of demon ancestor mountain red, but also stimulating the demons and devils on the mountain with scarlet eyes. Dead silence. Another dead silence. No one had expected that a Junlin Tian had just come out on the front foot, and another demon race with extraordinary talent and strength had actually appeared on the back foot. A single strike from the true martial realm had killed the sovereign triple demon knight on the spot. This kind of tactic was even more disconcerting than Junlin Tian just now. Well, it looks like I've passed this level of demon knight. Chu Xuan withdrew his palms, let out a faint smile, and once again took a step. On the way, no more demons or devils dared to make a move to stop them. Eventually, Chu Xuan came to the opposite side of Junlin Tian, one person and one demon looking at each other. Junlin Tian glanced deeply at Chu Xuan and seemed to be surprised as well, but this amazement flickered away, and the eyes remained confident. What is your name? Junlin Tian snapped. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan responded. You also want to be this demon monarch? Junlin Tian asked again. Chu Xuan shook his head. Actually, I'm not too interested in the demon monarch. Oh, Junlin Tian raised an eyebrow, and before he could speak again, he heard Chu Xuan add, but I am somewhat interested in being your lord. Wow. The moment these words came out, not to mention Junlin Tian, the surrounding crowd of demons and devils all felt a great insult. After all, while Junlin Tian wanted to be the demon monarch, Chu Xuan wanted to be the lord of Junlin Tian. One way or another, all the demons and monsters fell into the grandchildren's generation. Chapter 101 Chu Xuan vs Junlin Tian. In less than a day, you have to drop 2 generations one after the other. Humbled to the dust. That's who can take it. The crowd of demons and devils present all looked at each other angrily and were very indignant. Junlin Tian's face also sank with a swish, his expression ghostly cold. Clearly Chu Xuan's arrogant words had managed to anger him. Yeah, if you can really defeat me, what's the harm in even being my master? Of course, if you don't have that ability and are just showing off your mouth here, then you're going to die today. Boom shoo! 2 regal blazing killing lights erupted from Junlin Tian's eyes, like 2 golden lightning bolts that cut through the void. It caused the hearts of the group of demons to tremble. Chu Xuan shrugged his shoulders in a non-committal manner. Finally, with one hand behind his back, he hooked his hand and signaled, "Come, only one hand to defeat you." This kind of eye-catching stance completely annoyed Junlin Tian. After all, he should have been the one to say such things, but at this point he had become the listener instead. Can't stand it. Bang! Suddenly, Junlin Tian moved. With a fierce stomp of his foot, the original ground instantly crumbled into a large pit. The entire person was as if he had transformed into a blazing bolt of lightning and moved across the room. Boom! Only to see him throw punches one after another. Ripples of spiritual energy stirred, the sound of wind whistling and exploding, and the air became distorted under his rapid punches. Chu Xuan could even kill Demon Knight with ease, and was by no means an ordinary heavenly pride. So the moment Junlin Tian struck, he did not hold anything back. The power of the fist was astonishing, with a stance that vowed to hammer Chu Xuan to death in place. Swish! Seeing that, Chu Xuan, however, had a calm face as he met the attack with one hand. On the stone platform, there was a burst of dull thumping sounds, only to see that although Junlin Tian's fists were powerful and each punch almost had the momentum of opening mountains and breaking rivers, Chu Xuan easily blocked all the smashing fists one by one as he waved his one hand. Even as he blocked, he commented, "Well, the speed of the punches is not bad. It's just a pity that the power is a bit weak." Swish! This caused Junlin Tian's face to turn green, only feeling greatly insulted. Suddenly, he withdrew and roared, "Asshole, what are you mad about? Old me, I'm just warming up. I haven't even officially struck yet. Let's eat my innate divine ability, Heavenly Demon Break." Only to see Junlin Tian's hands come together, and under the rubbing and grinding, a spiritual light appeared. And then that spiritual light became more and more eye-catching and piercing. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a small sun had diffused between his hands. Boom! Suddenly, Junlin Tian struck that small sun towards Chu Xuan. Wherever it passed, the demonic mountains trembled and the air became incomparably distorted. Showing the strength of this style, which belonged to Junlin Tian's killer mace, countless demons were creeped out inside. It only felt that, not to mention the junior sect masters, even the sect masters 4 and 5, that kind of middle-rank sect masters, they were afraid that they would not be able to carry this kind of bombardment. The Chu Xuan on the opposite side was only a true demon in the end. Could he resist? That's quite an interesting move. Since that's the case, I'll grant you a move as well. This move, well, let's call it heaven-breaking demon breaking. Boom! At the end of his words, Chu Xuan unexpectedly took a deep breath of pure aura, and then the moment he exhaled the aura, he violently slammed out a fist. A fist blasted out without any waves or waves, not even the sound of wind. It wasn't until it smashed into the heavenly demon breach that it burst out with monstrous power. Only a loud thud was heard, and that heavenly demon breaking that was like a small sun was smashed apart by Chu Xuan on the spot, and spirit light erupted from the sky. A terrifying shockwave instantly swept across the entire top of Demon Ancestor Mountain. Chu Lindian was also in a state of shock as he stormed back a dozen feet on the spot, hard plowing a deep furrow on top of the stone platform. His face was pale, and his blood churned, and he eventually failed to suppress it. A mouthful of blood was spat out with a wow, and his breath withered quite a bit. Damn it! This can't be right! Chu Lindian screamed in horror, his pair of golden pupils filled with disbelief. After all, he had always been convinced that he was invincible in the same realm, and that it would be easy even to buck some opponents of a higher realm. It never occurred to me that I would actually be given a reverse felling as well. At the same time, the crowd of demons and devils on Demon Ancestor Mountain were also in an uproar. It was exaggerated enough for a true demon to defeat a demon sect, but to end up defeating a demon sect like Chu Lindian was a bit too heaven-defying. How so? Am I good enough to be your master? At that moment, Chu Xuan looked at Chu Lindian with a faint smile on his face and once again asked a question. The latter's face sank into fury as he roared in anger. I'm convinced that you can defeat me, but there's no door for you, a true demon, to be my master. Although I can't defeat you, killing you is easy. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Chu Lindian suddenly shook his demonic body, and the kind of external force that had defeated the demon and demon 7 clan patriarchs before was instantly added to his body. Shasta! It was as if Chu Lindian had transformed from a small dirtbag into a 1,000-foot mountain in an instant. The might emanating from his body instantly overpowered the entire Demon Ancestor Mountain. Demon Monarch! Demon Monarch! Watching Chu Lindian once again display that absolutely horrendous power, the crowd of demons and devils present all shouted and shouted. After all, to be able to master such an external force was in itself the strength of Chu Lindian. In their view, so what if Chu Xian's own strength was even stronger? Under this kind of absolute power, there would be little resistance as usual. No matter what kind of heavenly talent, everything will be empty talk when they die. Chu Xuan, you're strong. It's a shame to kill you. How about being my number 1 war general from now on? Chu Lindian resumed that look of control and spoke arrogantly. Chu Xuan, however, smiled faintly. I'm sorry, compared to being a war general, I still prefer to be your master. Asterisk. Toast to the death. In that case, then you go to hell. Chu Lindian cursed angrily and immediately crushed his way towards Chu Xuan. The heavens trembled and the earth moved. The divine might was like a prison. Even the great masters were chilling. Boo! However, the next moment, something that shocked all the demons happened. That force had just approached 3 feet above Chu Xian's head when it exploded with a bang, only to see Chu Xuan rise up in the air. A force that was in no way weaker or even stronger than the external force on Chu Lindian's body rising from his body. Chu Lindian, have you ever heard, there are heavens beyond the heavens? Boom! With his words still echoing, Chu Xuan was already taking the initiative to kill towards Chu Lindian. The terrifyingly vast power of Qi was like a great dragon intertwining up and down around his body, carrying a terrifying aura that enveloped Chu Lindian. At this moment, Chu Lindian only had time to let out an incredulous roar before he was plunged into a battle with Chu Xuan. However, when it was said to be a fight, it was actually just a one-sided crushing. It could be seen that under Chu Xuanyuan's power, the external power in his body had all but lost its former divine might and was completely suppressed. Strength is suppressed. External forces are also suppressed. Chu Lindian naturally lost his temper and was pressed by Chu Xuan for a brutal beating. The clouds in the sky crumbled and the stone platforms at the top of the mountain were cracked. This caused the crowd of demons and devils present to all fall into a stunned stagnation. Boom! In the end, with a roar, Chu Xuan completely suppressed Chu Lindian. Chapter 102 Lord of the Monarchs of the Demons. 7 Treasures of Myriad Wonders. On Demon Ancestor Mountain, there was a dead silence, and all the demons became stunned. Shock, horror, incredulity, and so on flickered in the eyes. After all, Chu Lindian's performance before was already demonic enough. Not only did he have the talent and strength to push the younger generation across the board, but he also possessed a terrifying external force that could easily suppress the realm of great masters. This kind of heavenly pride demon hadn't been seen for thousands of years, and as a result, he didn't expect that there was actually a demon in this world that was even more demonic than him. This is really a mountain of strength. Such a powerful demon. Even if the demons present were to drop 2 generations in a row and become grandchildren, it would not be unacceptable. Above the stone platform, Chu Xuan's paws stomped on Chu Lindian's chest, and the monstrous force of Qi not only suppressed the latter's body to death, but even that external force within the latter's body was firmly suppressed. He looked down condescendingly and asked again, Jun Lin Tian, tell me, am I qualified to be your master? Jun Lin Tian opened his mouth, wanting to speak, his heart clearly filled with unwillingness. After all, this time he had come out of the world with full confidence to be the king of all demons and devils, not a king for himself. However, Chu Xuan's natural strength and even his means had abused him to the core. At this moment, he was in the same mood as the patriarchs of the 7 clans of demons and demons before. Did he have a choice? If he didn't recognize his master, I'm afraid that in the next moment, his chest would be stepped through. He's just been born. His ideals, his ambitions have yet to be realized. How can one be willing to die? In the end, Jun Lin Tian managed to convince himself and nodded his head with a sigh. I recognize you as Lord. Chu Xuan immediately guffawed. That's right. He lifted his paws and gathered his chi, allowing Jun Lin Tian to regain his freedom. After getting up, Jun Lin Tian could only look around at the demons in the 8 directions and proclaimed, from now on, I, Jun Lin Tian, am the demon monarch, and Chu Xuan is the lord of my Jun Lin Tian. For the lord of the demon monarchs, hula. Seeing that Jun Lin Tian had succumbed, all the crowd of demons could do was submit. Once again, he knelt and saluted. We greet the demon sovereign. We greet the demon monarch. Lord. Chu Xuan shook his head speechlessly. What a stinky, long name for the lord of demon monarchs. But seeing that the goal had been achieved, he didn't bother with such trivialities. And then he didn't directly ask Jun Lin Tian to help him claim the 7 clans' supreme treasure. After all, sometimes being too hasty could backfire. Aftermath. The 7 great clans of demons and devils joined forces for Chu Xuan and Jun Lin Tian, and quickly built a tall and luxurious palace, naming it the Demon King's Palace, and sent many demons and devils to act as guards in the palace. After all, one of the two was a demon monarch, and the other was the lord of demon monarchs, and there had to be the right amount of rowdiness. That's all. Only when he saw that the time was almost right did Chu Xuan seek out Jun Lin Tian. Jun Lin Tian's face twitched, but he did not dare to say anything more. I need some treasures for my cultivation. Go find them for me. Lord, what treasures do you need? It's not much. It's just the demon clan, devil clan, ghost clan, and other 7 clans' treasures. Jun Lin Tian was confused. It simply did not occur to him that Chu Xuan actually wanted the 7 clans' clan treasures to cultivate. It must be known that these treasures are the heirloom treasures of the 7 clans, the treasures of the town clans, which have been passed down for thousands of years, and are valued more than their lives. If the 7 tribes knew about this, they were afraid that they would rebel in place. Lord, Jun Lin Tian was a bit embarrassed. After all, he united the 7 tribes of demons and devils as easy. Fella son of generation not to mention, and then because of this matter ruined on a big loss. Don't worry, I'm a man who never forces himself on anyone. I have a spell here, take it and exchange it for their 7 clans' treasure. Chu Xuan shook his head and waved his hand to hand out a spell written in a demonic script. Dharma? What kind of dharma you have? People won't trade their own family treasures for it. Jun Lin Tian inwardly spat while subconsciously reaching out to look through it. Buzz. However, this look, the spirit of the whole person is a shock. A pair of eyes like lighting up 2 golden lamps moonlight. The more he looked inwardly, the more he was shocked. The more he looked at his pupils, the more his pupils quaked. Until finally, Jun Lin Tian's entire being had been shocked beyond words. Hiss. This dharma called the blood-refining demon scripture is also too amazing. It's actually possible for the demonic and foreign races to refine their own bloodline degrees. This is a heaven-defying law that can enhance your talent potential. Looking at the excited Jun Lin Tian, Chu Xuan did not say that this was just a low-grade demonic technique that he had discarded in his previous life and asked with a bland smile. Well, can this dharma be exchanged for the 7 clans' greatest treasures? Yes. Jun Lin Tian did not say more than a single word before turning to leave. Half a day later, he returned with a fortunate look on his face. Lord, the 7 clans' treasure has been exchanged back. Swish. With a wave of Jun Lin Tian's hand, a full 7 channels of radiance bloomed within the palace. It was the demon race's 10,000 demon blade, the demon race's heavenly demon gun, the ghost race's ghost king bell, and other supreme treasures of the 7 races, with brilliant 7-colored light. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up as he reached out and beckoned the 7 supreme treasures closer. At the same time, he said, the efficiency is very fast. Not to mention the other clans, the ghost clan also agreed to exchange so painfully? After all, the blood-refining demon scripture is not very valuable to them without a physical body. Change. Jun Lin Tian nodded his head, and then added, the patriarch was exchanged first, and the treasure was exchanged later. Chu Xuan laughed dumbly and did not ask any more questions, then waved his hand. Before Jun Lin Tian excused himself, he inquired with hopeful eyes, My lord, this blood-refining demon scripture, can I cultivate it? Yes. Chu Xuan nodded. Xuan Ling Tian immediately bowed his thanks with a look of excitement. Many thanks, lord. When Xuan Ling Tian left, Chu Xuan focused his attention on the 7 treasures, only to see the 10,000 demon blade, the heavenly devil gun, the ghost king bell and other 7 kinds of treasures. All exudes a great spiritual power, although not the very best spiritual treasure, but also is not a general spiritual object. The middle grade and the top grade are all there, together, can be compared to a kind of very good spiritual object. Buzz. And then, Chu Xuan operated the Hongmeng creation scripture and began to melt. The 10,000 demon blade, sky demon gun, ghost king bell and the other 7 treasures were constantly being melted. With each treasure melted, his Hongmeng sacred body strengthened by 1 point. In the end, when all 7 exotic treasures were melted into the body, the Hongmeng sacred body once again shook violently, advancing another level, below the high-ranking sect masters. I'm afraid not many people can break the Hongmeng sacred body. It is also accompanied by a new kind of creation. Once this creation was performed, it would allow Chu Xuan to instantly evolve 7 types of weapons against the enemy: sword, spear, sword, halberd, bell, tripod, and tower. It was the 10,000 demon blade, the heavenly demon gun, the ghost king bell, and other supreme treasures of the 7 clans that had just been melted down, and the power wasn't any worse than before the melting. It was even stronger. For this reason, Chu Xuan named this new creation the 7 Treasures Myriad Technique. Chapter 103, 10,000 Treasures Society. A family of 3 enters the savage wasteland. Boom! After successfully melting the 7 great exotic treasures, Chu Xuan did not get up and leave the gate. Instead, he directly consumed the heavenly chance epiphany and opened the epiphany cultivation, preparing to completely roll up his cultivation to the point where he could not be pressed, and then break through in one fell swoop the realm of the patriarch. After all, it wasn't far from the great change in heaven and earth, especially after leaking the information to the old man of heavenly weapons. It was possible that the great world would come at any time. At that time, all sorts of demons and devils, spirits and ghosts, and even some old monsters who were hidden from the world, would pop out. Enhancement is urgent. And just as Chu Xuan was in the Demon King's hall, opening his epiphany cultivation, outside of the Demon Kingdom, there arrived a group of uninvited guests. It was a large-scale merchant caravan, like a long dragon with horses carrying all kinds of goods, accompanied by hundreds of people. At least all of them were high-ranking true martial arts, and there was no lack of Zhongshe powerhouses. Even the 2 grey-robed old men at the head of the group were 2 great masters, and at the front, back and center of the merchant caravan, the same kind of flag was inserted, with 3 big words of golden light embroidered on it: Wan Bao Hui, Herod. Suddenly, a sound of horses neighing resounded through the empty barren wasteland, and the 3 horses accelerated to come close to the 2 great masters at the very front. Visible on the horse sat 3 broad black-robed figures. Even their faces were covered to shield them from the howling cold wind and yellow sand. Swish! However, at this time, the 3 people are brushing the scarf to tear off, revealing their own face, is a man, a woman and a teenager. If Chu Xuan were here, he would definitely be surprised and unable to close his mouth, because the 3 people were no one else but the Chu Emperor, Empress Xiao, and Chu Barbarian. Chu Mingyue spoke at the 2 grey-robed elders, Elder Chang, Elder Huang. Rumor has it that the demonic and foreign races are ruthless and merciless, and they like to use human races like us as blood food. Is it really alright for so many of us to enter the Demon Kingdom? Although Xiao Yuru on the side didn't open her mouth, she also showed hidden worry in her eyes. As for the Chu barbarians, are not afraid and worried, but left look, right look. For the bitter cold barbarians are very happy. The 2 grey-robed old men known as Elder Chang and Elder Huang, turning back to his twin smiles, the former then pointed to the large flag above his head. Don't worry, Emperor Chu, we, Wan Bao Guild, as the #1 chamber of commerce in the world, this big flag is a signboard for nothing. As long as you follow the Chamber of Commerce honestly, absolutely no demons will dare to look for trouble. Elder Huang was also nodding his head and laughed softly. To tell you the truth, the barbaric wasteland is bitterly cold. It doesn't matter about those big demons, but what do you think those newborn small demons and young devils rely on to survive? They can only rely on us, the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures, to deliver the supplies. It can be said that without our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the savage demons would have died a great death. And for this reason the 7 major clans of demons have long since joined forces to order that no demons are allowed to strike at our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's caravans. So, you 3, as a family, just honestly put your hearts in your stomachs. Absolutely nothing will happen. Speaking of this, Elder Chang and Elder Huang both looked at each other. Double dog. And since you guys spent a lot of money this time, We'll definitely find a good enough demonic barbarian exotic blood or exotic treasure for your son, Chu Ban, which will definitely cause him to undergo a huge metamorphosis afterwards. Hearing Cheng Huang and the two of them make such a confident guarantee, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, only then did they look at each other, slightly settling their hearts. Moreover, taking a step back, as long as they didn't encounter someone as unconventional as Chu Xuan, even if there was an accident, the two of them would still be able to escape with Chu Ban, and at most, they would only pay some price. Of course, there are no surprises if you can help it. After all, the last time they had hired the world's #1 assassin organization, the Blood Cloud Tower, to assassinate Chu Xuan, the result was that not only did they fail to kill Chu Xuan, they even let half of the National Treasury's spirit stones go down the drain for it. This time, in order to get on the ride of the 10,000 Treasures Society and completely inspire the demonic savage kidneys of the Chu barbarians, they completely emptied the Great Chu Treasury. If there were any more accidents, they really wouldn't be able to afford it. Soon, the family of three then followed the Wanbao Guild's merchant caravan to set foot into the Demon Kingdom. As expected, just like what Cheng Huang and the two great elders had said, although they encountered a large number of demons and devils along the way, when those demons and devils saw the flag of the Wanbao Association, none of them dared to come up and mess with it. It was very safe, and this also completely let the two Chu Huanshao empresses put their hearts down. Barbarian, now that a bunch of your older brothers have been wasted by your elder brother, only your second and ninth brothers remain, and hope is on the three of you. This time, father and mother will definitely find sufficiently advanced demonic barbarian blood for you, so that you can completely stimulate the demonic barbarian kidney talent. We will surely allow you to advance to Celestial within a short period of time. For the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao's bitter words, Chu Ban did not care, only grinning and giggling. Father and mother, don't worry, when I ascend to Celestial, I'll be the first to beat Chu Xuan to death. He actually tried to take my kidney. No way. The Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao were filled with helplessness, while their gazes were also filled with hope. If they weren't running out of hope, they naturally wouldn't have poured so much effort into Chu Barbarian, who had a flawed IQ after all. But with the Chu at stake, they could no longer care less. They had to create a celestial being out in a short period of time. In this way, any further turmoil in Chu could be easily smoothed out. Eventually, a family of three followed the Wanbao merchant caravan into a demonic city. Cheng Huang and the two of them were first in the city in order with the 7 major clans of demons and devils, and exchanged the supplies brought by the Wanbao Association for trading. When both parties are satisfied, only then did Cheng Huang and the two of them bring the family of Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao to meet the 7 patriarchs of demons and demons. 7 patriarchs. These three are the honored guests of our 10,000 Treasures Society. This time, they followed our Chamber of Commerce here because they wanted to beg for some demon blood demon treasures of high enough grade. Of course, price is no object. This family is stupid and rich. Only Cheng Huang and the two of them used demonic words to communicate with each other and the 7 patriarchs of demons. What was said? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both listened in ignorance. One could only see the 7 patriarchs of demons and demons go from being displeased at first to having their eyes light up and finally nodding and saying a bunch of words. And after, Cheng Huang and the two of them turned to translate to both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru again. The Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao, the chiefs of the 7 clans of demons and demons say, now they have 2 more officiating demon kings here. There are many things they are no longer good enough to personally make the decision. If you guys really want to spend a large amount of money to beg for high-level demonic foreign blood and foreign treasures, you can ask to see the 2 major demon kings. I wonder if you guys are going. Listen to the end. Although Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru felt that it was inappropriate, they pondered for a moment and still nodded. After all, the money was spent, and if things didn't work out, wouldn't it be a big loss? Finally, under the lead of the demon and demon 7 patriarchs, Cheng Huang and the two of them, as well as Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru Chu Barbarian's family of 3, headed to the Demon King's Hall together. Chapter 104 Add Hemp and Spice. First class good parenting. Although the Demon King's Hall was newly built not long ago, there was no historical heritage. But the point is it's really big and luxurious. It was dozens of feet high, on a par with some small mountains, lofty and magnificent. The hall was filled with gold and jade from the mountains, brilliant and bright. Whether it was the 2 Cheng Huang elders or the Chu Emperor and Queen Xiao, the 3 Chu barbarians, once they were led into the hall, they were all shocked. Finally, the group came under a party of thrones. It is evident that behind this side of the throne, there is another flight of steps upward. At the top of the ladder, there was also an even larger throne situated on one side, a strange layout that left the line of people staggered. As the Demon 7 patriarchs were introduced for it, Cheng Huang and the two of them realized it. At the same time, he also explained to the Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru several people. The Seven Clans Patriarch said that these two demon kings, the one below is the demon sovereign, while the one above is the lord of the demon sovereigns. It's more than a little odd. Simply put, if this one below is the son, the one above is the old man. In short, one level bigger. Us? We're on the same level as the demon seven patriarchs. Well, are just grandchildren. Hearing that he had come to this demon king hall, he had actually become a grandchild. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were naturally very uncomfortable inside, but the two of them didn't dare to make a scene and took the lead to the throne below, only to see Xuan Ling sitting on top of it. Although his looks were handsome and his demeanor was also extraordinary, but that Zhongshire one weight was very much out of character for the line. Emperor Chu Ming subconsciously doubted. This is a demon monarch? The so-called demon monarch is just a sovereign one? Roar! Although the seven patriarchs of demons and demons didn't understand Chu Mingyue's words, they were able to observe Chu Mingyue's skeptical eyes and roared angrily. Asshole! Dare to question our demon sovereign? Do you humans want to die? Cheng Huang and the two of them also disgruntledly gouged Chu Mingyue. What the hell are you up to? People say that a demon monarch is a demon monarch. You're talking nonsense here. Do you want to become a blood meal? Chu Mingyue was also deeply aware of the slip of the tongue, and could only take Xiao Yuru Chu Barbarian and pay homage towards Xuan Ling, accompanied by Cheng Huang and the two of them. We greet the demon sovereign. Swish! Xuan Ling gazed at the line of people, after learning of the other party's intentions, instantly frowning. What the hell? A group of humans, coming to my demon kingdom to purchase demon exotic blood and exotic treasures? What do you take us demons for? Walking jars of blood or tradable goods? At the end of his words, Xuan Ling's murderous streak blazed as he waved his hand and said, Men, drag them out and chop them into mincemeat. Right, add some more hemp and spice, and I'll savor it with the Lord afterward. Swish! Chu Mingyue Xiao Yuru three people could not understand the demonic words, but Cheng Huang two people could understand. Immediately scared bloodless face, body wildly trembling. What the hell is this demon How to come up to add hemp and spicy Good on. The seven patriarchs of demons and demons knew the importance of the 10,000 Treasures Society and rushed to plead for mercy. Lord Sovereign, this is not good. We, savage bitter cold, still need to cooperate with the 10,000 Treasures Society. After hearing this, Xuan Ling realized the importance of the 10,000 Treasures Society. Well then, these two are released, but these three who want to buy our blood and bones can't be spared. Pull them out. Add hemp and spice. Hula. Since it was not someone from the Wanbao Association, the demonic seven patriarchs naturally stopped pleading for mercy, and immediately surrounded the three people of Chu Emperor and Xiao Empress with a hoot and a holler. Hey, what for? Two elders? What are they going to do? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru immediately acted as if they were enemies. Protecting Chu Ban, Cheng Huang and the two of them hid aside with an embarrassed look on their faces and said, Sorry, this monarch doesn't have a very good temper. He wants extra sesame and spice. Extra marijuana and spice? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were stunned. At first they didn't understand, but after instantly figuring it out, the two of them were all chilled, opening their mouths to recognize and beg for forgiveness. But the crowd of demons simply couldn't understand what was being said, and only continued to close in on the family of three. You Manpower Club. Is this what you call safety? Empress, take Barbarian and run. Chu Mingyue cursed profusely. Seeing that there was really no way out, he was ready to team up with Xiao Yuru to escape. Slow down. Just before he could put it into action, he suddenly heard a voice that reverberated above the great hall, understood by both the demon and human races. Lord of the demon monarchs. Xuan Ling and the group of demons looked up as the voice sounded once again. It even vaguely carried a hint of uncontrollable surprise and excitement. Since we have come from afar, all visitors are guests. How can we be so rude to our guests? Ask them to come up. The king wants to discuss this business with them personally. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, changed their expressions from panic to elation. Never in a million years. The demonic monarchs of the dad's generation wanted to kill them, but the lord of the demonic monarchs of the master's generation wanted to talk to them personally about this business. It is natural for the grandfather generation to speak better than the son generation and the grandson generation. The crowd breathed a long sigh of relief, knowing that this was the peak. Sure enough, next moment, Xuan Ling and the seven patriarchs of demons and demons were no longer hostile. Instead they courteously invited Emperor Chu Ming Xiao Yuru and his party up, all the way through the steps. All of them once again saw a side of the throne. This throne is far wider and grander than the one below, and on it sits a hideous and ugly demon. Upon seeing this demon, Chu Mingyue still couldn't hold back and subconsciously said, What is this situation? The lord of the demon monarchs, the master's demon king, is actually just a peak true martial realm. Not to mention Chu Mingyue Xiaoyuru, even Chang Huang, a mature and stable person like the two of them, had a look of stunned incomprehension rise. What kind of seniority is this? Shouldn't the higher the seniority, the stronger the strength? But in this demon kingdom, it's completely the opposite. The grandchildren are all great masters. Dad's character is the patriarch. The grandfather's name is Jinwu. The higher the rank, the weaker the strength. Right? Bold. Tow away. Add hemp and spice. The skeptical looks of the group again caused Jun Lin Tian and the other group of demons to fall into a rage, once again causing Chu Mingyue and the others to turn white with fear. Good on. The true demon on the throne, however, said, "What's all the nonsense about? Don't scare my honored guests." After admonishing Jun Lin Tian and the others, the true demon turned around and revealed what he considered to be a friendly smile at Chu Mingyue and the others. "Several people. Don't be afraid. Come here as if you were in your own home. If you have any words, any needs, just speak with the king." The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru, glanced at each other. I really didn't expect that this master character demon king would actually be so good at talking. It gave people the feeling that it was not like they were facing a savage demon, but like they were facing a flamboyant gentleman from a human academy. Many thanks to Master Demon King. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru, rushed at the true demon and deeply saluted. Seeing that the other party did not take offense to such a title as Master Demon King, the two of them then let go a bit, and then rushed to say their intentions. "Oh, so you are here for this gifted son." The Master Demon King turned to look at Chu Ban, a thick smile rising on his face. "And with that, it's even more of a compliment. The two of you don't hesitate to venture deep into the savage demon realm. You really love your son. I'm sure you two must be the first good parents in the world?" Chapter 105. I still wanna get high. In the face of the Master Demon King's praise, Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru were both stunned. Instead of the slightest delight, panic and shame rose. After all, the two of them had long been defeated in this side of the world. Wicked parents, harming the son's addiction, is not as good as, and so on and so forth with curses that almost calloused the ears of both men. I didn't expect to be complimented by a demon after coming to the savage wasteland. It was clearly a compliment, but the two only felt that they had been endlessly mocked. Luckily, the two of them looked at each other and suppressed their inner feelings of alienation. After a fleeting moment, a look of humility rose on both of their faces. Master Demon King is too kind. After all, poor parents. What parent in this world doesn't love their son? Upon hearing this, the Master Demon King couldn't stop himself from laughing up in the air. Ha ha, ha ha ha, what a lovely world of parents. Good. What a wonderful thing to say. My king is touched by your deep sense of parenthood. Then, with an appreciative look on his face, the Master Demon King opened his mouth and said boldly, "Since this is the case, this king is willing to give you a great opportunity, and let your savage son come forward." Finally, the Master Demon King waved his hand, signaling for Chu Ban to come up. Although Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru were wary, they also knew that if the other party had no good intentions, they would have been in trouble a long time ago. Moreover, the Master Demon King's look and words were very sincere, and they felt that the other party should indeed be touched by their sense of parenthood. Thus, the pair signaled Chu Barbarian. "Barbarian, quickly go forward." Swish. Chu Ban naturally does not doubt him, hurriedly stepped to the throne near the front, the copper bell-sized eyes straight at the Master Demon King. The Master Demon King grinned, strangled and pinched a spell, and made a point towards Chu Ban. "Open." Boom. As soon as the word fell, Chu Man's waist and abdomen suddenly bloomed with endless blood-colored haze, and a pair of kidney vessels that were flooded with multicolored luminescence manifested in his waist and abdomen. It was the absolute talent demon savage kidney, the original ancient well of the demon barbarian kidney. At this moment, as if stimulated by something, immediately surging out of the majestic and vast blood essence and kidney chi. Once that kind of essence was gushed out, Chu Ban was like he had taken a dose of super stimulant. On the spot, it made him feel so good that he couldn't stop shouting, "Ha ha, cool, I feel so good." Seeing this scene, the two Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru, whose eyes were originally still a bit skeptical, immediately became excited and thrilled. Really great opportunity. It must be known that they had once fed Chu Ban an unknown number of great tonic spirit substances, but half a point cannot stimulate the demon savage kidney. At this time the Master Demon King just gently point. Chu Barbarian's demon savage kidney has such a stunning change. Just like mastering the special method of stimulating the demon savage kidney, this was exactly what they had come to the barbarians for. Buzz. However, just as Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru both had faces of anticipation, the Master Demon King, however, suddenly withdrew his hand, and the blood essence and kidney chi that was erupting suddenly retracted, and the colorful haze that blossomed was also converged. In an instant, the shocked demon barbarian kidney returned to calmness. This made Chu Barbarian, who was screaming with pleasure, feel very unpleasant. Ah, it's not good anymore. Why did you stop? Make me feel good. The Master Demon King ignored Chu Barbarian and instead looked at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. A playful face. Both of you. What were you expecting? Do you think that this king is running a charity? You don't have to pay anything to take away this great opportunity. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were both stunned and somewhat embarrassed. Yes, such a great opportunity will not let them take it away for nothing. Father and mother, I want to feel good. I still want to feel good like just now. At this time, Chu Barbarian, who had a taste for the exhilarating sensation he had just experienced, prodded. Barbarian child, wait a moment. I'll let you have it later. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, opened their mouths to pacify Chu Ban. Rushing towards the Master Demon King, both of them arched their hands and said, Honorable Master Demon King, we can purchase this great opportunity. You name a price. As long as we can take it out. How much is fine? Buy. Do you guys think that this kind of great chance is something you can buy with your money? The Master Demon King, however, skimmed his lips, with a face that regarded money as dirt. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, both of them, could only inquire. Then I don't know what the Master Demon King wants. A technique? Treasures? Spiritual weapons? These are just some mundane things. They are not enough to impress the king's heart. The king favors some special objects. If you are willing to give, this chance will be taken away with you. The Master Demon King shook his head, and then he stood up from his throne, a pair of eyes looking straight at the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. This made the two men feel a little hairy inside, but they still asked once again, I wonder Master Demon King, what special object do you want? The Master Demon King pondered for a moment and said, bartering for objects. Since you want to inspire this barbarian child's demon savage kidney, then let's trade for the same objects, such as the two of you kidneys. Ha? You want to gar loins? The faces of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru immediately darkened like a pot. Nice. Well, at the cost of both of your mortal kidneys, you will be able to give Chu Man's demon savage kidney a huge boost. I don't think we'll ever find such a cheap deal in this world again. The Master Demon King smiled faintly while Chu Ban yelled, Father and mother, you guys quickly give him the waist. I want to feel good. The faces of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru became somewhat ugly. The resistance is obvious. Have you not come for your sons? With strong parental affection. Are not even a pair of mortal kidneys willing to pay for their son? The Master Demon King had a look of astonishment, and Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both hurriedly said, Master Demon King, can we exchange some objects? We don't want to lose our waists just yet. Oh, the Master Demon King pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Well, it's not impossible. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both overjoyed, but the next moment, they heard the Master Demon King say, since you don't want to lose your waist, let's go with the eyes and ears. Leave these two behind, and you guys will still be able to win this great chance for this barbarian child. What? Eyes and ears? This. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, once again turned ugly. The Master Demon King looked dissatisfied. What? This is also unwilling? Seeing Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's embarrassed faces, he spoke again. Fine. Then this king will give you another chance to exchange for a sternum, a meridian or 5 pounds of blood. All sorts of conditions, but it made Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's faces turn white as they listened. Every single one of these, they were unable to accept. How much it would have suffered to be taken out of the body. How much that should hurt. That should jar. Suddenly, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's two minds felt like they had struck a stern flash. Numb from head to toe. Chapter 106. Love one another as a family. Both kidneys, eyes, ears, meridians, blood, bones. Wasn't this exactly the array of talents they had plundered from Chu Xuan? Is this a coincidence? Or was it intentional? In a flash, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru tightly stared at the Master Demon King. A deep voice droned. What are you? Why do you claim us for these? Do you know something? Who knows? The Master Demon King did not pay any attention to the two questioning and turned his head to look at Chu Ban. Chu Ban, did you see that? Your father and mother claimed that they came to bring you to seek opportunities, but as a result, they don't want to pay for anything for you. The two of them are crushing on you to keep getting high. Hear these words. Chu Barbarian's copper bell-sized eyes instantly fell into crimson in tyranny, staring tightly at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru with a face full of rage. Why don't you guys want me to feel good? Why? Brute. Not. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru just wanted to explain. But who knows? The Master Demon King's voice once again entered Chu Barbarian's ears. Chu Barbarian, if you want to continue to feel good, take their kidneys, eyes, ears, veins, bones, blood, etc. As long as you take them, I'll let you feel good. Chu Ban did not hesitate and roared furiously as he killed towards Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. Give me all your kidneys, eyes, ears, etc. and I'll have a good time. Chu Ban's tall and sturdy body was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Not only did he fully explode his cultivation strength of the 3rd level of Zongshi, but he also pushed his demon savage kidney talent to the extreme. The terrifying might that erupted was so powerful that even a middle-ranked patriarch's heart trembled with fear. Barbarian, stop. Be sensible. Looking at Chu Ban, who was frantically killing towards them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru rushed to dodge, naturally not wanting to strike with their own son. The two of them were great masters, and dodging Chu Barbarian's attack was naturally easy. Who would have thought that the Master Demon King's voice resounded once again? Little Monarch, suppress the cultivation of the two of them to the sovereign triple realm. What's wrong with bullying your own son with a higher realm? They are a family that loves each other. They have to be in the same realm to be fair and just. Jun Lin Tian was stunned, then let out a sardonic laugh. Ha ha, as you command. Boom. Abruptly, when the majestic external force pressed down, the cultivation strength of the two great masters' realms of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru began to fall rapidly. Ah, damn demons. They really don't have good intentions. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both exclaimed in shock, and then wanted to use means to escape all too late. The two people's strength was completely suppressed. Give it to me. Give it all to me. I still want to get high. Under the same realm, the two men's speed was naturally greatly reduced, and in an instant, they were caught up by Chu Ban, and the fierce and ferocious fists, like a raging storm, enveloped the two men on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Although Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru took a defensive stance at the first opportunity, they were still bombarded by Chu Man's fists to the point of screaming in pain. After all, Chu Ban was burdened with the supreme talent Demon Savage Kidney. His strength was boundless, and there were not many people in the same realm who could easily resist his fists, and there was nearly inexhaustible energy, punch after punch, punch after punch, like a raging storm, without stopping. In a short moment, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were bombarded with wounds. Empress, quickly restrain barbarian child with me, or we will surely suffer. Chu Mingyue lowered his voice and sank his voice, and Xiao Yuru also knew deep down that this would not work. The two of them looked at each other, no longer merely defending, and began to both explode. Although the two were suppressed to the 3rd level of Grandmaster, they were ultimately two Grandmasters. Their combat experience and skills could not be underestimated, and their joint outbursts sent Chu Barbarian into a retreat on the spot. There was even blood bursting out. However, the pain in his body not only did not suppress Chu Barbarian's ferocious flame, but instead stimulated Chu Barbarian to become even more tyrannical and insane. Hissing and roaring like a maddened beast, he attacked frantically. One time, a family of 3 who had loved each other just moments before were caught in a bloodbath. Nice one. Is this a human family? This is really father's kindness, son's filial piety, son's obedience, mother's good fortune. This bloody scene caused Jun Lin Tian and the other demons to shake their heads. As for the Master Demon King, he had long since resat on top of that square throne, a pair of eyes filled with a cold and merciless light. After all, to be able to meet one's own dear good father and mother as well as a good brother in this demonic country where people were rare, this was completely a beautiful thing that Chu Xuan would not dare to dream of. It would be too much of a shame not to have some fun with it. Fight. Kill. Look at that. What a loving family. That's your truest emotional outburst. Only to see that under Chu Xuan's cold and merciless gaze, the 3 members of the family were in the middle of the Great Hall, and the more they fought, the more intense and cruel they became. Especially Chu Ban. This naive and tyrannical, fighting up is like a crazy devil, coupled with a great talent demon barbaric kidneys in the body. He alone will be the same realm of the Chu Emperor and Xiao Ho. 2 people beat the miserable. Only a plopping muffled sound could be heard, as Chu Barbarian ignored Chu Minghuang's bombardment and hardened a bone in Xiao Yuru's chest and gripped it out. This pain of digging into the bones caused Xiao Yuru to let out a miserable scream. Rebel son! Emperor Chu Ming was furious. He struck a spell on the spot, blasting Chu Barbarian into spitting blood and flying backwards. But Chu Barbarian was unmoved, holding up the bloody bone and giggling. Hey, it can be cool, but it's not enough. I want to have a good time. Give it all to me. Chu Barbarian once again burst into Chu Minghuang's proximity, and stiffly opened his mouth to bite the other party's ear off, causing the other party to wail in pain. Even though his body was once again blasted backwards by Xiao Yuru, he still didn't care and charged up again and again. In the end, the family fought for who knows how long in the Great Hall. Finally, the battle stopped, and blood had long been drenched within the Great Hall. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both fell miserably in a pool of blood. All of them are badly injured. The former lost an eye, 2 ears, a meridian and a loin. The latter lost an ear and 2 eyes, a sternum and a loin. As for Chu Barbarian, although he was still standing, his body had long been bloodied, as if he was a devil crawling out of the bloody sea of hell. He was seen holding a pile of bloody bones, eyes, ears, waist and so on, staggering and struggling to come close to the throne, grinning nervously. Hey, I'm going to be cool. Ha! However, the Master Demon King in front of him did not pinch the spell again. Instead, he lost his voice and laughed, from a light laugh, to a loud laugh, and finally to a raucous laugh on his back, until he couldn't stop his tears from raging. Chuban naturally didn't understand, but just insisted. Bones, eyes, ears, these are all for you. Let me feel good. Quickly let me feel good. Oh, cool. The Master Demon King suddenly laughed coldly, his face filled with an ancient indifference. Word for word. My good brother, haven't you had enough fun today? Chapter 107, Reclaiming the Demon Savage Kidney and Stepping into the Zhongshu Realm. Good brother. Upon hearing these words, that group of demons led by Jun Lin Tian were naturally confused, including Cheng Huang and the 2 of them who were also incomparably stunned. How can a master-ranked demon king call a stupid prince his brother? The only 2 people who fell in a pool of blood were Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, whose bodies violently trembled as if they had been struck by heavenly thunder. And then, like 2 landed fish, the 2 people flopped around on the ground, and their mouths even let out hoarse roars. Buzz! And the next moment, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the room with the demons, the Master Demon King's hideous and horrible face disappeared, and was replaced by a man with a handsome face wearing a green robe. Big brother? You're the big brother. Ah, you're swindling me. Chu Ban was stunned. Even if he was stupid, he realized that he had been fooled. Under his anger, he swung his fist toward Chu Xuan and struck him fiercely, but his fist only struck out an arm's length away, and he could no longer move, and it was as if his entire body had been cast under a spell of immobilization. Humph! Only to see Chu Xuan coldly reprimanding and waving his hand. He ruthlessly clutched Chu Ban's tall and sturdy body. No matter how much the latter struggled and exploded, it was to no avail. However, Chu Xuan did not exterminate Chu Barbarian at the first opportunity, but instead clutched Chu Barbarian's body and stepped down from the throne. Finally, he came close to Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, who were struggling to get up. My good father, my good mother. Well, was it a surprise to see my son? Surprised? The faces of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru had long since risen with disbelief and anger, as well as a sense of embarrassment and shame at being teased. Ah, Xianer, how could it be you? Why are you here? You rebellious son. You eat and eat. You actually compelled your brother to kill his father and mother. You are simply inhuman. In the face of the 2 men's admonishment, Chu Xuan, however, laughed morosely and coldly. He, you guys are right. Nowadays I am the Demon King in the Demon Kingdom. What does a Demon King need humanity for? You. Hearing this, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, who had prepared a basket of reprimands and scolding words, almost didn't choke to death. Chu Xuan spoke once more, his cold voice mixed with excitement. My good father, my good mother, we are really fated to be able to get together in this barbarian demon realm. As the saying goes, it's better to choose a day than to meet it. So why don't we settle the score today? Digging up my bones, drawing my blood, taking my veins, pulling out my kidneys, plucking out my heart. Oh yes, not long ago you also invited the world's #1 assassin organization, the Blood Cloud Building Assassins, to kill me, this piece by piece. What do you think should be cleared up for you? The 2 bodies of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru could not stop trembling. It seemed that one could imagine what would happen to the 2 of them if they fell into Chu Xian's hands. Well, since I've fallen into your hands today, do it. Anyway, this isn't the first time you've killed a loved one. Finally, the 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, looked like they couldn't hold on any longer, and also looked like they had completely resigned themselves to their fate, as they both collapsed back into a pool of blood. Oh, yeah, but you will need to return before you die. Chu Xuan smiled coldly, but as he smiled, the smile disappeared. A big frown came over his brow. You guys are actually 2 flesh and blood doppelgangers? The 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were lying in a pool of blood? As if they hadn't heard. After all, what happened today? It was like a nightmare, and they just wanted to get it over with sooner rather than later. I said that the 2 old men look like they are ready to die. It seems that my son is really happy today for nothing. Just as well. It seems that this karma is not yet over. Just wait. There are some things that you are not destined to hide from. Boom boom. When the last voice fell, Chu Xuan merely lightly stomped his foot, collapsing the detachments of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. And after, he looked again at Chu Ban in his hands, and his mood instantly recovered. Although Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were only 2 flesh and blood doppelgangers, the Chu Barbarian in front of him was the real deal. Buster, My good eighth brother. Our good father and mother. Actually, for the sake of an alter ego, even you got into this state. I don't know. For a moment, if what happened to me is pitiful, or if what happened to you is more pitiful. Chu Xuan shook his head, but his killing intent towards Chu Barbarian did not diminish in the slightest. After all, although the Chu Barbarian in front of him was naive and stupid, he was at the same time the most tyrannical, and had caused him the most pain in his previous life. It was evident that Chu Ban did not know how to beg for mercy at all, and only kept struggling, hissing and growling, just like a wild beast caught in a prison. Just, not much more. Send you on your way. Boo. Eventually, with a shock of his palm, he exploded Chu Barbarian's neck along with his head on the spot. That tall and sturdy body, his legs suddenly stomped, instantly dying. Pust. He then pulled out the demon barbarian kidney from the corpse with one hand, only to see the demon's savage kidneys as if they were cast in crystal. The whole body bloomed with multicolored haze, in which surged the monstrous blood essence and kidney chi. Chang Huang's 2 Wan Bao Guild elders, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Even Jun Lin Tian and the crowd of demons looked on with fiery gazes. After all, this was a legendary and supreme talent that was worth a lot of money. Boo! However, the next moment, in full view of everyone, Chu Xuan was directly and violently gripping it, clenching and exploding the 5-colored demon savage kidney on the spot. A majestic and vast fluctuation instantly swept through the entire Demon King Hall. Hiss! Ruined! That's a waste! The crowd of demons present all stifled their wrists and sighed, their eyes covered in regret. Chu Xuan ignored the surrounding sighs and received the innate origin. Buzz! As the innate origin entered his body, Chu Xuan's innate roots increased once again. This was already the 6th strand of innate origin, and the foundation was becoming more and more complete. Boom! And also under the prompting of this innate origin, the peak cultivation level of true martial was originally reached under the epiphany that could not be suppressed. In this moment, it was completely overwhelming. With a roar, the cultivation level was like an erupting volcano, leaping from the true martial realm into the sovereign realm on the spot. For a moment, the return of the innate origin and the increase in cultivation strength caused Chu Xuan to be unable to resist letting out a long, soothing whistle up to the sky. After a long time, he gathered his emotions and took the lead to look at Cheng Huang and the two of them. No more words, direct suppression. After all, there is no use in keeping it. Finally, this looked towards the group of demons led by Jun Lin Tian. Fade asked, "Do you want to take a shot at me, or will you continue to honor me as king? If you want to make a move, I personally suggest that you all go together." Confidence. From tolerance. There was no hint of cowardice flowing from the exposure of the human race's identity. Jun Lin Tian as well as the group of demon clan chiefs had long since fallen into silence, although they were indeed shocked by Chu Xuan's human identity. But getting them out of the way? Who dares? I'm afraid that whoever strikes will die. Even Jun Lin Tian will not be surprised. Once a lord, always a lord. Whether my lord is a demon or a human, he is my lord of Jun Lin Tian. Jun Lin Tian pays his respects to his lord. Jun Lin Tian reacted quickly and was the first to kneel down towards Chu Xuan. The rest of the demon patriarchs naturally had nothing more to say and followed closely behind. Continue to choose allegiance. We will always honor you as Lord of the Demon Monarchs. Chapter 108. There is still hope. And the heavens and earth have changed. Central Plains, Great Chu Dynasty, Dragon Phoenix Palace. Being in the palace, closed eyes and knees, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, two bodies suddenly shook, and then both while sound wildly spray blood. Originally that rosy face instantly white. That vigorous spirit is a cliff fall. Instantly like a big disease. Ah! Why? Why is that rebellious son in the savage demon realm, and has even become the savage demon realm's grand demon king of the master generation? Damn it! Why is it that wherever we go, he has to cross us? He actually also enticed and compelled Barbarian to dig up our bones, release our blood, and pull out our kidneys. Although those were just two doppelgangers, they were doppelgangers coalesced with the help of the dragon vein origin and by consuming a large amount of blood essence from both of us. Now that the two bilocations are destroyed, it's equivalent to directly destroying a small half of the dragon vein. He deserves to die. He really deserves to die. When the memories were synchronized, Emperor Chu Ming instantly fell into exasperation and fury, and the rage in his eyes was as if it was materializing and spewing out. For humming or whimpering. On the other hand, Xiao Yuru on the side suddenly cried, her face miserable. Heartache, heartache, heart-stopping. Your Majesty, I'm so hard. I really have some regrets. We shouldn't have treated Xianer like that. The sins that the two of us once committed are being paid back bit by bit. Xianer, war child, war, wind child, Yuner, and now barbarian child. Everything is like predestined heaven. Everything they got from their big brother is destined to be given back. This process is accompanied by pain and despair. This isn't Xianer crossing us, this is God punishing us. Oh, I'm sorry Xianer, I'm really sorry. Speaking of the end, Xiao Yuru fell to the ground, not only crying out in pain, but also coughing up blood crazily. The moment. Not only did she die because of the death of her bilocation and thus implicating her own body in the trauma, but she also felt powerless and panicked about the fate of karma. After all, ever since Chu Jian's accident, they were already trying their best to remedy the situation. As a result, her slew of sons still had one incident after another. She regretted it. No regrets. Seeing Xiao Yuru in such a state, Chu Mingyue roared at him, forcibly stepped forward, and yanked Xiao Yuru to stand up. The two palms of his hands were even shaking Xiao Yuru's shoulders continuously, and a pair of eyes were filled with the colors of anger and dissatisfaction. Never regret. What we should have done or should not have done has all been done. What's the use of crying? What's the use of regret? Do you think your tears, your regrets, will work on that rebellious son? Useless. Not a single bit of it is useless. Instead, he's been waiting to see the two of us regret. He's waiting for us to cry out in pain, waiting for us to break down in regret, waiting for us to confess our faults to him, and then he'll look at us with a look of utter contempt and humiliate us severely. So, no matter what time it comes, you and I must never regret it. Speaking of the end, a crimson redness rose in Emperor Chu Ming's eyes, a look of choosing someone to devour. Your Majesty, Xiao Yuru was shocked by this state of Chu Mingyue's, and could only stop crying and strengthen her spirit. No regrets. I don't regret it. That's right. That's right. That rebellious son's life is all given to us. Without us where would he be? Whatever we do to him is right. Chu Mingyue firmly opened his mouth, and finally saw Xiao Yuru return to normalcy. Only then did he sigh. Empress, come with me to the imperial tomb. As our bilocations have been exterminated, I'm afraid that barbarian child will not be able to escape either. Sure enough, when the two came to the depths of the imperial tomb, the dragon vein, which had shrunk quite a bit, once again appeared as a large cocoon of nirvana, and the aura emanating from it was none other than Chu Ban. Ugh, my poor brute. Xiao Yuru's eyes reddened once again, and Chu Mingyue sighed heavily. Chu Ban's death was another heavy blow to Chu. Nowadays, Chu was like a bruised and battered giant. Staggering. The borders of the four directions had been overrun and appropriated by a group of dynasties led by the Great Wind. Although the territory of the rebels were quelled a few waves, but just killed Chen Guang Wu Sheng Taiping Taoist, the rest of the place and Rose Huang Chao Hong Chuanxiu and others, completely press the gourd and then start the ladybird. Kill the endless. Even a group of clans within the territory had already begun to plan to move out after sensing that declining spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. It's safe to say, if it wasn't for the fact that there were still two of their grandmasters and a bunch of royal underpinnings in place, the entire Chu dynasty would have fallen apart long ago. Swish. In the end, the two of them left from the imperial tomb and retraced their steps back to the Dragon Phoenix Palace. Chu Mingyue reached out and wrapped Xiao Yuru deeply into his arms. Opening your mouth to forgive is forgiving both the person and yourself. Mojo. We still have Wonder and Dusty. There is still hope that everything can get back on track. The barbaric and bitter land. Hall of the Demon King. Chu Xuan could naturally anticipate the various predicaments of the great Chu dynasty today, especially in the case of Chu Barbarian and the others withering away one by one and following in their footsteps. It was only a matter of time before the great Chu completely collapsed. He would not take the initiative to exterminate Chu, but he would never save Chu either. Today's Chu was like a sandcastle that he had once built with his own hands, and there was only one way it could end, and that was to be flattened out by a big wave. After Chu Barbarian's incident, Chu Xuan was in the Demon King's hall, consolidating his patriarchal cultivation. Knock, and shortly thereafter, one uneventful day, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded. Although the thousands of demons had no feelings, Chu Xuan was suddenly shaken. The first time he left the Demon King's hall, only to see that he didn't know what technique he was using, and wiped his fingers in his eyes. Opening his eyes again, one could only see that the winds and clouds in the nine heavens were changing, and endless celestial light was pouring out. On the earth, there were even mouthfuls and mouthfuls of spiritual source fountains surging and erupting. Whether it's the heavenly light in the sky or the springs under the ground, what gushes out is the most concentrated innate spiritual chi in heaven and earth. Well, the heavenly splendor is falling chaotically. The earth's spirit is erupting. The heaven and earth have begun to change greatly, and the opening time from the previous world is just as much in advance. It seems that due to the fact that I leaked the heavenly chants to old man Tianji, it has finally caused the changes in this heaven and earth to begin to start earlier. Chu Xuan frowned tightly. Good on. He had known that everything he did in this life would have a butterfly effect. The trajectory of this life, naturally, will not be as general as that of the previous life. As it was, a moment later, his brow restretched. Oh, that's not a bad thing. After all, there are no more treasures suitable for melting at the moment. After the great change in the heavens and earth, there will be many heavenly treasures, ancient secret realms, and so on appearing one after another. At that time, there will be quite a few treasures to use for yourself again. After figuring it out, Chu Xuan no longer dwelled on it and began to quietly observe this great change in heaven and earth. Chapter 109 Aura Recovery. Secret Realm Ruins. In his previous life, this kind of great change in heaven and earth involved the entire 9 heavens continent, and from the first heaven to the 9th heaven, all of them would undergo shocking and drastic changes. But this process will not happen overnight, but rather gradually, and the change feels like a reversal of the inherent laws of the past. The more barren the aura, the more the heavenly flower leaks chaotically, and the more the spiritual source clusters. Just like the first heavens, compared to the other heavens, the aura was the poorest. And in the first heaven, compared to the 4 frontier central plains, the barbaric wasteland was the most barren, so visible. In the entire savage wilderness, I don't know how many heavenly splendors poured from the sky dome, and even the spiritual sources above the earth were a dozen or more mouths. Endless heaven and earth auras began to derive in the savage land. With the passage of time, the original environment of harsh and bitter cold barbarians, like a return of spring, spiritual flowers and grasses began to grow, and the spiritual chi became rain, showering down on the earth and prompting the renewal of all things. Not a little over half a month, even the group of demons led by Xuan Ling Sect clearly felt the change in the heavens and the earth. Some were elated, but others were panicked. All sorts of rumors were going around for a while, even rumors of extinction. Little Juniper, command down that the demons and devils need not be alarmed. This is just the heavens and earth changing and the aura reviving. It's not some demon ancestor descending miracles and immortal gods destroying the earth. Chu Xuan instructed Xuan Ling Sect. Xuan Ling Sect was naturally not a foolish demon. On the contrary, he understood a lot. What? Heaven and earth changing? Aura reviving? This is a great world of chance that only comes from legends. Xuan Ling Sect was excited. When he explained it clearly, the entire demon kingdom also boiled over. What great opportunity is not clear for the moment, but one thing is all clear. The heavens and the earth have changed greatly, and the barbaric and bitter land will no longer be difficult and harsh in the future. This especially made the patriarch of the 7 clans of demons and demons jump up and down with joy. After all, previously, the 2 Chenghuang elders of the Wanbao Association had been exterminated by Chu Xuan, and the savage wasteland just couldn't continue to cooperate with the Wanbao Association any longer. Now with the great change in heaven and earth, they didn't need to rely on the 10,000 Treasures Society anymore. Thus, the entire demon kingdom produced waves of clamor. Chu Xuan, on the other hand, had risen the thought of leaving the barbaric wasteland to return to the central plains. Although the barbarian earth aura recovery is very intense, to the late stage, it is able to exceed the 4 borders of the central plains, to reach the most of the first heaven, but at least not yet today. The most crucial thing was that many heavenly treasures and ancient secret realms would appear in the 4 frontiers and the central plains. Only, before Chu Xuan could leave, a piece of news suddenly came up. 2 demon kings, go and take a look. The demon ancestor mountain has cracked open, and it seems that there is some kind of treasure that has appeared in the mountain. Xuan Ling Sect was stunned, while Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, could it be that in the savage wilderness, there is also some kind of lost secret realm? Go and take a look. Soon after, Chu Xuan brought Xuan Ling Sect and re-arrived at the demon ancestor mountain, only to see that the original demon ancestor mountain was actually cracked directly from top to bottom, as if a black and bloody mouth was opened. At this moment, there was a bright and blazing light gushing from the large mouth, and the endless light seemed to be swirling with a domineering astral wind. An ordinary sovereign realm would split apart in an instant if it was blown on. Even a great master realm like the demon and demon 7 clan chiefs couldn't enter, and would be blown away and float out just as soon as they approached. Well, there really is a secret site. Observing this kind of means, the owner of the secret ruins is by no means an ordinary person. Chu Xuan observed for a while and came to a conclusion. A pair of eyes lit up, thinking that this secret site was worth a lot. Just before entering, Xuan Ling Sect, who was on the side, suddenly said, "My lord, this seems to be the place where I came out of the world." Yes, but why say, as if? Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow while Xuan Ling Sect laughed bitterly. Because I can't remember much either. My memories before I came out of the world were very scattered. I only vaguely remember bits and pieces of memories. There's no harm. Let's go in together and see. We'll know. Chu Xuan pondered for a moment and made his decision, and Xuan Ling Sect nodded in agreement. Swish, swish, and so the next moment, under the watchful eyes of thousands of demons, the 2 of them, Chu Xuan and Xuan Ling Sect, directly plunged headlong into the light. It could be seen that the astral wind swirling in that radiant light was indeed overbearing and incomparable. enough to easily tear apart a patriarch's protective astral chi. Even as they went deeper, the two of them could clearly feel that even if they were at the Great Master realm, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to carry it and their bodies would crack. However, this was nothing to the two of them. Chu Xuan and Junlin Tian, both of them unfolded their external forces and strongly pushed against the strong winds to go all the way deeper. However, the demon ancestor mountain looked no more than 100 or 10 feet tall from the outside. But who knows? Underneath this square rift, it was extremely vast and deep. The two of them went as far as 3,000 zhang deep, and it looked as if the two of them were vaguely feeling a pressure even though they had exerted external forces. Wave. Suddenly, the two of them looked like they had passed through a piece of prohibition, and the kind of radiant light and curling astral energy instantly disappeared, and the surrounding area was calm. The two men were even more enlightened before their eyes. This place is situated in a secret underground mansion carved out of a mountain, wide and vast, with many colorful stalactites hanging overhead, illuminating the place as if it were a brilliant and colorful day. In the center of the secret mansion sits a majestic high platform, overall cast by gold and jade, crystal clear, light flow, ghostly craftsmanship. Ah, this is it. I remember more and more clearly that this is where I was born. The two men looked around the secret house. Suddenly, Junlin Tian exclaimed, his gaze even more tightly looking towards that high platform. Go! Just go up there and see. Chu Xuan did not hesitate and immediately brought Junlin Tian to fly to the high platform. As soon as they reached the high platform, both of their complexions shook in unison. One could only see that the high platform was wide and vast, paved with mysterious jade. Above the jade, it was as if a mysterious and complicated diagram formation was constructed on one side, and to the left and right of these figure formations, a full 18 statues were situated, 9 on the left and 9 on the right, arching symmetrically over each other. The statue is not human. There were demon races with huge bodies and fangs rushing to the sky. Some of them were tall, lanky, devilishly armored devils. There were ghosts with vapid bodies that looked like clouds of smoke. There were even more ugly-looking, unnameable foreigners, and so on. It's all a bunch of demons and ghosts. In addition to the 18 statues, in the center, there is a middle-aged statue. This middle-aged statue, tall and lofty, at first glance appeared as if it were a human, but in reality, his head was covered with 2 horns, and his body was also covered with purple and gold veins. Overall look down. The resemblance to Junlin Tian's looks was not to say that it was completely similar, but at least 7 or 8 points. The middle-aged statue's hands made a high cupping gesture, obviously holding something, but it was empty, only some stone chips remained. Chu Xuan looked at the middle-aged statue and then looked back at Junlin Tian. Couldn't help but laugh. Junior, do you think the statue is yourself, or your father? Chapter 110 Junlin Tian's Inheritance. Suppressing a crowd of demons. Junlin Tian did not pay any attention to Chu Xuan's flirting since arriving at the high platform. Various scattered and fragmented memories just kept surfacing in his mind, and after, his entire body unconsciously then came in front of that middle-aged statue. Boom! Just got here. A yellow bell then rang in his head, and his memory was fully revived. Junlin Tian let out a cry of shock and immediately knelt down towards the statue. Bang! As he kowtowed, the 18 statues of demons and devils around him actually trembled, emitting a burst of spiritual fluctuations. Young Lord! The Young Lord has returned! Rise of the Young Lord! Looking at this scene, Chu Xuan shook his head and smiled. Looks like it's Dad. Boom! 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 Only to see that Junlin Tian's kowtow seemed like it had triggered some kind of organ, and a dull roaring turning sound resounded from the high platform itself. Finally, a tall stone monument rose from the center of the high platform. It was 3 feet long and 5 feet wide, with various kinds of light dazzling on it, and there was a group of golden tadpoles swimming on the surface of the monument. Chu Xuan's eyes showed curiosity as he stepped forward to observe, but it looked like it was decorated with specialized prohibitions, and no matter how he looked left or right, he couldn't see anything hidden by the light. This is the inheritance tablet that my father left for me. Only I should be able to inherit it. At this time, Junlin Tian also came over, and with a glance, he recognized what the stone tablet in front of him was, as his memories had been fully retrieved. Aha! Chu Xuan smiled and did not say much. He naturally had no less than 100 ways to break the prohibition on the inheritance monument in front of him, but he didn't go about it like this. After all, a gentleman takes what he wants. Since this was an inheritance that belonged to Junlin Tian, as the master of the other party, it would be too ungraceful for him to grab it with the other party. Besides, looking at the earth, he himself is the biggest inheritance treasure trove. The inheritance of this place, even if it is given to him, he will not be able to look at it. He withdrew a few steps and signaled for Junlin Tian to come forward to receive the inheritance. Buzz! Sure enough, as Junlin Tian came forward, The inheritance monument suddenly hummed, and then a brilliant light fully enveloped him. Those swimming golden tadpoles even transformed into a series of ancient demonic texts, drilling into Jun Lin Tian's mind like a golden torrent. Swish! And seeing that it would take some time for Jun Lin Tian to receive the inheritance, Chu Xuan, who had nothing to do, began to stroll and skulk around the high platform. It's just that there are only those statues around on the high platform in addition to the inheritance monument. From the mental fluctuations just now, it was clear that these statues were not ordinary statues, but rather had life in them and nirvana. Sure enough, when Chu Xuan walked close to a statue of a six-tusked demonic elephant, a strong spiritual fluctuation immediately came out from within the statue. Idle people, exit this place immediately. Idle, you old mother. I am the master of your young lord. Chu Xuan disliked it. Asshole. Who in this world is worthy to be our young lord's lord? You're looking for death. Swish. There was only a flash of light. A six-tusked white elephant conjured by psychic energy rushed out of the statue. Although it was transformed by spiritual energy, its body was white, with 6 ivory tusks bending and rushing to the sky, and it actually emitted the cultivation fluctuation of a Zhongshe 7th level. It must be known that this was only a means illuminated by spiritual energy, yet it could possess the 7th level of cultivation of a patriarch, so it could be seen that its essence was very terrifying. Anon, as soon as the 6-elephant white elephant appeared, it did not speak nonsense, and a deafening roar occurred as it looked up to the sky and charged towards Chu Xuan. That huge elephant body, stepping on the entire high platform or shaking and vibrating, 6 tusks, flooded with harsh and ferocious extreme cold aura. The brute force was so amazing that even a small mountain could be collapsed and pierced through. Hey, you're damn cranky. Chu Xuan skimmed his lips, while a trace of wariness surfaced within his heart. After all, since he had been promoted to the sovereign realm, he had not yet verified his battle power, and now he was just practicing with this 6-tusked white elephant. Thus, not only did he not dodge, he instead blasted out with a straight punch. With the Hongming sacred body, he directly hardened himself. Knock! Accompanied by a sound as dull as thunder, the huge demonic body of the 6-tusked white elephant was directly sent tumbling out by this punch. It fell out a long way, scattering spiritual light in all directions in the sky, and almost didn't get smashed. Roar! The 6-tusked white elephant roared in shock, and the pair of huge eye pupils showed panic. It was not expected at all that the spirit body would actually almost be punched out by the other party. This is outrageous. Mud, what are you looking at? Don't show yourselves to ambush this Fong with me. Do you want to stand by and watch the young lord become a slave of a human race? The 6-tusked white elephant shouted angrily. Instantaneous. All 17 statues on that left and right bloomed with spiritual energy light. Humph. Coming. You stupid elephant. You can't handle a human clan master. You're really stupid. Jia jia jia. Dare to make our young lord recognize you as his master. This king will dig out your guts today to see just how big it is. Buzzing. With a hissing sound, a spiritual energy coalesced and took shape. There were tall and stout trolls in demonic armor, ethereal and ghostly heavenly ghosts, blood-haired and blood-skinned and blood-robed bloods, and so on. Although their looks varied, all of them were in the 7th realm of Zhongshe. 18 Zhongshe 7th level demons and devils surrounded Chu Xuan. The killing machine blazed, causing the high platform to fall into a heavy depression. Ha! Come on! Come on! In response, Chu Xuan not only did not have any panic, but was instead excited. The battle intent was hot, and a 6-tusked white elephant couldn't raise too much interest after all. The 18 demons and devils in front of him would allow him to warm up properly. Boom boom! The crowd of demons and devils did not speak nonsense and killed towards Chu Xuan at the first opportunity, either wielding demonic swords, spewing out ghostly chi, or performing blood magic. Each of them was a great deal stronger than a human sect master of the same realm. Chu Xuan's battle intent was fiery, and he immediately executed the creation 7 treasures myriad technique. Accompanied by a metallic clanging sound, 7 magical treasures manifested from behind them. Swords, guns, halberds, bells, tripods, and towers. The 7 types of magic treasures could be seen blooming with different lights, continuously circulating and rotating behind them, setting Chu Xuan's entire person off as if he were an immortal being. Chop! Chu Xuan merged his fingers and pointed, and the 10,000 demon blade immediately exploded towards the 6-tusked white elephant. With a click, the huge 6-tusked white elephant was chopped out on the spot, and in the next moment, the heavenly demon gun, the ghost king bell, the blood sea tripod, and other magic treasures. They also turned into a stream of light and chopped at other enemies one after another. A shot stabbed through the black horn troll. A bell disperses the heavenly ghosts of hell. A tripod crashed into the blood clan powerhouse. With a clanging and rumbling sound, Chu Xuan fought the 18 demons and devils alone with the 7 treasures myriad technique. And not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, But instead, he swept through everything with a wild and fierce mess. Only after a short half a quarter of an hour did the calm return to the high platform. Swish! At the same time, Junlin Tian also received the stone tablet inheritance in full. A large number of memories had already appeared in his mind. Most of them related to the inheritance of their clan, which was a priceless treasure for him. And the next moment, his aura even instantly skyrocketed, soaring all the way from Sovereign Master 1 to Sovereign Master 7 realm on the spot. Lord! This caused Junlin Tian to become excited and turn around wanting to share the joy with Chu Xuan, who knew that when he turned his head, his entire body froze. This is, what the hell? Chapter 111, Dazzling Gold Sunset Bow. Leaving the savage wasteland, only to see either hissing and roaring or ghostly cries on the high platform. A demonic ghost that was illuminated by psychic energy was stacked on top of each other into a small mountain. At the top of the mountain, Chu Xuan used a six-tusked white elephant as a seat cushion and sat steadily on it, his old god as if he were a demon suppressor immortal. Lord, what's going on here? Junlin Tian was a bit confused. How is it that there was a fight in the moment of receiving an inheritance? And as soon as they saw Junlin Tian awaken, the six-tusked white elephant, the black horn troll, the heavenly ghost blood clan and a host of other demons and devils opened their mouths to wail. Young Lord, save us, young Lord. Our real bodies are temporarily unable to appear in the world, and our spirit bodies are no match for this person. So please take action and kill this fawn with force. Listening to the pleas of the demons, Junlin Tian suddenly had a black line on his face. Not only did he not respond, he instead rushed at Chu Xuan. Lord, I don't know these douchebags. Do you need me to help you? Crowd of demons and monsters. The six-tusked white elephant howled. Young Lord, we are the old main war generals. You are our young Lord. We are all in this together. Mud, who gives a that you're all in this together? It is the Lord and I who are the family of the heart. Junlin Tian hurriedly took a stand, itching to break all six tusks of the six-tusked white elephant. After he had fully accepted the inheritance, he naturally knew the identity of the six-tusked white elephant and the others. But in front of him was Chu Xuan. If he had the ability to deal with it, he wouldn't have dealt with it as early as the battle at the demon ancestor mountain. Noisily asking him to go against Chu Xuan was not asking him to seek death. Young Lord? This. Looking at Junlin Tian's attitude, the six-tusked white elephant and the rest of the crowd of demons and devils then realized the gravity of the matter, that the relationship between Chu Xuan and Junlin Tian before their eyes was far more special than they had imagined. Just like the heartfelt reverence that they had for their old master, Junlin Tian also revered the Chu Xuan in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Thus, they could only hasten to change their stance and concede in droves. This Lord, it's because we have no eyes and have rushed you. I hope the Lord of the Young Lords will forgive us. We have no intention of offending you. It's all because of this big dumb elephant that caused the trouble. If it doesn't work, let's slaughter this big dumb elephant to take the heat off of His Excellency. Six-tusked white elephant. At this point, Junlin Tian also took the opportunity to explain. My lord, according to the inheritance I received, these demons are some of the war generals that my father took in, and with their true bodies in nirvana within this statue, they are also counted as his own people. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot be escaped. Chu Xuan faintly vocalized. That's that. Junlin Tian's expression loosened, and then he turned his head to look at the crowd of demons and devils. Reprimanded. You fools with no eyes, why don't you make amends to my lord and apologize with enough sincerity? Or don't blame me for turning my face. Well. Yes. It should. A burst of spiritual fluctuations emanated from the six-tusked white elephant and a host of other demons and devils, and then a spiritual light floated out from the statue. It was a single nano ring, and with just a light sweep, one could see that there were a large number of spirit stones as well as demonic blood and exotic treasures and many other spiritual items within it. Although it wasn't the kind of treasure that could cause the Hongmeng sacred body to undergo a metamorphosis, it was good enough to be considered sincere. Just as well, for the sake of little Jun's face, I'll spare you this time. Chu Xuan shook his head and immediately released the spirit bodies of the six-tusked white elephant and the others. The crowd of demons and devils regained their freedom and hurriedly reappeared into their respective statues as a burst of spiritual fluctuations came out. Many thanks, my lord. Chu Xuan put away all the nascent sacred rings and no longer paid attention to the crowd of demons. Turning to Junlin Tian, he smiled and asked, how does it feel? Good. Better than ever. Junlin Tian had an excited look on his face. Nowadays, not only had his cultivation reached a high-level sect master in one fell swoop, but more importantly, his mind had a complete inheritance of feats and aptitudes and the like. These legacies were enough to allow him to ascend straight to the celestial and even higher realms. It's safe to say, this inheritance tablet was a pathway to heaven that was paved for him. Hey! At this time, Junlin Tian looked like he thought of something and said with a mysterious face, My lord, once I only knew that I was of the demon race, but I didn't know what kind of demon I was. Through the inheritance tablet I finally know what race I am myself. Guess what? Dazzling gold heavenly demon. Chu Xuan responded with a light laugh. The mysterious smile on Jun Lin Tian's face suddenly disappeared as he said with a shocked expression, My lord, how do you know? It is stated on the inheritance tablet that very few people in this world know about our clan. In response, Chu Xuan did not reply. Actually, before that, he hadn't been able to see what kind of demon Jun Lin Tian was. It wasn't until he came to this party's secret mansion that he thought of a secret story from his previous life. Rumor has it that a super strong demon race once appeared in the Nine Heavens, once arrogantly trying to unify the Nine Heavens continent at one time, and then seemed to have been punished by the wrath of heaven, and has since disappeared into obscurity. And this demon race is the one named Dazzling Gold Sky Demon. He had not seen this race with his own eyes in his previous life, but had seen murals in some ancient ruins, and had not remembered them until today. The Lord deserves to be called the Lord, so he knew about my true form long ago. Jun Lin Tian marveled inexplicably. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to retrieve some sense of superiority in front of Chu Yuan, but he didn't expect that the latter had already known his bottom line like the back of his hand, which made him even more reverent and even worshipful of Chu Yuan. And so, he respectfully said, My lord, I have a treasure, and I ask for your smile. Swish. With that, he waved his hand, and a pair of golden glittering treasure bows appeared in situ, which were inscribed with purple gold secret patterns all over, with a regal aura. My lord, this treasure is called the Dazzling Gold Sunset Bow. It is an inherited treasure of my clan. Unfortunately, I'm too bad at using a bow and arrow, and 9 out of 10 arrows can be crooked, so let's borrow a flower and pass it on to the lord. Swish. Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows and immediately received the sunset bow and played with it. Need to know. In his previous life, he had followed the path of the 10,000 paths to unity, naturally dabbling in the way of the bow and arrow. He even once literally shot down the sun and moon and was honored as the god of arrows on earth. This bow would not be buried if it fell into his hands. Yes, I'll take it. Chu Xuan did not make any pretense and immediately put the sunset bow into his nascent soul ring, and this scene completely silenced the six-tusked white elephant and the other demons. Thoroughly knowing what weight Chu Xuan carried in Jun Lin Tian's heart, that last trace of dissatisfaction finally disappeared. Finally seeing that there was nothing left in this place, Chu Xuan Jun Lin Tian and the two of them flew away. Upon arriving in the outside world, Jun Lin Tian ordered the demons to blockade the demon ancestor mountain, and from then on, this would be the true holy mountain of the savage demons. Aftermath. Hall of the Demon King. Chu Xuan called Jun Lin Tian to him. Little Junzi, I'm ready to leave. Ha, Lord, do you want me to follow you around? Jun Lin Tian had a look of dismay on his face. These are words from the heart. After all, Chu Xuan had long since conquered him with his charm and strength. No. Chu Xuan shook his head, and then he looked at Jun Lin Tian and said, Little Junzi, I know that your clan has great ambitions. Do you inwardly want to lead the savage demons and sweep across this world? Yes. Jun Lin Tian did not dare to hide it. This was the ideal and ambition that had been in his heart since he was born. But the next moment, he was saying, however, if the Lord is unwilling, I can lead the demons to stay in the savage land all the time. It was clear that as long as Chu Xuan spoke, he could suppress his ambitions. Ha, that's not necessary. Chu Xuan, however, shook his head. For him, the human race or the demons, they are all part of this heaven and earth. The human race can regard those weak 6 animals as meals on the table, and the demons can naturally treat the weak humans as blood food. It's not about any good or evil, it's just the laws of heaven and earth. He wasn't some saintly Buddha, so naturally he wouldn't care so much. He only said, I won't interfere with what you do, only, as you sweep across the world, avoid a few places, the Great Wind Dynasty, the Xuan Ling Sect, and the Heaven's Pride Ancient City. Lord, I remember. Seeing that Chu Xuan was not forcing anything, Jun Lin Tian inwardly sighed in relief. Keep a few places in mind and consider them off limits to demons. Chu Xuan nodded and said no more. In the end, under Jun Lin Tian's respectful escort, Chu Xuan left the Demon King's hall, plucked up the ground and took to the air, transforming into a stream of light and leaving the savage wasteland. Chapter 112. The road gets a chance to return to the Great Wind. Chu Xuan was now in the realm of Azongshire, and with the added ability to create a wind, in just half a day, he flew out of the savage land. And nowadays, both the 4 borders and the hundreds of countries, as well as the central plains, all of them are making endless clamor because of the change of heaven and earth and the revival of aura. At first, many people did not know that it was the great change of heaven and earth and the revival of the aura, but only knew that there were constant changes around them that were different from the norm. For example, Some people breed spiritual flowers and plants that actually bloom all in one night. A bottleneck that someone had been stuck in for many years was actually broken through with ease. Others walk around and pick up spiritual treasures somewhere in the realm. At first, instead of being a source of joy, these anomalies sent many people into an inexplicable panic. Until the end. Tenji Pavilion formally stepped forward and sent a group of Tenji Pavilion emissaries to post notices announcing that this is the state of heaven and earth diffraction and aura recovery. And as time passes, various heavenly materials and treasures that have never appeared in the past as well as some hidden secret areas will continue to emerge. When it was understood, the cultivators of this side of the world all fell into a clamor. On the street, someone was laughing wildly up to the sky. Ha ha, the earth and sky have changed greatly. The aura has revived. This is the era where everyone can become a dragon. I will definitely seize this opportunity to achieve supreme celestials. In the restaurant, a storyteller was explaining, "Gentlemen, the great world of heaven and earth, the recovery of the aura, is a kind of golden great world, not only accompanied by heaven-defying chances, but also endless blood chaos. How many recklessnesses like dragons and snakes rise? How many heroes and heroes like meteors fall to the ground? In the family, a family head was mobilizing the clansmen, sons and daughters. A golden great age has arrived. Nowadays the four fields are filled with diffused spiritual flowers and herbs as well as heavenly treasures. Our family must seize the opportunity to become a side of the great clan." These voices are just some of the inconspicuous ones among the thousands of noises. As Chu Xuan watched this scene, there were no waves in his heart, but there was one sentence in it that he very much agreed with. It is in this era of great changes in heaven and earth aura recovery, chance and danger coexist. Some people such as the rise of the dragon and snake. Some people such as meteors fall to the ground. Blessing and disaster depends on each other, only to see how their destiny. Taking his previous life, his destiny was like a meteor that crashed to the ground. If it wasn't for Feng Linglong, Master Lu Yu and the others, he himself had long ago been swallowed up by this great world without even a crumb left. As for this life, he will break the cage of destiny with his own hands, and my destiny will not be determined by God. Well, do it. A cave has appeared outside the city, and the spiritual light is flickering. Suspecting that there are treasures coming out. Road. Chu Xuan was attracted by a message, and without hesitation, he immediately flew there. Soon, he came to a side of the cave that shimmered with colorful light, only to see that quite a few people had already converged at this place. There were martial artists, true martial artists, and even a few sect master powerhouses, and at this moment, these people were mixing together to engage in killing chaos. After all, people die for money, birds die for food, and who wouldn't want a chance? After Chu Xuan's arrival, he did not have much to say, directly displaying that dominating force that easily swept away everyone. Will the cave chance to take the hand? Although it is not any extreme treasure, but it is not bad. Mosquito meat is even smaller, it is also meat. After, he continued on his way, but kept an eye out for various opportunities on the way. So much so that what was originally a 10-day journey was hardened by him for months. However, for several months, he had a lot to gain. In addition to a large number of spirit stones, spirit flowers and herbs, there were also some spirit weapons. For example, a silver sword in stone, a long spear with a spirit pattern, a red-blooded long knife, and so on, all clear spirit weapons. Although they were only inferior, they were considered to be top-notch treasures within this heavens. Eventually, with a large amount of treasures, Chu Xuan re-entered the Great Wind Dynasty. "Brother Chu Xuan, you finally returned." As soon as she learned that Chu Xuan had returned, Feng Linglong couldn't wait to run over and jumped into Chu Xuan's arms on the spot, her beautiful eyes tearful. After all, ever since the parting of the heaven's remarkable ancient city, she had not seen Chu Xuan for nearly a year, and she had long missed him terribly within her heart. "Linglong." Chu Xuan also wrapped his arms around Feng Linglong, and without saying anything more, he directly carried into the room for an in-depth exchange after a long goodbye. After exchanging half a day, Chu Xuan and Feng Linglong then walked out of the room. Feng Linglong asked with a flushed face, "Brother Chu Xuan, this year, where have you been? Why haven't I heard from you?" "I traveled through the 4 borders and 100 countries, and went on a trip to the barbarians." Chu Xuan immediately told the whole story of his travels this time, which naturally included the matter of recapturing Chu Ban's demon savage kidney. Pust. Just after he finished speaking, before Feng Linglong could respond, a muffled grunt and scream came from the side, only to see Chu Mingyue once again scoop out her pair of kidneys, muttering weakly under his breath, "Xuaner, atonement, Auntie has redeemed herself again." In response, Chu Xuan did not even look at it, because it was no longer a matter of whether or not he had forgiven Chu Mingyue, but rather he had long treated Chu Mingyue as a stranger. What a stranger does is none of his business. Chu Xuan inquired, "Linglong, How is the situation in the Central Plains today? Swish. Upon hearing this, Feng Linglong's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly sank down and hurriedly spoke out the situation in the Central Plains during this period of time. Listen to the end. Chu Xuan understood. The situation in the Central Plains today is not too different from the previous life. Heaven and earth change aura recovery began. Dali, Dayu, Dakian and a number of dynasties are crazy scavenging all kinds of opportunities in the world to enhance the heritage of their respective dynasties and national strength. The only big departure from the previous life is the De Chu and the Great Wind. In his previous life, Chu Xuan clearly remembered that there were a total of 9 spirit sources that had been diffused in the Central Plains, and that there would be one in the territory of each of the 9 great dynasties. However, in this life, probably due to the damage to the dragon vein of the Great Chu dynasty, it did not diffuse the spirit source, but instead, 2 mouths appeared within the Great Wind. This made the Chu, which was already in a state of internal and external trouble, even more chaotic. Many forces and powerhouses were getting rid of the control of the Great Chu dynasty. It's safe to say, the great changes in heaven and earth not only did not allow Chu to seize the opportunity to salvage the decadence, but also contributed to the speed of Chu's destruction. Ha! Chu Xuan shook his head and laughed. He had expected this kind of result and it wasn't unusual, after which, he instructed Feng Linglong. Linglong, the opportunities brought about by this great world are far more than that, but the crises brought about by the same are also far more than that. That's why Gale should be steady, not hasty or slow. Feng Linglong nodded heavily, naturally understanding the stakes. Finally, she inquired, Brother Chu Xuan, if we go by your meaning, what is the most important thing that our Great Wind dynasty should do? Wait, Chu Xuan said. Feng Linglong was a bit puzzled. Wait for what? Chu Xuan glanced at the dome of the sky, and his gaze actually revealed a trace of gravity. Waiting for a big chance. Chapter 113 A Host of Hidden Powers. Great opportunity? Feng Linglong raised her eyebrows. To be able to be said so by Chu Xuan, it was conceivable that this chance was definitely far beyond ordinary chances. Right. This chance should be the biggest chance in the first heaven. Of course, at that time, this chance will also attract many fierce dangers, and even some hidden forces will participate in the competition. Chu Xuan opened his mouth, hearing Feng Linglong both shocked and confused inside. It was because Chu Xuan's tone seemed as if he was prophesying the future. However, in response to this, Feng Linglong didn't suspect anything, but only said curiously, hidden forces? How come I haven't heard of them? Ha! Chu Xuan shook his head and smiled, explaining for it, the so-called hidden forces are forces that are hidden from the world. It's normal that you haven't heard of them, but if you look through the dynasty's ancient books, you will surely find traces of these hidden forces, and after understanding them, you will realize, these hidden forces have existed for far longer than dynasties, and their strength and heritage surpasses a host of dynasties. Hiss! Feng Linglong immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. After all, ever since she sat on the throne of the Great Wind Empress, she had the great ambition of unifying the Central Plains and even the entire heaven and earth within her. Over the years, she thought that with the Great Wind Dynasty's heritage, even if it didn't have the power to unify heaven and earth, it could still be one of the best in the Central Plains. However, right now, what Chu Xuan said was a reversal of her beliefs. Seeing that Feng Linglong was not quite convinced, Chu Xuan lightly laughed. Don't be unconvinced. I'll give you an example of a power, so you can compare on your own. What forces? Tianji Gu. Swish. Feng Linglong was instantly silent. Indeed, I'm afraid that even if a bunch of dynasties had more depth, they wouldn't be able to compare to the Heavenly Hall of Fortune, simply because there was a living celestial being in the Heavenly Hall of Fortune. Tianji Pavilion isn't a hidden power, is it? What powers are those hidden ones? Seeing Feng Linglong asking questions, Chu Xuan explained in detail. The Heavenly Hall of Opportunity is somewhat special. Although it's not a hidden world power, it's not any worse than a hidden world power. The hidden forces of this heaven and earth can be roughly divided into 2 major organizations, 3 major clans, and 4 major lineages. 2 major organizations, a Blood Cloud Tower, which is the #1 assassin organization in the world, and a Wan Bao Hui, which is the #1 chamber of commerce organization in the world. The 3 great clans are the Immortal Martial Sect, the Lingshu Quan, and the Cold Mountain Temple, while the 4 great families are the Shao family, the Lin family, the Yi family, and the Feng family. Speaking here, Chu Xuan paused and added, all of these hidden forces are like the Heavenly Qi Pavilion, with the realm of celestial beings sitting at their side. It's even stronger than the Tianji Pavilion in a way, because some of the forces are related to the high heavens forces behind them. Hiss! Listen to the end. Feng Linglong sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Her heart had long been shocked. It was obvious that what Chu Xuan had said had gone beyond her perceived worldview. she felt even more alarmed, especially after hearing that these hidden world forces, behind them, were actually related to the forces of the high heavens. Of course, these you have some understanding on the line, but there is no need to be afraid. After all, everything has me in, all can be at ease. Chu Xuan held Feng Linglong's jade hand, his expression confident and calm. Swish! For some reason, Feng Linglong's heart immediately became incomparably calm, and she only felt that she and even the entire Great Wind were filled with a sense of security. It seemed that as long as Chu Xuan was there, even if the sky collapsed, there was no harm. In the time that followed, Feng Linglong naturally followed Chu Xuan's instructions. In the face of this great world of opportunity, although action, but not radical, stabilization to increase the depth and strength of the Great Wind dynasty. As for Chu Xuan, on the other hand, he was in seclusion in the emperor's court, continuing to enhance his own sectarian cultivation. Yet as steady as Gale was, the rest of the group of forces were not, especially a group of dynasties. As more and more hidden secret realms of heaven and earth opportunities came out, these dynasties acted more and more aggressively. For example, the Daiyuan dynasty. Speaking of which, Daiyuan was very lucky when the Battle of Tenzhou Ancient City took place. Dili Diyu and a host of other dynasties had all lost at least one great master, but Daiyuan didn't. Plus they were originally one of the oldest dynasties in the Central Plains. Thus, in this great world of opportunity, Daiyuan had enough three underlying great masters to join forces to sweep the world and strongly dominate many opportunities. Even not only the chances within their own territory, even the chances in the rest of the dynasties and the 100 kingdoms, they didn't miss out on plundering them by force. It can be said that the speed of the rise of the Daiyuan dynasty is the first of the dynasties. This day, the great Yuan kingdom lord led the two underlying great masters in the patriarch's mansion and once again rushed to a place of opportunity located in the 100 kingdoms of the four frontiers, only to see that before them, quite a few people had already converged at this place. True marshal, patriarch, and one or two other great patriarchs from other dynasties. The great Yuan dynasty is here. Those who don't want to die, get out of the way. As soon as the great Yuan country lord arrived, he opened his mouth in a strong and domineering manner. Although the crowd present was indignant, they could only choose to back off one after another. Even that great master from the other dynasty was no exception. Soon, the three of them, the great Yuan kingdom lords, had searched this place for opportunities. Just as the three were about to leave, they were stopped by a blood-robed middle-aged man. What a guy! Get out of here! The great Yuan kingdom lord frowned and bellowed, but the blood-robed middle-aged man smiled morosely. Oh, blood clouds come and heads fall. Remember, the one who kills you blood cloud tower is also. Clang! Suddenly, a sword-drawing sound, brilliant blood-colored sword light shocked the sky and disappeared in an instant. The blood-robed middle-aged man is already closing the sword away. Back! Amidst the unbelieving and terrified eyes of the three Yuan kingdom lords, the three heads were thrown away in unison, and blood gushed out as if they were springs of water. 1/3 great masters fell. This bloody scene caused everyone present to be horrified. The name of the blood cloud building kills and goes unnoticed. Midland, one side of the lake. At a certain moment, some cultivators rushed out from under the lake, and all of them seized some opportunities in their hands, including spiritual flowers, pills, and magic treasures. One could only see the excited and thrilled smiles on every cultivator's face. After all, the chance in their hands was enough for them to change their destiny against the heavens. Swish! Without waiting for the group of cultivators to leave, several figures were falling from the sky. There were middle-aged men and old men, all dressed in clean-cut clothing, and on their chests, 3 small characters were embroidered. Wanbao Association. Gentlemen, we are the elders of the 10,000 Treasures Society. Our 10,000 Treasures Society is the #1 chamber of commerce in the world, and we are willing to acquire the treasures of chance in your hands. A few elders of the Wanbao Guild gently smiled and explained their own intentions. Manpower Club? The No. 1 chamber of commerce in the world? What the hell? Never even heard of it. Some were naturally reluctant and scoffed, but others were intent. After all, some opportunities are good, but in their own hands is a swinging potato. It is not as good as changing into money spirit stone insurance sum. So, someone asked, I've got an extreme mortal treasure. I wonder how many spirit stones it's worth. Swish! The Wanbao Guild elder immediately stretched out a finger. The man frowned. What do you mean by that? 1,000 spirit stones or 10,000 spirit stones? I won't sell it for less than 30,000 spirit stones. Who knew? But the Wanbao Guild elder shook his head and laughed lightly. It's 1. *******. You tricked me. The man was instantly enraged. 1 spirit stone. You might as well go and rob it. Hey, we're merchants. How can we do looting? We only do business. 1 spirit stone for all the chances in this place. This is a deal that you will do or not do. Towards the end, the Wanbao Guild Elder's eyes were already filled with domineering coldness. The crowd of cultivators were naturally unwilling to do so. Some fled and some struck out. But a few moments later, the Wanbao Guild Elder flew away, leaving the cultivators lying on the ground in the same spot. Chapter 114 Uncle Xiao Yutong. Purple Cloud Secret Mansion. The Great Chu Dynasty. Inside the territory. The Tianwu Sect. The Tianwu Sect, as the former #1 clan of Dechu, was originally very scenic, but it did not expect that the Dechu imperial family would actually be so pitiful. The realm of the Great Chu, which was full of aura, was hardened and the aura was greatly reduced. I thought that this situation would improve with the great change of heaven and earth and the revival of aura, but it turned out that it was relatively worse. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Xuan, the 9th prince of Great Chu, was the clan's holy son and the clan's hopes were at stake, the heavenly martial sect would have long since moved away. This day, a middle-aged man descended from the sky and landed in front of the heavenly martial sect's mountain gate. Without saying much, the middle-aged man directly forced his way into the heavenly martial sect alone. Stop! What a guy! Trespassing into the heavenly martial sect is punishable by death. The Tianwu sect guards intercepted one after another. But in the next moment, they saw that before the middle-aged man made a move, a group of guards were thrown around. When the middle-aged man broke into the clan, naturally there were people constantly intercepting him on the way. But they simply couldn't get close enough, not even for a patriarch. The middle-aged man traveled all the way through, and a large number of heavenly martial sect disciples lay behind him. Not long after, even the heavenly martial sect's patriarch, who had heard of the incident, as well as a group of senior patriarchs, all lay down at the feet of the middle-aged man, wailing in agony, horrified. No one had expected that the heavenly martial sect, which was the #1 sect in the Great Chu, would one day be picked off by one person to topple the entire sect. In the end, the middle-aged man crumbled a cave at the top of the mountain with a single punch. Inside the cave, a young man with a handsome face and a steely figure was practicing cultivation, exuding the cultivation of the 7th level of the sovereign master realm all over his body. It was none other than the 9th prince of Great Chu, Chu Xuan. Ah, what a guy! When Chu Xuan saw the middle-aged man as well as the heavenly martial sect patriarch and the others lying behind him, a heart was suddenly horrified. Even if he has now been promoted to a high-rank sect master by relying on the talented Linglong Heart to Chu Dragon Vein and the various opportunities that the heavenly martial sect has sought out for him, however, he could feel that he had no power to fight back in front of this person. Fear, shudder, who knows? In the next moment, the middle-aged man walked to Chu Chen and did not make a move. Instead, his eyes burned as he said, "My name is Xiao Yutong. It's your uncle, a real uncle, Blood Cloud Tower, Marble Club, the Xiao family," and so on. With the passage of time, a bunch of hidden forces that were once unknown to the public began to appear one after another. With a domineering and strong force, it made countless people deeply remember, which made them realize that there were still such domineering and strong forces in this heaven and earth, and each of them was not weaker than the heavenly pavilion in the slightest. Various hot takes, lots of hustle, between heaven and earth, the rumor spreads. Gale, Imperial Court. When the information about the hidden forces was learned by Feng Linglong, only then did Feng Linglong realize how prescient Chu Xian was. With the emergence of a number of hidden forces, the original pattern of forces in the Central Plains, including the 4 frontiers, has been dealt a huge blow, just like the Daiyuan dynasty, which was originally hidden to become the head of the Central Plains dynasty. As a result, he was killed by the Blood Cloud Tower with a single slash that killed all the underlying powerhouses. Today Daewon can be said to have, in a single stroke, had its spine severed. Clans, sects, powers, etc., either revolted or cut themselves off. In a short period of time, the Daiyuan royal family collapsed and the dynasty fell apart. It unexpectedly became the first dynasty to be destroyed by the Great World before the Great Chu. Take it easy. Be still and watch. The dynasty that was overthrown is by no means the only one in Daiyuan. To this, Chu Xian, however, said a piece of news that made Feng Linglong's heart heavy. It was finally clear how menacing the crisis accompanying this opportunity was. Even a bunch of ancient dynasties would be destroyed if they were not careful. Sure enough, as time passes, following Daiyuan, several dynasties such as the Great Li and Great Qian also unexpectedly faced off against the immortal martial sect, the Lingshu Quan, the Fang clan, and other hidden forces. Losses have been heavy, with some dynasties dying overnight and others falling into major collapses. Instead, the already chaotic Chu was still holding firm, and this day, somewhere in the territory that originally belonged to the Great Yuan, purple energy came from the east for more than 30 miles, and a sea of purple clouds was reflected in the endless vault of the sky. In the middle of this purple cloud sea, there was actually a lofty and vast mansion, in which it was constantly sinking and floating. with all sorts of visions rising frequently. For a while, I don't know how many people were alarmed. When the news reached the emperor's court, even Chu Xian's spirit was shaken. Well, the Purple Cloud secret mansion, finally revealed. Feng Linglong knew that this must be the great chance that Chu Xian was talking about. Curious inquiry. Brother Chu Xian, what exactly are the chances in this Purple Cloud secret mansion? Chu Xian did not answer directly, but smiled and asked in return. Linglong, do you know what realm is after celestial? After the celestials? Feng Linglong was stunned, then shook her head. In this heaven and earth, a celestial was already a legendary powerhouse. After the celestials, let alone knowing about it, it was not even recorded in the ancient books. After the celestials, it is the Purple Mansion, and this party, the Purple Cloud secret mansion, was left by a Purple Mansion cultivator. Chu Xian explained. Heaven, Purple Mansion powerhouse, a mansion left behind by a powerhouse that transcends celestial beings. No wonder Brother Chu Xian said that this is the greatest opportunity in the first heaven. Feng Linglong's heart was shocked, and after a short period of heart-stopping shock, a huge fire rose within her. Brother Chu Xian, this kind of chance is too great. If we, the Great Wind, can get a piece of the pie, we can definitely greatly enhance our national power. According to the intelligence, there are already many forces and powerhouses that have traveled to the Purple Cloud Mystic Mansion. I wonder when we will go. In the face of Feng Linglong's urging, Chu Xian, however, smiled blandly and was in no hurry. There's no hurry. That sea of purple clouds is no simple thing. Whoever goes now will suffer. Wait, it's not too late to go when the time comes. Feng Linglong naturally listened to Chu Xian's words and continued to press on. However, information about the Purple Cloud secret mansion was acquired on a daily basis. The very beginning, it was just as Chu Xian expected. There were some strong people who couldn't hold back their greed and tried to force their way into the Purple Cloud secret mansion, only to be directly strangled into ashes by that sea of purple clouds. Even the great masters were no exception, which scared many people. But even so, every day after that, there would be people who couldn't hold back their own greed and died in the sea of purple clouds. The most frightening thing was that there were some hidden forces that had also heard about it, just when many people thought that the hidden forces could break through the sea of purple clouds. As a result, a group of hidden forces were also killed and injured in the sea of purple clouds. For half a month in a row, what had been a place of opportunity nearly became a place of death. This day, Chu Xian came out of his seclusion. After this period of closed-door cultivation, his cultivation had already reached the realm of Zhongshe triple perfection, and his strength had soared once again. Linglong, let's go. It's almost time. It's time to take back the chances of the Purple Cloud secret mansion. Finally, the two of them, Chu Xian and Feng Linglong, brought along some of the strongest members of the Great Wind dynasty, straight to the Purple Cloud secret mansion. Chapter 115. Entering the secret mansion. Chu Chen's path to invincibility. Above the dome of the sky, a sea of purple clouds churned, and a lofty and magnificent mansion floated in it, emitting great spiritual might. Occasionally reflects the dragon and phoenix, presents auspicious unicorn stepping in the air, and so on auspicious phenomena. Anyone who sees can conclude that the chance of this place is huge. Today, under the purple sea of clouds, a large number of figures had already converged. Since the secret mansion was located in the heavenly vault, the true martial realm was no longer qualified to participate, and those who were able to come were at least patriarchs, not to mention great patriarchs. For example, the powerful men of a number of dynasties such as the Great Li, the Great Yu, and the Great Zhou, as well as a number of clan forces within the major dynasties, but once could reign supreme, stirring up the world of a host of dynastic forces. In today's era can no longer be called the protagonist. Let a person far from awe, has long been those hidden forces. It could be seen that directly below the purple sea of clouds, there were several very different parties of hidden forces entrenched, all of them in groups, with amazing auras. For example, the Blood Cloud Building 10,000 Treasures Society. These two forces came with the most people. The Blood Cloud Tower, all wearing blood masks, wearing blood robes and blood swords. The lowest are all zone masters, and the great zone masters all have several zones. The most frightening thing was a middle-aged man at the head. Merely standing there, it was as if he had fused with the surrounding heaven and earth. Although he didn't completely melt heaven and earth in his body, it wasn't something that could be compared to the Great Master Realm, and he was clearly a half-step celestial. The lineup of the 10,000 Treasure Society was only stronger than the Blood Cloud Tower, and it was also led by a half-step celestial being and followed by many great masters and patriarchs. In addition to the Blood Cloud Building Wanbao Association, on the other side, there were several other parties. They are Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes and carrying long swords, monks wearing Buddhist beads and robes, or men and women in family costumes. It is the Lingshu Quan, Cold Mountain Temple. the Feng family and a number of hidden forces. Its lineup and the blood cloud building Wanbao will be compared to no less than only today. Even a group of hidden powers wouldn't dare to force their way into the sea of purple clouds. The bloody facts had proven that the prohibitions in this purple sea of clouds could not be safely entered even by celestial means. Suffice it to say that there were many people present, but they had long been at a loss. Swish! At that moment, there was a sound of breaking wind as Chu Xuan led Feng Linglong and the others to arrive. Although this place had people coming and going every day, Chu Xuan's arrival still couldn't help but cause some ripples. After all, back then, in the Heaven's Pride ancient city, Chu Xuan had killed 8 grandmasters in a single strike, and forcefully captured the top spot of the Heaven's Pride ranking in a valiant manner. Many people are deeply impressed to this day, even if these things, in today's world, are no longer considered hot news. They are after all stormy figures that have caused the world to boil. Among them, Du Li, Du Yu, De Zhou and a host of other dynasty powerhouses gazed secretly, with indignation, anger, resentment and so on. It was just that knowing Chu Xian's powerful means, they could only hold back. Brother Chu Xian, Sister Linglong. At this point, someone called out. Chu Xian turned his head and saw a group of figures flying towards them, the leader of which was a white-clothed young girl, none other than Bi Linger. Behind her was a group of sect masters led by Bi Luheng, Spirit, Patriarch Bi. Chu Xian greeted with a warm face. After all, back then, he had said that he was the Xuan Ling Saint's son for life as soon as he was the Xuan Ling Saint's son. It could be seen that Bi Linger had long undergone a sea change this year or so, and her cultivation had already reached the top of the 7th level of the Zongshi. However, she was burdened with a special Xuan Ling body, and coupled with the great change in heaven and earth and the many chances she had, it was not surprising that she had such a cultivation level. After both sides exchanged a few pleasantries, Chu Xuan said, "Linger, you guys follow me, and I'll bring you into the Violet Cloud secret mansion later on." Although Bi Linger and Bi Luheng and the others were surprised by Chu Xian's words, they did not have any doubts and quickly merged into the Great Wind team. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the group continued on their way. Soon, Chu Xuan and the others arrived right below the sea of purple clouds. Those who could be entrenched in this place were a group of hidden power teams. The crowd of people from the Hidden World's forces gazed at Chu Xuan and the others for the first time. All rise in displeasure. After all, who would dare to come to this place other than a group of hidden forces? Among them, the 2 forces of the Blood Cloud Tower and the 10,000 Treasures Society. Aside from being dissatisfied, all rose a trace of suspicion. Feeling that Chu Xuan was somewhat familiar, must have heard or seen it somewhere, but not before they were sure, and not before the rest of the forces drank it in. Swish! Chu Xuan led his team into the air and brazenly rushed towards the sea of purple clouds. The scene, not only did it cause many people to clamor, but it also caused a group of hidden powers to snort with laughter. Ha! I thought it was someone, but it turned out to be just a bunch of reckless people who were sent to their deaths. During this period of time, how many people have died in the purple cloud sea? There are 80 if not 100. And you still dare to barge in. You really don't know how to die. Thousands of eyes are watching. It was as if they could see the tragic situation of Chu Xian's group of people turning into ashes in unison. Closer. The crowd watched as Chu Xuan and the others came into contact with the purple cloud sea. Buzz! Who knew that at that moment, the purple cloud sea was suddenly flooded with a wave. And then, Chu Xuan and the others then passed through the sea of purple clouds and entered the mansion. Asterisk. What the? How did they get in? Why did they get in? The moment. Beneath the sea of purple clouds, 10,000 people were in an uproar, and countless people were confused in place. After an instant, a group of half-step celestial powerhouses led by the hidden forces, as if thinking of something, rushed to flash to the purple sea of clouds near, stretching out his hand to try a few times, his face suddenly black as the bottom of a pot. Asterisk. When did the prohibition in this purple cloud sea disappear? No, wasn't it there 2 days ago? How come it just disappeared when it said it did? And there actually wasn't a single change before or after. Mud. Never mind that much. Hurry up and go in. After guarding it for so long, the chances of which must not let others get there first. Along with the noise, the blood cloud building Wanbao Association and a bunch of other hidden forces. Rushing with his team, he passed through the sea of purple clouds and entered the secret mansion. And behind them, a large number of strong people were even like locusts, taking to the air and scrambling towards the purple cloud secret mansion. Same time, 2 people arrived from the distance, a middle-aged man and a purple-clothed teenager. One of the purple-clothed teenagers was none other than Chu Chen, and only seeing that he hadn't seen him in just a few months, his cultivation had reached an extremely terrifying level. Uncle, thanks to you these days, taking me to travel the world to harvest all kinds of opportunities, my cultivation strength has skyrocketed a lot. Chu Chen opened his mouth, These days, he could be said to be growing in leaps and bounds. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled, and did not say much, but only said, "Dust child, this secret mansion ahead, the chance should not be trivial. If you can take it down, this first heaven will no longer be able to bind you, and ascension to the vast second heaven will be just around the corner." Hear this, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. These days, not only had his cultivation increased, his insights had also increased a lot. Naturally, he was very eager for the second heaven in Xiao Yutan's mouth. "Go! Your path to invincibility will officially begin from this secret mansion." Finally, the middle-aged man brought Chu Chen and both entered the Purple Cloud secret mansion. Chapter 116 Opportunities belonging to the two women. The Purple Cloud secret mansion. Chu Xuan was the first to lead the group into it. After all, in his previous life, he knew that although the prohibition in the Purple Cloud Sea was strong, it would silently expire after half a month. This is the benefit of his return from rebirth, and he can get a head start everywhere. Upon entering the secret mansion for the first time, the crowd was looking around, only to see that in the secret mansion, it formed a wide and vast small world of its own, which was filled with a large amount of purple clouds and mists, and amidst the hazy purple mist, there were many vast and majestic buildings fatally situated, with occasional blooms of spiritual light. Feng Linglong Bi Linger, as well as the others, all showed wonder in their eyes, obviously full of curiosity about this secret palace. Only Chu Xuan was calm and collected, and said in a faint voice, "Gentlemen, this party's secret mansion is vast, with a forest of palaces, in which there are numerous chances, but likewise, there are many dangers as well, and coupled with these violet mists, they have the special effect of isolating the line of sight and disrupting the five senses, so the team follows up a bit and tries not to spread out too much." Listening to Chu Xuan's words, Feng Linglong Bi Linger and the others nodded deeply, and at the same time, "It's amazing." It only felt like Chu Xuan knew this well, like he had already been here, but everyone was self-conscious enough not to ask more questions and just followed the group forward. Swish, who knows? Not much farther, an extremely bright flying light erupted, and the incomparably dense purple clouds were all broken open in an instant. At the same time, a terrifyingly vast killing opportunity enveloped everyone. Whether it was Feng Linglong Bi Linger's heavenly pride in wizardry or Bi Luhong's sect master powerhouse, all of them felt chills all over their bodies. I only felt that this flying light was like the death scythe that demanded life. Some wanted to defend, some wanted to dodge, some wanted to attack, but the flying lights were just too fast to react. Just in the nick of time, Chu Xuan, however, made a timely move, only to see that at some point, he had taken out a dazzling golden large bow. Although there was no arrow, between drawing the bow out of thin air, a long arrow with radiant spiritual energy instantly coalesced, crashing with a sharp sound. The long arrows of psychic energy broke through the air, the tips of the arrows glowing with a harsh and cold aura. With a loud boom, the spirit arrow struck the flying light, storming with sound. Dang! Finally, the flying light died out and a foreign object crashed heavily to the ground. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. Only the so-called flying light was a sparrow-sized flying bird. This bird does not have flesh and blood. The whole body is actually cast from metal, which is inscribed with a dense and very complex spiritual pattern. This is puppetry? Or is it some kind of organ flyer? The attack just now was too fast. I'm afraid there aren't many people under the great masters who can block it. Feng Linglong Bi Linger and the others were all shocked and puzzled at the same time. Chu Xuan closed his bow and stood, explaining, "This object is the flying spirit falcon, a special product of the combination of the puppetry art and the rune Dao. A small body yet capable of bursting with extreme speed and power, and one of the many dangers of this purple cloud mysterious mansion." Listen to the end. The crowd understood, and at the same time, they became even more impressed and amazed at Chu Xuan. Thereafter, on the way, the crowd encountered a number of crises one after another. There were delicate and small flying spirit falcons with full killing power, as well as organ beasts with huge bodies and super strength, and even some humanoid puppets. However, all of them were shot down by Chu Xuan holding the dazzling gold sunset bow. The dazzling gold sunset bow, as the inherited treasure of the Jun Lintian clan, could be said to complement each other in the hands of Chu Xuan, the earthly god of arrows. It gave a sense of invincibility that nothing could be broken and nothing could be killed. It was just that what made many people feel strange was that Chu Xuan had clearly encountered a place on the way with a team that clearly had treasures within it, such as the Hall of All Laws, the Dan Yun Pavilion, and the Spirit Weapon Building, but did not enter. Just Feng Linglong and Bi Linger both did not say much. The rest of the team naturally could not say anything. Swish! In the end, Chu Xuan led a group of people and stopped in front of a party of spirit jewels. On top of the spirit jade, the word Yunling is inscribed, and water flows behind the wall, only to see him look at Bi Linger and lightly smile. "Linger, There is a party of spirit-embracing pools after this pair of spirit bits. As long as you soak and absorb in it, it can greatly enhance your Xian spirit body. Oh, Bi Linger's eyes immediately lit up, and the rest of them were also shaken. Only then did he understand why Chu Xuan did not search for other treasures midway. Turns out it was an earlier purpose. Brother Chu Xuan, how do you know all this? Bi Linger inquired curiously, asking the question common to all. After all, ever since entering the Purple Cloud mysterious mansion, Chu Xuan's various manifestations were as if he had once been here before. It was too amazing. Ha, maybe I've been here in a previous life. Chu Xuan smiled. Bi Linger and the others guffawed, naturally feeling that Chu Xuan was flirting. I don't know. Chu Xuan was speaking the truth. In his last life, in order to solve the problem of not being able to cultivate himself, Feng Linglong had specifically asked a great master to escort him into this place. In the beginning, Bi Linger had accidentally entered the spirit pond, and only after obtaining the opportunity therein had she been able to rapidly achieve the celestial realm. Linger, go in. This place is a chance that belongs to you, Chu Xuan urged. Bi Linger no longer said anything, and after entering the spirit bits, Bi Luhong and the others also broke away from the group to escort Bi Linger. Chu Xuan nodded and did not worry about anything. It was because the places of opportunity in the secret mansion had corresponding prohibitions. As long as someone entered, it would trigger the prohibition, and until the entrant came out, no one else would be able to force their way inside at all. After arranging Bi Linger, Chu Xuan turned his head to look at Feng Linglong again. Linglong, follow me. Chu Xuan once again brought Feng Linglong and the others to continue their journey through the secret mansion. Although this party's secret mansion was large and had numerous dangers, under Chu Xuan's leadership, the group always walked as if they were walking on the ground with no danger. Soon, Chu Xuan once again brought Feng Linglong and the others to a place of opportunity. It was a mouthful of ancient trees, on which an ancient pavilion was built on one side. The name is Imperial Phoenix House. Linglong, you enter this building. This building's chance will be of immense help to your emperor's way, and it can even bring your heavenly son's chi refining art to the next level. Chu Xuan once again instructed. Feng Linglong did not ask more questions, knowing that Chu Xuan would never swindle her. Just before entering, she said, Brother Chu Xuan, where are you planning to go? Do you want me to have the black and white elders follow you? No need. You can rest assured that you're here to obtain your chance. There's no need to worry about me. To put it politely, the person who can kill me hasn't been born yet in this lifetime. Chu Xuan shook his head. Feng Linglong guffawed. She naturally had 100% trust in Chu Xuan. Without asking any more questions, he turned around and led the people into the Emperor Phoenix building to obtain the opportunity. Soon, only Chu Xuan was left alone in the group. Bi Linger had her own chance, and Feng Linglong also had her own chance. In his previous life, he hadn't gained any chances. However, he knew where the greatest opportunity of this party's secret mansion was. Swish! Without delay, Chu Xuan turned around and traveled in a certain direction. Chapter 117. Chu Xuan entered the Purple Cloud Hall. The entire Purple Cloud secret mansion had long since become very lively and noisy. The influx of a large number of outside cultivators naturally caused those flying falcons, mechanical beasts, humanoid puppets, and other means of the secret mansion to kill. Plus, cultivators were also fighting and looting each other, and the entire secret mansion was filled with battles and killings. Among them, the Blood Cloud Tower, the 10,000 Treasures Society, the Lingshu Guan, the Fong Clan, and a host of other reclusive forces were naturally far more resourceful than ordinary force cultivators. It was just that once they entered the secret realm, they didn't carry out a carpet search. Instead, they used various means, such as treasure-seeking rats, spirit pointers, and edge-inducing methods, to lock onto the location of the greatest opportunity. The group of forces broke through various dangers along the way, and eventually, almost at the same time, came before a majestic and magnificent palace on one side. This palace was far grander than the other palaces and pavilions in the secret realm, with purple clouds filling the air, precious light shining, and the whole body filled with spiritual energy. Above the palace, a golden plaque hangs with 3 ancient characters, Purple Cloud Palace, and in front of the Purple Cloud Hall, there was an arch bridge that was 100 feet long. Originally a group of hidden forces cultivators, still want to rely on the cultivation leap over. Who knows that this place is equipped with a no-fly field? Even the leader of a group of half-step celestial powerhouses cannot fly up at all. Obviously, the 100-foot arch bridge in front of him was the only way to enter the Purple Cloud Hall. It seems that we can only enter this side of the Purple Cloud Hall through this arch bridge. With such tight protection, there must be a heavy treasure in this hall. Perhaps the treasures of this place are hot even for a celestial powerhouse. The mood of the crowd of hidden power cultivators was one of great anticipation and excitement. In the end, the group of hidden forces did not delay. all stepping onto the arch bridge, wanting to cross over and enter the purple cloud hall to obtain the treasures. Boom! Who knows? As soon as the crowd got onto the bridge, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Moment! All of the Zhongshe cultivators present had fallen to their knees and slumped down, and even the great Zhongshe cultivators were completely immobilized by the pressure. Only those half-step celestials at the head of the group could still bear it, but even so, they felt like they were carrying 100,000 mountains. Hiss! What a strong pressure! This kind of pressure is definitely no less than celestial pressure, or even stronger. Wahaha! This is a good thing. After all, the more difficult the process is, the more it proves that the treasures inside are of immense value. After the crowd of half-step celestials were surprised, they endeavored to walk on the bridge. Just about every time they lifted their legs, they felt filled with lead. Endeavor to walk half a day, turn around to see only walk 10 feet out of the head. And this is still only 1/10 of the length of the entire arch bridge. But naturally they wouldn't give up and kept trying to hold on. Swish! And right at that moment, Chu Xuan came. He didn't feel anything strange about the fact that the Blood Cloud Building 10,000 Treasures Society, the Feng family, and a host of other reclusive forces were able to find the greatest place of opportunity here. After all, they were the ones who found this place in their previous lives. However, in their previous lives, they did not succeed in obtaining the opportunity in this hall, but were instead intercepted by a powerful and mysterious person. With regards to this mysterious person, Chu Xuan, on the other hand, did not know much about him, only heard. That mysterious person also didn't completely occupy the chances of this hall. Swish! Chu Xuan naturally would not be cowed, and with a single step, he stepped into the arch bridge. What hidden forces, mysterious people, are nothing more than stepping stones. What man? Seeing someone step into the arch bridge, those sect masters and grand masters of the group of hidden powers that were suppressed at the very front of the arch bridge all frowned. As a result, the next moment, they saw a scene that made their eyes pop. One could only see that after stepping into the arch bridge, Chu Xuan was not subdued by the heavy pressure that descended from the sky, and the entire person was actually walking as if he were walking on a flat surface on top of the arch bridge, and his feet even flew up quickly. Scratch that. What the hell? This person only seems to be at the sovereign triple realm, right? Why? Why is he not affected by the pressure of this place? Under the crowd's exclamations of doubt, soon, Chu Xuan was able to catch up behind those half-step celestials. It's you! How could you? This can't be right. When they saw Chu Xuan catch up, the crowd of half-step celestials all stared in disbelief. After all, as half-step celestial powerhouses, they were all walking extremely hard, but Chu Xuan, a sovereign triple realm, was able to walk as if he were walking on the ground. It was unthinkable to them, and even more unthinkable. Swish! Seeing Chu Xuan overtake them, the crowd of half-step celestials drank sharply. Stop! Is the chance of this place not something that you, a small sect master, can get your hands on? Scram! Or there will be no place in heaven or on earth for your life. Chu Xuan stopped, gazing at the crowd of half-step celestials. He wordlessly spat out a sentence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You seek death. Whoa! 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 I'll kill you. In just an instant, the crowd of half-step celestial powerhouses all fell into a violent rage. After all, not many people could stand those words. Subconsciously, the group of half-step celestials were about to strike out to exterminate Chu Xuan. However, just like the forbidden flying domain, this place seemed to forbid fighting as well, and the power struck by all of them could not leave their bodies at all. Ha ha! Chu Xuan let out a laugh to the heavens and no longer paid attention to the crowd of half-step celestials, starting to take big strides across the bridge, and even ended up having run. This watched the crowd of half-step celestials, both annoyed and shocked, trying to rise to the occasion. However, until Chu Xuan crossed the arch bridge, they had only traveled 30 feet. Can't catch up at all. Damn it! Who the hell is this man, daring to provoke our hidden world forces like this? Does he not want to live? A crowd of half-step celestials yelled. At this point, the half-step celestial from Blood Cloud Tower suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I remember. This person made it onto my Blood Cloud Building's wanted kill list, and was the only target that my building failed to assassinate together in recent years. At the same time, the half-step celestials of the Wan Bao Association also had a face of realization. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I remember too. This person once beat and killed 2 of my elders in the savage demon realm. At this moment, the 2 of them, Blood Cloud Tower and 10,000 Treasures Society, were all blazing with murderous rage. Although the remaining group of half-step celestials did not recognize Chu Xuan, they had long since been provoked into killing intent by what Chu Xuan had done today. Just let their killing intent be as strong as it is. One could only watch as Chu Xuan pushed open the palace doors, entered the purple cloud hall. In the meantime, Secret house. Somewhere. My god. The chances here are truly extraordinary. The two of them, Xiao Yutong and Chu Chen, walked out of a land of opportunity on one side. The latter was full of excitement. The former then shook his head and smiled while pinching the incantation. Good nephew. It's nothing. Since uncle has brought you here today, the general chance is just an appetizer. If we want to seize it, let's seize the biggest chance here. Subsequently, a strange feeling rose in Xiao Yutong, his gaze locking onto the direction of the purple cloud hall. Ha! Found it! Let's go! Uncle will take you to intercept. The words fell. Xiao Yutong brought Chu Chen, and the two of them went straight to the purple cloud palace. Chapter 118, Treasures in the Temple. Refining the house spirit. Inside the purple cloud hall, wide and vast, the top is inlaid with all kinds of jewels as if it were a starry dome, and beneath his feet, a foggy, purple stream of smoke flowed. At a glance, in the center of the hall, there was a row of stone platforms situated in order. On top of the stone platform, bright spiritual light flowed like thick spiritual syrup, and one item after another was suspended on it, with precious light lingering. Chu Xuan stepped forward. The entire hall was very quiet, with only the sound of crisp footsteps ringing out. In an instant, he arrived before the first stone platform, and suspended on it was an ancient book, which rotated silently with an ancient cover. On top of the stone platform, the name and introduction of the ancient book were also thoughtfully engraved. Tai Hua Secrets. It was clearly a Dharma sect that surpassed the arts of celestial beings. In the first heaven, it was extremely rare, and should even be the only one of its kind. Pity. In Chu Xian's eyes, this volume of Dharma was a volume of useless scrap paper. After all, he had countless more advanced spells than this in his head. What do we need it for? However, in the end, Chu Xuan still put it away. He couldn't use it. Perhaps he could give it to some of his acquaintances such as Bi Linger for cultivation. And then, Chu Xuan once again came to the second stone platform, only to see that on top of the second stone platform, what was placed was a bottle of elixir, which was annotated as Jin Chuan Dan, a bottle of healing elixir. For the way of pills, he had naturally asked for the pinnacle of the earth. Calling a sentence in the world Dan Xian, no one dared to say a word. He swept through it with a single glance, and the bottle of gold creation pill in front of him was sloppy and barely passable if he didn't mention the grade, but only the quality. Swish, putting it away, Chu Xuan took another step to the third stone platform. On this stone platform was a spirit weapon, extremely high-grade spirit weapon level. It's not bad at all. Just now the Hongmeng sacred body has already metamorphosed to a certain level. An extremely high-grade spiritual weapon is no longer enough to make the Hongmeng sacred body metamorphose again, and can only be put away first, to be said later. After, Chu Xuan walked past a stone platform on which were placed all sorts of treasures, feats, techniques, divine abilities, puppets, and so on. Take out a random piece, not to mention the ordinary power cultivators. Even the hidden powers were about to boil. Unfortunately, for Chu Xuan, if he could help himself now, he might be able to give it a SOSO or barely rating. If it doesn't help, it's just going to be reduced to a stream of garbage scraps. Finally, he walked to the penultimate stone platform, and his eyes then quietly lit up. A fist-sized purple smoke cloud raged above the stone platform. Sometimes it converges, sometimes it diverges, sometimes it materializes, sometimes it is ethereal. At first glance, it looks like the most perfect and dreamy purple flow in the world. Well, a ball of innate purple chi. Chu Xuan came closer and examined the purple smoke cloud up close. Although the smoke clouds were indistinct, if one looked closely, one could see that each strand of purple smoke in them was filled with pure aura. The so-called innate purple chi was naturally one of the innate auras, unavailable in normal times. Only when a cultivator opens the purple mansion can it be diffused, and it is one of the most precious substances in the purple mansion realm. Obviously, this mass of innate purple chi was sufficient to allow the Hongmeng sacred body to be promoted again. Swish! Without hesitation, Chu Xuan directly reached out and immediately grasped the fist-sized mass of innate purple chi within his palm. The innate purple chi was like a knit flame, changing shape. Majestic and vast spiritual energy continued to vaporize along with the smoke cloud in his palm. After observing for a while, Chu Xuan nevertheless put away the innate purple chi. It did not refine in place. After all, there are still a group of hidden forces outside the temple. This place is naturally not a good place for any refining. Eventually, Chu Xuan took a step and arrived near the last stone platform. Only the last item on the stone platform was not something dead. Instead, it's alive. It was a palm-sized child doll with a flowing face, 2 pigtails, and a small red bib. The red bib was also embroidered with 2 large fonts, Purple Cloud. Whoa! Someone's coming! Someone's coming! Finally, the moment Chu Xuan had just arrived, the belly doodle doll was bouncing happily. You are a Spirit? Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, seeing through the roots of this child doll with just a single glance. Not really life, but a spirit body derived later in life. Just like a weapon. After reaching a certain grade, it would have the opportunity to derive its own spirit, which was generally named the weapon spirit. Of course, in addition to weapons, things such as pills, techniques, puppets, and so on, all have the opportunity to evolve a spirit body, but the name will be different, such as dance spirit, FA spirit, puppet spirit, and so on. I am spirit. I am a spirit. Can you guess what spirit I am? The bib doll bounced around once again, chatting with Chu Xuan in a self-satisfied manner, looking at the other party's adorable and delicate little appearance. Chu Xuan laughed. You are the house spirit of this entire violet cloud mysterious mansion, correct? Ha? That you can even guess? You're so powerful. The second most powerful person besides my master. The belly doll that Chu Xuan called the house spirit was taken aback and gave Chu Xuan a thumbs up with a look of admiration. Chu Xuan naturally didn't care about the compliments of a house spirit. Moreover, the other party's words were completely belittling him. Shaking his head, he laughed and said, Spirit waif, according to what you're saying, your master is even more powerful than I am. Then I wonder who your master's surname is, and where he is now. I don't know. Linghua shook her head, and thoughtfully explained, because ever since I was born into consciousness, my master seems to be gone, but to be able to build my own body, the master must be very powerful. Towards the end, Linghua had a proud face, but Chu Xuan guffawed and then said, So, you don't have a master now? No. Do you want to be my master? Spirit Wa snapped, but in the next moment, she shook her head to herself. It's not impossible for you to be my master, but you need to be even more powerful than my original master in order to do so, or else you won't be able to do it at all. So, then I must try, because I think to myself that I must be better than your original owner. Chu Xuan had a confident look on his face. It's not contrived, but an intangible confidence that comes from within. At those words, Linghua also jumped a bit. After all, for a spirit like it, there was naturally a big difference between having an owner and not having an owner, like the difference between a domesticated dog and a stray dog. After that, Chu Xuan wanted to begin refining the spirit of the secret mansion before him. Who knows? But Linghua stopped him again and kindly said, I have to remind you, once you start refining and controlling the secret mansion, the pressure left behind by the original owner will disappear, and then the people outside the temple will easily come to this temple. No harm done. Chu Xuan shook his head and smiled. Riva's reminder was well-intentioned, except that he didn't need it at all. Boom! As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he operated his mana and began to refine the spirit waif in front of him. At the same time, the pressure on the outer arch bridge disappeared in an instant. Chapter 119 Solving Hidden Cultivator. Shao family's newly rising celestial. The pressure is gone? Ha ha! Quickly enter the purple cloud palace. The moment the pressure disappeared, the crowd of half-step celestials were all overjoyed, and at the first opportunity, they scrambled to rush into the purple cloud hall, including those suppressed sovereign grandmasters followed suit. As soon as he entered the hall, everyone's gazes fell on Chu Xuan. Taking a sweep of their eyes, they knew that Chu Xuan had collected a lot of treasures. Boom boom! A wave of pressure and killing opportunity instantly locked onto Chu Xuan, especially the group of half-step celestials at the head of the group. All of them had a morose look in their eyes. Asshole! A mere sect master who dares to get his hands on the treasures of this place is really out of his depth. Hand over the treasure immediately, and we can leave you a whole body. Accompanied by a furious and murderous drink, the crowd menacingly pushed towards Chu Xuan. To this, Chu Xuan, however, didn't care and only refined the house spirit on his own. Boom! Suddenly, someone struck out in a swift manner, and there was more than one person. A half-step celestial from the Blood Cloud Tower and the 10,000 Treasures Society. The half-step celestial from the Blood Cloud Tower slashed out a blood-colored blade light. The blade light was brilliant, the blade deity surged, and the spiritual energy was like a river pouring out. The half-step celestial of the Wan Bao Guild, on the other hand, chopped out a sword chi as if it was a trigram of the Milky Way, and the sword intent was raging like a tidal wave. Little Chu Xuan, you shall die. No target character has ever survived in the hands of my building. Damned thing, daring to kill my Wan Bao Guild elders. You only have to pay with your life today. The two half-step celestials were in the midst of killing and drinking, closing in on Chu Xuan at extreme speeds, and a blade light and a sword chi both had the greatness of opening mountains and breaking rivers. The purple cloud mansion spirit popped up and exclaimed in shock, its large eyes showing regret, as if it had already seen the scene of Chu Xuan being killed by the sword. Who knew that in the next moment, the purple cloud mansion spirit's eyes were wide open. Swish! Only in the nick of time, Chu Xuan raised his eyes blandly. At a glance, It was like there was a supreme heavenly might that was subdued from the sky. With a loud bang, that blade light and sword aura were then both shattered, and thousands of spirit lights were scattered with the wind as if they were like roaming spirit butterflies, including the 2 half-step celestials of Blood Cloud Tower and 10,000 Treasures Society. They all exclaimed in horror, and their figures retreated violently as if they were struck by lightning. Ha! What? How is this possible? This scene immediately caused the rest of the group of half-step celestials to be startled. It was not expected at all that 2 half-step celestials would join forces to deal with a patriarch. It turned out to be instantly repelled back, which was simply too astonishing. At the same time, the crowd finally understood why Chu Xuan was able to come to this party's Violet Cloud Hall ahead of them, clearly harboring extremely powerful means in his body. Damn it! We are so many hidden forces. If we let a loose cultivator get this treasure, then our hidden prestige will be greatly damaged. Someone looked around, and the first thing they did was to open their mouths and propose. Gentlemen, how about joining forces to resolve this fawn together first? May. Agreed. The crowd of half-step celestials nodded, no longer alerting and defending each other, and shrouded all their hostility and killing intent towards Chu Xuan. At the same time, those patriarchal grandmasters followed closely behind. The potential energy was unrivaled, as if the waves were lapping at the shore, frantically pressing towards Chu Xuan. Not to mention the sovereign, even the great sovereign half-step celestials couldn't withstand it. It will be crushed and washed out. Ha! Chu Xuan, however, only lightly laughed, oblivious. It's not like facing a monstrous storm. It's more like facing a March spring breeze. Boom boom. Suddenly, a group of hidden world forces joined hands to surround and kill, including the 2 celestials from the Blood Cloud Tower and the 10,000 Treasures Society who had retreated just now, who also rushed to kill once again. The moment. There were 7 half-step celestials alone, and the number of patriarchs and great patriarchs was countless, and the majestic spiritual energy and aura was wildly intertwining and ascending, impacting the entire Purple Cloud Great Hall, which was violently trembling. The people were all grinning, looking confident. After all, with this kind of lineup, no one other than a celestial powerhouse would be able to defeat it. Even if Chu Xuan had any more means, he would still have to fall at their feet. Humph! Chu Xuan snorted coldly, as if he was annoyed by a swarm of flies, only to see him briefly stop refining the house spirit and then take the initiative. In a flash, the 2 sides exchanged blows, and violent clashes and booms rang out. But something amazing happened. Chu Yuan, who was clearly only a Zhongshe triple master, was like an invincible celestial being in disguise, and was actually rampaging through a crowd of enemies. Boom boom boom. All that could be heard was a jumble of crashes and a roar of pain and screams. A large number of figures flew out of the Purple Cloud Hall as if they were ragbags, spilling blood. Patriarchs, including great patriarchs, without exception. Chu Xuan was like a fierce tiger that had intruded into a sheep pen, a wild and fierce mess where no one could be his one-time enemy. Damn it! Kill you! That crowd of half-step celestials' faces changed in shock, releasing their own killing energy with all their might, even as the crowd forcibly borrowed a strand of heaven and earth's power. Half-step celestials, although not as good as true celestials, were already able to perform some celestial abilities and could borrow the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, it was as if there were 7 strands of vast heavenly might stirring in this place. Boo! Just before the 7 strands of power bloomed, they were broken by Chu Xuan on the spot, and then Chu Xuan threw out 7 punches in a row, resembling 7 heaven-breaking fist shadows that carried unparalleled spiritual energy and blasted each of the 7 half-step celestials. In a burst of shrieks and screams, all 7 figures spilled blood and flew backwards, falling out of the Purple Cloud Hall one after another, all with broken bones and tendons. When he looked around, outside the Purple Cloud Hall, there was a field of reclusive cultivators lying horizontally. Snap! Inside the temple, Chu Xuan clapped his hands. After resolving all the hidden cultivators, he turned around and continued refining the house spirit. A group of hidden power cultivators, although unwilling, were very annoyed. However, they could only be impotent and furious, all frightened by Chu Xuan's methods. Not much longer, the group of half-step celestials reared up after taking the healing elixir. Damn it! How can one be willing? If we don't kill this person, our group of hidden forces will lose face. It was evident that each of them had anger and resentment in their eyes. After hesitating for a while, they were ready to join forces again to rush into the Purple Cloud Hall. However, at that moment, 2 silhouettes were crossing the arch bridge and came closer. The middle-aged man at the head, as soon as he arrived, was coldly saying, "This place has a chance. This seat wants it. Those who don't want to die, get lost." Rolling words like thunder. It immediately infuriated the already angry group of reclusive cultivators. All present were a group of hidden forces, the strongest forces of the first heaven. Today, they are repeatedly insulted and suppressed by others. Can't stand it. Thus, they turned around and struck out at the middle-aged man and the purple-clothed teenager. I don't know what to do. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort and raised his hand towards the crowd with a fierce pressure. Boom! Under this pressure, it was as if some heaven and earth divine power had instantly suppressed the approach. All of the patriarchal grandmaster cultivators present all crumbled in place. Blood splattered everywhere, including the 7 half-step celestial powerhouses at the head. They were all suppressed. Ah! You! Who are you? Some people asked horrified questions because the middle-aged man's strength was too perverse. The middle-aged man said indifferently, Xiao Yutong. What? The Xiao family's newest celestial, Xiao Yutong. The crowd shook violently. Before more words could be spoken, the 7 were casually killed by Xiao Yutong. In the end, Xiao Yutong brought Chu Chen behind him and stepped towards the purple cloud hall. Dusty, follow me into the temple to get the chance. Chapter 120 Chu Xian vs Chu Chen. Swish, Xiao Yutong brought Chu Chen, who had an excited face, into the purple cloud hall. For Xiao Yutong to easily sweep away a group of reclusive powerhouses, Chu Chen wasn't much surprised because these days, Xiao Yutong had long since shown him his dominating force. Even Chu Xuan had already considered Xiao Yutong as a future goal. With such a powerful uncle, the chance of this place should belong to him. This thought, Chu Chen had already followed behind Xiao Yutong and entered the middle of the purple cloud hall. Ha! There's actually someone else? At this moment, Xiao Yutong in front of him suddenly let out a sound of surprise. Chu Chen naturally followed Xiao Yutong's voice and looked over. However, upon seeing that one familiar figure that couldn't be more familiar, Chu Xuan's original excited expression immediately froze on his face, and a large amount of panic and fear could not be stopped from rising within his heart. Swish! At the same time, Chu Xian's pair of gazes also gazed over. When he saw Chu Chen's figure, his pair of eyes brightened up. It had not occurred to him at all that he would be able to encounter Chu Chen in this Violet Cloud secret mansion. After all, in his previous life's memories, Chu Chen had not entered this party's secret mansion. Accident. Surprise. Xiao Yutong detected the unusual demeanor of both Chu Chen and Chu Xian. Plus, he felt a sense of familiarity from Chu Xian. So he asked, Dusty, are you afraid of him? Who is he? Hear the questioning. Only then did Chu Chen return to his senses. Thinking of Xiao Yutong's overbearing force, he immediately pressed down the fear in his heart and responded, Uncle, he's the one I told you about. The big brother who eats his heart out and constantly brutalizes his brother and harms his brother. And also your great-nephew, Chu Xian. Oh, Xiao Yutong raised an eyebrow, his gaze then looking Chu Xian up and down. The latter also looked at Xiao Yutong, with nothing rippling in his eyes. He naturally knew about Xiao Yutong as well as the hidden power Xiao family. However, in his previous life, due to the unexpected deaths of both Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru, he and Xiao Yuru's Xiao family did not have too many interactions. This life was not expected. The two sides began to have interactions. At the same time, he also realized that the mysterious person who had intercepted the chances of a group of hidden powers in his previous life was feared to be the Xiao Yutong in front of him. Little asshole. Your parents gave birth to you, and this is how you repay your parents? You even dare to do such a heartless thing as maiming your brother and harming him. Xiao Yutong opened his mouth coldly, with a condescending stance. See this. Chu Xian did not rise in anger, but only said in a cold voice, What the hell are you? What are you high and mighty here? I don't know what to say. Swish. Xiao Yutong's face sank. Chu Xuan hurriedly drank. Chu Xian, don't be reckless. This is our mother's own brother, Xiao Yutong, and our uncle. Excuse me, that's your uncle. I severed my ties with you long ago, so don't blindly recognize your relatives here. Chu Xian shook his head and coldly rebuked. Uncle? Uncle Egg. What a little asshole. Originally, when Dusty said that about you, I thought it would be biased. Now that I look at it, you're really backwards to the Big Dipper and not a proper son. Xiao Yutong's face was indifferent, and a cold, stern light faintly rose in his eyes. I'm not the son of a man? Before you say that, do you want to see what that sister and brother-in-law of yours did to me? Digging up my bones, drawing my blood, taking my kidneys, plucking out my heart. Do all the evil things to me? And the two of them can be parents? Chu Xian laughed coldly. Xiao Yutong's face was a bit ugly as he refuted. Asshole. Even though your parents have some favoritism, everything you have, including your life, was given to you by them, so what can they have by doing this? Ha ha. Hearing such remarks, Chu Xian suddenly laughed a mocking laugh. I finally know why Xiao Yuru is so vicious inside. It originally came from your surname Xiao here. Asshole, how dare you, a junior, insult your elders. What a lack of discipline. It seems that I, today, must discipline you on behalf of your parents. Chu Xian snorted coldly and snorted. Discipline? don't be so self-righteous here. You'd better discipline yourself. If not, I can help you discipline yourself. A nephew disciplining an uncle? What an inversion of the Big Dipper. Xiao Yutong was finally offended by Chu Xian's words. Only, he seemed to have thought of something, and with a twinkle in his eyeballs, he suddenly turned to Chu Xian and said, Duster, go take him down. Ha! Chu Qian's face fell as he said in awe, Uncle, although my realm is a bit higher than his now, the Linglong heart in me is his. He will heavenly overcome me. I'm not a match for him. No harm done. I can make him temporarily break his connection with Linglong heart by applying a secret method. Listening to Xiao Yutong's words, Chu Qian still spoke uneasily. Uncle, even if he doesn't restrain me, he still grasps means that can kill great masters. With me here, everything is at ease. You just need to strike to your heart's content. Uncle has taken you to walk the world for so long. It's time to have a real battle. Xiao Yutong waved his hand, the look on his face gradually becoming serious. Okay. Trudy could only nod her head. In the next moment, Xiao Yutong waved his hand and cast a secret spell for Chu Chen. Once the secret method was added, Chu Chen's fear of Chu Xian dissipated quite a bit. After all, as long as he wasn't restrained, he wasn't afraid of Chu Xian. And as for the latter's means, with Xiao Yutong around, he believed that there was no problem. And so, Chu Xuan's battle spirit erupted as he coldly drank. Chu Xian, today, I will avenge the hatred of my brothers who were brutalized by you. Half a life first. Boom shoo. As soon as the words fell, Chu Xuan stomped his foot and his figure struck out blatantly. The figure was like electricity, carrying a fierce wind. And still halfway there, a majestic spiritual energy flowed up and down around Chu Xuan's body and poured out. Boom! In a flash, he slapped out a palm seal, which was clearly a celestial art. Several feet of radiant palm prints pushed horizontally, bombarding the air with violent explosions. After all, Chu Xuan's strength had now reached the 9th level of Zhongshe, ranking him at the top of the Zhongshe. The might that was set off could not be resisted by several people other than a great master. Don't show off your skills here if you're just a mere sculptor. Chu Xian shook his head and snorted. With just one fist smashing out, he smashed the incoming palm print on the spot. This relaxed scene immediately caused Chu Chen's face to become heavy. Defeating his palm imprint wasn't scary, but what was scary was that Chu Xian was only at the 3rd level of Zhongshe. This kind of cross-border reverse-felling battle power would be outrageous. Lingering heart. Suddenly, Chu Xuan decided to go all out with his firepower and blasted the Linglong heart within his body. Once the Linglong heart was activated, a dull sound like a beating drum vaguely rose from heaven and earth. One time, dazzling 7-colored light and majestic chi and blood blossomed at Chu Xuan's left chest. On the spot, it caused Chu Chen's strength to double an unknown number of times. The entire person looked like he had been promoted to Grand Master in a single leap. Regal and incomparable. Chapter 121. The immortal king couldn't protect him even if he came. Boom! Chu Xuan struck again. Under the Linglong heart's enchantment, his strength had been extremely terrifying. The sky and the earth were like the sound of beating drums, and the blood chi around his body was like a big dragon. The spiritual waves surging, crushing the air that kept on bursting. Ha! Chu Xian laughed coldly. Although Xiao Yutong had isolated the Linglong heart with a secret technique, it wasn't difficult for him to crack it. It was just that he didn't choose to crack it. After all, compared to cracking it, it was simpler to use strength to defeat Chu Xuan, and it was also more punishing. And so, Chu Xian dodged to meet the kill, his breath blossoming around him. Although he was only a Zhongshe triple master, his breath was not inferior to Chu Dust's in the slightest. Boom boom! In a flash, the two were fighting together within the hall. Fists and wind and palm prints constantly clashing, and spiritual energy stirring in the roar. The two were extremely fast, flashing around in the hall. Fierce exchanges. Just a few moments, the two will fight no less than dozens of rounds. Visibly, Chu Xian's face was flat, while Chu Chen was as cold as frost. Damn it! How can you be so strong for a Zhongshe 3rd grader? Chu Chen was greatly annoyed. After all, he, atop of Zhongshe, and with the supreme talent Linglong heart to add to it, actually couldn't take down Chu Yuan, who was only a Zhongshe triple, which caused a very incompetent and humiliating feeling to rise up within him, especially when he caught a glimpse of the disappointment rising on Xiao Yutong's face. He rushed to increase his offense, even the kind that didn't count. The entire person seemed to have transformed into a volcano, with spiritual energy spewing out crazily. All kinds of celestial techniques came out in an endless stream, and a few spirit weapons were also sacrificed. Some were gifts from Xiao Yutong, while others were scavenged chances. The might was so vast and strong that it could kill a group of sect masters, and even if it was the realm of a great sect master, it was feared that he would not be able to oppose the Chu Xuan at this time. It will be defeated. There will be bloodshed. But Chu Xian still had the same breezy, ancient expression. No matter how much Chu Chen raised his battle power and pulled up all his might, he has always been like a lofty mountain. Untouchable. Quite a kind of he is strong. Let him be strong. The wind whisks the hillock. He is horizontal. Let him be horizontal. The moon shines on the river. The sense of calm. Even Chu Xuan was still executing his heart while fighting. My good ninth brother. You've been obsessed with cultivation since you were young. You're a cultivation nerd. It's just that after cultivating for so long, is that all you're capable of? Punching out sheepishly, kicking out softly, the strong and strange celestial art is performed by you like a flowery fist, and the overbearing and overwhelmingly powerful spiritual weapons are not as good as a woman's embroidery needle in your hands. I have to say, you're really disappointing my brother so much. This sentence might not have been that powerful for other enemies, but when it reached Chu Xuan's ears, it was completely no less than a thunderous boom. The whole man was so angry that he was trembling, so angry that his Linglong heart was trembling. After all, he always firmly believed that as long as his cultivation was successful, what prince, what throne, everything would be in his pocket. He wants to make a splash without making a splash, and the world will be submissive once he's out in the world. As a result, what was it now? The first time he crossed paths with Chu Xuan, he was actually being so nakedly despised. It was simply unbearable. Ah! Go die die die! Chu Xuan was stimulated to let out a long roar to the sky, striking out frantically, but useless, simply useless. Even in the next moment, Chu Xuan once again laughed coldly. Ha! My good ninth brother. Today let big brother teach you how to use the spells and how to use the spiritual weapons. Watch this. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Xuan's body shook, like a hidden blade coming out of its sheath, or like a pearl washing its dust. That body of spiritual energy and aura actually began to skyrocket in an instant. Wind and cloud palm, dragon tiger fist, heavenly harmony unity qigong. Chu Xuan's palm stirred the wind and clouds, his fist shocked the dragons and tigers, and the spirit deity around his body was like a whirlwind, breaking the situation in the arena on the spot and strongly suppressing Chu Chen. Chu Chen exclaimed in horror. Although he turned from attack to defense at the first time, he simply could not carry Chu Xuan's attack, and his figure retreated step by step, with blood continuously erupting around his body. That uncontestable jutsu was like a heavy hammer. Hammer after hammer shattered the pride and dignity within him. Clang! At that moment, Chu Xuan executed the seven treasures myriad technique, and the clanging of weapons rose in alarm. Behind him was like a spinning wheel, evolving a sword, spear, sword, halberd, bell, tripod, and tower, with 7 types of magic treasures blooming with 7 different colors of spiritual energy light. Suddenly, swords and knives exploded and slashed, spears and halberds shot, and bell towers flew and crashed. Above each type of magic treasure, there was also a surging gale that lingered, and its speed was like lightning, simply making it too late for Chu Chen to react. Bang bang bang, swords and knives cut into the shoulders, spears and halberds pierced through the waist and abdomen, and bells and pagodas hit the face and legs respectively. Ah! Chu Xuan was heavily injured on the spot, letting out a painful and mournful scream. However, he was also very decisive and burned his Linglong heart at the first opportunity, wanting to exchange his damage talent for a power that far exceeded his realm. Humph, playing this in front of your big brother. You're still a bit young. Seeing that, Chu Xuan coldly snorted, and 2 streaks of divine light blossomed within his pupils, and those 7 types of spiritual treasures immediately vibrated, each manifesting their might. The swords and knives roared and the spears and halberds vibrated, locking down half of Chu Chen's body on the spot. In particular, the 3 artifacts of the bell, tripod, and tower erupted with an extremely strong suppressive power. Buzz! The 7 treasures' myriad laws were powerful, like 7 pots of cold water poured down on the head, causing Chu Chen, who had wanted to burn and explode, to instantly extinguish the entire person. Whether it was his physical body or spiritual energy or even his soul, was suppressed to death, no longer having any power to fight back. This completely caused Chu Chen to panic and mess up, fear spreading like weeds. With the previous experience of a bunch of his brothers, he didn't even dare to imagine how miserable and desperate he would be if he fell into Chu Xuan's hands. At that point I'm afraid that even death would be the lightest of punishments. Uncle, help me. At this moment, Chu Xuan could only struggle toward Xiao Yutong's alarming plea for help, as if he regarded Xiao Yutong as the only straw that saved his life. Regarding the sparring match between the two, Xiao Yutong had been watching from the beginning. It had to be said that he was more or less disappointed with Chu Chen's performance. Rather, it was the aspects that Chu Xuan had displayed that surprised him, and without using external forces or restraining his talent, he was actually able to suppress Chu Chen with ease. This was a complete demon, a demon with an unlimited future. This caused him to raise his mind to cherish his talent, only that Chu Xuan's antipathy was too heavy. It needs to be sharpened. Read to this. Xiao Yutong spoke appreciatively. Chu Xuan, you're very good. You surprised me. We can talk. Let go of your brother first. To this, Chu Xuan, however, disliked him nonchalantly. What do I have to chat with you about? You can let go if you want to. What kind of a thing are you? You. Xiao Yutong's anger could not be rested, but he still endured a hand and said again. I'll say it again. Let go of Chu Xuan, and I can bring you into the Xiao family. And from then on, you'll soar to the second heaven in the future. Do you know the power of the Xiao family and the vastness of the second heaven? You. Xiao Yutong was speaking when Chu Xuan waved his hand to interrupt his words. A look of disdain. Stop beeping. Fight or get out of the way. Today, Chu Xuan will definitely die. Even if the immortal king comes, he won't be able to protect him. I, Chu Xuan, said so. Chapter 122 Pressing Heavenly Man. Arrow shooting Xiao Yutong. Madness. Confidence mania. Pride. Bullying pride. And naturally, such arrogant words completely angered Xiao Yutong, with killing chances erupting in his eyes, and the heart of cherishing talent completely dissipated. After all, if a more powerful heavenly pride wizard is not used, what value is there in cultivating it? It can only be a white-eyed wolf. Boom! Xiao Yutong was shocked, and a great pressure rose instantly. That kind of pressure is far beyond the pressure of ordinary people. That is a kind of body melting heaven and earth. Raising his hands and feet can borrow the heaven and earth momentum of the pressure. That was celestial might. A genuine celestial. Uncle, kill him. Kill the bastard who eats without distinguishing between close and distant relatives. This scene caused Chu Xuan to stop shrieking, his face excited. After all, celestials were the most powerful cultivators in the first heaven and earth. No matter how strong and resourceful Chu Xuan was, would he be able to deal with a celestial being? Today, Chu Xuan will die, and there will never be a single moment of surprise. Celestials? Ha! However, at this moment, Chu Xuan suddenly laughed. A snicker. What is more amazing is that even at this time, even if the pressure of the celestial man is shrouded, he is also calm and easygoing, and there is no difference between encountering 3 or 2 spring breezes. Xiao Yutong frowned, but he said no more. If you don't use it for the purpose, then die. Boom! Suddenly, he flicked his hand and a celestial force swept towards Chu Xuan. He didn't use any techniques, nor did he offer up any spirit weapons. After all, a celestial killing a patriarch wouldn't be used at all. Even with a casual flick of his hand, he didn't know how much stronger he was than a half-step celestial. The monstrous spiritual energy was like waves, crushing the heavens and the earth. The air distorted, emitting a burst of violent and terrifying sonic booms. That kind of might was so strong and terrifying that no one under the celestials could stop it. Just to Xiao Yutong's surprise, he did not see any panic or fear on Chu Xuan's face. The latter remained calm. It was not until this surge of celestial power was about to approach Chu Xuan's body. Only then did Chu Xuan raise his palm and a special power burst forth. Under this palm, that celestial force was actually slapped and burst apart. Thousands of might dissipated in an instant, and there was nothing that could be done to Chu Xuan. You really are equipped with powerful means, to be able to withstand one of my random strikes. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yutong couldn't stop his brows from furrowing, but after a split second, they restretched and a touch of scorn surfaced. It's just a pity that means are just means after all. Even if you have more means, you still don't know what greatness a celestial powerhouse has. Kid, offending the celestials, you will today surely die. Boom! As soon as the word death fell, Xiao Yutong was no longer casual, but directly exploded. That terrifying celestial might was like a 1,000-year-old volcano erupting, bright and blazing spiritual energy, instantly illuminating this great hall. Even that vast rolling heavenly might filled the entire secret mansion. The moment any cultivator who was in the purple cloud secret mansion felt oppressed, like there was some kind of storm coming, and the sky and earth were changing colors. Boom shoo! Inside the purple cloud hall, Xiao Yutong opened his hand and violently grabbed towards Chu Xuan, his 5 fingers instantly erupting into 5 blazing and radiant rainbows. From afar, it looked as if 5 different colored pizzas were shooting. Each of them seems to have the greatness of piercing through heaven and earth and cracking the Kunlun. This is a celestial technique, executed by a celestial personally. That kind of power was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator, and the entire purple cloud hall trembled violently. A mere celestial being. Really think you're somebody? At this point, Chu Xuan opened his mouth in a cold voice, and his words caused Chu Chen's eyes to glow angrily. How dare you, a Zhongshe triple realm, scorn a celestial powerhouse? However, the next moment, what happened made Chu Chen's eyes pop out in shock. One could only see Chu Xuan suddenly draw a long sword, a spirit weapon. Clang! Holding the sword, he made a chop, and the sword chi was spread out. while rolling chi luck was added to it. The incoming five-fingered heavenly light was chopped up in midair on the spot. Even the next moment he even took the initiative to rush towards Xiao Yutong with his long sword in hand. Good guts! Xiao Yutong was shocked. However, in the next moment, the power of rolling chi surged up and down Chu Xuan's circumference. The sword that was chopped was so powerful that it was not even the slightest bit weaker than a celestial. The wide-open chi sword chi chopped Xiao Yutong straight backward one after another. That terrifying heavenly man's might was actually hardened. Hiss! Chu Chen sucked in cold air, including Xiao Yutong himself, who changed color. He had completely not expected that Chu Xian's means were actually so powerful that they could forcefully suppress him. A genuine celestial powerhouse. This kind of thing, not to mention the first heaven, even the second heaven did not have it. I'm afraid. It's outrageous. Kill, kill, kill. Xiao Yutong steeply let out a killing cry. Unable to endure this kind of thing, it began to explode its own celestial energy with full force. Celestial and human laws, spirit weapon might, all kinds of means were released to the extreme, completely treating Chu Xuan as a strong enemy in the same realm. But useless. Not only did he fail to suppress Chu Xuan, but instead, as Chu Xuan fully mobilized the power of his chi, he began to be traumatized, and was cut through by the sword chi. Blood is dripping. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Yutong cursed in grief and anger, no longer having the demeanor he had just had. It was more exasperating than even Chu Duan. After all, he was a heavenly human powerhouse, but he was actually injured by a zone sure triple. This would simply be a laughingstock if it was spread out. Originally, Xiao Yutong had wanted to hold out for a bit, believing that Chu Xian's means should have a limit of time, and that he could not remain so invincible. But it took two more swords, one of which barely missed cutting off his head. It completely shocked him. Bunny, you wait. Today's matter, I'm not finished with you. Putting down a vicious sentence, Xiao Yutong pulled his leg and ran, as fast as lightning. Although he was no match for Chu Xuan, the celestial speed was still extremely fast, and in just an instant, he was already flying away from the purple cloud hall. As for Chu Chen, who was constantly begging for help behind him, he didn't even pay attention to him. Humph. Seeing this, Chu Xuan did not blindly pursue the attack, but decisively switched troops. After collecting the sword, he took out Jun Lin Tian's inherited treasure, the dazzling gold sunset bow. Drawing the bow, in the shape of a full moon, a spiritual energy arrow coalesced on the spot, and with it, the majestic and vast power of Qi was added to the arrow. Avalanche, accompanied by a bow sound. The spirit arrow was like a speeding meteor through the air, and in just the blink of an eye, it was shot behind Xiao Yutong. Ah! Xiao Yutong exclaimed in shock, unable to dodge. He could only choose to avoid the vitals. With a snort, the spirit arrow hit his back and exploded into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Xiao Yutong didn't dare to stop, enduring the pain and continuing to fly rapidly towards the exit. Boom shoo! But soon, the second long arrow of spirit light shot again, and no matter how Xiao Yutong carried out his dodge, the spirit arrow was like a maggot in his tarsus, and with a plop, it once again exploded a cloud of blood mist on his body. Ah! Xiao Yutong couldn't stop screaming miserably, and his voice resounded throughout the entire purple cloud secret mansion. At the same time, the celestial might that flowed around his body was draining away the purple mist in the sky, attracting all the cultivators exploring in the purple cloud secret mansion. That's a celestial powerhouse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A celestial powerhouse is actually being shot at. Heavens, what's happening? Celestial powerhouses are fleeing for their lives. Boom shoo shoo. In the regretful gazes of countless people, Xiao Yutong received 9 arrows before and after, screaming miserably and spilling endless blood into the void. Ah! Chu Xuan, you wait for me. I'll be with you, immortal. Finally, in a long whistling sound of grief and anguish, Xiao Yutong dragged his tattered body and escaped from the purple cloud secret mansion with great difficulty. Chapter 123. Retrieving Linglong Heart. The biggest winner. Xiao Yutong sat, an angry whistling sound spread throughout the entire purple cloud secret mansion. For a time, in the secret mansion, an unknown number of people were stirred up. What? Chu Xuan? Could it be the same Chu Xuan I thought it was? Isn't Chu Xuan a young generation heaven's pride? Would he be able to shoot a celestial? Are you kidding me? It should be a celestial powerhouse with the same name. All sorts of clamor went around, and many people speculated and stayed skeptical. Purple Cloud Palace. Looking at the fleeing Xiao Yutong, Chu Xuan could only regretfully put away the sunset bow. In the end, it was a celestial being, plus the other party was just running away. It was still a bit difficult to kill him strongly. Of course, having received 9 arrows from himself before and after, Xiao Yutong had been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Swish! After resolving Xiao Yutong, Chu Xian placed his gaze back on Chu Chen. One could only see that at that moment, Chu Chen's entire body was suppressed in place by the seven treasures myriad technique, unable to move. His eyes filled with despair and fear. Beat him to death, he didn't expect it. Chu Xuan was actually able to defeat even a celestial powerhouse like Xiao Yutong. This not only turned his worldview upside down, but also crumbled his pride and dignity. After all, his original goal was to become a strong person like Xiao Yutong, but it turned out that even Xiao Yutong himself was heavily injured by Chu Xuan Yuan. This huge discrepancy completely caused Chu Chen's heart to collapse. Ooh-hoo! Moment! Trudy cried, with a shivering, weak and helpless look. Big brother, I was wrong. Leave me alone. I'm young. I'm the one who doesn't know any better. Consider it your brother's caprice. And you, in all your generosity, mustn't take it up with me. Please, concede. Ask for forgiveness. Compared to that lofty, arrogant stance of looking down on the world just now, the Chu Chen at this moment was like a bare child who finally realized the seriousness of the matter, crying with snot and tears. Pity. This kind of gesture, not only did it fail to make Chu Xian feel any softness, instead, he let out a cold snort, and the killing chance in his eyes became even more morose. My good knight brother, don't give in, don't beg for mercy. It's useless. You think that a line that you're still too young and uneducated can be a get-out-of-jail-free card? Oh, I have to say, you're overthinking it. Today, Big Brother is going to tell you that adults need to pay a price for making a mistake, and bare children need to pay the same price for making a mistake. Chu Xian said coldly while approaching Chu Chen step by step. No, 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 Big Brother, spare me. Chu Duan shrieked, cried out, hurled curses, and looked hysterical, but none of it could stop Chu Xian from stepping closer to him. In the end, in the midst of Chu Chen's pair of extremely frightened and desperate gazes, a handful of Chu Xian's palm was pulled into the former's heart. With a snort, a heart that looked like a glass casting was pulled out, 7 colors blooming, blood haze filling the air, vaguely still beating. It was the absolute talent Linglong heart. Ah! Chu Chen let out a miserable scream, but due to the special effect of the Linglong heart, he didn't die the first time. Instead, he watched his heart beat outside his body, and with each beat, he could feel a gouging pain. Lingering heart. It's the 7th strand of innate origin. Chu Xian's pair of eyes brightened, and a touch of excitement vaguely rose. It was getting closer and closer to him, completely replenishing his innate foundation. Boo! Finally, without hesitation, Chu Xian once again pinched and exploded the Linglong heart. As soon as the Linglong heart burst open, Chu Chen's eyes burst open, in a wave of extreme pain. His head lolled and he died completely. Same time, a magnificent innate origin once again surged into Chu Xian's body, and his own innate foundation once again took a step towards completion. The entire physical essence of the person, including the soul, was silently sublimating. This is innate augmentation, far more important than any acquired substance. Exhale. I don't know how much time has passed. Chu Xian opened his eyes and exhaled a breath, but this breath was like a swimming dragon's golden light, and it actually shook the space in front of him. It was evident to what extent his essence had grown today. After, Chu Xian shook the myriad techniques and shattered Chu Chen's corpse into pieces. Immediately, he resumed focusing all his mind on refining the house spirit. There was no one to disturb, plus the essence had grown many times larger again. It doesn't take half an hour. Chu Xian then completely refined and controlled the purple cloud house spirit in front of him. Buzz! As soon as the mansion spirit was refined, Chu Xian immediately created a close connection with the entire purple cloud mysterious mansion. With everything under his control, he could see every corner of the secret mansion with a single glance. He could mobilize the restrictions in the secret mansion with a single glance, and he could do anything in the secret mansion again. To put it bluntly, he had become the master of the entire purple cloud secret mansion. Well, nice. Chu Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. With that, the next moment, his voice was heard throughout the entire mansion. I am Chu Xian, and I have now become the lord of this purple cloud secret mansion. Limit all of you to leave the mansion in half a quarter of an hour, or suffer the consequences. Wow! When everyone heard Chu Xian's voice, they were all shocked, and then they associated it with the celestial powerhouse that had just been nearly shot. Many people felt fear without fail and hurriedly flew away from the secret mansion one after another. It's just that there are some unbelievers as well as those who are greedy by nature. Half an hour later, it was still hiding in various parts of the secret mansion and refusing to leave. Humph. To this, Chu Xian was also unceremonious as he directly mobilized the restrictions in the secret mansion. The prohibitions came together as if the entire secret mansion had been turned into an ocean of purple thunder. Under the sweep, not to mention the patriarchs, even the great patriarchs were turned into flying dust. Ah, mercy, we'll go now. This made some people's livers crack in fear and they opened their mouths to beg for mercy. However, Chu Xuan no longer held back anymore and was very cold and ruthless. He will only give the opportunity once. If you can't grasp it, then you can only die. After a short moment, the entire Purple Cloud secret mansion was completely quiet. Other than Chu Xuan, only two groups of people remained. Feng Linglong Bi Linger. And then, with Chu Xuan's help, Feng Linglong and Bi Linger also thoroughly drew on the chances in the Emperor Phoenix building and the Spirit Embracing Pool. For a time, not only did the two women's talent potential greatly increase, even their realm cultivation began to continuously rise. Let's go. First out. In the end, Chu Xuan waved his hand, and the crowd reappeared in the outside world. At this time, the outside world originally was boiling back to the sky, noisy, see Chu Xuan and others out, but instantly fell into silence. Swish! Chu Xuan ignored the people in the outside world and merely pinched the incantation. And with a wave of his hand, the huge and majestic Purple Cloud secret mansion contracted rapidly. It finally transformed into the size of a palm and hovered in the palm of Chu Xuan's hand. This astonishing scene also caused everyone present to completely understand that Chu Xuan had truly become the new master of this Purple Cloud mysterious mansion, and the biggest winner of this Purple Cloud mysterious mansion trip. Linglong, Spirit, let's go back to Gale first. Finally, Chu Xuan put the Purple Cloud mysterious mansion into his nascent sphere, and then strutted out of this place with Feng Linglong and Bi Linger in tow, as it was when it came. After Chu Xuan and the others left, the people in this room also dispersed one after another. But today's storm has quickly spread throughout the entire world. Chapter 124 Chu Mingyue's death. The death of the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. Chu Xuan entered the Purple Cloud secret mansion. Chu Xuan drew his bow and shot the celestials. Chu Xuan became the lord of the secret mansion. Chu Xuan subdued a large number of enemies. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan. All of them are Chu Xuan. After the fall of the Purple Cloud mysterious mansion, the name of Chu Xuan was being spread throughout the world. Various deeds were like hurricanes, scraping into the ears of countless people. So, I don't know how many forces have been shaken, how many powerful people have been concerned, how many cultivators have clamored, and the world has been shaken. However, while the world was hotly debating, Chu Xuan, the originator of everything, had already brought people back to Great Wind and stepped into the Emperor's court. Inside the court, Chu Xuan and Feng Linglong hosted a banquet for Bi Linger, Bi Luhong and the others, accompanied by Great Wind Chancellor Yan Shangru, Close Guard Commander Zhang Yan, and others. They were also celebrating the harvest of the Purple Cloud secret mansion. Banquet. The crowd pushed their cups together and mingled. The atmosphere was so lively. Period. Chu Xuan made a suggestion for the Xianling clan to raise their clan and relocate into the Great Wind. In response, Bai Luhong didn't have any hesitation and agreed on the spot. At one time, the reason why they, the Xianling Sect, wanted to start a sect in Dechu, it's because of the richness of Dechu's aura plus the treasure of the clan, the Xianling flower. However, nowadays, Dechu's aura is 10 to 1, plus the Xianling flower is no longer considered to be a rare opportunity in this day and age. Raising the clan to relocate had long been the thing that the Xianling sect wanted to do the most. Now that Chu Xuan had personally invited them, they naturally had to seize the opportunity. So, after the banquet, Bi Luhong, Bi Linger and the others then went back to work on the relocation of the clan. Swish! After the same banquet, a disabled woman with no eyes or ears, missing bones and kidneys, and blood stains, walked up to Chu Xuan. It was none other than Chu Mingyue. Compared to the once high and mighty princess of Chu, today's Chu Mingyue was miserable and wretched, not even as good as some beggars. Xianer, I heard that you've already recaptured Chu Chen's Linglong heart. Perhaps this will be the last time Auntie will atone for your sins. Pust. Speaking of the end, Chu Mingyue mobilized some of her remaining strength and fiercely pulled out a hand into her heart, and in the midst of a frantic and mournful scream, she hardened one of her hearts. Flutter! She fell to the ground, her vitality rapidly dissipating as if she were flowing water. Still, with her last breath, she struggled to lift her heart, opened his mouth and pleaded, Xianer, now can forgive Auntie? See this. Chu Xuan took a step and came close to Chu Mingyue, looking down at the other party. Face expressionless said, you don't really have to be like this. You and I have long been strangers to each other, so how can we talk about forgiveness or not? Sure, you know an answer before you die if you must. Well, I'll tell you what wrong is wrong, and I'll never forgive. Put. The words never forgive were like an incomparably sharp and cold knife, causing Chu Mingyue to spit out a mouthful of blood on her back on the spot. The last breath of anger was spat out with it, and his body fell limply to the ground. The life is all gone. Chu Mingyue died, but she apparently died in peace, because to her death she was never forgiven. Men, pull them out and bury them. With a wave of her hand, Feng Linglong had people dispose of Chu Mingyue's corpse. Not to mention Chu Xuan not forgiving, she felt that Chu Mingyue counted it as cheap. After all, in her heart, no matter what punishment Chu Mingyue received, it would not be able to make up for the harm that had once been inflicted on Chu Xuan. Ling Long, the great age has come. Strength is the root of everything. Next, cultivate well. Finally, with a command, Chu Xuan opened his closed-door cultivation within the emperor's court. Meanwhile, the great Chu dynasty. Nowadays, the situation in Dechu is naturally getting worse and more precarious by the day. Said dynasty, in fact, has long been in a situation of fragmentation. Rebels, feudal lords, families, clans are all in their own profit. It's just that in this great era where the heavens and earth have changed drastically and the laws have been turned upside down, compared to those dynasties that were wiped out overnight, the chaos in Dechu is not a big deal. These days, various things about the Purple Cloud secret mansion naturally spread into the Great Chu Imperial Palace. Sure enough, Xian'er has gone to the Purple Cloud secret mansion. The faces of both Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru shook in unison. When they looked at each other, their eyes were filled with fear. It seems like we couldn't have been more correct in not bringing Wonder to the Purple Cloud Mystic Mansion to explore the opportunities. Yes, if we take Wonder to the Purple Cloud secret mansion this time, it's likely that Wonder will be poisoned by Xian'er again. Fortunately, we were very wise this time and managed to avoid a crisis. The two of them, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru, were very emotional and celebratory. At the same time the two felt bad about the huge sensation caused by Chu Xuan, especially Xiao Yuru. Inwardly, she always could not help but daydream, if they had once not treated Chu Xuan like that, how good it would have been. How her face should light up when her own oldest son is being talked about by the world. Unfortunately, regret, wave after wave of regret, like a violent tide after a violent tide, was continuously impacting Xiao Yuru's heart. But because of Emperor Chu Ming, she could only suppress her emotions, but she knew that sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to hold out. Report to His Majesty the Empress. The Heavenly Martial Sect Patriarch seeks an audience. On this day, a eunuch came to report, letting the two people, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru, who were originally still rejoicing, thump inwardly. A sense of ill will instantly envelop the two of them. As expected, when the Heavenly Martial Sect Patriarch arrived, he actually knelt down directly. Your Majesty Empress, please redeem yourself. Something has happened to the ninth Prince Chu Chen. Upon hearing the report, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru were both stunned. The latter, in particular, exuded a touch of incredulity. Who was the person you just said took Dusty? Say it again. Reporting to the Empress, he claimed to be Chu Chuan's uncle, named Xiao Yutong. Swish. For a moment, the gazes of both Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru locked. The latter frowned. I've been expelled from my family for many years, and the Xiao family has long since disowned me as their daughter. So why did my brother Yutong suddenly show up to take away Dusty? Chu Minghuang did not respond, but fell into a retrospective silence. In the entire Dechu, besides Xiao Yuru herself, only he knew the bottom line of Xiao Yuru, once the first daughter of the hidden Xiao family. But later on, she was expelled from the Xiao family because she forced herself to marry him. After all, although they, the Dechu dynasty, were one of the 9 great dynasties of the Central Plains, they were nothing to the hidden forces. The noble daughter of the Xiao family had to forcibly marry him, a prince of the Central Plains dynasty at that time, which naturally degraded the family style, and thus was tragically expelled from the Xiao family. Over the years this matter was the biggest grief pain for both Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru. Therefore the two couples, without wanting to make a career to prove themselves, which was one of the reasons why they had scourged Chu Xian's talent. It was the dream of having the future state power of the great Chu surpass the Xiao family in one fell swoop. Sessions. It wouldn't be that they were despised by the Xiao family, but that they despised the Xiao family. Unfortunately, the whip of reality hurts far more than the thorns of dreams. After the two had made some efforts over the years, not to mention surpassing the Xiao family, even the original Dechu dynasty was on the verge of going extinct. Ugh, Emperor Chu Ming sighed. Then he asked, did he say what he was taking Dusty for? The Heavenly Martial Sect Patriarch responded. This I did hear a sentence from afar. He said that he would take Emperor Chu Chen to search for opportunities all over the world. Seek the world's opportunities? Bad. Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru and the two of them raised their eyebrows, and then their faces changed drastically. After all, Xiao Yutong had said that he would bring Chu Chen to seek opportunities all over the world. How could he miss the Purple Cloud secret mansion? And regarding the Purple Cloud secret mansion, they had long heard that Chu Xuan had become the biggest winner. Doesn't this mean that? Hurry, go check out the royal tomb. Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru and the two of them immediately rushed into the imperial tomb in a fiery rage. In the end, as soon as they arrived at the great Chu Dragon Vein, the two of them had their minds shaken. With a single glance, he saw that another nirvana cocoon had been created in the Dragon Vein. It's over. Chapter 125 Great Chu Imperial Ancestor reappears. Seeing that Chu Chen had also fallen into nirvana in the dragon vein, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, nearly collapsed. After all, the two of them, prudent and cautious, with 1,000 precautions, did not even dare to go to a place of opportunity like the Purple Cloud secret mansion, in order to avoid the only two left, Chu Xuan and Chu Wen, from falling into a death crisis. Who would have thought that, in the end, there was still no defense? Now with Chu Chen falling into nirvana, once there were 8 absolute emperors, only Chu Wen was left as a lone seedling. How? Why yes, things shouldn't be like this. Emperor Chu Ming sighed up to the sky, a look of sadness rising on his face. Finally felt a sense of helplessness from the trickery of fate. As for Xiao Yuru on the side, she had long since covered her face and broke down and cried. The regret that had been suppressed by her began to explode tenfold and 100-fold. Oh karma! This is all our karma. Where there is cause, there is effect. And the cause we planted in the first place has now finally tasted the bitter fruit. Xiao Yuru collapsed and shouted, her hands even more frantically slapping Chu Mingyue. Chu Mingyue opened his mouth, and for the first time, he felt somewhat powerless to retort. A heart that thought it was rock solid had cracked. An emotion called regret gradually bubbled up from this crack. No regrets. I am the emperor. I am the father. And I will never regret it. Suddenly, Chu Mingyue's face turned livid, unable to accept it. Snap. At that moment, Xiao Yuru suddenly slapped Chu Mingyue in the face. Emperor Ming, will you stop kidding yourself? We're wrong. We're really wrong. We did the unforgivable to our own oldest son 8 times in a row. The world is right. We too have lost our conscience. We too are wicked beyond measure. We don't deserve to be parents. Chu Mingyue also subconsciously backhanded Xiao Yuru with a slap. The force was so great that it instantly jerked Xiao Yuru backward in a staggering manner. At the same time, the mouth bellowed angrily. Wrong? He's our son. We gave him his life. What's wrong with us taking some of his talents? You. Xiao Yuru covered her cheeks and looked at Chu Mingyue in disbelief. I don't know if it was because she was shocked that Chu Mingyue had beaten her, or if she was annoyed at Chu Mingyue's attitude. After the transient, Chu Mingyue also knew deep down that he had been reckless and hurriedly wrapped his arms around Xiao Yuru. The tone softened. Yuru, I'm sorry, I was the one who was impulsive, but you have to understand me. Even if I do wrong, I can only be wrong. I can't regret it. Otherwise, you and I will be completely reduced to the laughingstock of the world, and will even really be left in the history books of the future generations for 10,000 years. Xiao Yuru buried her head into Chu Mingyue's arms whimpering. I don't know how long she cried before she raised her head and choked. Ming Emperor, I know everything you said, and I can understand your feelings, but I'm really about to be unable to take it anymore. From Jianer in the beginning to Duster nowadays, a mother who is a mother and watches her sons having accidents one after another. Is there a colder and more horrible punishment in this world than this? Speaking here, a touch of fear rose in Xiao Yuru's eyes for no reason. Most importantly, don't you realize that Jianer is truly different from what he once was? It's only been how long since he gave up the crown prince's position as a dynasty? Half a year? Or 9 months? He's growing too fast. The battle of the Xuan Ling Sect, the battle of the 2 countries' battlefields, the battle of the Great Wind Martial Examination, the battle of the Tenjia ancient city. By the way, he also became the savage demon king, and the most terrifying thing is that even the heavenly human realm's Yutong failed to save Duster. He's no longer the wasteful Jianer in our eyes. Nowadays, he can fight against our entire Great Chu all by himself. I'm worrying that after a while, it won't be whether we regret it or not. It'll be whether Jianer gives us a chance to regret it or not. Xiao Yuru's words caused Chu Mingyue's face to alternate between red and white. Indeed, since Chu Xuan had given up his position as the crown prince, his entire person was like a rising star, and his light was already becoming more and more prevalent. It's weighing them down to the point where they can't breathe. Queen, you warned. We indeed can no longer sit back and watch that rebellious son continue to grow. And the situation of our great Chu dynasty has reached its final hurdle. It's time, quick and easy, to re-establish the world. Chu Mingyue spoke heavily, while Xiao Yuru raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Emperor Chu Ming's eyes burned as he said word for word. Use the last resort, call the ancestors. Calling Zhou, as the name suggests, calling out the old ancestor. That is, the great Chu founding celestial emperor ancestor Chu Tianyin. In the first heaven and earth, even for a host of hidden powers, the celestial realm would always be the supreme figure standing at the top of the pyramid. Although the call of the ancestor is not the real body, but only the divine thoughts left by the celestials, there is still the supreme heavenly power to sweep away the turmoil and re-establish the dynasty. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, hit it off and immediately left the imperial tomb. Proceed to open the ancestor calling ceremony. This is the strongest means of the Great Chu dynasty, and the strongest underpinnings. Naturally, it cannot be summoned at will, and needs some process ceremony. In the end, Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru took the only remaining second prince, Chu Xuan, and a host of royal relatives, civil and military ministers, gathered at the Temple of Heaven. Sacrifice to the Emperor. Lower sacrifice thick earth. Finally, accompanied by a boom, the jade seal of transmission erupted with a divine light. Divine light rippled like smoke and rain, and a figure coalesced in an instant, dressed in imperial robes, tall and sturdy, with a disdainful, domineering look in his eyes. It was the founding emperor ancestor of the Great Chu dynasty, Chu Tianyin. As soon as Chu Tianyin appeared, a celestial pressure filled the air. Chu Mingyue, Xiao Yuru, Chu Wen and the others all knelt down in unison to pay homage. We greet the emperor ancestor. The emperor ancestor will last forever and ever. Chu Tianyin's first moment, however, did not pay attention to the crowd's worship. Instead, he was transfixed in place, a stream of memories being picked up in his mind. A moment later, he remembered what happened the last time before his divine thoughts dissipated. And so, his gaze rushed to the kneeling Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru. Where is Chu Xuan? Where is Crown Prince Chu Xuan? How long has it been since the last time? Have you two retrieved Chu Xuan? Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru both froze, and the former hurriedly said, Imperial Ancestor, you didn't let us retrieve Chu Xuan last time. And last time, wasn't it Chu Xuan who caused you to manifest your spirit late at night to lower your anger? Such treason! I would have deposed him from the prince's seat long ago. Boom! Hearing this, Chu Tianyin felt like he had been struck by 5 thunders. Incredulous said, What did you say? Say it again. Chu Mingyue hurriedly said it again, adding more fuel to the fire with little effort. Would have thought that after Chu Tianyin heard, even though he did not praise him for doing the right thing, and at least there's no anger. Who knows? Chu Tianyin, however, suddenly let out a furious shout. Fuck! Chapter 126 Concealed Matters. Great Chu will be destroyed. Chu Tianyin pointed at the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, and cursed. You two idiots. Morons. Fools. Who the hell told you that the last time I manifested my spirit was to subdue Chu Xian's anger? The reason why I manifested late at night last time was because Chu Xuan ascended to the roof of the Ascension Tower that night, and his talent potential is one of the strongest descendants since the beginning of my dynasty in Chu. It has even surpassed old ancestor me. For this kind of descendant, it's too late for me to appreciate it, so how could I lower my anger to him? Back in the day, I was scolding you. Two idiots. Wow. The words came out. Chu Mingyue, Xiao Yuru's two faces instantly darkened. The rest of the crowd of royal relatives, civil and military ministers are completely dumbfounded. The heart is fluttering. Hands are shaking. Never thought that there was actually such a hidden agenda that night, which really made a big mess. After all, one of the most important things about deposing Chu Xian's position as the crown prince in the first place was that Chu Xuan had caused the great Chu imperial ancestor to manifest his spirit in the middle of the night to lower his anger. It is because of this that many princes and ministers are unable to plead for mercy. After all, the founding emperor ancestor had descended into anger, so Chu Xuan naturally could not be orthodox again. But who would have thought the other person's great Chu imperial ancestor was not descending on Chu Xuan at all. Instead, he was incomparably admiring and praising Chu Xuan. This. How did this happen? Who was the first to say that the imperial ancestor was relenting against Chu Xuan in the first place? Did his head get kicked by a donkey? Hush, keep your voice down. It seems like His Majesty and the Empress. A murmur of enthusiasm flooded the scene. It made the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, itching to burrow into the ground. It just feels so humiliating. Mud. If it weren't for the fact that you're a descendant of my old man and have my blood flowing in your body, I'd hate to slap you to death for being such an idiot. Just like you. What kind of emperor you are. What kind of parent you are. Chu Tianyin was still venting, continuing to charge at Chu Mingyue Xiao Yuru's output, splitting his head and cursing for who knows how long. The spittle was drowning the two. Eventually, he stopped and coldly chided. Now I'll give you two a chance to make up for your mistakes. Immediately welcome Chu Xuan back. Issue a decree to notify the world that you will immediately abdicate in favor of the emperor. If you can't do well as an emperor yourself, then someone else will do it. Seeing the two people's appearance of wanting to say something, Chu Tianyin rose a touch of dismay. He just wanted to inquire, but seemed to remember something and immediately waved his hand. Marred. You two stop talking. I don't believe a single word you say, old ancestor. I'll see for myself. Buzz. The words fell. Chu Tianyin once again waved his hand to cast the method of peeping into other people's memories. Even for more detail, everyone in the room was under a spell cage. Buzz. A large number of memory images were seized into Chu Tianin's mind in an instant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 fuck. As he watched, Chu Tianin couldn't stop letting out one angry curse after another, until all of them were read. The entire person was completely infuriated to the point of trembling, and a pair of eyes stared at Chu Mingyue and Xia Yuru in death. Among them, in addition to anger, there was actually a blazing killing chance that appeared. Because, can't really help it. It's so ing stupid. It's so ing bad. It's so ing vicious. He Chu Tianin has such a descendant. Simply have no face for people. Imperial ancestor. What are you doing? Emperor ancestor, calm down. Please calm down. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xia Yuru, were immediately startled by Chu Tianin. After all, although Chu Tianin was not his true form, he still had the ability of a celestial being, and if he wanted to kill the two of them, it would simply be easy. What do you think I'm going to do? Old man, not only are you persecuting Chu Xuan, but you're actually plaguing the dragon vein. I only sigh that the great Chu that I was able to start only after vomiting my heart and blood. And how many generations of accumulated heritage have actually been lost by your generation? Instead of letting you become the king of a fallen nation, it would be better for me to personally give you a ride than to let people poke at the backbone of my Chu royal family. Boom! At the end of his words, Chu Tianin exploded with a roar. The terrifying might of the Celestials erupted, and the entire imperial city of Chu fell into a heavy depression. Emperor ancestor, spare your life. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xia Yuru, were instantly bloodless with fear. It only felt like 100,000 mountains were pressing down to crush the two of them. Wave. But just in the nick of time, Chu Tianin, who was about to make a move, violently swayed, and his figure became illusory in an instant. Like rootless floating weeds, the grand celestial aura rapidly weakened. Chu Tianin's startled eyebrow. Eyes turned to stare at the jade seal of the state, instantly like to understand what. Once again a face of shock. You guys actually touched the origin I left in the jade seal. What have you done with it? Why didn't I see it in your memories? No, it's very wrong. You're hiding something. Seeing that the divine idea was about to dissipate, Chu Tianin once again pinched and recited an incantation, forcibly lifting a section of memory dust cloth at the last moment. Boom! However, the next moment, Chu Tianin froze in place. It was like seeing the most unbelievable thing under the sky. Hiss! You guys! You too! What a! Boo! Accompanied by the sound of angry curses, Chu Tianin's illusory and incomparable divine idea was like a bubble breaking, completely and utterly disappearing between heaven and earth. Imperial ancestor. This is, what's going on? What moves the origin? What hides things? Looking at Chu Tianin, who had once again suddenly dissipated, Chu Mingyue and Xia Yuru were both filled with confusion, not understanding what had happened. At the same time, a touch of gratitude surfaced within the two of them. Today lifted a stone and almost smashed his own feet. Good thing Chu Tianin dissipated at the last moment, otherwise the two people are afraid to be lifeless. The great Chu imperial ancestor has dissipated again. This time it's not cursing Chu Xuan, is it? Definitely not. It's clear to see this time. The imperial ancestor is very dissatisfied with his majesty's empress, so dissatisfied that he wants to kill both of them. At this moment, the royal relatives, princes, ministers and others present, whispers were exchanged, and each eye flashed with a strange emotion. Soon enough, this tiger's ancestral evocation ceremony came to an end. Yet this matter was like a fuse that completely ignited the Chu. First of all, there were some civil and military ministers, who were suing for their old age in groups, because people with clear eyes can see, can no longer be with Chu Mingyue and Xia Yuru, or really follow the stench of the years. Secondly, a large number of feudal counter-armies started to rebel blatantly under the slogan that the virtue of the Empress Xiao of the Chu Emperor was not worthy of her position and led to the murderous anger of the Emperor. And this rebel wind blowing is unprecedentedly strong. In a short period of time, the 36 provinces and counties of Chu all completely fell. Finally, the large Chu dynasty, only one lonely city left in the imperial city. The two of them, the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao, had completely fallen into the position of a bare-knuckle commander. Chapter 127 The Hidden Xiao Family. At that time, the great Chu Palace, Chu Mingyue's eyes were red and he kept cursing angrily, having long been hysterical. Nowadays, the situation in Chu was completely beyond his control. If the royal family didn't still have their heritage, the imperial city would have been invaded. As for Xia Yuru, she was plunged into endless remorse and self-blame. His mouth was murmuring Xianer the whole day, and his pair of beautiful eyes were nearly blind from crying. Finally, she couldn't help but propose to Emperor Chu Ming. Emperor Ming, let's find a way to remedy this. You and I will go find Xian'er together. We beg him to come back and abdicate as the new emperor. With Xian'er's strength and means nowadays, if he's willing to come back and preside over the situation, he'll definitely be able to salvage the great Chu dynasty back. Chu Mingyue did not reply, but his face was filled with grimness and unwillingness. Make him apologize? Make him regret it? Making him cry to Chu Xuan and humbly ask for forgiveness? No, he couldn't do it. Empress. Chu Mingyue shook his head heavily, his eyes full of sullenness and coldness. Don't say that again. We haven't come to the end of the road yet. We by no means need the help of that rebellious son. We can still save the day. After all, we still have the hope of wonder, who is endowed with the guts of literature, and whose words are followed by the law. As usual, has the appearance of a celestial being? Xiao Yuru whimpered and sobbed, her eyes full of gloom. Emperor Ming, stop comforting yourself. Although there is still wonder, we are all collapsed into Chu. The treasury is in the red, and the borders have fallen. What are we going to train wonder with? Plus with today's situation, unless wonder achieves celestial, what purpose can he serve? No, although we are not capable of training wonder, someone else is. Chu Mingyue shook his head, and Xiao Yuru subconsciously asked, who? Chu Mingyue's eyes burned as he said in a single word, Xiao family, the Xia family. Xiao Yuru was stunned, but then she smiled bitterly. Emperor Ming, are you in a hurry? Since the day I married you, I was expelled from the Xiao family by my father's own order. It's not like you don't know the indifference and reality of the Xiao family. How could they possibly spend a large sum of money to nurture a child of the two of us? Chu Mingyue shook his head again. No, they will. Have you forgotten that the reason why something happened to Dusty Child was because he was taken away from the heavenly martial sect by your younger brother, Xiao Yutong, to cultivate him? If the Xiao family really doesn't care about us, why would Xiao Yutong take away Duster and search for opportunities all over the world for him? Speaking of this, Chu Mingyue's pair of tiger eyes had a large amount of strange colors blooming. If what is expected is correct, they must have valued Duster's talent. If they can value Duster's talent, they can value Wonder's talent. After all, these two types of talent are from the same family and the same origin. Xiao Yuru fell into silence. It had to be said that what Chu Mingyue said did have some truth to it. At this time, Chu Mingyue once again persuaded. Yuru, I know that the Xiao family couldn't look at me back then, and even dragged you down because of it. For so many years, although we didn't make a career that would impress your father and the Xiao family, but in another way, isn't Wonder the masterpiece that the two of us molded? If the Xiao family can value Wonder and re-accept you and I for that reason, then we, husband and wife, will have raised our eyebrows. Swish, Xiao Yuru's eyes lit up. Being expelled from the family was the biggest grief pain inside her for so many years. If there was a chance to return to recognize her ancestors, she would naturally be eager to do so. Alright, then we'll take Wonder back to the Xiao family to try it out. Xiao Yuru nodded her head in agreement, and Emperor Chu Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly summoned Chuan. Finally, the family traveled to the Xiao family to identify their relatives with hope. Soon, Chu Mingyue's trio came to a mountain field based on Xiao Yuru's memories. This place looks like the landscape is not strange, but in reality, it is enveloped by a party of illusionary formations. After passing through the formation, an ancient and tall mountain gate was visible sitting on one side. It is like a purple and gold beam erecting the sea, and like a white jade pillar in the sky, majestic and lofty. Above the mountain gate, there was a big ancient character written, Xiao, the Xiao family. What a guy! This is the Xiao family's mountain gate. Idle people, those who approach, kill. Just as Chu Mingyue's family of three approached, there was a gatekeeper who blared and bellowed with authority, exuding an aura that belonged to the Zhongshe realm. It must be known that in the outside world, patriarchs are all powerful people who have started their own sects. Wherever he went, he was high and highly respected. But in the Xiao family, he was reduced to the role of a gatekeeper. This shows the depth of the Xiao family. Even though Chu Mingyue was a grandmaster, he didn't dare to treat the gatekeeper half-heartedly. Instead, he said respectfully, "Little brother, my name is Chu Mingyue. I am the emperor of the great Chu dynasty. This is my great Chu empress Xiao Yuru, as well as the daughter of your Xiao family head Xiao Zhenyan. This is our son, and the grandson of the Xiao family head." The daughter of the head of the family? And grandson? Are you guys looking for death? Our Xiao family head has only one son. Where would a daughter come from? The Xiao family gatekeeper frowned. A murderous streak rose up, unceremoniously targeting the Chu Mingyue trio. Chu Mingyue's three people were stunned, and embarrassment rose on all of their faces, wanting to explain, but not knowing where to do so. Obviously, Xiao Yuru had been expelled from the Xiao family for so many years, and had long been unknown. Let them in. And just as a group of gatekeepers were about to make a move to drive them away, A majestic and old voice suddenly resounded at the mountain gate. "Ah, master of the house. Yes, yes, yes," the gatekeeper exclaimed in shock, instantly changing his attitude and opening the door for Chu Mingyue's trio, even specializing in someone to lead the trio into the Xiao family. Once in the Xiao family, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's performance is still quite calm, but Chu Wen, a pair of eyes cannot stop the vibration, only to see the mountain gate, the Xiao family land, very vast and vast, located in a continuous complex of buildings, things of heavenly treasures, jeweled buildings. Then one of the dynasties of the imperial palace are more luxurious and extravagant. There are rows of cranes flying in the sky and groups of spiritual apes jumping in the mountains. Golden light flickered in purple lux steamed, giving a sense of thick undertones. Is this the hidden world power? It's really amazing, Chu Xuan lamented. I really didn't expect that my mother was actually born in such a family. Eventually, the family of three was led into a majestic and luxurious palace. It could be seen that in the palace, there were 5 or 6 figures sitting, including a beautiful woman, a middle-aged man, and a white-haired old man in crone. Between the sweeping gazes, like a mountain or an abyss, everyone's body exuded a great power that could suppress heaven and earth. Celestials, all of them are celestial beings, especially a tall purple-robed old man at the head, with crane hair and a gaze like 2 torches, far beyond the ordinary celestial realm. When the family entered the palace, it was immediately and deeply heavy and depressing. Father-in-law, father, among them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, and the two of them opened their mouths towards the purple-robed old man at the first opportunity, but the depths of their eyes were creeped out and fearful. The purple-haired old man swept a glance at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, and did not respond, a pair of gazes falling on Chu Xuan instead. This is the good son you two have given birth to, Chu Xian? Daring to hit Yutong hard by despicable means, you really deserve to die. Chapter 128. Chu Xuan drew attention from the Xiao family. Boom! Along with the word death, a terrifying celestial killing might ravage the Great Hall. At the same time, all of those celestials had cold and chilling gazes, although Chu Xuan was quite sophisticated. But how had he ever seen such a terrible battle? The first time, he was so scared that he turned pale and couldn't stop trembling, only feeling that a great disaster was approaching and that he himself was going to completely collapse into pieces. No! Chu Mingyue exclaimed in shock, and Xiao Yuru even lost her voice and shouted, "Father, don't misunderstand. He's not our eldest son Chu Xian. His name is Chu Xuan. He's the second son of Emperor Ming and I." The second son, Chu Man? Xiao Junyan's pair of pale eyebrows knit up, which slightly converged on his killing intent, and his gaze shifted from Chu Xuan to the two of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. Humph, so it's not Chu Xian. Then do you know what kind of assholery that oldest son of yours, Chu Xian, has done? He almost shot Jade Hall in the Purple Cloud secret mansion using his means, and if he hadn't used the extreme spirit pill, he would have been completely wasted. Xiao Junyan's voice was deafening, and the things he said were even more shocking. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both doubly horrified. They knew that Xiao Yutong had failed to preserve Chu Chen, but they did not know that even Xiao Yutong himself had suffered such severe injuries that he was actually almost wasted, which was simply unimaginable. Xiao Yuru hurriedly said, "Father, I'm sorry, I really don't know anything about this." On the side, Chu Mingyue concurred, "Lord father-in-law, it's also hard for us to meet such a treacherous son. He didn't just hurt Yutong, he maimed his other brothers and dragged the whole of Dechu to ruin." Listening to Chu Mingyue's words, the anger on Xiao Junyan's face gradually dissipated, but in the end, there was still a touch of indifference that could not be dissolved. "Humph, don't call me father-in-law and father. As early as 20 years ago, the two of you had nothing to do with my Xiao family. I won't implicate you in the matter of Chu Xian. Now get back where you came from. As for that rebellious son of yours, the Xiao family will definitely settle the matter of the Jade Hall with him, so let him wash his neck dry and wait to die." Seeing Xiao Junyan give an expulsion order, Chu Mingyue was instantly anxious. Puff! Xiao Yuru was even the first to pull Chu Xuan to rush his knees. "Father, it doesn't matter if my daughter dies or not, but I don't want to see anything happen to Wun'er again. I still hope that father can keep Wun'er in the Xiao family." Words. Before Xiao Junyan could respond, a celestial next to him was laughing coldly. "Oh, the joke's on me. What do you think the Xiao family is, taking in any cat or dog?" The others also snorted, all filled with contempt and disdain, not to mention outsiders like Chu Mingyue. Chu Xuan, even Xiao Yuru, an expelled member of the clan, was not much qualified to rejoin the Xiao family. "My son is not some cat or dog." At this point, Chu Mingyue suddenly shouted, rather like he was going out of his way. When the gazes of the crowd landed on him, Chu Mingyue hurriedly rushed to open his mouth at Xiao Junyan and the surrounding group of celestial powerhouses. "Father-in-law, no, Xiao family head, all Xiao family elders, my son, Chu Wen, possesses the guts of literature. This is an unparalleled talent. In the future, he will surely achieve celestial success. If the Xiao family gets my son Xuan, their strength will definitely rise even higher. The crowd looked puzzled. Xiao Zhenyan also raised his eyebrows, but there was a look of skepticism on his face. Gentlemen, if you don't believe me, you can go out and check. Let's see how amazing my son Xuan's talent is. Xiao Yuru also said, Father, my son Xuan does possess extraordinary talent and will never let you down. He deserves to be vigorously cultivated by the Xiao family. Xiao Zhenyan pondered for a moment. Immediately, he waved his hand. Someone, fetch a talent stone over here. Swish, soon, someone fetched a radiant crystal stone, the size of a head, with a deeply concave palm print carved into it. Xiao Zhenyan explained, this is the talent stone, specially used to measure the talent of a cultivator, and the talent glow is divided into 3 colors of gold, silver, and white. White represents ordinary Zongshi potential, silver represents great Zongshi, and gold represents celestials. As long as Chuan is able to stimulate the golden light, I will grant him permission to stay in the Xiao family. The moment these words came out, the eyes of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru lit up, hurrying to look at Chuan. Don't go test it yet. Yes. Chuan's eyes were filled with excitement. He was still very confident about his talent. He stepped up to the test stone and placed his palm into the concave seal. Buzz! In an instant, the talent stone trembled, and the light on it sparked. First it was white, and in an instant, the white turned to silver, and then there was another flash, the silver color instantly becoming a dazzling gold. Gold! Celestial talent! Well, and what a golden talent! This kid's talent can be our Xiao family. Apart from Yuton's previous measurement of golden talent, there hasn't been this kind of talent in many years. In the Great Hall, the eyes of the crowd of Xiao family celestials all brightened up one after another, especially Xiao Zhenyan, who was in the lead. His pale eyes became fiery, just going to talk, only to see that the talent stone in Chu Wen's hand was actually trembling violently, and then in full view of everyone, boom, it blew up. What the hell? How did the talent stone blow up? This has never happened before. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Who knows? Xiao Zhenyan was greatly excited. The talent stone exploded, proving that this son's talent exceeds the golden celestial talent. Wow! The hall was in an uproar. Beyond the golden celestial talent, wouldn't it mean that Chuan had the purple mansion talent? The purple mansion realm. That was a powerhouse that existed only in the 2nd generation. It was obvious that Chuan's talent had already surpassed this side of heaven and earth. Unearthly wonders. If this son is cultivated, in the future he will be able to ascend to the 2nd heaven and go to the Xiao family's main clan, bringing great honor. The moment. The crowd of Xiao family celestials led by Xiao Zhenyan all had blazing gazes, and the gazes that once again looked at Chuan no longer had any disdain and contempt, but instead were filled with a great deal of appreciation and regard. This is the reality of the worldly family. Without talent you're a piece of who doesn't even care. If you are gifted and extremely talented, you will hate to offer you up. Well, since Chuan is my daughter's son, he is my own grandson, and a full member of my Xiao family. This family master declares that from now on, Chuan is the new generation of my Xiao family's saint son, with a status second only to this family master. Chuan thanks Grandpa. Chuan didn't have any hesitation and seized the opportunity on the spot, kneeling down to give thanks. Xiao Zhenyan nodded his head in satisfaction before looking at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. As for you, since you have cultivated such an outstanding genius for the Xiao family, the previous matters are written off and you will return to the Xiao family from now on. Observing that you archons have been immersed for a long time, it would be possible to incline some resources for you, and strive to help you advance to celestials. Swish! Once these words came out, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both overjoyed, and they also hurriedly bowed down to Xiao Zhenyan as well as all the celestials to express their gratitude. It was a moment of ecstasy for all 3 members of the family, knowing that all was secure. With the support of the Xiao family, not only can the crisis in Dechu be solved, even their identity and status will be taken to the next level. Chapter 129 Dechu rises against the odds. Demons come out of the savage wasteland. Sure enough, after this, Chuan was fully cultivated by the entire Xiao family. When Gaul was energized by various secret means, and his cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. Patriarch 7, Patriarch 8, Patriarch 9, crazy soaring. In addition, the Xiao family had even sent 2 celestials back to the Great Chu dynasty under the leadership of the 2 Chu Ming emperors. Xiao Yuru. Once a celestial was born, it was naturally unrivaled except for those who were strong in the same realm, originally deep in turmoil. The boundaries of the fragmented Dechu dynasty, just a few days by the Dechu royal family strong and domineering recovery. The Great Chu dynasty, which wanted the building to fall, hardened and came to life again. And the news that the Chu was supported by the hidden Shao family spread throughout the world. For a time, originally everyone shouted, like a street rat of the Chu dynasty, instead of changing, became the era of the new nobility. I do not know how many forces of the cultivators for which the kneeling and currying favor. Dynasties such as Dili Du de Zhou retreated and returned to their border territories. All the royal relatives and princes and ministers were begging for forgiveness on their knees, including which of the clans that moved away are crying out to come back again. Ha ha ha. I have long said that I have acted very rightly and wisely. Great Chu will flourish in my hands. Far beyond the past. Chu Mingyue couldn't stop himself from laughing up to the sky. His mood unprecedentedly good. Including Xiao Yuru, the regret was no longer strong and very gratifying. The two had been holding back for so long, and they were finally raising their eyebrows for once. The Great Wind Dynasty. Imperial Palace. Imperial Court. Today, Chu Xuan briefly went out of the gate. After all, cultivation was about relaxation. It could be seen that after this period of seclusion, his cultivation had long entered the middle-rank sect master and was rapidly advancing towards the high-rank sect master. And in addition to his cultivation, he had already successfully melted the mass of innate purple chi that he had obtained from the purple cloud mystic mansion, once again allowing the Hongmeng sacred body to metamorphose and become nearly unbreakable under the celestials. The only regret is that this time, no new creation was derived. The moment Chu Xuan was sipping tea in the courtyard, and in front of him were two stunningly beautiful women. One was dressed in imperial robes, graceful and elegant, with a generous and peerless temperament. One was dressed in white, floating like a spiritual fairy. It was no one else but Xuan Ling and Bi Linger. The former is not unusual here, and the reason why the latter is also here. It was because the Xuan Ling Sect had successfully relocated from Great Chu to Great Wind. At Chu Xuan's suggestion, the Xuan Ling Sect's new location was chosen in the Spirit Beast mountain range where he had clashed with the Tian Yuan Blade and Sword Lingxiao and other sects. It was originally a place rich in spiritual qi, and after the great change in heaven and earth, it had even derived a unique spiritual source. The Xuan Ling Sect's site was chosen there, and it was destined to prosper greatly in the future. Brother Chu Xuan, I didn't expect that poisonous woman to come from the hidden Shao family. Now that Great Chu has gained the support of the Shao family, not only did it not go to extinction, but it is also vaguely asking for the number one dynasty in the Central Plains. Xuan Linglong's heart sighed with emotion, a helpless look of impermanence in the world. Bi Linger on the side was also on the road. Her voice was soulful. Yes, Brother Xuan. Originally De Chu had already fallen apart. The territory clans to move away. Who knows in just a few days. The only real move away from the clans on the contrary. Only my Xuan Ling Sect. Listening to the words of the two women, Chu Xuan's face did not have any strange colors. He laughed softly. Oh, I had expected this matter. Everything has a destiny. Chu should not be extinguished for the time being. Speaking here, his words suddenly turned. Said, however, Chu is just a flash of light. The fate is near. No matter how cannot escape extinction. You may read this letter. Finally, Chu Xuan handed a letter in his hand to the two wind-white women. However, when the wind and white two women opened the envelope to take a look, but both frowned. The words on it were crooked as if they were ghostly. And they didn't recognize them. This is a demonic text, sent by that demonic monarch of the savage wasteland. Chu Xuan opened his mouth to explain. The two women, Xuan Linglong and Bi Linger, did not both have their hearts moved. They had long since understood that Chu Xuan had once been in the savage demon realm. Knowing that Chu Xuan was the lord of that demon monarch, the master character demon king, the recovery of the barbarian aura is far more intense than the central plains of the four frontiers. Plus the demons already have a racial advantage. And now in just half a year, the barbarian demons have developed to a very terrifying degree. Little Monarch wrote to say that soon, he will charge out of the barbaric wilderness with endless demons, sweeping across the four borders of the central plains and reigning over the world. Swish! The two women, Xuan Linglong and Bi Linger, both had their faces shaken. Although they hadn't seen the savage demon, they could imagine how terrifying it would be. Definitely a cataclysmic mess. Savage demons sweeping across the world and bloodshed disrupting the living world is the trend of heaven and earth. I won't try to stop it and I can't stop it either. What I can do is to have Little Monarch avoid the Great Wind Dynasty as much as possible. And this will be the perfect opportunity for the Great Wind Dynasty to expand and strengthen its territory. Linglong, including Linger, you two can make your own plans. In the end, Chu Xuan did not say any more. The two of them, Xuan Linglong and Bi Linger, also both solemnly nodded their heads. The world is only getting more and more chaotic, so naturally they won't be women. Soon after, Savage Demon Realm, Demon Ancestor Mountain, Jun Lintian, with his golden hair draped over his shoulders and demonic lines inscribed on his body, stood at the top of the mountain, his body exuding an aura that belonged to a half-step celestial, and behind him, there were a full 18 demons and devils sprawled across the room. There were 6 tusked white elephants with bodies like mountains and monstrous demonic auras. There were black-horned trolls with crimson eyes and fierce demonic armor. There were green-faced heavenly ghosts with ethereal figures, like smoke and clouds, and so on. The auras emitted by these 18 demons and devils were all celestials. There were a full 18 celestials, which was the majestic undercurrent of Jun Lindian daring to write a letter to Chu Xuan, desiring to come out and sweep a heavy heaven and earth. Visible demon ancestor mountain 8 sides, but also converged densely packed as if the tide of demons. A rough estimate, no less than 10 million, ranging from mortal demons to half-step heavenly demons. The terrifying demonic aura wanted to overturn heaven and earth. Demon sons and daughters. I am the demon monarch, Jun Lin Tian. It's even the son of the demon ancestor, the living member of the dazzling gold sky demon clan. Since the day I was born, I've aspired to bring demons to sweep the world. Now that the time has come, I want to bring the demons to break out of the barbaric wasteland, sweep away the Qianquan, and dominate the world. Are you willing to follow me? As Jun Lin Tian's impassioned words spread throughout the 8 directions of heaven and earth, the demonic aura erupted with a roar, and a chorus of shouts rang out in unison. I, the demon race, would like to follow the monarch and sweep the world to dominate the world. I, the demon race, would like to follow the monarch and sweep the world to dominate it. I, the ghost clan, would like to follow the monarch and sweep the world to dominate it. Endless killing and drinking. Shocking. Yes. Then set out with me. Eventually, without further ado, Jun Lin Tian immediately charged up into the sky to take the lead. Behind, 18 celestial guardians of the way. 10 million demons were like a blackened torrent, surging and running. Chapter 130 Setting up the Demon Suppression Alliance. By Chu Wen's scheme, Jun Lin Tian led the 18 celestials as well as 10 million demons to rush out of the barbaric wasteland. With an unrivaled momentum, it began to sweep across the entire first heaven and earth. First, the 4 borders and hundreds of countries. Wherever they passed, all the countries were destroyed and the mountains and rivers were broken, followed by the central plains, which was also ravaged by the crazy impact of endless demons. Some dynasties and sects, which could not hold back the demons at all, broke up one after another. In the end, even some of the hidden forces were forced to step in. As a result, the first battle was eye-opening and world-chilling. Oh my god, something's wrong. The immortal martial sect, one of the hidden forces, has taken on the savage demon. As a result, the savage demon actually appeared 18 celestials all at once, hard-hammering the immortal martial sect's forged own celestials to death. Now the immortal martial sect has declared its collapse, and has been exterminated by the savage demon. This news was like an 18-step hurricane that swept through the world. The world was in an uproar, and all who heard of it were thrown into a panic of horror. After all, that was a hidden power that stood at the peak of the first heaven. There were enough for celestials sitting within the clan, and as a result, they were actually trampled out. It's downright scary. The demon's fierce reputation was also at its peak in a short period of time. Not to mention the ordinary power cultivators, it was the rest of the group of hidden powers, such as the Blood Cloud Building Wanbao Hui, Lingshu Guan Cold Mountain Temple, Shaolin Yifang and so on. All of them could not sit still, and a feeling of danger arose in all of them. After all, the demonic underpinnings were too strong and aggressive, and even the high and mighty group of hidden powers were no longer secure. Those who sealed the mountains and those who closed the doors chose to stay out of the way for a while. Ha ha, in this day and age, I, the savage demon, shall rule the world as the king of the first heaven. Jun Lin Tian laughed wildly up to the sky, even more imposing, continue to lead the demons across the world. Even a bunch of hidden forces didn't dare to oppose them, and other forces cultivators were naturally even more unable to resist the demons and destroy them. Thus, in just half a month, the demons swept across the heavens and earth. Just as quickly, the world realized a strange phenomenon. Those crazy and cruel savage demons could break almost nothing, but during the sweeping process, they purposely bypassed 2 territories. One was the Tianzhou ancient city, and the other was the Great Wind dynasty. For bypassing the Heaven's Pride ancient city, the people of the world could barely understand. After all, that was the territory of the Tianji Pavilion, and the mysterious and powerful Tianji Elder, the head of the Tianji Pavilion, was not at all inferior to a host of hidden forces, but bypassing the Gale dynasty is puzzling. Of course, there are still some people who know about the reasons for this. For example, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. They knew deep down that Chu Xuan was a savage demon master demon king, and that demon monarch, Jun Lin Tian, had to worship him as his lord. Chu Xuan's person was in the Great Wind dynasty, and the demons naturally did not dare to take offense. However, To the deep annoyance of the two, the demons did not bypass Chu. Instead, the ravages on Chu have intensified, far more so than in other territories. Damn it! This rebellious son, uncooked white-eyed wolf. No matter what, Chu is also the home where he was born and raised since childhood. He shelters Great Wind capital nor Great Chu. What an asshole! Emperor Chu Ming's face was gloomy as he cursed. Even Xiao Yuru's face rose with a tinge of dissatisfaction. In her heart, even though they had wronged Chu Xuan, Chu was innocent. It's so chilling that he clearly has the ability to shelter Chu but does nothing. Eventually, seeing that the just improved Great Chu was about to be exterminated by demons again, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru could only rush to ask for help towards the Xiao family once again. It's just that this time, even the Xiao family didn't dare to act rashly, because the demon's strength was terrifying, and it wasn't something that a single hidden power could fight against. Well, the Xiao family understands that demons are a great danger and must be removed. Thus, the Xiao family began to take the initiative to contact the rest of the group of hidden powers. Blood Cloud Tower, Marble Club, the Lingering View, Cold Mountain Temple, the Lin family, the Yi family, Fong's house. In the end, they also sent someone to send an invitation to the Heavenly Hall of Justice. Ordinary forces might not understand it, but a group of hidden forces were clear. Although Tianji Pavilion only had one celestial being like Old Man Tianji, his cultivation strength was the strongest in this heaven and earth. If he participated, his certainty in dealing with the demons would be greatly increased. However, Elder Tianji was refusing. The reasoning was that as long as it was a matter of the first heaven and earth, he would not intervene. In the end, there were only 8 hidden forces gathered in one place. The 8 parties deliberated for a long time and finally decided to establish the Demon Suppression Alliance. The aim is to cut down the demons and exterminate the demonic trouble this time around, and regain the dominance of a group of hidden forces in this part of the world. However, a group of forces disagreed on which side would be the alliance leader, and ultimately decided to decide the alliance leader through the Heaven's Pride duel. Yet this showdown with so much at stake was unexpected by all. The Xiao family sent out Chuan. As a result, Chu Wen, who was already a half-step celestial, swept away the rest of the group of celestials sent by the hidden world forces in a devastating manner. Very strongly, he took the position of alliance leader for the Xiao family. Ha, good, worthy of our son. Chu Wen showed such a big face. Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru were invigorated. That Xiao family celestials, led by Xiao Junyan, were also very happy. The gold content of Chu Man's talent is still rising and is simply immeasurable. The crowd of hidden powers were also shocked by Chu Wen's performance. One could only be willing to gamble and allow the Xiao family to take the position of the Demon Suppression Alliance's leader. Once the Demon Suppression Alliance was established, the 8 families set about discussing how to get rid of the demons. Aftermath. Mother and child. The two of them, Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru, had a higher status in the Xiao family. Even in the end, Xiao Wanyan even personally transferred a large amount of resources from the Xiao family for the two to fully assist the two in advancing to the celestial realm. This move was not only showing goodwill to Chuan, but if it was successful, it would also add 2 top-tier combatants to the Xiao family once again, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And while Chu Minghuang and Xiao Yuru were both in seclusion to ascend to celestial, the hidden forces of the 8 directions have already come up with a plan to subdue the demons and exterminate the devils. It was only during the last period that Chuan told Xiao Zhaonian about Chu Xian's relationship with the barbarian demon, which caused the latter to temporarily change slightly. Eventually, the 8 forces jointly decided that this plan would be carried out by Chuan on the surface. I'm grateful to all of you. Chuan will definitely not fail to live up to his high expectations, and will definitely cut down the demons and eradicate the source of the scourge on behalf of the world, and return a clear sky to the people of the world. Chuan was excited. The killing intent in his eyes blazed, vaguely forming a green-clothed, cloth-robed figure. That was Chu Xian, and it was even more of a mountain that had been weighing on his heart for a long time. Although he was now a half-step celestial and called himself an overwhelmingly strong person. However, he knew that as long as Chu Xian did not die, he was in mortal danger. Therefore, this time, not only did he want to get rid of the savage demon for a group of hidden forces, he also wanted to bring down the great mountain of Chu Xian for himself. Once successful, he, Chu Wen, would completely get rid of the shackles on his own talent and become a true supreme heavenly pride. The future expectable. Chapter 131 Savage Demon vs. Demon Suppression Alliance. Once the Demon Suppression Alliance was established, it came out of nowhere and began to fight back against the demons. Hidden powers joining forces was extraordinary, catching the demons off guard. After a short number of battles, the Demon Suppression Alliance's reputation spread far and wide, causing the world to boil. What a Demon Suppression Alliance! What kind of power is this to save the world from falling? It was formed by the hidden forces, specifically to purge the barbaric demons. Go quickly. The Demon Suppression Alliance is calling all aspirants to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. It is the duty of my generation to enter the Jin demon and go to subdue the devils. For a time, the Demon Suppression Alliance was deeply popular, drawing countless people to join. As the Demon Suppression Alliance grew stronger and stronger, the demonic plague was contained. At this point, Chuan was pushed to the front of the stage by all 8 forces together to formally cast the scheme. Except he didn't play any tricks, he went straight for the masculine. On behalf of the entire Demon Suppression Alliance, he declared war on the savage demons in the imperial city of Chu. I am Chu Wen, that is, the royal son of the great Chu dynasty, and the representative of the Demon Suppression Alliance's league leader, and I formally invite the savage demons to battle today. If the savage demon is bold enough, then come and fight with the Demon Suppression Alliance outside of the imperial city of Chu, and both of us will settle the score in one battle. If the Demon Suppression Alliance loses, the demons will be the king of the first heaven from now on, and if the Demon Suppression Alliance wins, the demons will return to the barbarians again. The declaration of invitation to battle was circulated by countless scouts, setting off the celestials. Everyone had a feeling of the mountain rain is coming down on the building. A big showdown is about to take place. It just depends on the attitude of the demons. Somewhere in the central plains, the blonde-haired, handsome and upright Chu Lintian had just stepped out of a land of opportunity and was preparing to bring his treasures to visit Chu Xuan in the Great Wind. At this time, however, Chu Wen's declaration of invitation to battle against the savage demon was received. Listen to the end. Before Chu Lintian could respond, the 7 patriarchs of demons and demons on the side and the others. Then he advises, Monarch, I'm afraid this is a conspiracy. They made a setup to let us in, so I'm afraid they're prepared for anything. Humph, why should I listen to them? The monarch can just ignore them. However, Chu Lintian, raised his sword brows as a cold smile appeared on his face. That said, I remember that Chu Wen is the Lord's second younger brother, right? I've long understood what that family did to the Lord. I was still disliking the fact that the treasures here could not enter the eyes of the Lord, but now it's just right. If I can subdue that Chu Wen and bring him to the Lord, I think it will be better than offering any treasures. When these words came out, all those present naturally fell silent. Demon monarchs have to honor the Lord of demon monarchs, and it would be unintelligent for them to persuade them any further. Finally, Chu Lintian made a decision and directly ordered, pass on this monarch's demon order. All demons, turn around and follow this king to kill towards the Chu imperial city. As the demon monarch, Chu Lintian was naturally saying one thing, and once the demon order was issued, no matter where the demons were located, they were all turning around. If you looked down from the sky, a stream of demons was like a torrent, like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea. They were all frantically killing towards the imperial city of Great Chu, and with the savage demon moving so much, it naturally couldn't be hidden from the world. Nothing boils over. The battle was answered. The demon has answered the battle. Demons from all directions are now rushing towards Chu. Go watch. This battle between the Demon Suppression Alliance and the savage demons is a big deal. Amidst the endless clamor, countless good people were all heading towards Chu. The imperial city of Great Chu became the center of a whirlpool that would stir up boundless storm clouds. At this time, the imperial city of Great Chu. Chuan stood on top of the imperial city's walls, his gaze dripping with grandeur. Although he was not the emperor of Chu, not even the crown prince, today he was more excited and thrilled than being the crown prince emperor. After all, he would be representing the entire Demon Suppression Alliance to face the savage demons, a distinction that had long since far surpassed the Chu crown prince and emperor. The savage demon is still 500 miles away. The savage demon is still 300 miles away. The savage demon is still 80 miles away. As the scouts of the Demon Suppression Alliance continued to report the news of the savage demon, Chu Wen's pair of eyes gradually became heavy and tense. Here we go. Coming soon. At that moment, a neutral voice entered Chu Wen's ears. Good grandson. No need to be nervous. Although the savage demons are strong, today the 8 hidden forces have arrived, a large number of powerful people. Even the celestials have come, no less than 3 from each side. So in today's battle with the demons, you can do whatever you want, and the entire Demon Suppression Alliance will be your backing. Xiao Zhenyan's words are no less than a C-pin in Chu Wen's heart. The tension is not there. The only thing left is a cold smile and cold. 8 hidden forces. Countless cultivators are strong. What else did he have to fear? Today would be the big day when he, Chu Wen, would become famous throughout the first heaven. Whether it was a demon or Chu Xuan, they would all become stepping stones for him. The savage demons are still 10 miles away, they're coming. Eventually, accompanied by another scout drinking in the report, Chuan looked up and had overlooked a terrifying scene. In the distant sky, black clouds were overpowering, and demonic chi, devilish chi, ghostly chi and other raging chi. Below, a large number of demons and devils ran on, like a black tide, with various hissing and roaring as well as the sound of the earth shaking violently. 10 million demons rolled in. It was like an avalanche of heavenly mountains. Just that kind of fury and ferocious flame alone made many people's livers crack, including Chu Man. If he didn't know that behind him stood the 8 hidden forces with a large number of powerful people, even if he was now a half-step celestial, he would have to be emboldened. Rumbling, with a rolling roar. In the end, the roiling wave of demons stopped 1,000 meters away from the imperial city of Chu. In the sky and on the ground, there are all ugly and hideous-looking demons and devils, and their fury is intertwined, wanting to cover the entire imperial city of Great Chu. Hiss! It's coming! The Savage Demon is coming! Savage Demon vs. Demon Suppression Alliance. The strongest battle in the first heaven is about to take place, in the 4 directions centered on the imperial city of Chu, either in the sky or in the mountains and forests. There were countless crowds lurking to watch, their buzzing and clamoring, eyes unblinking as they watched this unprecedented showdown in the first heaven. Swish! As heaven and earth clamored, a heavenly light flashed in the direction of the demons. A 6-tusked white elephant as tall as a mountain stepped out, with a throne on top of its body. On top of the throne, sitting on a large horse, was a young man with blonde hair, with a demonic aura and a regal gaze. It was none other than Xuan Ling, using a heavenly demon as a mount. This kind of row was shocking to the entire audience when it came out. Who the hell is called Chuan? Get the hell out of here! As soon as Xuan Ling came out, he shouted at the Great Chu imperial city in a cold manner. Swish! At this time, Chuan's face was a little ugly. Although he was also a half-step celestial, he always felt that he had lost Xuan Ling head-to-head in terms of platoon, especially after thinking that this Xuan Ling was still only one of Chu Xian's demon servants. He then felt even lower in his stance. Good on! Thinking that he was representing the entire Demon Suppression Alliance today. This was how he found his self-confidence. Immediately, he also flew from the imperial city to the front of the formation and responded icily. I am Chuan, and I am also the representative of the Demon Suppression Alliance's alliance leader. Swish! Xuan Ling's pair of eyes fixed on Chuan with a disdainful expression. Just your ing name is Chuman. Look at your bird-frustrated face. How dare you rob the Lord's literary gall? If I don't beat the bile out of you today, my name isn't Xuan Ling. Boom shoo! The words were still echoing and Xuan Ling was already rising from his throne. Lightning strikes, pointing straight at Chuan. Chapter 132. Have you ever asked me about the arrow in my hand? The Great Wind Dynasty. When Feng Linglong received the news that the savage demons were dueling with the Demon Suppression Alliance, the first time he came to the Emperor's court, he knocked on the place where Chu Xuan was in seclusion. Brother Chu Xuan, something has happened. Gah! Not much longer. Chu Xuan pushed out the door and asked, Linglong, what happened? He knows, if the matter wasn't urgent, Feng Linglong wouldn't disturb his seclusion. Sure enough, when the news was learned, Chu Xian's heart swished and sank. In his previous life, Xuan Ling had not confronted the Demon Suppression Alliance head-on. After all, although the Savage Demon is powerful, the Demon Suppression Alliance formed by the 8 hidden forces is still extremely strong, and the hard just will suffer a big loss. Yet it is so in this life, and I fear it must be because of him. Naturally, he couldn't leave it alone, and his inner instincts told him so. The reason why Chuan was targeting Xuan Ling was that the ultimate target was also him. Humph. Well. It's better to choose a day than to bump into it. Since that's the case, it's the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to retrieve the man guts from Chuan's body as well. Phew! Chu Xuan did not hesitate and instructed Feng Linglong not to act rashly. The self rushed up to the sky and killed straight to the imperial city of Great Chu. Boom shoo! Xuan Ling was like a golden bolt of lightning, approaching to Chuan in a flash. A fist blasted out. Wind and thunder burst. The sky and earth roared, and the astral energy surged. Under this punch made the high-minded Chuan change color. Do not dare to be careless. Directly catalyze the body of the text gall. Tongue bloom spring thunder. Break. The literary guts are overwhelming, giving Chuan the power to speak and follow the law. A single word was drank out, and a font of brilliant golden light struck the fist seal. The two forces immediately erupted with a bright and fiery energy glow. In the end, with an explosive sound of bang, both of them fell back. How? The moment. Both Xuan Ling and Chuan were surprised by each other's strength. And even the celestial powerhouses behind both sides were raising their eyebrows in shock. It was because they each knew well the power of Xuan Ling or Chuan, and never thought that there was actually someone else who could be compared to each other. Hey, this was the power of the literary bile just now, wasn't it? Worthy of being my lord, to have a talent stolen from you is so powerful. Suddenly, Xuan Ling laughed. Although there were no disparaging remarks, it made Chu Wen's face as black as a pot. Exasperated. Damnable demon. Today, I, Chu Wen, will eliminate you for the Demon Suppression Alliance. Boom. Chu Wen took the initiative to attack, destroying his literary guts with all his might and striking out blatantly. Junlin Tian was naturally not willing to show weakness and was even sneering. Humph. The Lord's talent. Do you play with it? Let's see how I can ambush you. Boom boom. In a flash, one person and one demon fought in midair. The difference in cultivation strength between the two was not much, and all kinds of techniques were coming out. You came and went, fighting fiercely, causing countless people to be shocked. Hiss. This man and demon, both are so strong. They can be called the youngest to the strongest. If these two grow up, they will undoubtedly both be able to soar to the second heaven. Only the endowments of the two men sent both celestials into a state of shock. Unexpectedly, both celestials had a regal killing intent rising up in their hearts, and one sentence emerged in their minds: the sun must not be capped. If Junlin Tian lived, there would be absolutely no way for the Demon Suppression Alliance to live in the future. If Chu Wen lived, he would not be as good as the savage demon in the future. Roar! Kill him! Exclusion! Both sides had celestials striking out towards Junlin Tian and Chu Wen at the same time. The one who struck out on the demon side was the six-tusked white elephant, and the one who struck out on the side of the Demon Suppression Alliance was Xiao Junyan, but both found each other and turned around to blast each other again. With a boom, 4 miles around, storm clouds rolled and sand flew. Anon, after a short collision, the six-tusked white elephant roared up to the sky. Asshole, dare to sneak attack our young master. You're tired of living. Xiao Junyan was not willing to show weakness, coldly hummed. You this much teeth, not also presume to kill my Xiao family heavenly pride. Really big dog dare. Brothers, come out. Fellow Taoists, let's subdue the demons together. Finally, the six-tusked white elephant and Xiao Junyan both started shaking people at the same time, only to see the savage demon side, along with all sorts of weird hissing and roaring. A full 18 celestial level demons and devils showed up. Black horn trolls, green-faced celestial ghosts, scarlet blood clans, and so on. On the side of the great Chu imperial city, even more than 20 celestials flew out in an instant, including middle-aged people, beautiful women, and white-haired old men. The moment the celestials from both sides appeared, the wind and clouds in a 100-mile radius couldn't stop surging. A terrifying celestial might cause the heavens and earth to tremble. Hiss! Celestials! So many celestials! This horrifying formation scared many of the spectators into shouting and drinking. After all, normally, celestials' powerhouses were high up in the sky, and the gods and dragons were nowhere to be seen. However, at this moment, there were dozens of savage demons and the Jin Demon Alliance on both sides combined, which was feared to poke a hole in the sky. Brothers, tear them apart. Fellow Taoists, subdue the demons. In the next moment, both celestials did not make any nonsense and directly charged, only to see all the celestials from both sides rushing into the high heavens to start fighting furiously. Majestic energy, terrifying might, raged continuously in the high heavens. The sun and the moon seemed to be lightless when they were struck straight, and heaven and earth became oppressive. At the same time, the battle between Junlin Tian and Chu Wen continued, more and more intense and white-hot. Gradually both of them began to spill blood. Savage demons, attack! Demon Suppression Alliance, kill! Only to see the two men fighting furiously while each giving orders. The black pressurized savage demons that were like a tidal wave began to attack crazily, and at the same time, a large number of cultivators also rushed out of the Chu imperial city. Compared to the demons, although the cultivators were fewer in number, they were all at least true martial. In the end, when the two sides battled together, the open space outside of the imperial city of Great Chu seemed to have become a meat grinder, constantly harvesting lives. I don't know how many people were shocked and emboldened by such a bloody battle. Chu Wen, uncle assist you. Suddenly, on the battlefield, a heavenly light shot out from the imperial city of Chu. The aura emanating from his body was of the celestial realm, and it was none other than Xiao Yutan. Although he had been heavily injured by Chu Xian with the dazzling gold sunset bow last time, after so many days of healing, he had finally recovered. And once he appeared, he did not rush into the high heaven to participate in the celestial battlefield. Instead, he killed straight towards Junlin Tian. Although Junlin Tian was very strong and even had the means to resist the celestials, but in front of a true celestial, it's a bit of a stretch. With just one strike from Xiao Yutan, Junlin Tian was wounded, spilling blood into the air. Roar! Young lord! Seeing this scene, the six-tusked white elephant and the other group of celestial demons roared. He wanted to come down to assist, but he was deadlocked by Xiao Junyan and the others. Xiao Yutan was overbearing and indifferent as he struck out one after another, heavily hitting Junlin Tian. However, as he was laying down the killer, he was blocked by Chuan. "Uncle, let him live." Jar. As Xiao Yutong stopped exterminating, Chuan stepped forward and chimed in coldly. "Chu Xian is your master, right? Let him come and save you. So you're aiming for the Lord. But alas, I will not be called." Jun Lin Tian smiled coldly and did not compromise. The big deal was death. Chuan's eyes sank sternly. "Uncle, give him some lessons first." "Excellent." Xiao Yutong smiled morosely. He had long hated Chu Xian to the bone, and Jun Lintian was both related to Chu Xian. He naturally could not let it go easily and was planning to torture Jun Lin Tian. A cold and merciless drinking voice, however, steeply exploded between heaven and earth. "Asshole, touching my demon servant. Have you ever asked me about the arrow in my hand?" Chapter 133 Shooting Xiao Yutong and defeating the Celestials horizontally. Boom shoo! And as the sound of the drink spread, an arrow light shot from the distant sky. The whole body was bright and blazing, with killing aura flowing like a meteor piercing through the sky. The wind and thunder whistled and roared. Especially its speed was extremely fast, and in just an instant, it arrived close to Xiao Yutong. "Ah!" Xiao Yutong exclaimed in horror. Even if he was in the realm of celestial beings, he instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His hairs stood on end, and his goosebumps were rustling all over the place. The intense life and death crisis caused him to explode with all his might at the first opportunity. Not only did various spiritual weapons rise, but they also condensed heavy barriers in front of their bodies, so it could be said that they completely defended themselves to the extreme. Ran. With a banging and cracking sound, the spirit weapon eerily fell into the void, and the heavy spirit wall exploded, the means of defense instantly disintegrating. Unstoppable. Couldn't stop it at all. In the end, this arrow struck Xiao Yutong with a devastating force. With a bang, Xiao Yutong's left leg crumbled on the spot, sending blood and flesh flying, and before Xiao Yutong could let out a miserable scream, he only heard the sound of arrows whistling, and one arrow light after another came one after another, continuously bursting out. Right leg, left arm, right arm, chest. Xiao Yutong's flesh exploded one after another under the light of the arrows, and in the blink of an eye, only a head remained intact. It was only until this moment that Xiao Yutong was able to let out an extremely mournful scream, his face filled with pain, panic, and despair. "No! Spare me!" Xiao Yutong subconsciously begged for mercy, but the words for mercy had not yet finished. An arrow of light, but it zoomed in and out of those horrified and frightened eyes. Boo! After this arrow, Xiao Yutong's head also completely exploded. Red and white things mixed with blood. Xiao Yutong died violently on the spot. Sure, this matter was a long story, but everything was only in a flash of lightning, and even Chu Wen, who was on the side, hadn't reacted yet. Swish! It wasn't until Xiao Yutong's screams before his death spread in all directions, which attracted the attention of a large number of cultivators and demons. At this glance, a sound of cold air was heard at the scene. Everyone's gaze rose with uncontrollable shock and regret. After all, Xiao Yutong was a towering celestial realm powerhouse, and it was too shocking that he was actually shot off with ease. Swish! And just as the entire audience was in shock, a person had flashed from the distant sky, black hair fluttering, green cloth robe, holding a dazzling golden bow. Essence was like a dragon, and his body was filled with a disdainful momentum. "Lord, big brother, it's Chu Xian." As the green-robed bow-wielding figure arrived, the battlefield was suddenly filled with a clamor. Some people are overjoyed. Some fell back in fear. Some people are shocked beyond words. Even the celestial beings in the high heavens above as well as the battlefield on the great earth all appeared to briefly stop fighting, and all of them gazed at Chu Xian. Swish! It could be seen that Chu Xian did not stop, and at the first moment, he was already rushing towards Chu Wen. A cold smile filled his face. "Second brother, I heard you were looking for me, and today big brother, here." "Ah!" Looking at Chu Xian who was rapidly rushing towards him, Chu Wen could not help but lose his voice in shock. Long ago, not to live up to the spirit of just now, all the pride and self-confidence, with the fall of Xiao Yutong, and completely collapsed, and now replaced by the ultimate panic and despair. He had thought that today, while clearing the demonic trouble, he would also be able to bring down and destroy the mountain in his heart that was Chu Xian. Who would have thought that Chu Xian would give him a great shock the moment he arrived? Even Xiao Yutong of the celestial realm was easily shot. What could he, a half-step celestial realm, take to fight Chu Xian and wrench a hammer? "Don't! Stay back!" Chu Wen flew away, but realized that he could not get rid of Chu Xian at all. At that moment, a killing drink full of anger came down from high above the sky. "Ah, asshole, you actually dared to kill Yutong. This seed will kill you. It's Xiao Junyan." Apparently the violent death of his son, Xiao Yutong, has sent him into hysterics. He was just about to charge down. but the six-tusked white elephant on the opposite side of the room flared up. "Old dog, if you didn't let me go down just now, you won't go down now." Xiao Zhenyan was entangled for a while, but he naturally refused to stop. "Come out. Let all the people in the dark come out. Preserve Chu Wan. Slaughter Chu Xian. Whichever of these two things can be accomplished, my Xiao family will be grateful afterward." The moment these words were uttered, the eyes of the Blood Cloud Tower 10,000 Treasures Society and a host of other hidden powers lords all lit up, and they immediately sent out signals. And the next moment, a streak of heavenly light rushed out from the great Chu Imperial City. There were 7 figures, and although they weren't as veteran celestials as Xiao Zhenyan, each of them emitted a celestial aura as well. Obviously these people were all newly promoted celestials like Xiao Yutan. These people were also the living forces of the Demon Suppression Alliance hidden in the shadows, and were originally prepared to use the Een Savage Wastelands group of celestial demons and demons. Now it was instead used to deal with Chu Xian. Kill. One could only see that as soon as these 7 celestials appeared, they flew towards Chu Xian Chu Wan. 4 of them protected Chu Wan at the first opportunity, while the remaining 3, in unison, exploded towards Chu Xian. Seeing this, Chu Wan stopped. The fear he had just felt was washed away, his face regaining its confidence as he turned back towards Chu Xian and snorted. "Ha ha, big brother, so what if you have amazing means, with so many celestials from my Demon Suppression Alliance? Let's see how you die today." Looking at Chu Wen's converted face, Chu Xian only laughed silently and coldly. Not only did the figure not retreat, but it continued to charge forward. Now that the two sides were closer, there was no place for the sunset bow. Chu Xian promptly put away his precious bow and took out a large sword with his backhand. The large sword was of a very notable grade and was a top-grade spiritual weapon. Chop! He swung his sword and moved, chopping at the opposite 3 with a sweeping force. Sword chi erupted, while a terrifying power of chi was added to it. It must be known that Chu Xian had cast a spell to incorporate the chi of those extinct dynasties into the chi creation as well, and the power of chi had once again surged by a great deal. This was also the reason why he could easily shoot Xiao Yutong just now. However, it was also because of Xiao Yutong's death that the 3 heavenly beings' realm on the opposite side didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. One person casts a spell, one unfolded his divine powers, one destroys and sacrifices spiritual weapons. Between each person's strikes, they drew the heaven and earth around them to quake with them. Obviously, they all operated their celestial powers to the extreme degree, their might incomparably regal, and the 10 directions of the void distorted as a result. However, even so, the moment the power of the 3 came into contact with the power of this sort of Chu Xian's, it turned out to be like dreams and bubbles as they exploded apart. In the end, accompanied by a dull thud, the 3 celestials flew out backwards with a miserable scream on the spot, their blood spilling into the air. With one sword, he defeated 3 celestials, a powerful mess. Anyone who was paying attention had their minds and hearts shaken, especially Chu Wen on the opposite side. A heart began to pound again. Hastily pointing at Chu Xian who continued to charge, he trembled and shouted in alarm. "Go! All of you! Must kill him!" Chapter 134 3 dead and 4 injured. Catching Chu Wan. Must kill him. The words were hysterical, and it was evident that Chu Wan was truly scared inside. At that moment, the 4 celestials also knew that if they killed Chu Xian Yuan, it would also be equivalent to preserving Chu Wan, so they all met and killed Chu Xian Yuan. Same time, the 3 celestials who had just been defeated also rushed forward once again. In a single moment, a full 7 celestials were out to deal with Chu Xian alone, a formation that caused the hearts of quite a few people to tremble with fear. 7 celestials against a single sovereign was something that normally wouldn't even dare to be imagined. Humph! Seeing this scene, Chu Xian coldly snorted and no longer held back. The monstrous power of Qi was in full raging bloom at this moment. Not only was there a very terrifying power stirring above the large sword in his hand, even the top and bottom of his body was swirling with terrifying might. The entire person seemed to have transformed into a true celestial being at this moment. In an instant, he was above the void with the 7 celestials, exchanging blows. Dang boom boom boom. It was evident that Chu Xian was very fierce, fighting 7 celestials alone with 1 person and 1 sword. The sword blade swung, and the terrifyingly huge power chopped the crowd of celestials backward. Under a head-on confrontation, even a celestial would not be able to resist Chu Xian. But after a split second, the 7 celestials began to use all sorts of underhanded, damaging, and killing moves. Even if Chu Xian had Qi luck protecting his body, there was always a time when there was 100 mistakes, and the celestial strike was naturally non-trivial to the current Chu Xian. Even though his Hongmeng sacred body had already metamorphosed to a very powerful level now, he was still torn away from a large portion of his flesh and blood. Blood flowed horizontally, and during that time, Chu Xian was also continuously seizing opportunities to traumatize the enemy. so it was evident that the battle hadn't lasted much longer, and both sides were sustaining injuries. This scene had long since caused countless cultivators and demons to be shocked. Oh my god, this Chu Xuan is also too heaven-defying. Observing his breath is only a high-level sect master. He can actually battle 7 celestials with his own strength. Although it is because of the use of means. That kind of fighting skill and awareness is not the least bit weaker than these celestials. Or even stronger. Hiss. Heavenly genius. Extreme demon. Truly invincible. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the celestials in the high heavens were shocked beyond words. A sect master fighting 7 celestials. This kind of thing, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? It was simply off the mark. Of course, no one was more nervous than Xuan. A pair of gazes stared deathly at the battle between Chu Xuan and the 7 celestials. Inside, he was yelling, "Kill him, kill him. Only by killing him will I be the real me." Unfortunately, a lot of things tend to come back to haunt you the more you fear something. One would have thought that the 7 celestials would be able to finish off Chu Xuan no matter what, but not a moment later, the situation in the field suddenly reversed. Chi luck burning. Chu Xuan secretly bellowed, no longer following the rules, and began to explode. The reason why Chi creation is called creation is that it is naturally marvelous. Normally, as long as one did not consume excessively, one's Chi would not be depleted. But at this moment, Chu Xuan was clearly consuming his Chi madly, and in the same way, Chu Xuan also obtained an even greater power. Force breaks 1,000 pounds. One could only see Chu Xuan sweeping his great sword across his body and openly executing a supreme technique, once again uplifting his power to a terrifying degree. In an instant, it caused the 7 celestials on the opposite side to tremble with fear. It only felt like there was a hidden mountain pressing down horizontally with regal power. Ah, no good. Block. Between the 7 celestials exclaiming in shock and horror, all of them used their strongest power, and a few of them were even burning and fighting for their lives. Boom. In the end, under the gazes of countless people's attention, Chu Xuan chopped down with a single sword, between heaven and earth. It was as if a bright and fiery stern flash had struck. The heavenly light flared and rose, and the spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. That kind of might was in no way weaker than the battlefield of celestial beings in the high heavens, and was even vaguely more terrifying than the battles of those celestial beings. Countless cultivators and demons only felt that the sky was shaking and the earth was moving. Endless energy raged like a river, and the airwaves spread and impacted. Put. After an instant, there were figures screaming, crumbling, and flying backwards in the endless energy light, with all sorts of clanking and banging strange sounds. Eventually, with a heaven and earth roar, everything fell silent, and in the silence, there were countless gazes that trembled violently. With just this sword, 7 celestials spilled their blood in the heavens and earth, and their corpses fell into the sky. 3 of them, their flesh completely disintegrated and their mutilated bodies crashed to the ground. The remaining 4, although they hadn't died outright, their bodies were also bloodied and battered, falling into the void, caught in heavy injuries. Under one sword, 7 celestials, 3 dead and 4 injured. This domineering and bloody scene completely shook everyone's heart. Phew! Only to see that Chu Xuan did not pause. As early as after chopping out that sword, he dodged and arrived at Chu Wen's near front without any further obstacles. Chu Wen was naturally horrified, and subconsciously wanted to fight to the death to explode, only to see him frantically urging. His body manifested a literary gallbladder, golden light shining, as if cast by the world's most perfect immortal gold. At the same time, a terrifyingly monstrous force was about to erupt. However, at that moment, Chu Xuan made a slight point towards Chuan, and the Wen gallbladder that was spewing out endless power instantly fell silent. Even Chu Wen's half-step celestial realm seemed to be suppressed, and the entire person stood in place in a daze, unable to move any further. Big brother. Chu Wen trembled. However, Chu Xuan did not give him a chance to speak, and with just a wave of his hand, he knocked him out, and then lifted his legs upside down and flashed away. When came to Jun Lin Tian's side, he drank darkly. Little gentleman, it's not advisable to stay for long this time. Retreat quickly. Killing 3 celestials at once and severely injuring 4 celestials seemed courageous. In fact, the price was that all the chi in his body was burned out. If we keep fighting, I'm afraid we're going to suffer a big loss. Yes. Jun Lin Tian did not hesitate and immediately let out a special roar. Visible. The demons and devils that were in the midst of the intense battle of bloodshed instantly retreated as if they were a tidal wave. Even the 6-tusked white elephant and a host of other celestial demons in the high heavens. It also began to retreat as it fought, and eventually all of them flew away from the battlefield. Xiao Zhenyan and the others pursued with anger for half a day, but in the end they could only give up. After all, the savage demon was not weak, and with the addition of an unorthodox Chu Xian Yuan, Their group of hidden forces were also afraid of being undermined. In the end, the demons retreated, and the duel between the two sides ended in such a haphazard manner. However, whether it was the Xiao family or the rest of the group of hidden powers, their faces were all gloomy, as unpleasant as eating several bowls of feces. Just because of this battle, they lost a lot of money. Before and after, Chu Xuan had killed a full 4 celestials and heavily injured 4, especially the Xiao family. Not only was Xiao Yutong dead, but even Chu Wen, who they considered to be their greatest hope, was also captured away by Chu Xuan in the midst of thousands of troops. This is just a strange shame. Little Chu Xuan, kill Yutong and capture Chu Wen. You gut-eating bastard. My Xiao family will definitely break you into pieces. Eventually, Xiao Zhaonian's furious whistling voice spread across the heavens and earth for a long time. Chapter 135 Capturing Back the One Gallbladder. The 8th strand of innate origin. Chu Xuan brought the captive Chu Wen and re-entered the Great Wind Imperial City. Jun Lin Tian, who was traveling with him, ordered the demons to be entrenched at the Great Wind border to prevent the Demon Suppression Alliance from counterattacking, and then followed him to the Great Wind Imperial City as well. As his injuries were too severe, Jun Lintian entered the cultivation chamber temporarily under Feng Linglong's arrangement to recuperate and heal his injuries. Emperor's Court. Wow! A pot of cool water was thrown hard on Chu Wen's face, causing him to wake up. Originally slightly confused, when he saw Chu Xuan and Feng Linglong and the others in front of him, he then recalled the situation he was in before he fell unconscious. Big brother, we are brothers. There's something to talk about. There's something to talk about. Chu Wen knew deep down that he was powerless to resist and could only rush to beg Chu Xuan for mercy. What spirited, proud and confident, has long since vanished into thin air. Today, all he has left is crumbling fear and just wanting to live. Chu Xuan grinned. Hey, my good second brother. How can Big Brother not know that you and I are brothers? And naturally Big Brother has a lot more to say to you. You are the first brother in the life of Big Brother. Still remember the joy I felt when I saw you born? At that time I was thinking, I have both a brother. I must give him the most delicious, fun and precious things I have in the future. I'm going to be a good big brother. I'm going to make my brother proud of me as a big brother in the future, and grow up hand in hand between brothers. Speaking here, Chu Xuan's eyes quietly transformed into a morose cold color. And guess what? Our good father and mother actually helped me realize this wish. It was the first time they had ever dug into my gift, and because it was the first time, they were not yet skillful, their hands were trembling and their knives were shaking. Even the amount of anesthetic they couldn't get right. And still halfway through, I woke up. Boom! A regal aura steeply enveloped Chu Wen, making him feel like falling into an ice cave. Chu Xuan's pair of eyes stared at Chu Wen in death, his face expressionless as he drank. Oh my dear second brother, do you know that pain? Big brother watched as they dug out my guts and transplanted them onto you. So bloody that even the golden light of the man's guts couldn't cover them. I want to scream. I want to shout, but I can't make any sound. Listening to Chu Xuan's narration, Chu Wen had long since become bloodless with fear. Shake your head and swing your head. No, 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 big brother, I can't be blamed for this. It's father, it's mother, it's the two of them who did this. I was just born then, and didn't want your literary guts. Who knows? The coldness on Chu Xuan's face increased instead of decreasing, and a touch of playfulness surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, well, you were young then, and none of this was meant for you. If I were to take revenge I should go to those two. What's the point of looking for you? It's a shame. Big brother once had a dream that. Another bloody and cruel story was told by Chu Xuan, but this time it was Chu Wen who was filled with confusion and uncertainty. Just as he was about to retort, he heard Chu Xuan shake his head. You don't need to say much, whether you've done it or not. Only I know best within myself. You need only consider. Next, which position to embrace death in? Chu Wen was horrified, hurriedly crying and begging for mercy, and even couldn't stop kowtowing. However, Chu Xuan ignored it and waved his hand and took out a dagger with a chilling light. A regal killing aura flowing up and down its body. Chu Xuan approached step by step with his blade in hand, straightening up and frightening Chu Wen into backing up one after another. But soon the latter retreated to the corner, no longer able to retreat. Ha ha, knowing that it is difficult to escape death itself today, Chu Wen suddenly laughed hideously, laughed horribly, laughed hysterically. Chu Xuan, you eat and harm your brother's addiction. You bastard, do you think you can really kill me? Delusional. Let me tell you, I have long been bound to the great Chu dragon vein. Even if you kill me here, I can still be reborn in the dragon vein. Chu Jian, Chu Battle, Chu Duan and the others, all of them are not dead. They have all been reborn in the dragon vein. You can't kill me. I had thought that Chu Xuan would be shocked or even infuriated by his words. But no. Even Chu Xuan's face did not even have the slightest ripple on it. Just a faint voice. Oh, is that so? That's okay. At least a bunch of the talents have been taken back by me. As for your lives, even if you are reborn, so what? They are just 8 mole crickets. If you meet them again, you can trample them to death anytime, anywhere. Griffin. Chu Wen's face was stagnant, and endless shame rose from the depths of his eyes. He didn't think that they were actually this cheap in Chu Xian's eyes. Just 8 insignificant ants that could be stepped on at any time. Pust. And without waiting for him to say anything else, a dagger broke into his abdomen, and a sharp pain immediately filled his body. He wanted to endure the pain and not say anything, and even if he died, he would die hard. But who knew that the next moment, Chu Xian said, "Ha, I'm sorry, it's my first time doing this kind of work as well. My hands are raw. It seems to be crooked." Pust. As he was saying that, Chu Xian backhanded the dagger again and pulled it back out. You! Chu Wen's face turned green, but the next moment that dagger stabbed in again. This time he couldn't hold back any longer and let out a miserable scream. Ha! It still doesn't seem right. Pust. Ah! I'm really sorry. It's crooked again. Pust. Ah! Ugh. One more time. One last time. Until the end. Chuan went back and forth and didn't know how many knives he had received. His face twisted in pain, before he finally collapsed in a pool of blood with his breath gone. Buzz. It could be seen that in Chu Xian's hand, there was already an additional golden-colored text ball. The golden light shone and the spiritual patterns were heavenly, just like a perfect immortal object in the world. This caused Xuan Ling, Bi Linger and the others on the side to stare in amazement. It's just a shame that as good as the literary guts are, they've been dirty for so many years after all. Moreover, Chu Xian did not care about the man guts at all. What he wanted from the beginning was only that innate origin contained in the man guts. Break! Eventually, Chu Xian fiercely exerted his force, and although there was no more chi in his body, he still exploded the wing gallbladder in his hand with only his own strength. Boom! In an instant, it was like a small sun had exploded on the spot within the emperor's court. Not only was there a terrifyingly regal aura spreading, but there was also boundless golden light shining brightly, and the entire Great Wind Imperial City shook as a result. Luckily, this amazing anomaly triggered by the breakage of a supreme talent came and went quickly, and soon disappeared. Inside the palace garden, Chu Xian opened his arms and closed his eyes as he began to receive the innate origin left behind by the man guts. Buzz. Now this was the 8th strand of innate origin, and as soon as this innate origin entered his body, Chu Xian's entire person once again fell into sublimation. Flesh, spiritual power, soul, all are being silently nourished, sublimated, and the innate roots are making up for it. Eventually, after an unknown amount of time, Chu Xian then lowered his arms and opened his eyes. There seemed to be a golden light in his eyes that was bright and uncertain, and his essence was exuberant and terrifying. Chapter 136 The Arrival of the Heavenly Chance. Void Essence Gold. If there was ever a Chu Xian, it was a house that leaked on all sides, and the house has now been repaired to the best of its ability. The innate Tao base had long surpassed his previous life by an unknown amount. Ha ha! Chu Xian laughed up to the sky, unrestrained, and at that moment, Xuan Ling and Bi Linger both came forward to give their blessing. Husband, congratulations on getting another revenge. Brother Xian's move is really great. But, the two women glanced at each other, then shook their heads in unison and said with slight regret, "It's just a pity that that pair of evil parents haven't gotten their comeuppance yet." Don't worry, the hour is not up. When the time is right, I will settle things with the two of them. Chu Xian shook his head and did not force anything. After all, some hatred is not unrequited. It's just that the time has not yet come. Aftermath. Chu Xian went to visit Junlin Tian. Junlin Tian was worthy of being of the dazzling gold heavenly demon clan, and although he had received serious injuries, he had already recovered most of them after a few days of recuperation. Even his cultivation strength had been refined as a result, and he wanted to rush into the Celestials. Nice! A blessing in disguise. It's about to be promoted to the Celestial realm. Chu Xian complimented. Junlin Tian, however, only laughed bitterly. My lord, don't make fun of me. Not to mention that I have not yet been promoted to Celestial. Even if I succeed in promoting to Celestial, I'm afraid that my cultivation strength is still far from yours. You can kill a bunch of Celestials horizontally in the middle of the sovereign realm. I'm afraid I can't hope to be able to do so in this life. Chu Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. Hey, don't be presumptuous. You are of the dazzling gold heavenly demon clan. As long as you don't compare yourself to me, there are few people or races in this world that can suppress you. That's true. Junlin Tian laughed out loud. The pressure Chu Xian brought to him was too great. As long as he didn't compare himself to Chu Xian, he wasn't much of a stressor. In the end, Chu Xian left, allowing Junlin Tian to focus on breaking through to Celestial. while he himself was preparing to go into seclusion and continue to enhance his cultivation. Someone came thousands of miles to find him. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the head of the Tianji pavilion, old man Tianji. Not seeing him for a year and a half, today's Tianji old man was less red dusty than he once was, and had a lot more of an ethereal appearance. It was as if the Taoist priest on earth had gradually become an immortal god lying high above heaven and earth. Little friend, we meet again. Elder Tianji was polite, although his cultivation level was more than a star higher than Chu Xian's. However, when facing Chu Xian, he did not have the slightest bit of the attitude of facing a junior, but rather treated him as a peer, or even a senior, and even his words carried some reverence and awe. Chu Xian shook his head. It didn't put on any kind of highbrow airs about it, but instead spoke straight to the point. Herald, as the saying goes, there's nothing to do. Straight to the point. What is it that you have come to see me about today? Elder Tianji stroked his beard and smiled. Also infected by Chu Xian's attitude, the once mingled reddish aura surfaced on his body once again. Chu Xian, since you're not going to beat around the bush, then I won't wipe the corners either. The old man came here today to ask you for some advice. Speaking here, he hurriedly added, of course, it's not for nothing. This time, I've come with enough sincerity. Swish, with a flip of his hand, Elder Tianji instantly took out 2 storage nano rings. While handing it to Chu Xian, he explained, these 2 nascent rings, one of them has a supreme treasure that I have treasured for many years, and the other has a large amount of cultivation resources. Swish, Chu Xian received it and his eyes lit up. In particular, the item in the first nascent ring was a small piece of ancient and lightless golden iron. Although it wasn't as big as a small fingernail cap, it gave people a sense of immortality that the Tao was heavenly dark and thick. Well, void essence gold, and it's extremely pure, with almost no impurities. Upon hearing this, old man Tianji immediately stroked his beard and exclaimed in admiration, little friend deserves to be a little friend. You really are knowledgeable. This is indeed void essence gold, rumored to be one of the strongest gold and iron in the world. Great is meaningless for this kind of heavenly treasure, because when this treasure falls into the hands of an ordinary person, its value is not as good as ordinary mortal iron. But if it falls into the hands of someone who knows what they're doing, its value will skyrocket. However, I always feel that if this gold were to enter the hands of my little friend, it would be truly of immense value. It's okay to say it's a lift. It's a compliment too. Elder Tianji didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with his words. Ha ha, this is true. Chu Xian could not help but laugh out loud, his mood appearing very happy. It was only because the value of the void essence gold was even greater than what Elder Tianji had said. Not to mention the first heaven is in the 9th heaven and even on earth. The void essence gold is the supreme immortal gold that countless people break their heads to scramble for. My only regret is that the piece in front of me is just too small. Sure, even if it is small, it will be of unparalleled help to him today. Herald, I appreciate your kindness today, so if you have anything to say, just ask. Chu Xian was in a good mood as he collected the gifts brought by Elder Tianji, and he did not mind divulging some more heavenly secrets for Elder Tianji. Little friend is open, then I'm not ashamed to ask. Elder Tianji also raised his thumbs towards Chu Xian in admiration, and then he began to ask the various questions that had accumulated within him, some about cultivation, and more about the great change in heaven and earth. During that time, Chu Xian answered for him one by one, greatly solving the confusion in the other party's heart. In the end, this divine truth leakage could not be described as painless. Sure, what can be said Chu Xian will say. What cannot be said Chu Xian naturally will not say. But even so, Elder Tianji had long been surprised by Chu Xian's words. Little friend, according to what you said, I'm afraid that in the near future, the spirit source will completely erupt, and the people and forces of the high heavens will find out about this great change, especially the 2nd heaven, which is the closest to the 1st heaven, will surely notice it at the first opportunity, and even send someone down. It seems old me has to be prepared for everything. A pale face of the old man Tianji became very heavy. As a heavenly lord, generally speaking, no one in the 1st heaven could pose a threat to him. However, if it was a powerful person from the high heavens who had descended to the realm, that would not necessarily be the case, especially those heavenly lords of the high heavens. If they personally came down to target him, it would undoubtedly be a life and death catastrophe for him. Little friend, I'll take my leave first. Without further delay, and not daring to delay, Elder Tianji gave Chu Xian a final arching greeting and flashed away. Looking at the departing Elder Tianji, Chu Xian's gaze flickered furtively. In his previous life, although Elder Tianji's fate was not tragic, he definitely could not be called good. In this life, he divulged numerous heavenly chances for him, depending on whether or not the other party could grasp them and thus change his fate. Closure. Aftermath. Chu Xuan did not slack off. It wasn't just Elder Tianji who had a crisis under the great change in heaven and earth. To take control of your destiny, you must make yourself strong as soon as possible. In the end, Chu Xuan began to close his mind, utilizing the treasures brought by Elder Tianji to enhance his cultivation and strength once again. Chapter 137. All the 9 heavens were shaken, and powerful people descended to the realm. Boom! Boom boom! A soundless but extremely vast commotion emanated from the heavens and earth. Above the dome of the sky, a sea of celestial light poured out madly as if it had broken the dike. Above the earth, a mouthful of spirit sources was like a volcano, erupting violently. For a time, the one heavens and earth began to produce earth-shattering changes. Well, this shocking change of the ages will finally draw the curtain. Tianji Pavilion. Elder Tianji's figure stood at the top of the towering attic. That a pair of pale eyes, essence of flickering, colorful. A closer look, which is reflecting a party of horror and vast scene. Boundless void, cold and silent, like a dark abyss. In the darkness, there is a cluster of starfire, bright and uncertain. And between the stars and fire lies a world of immense vastness. The world was divided into 9 heavens, one overlapping the other, one pressing against the other. And the higher up the realm went, the more vast it became, and the brighter the light became. As a whole, it looks like an inverted pagoda that has survived for ages. At this very moment, at the bottom of the world, at the tip of the tower, there is a flash of light. This millimeter of light grew brighter and fiercer, like a great sun deriving. At the same time, the spire of the tower was still generating wave after wave of vibration, spreading out a circle after circle of horrible ripples and fluctuations. The ripples spread, shaking the heavy tower world. Only the higher up the vibration will be smaller. The 9th heaven, a majestic and lofty, vast and infinite heavenly palace, an existence that was covered in lingering immortal light suddenly awoke from his meditation. The eyes opened instantly, as if the sun and moon were rising, and as if heaven and earth were opening and closing. The vast and endless 9th heaven, all of which stirred up endless storm clouds, and I don't know how many strong people, great powers, for which the heart is awe-inspiring. Ha! What has alarmed me? Is it my illusion? The murmurs shook the heavenly palace, but soon the one closed his eyes once more. The entire 9th heaven had once again relapsed into a calm that had lasted for eons. In the 7th heaven, a towering and incomparably grand altar. In the 4 directions of the altar, there were black-robed figures sitting in black pressure as if it was a tidal wave. Buzz. At a certain moment, the altar suddenly produced a subtle buzzing, and even more, a large amount of light shone above the altar. There's something wrong with the altar. Heaven and earth are changing. This changed together. The sacrificial clan is flourishing. Suddenly, someone interpreted, and all the black-robed figures around them moved. Those pairs of eyes were filled with excitement, thrill as well as fervor. 5th heaven. In this heaven and earth, there is a river that divides heaven and earth into 2, and I don't know how long it is, I don't know how wide it is, and I don't know how far it is. This river, therefore, is called the River of Heaven. At this point, somewhere in the heavenly river, an old man in a straw raincoat was fishing alone by the river. Although the rod has no hook or bait, the old man is enjoying himself. Buzz. Suddenly, the water surface of the heavenly river produced an imperceptible ripple. However, the old man in the straw raincoat captured it keenly at the first moment. He only saw him violently flinging his fishing rod and fishing up a gua of the water of the heavenly river. The river was dense, and an extremely blurry image emerged on it. This is, throughout the 9 heavens, the heavens and earth, one after another, startled different waves, and the one with the biggest waves was the 2nd heavens. Rumble rumble. Only at this moment in the 2nd heaven, it seemed as if muffled thunder was rolling in the sky above. At the same time, there were wave after wave of terrifying ripples scraping and swirling, and it was unknown how many forces and cultivators were startled by this change. The shocking change came from the 1st heaven, where it became the greatest place of opportunity. Soon, a piece of news came out of someone's mouth, and in an extremely short period of time, it spread throughout the entire 2nd heaven. All the forces and cultivators of the 2nd heavens were excited and fiery, especially those large forces that had relations with the 1st heaven, such as the Shaolin family Yifang's 4 great families, and also the Blood Cloud Building and the 10,000 Treasures Society. These forces belonged to the top tier of great forces even in the 2nd sky. The forces of the 1st heaven were just a branch of them, and all of these great powers, at the first time, through special means, made contact with the branch powers of the 1st heaven. It was indeed confirmed that the 1st heaven was now in the midst of a great change in heaven and earth. This caused excitement and greed to rise in many great lords of power. At one time, they didn't give a damn about the 1 heavens below. It was considered to be a barren and bitter land, but today it is different. Upon comparison, The aura density of the first heaven had already surpassed that of the second heaven, and according to the trend, it was going to be even more terrifying in the future. This kind of treasure, which is simply rare for ages, is now close at hand. It is not possible to keep a firm hold on it for one's own great benefit. Thus, a group of forces immediately proceeded to send strong people to start descending into the realm. In his time, the first heaven, Great Chu Imperial City, Demon Suppression Alliance. Upon receiving the decree from the major powers of the second heavens, both the Shao family and the rest of the group of hidden powers were all overjoyed. After all, in their eyes, as long as a second sky powerhouse came down to the realm, what Chu Xuan, what barbarian demons, all will be bulldozed. Soon, above the Jin Demon Alliance, void vortexes gradually appeared, and there was more than one side, as many as 5 or 6. A vast and majestic aura emerged from these void vortexes, instantly causing the entire first heaven and earth to vibrate. The strongest members of my Shao family will soon descend to the lower realm, and the people of the Shao family in the lower realm will greet them immediately. The strongest members of my Lin family will soon descend to the lower realms, and the people of the Lin family of the lower realms will greet them immediately. My Blood Cloud Tower powerhouses are about to descend to the lower realms, and the people of the lower realms Blood Cloud Tower will greet them immediately. My Wanbao Guild powerhouses are about to descend to the lower realms, and the people of the Wanbao Guild of the lower realms will greet them immediately. Eventually, a grand voice also came out of the void vortex. Shaowan Yan and a group of hidden power lords all hurriedly led a group of power cultivators to kneel down and greet them below the void vortex. Buzz. Finally, not long after, some figures descended from the void vortex, at first illusory, but gradually, more and more solid. As it solidified, an incomparable aura of terror began to spread. It was as if a divine mountain had descended, and that aura far surpassed that of a celestial being. All of them were at least purple mansions, and there were even strong people who had surpassed the purple mansions. We welcome a host of superiors. Xiao Junyan and the others were all prostrate on their knees, all of them terrified. Although they could act as a bully in the first sky, they knew deep down that they were just ants in front of the strongest people in the second sky. Bold. However, right at this moment, a dignified chorus filled with majesty rose steeply. One could only see heaven and earth changing colors, endless wind and clouds stirring, and gradually a vast figure coalesced beside a host of void vortexes, crane hair and immortal style. It was Old Man Tianji. The moment Old Man Tianji appeared, he let out a cold killing drink. In this heaven and earth, only the realm of celestial beings is allowed to exist at the highest level, and anyone above this realm will either ascend or die. You, as second heavenly cultivators, dare to come down to the realm and overstep the rules, looking for death. Chapter 138 Heavenly Lord's Might. Chu Xuan emerges. As the word death fell, Old Man Tianji merely waved his hand gently. Above the dome of the sky instantly condensed endless thunder, densely packed like a sea of thunder. Each contains a horrifying destructive power. After an instant, the endless destructive thunder ruthlessly cleaved over towards those strong second sky forces that had not yet completely descended. Shasta. It was like a sea of thunder descending from a party. Amidst a burst of miserable screams, those strong people from the second heavenly forces who hadn't yet had the chance to completely descend, both the Violet Mansion and the Violet Mansion above it were swept away by the thunder. Ah! This earth-shattering scene dazzled Xiao Junyan and the others. Couldn't believe my eyes. Those high and mighty second heavenly hallows had actually all gone up in smoke. A scene no less than a nightmare come true. Elder Tianji. You. Xiao Junyan and the others got up and pointed at Elder Tianji, their lips trembling. Elder Tianji said with an expressionless face, "My true identity is that of a first heavenly lord, in tune with the heavenly Tao, acting on behalf of the heavenly Tao. I don't care who you are or what you want to do, as long as your cultivation doesn't exceed the standard, I won't even ask. But if there are any more cultivators who are cultivating the chaotics to come down to the world, come a batch of old man to destroy a batch of them. The laws of heaven will never allow anyone to overstep them." Elder Tianji's voice not only spread throughout the entire first heaven and earth, but it also followed those void vortexes into the second heaven. Mud. Deceitful. But a first heavenly lord. You really take yourself seriously. People from the Shao family, the Lin family, the Yi family, the Feng family, the Blood Cloud Building, the 10,000 Treasures Society, and other forces. All of them were blue in the face and looked indignant, itching to personally go down to the realm and exterminate Elder Tianji. It was just that no matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do about the Heavenly Lord. And what made them feel even worse was that Elder Tianji's words had also completely exposed the situation in the lower realm to the second heaven. It must be known that they were not the only top-tier forces in the second heavens. Even some small forces and loose cultivators would be desperate. Buzz. As a result, Many void vortexes appeared one after another above the first heaven. Though not all void vortexes are successful in getting people to descend, but there will always be successes. Buzz. The first lucky winner was a middle-aged man with a wickedly evil look, and before he descended, old man Tianji's divine mind spied it. Only this time, Elder Tianji did not make a move to exterminate him. This was because this person's cultivation was only at the peak of celestial and had not reached the violet mansion. Jie, is this the first heaven? Let the name of the evil monarch become a taboo in this heaven and earth from now on. In addition to the middle-aged man who called himself the evil monarch, numerous second sky cultivators who had not yet reached the purple mansion realm descended one after another. Because, although the heavenly Tao is merciless, it is also extremely fair, as long as it was within the rules. Elder Tianji would not and could not make a move. Although none of these second heavenly cultivators had reached the purple mansion, they were still at the ceiling compared to the first heavenly cultivators. All of them were at least celestials or even not a few high-level celestials, peak celestials, plus the fact that second heavenly born had an overlooking heart towards first heaven, so much so that these second sky cultivators were like spoonfuls of hot oil poured over the flames, causing the already chaotic first sky to completely boil over. Murder and arson, rape and pillage, kill and loot. In a word, messy, 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 messy. However, just as the entire first heaven was plunged into endless chaos, Shao family residence, boom boom, accompanied by two roars, two celestial auras blossomed. Immediately afterward, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both broke out. Ha ha, is this the power that belongs to the celestials? The two of us have finally advanced to this level. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, laughed up to the sky, very excited. After all, the two of them had been pursuing the celestial realm for a long time. So much time has passed. I don't know how Wanner is doing. Has he led the Demon Suppression Alliance to clear the savage demons? Let's go. Let's go back to the imperial city of Great Chu to see Wanner. Eventually, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, left the Xiao family and rushed towards Chu. Soon, the two of them returned to the Great Chu imperial city, which was now the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Alliance. But when the two of them learned that Chuan was dead, they were both shocked, rushing to break into the Chu imperial tomb. He came to what was left of the dragon vein. When it was confirmed that Chuan had also become cocooned, the two had an emotional breakdown. Ah, why is that? The entire Demon Suppression Alliance, dozens of celestials actually failed to preserve Wanner. Is this really a destiny that can't be broken in any way? Chu Mingyue shouted in hysterical rage, and Xiao Yuru even bawled. The original joy of being promoted to celestial was completely washed away. In its place was an unspeakable devastation and despair. After all, originally, their Great Chu had 8 supreme imperial princes. Instead, the two watched as, one by one, things went wrong and fell. Although they could be reborn, those overwhelming talents could no longer be duplicated. The 8 absolute emperors, completely and utterly reduced to the clouds of history. Rebel son, I'm going to kill him. Chu Mingyue erupted with killing intent, and even Xiao Yuru's face was gloomy. She also wanted to ask herself why she had to kill everyone, why she didn't give them a shred of hope. In the end, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, glanced at each other and then flew away from the imperial tomb together, rushing towards the Great Wind at great speed. The Great Wind Dynasty, with the second heavenly cultivators descending to the realm, not to mention Feng Linglong, even Jun Lintian, who had already been promoted to celestial, had also curbed a lot of his ambitions. After all, nowadays, this side of heaven and earth was just too chaotic, and they were all out of ideas on what to do next. That was why they had been guarding the emperor's court, waiting for Chu Xuan to emerge. Swish! That day, Chu Xuan finally emerged from the customs, only to see that his cultivation had already reached the Great Master realm. However, compared to the Grandmaster cultivation, the biggest gain from this retreat was the unprecedented huge qualitative change in the Hongmeng sacred body after melting the small piece of void essence gold sent by Elder Tianji. Nowadays, the level of the sacred body had already reached the level of a celestial being or even far exceeded that of ordinary celestial beings. And, this small piece of void essence gold also brought him an amazing creation. It could be said that nowadays, although his cultivation had not yet been promoted to celestial, his battle power was enough to kill ordinary celestial cultivators across the board. Husband, brother Xian, Lord, you finally come out of the gate. After Chu Xian emerged from the gate, Feng Linglong Bi Linger Jun Lintian rushed forward and in a few words recounted the chaos of the period. One would have thought that Chu Xian would be as surprised and heavy as they were, but who would have known that his face did not ripple at all? And the next moment, he raised an eyebrow, as if he sensed something. You guys wait for me for a minute. I'm going to run an errand first. Swish! After saying that, His figure flickered and actually disappeared in an instant. Chapter 139 Chu Xuan vs Chu Emperor Xiaohou. Only a flash. Chu Xuan then left the Great Wind Imperial Palace and arrived in the sky above the Imperial City. This immediately startled Xuan Ling, Bi Linger, Jun Lin Tian and the others. Because Chu Xuan was no longer able to be described as fast. It was like an instantaneous movement. Naturally, they did not know that this was precisely the new creation that Chu Xuan had derived after melting that small piece of void essence called void control. As the name suggests, this creation has the ability to control the void, whether it is to drive or against the enemy or defense. All the power is unpredictable. In his previous life, Chu Xuan had smelted void essence gold and obtained void controlling creation, and had even elevated such creation to a very terrifying level, thus being crowned the title of Void Supreme. Although it was nowhere near the level of his previous life, it was still not to be underestimated. Swish! When Xuan Ling and the others followed up, without waiting to ask more questions, they only saw two figures, a middle-aged couple, flying in from the distant sky. The man was wearing a majestic dragon robe, while the woman was wearing a gorgeous phoenix dress. It was no one else but Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyu both. So, it's these evil parents. Xuan Ling and the others all knew about Chu Xuan's family affairs, and all of them had cold brows. On the contrary, it was Chu Xuan, who had a gentle smile on his face. Oh, isn't this my good father and my good mother? You two are in a hurry. Are you here to find my son? Rebel son. One could only see that once the two arrived, they did not pay any attention to Xuan Ling and the others, but instead stared straight at Chu Xuan, anger surging above their faces. The first time Chu Mingyue sank his voice and shouted harshly, "Not bad. The two of us have come here to look for you, the rebellious son who eats from the inside." Xiao Yuru's eyes were also filled with pain. "Xianer, why? Why do you have to be so heartless? That's your 8 younger brothers, not 8 cats and dogs. How can you be so heartless, mutilating all 8 of them, not sparing a single one?" Words. A look that was not in the least bit unexpected suddenly appeared on Chu Xuan's face. He did not answer, but signaled with a light smile. "Any more? Continue. The reason why my son greeted the two of you today is that I wanted to have a good chat with you. After all, Speaking of this, Chu Xuan's pair of eyes rose with a ghostly intense light. There seemed to be a killing chance blooming. You won't necessarily have the chance later. Asshole. Are you threatening both of us? Xianer, what are you doing? Do you still want to commit patricide? The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were immediately angered by Chu Xuan's words. At this time, Xuan Ling and the others wanted to open their mouths to fight for Chu Xuan, but they were stopped by the latter, signaling that everything would be fine on their own. Nice. It's time to settle the score between us, only to see that Chu Xuan did not avoid it, and did not even conceal his killing intent. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes and naturally knew that no matter what time it was, patricide and matricide were serious crimes that were not tolerated by the 6 paths of heaven and earth. It will be spat on by 1,000 people, disliked by 10,000 people, and will even become a lifelong stain. Even if it enters the wheel of reincarnation, it will be condemned to the way. But, he really can't help it. He is a human being and his heart is made of flesh, not some iron stone. The sins he has suffered over the years, the suffering he has endured, the difficulties he has tasted, each one of them was still fresh in his mind, and he really couldn't face Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru with a Buddhist mentality that was free of hatred and anger. Asshole. Retrograde son. You owe your life to us. Where would you be without us? We've only taken some of your talents and transplanted them into a bunch of your younger brothers, and you're actually trying to kill us. It's just treasonous. Looking at the killing intent in Chu Xuan's eyes, Chu Mingyue was instantly greatly stimulated, jumping to his feet, pointing his nose, and rushing at Chu Xuan to angrily and loudly curse. Even Xiao Yuru, who was on the side, had a look of being completely chilled. Xianer, both of us, your father and I, are ashamed of you though, but aren't you fine now? Nothing serious has happened, and in a way, the reason why you are so accomplished nowadays is because you were honed by us. How can you hate us so much that you even want to kill us? We're your parents, real parents. Do you know, not to mention that if you do such a thing, if you even have such a thought, it's not justified by heaven, and you will be punished by heaven. Listening to the words of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, Xuan Ling, Bi Linger, Jun Lindian and the others all shuddered, chills running through their bodies. Chu Xuan, on the other hand, laughed, only the laugh was a bit bizarre and grim. Hey, ha ha ha, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's you guys. If you weren't like that, I'd be a little bit down. In that case, I don't have much of a mental burden, because you guys really make me unable to hold back the killing intent in my heart. Boom! At the end of his words, a materialized killing flame erupted from Chu Xuan's pair of pupils, and his cultivation level rose in shock as his aura swept through the heavens and earth. You treacherous bastard. You really are obstinate. In that case, what is the use of having you, when your life will be taken back? Seeing this, Chu Mingyue also stopped talking and was provoked to kill. Xiao Yuru on the side was a bit intolerant and persuaded again. Xianer, stop it. You may be strong but you're only in the Grand Master realm. Now that your father and I have both successfully ascended to Celestials, and we poked around when we came here, you've lost your old tricks. And the demon Celestials aren't here, so no one is a match for us. If you kneel down properly and apologize, your father will surely forgive you. Boom. However, Chu Xuan did not speak again, and instead responded with actual actions, as his entire person swiftly dodged and charged towards the two. Empress, stop talking to this rebellious son, and let me clean up my house. As Chu Mingyue coldly drank, he was already the first to meet and kill. Boom. Only to see that he relied on the fact that he had now reached the celestial realm, and directly slapped his palm out. The rolling spiritual energy immediately gathered a 10 feet huge spiritual energy handprint, and with the posture of covering the sky, pressed towards the rushing Chu Xuan. In his eyes, this palm was enough to settle Chu Xuan. Boo! The next moment, however, something that shocked him happened. Facing the large handprint that was covering and pressing down, Chu Xuan did not even dodge and directly slammed into it, and under this collision, the large handprint collapsed on the spot and exploded into a roiling spiritual light. And after, Chu Xuan bathed in spiritual light and emerged, and with an instantaneous movement, he crashed into Chu Mingyue's figure in the air with lightning speed. Bang! Ah! Chu Mingyue, who was unable to dodge, was knocked away on the spot and let out a miserable scream. Even if he was already in the celestial realm, he could not resist this collision. When he stopped, his flesh broke apart, and his internal organs seemed to have shifted. Ha ha! Well played! It really owes a beating. Seeing this scene, Feng Linglong and the others were all clapping their hands. At the same time, Chu Xuan did not stop and continued to step into the gale and charge. Ah! Queen! Help me! Chu Mingyue horrified scream. Xiao Yuru cannot afford to be shocked to rush to the battlefield. In an instant, the husband and wife, the two celestials, joined together to battle Chu Xuan. Seeing that, Chu Xuan's face did not budge one iota. The 7 treasures myriad method operated, and the 7 exotic treasures such as swords, spears, swords, halberds, bells, tripods, and towers rotated like 7 divine lights bursting out, piercing through the various techniques and energies struck by Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru on the spot. And then it even tore wound after wound on the two. Blood erupted and screams of pain were heard, and in a moment the two were suppressed. Damn it! This can't be right. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were also frightened by Chu Xuan. One did not expect. The two of them, the two celestial beings, were actually so unbearable in front of Chu Xuan. In the end, Chu Xuan laughed coldly and probed his hand toward the two with a vicious pressure. Shun! Boom! As soon as the word came out, heaven and earth roared, and the two Chu Emperors and Empress Xiao were completely suppressed. Chapter 140 The Ninth Absolute Talent Eternal Life Tendon. Shu away. The heavens and earth roared more than once, and bright and blazing spiritual energy rays blossomed. But soon, the aura dissipated and the roaring sound returned to calm. Just see the high sky above. The incomparable Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both half-kneeled in the void. Not only was his head cloaked, even the dragon robe and phoenix robe on his body were shattered. It was also unknown where he had been injured, and blood was constantly dripping down into the void. Ah! How? The moods of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were extremely panicked. They had thought that after both of them had ascended to Celestials, it would be easy to deal with Chu Xuan, and that was the bottom line that they dared to come to Chu Xuan. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be them who would be easily suppressed by Chu Xuanyuan instead? My good father, my good mother, I wonder if, now, you regret what you did to me? At this point, Chu Xuan took a step over and looked at the two with a ghostly gaze. Anger and shame rose on the faces of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. You treacherous bastard. Regret? I only regret that I didn't strangle you back then. What's the use of having a rebellious son like you? Xianer, if you really don't care about the great crime of killing your father and mother, then go out and kill the mother and both of us. See this. Feng Linglong and the others all bristled. This pair of evil fathers and poisonous mothers, to this day, hadn't even recognized the situation and were still holding Chu Xuan hostage with that ridiculous bloodline affinity. Chu Xuan laughed in the sun, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Good. That's good. That's good. So it's not psychologically taxing to kill. But, however, Chu Xuan did not directly move to kill the two, but instead coldly said, Want to die? I can naturally fulfill you, but before that, you need to return what is mine. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both stunned and annoyed. Your stuff? What have we taken from you? Chu Xuan shook his head and laughed coldly. Ha! Is there any point in sophistry when it comes down to it? It's time for you to return my ninth supreme talent. If you return it of your own accord, my son will be able to bury you in the imperial tomb after your death, which will be considered as a mercy. What? The ninth? A Jedi gift? When these words came out, even Feng Linglong and the others were openly shocked. On the contrary, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were puzzled and even a little bit ashamed. Adverse son, what nonsense are you talking about? Where did you get the ninth type of overwhelming talent? You had a total of 8 types of overwhelming talent, and weren't they all destroyed by you taking them out of your 8 younger brothers? Xuan, if you really want to kill us, then just do it. There's no need to make up a lie to tease us here. It was like a murderer who had to be falsely accused of stealing something before his execution, making the 2 men feel suffocated. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Fabrication? Teasing? Looking at the 2 people's expression that was blatantly unlike a fake, Chu Xuan was frozen for a moment and murmured, "You guys actually don't know. How could you guys not know? It's impossible for you guys not to know." Swish! Suddenly, as if Chu Xuan had thought of something, he raised his head openly to stare at the 2. Without speaking, he enveloped the 2 of them in a square spell with a probe. In an instant, not knowing what he had found out, his face became extremely wonderful, as if he had seen the most ridiculous thing in the world. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, good, good. I thought you 2 just sealed my memories in the first place. I really didn't expect. You 2 are far more ruthless than I thought. You actually even sealed your own memories. You not only lied to others, you even lied to yourselves. Ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's laughable. Chu Xuan fell into a frenzy of laughter, tears spilling out of his eyes as he laughed. Feng Linglong, Bi Linger, Jun Lindian and the others also felt a deep chill. Just, the 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, however, still looked confused and astonished. You rebellious son. What on earth are you babbling about? What's sealing your own memories? Lying to others and still lying to yourself? We know exactly what we have done. We are guilty of taking away your 8 overwhelming talents, but we also did it for the sake of the Chu. We don't expect you to understand. But you. Looking at the 2 people with faces of grief and anger, Chu Xuan did not say any more, but instead waved his hand at the 2 people with the memory reflection technique. Wave. In an instant, both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's minds were shaken, as if some golden rope or jade lock had been ripped off. A memory image surfaced directly above the 2 men's heads, only to see that the husband and wife were standing in front of the unconscious Chu Xuan with knives. This was the image of the 2 of them seizing Chu Xuan's absolute talent for the last time, but not for the 8th time, as everyone thought, but for the 9th. It was because in addition to the 8 overwhelming talents, Chu Xuan also had a 9th overwhelming talent in his body, a talent named Everlasting Tendon. Empress, we've taken Xuaner's talent 8 times in a row. It's definitely hurt his origin. Even if we leave him a talent, there's no place for it. Why don't we take them all? Your Majesty. That being said, Xuaner is no longer without a brother, so who should we graft the eternal life tendon onto when we take it? Empress, it is said in the ancient texts that those who possess the longevity tendon will all live forever. Even if they don't cultivate, they will still have an extraordinary lifespan. We 2 people for the country, for the people, this kind of labor has long been a big loss of life expectancy. Why don't we split this longevity tendon into 2? Transplanted to both of us. I don't know, Empress. What do you think? After a moment of silence, Xiao Yuru then spat out a word. Good. Picture. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru and the 2 of them walked forward with sharp cold blades and a face of greed and fire, both of their faces floating in a half shadow. In the end, the eternal life tendon split into 2 and was implanted into both of their bodies. Aftermath. Xiao Yuru, however, looked terrified. Your Majesty, if we do this, if we are exposed in the future, how will we have the face to see Xuaner? Emperor Chu Ming said heavily. This matter naturally cannot be exposed. Just in case, this time we will not only seal Xuaner's memories, but also both of our memories. Completely sealed. Good. Very good. Eventually, the 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, utilized the origin in the jade seal of transmission to seal this memory in their minds completely and utterly. This seal was sealed for so many years, and it was only until this moment that they remembered what happened back then. The 9th Jedi gift. Everlasting tendons. Hiss. This. Feng Linglong, Bi Linger, Jun Lindian and the others were stunned by the memory. No. This isn't real. This is fake. At this moment, Chu Mingyue's face also became terrified, and his entire body looked like it was engulfed in endless darkness and bloodshed. As for Xiao Yuru, it was as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer, which fiercely struck her brain with thousands of hammers. I can't believe I took my son's gift and transplanted it into myself. This evil completely destroyed her mind and spirit. At this moment, the 2 of them, Chu Mingyue Xiaoyuru both collapsed. Chapter 141 Chu Mingyue Xiaoyuru regrets. Need to know. Emperor Chu Ming and Xiaoyuru had always believed that everything they did to Chu Xuan was for the sake of the great Chu dynasty and for the development of the royal family. Even though they had apologized to Chu Xuan, they were not ashamed of their hearts. It turned out to be a surprise that they had even fooled themselves. Chu Xuan actually still had the 9th type of overwhelming talent, the longevity tendon, in his body, and it had been forcefully transplanted into his body by them. This, what counts? Is it to prevent early death? Is it for the great Chu dynasty? Is it for royal development? How inwardly they wanted to find a reason to stand up for this. Turns out you can't find it. At all. There was no reason or excuse for them to be able to dig out what was left of Chu Xuan's talent and transplant it to the two of them. If there is really an explanation, there is only one and only one. That would be the two of them. Completely self-serving. Sure enough, the next moment, Feng Linglong, Bi Linger, Jun Lintian and the others couldn't stand it any longer. Heartache for Chu Xuan. Anger at the Chu Emperor and Empress Xiao. Feng Linglong pointed at the two men's noses and drank indignantly. You guys, I thought what you two did to husband was out of favoritism, that you couldn't see husband in favor of the other 8 sons. As a result, we now realize that you are not favorites at all. You two are selfish bastards. You two are too emotionless. At the same time, Bi Linger was also cursing, her pretty face red with anger. Shameless. You guys are shameless. It's just that the two of you are digging up Brother Xian's talent and transplanting it to your other sons. But you're actually transplanting Brother Xian's last talent to yourselves. What kind of parents are you? You actually have the face to come here to clean up after Brother Xian. You're the ones who should be cleaning up after him. You evil father and poisonous mother. Even Jun Lintian, a demonic foreigner, couldn't look on. A pair of dazzling golden demonic pupils bursting with blazing anger. A tiger's poison does not yet eat its children. Although we savage demons are cruel, we would never do such evil things to our own heirs. You too, when you're really the first strange parents of the ages, it's like to say you're selfish and bereft of conscience. This kind of behavior of yours is more laughable than any patricide or matricide. And you are the ones who deserve the wrath of heaven and the 5 thunderbolts. A sound, sentence by sentence. It was like a sharp, cold knife, ruthlessly piercing into the hearts of both Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru, and these knives were still stirring. Chu Mingyue's lips were black and constantly trembling, wanting to explain but having no way to do so at all. This memory or fact just now was like a big hand that completely pushed his entire being into the abyss of 10,000 feet. As for Xiaoyuru, who was on the side, she had long since fallen into a state of collapse, bawling, crying. Oh, what have I done? How could I take my son's gift? How could I do such a thing? Xianer, it's mother who is wrong. It's mother who has wronged you. Mother is not worthy of being your mother. I'm sorry. I'm utterly and completely sorry. Forgive me. Forgive mother. Mother is possessed. Snap. Suddenly, Xiaoyuru raised her hand with a maniacal face and smacked herself in the cheek. The force was so great that a pair of bright red bloody handprints directly surfaced. Xianer, I'm sorry. I deserve a beating. Mother should be beaten. Snap. Xiaoyuru's big mouth kept on pumping, and in a matter of moments, her cheeks were red and swollen, and even the corners of her mouth were overflowing with blood. But this time, Chu Mingyue did not persuade each other. There is no longer anything originating from the father as well as the emperor's ridiculous pride and dignity. He regretted it. Repentance. Xianer. Finally, Chu Mingyue lowered his lofty head and apologized with eyes full of sadness. I'm sorry. It turns out that it has always been the father who was wrong. And it was a big mistake. A big mistake. Father apologizes. Father kneels to you. Father asks for your forgiveness. However, looking at the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru, who regretted and blamed themselves, Chu Xuan, however, had no waves on his face. If the two in front of him had repented in time when he was young, he might have been able to forgive them, but that was never possible now. He waved his hand on the spot to interrupt the two men's confessions and self-recriminations. Don't ever. You're right. You don't need to be sorry. What you have to do now is to return the everlasting tendon inside you. Chu Mingyue and Xiaoyuru's two faces, however, were both somewhat terrified. Emperor Chu Ming said with a slight bitterness, Xianer, perhaps you don't understand that the longevity tendon is different from other talents such as the literary guts and martial veins. This talent has crossed paths with our lives. Once the longevity tendon is removed from our bodies, we will immediately die violently. Xiaoyuru also said, Xianer, we were wrong. We deeply regret what we once did, but can we not be allowed to return the everlasting sinews for the time being? Mother hasn't compensated you properly yet. Feng Linglong and the others snickered with their eyes. What the hell are these two? How can you do that and regret it to the core while being indifferent? Ha! Chu Xuan even laughed out loud. Are you trying to say that the only reason you don't want to die is because you want to make it up to me later? Yeah. How can we go to our deaths so easily after all the wrong we've done? We have to atone for our sins, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both said, with a determined look that they must atone for their sins. Feng Linglong and others, speechless, very breathless. They had never seen that someone could actually be this hypocritical, obviously afraid to die, but with a complete look of doing it for the good of others. Excuse me, you guys are really right, so I don't need your atonement. You only need to return the eternal life tendon in your bodies to me. Chu Xuan shook his head and laughed coldly. Then he spun around and approached towards Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. The longevity tendon was about the last innate origin, so he naturally had to get it back. As for whether the two Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were heavily injured or dead as a result, he doesn't care. Don't! Xianer, don't come over. We haven't atoned for our sins. We can't die. Xianer, don't. Mother really wants to atone for her sins. When we're done atoning for our sins, we'll personally take out the longevity tendon and return it to you. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, hurriedly opened their mouths. In the depths of their eyes, all of them surged with uncontrollable panic and fear. However, Chu Xuan no longer paid attention to the two men, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a blade, seeing the long knife enter his body. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura descended, and the heavens and earth were shaken. At the same time, a jerky, strange laugh rang out. Jia. This seat smells the scent of immortality. Chapter 142 Everlasting Woe. Evil Monarch Dumu. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of Jia's strange laughter, a figure descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged man with a handsome face, evil eyes, a black dress but vaguely blood-colored, and of fury. And following the evil intent man's descent was a very terrifying pressure that ranged to encompass the entire Great Wind Imperial City. It was as if there were 100,000 mountains looming down, full of heaviness and depression. The Chu Emperor and Empress Xiaofeng Linglong Bi Linger and the others all had their faces sunken, and even Jun Lintian, who had been promoted to Celestial, was alarmed. The only one in the scene with a bland expression was Chu Xuan. But Chu Xuan also stopped his steps at the first opportunity and looked at the descending evil monarch. A slight frown. It's him, Evil Monarch Dumu. Past life. Evil Monarch Dumu was one of the first dual heavenly cultivators to descend to the first heaven. This guy was not a righteous person, but a notorious evil cultivator. Calling himself the Evil Monarch, he had often done all sorts of evil things in the second heavens, and after descending to the first heavens, he didn't know how many more evil deeds he had committed. Of course, if that was all, Chu Xuan would naturally not remember it so clearly. Most importantly, in his previous life, it was this guy who accidentally killed Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, thus triggering a series of things. Well, the two of you have an everlasting aura on you, a wonderful aura that can just be used to cultivate my evergreen evil technique. As soon as Evil Monarch Dumu descended, that pair of evil eyes ignored everyone in this room and stared straight at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. Greed. Very hot. This kind of eyelight looked at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, who were chilled all over their bodies, a regal crisis of death frantically growing within them. At the same time, Chu Xuan raised his sword brows as if he had figured something out. Obviously, the deaths of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru in the hands of Evil Monarch Dumu in their previous lives were not accidents, but rather the scourge caused by the longevity tendons in their bodies. In his previous life, he didn't know, and even if he did, he was powerless to stop it. But this life, he naturally did not permit this Evil Monarch Dumu to snatch away his longevity tendon. Hey! And so, just as Evil Monarch Dumu was planning to approach Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, however, Chu Xuan turned his head to look at him, his gaze cold as he said, "These two people's lives, including the longevity tendon within their bodies, are all mine. You no grabbing." Aha! It was only then that Evil Monarch Dumu noticed Chu Xuan, but upon noticing Chu Xuan's cultivation level of the Grand Master Realm, he immediately laughed in anger. "GGG, you're a great Master Realm, a mole cricket. Who gave you the courage to speak to this seat like that?" Boom! Saying that, a vast evil aura swiftly swept out from the Evil Monarch's body. The evil aura was rampant, the sky and the earth lost color, and the sun and the moon seemed to be covered. This horrifying scene made everyone present feel appalled. However, Chu Xuan loomed large and didn't even blink his eyelids. Is the evil lord strong? It's strong. Definitely the ceiling of the first heaven. I'm afraid that apart from Elder Tianji, almost no one in this heaven and earth would be his opponent, but trying to suppress him with might could only be described as whimsical. Ha! What a mole! Actually able to ignore this seat's evil might. It could be seen that the evil monarch was also surprised by Chu Xuan's calmness and composure. However, In an instant, a touch of shame of being provoked by an ant rose up in him, and with a tremor of his body, he directly cranked up his strength and struck at Chu Xuan. Although it wasn't at full strength, this force still made heaven and earth tremble. See this. Chu Xuan was just about to make his move, but Jun Lintian rushed out ahead of him. Lord, let me meet him first. Don't. Chu Xian's heart was startled, and before he could stop it, Jun Lintian had already created a collision in the void with the power of the evil monarch's strike. With a boom, Jun Lintian, who had just rushed up, instantly plummeted at an even faster speed, blood pouring out in his cries of pain. Buzz. Seeing this, Chu Xuan hurriedly waved his hand, and a majestic and soft force erupted, which caught the violently falling Jun Lintian, visible before and after only a few breaths. Just now still alive and kicking Jun Lintian, has already suffered heavy damage. A pair of demon pupils shocked and appalled. Chu Xuan reprimanded. Reckless, this person is a second heavenly cultivator. Although he cut his own Tao at the time of his descent, he still has at least the peak of the Celestials or even a half-step of the Purple Mansion. How can you be an opponent? What? Half-step Zifu? I don't know the way. Jun Lintian was afraid afterward. He knew that the evil monarch in front of him was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Purple Mansion, that was a powerhouse that surpassed the Celestials, even if it was a half-step. It was definitely not something a Celestial could deal with. Pull over, Linger, you too. Chu Xuan shook his head and turned his head to gesture, facing towards the evil monarch alone. The Celestial realm is not even a match for this seat, and you, a great master's mole, dare to stand out. You're really looking for death. Boom! The evil monarch laughed coldly and once again struck out towards Chu Xuan. He was very conceited. A palm was slapped out, lightly and contemptuously, as if he were swatting a fly. But even so, under this palm, the air violently exploded. The heavens and earth trembled, and a terrifying and boundless evil aura swept through the 10 directions. Break! Chu Xuan did not retreat, but directly raised his fist and hardened it. A fist blasted out, the wind whistling, ruthlessly smashing into the opponent's palm print. Knock! There was an earth-shattering roar, and a terrifying wave of air spread in all directions. Chu Xuan's figure flew backwards for a full dozen feet before stopping. Pust! When it stopped, Chu Xuan was even unable to stop spitting out a mouthful of blood. Since being reborn, this was the first time he had been injured. If he hadn't used the void-controlling creation to divert a lot of power at the last moment plus the Hongmeng's sacred body, this strike would have been enough to seriously injure him. Husband, Lord, Brother Xian, Feng Linglong, Jun Lintian and the others shouted, their faces rising in alarm. But, even more shocked was the evil monarch on the opposite side, his brows all knitted together in a mass. This palm just now, even though it was a random palm from him, what realm was he in? The peak of the celestial realm, or even if he wanted to be able to reach the half-step Purple Mansion. It was outrageous that a palm could only manage to injure a great master. What a wacky kid. However, I would like to see how many palms you can catch from this seat. In the next moment, evil monarch Dumu's gaze sank as he continued to strike towards Chu Xuan. This time, he had surged with a fiery killing intent and did not hold back. Boom boom boom. With the roaring sound, a palm print crossed the sky, all of them terrifyingly incomparable. Not to mention great masters, even ordinary celestials would have to die or be injured in large numbers. War. To this, Chu Xuan was not afraid, but instead, violent battle intent rose in his eyes. It must be known that battle is always the best teacher. Unfortunately, since being reborn, there had never been an enemy that could make Chu Xuan fight a good bloody battle. The evil monarch Dumu in front of him was a good target for refining his battle power. And most importantly, he had a law that needed to be verified with the other side. Phew! Chu Xuan violently raised a mouthful of pure spiritual qi, the Hongmeng's sacred body simultaneously co-quaking, his cultivation strength fully functioning, and then instantaneously moving to meet the evil monarch. Boom 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 boom. Visible above the void, Chu Xuan and the evil monarch were instantly engaged in a fierce battle. That one evil monarch palm imprint was blown up and shattered by Chu Xian's hard blast. Although Chu Xian's body swayed and his fists burst with blood each time, he blocked it. This caused evil monarch Dumu to completely startle his eyebrows and only felt that Chu Xuan was a demon. A great master could actually forcefully resist the attack of one of his celestial peaks. This is outrageous. As a result, evil monarch Dumu also surged with fire and struck out frantically. For a moment, the battle between the two instantly entered a white heat. Chapter 143 Chu Xiao escapes. Evil monarch falls. High above the sky. Although blood was constantly splattering all over Chu Xian's body, he had stiffly resisted evil monarch Dumu's powerful attack, even though evil monarch Dumu was already striking out with all his might, with all kinds of powerful and evil art techniques and aptitudes coming out in an endless stream. accompanied by spiritual weapons. However, the killing moves that were sufficient to blast down great mountains and shake the heavens and earth would always be deflected out for the most part the moment they came into contact with Chu Xuan. Plus, the Purple Cloud secret mansion also blocked many spirit weapons for it. So much so that evil Monarch Du Mu was getting more and more fired up and irritated in his heart. Hiss! Brother Xian is so strong. I will always feel like a loser in front of the Lord. This scene was also alarming to Feng Linglong and the others. Even the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were dumbstruck. As celestials, they could naturally feel the might of evil Lord Du Mu. However, it was not expected at all that Chu Xuan would actually be able to fight with the power of a grandmaster at the level of a grandmaster. And this kind of heaven-defying battle power caused the two to regret it even more. They couldn't help but think that Chu Xuan, who had no talent, was this heaven-defying, if they had not seized the talents in Chu Xuan's body in the first place. With the 9 overwhelming talents added to his body, how powerful Chu Xuan would have been. And as Chu Xuan's parents, how much of a privilege could they enjoy? At least it's better than the thousands of people who dislike it today. Regret. Extreme regret. Repentance is in the bowels. They can't wait for time to start over and for them to make the choice again. Suddenly, the two who were regretting it suddenly realized that the pressure on their bodies had disappeared. It was obvious that although Chu Xuan was able to resist evil Monarch Du Mu, the pressure he was under was unprecedented, and he simply couldn't care about them anymore. Your Majesty, Queen. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru glanced at each other at this moment. Although extreme regret surfaced on both of their faces, they made the same action in unison at this moment. Run! After all, they were very clear that both Chu Xuan and evil Monarch Du Mu were both exuding a strong and determined killing intent towards the two. If they didn't run, no matter who of the two won, they would be unable to escape death. Ah, damn it, didn't you guys say you regretted it? It's just that you guys don't go to help Brother Xian, but you actually have the face to run away. Seeing this scene, Feng Linglong, Bi Linger, Jun Lintian and the others were all angry. They all wanted to intercept, but with Feng Bai and his duo not yet promoted to Celestials now, and Jun Lintian's heavily injured body, there was no way to stop them. In a short while, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both escaped a long way away. While fleeing, he was still explaining loudly towards where Chu Xuan was. Xianer, this person wants to kill us. We can't hold you back. Xianer, we haven't atoned for your sins yet. We really can't die. In this way, both Chu Xuan and evil Monarch Du Mu detected it. Boom! Only a pair of blows were seen, and both of them drew back to face each other. Both of them unanimously glanced at the two fleeing Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, and then withdrew their gaze, neither of them making a move. Among them, evil Monarch Du Mu laughed evilly. Jia, kid, those two people ran away. Aren't you going to chase after them? Chu Xuan shook his head and responded coldly. No matter, if I want to kill them, even if they run to the ends of the earth, they will not be able to escape. On the contrary, you, who tried to rob me, must be settled. Evil Monarch Du Mu snorted, his pupils filled with bizarre evil intent. Hey, coincidentally, this seat thinks the same thing, and when you're settled, the everlasting thing in their bodies will still be owned by this seat. In the end, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, completely fled this place. On the other hand, blazing flames surged between Chu Xuan and evil Monarch Du Mu. The killing intent was surging, like materialized streams of inflammation, cold and regal, evergreen evil kung fu. Suddenly, evil Monarch Du Mu let out a long whine and operated some sort of spell, and a ghostly green spiritual aura burst out from the depths of his body. The ghostly green spirit aura was like water waves, flowing up and down around his body. His hair, skin and even his clothes were infested with a ghostly green color. Boom! In an instant, that original peak celestial's aura once again skyrocketed, the evil aura raging to cover the dome of the sky, endless evil intent raging, less inclined. The entire person's aura reached a ghastly level, a half step to the purple mansion. Buzz! And at the same time, the winds and clouds of heaven and earth suddenly changed, only to see a heavenly figure suddenly coalesce in this place. Immortal and crane-haired, Elder Tianji was lured to come. Ha! Seeing this, evil Monarch Du Mu snapped his pupils and tensed. He knew the terror of Elder Tianji, and if the other party were to act on behalf of the heavens, he would not be a match at all. Good on. Although Elder Tianji appeared, he did not make a move against evil Monarch Du Mu. Obviously the half-step purple mansion evil Monarch Du Mu's cultivation was not yet superlative. Elder Tianji looked at Chu Xuan and said with a slight apology, "My little friend, please forgive me. Under the laws of the heavenly Tao, I can't make a move to destroy the enemy for you." Chu Xuan waved his hand and laughed in the sun. "Oh, no harm done. And against a half-step Zifu, I don't need you to help me out." Elder Tianji was stunned, once again surprised by Chu Xian's powerful confidence. As for the evil Monarch Dumu on the opposite side, he laughed fiercely. Jia jia, what a big talker. Let's see this seat destroy you with one blow. Boom! Evil Monarch Dumu shot out openly, and the evergreen evil power immediately transformed into pillars of ethereal green light that penetrated the heavens and the earth, and shot toward Chu Xuan in a frantic explosion. The strength of the force was so strong that it actually caused the heavens and earth to tremble and space to distort. Strong. Extremely strong. The hearts and minds of those present were heavy. This kind of power could already kill peak celestials horizontally. Even Elder Tianji could not imagine how Chu Xuan, who was only at the Grand Master realm, would be able to resist this strike. He secretly sighed and decided to protect Chu Xuan even though he had to overstep some rules. After all, he owed Chu Xuan a favor that had to be returned. Just before he could strike, Chu Xuan moved. Swish! He only saw his arms spread out, his body stretching, and his eyes bursting with essence. Tongue-in-cheek. Heaven-intercepting technique, heaven and earth with the same force. Boom! As the voice fell, heaven and earth roared. A magnificent and vast force of greatness poured into Chu Xuan's body. It caused Chu Xuan's aura to be pulled up to a terrifying level all of a sudden. Ha! Elder Tianji's pupils shrunk dramatically. His heart shocked beyond words. As the god of heaven, he could sense that Chu Xuan had actually intercepted the power of the heavenly Tao. In other words, the Chu Xuan at this moment, although he was not a heavenly lord, he could also act on behalf of the heavens. And previously, he had never heard of such a thing. As the saying goes, when the time comes that all of heaven and earth are of the same strength, and the hero of luck is not free, today's Chu Xuan is this heaven and this earth. This shows the greatness of its power. Boo! It was only seen that he merely poked out a finger and flicked it towards the front. The evil pillar that shot out explosively then exploded with a bang and crumbled into a roiling spiritual light. Ah! This scene shocked evil Monarch Dumu, who had been laughing evilly. Never would I have thought that Chu Xuan would actually be able to borrow such a terrifying power. It's just not human. Tremor. Fear. Shivering. It must be known that the reason why he had descended to the first heaven at all risk was to enjoy the feeling of doing whatever he wanted. But as a result, he now realized that the first heaven was actually more dangerous than the second heaven. Escape. At this moment, evil Monarch Dumu didn't hesitate. He turned around and fled wildly. He was going to flee back to the second heaven and never come to the first heaven again. Extinguish. But at that moment, a cold and merciless voice resounded in his ears. An earth-shattering giant finger was pressed down from the sky, and the heavenly might surged. Ah no! Accompanied by a voice of horror and despair, the half-step purple mansion evil Monarch Dumu collapsed into a cloud of blood mist in the air, completely perishing. Chapter 144 Chu Xuan healed his wounds and reflected the heavens and earth. One finger pressed down and killed half-step purple mansion evil Monarch Dumu. This domineering and overwhelming scene caused Elder Tianji to raise his eyebrows in shock. As for Feng Linglong Bi Linger Jun Lin Tian included the people of the Great Chu Imperial City, even more dumbfounded, shocked for a long time have not slowed down, until, pust, Chu Xuan abruptly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and that terrifyingly overwhelming aura. It was only then that it shriveled down as if it were a broken ball of skin. The whole thing shook. Luckily, in the end, it was waved by Elder Tianji to hold it with an auspicious cloud. Husband, Brother Xian, Lord, are you okay? Feng Linglong Bi Linger Jun Lintian and the others hurriedly flew forward to care. Chu Xuan wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a tired gaze, "Fortunately, it won't die. Need to know. Today, he used a great master to fight against evil Monarch Dumu, who was at the peak of celestial man. Long ago, he was seriously injured, especially at the end and forced to perform the heaven-intercepting forbidden technique, but also paid a small price. And now his external injuries were bloody, and his internal chi was unprecedentedly disorganized. It's a miracle that it's still standing today. Sure, although this battle was the most severely injured battle since he was reborn, but it was also a huge gain. Not only did he successfully cast the heaven-intercepting forbidden technique, but his battle power also took a big step forward in an invisible way. All in all, the cost is not small, but the gain is even greater. Little friend, the technique you just used can actually intercept the power of the heavenly Tao. This is too amazing. At this point, Elder Tianji marveled and, until now, had not returned to his senses. After all, in this world, the only ones who could grasp the power of the heavenly Tao were a group of heavenly lords. Even the heavenly lord could only mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao in a way that conformed to the laws of the heavenly Tao. And those like Chu Xuan who forcibly intercepted the power of the heavenly Tao for their own use. Completely. Never seen before. Unheard of. Ha! It's just that I occasionally obtained a party of small spells. It's not worth mentioning. Chu Xuan lightly laughed and shook his head, not saying much on the matter. Elder Tianji was stunned and could only stop to ask. After all, This kind of earth-shattering technique was obviously the bottom card that Chu Xuan had at his disposal, and since it was the bottom card, naturally no one was willing to say more about it. Little friend, even though I can't take the initiative to relieve him today due to the laws of the heavenly Tao, the old man is still overly pleased in his heart. I don't know what there is that I can help with. Just say it, as long as it's within the law. I'll do my best. Elder Tianji opened his mouth. Chu Xuan, however, shook his head and laughed lightly. Pavilion Master is a heavenly lord. I know the rules of conduct, there is no need to do so, and there is no need to do any favors. Having said that, Chu Xuan stifled a snort, and once again, blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Pavilion Master, today, my injuries are too severe, so I won't be accompanying you for a chat. I need to close up and recuperate for a period of time. Swish, as the words fell, Chu Xuan re-entered the Imperial Palace's Emperor Court with an instantaneous movement, took out some elixirs, and began to heal and recuperate, and high in the sky, Feng Linglong did not follow the flight down, but her eyes turned to look at Elder Tianji who still had some guilty color on his face. She said, Pavilion Master, I do have a request, I wonder if you can help. At those words, Elder Tianji's eyes lit up. Although Chu Xuan had rejected his intentions, the Feng Linglong in front of him was Chu Xuan's wife, so it would be the same if he helped her. Instantly signaled, Miss Wind, I don't know what you're requesting. Say it. Feng Linglong wasn't polite and immediately voiced out her request. Listen to the end. Elder Tianji agreed painfully. Miss Wind's request is not a big deal and is not restricted by the heavenly Tao. I am perfectly capable of doing Miss Wind this favor. Then thank you, senior. Feng Linglong saluted for one, a cold smile rising from the depths of her beautiful eyes. On the side, Bi Linger, Jun Lintian and the others, their eyes also lit up. All of them had a look of quick relief as they clapped their hands at Feng Linglong's move. And just as the battle in the Great Wind Imperial City had completely fallen into the curtains, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru had already fled the Great Wind and rejoined Great Chu. Nowadays, the De Chu dynasty was the territory of the Demon Suppression Alliance. The Demon Suppressor Alliance, however, was formed by a group of reclusive forces, and behind it stood a group of top-tier forces from the second heavens, naturally very safe. Phew, safe at last, only to see Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both let out a breath. The fear of imminent death gradually subsided, and as soon as their moods calmed down, bitter smiles resurfaced on both of their faces. Ugh, what a thing! So, everything is caused by our selfishness. We are the ones who single-handedly forced our most talented, most promising son, step by step, to become the enemy of our opposites. Saying that, the tears in Xiao Yuru's eyes involuntarily slid down again, only to see her look towards Emperor Chu Ming, her face pained as she said, Emperor Ming, we're really too sorry for Xianer. We've been prejudiced against him since we were young and always felt that everything was his fault. In fact, it was us who were wrong, terribly wrong. Xianer was right. Xianer wasn't a bit bad. It was all because of us. So, a look of unprecedented determination surfaced on Xiao Yuru's face. In the future, we must never blame Xianer even a little bit, and we'll use the rest of our lives to make it up to Xianer. Hearing those words, Chu Mingyue also lowered his head with a face of shame. Yuru, I know, I've deeply realized my mistake. In the past, it was all because of my arrogance and forcefulness that I caused Xianer to be like this, and as a result, we have suffered a series of bitter consequences. So I'll listen to you, and I definitely won't blame Xianer half as much in the future. I'll make sure to atone for Xianer's sins. The words of the two people spread with the wind, although there is no third person to hear, but the eyes of the two people are all flooded with tears of emotion, like the butcher who abandons his sword, the villain who converts, the prodigal son who turns back. The look on the faces of the two men was as determined as ever. Swish, however, right at this moment, the heavens and earth quietly shook, as if a bright light was rising. When the two men looked up, they realized with a start, above the dome of the sky, a brilliant and bright curtain of light actually appeared. The curtain of light was so wide and large that it looked like a canopy that covered the sun and the moon. It's conceivable. The entire first heaven's beings, as long as they raised their heads, could see the spectacle. Swish. A mysterious power could be seen brushing against the light curtain, rippling like water. Transient. A clear picture is then diffracted on it, even with sound. Jar. Seeing this scene, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both but froze, because the picture on it, not anything else, is exactly the scene of their confrontation with Chu Xuan in the sky above the Great Wind Imperial City just now, from their imposing arrival, to the middle of the sealed memories reflecting, and then later on they were easily suppressed by Chu Xuan. There is nothing left out. No. What's going on? Who did this? Who did this? At this moment, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both panicked. After all, How can such things be made public and known to the world? Isn't this letting the two of them be left in infamy for years to come? Drawing endless scorn. Ah, it must be that rebellious son. He must have done it. This damned bastard. How dare he ruin us like this? Oh. No. Xianer, don't. Moment. Chu Mingyue once again fell into a violent rage, and Xiao Yuru also broke down and cried. Chapter 145 Defeated and spurned by the world. And at the time when Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both lost control of their emotions, the image that reflected the dome of the sky had been seen by countless beings in the first heaven. My God, that's Chu Xuan, with his father, Emperor Chu Ming, his mother, Xiao Yuru. What? Chu Xuan actually has the 9th type of overwhelming talent. For a while, many people were shaken. After all, Chu Xuan's encounter had long been unknown in the first sky. As we all know, the 8 overwhelming talents in his body had been dug out by Empress Xiao of the Chu Emperor, thus creating 8 overwhelming emperors. No one would have thought that Chu Xuan actually had a 9th type of overwhelming talent. And the next image is even more chilling and frightening. Even, the entire first heavens directly exploded with clamor and boiling. What are they doing? They're actually tapping into Chu Xuan's talent again. Don't they have no new heirs? Oh my God, they both actually transplanted the last talent to themselves. Asterisk. Perverted. Where are these biological parents? These are just 2 devils who eat people without spitting bones. Tiger venom still does not eat the sunnet. These 2 evil father and mother is good. This is to be strong according to their eldest son Scourge. As this matter festered, other things about Chu Xuan were also revealed. Except for things like being robbed of talent, which has been known for a long time. The persecution, grievances, and injustices Chu Xuan has suffered since his childhood. Word has also spread. What about? Since I was a child, I've been beaten and scolded, and I've always talked about waste. What? 8 years of supervision. The country's power has increased, and yet he's being condemned. What? As the crown prince, there's not a single servant in the East Palace. The list goes on and on. Each one is like a deafening thunderbolt that blows people away. This is no longer a question of whether or not to take Chu Xuan as a son. This is simply not treating Chu Xuan as a human being, but treating Chu Xuan as goods and talent extractor. Eventually, when there is no more value, it is even disposed of like garbage. Someone was angry and looking for a knife. Asterisk. Where's my knife? I have to go to Dechu to hack these 2 vicious and cruel dogs to death. Someone looked up to the sky and cursed. Asterisk. Grips, you were born as human beings. You simply don't have any humanity. Ah, worse than savage demons. In response, some demons were retorting. Hey, talk is talk. Don't insult us demons with these 2 idiots. We demons can't do such evil things to our heirs. In the end, an unknown number of beings were drinking curses at the heavenly dome image. Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru. They are not only the shame of their parents, they are the shame of Great Chu, the shame of the Central Plains, and the shame of the entire first heaven. Roll. Get out of Chu. Get out of the Central Plains. Get out of the first heaven. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. You're a piece of. No, even is much better than you two. Eventually, the curses boiled and rolled like a sea of words, spreading throughout the entire first heaven. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both completely and utterly defeated. The world is spitting in the face. Ha, ha ha, yes, serves you right. These 2 assholes. Killing them is too cheap. Only then can we take out a mouthful of bad anger for my husband. When they saw the reaction of the people in the world, Feng Linglong, Bi Linger, Jun Lintian and the others, all of them clapped their hands and only felt pain. One could imagine the situation of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru today. Wherever they went, they would be engulfed in spittle, and the name-calling and defeat would henceforth accompany the 2 for the rest of their lives. Sure enough, at this point, even though the 2 of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were high in the sky, they could still hear the abuse and crusades coming from all over the world. Those curses and scorns are like a steel needle constantly piercing the heart. It made the hearts of both men completely bloody and full of holes. Empress, we are finished. We are completely finished in body and name. The adversary, it's him, it's that adversary who did it. Only to see that at this time, Chu Mingyue looked like he had aged dozens of years at once, and the hair on his temples had instantly turned a pale color. His face was ashen, and his eyes contained anger and killing intent towards Chu Xuan. As the saying goes, there are those who are dead, but they are still alive, and there are those who are alive, but they are dead. Like right now, although they were still alive, they were undoubtedly the same as dead in this heaven and earth. Ooh-hoo! Xiao Yuru was in tears, and exasperation towards Chu Xuan also welled up in her heart. But soon, she snapped out of it, murmuring with a look of panic, "No, no, no, How can this be Xianer's fault? Why are we blaming Xianer again? This is clearly the retribution we deserve. Are we really a hopelessly evil father and mother? Under the pursing of her heart, Xiao Yuru's face but collapsed even more. At that moment, Chu Mingyue also seemed to have reacted and was stunned in place, a great deal of shame and embarrassment welling up on that exasperated face. Yes, the Empress is right. We can't blame Xianer. Xianer is the one who was deeply hurt by the two of us. We need to make it up to him instead of blaming him at every turn. The reason why Xianer is doing this must be to punish us. This is a good thing. We're atoning for our sins. We're atoning for our sins. Gradually, Chu Mingyue's complexion was also somewhat abnormal and slightly nervous. In the end, the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, cried and laughed at the same time. Hand in hand, they returned to the imperial city of Dechu. However, as soon as they returned to the great Chu imperial city, even the eyes of the members of the Demon Suppression Alliance looking at the two of them were very much 9 out of 10. Despise, scorn, sneer, disgust, etc. All negative. It was more like a bright, cold blade poking at two hearts. Both of you. Finally, Xiao Wanian appeared, but looked at this daughter and son-in-law of his. His eyes were restrained, but they still showed an uncontrollable evil chill. After all, he thought to himself that, as the head of a hidden family, his heart was already hard enough. When Xiao Yuru insisted on marrying Chu Mingyue, he directly expelled her from the family. But let him dig up Xiao Yuru's bones, draw Xiao Yuru's blood, and even transplant Xiao Yuru's talent into his own body, he would never be able to do that. Unexpectedly, the two of them, Xiao Yuru and Chu Mingyue, were able to do such a thing. Father-in-law. Father. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both naturally could read Xiao Wanian's eyes, and both of them breathed in feeling unsteady, as if they were stuck in their throats. However, in the end, Xiao Zhenyan did not say anything more in front of people. It just commanded, "You two come with me. I have something to say to you." Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru could only follow as if they were walking corpses. The eyes went even more gray. Now the two of them can be said to have lost their reputation and be reviled by the world. What could Xiao Zhenyan say? No good words. I'm afraid. Perhaps the two should be expelled from the Xiao family again, or even cleaned out. Chapter 146 Retaining the Decree to Abdicate. Ascending to the Second Heaven. What? The Xiao family wants to help us ascend to the Second Heaven. The Xiao family's main clan wants to vigorously cultivate us? Demon Suppression League, also known as the once imperial city of Great Chu, a vast palace. When they finished listening to Xiao Zhenyan's words, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both exclaimed in shock, completely dumbfounded by this news that far exceeded expectations. Surprise, excitement, but then again, I can't believe it. After taking a deep breath and suppressing his inner emotions, Chu Mingyue inquired, Lord Father-in-law, why is this? Now that the two of us, you Ru and I, have done something wrong that is known to the whole world, it can be said that we have lost our reputation, and 1,000 people have cursed us and abandoned us. Why do you still want to help us ascend to the Second Heaven and go to the Xiao family's main clan? Although Xiao Yuru on the side did not speak, she obviously had the same question. Humph. Xiao Wanian took the lead with a cold snort, his voice responding indifferently. What you two have done is naturally disgraceful. Even our Xiao family has lost face with you too. I hate to kill you two disgraceful things with a slap. The hearts of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru could not help but jump hard. Before fear could grow, Xiao Zhenyan's tone was gentle again. But then again, who among the strong in this world doesn't have some black history? As long as you become strong, you won't be called black history. That's just the way it came. In fact, the person who was originally going to head to the Xiao family's main clan was not you, but your second son, Chu Wen. But it's a pity that he was invalidated by Chu Xuan. And while what you have done is disgraceful, it is a fact that the Jedi talent has finally run its course on you. That's why the old man decided to have you guys replace Chu Wen and go to the Xiao family's main clan. And the Xiao family's main clan has already agreed to it. So the two of you should prepare yourselves and fly up to the Second Heaven immediately. Listen to the end. Only then did the two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, realize this. It turned out that everything was because of the everlasting tendon in their bodies, but it also made the two men rise with a touch of alarming apprehension. Wanted to say something and then stopped. Xiao Wan noticed the two men's expressions and immediately bristled. I know what you're thinking. Are you thinking that by allowing you to go to the Xiao family's main clan, you're scheming for the longevity tendon in your bodies? Ridiculous. Stupid. Self-righteous. Do you think that anyone is as dirty-minded and vicious a cannibal as you are? Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's two faces darkened in embarrassment. The reason they thought this way was that they were also frightened by that evil monarch Dumu. Upon learning of this, Xiao Zhenyan also collected his anger and explained. Don't worry. Do you all think that anyone can transplant Chu Xian's overwhelming talent? Only parents like you as well as blood relatives like your younger brother have the probability of a successful transplant. It's a miracle to have 9 transplants like you guys did. And it worked every time. As for that evil monarch, Dumu wasn't even trying to transplant the longevity tendon in your bodies, but was trying to refine and cultivate evil kung fu. My Xiao family's main clan naturally wouldn't do such a stupid thing as killing a chicken to get an egg. Until now. It was only then that Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both completely accepted this matter, and within their hearts, they finally dared to surface a color of excitement and thrill. After all, as a living being in the first heaven, who wouldn't yearn for the scenery of the second heaven? Especially since this trip, they could still be nurtured by the Xiao family's main clan. This is a chance to go against the grain. It's just that, Emperor Ming, if we leave, what will Xian'er do? We agreed that we would spend the rest of our lives making amends and atoning for his sins. Xiao Yujiu sighed. The guilt and regret inside had been surging wildly. Chu Mingyue put his arm around Xiao Yuru and said in relief, Yuru, don't think like that. We're not going to the Xiao family's main clan for ourselves. Rather, it's so that we can better make up for Xian'er after we become stronger. At that time, we can receive Xian'er into the second sky ahead of time, and we'll give him whatever he wants in terms of artifacts and aptitudes and spirit weapons. I'm afraid this is the only way Xian'er can truly forgive us. Swish. After this persuasion, Xiao Yuru's eyes brightened up. No more tangles. Just before leaving, the two still went to the harem to invite out Empress Dowager Yunzhao. A scroll of holy orders was written in the presence of Empress Dowager Yunzhao. The content of the imperial decree is nothing else. Sincerely admitting to the outside world that he has made a mistake, formally ordering the abdication of the throne, and passing the throne of Dechu to Chu Xuan. Sure, it didn't concern the Demon Suppressor Alliance, and they weren't qualified to control the Demon Suppressor Alliance for the time being. At first, Empress Dowager Yunzhao, an aged face flooded with relief, thought the two had finally turned the corner and were hanging on for dear life. Yet when she knew, after the two men were about to ascend to the second heaven immediately, they were immediately angry and cursed. What a cliffhanger! What a lost cause! Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was simply that he had already looked at Chu and was going to throw away his ancestry. The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, however, no longer paid attention to Empress Dowager Yunzhao and began to ascend to the second heaven under the leadership of Xiao Wanyan. To soar from the first heaven to the second heaven, one generally had to reach at least a half step of the purple mansion before they could soar under the laws of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, not to mention ascension, they couldn't even sense the existence of the second heaven. However, if there was a power or a strong person from the second heavenly realm to conduct the reception, it would undoubtedly be much easier, even without realm limitations. Buzz. It could be seen that under the reception of the main clan of the Xiao family in the second sky, a side of the void vortex coalesced all of a sudden, while there was a special light of reception that struck Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru from the vortex. Swish! In an instant, the two figures suddenly flew towards the vortex involuntarily. Just before they left, the two of them gazed at the entire one heavy heaven and earth, unwilling to let go, lingering, thinking of the old and other emotions wanting to well up in their hearts. But the next moment, the special ascension, like letting them vanish out of bounds. A voice was suddenly heard resonating throughout the first heaven in his ears. Originally, there were endless living beings in the first heaven, and their voices were definitely disorganized. Today, however, it is very uniform. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. You too, mother asterisk 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 heirs. Where are those two now? I'm going to take my knife and cut them in 18 pieces. This wicked father and poisonous mother deserve to be skinned, drawn and quartered, their bones broken, their flesh pounded, and then all this fed to the wild dogs. Jia jia jia. The old man is refining a flavor of elixir and is lacking 2 pairs of black hearts, so it's just right to take the hearts of these 2 people and use them as medicine. You guys actually said that our couple looks like Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. It's really damn vicious. We'll fight for you. Various invectives, all sorts of losing names. The Chu Ming Emperor, Xiao Yuru, had been reduced to the most vicious synonym. A lot of people are either cursing them or hitting on them. This monstrous resentment immediately washed away the emotions of reluctance and lingering thoughts of old age in the hearts of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. Slipped and slipped. Eventually, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's figures accelerated into the void vortex, completely disappeared into thin air. Chapter 147 Talent Test. Above the 10,000 elephants. Buzz. When Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both walked out of the void vortex, the heaven and earth in front of the two of them had completely changed. Only to see in front of him was a side of the world that was far more vast than the first heaven and earth. The sky was high, the clouds were clear, and the aura in the air, in particular, was many times denser than that of the former first heaven, and even today's first heaven was still a step behind. At this moment, the husband and wife were standing on top of a high platform on one side, and around the high platform, there were quite a few figures converging. There were old men, middle-aged men, and beautiful women, with different forms. What was the same was that each figure was overflowing with terrifying fluctuations. All of them were at least celestials, and there were even purple mansions and even above purple mansions. Stronger. All of them are strong. Just the invisible aura alone made Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru feel their hearts tremble. I only felt that I was two little sheep that had fallen into the pack of tigers and wolves. Good on. Looking closely, the two men realized that the chest of the clothes of these strong people in front of them were embroidered with the word Xiao, which is obviously the main clan of the Xiao family. Swish! At this moment, a cloud-robed middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. Longchamps, stagnant, a pair of eyes like a torch Jiangjiang, hands and feet exudes a long time on the throne of the Great Majesty, a cultivation aura that was like a vast ocean abyss. Among the crowd of Xiao family's main clan powerhouses also belonged to the group of Jade Mountain heads, and the terror was boundless. I am the second heavenly Xiao family's main clan head Xiao Daoxian. One word. The bodies of both Emperor Chu Ming and Xiao Yuru immediately shook in unison. To them, this kind of figure is no less than a mortal meeting a heavenly deity. Immediately, he wanted to kneel down and kowtow, but was stopped by Xiao Daoxian waving his hand. Not yet. The following branch recommends you as possessing a great talent, but it is better to hear 100 times than to see for yourself. Men, fetch the talent stones. Only Xiao Daoxian waved his hand and someone immediately fetched 2 talent stones. Xiao Daoxian explained for it. The talent stones of the second sky were different from those of the first sky, and were divided into 5 colors: white, silver, purple, gold, and purple gold. They corresponded to the 5 realms of Hotian: Celestial, Zifu, Jindan, and Wanxiang, and the so-called Hotian represented all the realms before Celestial. If you have a talent for the purple mansion, you can stay in the main clan and enjoy the treatment of the outer clan. If you have Jindan talent, you can become a pride of the main clan and enjoy the treatment of the inner clan. If you can achieve the purple gold talent, you will become my Xiao clan sequence and enjoy core treatment. Got it? After saying that, Xiao Daoxuan's gaze gazed at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. Regarding the rules, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both naturally understood them, but the former was quite worried as he asked, Patriarch, what if we don't even reach the purple talent? Hey! Xiao Daoxian suddenly lost his voice and laughed, but the smile was more or less cruel. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's hearts were all in awe. Obviously, it would be a great deception if they didn't even have a violet mansion talent, not to mention staying in the main clan to cultivate. I'm afraid that I won't even be able to return to the first heaven. Test now, Xiao Daoxian urged. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were both apprehensive, but they could only do as they were told, and both stepped forward to the front of the 2 talent stones. Hiss! The 2 men were seen taking a deep breath, in a worried mood. After all, back then, although Chu Wen's test at the first heavenly Xiao family had caused the talent stone to blow up, it was only speculated that Chu Wen should have a purple house talent, and that was under the premise that Chu Wen possessed a complete man guts, whereas the 2 of them, each of them only had half of a longevity tendon. This is something that if you don't reach the purple mansion talent, I'm afraid it won't end well. Buzz. Under the gazes of Xiao Daoxian and a group of Xiao family's main clan powerhouses who were either scrutinizing or expecting, they placed their palms on the talent stone. The 2 men looked at each other, snapped their teeth, and both sank their voices in the dark. Everlasting tendons? Help us! Only to see the 2 men's bodies shaking, visible light blooming in their chests and abdomens, both having half a thick divine tendon manifesting in their flesh and blood. It was as if it contained innate great Tao textures, complex and mysterious, and a special long life was diffusing and lingering on it. It was the supreme talent, the everlasting tendon, and as soon as the everlasting tendon became visible, the 2 talent stones vibrated, a light began to bloom on it, and it was changing at an extremely high speed. White, silver, purple. As soon as they saw the color purple, the 2 hanging hearts of Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru immediately fell to the ground. The purple color represented the purple mansion talent, and they at least had no worries about their lives. Yet what happened next was far beyond their expectations. The purple color only just rose, and in an instant it transformed into gold. Gold! Jindan talent. But the golden color only lasted for a breath before another burst of light bloomed greatly. There is gold in purple and purple in gold. Purple gold. Vanguard talent. Well, yeah, no way. The scene was flooded with a burst of either satisfaction or appreciation. After all, this level of talent was not only in the Xiao family, but even if you looked at the entire second sky, it was already the top talent, and the Wanxiang realm cultivators were the strongest in the second sky. Yet the next moment, only to see that along with a violent vibration, The two talent stones exploded on the spot within the palms of both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. It's cracked. The talent stone is cracked. This time, that Xiao clan, led by Xiao Daoxian, was stunned, simply because the talent stone was made of special materials. It was by no means something that Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru's two celestial realms could collapse. The only explanation was that the two men's talents surpassed the talent stone's testing limit. In other words, the two of them possessed a talent above the 10,000 elephants. Above the 10,000 elephants. This was a legendary talent that was barely visible in the second sky, and even if it was mostly in the higher third sky. Above the 10,000 elephants. This talent is simply heaven-defying. Our Xiao family has picked up two treasures here. The Xiao family should prosper. Our Xiao family is prospering greatly. Xiao Daoxian and the crowd of people from the Xiao clan all laughed excitedly. Hiss! Above the 10,000 elephants? Xianer's talent, does it actually have this much potential? The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, were also dumbfounded by this huge surprise. One must know that initially, they only felt that these talents taken from Chu Xuan would at most allow one to advance to the celestial realm. Who would have thought that they were far underestimating the potential of these talents? Moreover, they only have half of the longevity tendon. If those complete civil and gallbladder martial veins and sword bones, etc., what kind of potential should they have? At this moment, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both had their heartaches rise. But it wasn't heartache for Chu Xuan. It was heartache for those talents that were destroyed by Chu Xuan. Well. Xiao Daoxian's gaze was fiery as he stared at Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru. A big hand was ordered on the spot. From now on, the two of you are the holy son and holy daughter of my Xiao family. Enjoy the highest treatment of the Xiao family. All resources of the Xiao family will be tilted in favor of the two of you. Chapter 148 Holy Sons and Daughters. Down to earth again. Words. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were naturally overjoyed as they rushed to pay their respects. Unprecedented physical and mental relief. Raised eyebrows are not enough to describe. After all, just now in the first heaven, the two of them could still be street rats who were disliked by 1,000 people, reviled by 10,000 people, and shouted at by people. But now as soon as they came to the second heaven, the two of them were transformed into the esteemed saint son and saint daughter of the Xiao family in the second heaven. The contrast is no less than straight from the trough to the peak. It was a blast to fly, only to see that next. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were nearly surrounded by members of the Xiao family's main clan, and not to mention the celestial purple mansion cultivators. It was the Jindan and even the Wanxiang, who all smiled broadly at the two of them. There were even many people who offered congratulatory gifts in order to get acquainted. Spiritual spells and artifacts, heavenly materials and treasures, all of them were stuffed into the arms of the two of them. After all, if the two of them grew up, they had the chance to become a supreme powerhouse above the 10,000 elephants, which was simply a golden thigh. It's now or never. Thank you all. You are all welcome. We, husband and wife, will remember today's favor in our hearts. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru were momentarily unaccustomed to it, and were extremely polite. Afterwards, the two were taken away by Xiao Daoxian and personally arranged for the cultivation cave, which was the best cultivation place located in the spirit vein. Spirit formation. Xiao family's main clan is the top power of the second heaven. Naturally not a branch of the Xiao family in the first heaven can be compared to. The clan land is vast and magnificent. Not only is the underground sitting on a huge spiritual vein, the sky is a party of majestic and vast clan protection array is shrouded in the sky. In addition to the Xiao family ancestral shrine and the patriarch's cave, there is only one other residence where one can imagine the treatment. In addition, there were many other extremely high-quality spiritual objects that could assist in cultivation, such as the Taoist enlightenment incense, the heart condensation beads, the meditation futon, and so on. In short, give what's good and use what's expensive. This kind of extreme treatment had caused both Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru to stay here for most of a month, and they had yet to fully slow down. Until this day, the two had heard that the Xiao family and some major powers were preparing to descend to the realm for the second time. Only then did the two of them find the patriarch Xiao Daoxian as the holy son and holy daughter. Xiao Daoxian took a look at the two Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru and immediately greeted them with a smile. Very concerned. Mingyue Yuru, you guys are here? I don't know if you've been staying well within the clan these days. If there are any deficiencies, just speak out. As long as the clan can do something, we will definitely try our best to satisfy you. Chu Ming Emperor Xiao Yuru had already adapted to the honorable status of the holy son and holy daughter, not groveling as he did when he first arrived. He just shook his head and laughed. Patriarch, there is nothing lacking. We are very comfortable these days. After some polite words, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru brought up the main matter. Matriarch, I heard that you guys are preparing to descend to the realm for the second time? Nice. Not only our Xiao family, but also the Yi family, the Lin family, the Feng family, and the Blood Cloud Building 10,000 Treasures Society. Multiple forces will come down to the realm together. This time we have decided to purge the first heaven and put the first heaven under firm control, and all of the first heaven opportunities will be divided amongst the major powers. Xiao Daoxian didn't hide Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru and told them the plan. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru nodded and solemnly said, "Patriarch, we have two unfeeling requests. The first one is, as I'm sure you know, we have the indisputable eldest son, because of some minor squabbles in the beginning, regarded the two of us as life and death enemies. Not long ago, there was no lack of opposition to our Xiao family. I still hope that after the patriarch sends someone down to the realm this time, he won't make things too difficult for him. Well, even if we face each other, we will try to leave him alive." Although Xiao Daoxian had long heard about Chu Xuan, it was mostly very one-sided, and he was even less clear about specific matters. He frowned and eventually nodded his head and laughed softly. "Well, you parents are justified in loving your children. As long as he doesn't interfere with our grand plan, we can keep him alive." The two of them, Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru, immediately nodded in relief, an inward sigh. For them to do so much for Chu Xuan, it's considered atone for their sins, right? The second request is? At this time, Xiao Daoxian took the initiative to inquire. Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru both had their spirits shaken and rushed to solemnly say, "Matriarch, besides our eldest son Chu Xuan, we actually have 8 other sons, and even once, each of them possessed an unparalleled talent like the two of us. But unfortunately, all were destroyed by that defeated son of ours. But they people are not completely dead. But in my great Chu Dragon Vein Nirvana Reborn, I still hope that the patriarch can help." As soon as the situation of Chu Wen's 8 people was told, Xiao Daoxian was obviously startled. It was also unexpected that there were actually 8 other people who possessed unparalleled talent. It's a pity that it was destroyed. Otherwise, if all received the main Xiao family clan, then their Xiao family would still be great, and I'm afraid that they would be able to unify the second heaven in the future. But since the absolute talent has been handed over and cultivated for so long in those 8 sons of yours, perhaps subconsciously, even though those 8 have lost their absolute talent, their potential won't be too weak, and since the two of you brought it up, my clan should take it seriously. Tell you what, I'll order it down and have the people of my clan bring more elixirs as well as great tonic treasures with them when they go down to the realm, so we can see what kind of potential those 8 sons can reach after they're reborn. If the potential is high enough, my clan can naturally bring it back for cultivation as well." Xiao Daoxian made a guarantee, and Chu Mingyue and Xiao Yuru thanked him joyfully. Soon, the lower world ceremony opens. As the formation pattern of the high platform was catalyzed by a large amount of spirit stones, a ray of light rushed into the sky, immediately forming a void vortex in the sky. In the meantime, above the 2 heavens and the earth, all of them had one light after another rushing into the sky. It was the Lin family, Yi family, Feng family, Blood Cloud Tower, Wan Bao Hui and other great powers. When the void vortex of the lower realm on one side was formed, a group of great power cultivators who had long been prepared began to rush towards the vortex. It was evident that there were a dozen or even 2 dozen figures on each side of the force. Moreover, the cultivation levels were all very elaborate, led by 2 or 3 half-step purple mansions, while the others were all at the peak of the celestial realm. Because this kind of lineup and number of powerhouses could not attract the targeting of the first heavenly lords, but it was also enough to quickly sweep through the first heaven. Sure enough, less inclined, a heavy day, with the Xiao family's Lin family's Yi family's Feng family and a host of other great powerhouses. After stepping out of the void vortex from one side to the other, although Elder Tianji's gaze swept through here, he did not make a move in the end. This caused Xiao Junyan and the other group of people from the hidden world forces who had greeted him early, greatly excited. They all bowed their heads towards the second heavenly hall of fame powerhouse, and the descending second sky powerhouse was clearly enjoying this feeling of being high above the rest. Aha! It's finally descended. This little one heavens is really causing us a lot of trouble, but it doesn't matter. Since we're here, this heavens are destined to submit to our feet.